In the gentle light of dawn following their wedding, 5-year-old Bai Siqi cradled his pillow, earnestly devising plans to care for his new bride. As his memories returned to the age of 10, he eagerly assisted Feng Qiao in dispelling all troubles. At 15, he playfully pouted with his injured finger, and by 20, he held her tightly amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Yet, at 25, with half his memories restored, he watched a video of the Imperial Duke's award ceremony and fell into a panic, exclaiming, "Qiao Qiao, could it be that I am merely a kept man?" Chapter 1. Reborn 3 years ago, a heavy layer of dark clouds descended, instantly dimming the once bright sky. The rumble of thunder resonated like a booming echo in one's ears, overwhelming in its grandeur. Beside a patch of newly sprouted medicinal herbs, a frail woman leaned against an old, rusted wheelchair. Her upper body appeared almost skeletal, draped in a tattered garment that hung loosely on her frame. A thin blanket covered her lower half, beneath which lay an empty void. "Huh, Feng Qiao, do you still consider yourself the eldest daughter of the Feng family, the mistress of the Duke's residence? Even if you are forced to take extreme measures today, you must ensure that all the herbs here mature before nightfall. Otherwise, not only you, but even your brother will face dire consequences." The woman in the wheelchair averted her gaze, her lips pressed tightly together. Her hands, hidden beneath the blanket, clenched into fists, trembling slightly, knuckles turning white. That fragile figure seemed as if it could be scattered by the gentlest breeze. Brother? If not for her brother, would she have allowed herself to be manipulated for so many years? But was her brother truly still in the Empire? The thought of recent news made Feng Qiao's grip tighten. In her palm lay a miniature explosive, no larger than her pinky. With a gentle squeeze, not a single creature within 10 meters could escape. The man showed little concern for the hollow-eyed woman in the wheelchair, instead focusing on the newly sprouted herbs, as if suddenly recalling something important. "By the way, having been trapped on Baoxing for so long, you've completely lost touch with the outside world. There's something you might not know. The Imperial Duke struggled for so long, but just a few days ago, his mental strength erupted, and he lost all reason, ultimately shot dead. Do you know who pulled the trigger?" The woman remained silent, and the man continued, oblivious to the absence of the hatred that once burned in her gaze. Instead, her eyes were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any ripples of emotion. "You wouldn't believe it. It was the Duke's loyal steward who personally shot his esteemed master." The man turned around. "There's even more you wouldn't expect. After killing the Duke and arranging his funeral, the old steward shockingly committed suicide the very next day." The man stepped closer, grinning maliciously at the frail figure in the wheelchair. "Tell me, if I were to announce that the Duchess is still alive, wouldn't all the wealth of the Duke's residence become mine?" On the wheelchair, the woman dug her fingers into her flesh, the pain bringing her a sliver of clarity. She lifted her head, her fierce gaze fixed on the man before her, as if she could leap forward and tear him apart at any moment. The man stood 2 steps away, wearing a nauseatingly false smile. "Of course, more than the wealth of the Duke's residence, I value you, the source of endless riches. So you must obediently use your powers to cultivate more herbs. Otherwise, while I may not harm you, I cannot guarantee your brother will continue to enjoy his leisurely life. You wouldn't want your brother to end up like you, would you?" Under the man's relentless provocation, the woman seemed unable to restrain herself any longer, suddenly lunging at him. However, in the next instant, her upper body pitched forward, crashing to the ground. The blanket slipped away, revealing a neatly cut wound at the top of her thigh, now festering due to inadequate treatment. Yet, she seemed oblivious, her mouth agape as she screamed incessantly, like a mindless madwoman. But who could have imagined that 3 years ago she had been a gentle girl, cherished and protected? Though her health was poor, her legs were intact, her voice was strong, and she had loving parents. The man recoiled in disgust, stepping back, and, after a moment's pause to listen to the rumbling thunder, he reluctantly advanced 2 steps. Grabbing the woman's bony arms, he prepared to return her to the wheelchair when suddenly, a tremendous explosion obliterated both of them, leaving Feng Qiao with no time to witness the shock on a man's face before death claimed them both. Yet, why was it so noisy? Feng Qiao furrowed her brow, taking a while to open her eyes. The bright white light above was blinding, and as she squinted, she caught a fleeting shadow dart past her. The next instant, she heard a crack, reminiscent of shattering glass nearby. "Get out!" A suppressed growl emanated from the front, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Feng Qiao paused for a moment, her eyes adjusting to the light in the room as she turned toward the voice. By the window stood a tall man with broad shoulders and long legs, his deep black eyes holding a hint of restraint, his lips pressed tightly together as if suppressing something. One hand rested on the windowsill, veins bulging as shards of glass embedded themselves in his palm, oozing crimson, yet he showed no sign of releasing his grip. Instead, he gripped tighter. As he applied more force, the glass shards dug deeper into his flesh. "Get out!" Seeing Feng Qiao still frozen, the man's handsome brows furrowed slightly, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his hand remained steadfast on the windowsill. Feng Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man she had only encountered twice in her past life, finally stammering out 3 incredulous words. Bai Siqi? What was happening? Hadn't she perished alongside Jiang Weining, that hypocritical scoundrel? Moreover, Bai Siqi had succumbed to a mental breakdown, officially declared dead. As Feng Qiao was lost in thought, the man's eyes deepened further, swirling with a tempest of destruction that seemed poised to break free and annihilate everything before him. Startled by his gaze, Feng Qiao realized that being in the same room as such a man was perilously dangerous. She turned and instinctively crawled toward the only open door in the room. The sounds of chaos behind her grew louder, clearly indicating that the man had lost his sanity. Feng Qiao dared not look back. Crawling a few steps, she suddenly realized her legs were still functional. However, when she attempted to stand, her legs seemed to conspire against her, refusing to obey. All she could do was crawl forward as swiftly as possible. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her already pale complexion turned ghostly white. Bai Siqi, when in control of his mental faculties, was a war god capable of tearing apart mechas with a single blow, should he land a punch on her. Feng Qiao dared not entertain the thought, hastening her crawl toward the door. The exit loomed closer, just 2 meters away, and she would be free from this room. In the next moment, the metal door of the room suddenly slammed shut before her, leaving no gap whatsoever. Chapter 2. Bai Siqi's mental breakdown. Feng Qiao was momentarily stunned, her mind racing as she heard the approaching footsteps behind her. In a hurry, she rolled on the ground to change direction, narrowly avoiding a fist that sliced through the air. The fist struck the specially designed metallic floor, leaving a small indentation beneath it. Feng Qiao quickly scanned the room, her eyes darting around the 6 walls that formed an impenetrable barrier, resembling a steel drum. The only potential escape route was a fist-sized ventilation duct in the upper left corner, leaving no other passage. The stark contrast of her black and white irises dimmed instantly. Behind her, Bai Siqi's footsteps grew louder once more. With her legs still not fully agile, Feng Qiao resorted to crawling on hands and knees. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a half-open drawer in the corner of the room, revealing a corner of a password-protected box that immediately captured her attention. This was a top-tier, custom-designed box intended for mental power suppressants. Since the box had yet to be opened, it indicated that Bai Siqi had not had the opportunity to consume the suppressant, and his mental power had spiraled out of control. Recognizing this, a long-buried memory resurfaced in Feng Qiao's mind. It was 3 years prior, the morning after her wedding to Bai Siqi. She had received a message from Jiang Weining, informing her that the mental power suppressants produced by Feng's pharmaceutical had encountered issues, leading to the company's closure and her parents being taken away by the authorities. When her attempt to contact her parents through her holographic communicator went unanswered, she decided to return home. Before leaving, she intended to at least inform Bai Siqi. However, to her shock, after exchanging only a few words, he suddenly became agitated, and his mental power erupted uncontrollably. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the butler, her life might have been forfeited. Due to severe injuries, Feng Qiao awoke several days later, only to find that her family's fate had already been sealed, with her parents exiled to a distant star. En route to the exile planet, the ship carrying her parents was ambushed by space pirates, resulting in their demise. Feng Qiao, unwilling to accept the reports circulating on the star network, enlisted Jiang Weining's assistance to rent a small spacecraft and venture to the location of the incident, hoping to uncover her parents' fate. Unexpectedly, they encountered a cosmic storm, severely damaging the rented vessel and forcing them to crash land on an unmarked planet. To their astonishment, the flora on this planet proved remarkably effective in treating mental power-related ailments. That it was here that Feng Qiao awakened her extraordinary abilities. What had been the most anticipated event of her life transformed into her darkest nightmare. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she continued to evade the irrationally furious Bai Siqi while attempting to contact the butler. However, the special metal encasing the room not only trapped its occupants, but also seemed to disrupt signals. After several unsuccessful attempts, Feng Qiao's body, already frail, began to tire after just 2 minutes of exertion. Lying on the ground, her chest heaving, sweat dampened her thin clothing, and her back pressed against the cold metallic floor. She glanced at the suppressant box, now mere inches from her reach, and pulled it into her embrace. Once more, Bai Siqi's assault came crashing down. Realizing she could not evade his fierce kick, Feng Qiao curled her body and raised the box before her. The metallic shell of the box slightly contorted from the impact. Although the kick did not directly strike her, the force sent her crashing into the wall behind her. Coughing uncontrollably, Feng Qiao saw Bai Siqi lift his foot again. Instinctively, she hugged the box tightly and quickly sidestepped while simultaneously pressing the activation button. With a click, the shiny silver lock sprang open just as Bai Siqi's foot struck the metallic wall, leaving no mark. Seemingly impervious to pain, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon the wall, embodying a mindless brute. The sounds of his assault echoed ominously, and Feng Qiao's heart raced as she fought to keep her hand steady. She swiftly retrieved the last remaining suppressant from the box. Designed as an injection for emergencies, it was meant to be administered quickly in cases of sudden mental instability. Yet, injecting a mentally unstable individual was no simple task, particularly when that individual was Bai Siqi. Taking a deep breath as he advanced towards her, Feng Qiao clenched her jaw. Without waiting for him to close the distance, she seized her slim hope and leaped at him with reckless abandon, wrapping her arms around his waist. The force caused Bai Siqi to stumble back a step, and in the next instant his hammer-like fist struck her back. Feng Qiao stifled a groan, her pallid face contorting in pain, nearly dropping the suppressant. Desperately, she tightened her grip and, with a swift motion, maneuvered the injection tube into Bai Siqi's skin, accurately finding the target on his backside. With each successive blow landing on her back, Feng Qiao felt stars dance before her eyes. Summoning her remaining strength, she pressed down on the injector's plunger. For a moment, Bai Siqi's raised hand hesitated in midair, as if the suppressant had begun to take effect. Yet before Feng Qiao could exhale in relief, his fist descended once more, the force driving her to the brink of unconsciousness. Was it ineffective? A wave of despair washed over her as she felt like a dying fish. She had no strength left to continue evading him. All she could hope for was that the butler would arrive soon. She had already endured 2 minutes longer than in her previous life. She prayed this time her injuries would not be grave. She dared not let herself linger on the thought of being confined in the treatment chamber for too long, nor of losing the chance to save her parents. As she gazed at the descending fist above her, an unrealistic thought flickered in her mind. If only her abilities had accompanied her back 3 years. Unbeknownst to her, as she clung tightly to Bai Siqi's waist, a faint glow began to emanate from her palms, gradually merging with his skin where they touched. The wind from his strike whooshed past her ear, startling Feng Qiao as her heart nearly skipped a beat. In the next moment, the imposing metallic door swung open, revealing the hurried figure of the Duke's butler. At last, overwhelmed, Feng Qiao's body succumbed, and she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 3. A Mutual Beneficiary. Upon regaining consciousness, Feng Qiao found herself once again in the medical chamber. Memories flooded back, and recalling the events that transpired, she sprang upright, eager to exit the chamber. The maid standing guard rushed to her side, panic evident in her voice. "Madam, your body has not yet fully recovered. You cannot leave the medical chamber now." Another maid stepped in to block her path, urging her to reconsider. "Yes, madam. The doctor has stated that you are currently quite weak. Awakening abilities at this time requires extra caution." Feng Qiao had no patience to waste on the maids. Just as she was about to respond, her expression shifted suddenly. Grabbing the arm of one maid, her anxiety escalated. "What did you just say?" I said, No, the doctor mentioned that you have just awakened your abilities, which might have some effects on your body. It remains uncertain whether those effects will be beneficial or detrimental. Given your already fragile health, you must be especially careful. What if? The maid appeared somewhat anxious under Feng Qiao's gaze, stumbling over her words. Before the maid could finish her sentence, Feng Qiao seemed to realize something and immediately raised her hand in front of her. In the next moment, a small orb of green light flickered to life in her pristine palm. Although the glow lasted less than 2 seconds before dissipating, the familiar radiance stirred a wave of moisture in Feng Qiao's eyes. Her abilities, her extraordinary power, still lingered within her. In the past, this power had been the source of her torment, but now the situation had changed. Feng Qiao clenched her fists and, glancing at the anxious maid before her, spoke rapidly. "How long have I been unconscious? Where are the butler and the duke?" The maid promptly replied, "You've been unconscious for about half an hour. The butler and the duke are occupied with other matters and instructed us to stay here with you. Madam, your condition is not what it once was. You should listen to the doctor and lie down for another 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiao realized the maid was unaware of the turmoil surrounding Bai Siqi's mental state. It was understandable. Such a significant issue regarding the duke's mental faculties would not be disclosed lightly. If it were truly for the duke's benefit, it would be acceptable, but if it fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Even though Bai Siqi had been infected by the Shadow Tribe while defending the Empire, transforming from a prodigious talent into a ticking time bomb, there were still those who wished for his demise. Feng Qiao's mind raced through these thoughts as she met the eager gaze of the maid. She quickly changed direction and exited the medical chamber. "Madam." The maids were suddenly flustered, unsure of what to do. Feng Qiao waved her hand dismissively. "I am well aware of my own body. Do not worry, I am fine now." With that, she hurriedly stepped outside. The medical chamber's reparative functions were merely a temporary solution. To resolve her physical issues entirely, she would need to return to that planet. However, her immediate priority was to address the matters concerning the Feng family. The latest refined formulation of their suppressants was sound, but the true threat lay with those who coveted the formula for their own gain. The only lead Feng Qiao had at present was Jiang Weining. However, it was evident that he could not accomplish this alone, indicating the presence of others behind him. As she pondered, she contacted the butler. She was but a solitary figure, and by the time she pieced together the full story, it would be too late. The initial investigations would have to rely on the resources of the Duke's estate. Meanwhile, the butler, examining the latest test results of Bai Siqi, felt his heart sink. "Are you suggesting that only this particular mental power suppressant is ineffective against the Duke's mental turmoil, or do other suppressants also?" The young doctor wiped the sweat from his brow, a hint of sorrow flickering in his hazel eyes. "It is currently confirmed that this specially formulated suppressant does not work on the Duke. As for others, it is too early to draw conclusions." Despite this, it was clear that the previous suppressant used by the Duke was the most effective they had been able to procure. Switching to another, the butler's expression paled as he contemplated this possibility. Suddenly, his wrist communicator emitted a series of beeps. Glancing at the caller ID, he composed himself before stepping out of the room to answer the video call. "Madam." Upon connecting, Feng Qiao quickly took in the surroundings behind the butler, confirming his location, and promptly altered her course towards him. She then inquired, "You Bo, how is the Duke faring now?" Feng Qiao recalled that after awakening in her previous life, Bai Siqi had never appeared before her again. At that time, her thoughts had been solely focused on her parents, leaving little room for further contemplation. In retrospect, Bai Siqi's mental condition must have been severely deteriorated then. Given the resources of the Duke's estate, it was feasible to keep him in a state of unconsciousness for extended periods, only waking him when necessary to handle matters that others could not address out of course. These were merely her speculations at present. The specially formulated mental power suppressant she had administered to Bai Siqi had proven ineffective, but that did not preclude the Duke's estate from acquiring other suppressants that might be effective in his current condition. As she hurried towards the butler's location, she remained vigilant, observing the subtle shifts in his expression. "Madam, there is no need for concern. The doctor has already examined him, and the Duke's condition is now stable." The butler's eyes narrowed as he focused on a fleeting shadow behind Feng Qiao, responding smoothly without revealing any hint of unease. Feng Qiao did not notice the shadow trailing her. She exhaled softly, reassured that Bai Siqi's condition was not as dire as she had feared. Perhaps she could save her parents without risking exposure of her ability's alternate function. In her previous life, this secret had been closely guarded until her demise, known only to her. Though Jiang Wei Ning was not comparable to Bai Siqi, having suffered once, Feng Qiao opted for caution. That is a relief. She sighed, Yubo, I have something important to discuss with you. Please hold on for a moment. I will be there shortly. Without waiting for the butler's response, she abruptly terminated the video call. The butler observed the sudden blackened screen, his brow furrowed slightly. He then turned his gaze towards the closed door of the treatment room, contemplating for a moment before instructing the guards to maintain strict vigilance and prevent anyone from approaching. He then strode purposefully away. What matter could Feng Qiao wish to discuss with him that pertained to the newly released suppressants from the Feng family? This issue had far-reaching implications, affecting a broad swath of individuals, predominantly soldiers resisting the Shadow Tribe for the stability of the empire. The repercussions could be severe, unless the Feng family could provide compelling evidence to demonstrate that the mental turmoil experienced by those individuals was unrelated to their suppressants. Even the emperor would be unable to safeguard the Feng couple. Despite these thoughts, the butler's pace did not falter, and soon he encountered Feng Qiao, who was also approaching. Chapter for the special plant discovered by the Feng family, Feng Qiao also caught sight of the steward. After exchanging greetings with him, Feng Qiao scanned the surroundings and soon pointed to a well-secluded room ahead, saying to the steward, "Let us converse inside." The steward glanced at Feng Qiao, seemingly sensing a shift in her demeanor compared to his previous expectations. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and followed her into the room. During their journey, Feng Qiao had already contemplated the forthcoming plan. Although Yu Li was the venerable steward of the duke's residence, he had once accompanied the former duke to the battlefield in his youth, serving as the latter's most trusted aide. However, he had never been interested in the pursuit of fame and fortune, and due to the duke's kindness and the life-saving debt he owed him, Yu Li chose to retire as the steward after realizing he could no longer assist the former duke following an injury in battle. Despite the decline in his combat abilities, the skills and strategies of this former aide should not be underestimated. This was precisely why Feng Qiao sought him out. Once seated, Feng Qiao wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Yubo, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit. Although I currently lack concrete evidence and am uncertain as to who exactly is targeting the Feng family, it is evident that they are being framed. Their objective revolves around the formula for the family suppressants, as well as. Feng Qiao lowered her gaze, her right hand clenched into a fist upon the table. After a brief pause, as if engaging in an internal struggle, she continued, the special plant discovered by the Feng family. This extraordinary plant possesses the capability to completely cure the mental afflictions of the Empire's ability users, and is effective even for those experiencing mental disturbances. With a sharp crack, the sturdy wooden table was splintered at one corner by Yu Li, who stared at Feng Qiao with hawk-like intensity, his tone suddenly urgent. What did you say? I repeat. Feng Qiao stated, the special plant discovered by the Feng family. She observed Yu Li's piercing gaze, noting his increasing urgency as he inquired, does the Feng family still possess this special plant? Feng Qiao nodded, affirming there is still some remaining. However, Yu Li instantly grasped the unspoken implication, realizing that if those individuals were indeed after the special plant discovered by the Feng family, its availability was uncertain. Nevertheless, since the plant was originally discovered by the Feng family, it was likely they could locate it again in the same area where it was initially found. This, of course, hinged on the veracity of Feng Qiao's claims. I know the precise location where the special plant was discovered, Feng Qiao further revealed, seemingly aware of the steward's concerns. Moreover, I believe my ability awakening is likely due to that very plant. The elderly steward was visibly shaken by this revelation. He regarded Feng Qiao, contemplating for a moment before finally asking, are you certain of what you say? Had Feng Qiao merely claimed that the special plant could aid those with mental disturbances, Yu Li might have harbored doubts about her intentions and the plant's existence. However, if her sudden ability awakening was indeed linked to that plant, Yuli found the situation considerably more credible. After all, he had previously harbored suspicions regarding the peculiar emergence of Feng Qiao's powers, which even the most esteemed doctors in the empire would struggle to rationalize. Now, it seemed all the inconsistencies had found their explanations. Feng Qiao nodded, her calm gaze meeting Yuli's evident excitement. Why say is true. Yuli took several deep breaths, striving to quell his inner tumult before gradually seeking to comprehend the current situation. As he learned more, his inquiries multiplied. Not every question posed by Yuli was answered by Feng Qiao. In fact, beyond the initial information she provided, she only truly responded to about 1 in 10 of his subsequent questions. Before long, the discussion shifted towards the possibility that someone wished to acquire this special plant, and that the Feng family's recent introduction of a new medication formula had led to their framing. Currently, I have a suspect in mind. Let us start with him, as we may uncover something, Feng Qiao stated, referring to Jiang Weining. She then opened their chat history. In her previous life, Feng Qiao was able to rapidly learn of her parents' mishap, despite their efforts to conceal it from her, primarily owing to this individual named Jiang Weining. However, even so, the chat records revealed little to arouse suspicion regarding Jiang Weining. Noticing Yuli's gaze upon her, Feng Qiao understood he had finished reviewing their conversation and proceeded to explain, Jiang Weining is an older brother from my neighbor's family, and his father works for the Feng family enterprise. Due to my health issues, I had few friends growing up, and Jiang Weining was the only one who frequently came over to play with me. He possessed great patience, often sitting with me for hours, playing with sand or blowing bubbles, engaging in games that required minimal physical exertion without any sign of impatience. Yuli regarded Feng Qiao with a knowing glance before shifting his attention to Bai Siqi, who lay nearby, remaining silent. Feng Qiao continued, my parents also thought highly of Jiang Weining, often sending gifts to his family during holidays. Until one day, Feng Qiao's eyes grew misty. My parents planned to deliver holiday gifts a day early since they would be unavailable the next day. Little did they know, before they could even enter the house, they overheard Jiang Weining's parents chatting in the yard. One remarked, look at their daughter, sickly and frail. Who knows if she'll even reach 20? If our son marries her, won't the shares of the Feng family company belong to us? Another chimed in, indeed, their daughter looks like she won't live long. Besides our son's kindness, who would want to play with her? If she doesn't marry our son, who else would she marry? If the Feng family doesn't provide a substantial dowry, I wouldn't allow my son to marry such a woman. Feng Qiao knew of this incident not from her parents, but from Jiang Weining in her previous life. Due to her health issues, she seldom left home, having only Jiang Weining as a friend. Her parents, wishing to shield her from pain, chose not to disclose the truth. Following that day, her parents reduced her interactions with Jiang Weining and began taking her to safer places to play. That period marked one of Feng Qiao's happiest times. Chapter 5, A Return to Age 5. At that time, Feng Qiao was unaware of why her parents suddenly went out, believing instead that she had matured and her health had improved slightly. She even fantasized that as she grew older, she could freely go wherever she wished, just like a normal person. Feng Qiao closed her eyes, wishing her parents had revealed the truth to her then, thus allowing her to fully recognize Jiang Weining for who he was, allowing the illusion of her only friend to dissipate from her memory, leaving behind a fleeting pain rather than the events that would follow. The Jiang family, too, sensed the sudden distance imposed by Feng's parents. However, recalling their delightful musings in the yard that day, they clung even tighter to the Feng family whenever the opportunity arose. It was only when Feng's parents explicitly declared they would bequeath all company shares and assets to their son, and that the Feng family's wealth could comfortably support their daughter, that the Jiang family's countenance soured. Yet, weighing the pros and cons, they ultimately could not relinquish the benefits the Feng family could offer, and thereafter ceased to mention the idea of marrying Feng Qiao to Jiang Weining in front of Feng's parents. Unbeknownst to Feng Qiao, her parents believed the matter had passed, never bringing it up with her again. Little did they realize, the Jiang family's desire to marry their daughter for the sake of wealth had turned into a seed of resentment that would fester in their hearts. Especially as the Feng family company continues to flourish, generating an increasing number of currency units from their inhibitors. The thought that half of those units rightfully belong to their family ignites a growing envy within them. As the family ruminates on this, they devise a scheme to acquire the formula for the Feng family's inhibitors. If it were only the 3 members of the Jiang family, the Fengs would not have found themselves in such a predicament. However, having been reborn, Feng Qiao is aware that Jiang Weining is backed by powerful individuals. These individuals either wield substantial influence within the empire, possess significant financial resources, or, in some cases, embody both. Yet, such figures are not rare within the empire, and Feng Qiao has no additional leads. Therefore, her immediate objective is to rescue her parents, after which she intends to uncover the identity of Jiang Weining's benefactor. Unbeknownst to Jiang Weining, her parents have long been aware of the intentions harbored by his family, which is why they have gradually distanced themselves. Although her parents had previously kept this information from her, they eventually revealed it after noticing Jiang Weining's persistent inquiries regarding their newly released inhibitor formula, even going so far as to stealthily remove a few medicinal herbs she had planted in the garden. Feng Qiao conveys this half-truth to Yu Li, who nods in agreement without expressing any doubt. Following Feng Qiao's line of reasoning, Yu Li also suspects that this individual is highly dubious. However, according to Feng Qiao, the Jiang family is merely an ordinary household and unlikely to possess the capability to ensnare the formidable Feng family. Thus, there must be others involved behind the scenes. Since these remain mere conjectures for now, Yu Li refrains from voicing them before Feng Qiao, lest she grow anxious. The priority is to gather evidence to vindicate the Feng family. Yu Li swiftly organizes a team to investigate matters concerning the Feng Pharmaceutical Company, starting with Jiang Weining and the Jiang family. With all arrangements in place, Feng Qiao breathes a sigh of relief as she reflects on any potential oversights. She notices Yu Li's expression darken upon receiving some news. The momentary ease she felt is replaced by anxiety, fearing that something may have gone awry with her parents. Just as she is about to inquire, Yu Li speaks in a grave tone. "Madam, the doctor says the Duke has awakened. Would you like to accompany me to see him?" Feng Qiao is taken aback, realizing that she had misinterpreted the situation. The news Yu Li received must pertain to the Duke, not her parents. However, with Bai Siqi awake, she wonders why Yu Li appears so troubled. Could there be an underlying issue? Unable to discern the cause, she reminds herself that Bai Siqi is, after all, her legitimate husband, and it is only fitting that she goes to see him, especially since he has regained consciousness. As they hasten their steps towards the treatment room, they are met with a cacophony of chaotic sounds from within. "Duke, I'm not a bad person. I am the Duke's personal physician, Yi Qin. My mother previously served as the personal doctor in the Duke's residence. Do you not recognize me?" Standing behind a machine 5 meters away from Bai Siqi, Yi Qin, a tall and slender man, appears anxious as he explains, his gaze fixated on Bai Siqi, ready to flee at any moment. Bai Siqi snorts derisively, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes as he exposes Yi Qin's falsehood. "You lie. Dr. Ye's son is clearly 122 centimeters tall and weighs 85 pounds. How could you possibly resemble him?" Bai Siqi unceremoniously unveils Yi Qin's childhood indiscretions, causing Yi Qin's face to flush. Particularly upon seeing Yu Li and Feng Qiao at the doorway, he becomes even more flustered and speechless. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi dismisses Yi Qin's lies, turning his attention to Yu Li and Feng Qiao. Feng Qiao scrutinizes Bai Siqi, despite having limited interactions with him across her 2 lives. It is evident that something is amiss with him. The palpable sense of dissonance does not escape Yu Li, who has observed Bai Siqi since childhood. Yet before Yu Li can speak, Bai Siqi rushes toward him, leaving the trembling Yi Qin behind, his tone filled with concern. "Uncle Yu, why do you have so many gray hairs? Where are father and mother?" "That person said I am 25 years old, but I distinctly remember just celebrating my 5th birthday." Bai Siqi points accusingly at the doctor still cowering behind the equipment. The next moment, sensing an unusual expression on Yu Li's face, Bai Siqi immediately looks at him with a face full of accusation. "Could it be that father resents me for interrupting his time with mother and cruelly froze me for 20 years? The tall, handsome man suddenly adopts a pitiful demeanor, gazing down at the equally astonished housekeeper of the Duke's residence. Yuli's ever-composed expression begins to crack as he stares, speechless, for quite some time. Although the Duke has awakened, why does it seem as if his memories have reverted to when he was 5? Struggling to maintain his demeanor, Yuli eventually speaks to calm Bai Siqi and clarifies the current situation in terms he can comprehend. So, I am now 25 years old? It is merely due to the turmoil of my mental powers that I cannot recall events beyond the age of 5? Bai Siqi's eyes widen in disbelief. Upon receiving a nod from Yuli and glancing at the doctor, his phoenix-like eyes brim with tears. Then what did I mean when I called you Duke earlier? My father. He is aware that those with abilities who go to battle do not tend to live long, as their mental powers are susceptible to infection by the Shadow Clan. Once the infection reaches a certain threshold, their mental state may spiral out of control, ultimately leading to death. Yet he is only 5 years old now. In his memory, such a fate was far off in the future. If he grows up quickly and takes his father's place on the battlefield to combat the Shadow Clan, his father can remain at home with his mother. As long as they do not continue to engage with the Shadow Clan, their family could enjoy a long and happy life together. Does this mean he will fail to fulfill his past promises? Observing Bai Siqi regain his composure, Yiqin no longer feels frightened. Realizing Bai Siqi's current state is unstable, he attempts to avoid further provocation. Before Yuli can speak, Yiqin quickly adds, "This is because the Duke just married last night." The previous Duke felt that the Duke had matured enough to manage the Duke's residence independently. He transferred the title to the Duke and took the previous Duchess on a trip. Yiqin speaks in a light-hearted manner, causing Bai Siqi's already reddened eyes to swell with emotion. Indeed, he should have harbored no excessive expectations from a father whose only focus is his mother. Nevertheless, it is a comfort that both parents are in good health. Bai Siqi exhales deeply, his gaze inadvertently falling on Feng Qiao, and the relief he had just experienced is replaced by anxiety once more. He recalls Yuli mentioning that he had married someone. No, it was the 25-year-old him who had married someone, and that person is standing before him, a slender figure barely reaching his chin, with a delicate face that appears somewhat pallid, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Is this truly the person he will come to cherish? Bai Siqi blinks, then furrows his brow, fixating on Feng Qiao as he contemplates. After a moment of deliberation, he earnestly states, "Though I do not remember events after the age of 5, my marriage to you indicates that I must have feelings for you." This unexpected declaration takes everyone by surprise, not just Feng Qiao, but also Yuli and Yiqin. However, Yuli quickly realizes that Bai Siqi must have misunderstood something. However, when it came time for Yuli to step forward and provide an explanation, he found himself at a loss. Yuli could not fathom why Bai Siqi had suddenly chosen to marry Feng Qiao, especially given their lack of prior interaction. As a result, he merely opened his mouth, yet ultimately uttered nothing. After stating that particular sentence, Bai Siqi's previously pale complexion took on a slight flush. Reflecting on the interactions he had observed between his father and mother, Bai Siqi felt an unwavering certainty that in the future, he would love the girl before him as his father loved his mother. Otherwise, he would not contemplate marriage. Thus, even if he lost all memories, he would treat the person in front of him with the same care his father bestowed upon his mother. For if he were to regain his memories one day, he would surely detest himself otherwise. Bai Siqi thought resolutely, ultimately concluding, "Rest assured, I will treat you well and will never allow anyone to mistreat you." Feng Qiao remained silent, glancing sideways at the Duke's steward, Yuli. Although the words came from Bai Siqi, who bore only the memories of a 5-year-old, they cannot be taken lightly. Who could have imagined that the Duke Bai, revered as the soul of the Empire's military, could have been so endearing at the age of 5? Upon catching Feng Qiao's gaze, Yuli cleared his throat to shift the topic. It was already past noon, and the kitchen should be preparing lunch. I shall have someone bring the meal here. Dr. Yi, please prepare another room. Henceforth, the lady and the Duke shall reside here, which will also facilitate your checks and treatments. It is Feng Qiao who requires treatment. Bai Siqi's current condition remains uncertain. Although Yiqin was unaware of why Yuli had brought Feng Qiao along, with Bai Siqi in his current state, the Duke's residence could only rely on Yuli to manage. As the Duke's private physician, his only asset lay in his ancestral medical skills. However, he could not guarantee what would become of Bai Siqi in the future. All he could do was follow Yuli's directives, as there were no better alternatives available. Meanwhile, although Yuli was eager to seek out the unique plant Feng Qiao had mentioned, the issues at Feng Pharmaceuticals remained unresolved. To venture there now would only risk alarming the enemy, and even if he found a rare plant, bringing it back safely was uncertain. Thus, he had no choice but to hold off for the time being. Nevertheless, this also ignited Yuli's determination to find evidence proving the Feng family's innocence as soon as possible. In the examination room, after the three finished their lunch, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi were taken by Yi Qin for various tests. Although Bai Siqi appeared to be fine on the surface, the instruments indicated that his mental state remained tumultuous and unstable. Yet, as it teetered on the brink of collapse, it artfully maintained the last vestige of equilibrium. Bai Siqi was now clinging to that fragile balance to sustain his current state of 5-year-old memories. Should that balance be disrupted, given the Empire's current research into mental faculties, the only path left for Bai Siqi would be to resign himself to fate. As for Feng Qiao, the results of her examination revealed issues not unlike Bai Siqi's. While they pertained solely to her physical condition, her health was exceedingly poor. It could be said that her reaching the age of 20 was a stroke of luck, compounded by the Feng family's 2 decades of relentless investment in her health. Yet this was the limit of human effort. At most, she had 2 years left. Although Yi Qin did not explicitly state it, Feng Qiao discerned from his shifting expressions that her current condition must be dire. This realization was not unexpected for her. Had she not encountered the spatial storm that cast her onto that planet in her past life, she would not have survived beyond 3 years. Now that she had devised a means to address her own issues, her worries had lessened. She bit her lip and pointed to the nearby display screen, inquiring of Yi Qin, "May I see my examination report?" "Certainly," Yi Qin nodded promptly, noticing Bai Siqi following closely behind Feng Qiao. Yi Qin teasingly remarked, "The report displayed on that screen pertains to the Lady S examination. If the Duke wishes to view his own report, I can switch it to the adjacent screen." Bai Siqi immediately turned, shooting Yi Qin a glare, yet remained behind Feng Qiao. His previously pale cheeks now bore a hint of color, appearing healthier than before. Bai Siqi felt warmth on his face. After all, in his understanding, he was merely 5 years old. However, his current body incessantly reminded him that he was a 25-year-old adult. Feng Qiao was his wife, and given her precarious health, it was only natural that he should show her greater concern. Clearing his throat, Chapter 7, The Two Ailing Ones. Bai Siqi pressed his lips tightly together, standing quietly behind Feng Qiao as he observed the screen displaying her examination report. In front of them, on a screen measuring 1 square meter, various test results cluttered the display. Feng Qiao had suffered from poor health since childhood, requiring frequent hospital visits for checkups, with countless reports to her name. After a brief glance, she gained a rough understanding of her current condition. The results were consistent with most of her previous examinations, indicating her health was subpar and required extra care. She had endured far harsher days alone, and there remained opportunities for her health to improve, so she did not place excessive weight on the results. However, while Feng Qiao remained untroubled by her own health, Bai Siqi scrutinized the data on the screen, his resolute countenance growing increasingly formidable. Feng Qiao turned to meet Bai Siqi's gaze, momentarily taken aback by the intensity of the individual before her, wondering if he truly possessed only the memories of a 5-year-old. In the next instant, an arm extended towards her. Feng Qiao felt a weight on her shoulder as Bai Siqi earnestly reassured her, "Rest assured, the Duke's residence is filled with wondrous things, and Dr. Ye's medical skills are unparalleled in the Empire. Young Dr. Yi has learned from Dr. Yi, and he will surely heal you." Feng Qiao was momentarily stunned before realizing that Bai Siqi was offering her comfort, though she was not particularly worried about her health. Seeing the earnest expression on Bai Siqi's face brought a smile to her lips. "Then I shall look forward to young Dr. Yi's skills. Hoping to someday run and jump like a normal person." Yi Qin stared wide-eyed at Feng Qiao. Even if his mother were still alive, he would not dare to make such assurances after reviewing Feng Qiao's examination report. Yi Qin's expression momentarily froze. Regarding his medical reputation, he could not afford to make careless statements. He opened his mouth, about to explain to Feng Qiao, but as soon as he uttered a word, he noticed Bai Siqi, who had been facing away from him, suddenly turn around, casting a threatening gaze in his direction. Yi Qin immediately altered his statement. I assure you that I will ensure the lady's health. He knew that Bai Siqi's threats were not to be taken lightly. Having already lost 20 years of memories, he had not forgotten to intimidate him. Yi Qin felt a surge of indignation. How could he be so easily intimidated by a 5-year-old's threatening stare? This was unacceptable. Previously, when Bai Siqi had threatened him not to divulge the severity of his mental issues to the steward, it was one thing. Yet now, Bai Siqi was merely a 25-year-old shell with the mindset of a 5-year-old, attempting to dominate him. It was simply a delusion. Noticing that Bai Siqi was oblivious to his presence, Yi Qin's eyes darted around before he finally frowned and spoke. In truth, it is not particularly difficult to treat the lady's condition to bring her health in line with that of a normal person. The more precarious case is that of the Duke. Yi Qin had mentioned this before, but at that time, Feng Qiao had been preoccupied with her examination, so she had not heard much of it. At this moment, upon hearing Yi Qin mention Bai Siqi, Feng Qiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Is it related to mental strength? Yi Qin nodded. Ignoring the warning glance thrown at him by Bai Siqi, Yi Qin immediately poured out the current situation regarding Bai Siqi. Indeed, you have no idea. The Duke's mental domain is in utter disarray, more tangled than a ball of yarn. Fortunately, the Duke has only lost the memories of the last 20 years and remains conscious. However, it is uncertain how long this state can be maintained. Just as Yi Qin was about to continue speaking, a hand reached over to cover his mouth. He could only utter muffled sounds. Bai Siqi's grip was firm, and soon Yi Qin's face turned crimson. While rolling his eyes, he struggled to pry Bai Siqi's hand away, but it felt as if it were welded to his lips. Resisting all his efforts, after futilely attempting to break free, Yi Qin could only seek help from Feng Qiao with his eyes. Is there a risk of another upheaval in the Duke's mental domain? As soon as Feng Qiao posed the question, Yi Qin nodded vigorously. Sensing that Feng Qiao had already deduced the answer, Bai Siqi shot a fierce glare at Yi Qin and subsequently released his grip. Gaining his freedom, Yi Qin took a couple of deep breaths of fresh air, distancing himself slightly from Bai Siqi. He then continued along the previous topic, his expression shadowed with concern. This possibility cannot be ruled out. The Duke's condition is rather unique. Currently, there are only 2 similar cases that the Empire has been able to identify. Speaking of the cases he had researched, Yi Qin's demeanor grew more serious. One incident occurred 50 years ago. Unfortunately, that individual was not particularly fortunate, living only an additional 6 months before experiencing another upheaval. His mental strength faltered during the second upheaval, evidently lacking the luck he had encountered the first time. Feng Qiao paused, turning to gauge Bai Siqi's reaction. Bai Siqi's complexion appeared somewhat pale, his eyes flickering with anxiety and fear. He clenched his fists tightly, his jaws grinding together, suppressing any sounds that might escape. While living an additional 6 months could be deemed fortunate, most individuals are effectively sentenced to death upon their first mental upheaval. Yet, who would willingly embrace death if given a chance to survive? Considering that Bai Siqi currently possesses only 5 years of memories, it is undeniably burdensome for a 5-year-old child to bear such weight. In his past life, Bai Siqi managed to live securely for another 3 years. This time, there should be no issues. Feng Qiao opened his mouth, intending to say something, but upon meeting Yi Qin's gaze, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, causing him to swallow the words on the tip of his tongue. There's another case? Seemingly anticipating Feng Qiao's inquiry, Yi Qin's tone softened. Another case occurred 7 years ago. That individual is still living well. I cannot disclose their identity, but once the Duke regains his memories, he will know better than I. Although Yi Qin's eyes held little mirth, his words did not seem deceptive. However, the combination of his expression and words inevitably struck one as peculiar. Feng Qiao regarded Yi Qin with confusion. Sensing the scrutiny, Yi Qin promptly forced a smile and praised Bai Siqi. Your Grace, you are far superior to that person. You will undoubtedly thrive beyond their capabilities. Yetchin's words were sincere, and though Bai Siqi's handsome face remained stoic, the tension in his heart eased somewhat. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the examination room remained notably somber. By 7 in the evening, Feng Qiao received a video call from Yuli. Chapter 8. Jiang Waning's scheme in the brief span of half a day. Although it was insufficient to unearth conclusive evidence regarding the Wind family's plight, Yuli had indeed uncovered several clues. All signs indicated that the recent troubles faced by Feng Qiao Pharmaceuticals had some connection to the Jiang family. However, Yuli did not contact Feng Qiao merely to report the current investigative progress. Rather, one of their subjects of observation, Jiang Waning, had grown impatient due to a lack of response from Feng Qiao and had come seeking her out. If the lady does not wish to meet, I can send him away. Having heard part of the Jiang family's circumstances from Feng Qiao, coupled with the information he had gathered that afternoon, Yuli held no fondness for this family. Feng Qiao's parents were excessively benevolent, ultimately bringing harm upon their own family. Yuli would not entertain such notions. On the other hand, Feng Qiao was taken aback that Yuli had come to discuss Jiang Waning. Feeling a slight disappointment, she quickly adjusted her mindset. No need. Since he is so eager to see me, let us meet. Lowering her gaze, a glimmer of coldness flickered in her brown irises. She then addressed Yuli on the other end of the screen. Please cooperate with me shortly. Feng Qiao briefly outlined her plan, and although Yuli furrowed his brow, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Outside the Duke's residence, Jiang Waning stood beneath the bright lights, clearly agitated. From his vantage point, he could only see the butler of the Duke's residence communicating with someone, but the specifics of their conversation eluded him. He wondered whether the butler believed his words and whether he would be granted an audience with Feng Qiao. After all, he had sent numerous messages to Feng Qiao without receiving any replies. It was possible that the Duke had restricted Feng Qiao's contact with the outside world, or perhaps she was currently under surveillance. The Duke's residence was unwilling to intervene in the affairs of the Wind family, which was anticipated. However, if the Duke's residence obstructed Feng Qiao from engaging with outsiders, their ambitions to exploit her for the core formula of the Wind family's new suppressant would face considerable challenges. After all, the sole vulnerability of the Wind couple lay in their daughter. The sound of his black, synthetic shoes clicking against the ground echoed, revealing the man's calculating nature. Suddenly, the light brain on his wrist emitted a couple of beeps. Jiang Waning paused, scanning his surroundings cautiously before carefully opening the newly received message. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered something astonishing. Indeed, he had witnessed something remarkable. After reading the message content repeatedly, Jiang Waning stared blankly ahead. Still somewhat dazed. Feng Qiao, how could she awaken her abilities? She is merely a... Jiang Waning's mouth hung open, his throat dry, his mind in disarray. This was not how it was supposed to be. For a long time, Jiang Waning had envied Feng Qiao. Despite being weaker than an average person, she was cherished by the Wind couple like a precious gem. Even without exerting effort, she possessed far more than he had obtained through hard work. Yet more than envy, Jiang Waning felt disdain for Feng Qiao, not only because she was a frail, sickly child, but also due to her naive upbringing by the Wind family, leaving her utterly devoid of other virtues. Had she not been born into the Wind family, such a person would likely perish within days. However, even within the Wind family, her existence merely squandered resources. Such a person ought to take the initiative to depart from this world. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Feng Qiao had not succumbed, for it had provided him a swift path to ascendancy. It was the first time Jiang Waning realized that the frail child from the Wind family was not entirely without merit, especially when the Wind family seemed to distance themselves from them. Yet that useless girl still naively considered him a friend and engaged him in conversation. Jiang Waning thought to himself that the Wind family had managed to raise such a waste, which was not without its advantages. Unfortunately, because he had initially looked down upon the Wind family's little burden, all his companionship had been mere pretense, resulting in Feng Qiao occasionally chatting with him, but lacking any profound emotional connection. At that moment, Jiang Waning could not help but feel a fleeting pang of regret. Had he known earlier, he should have invested more effort to make this insignificant individual wholeheartedly love him. ideally to the extent that the Feng couple would insist on marrying her to him, irrespective of their own reservations. However, the situation had reached a critical juncture, and regret was futile. Jiang Weining was not one to squander his time and energy on such meaningless pursuits. Without Feng Qiao, there were still others. Yes, there were indeed others. In an instant, Jiang Weining's dazed expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. Even if Feng Qiao awakened her abilities, she would still remain a useless person, now that the Feng family had fallen from grace. Once he obtained the core formula for the latest inhibitor developed by the Feng family, he would be able to establish an enterprise far more formidable than theirs. Regaining his clarity after a brief moment of shock, Jiang Weining realized that he now had only 2 tasks at hand. Oh no, it had become 3. Yet, for Jiang Weining, the most crucial matter remained singular. He lifted his gaze toward the distant duke's residence, his dark eyes gleaming with avarice. He must acquire the new inhibitor formula from the Feng family. He was determined to rise above the rest. Meanwhile, the conversation between the butler and Feng Qiao quickly came to a close. Understanding the butler's plan, Feng Qiao was eager to procure evidence and rescue her parents. And thus she was fully cooperative. Each party had their own agenda, but it was evident that this time Jiang Weining's meticulous schemes would come to naught. The thought of soon encountering Jiang Weining caused Feng Qiao to tremble uncontrollably. She feared that she might lose control and harm him upon their meeting. Standing outside, she took several deep breaths until her emotions settled, and only then did she slowly make her way to the reception room. Jiang Weining had not seen Feng Qiao for quite some time, yet in his memory she had not changed much, whether at 10, 15, or 18 years of age. Regardless of how her appearance evolved, at her core, she remained that innocent and easily deceived girl. Qiao Qiao. Upon seeing Feng Qiao enter, Jiang Weining immediately rose to his feet. His adeptly masked eyes sparkled with urgency as he quickly assessed Feng Qiao before letting out a sigh of relief. I haven't heard from you all day, and I was worried about your health. Now that I see you are well, I can rest easy. Chapter 9. Memory Issues. Feng Qiao let her hands hang by her sides, regarding the man across from her as if he were a stranger. After a moment, she spoke with a hint of confusion in her voice. Do you know me? Jiang Weining felt as though he had been struck by lightning. All the carefully prepared words he had brought with him evaporated the instant Feng Qiao uttered that sentence. What did she mean by asking if he knew her? Of course, they knew each other. A bewildering thought flickered through Jiang Weining's mind as he took a step back, only to bump into the corner of the table, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. The butler, standing nearby, observed Feng Qiao's performance and sighed, his tone somewhat disheartened. It seems the lady does not remember you either. Jiang Weining quickly disregarded his pain, turning his head stiffly to glance at the butler and then at Feng Qiao, who stood there as if she were a stranger, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. What does this mean? Sighing heavily, the butler explained, the lady suffered an injury, and after awakening, her memory has become somewhat muddled. She no longer recalls the people or events prior to her arrival at the Duke's residence. Memory issues. Jiang Weining took a deep breath, still grappling with the realization of Feng Qiao's amnesia, when he heard Yuli continue. The doctor suggested that the lady should spend time with individuals she used to know, as it may assist in restoring her memory. Since you are a friend of the lady, could you engage her in conversation about her past? It might help her recollect. Jiang Weining felt a surge of agitation. If Feng Qiao's memory was compromised, would she even remember the formula for the Feng family's new drug? No, she did not even recognize him. Even if she remembered where the formula was hidden, would she trust him enough to share it? A shadow of despair clouded Jiang Weining's gaze as he contemplated the unfortunate timing of Feng Qiao's memory loss. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of concern, nodding earnestly at the butler. Of course, as Qiao Qiao's friend, I too wish for her to recover her memory soon. However, I must admit that my ability to express myself is somewhat limited. Simply talking may not suffice. I believe it would be more beneficial to take Qiao Qiao to places she frequented in the past. It could aid her memory restoration. Jiang Weining's reasoning held merit. Yuli remained silent for a moment, still hesitant about allowing Feng Qiao to leave the Duke's residence. Finally, he said, "The lady's health is fragile. Excessive exertion is inadvisable. We must wait for the doctor to confirm her condition before considering such matters." Yuli did not outright refuse, leaving Jiang Wei-ning with little room to argue, especially since Feng Qiao's health was indeed a concern. Throughout the conversation, Feng Qiao maintained a detached demeanor, appearing indifferent to the proceedings. Jiang Wei-ning was caught off guard by Feng Qiao's sudden amnesia, and that evening, he was unable to achieve the purpose for which he had come to the Duke's residence, with subsequent plans likely to be affected as well. Despite feeling exceedingly disheartened, Jiang Wei-ning remained at the Duke's residence for an entire hour, recounting many stories from Feng Qiao's childhood. It was not until the butler reminded him that it was late and that Feng Qiao needed rest that he reluctantly rose to leave. "Take care and rest well. I will come to see you again in a few days. If you wish to learn more about your past, we can communicate as well." Jiang Wei-ning gazed at Feng Qiao with a gentle concern, reminiscent of a caring older brother looking after a neighbor's younger sister. Feng Qiao maintained a polite smile, responding courteously, "Thank you." Jiang Wei-ning felt a pang of discomfort at her words. The smile he wore faltered for a moment before he replied, feigning sincerity, "You're welcome. We are friends after all. I hope you can recover your memories soon." Once outside the Duke's residence, the facade of concern and friendliness Jiang Wei-ning had maintained for an hour finally crumbled. During that brief hour, he had been stifled by Feng Qiao's distant politeness countless times. Yet, these feelings were not the most pressing concern. The most critical issue was when Feng Qiao's memory would be restored. To obtain the new drug formula from the Feng family promptly, he could no longer rely solely on Feng Qiao. Jiang Wei-ning exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The reason he had once dared to claim he could procure the new formula from the Feng pharmaceutical company was largely due to Feng Qiao. However now, what should have been a straightforward task had become complicated due to her amnesia. After much contemplation along the way, Jiang Wei-ning ultimately failed to devise a better plan. This matter might still require the assistance of that individual. Although extracting the formula from the Feng family through his own means would yield results vastly different from obtaining it with that person's help, he had no other viable options under the current circumstances. He had invested several months into this endeavor. He could not afford to leave empty-handed. After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang Wei-ning made his decision. He activated his holographic wristband and swiftly selected a contact labeled Shadow from his list. He had deleted all previous messages from Shadow after reading them. However, even though their chat page was now entirely blank, Jiang Wei-ning distinctly remembered every word that had been sent to him. Shadow had informed him of Feng Qiao's awakening abilities while assigning him two tasks. First, to assess Bai Siqi's current mental strength, and second, to investigate how Feng Qiao had awakened her powers. Originally, Jiang Wei-ning sought merely the formula for the new suppressants, paying little heed to the two matters at hand. However, he now found himself compelled to contemplate these issues. 3 years prior, Duke Bai Siqi of the Empire had his mental faculties compromised on the battlefield by the Shadow clan, leading to a precarious situation that necessitated his withdrawal to recuperate at the Duke's estate. Jiang Wei-ning recalled the considerable stir that arose when Bai Siqi first returned from the front lines. Yet, as 3 years elapsed, discussions regarding Bai Siqi had dwindled in everyday life. The Shadow urged him to monitor Bai Siqi's mental state, leaving Jiang Wei-ning to ponder whether the contamination of Bai Siqi's mental energy had worsened, potentially edging toward chaos. Should that be the case, regardless of Bai Siqi's past contributions to the Empire, the revelation would obliterate the Duke's current prestige. Upon Bai Siqi's demise, he would no longer need to worry about anyone scrutinizing the Feng family's pharmaceutical case. As for how Feng Qiao awakened her powers, although Jiang Wei-ning harbored curiosity, he realized that given Feng Qiao's current state, she would yield no answers, and he could only proceed step by step. Calculating swiftly in his mind, he decided to relay the news of Feng Qiao's amnesia to the Shadow on the other end. Chapter 10. Feng Qiao's fevered Duke's estate. It was not until Jiang Wei-ning completely departed from the Duke's residence that the tension within Feng Qiao began to ease. She exhaled deeply, reflecting on her parents' current plight, and clenched her fists slightly, nervously asking, "Uncle Yu, do you think Jiang Weining believes I have lost my memory?" Yu Li, lowering his gaze, discerned the anxiety within Feng Qiao and the facade of calm she attempted to project, stirring a sense of affection in his heart. Previously, when Feng Qiao proposed to feign amnesia, Yu Li had vehemently opposed the idea, fearing that if she failed to disguise it properly, Jiang Weining would detect the ruse, thereby hindering their efforts to gather evidence. However, to his astonishment, Feng Qiao had executed the deception remarkably well. Had he not been informed beforehand, he might have been deceived by her as well. Yet, had the Feng family not suffered such calamity, how could this girl, raised under the vigilant protection of her family, have been driven to such extremes? Contemplating this, Yu Li's gaze softened as he addressed Feng Qiao. "Madam, your disguise has been executed flawlessly. The other party has not detected any flaws. I have stationed people to observe the Jiang family, and we have begun collecting evidence from other avenues. I believe we shall soon restore the Feng family's honor." Feng Qiao replied with a gentle her tightly clenched fingers gradually releasing. She trusted Yu Li's capabilities, even if only for the sake of acquiring the special plans to stabilize Bai Siqi's current condition. Yu Li would undoubtedly exert his utmost effort. Exhaling, Feng Qiao's expression brightened slightly. "Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Yu." Yu Li nodded. "Rest assured, madam. It is getting late. I shall escort you back to rest." With that, he led Feng Qiao toward the clinic. Adjacent to the clinic, they had prepared a new room for the two of them. However, Yu Li and Yiqin were concerned about Bai Siqi potentially encountering issues. Thus, Feng Qiao's room was not situated alongside Bai Siqi's. After watching Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi enter their respective rooms, Yu Li inquired about Bai Siqi's condition, only for his wrist communicator to start beeping incessantly. Yu Li glanced down, and his previously concerned expression turned grave. He hastily instructed Yiqin to monitor the Duke's condition and to notify him immediately of any issues before he hurriedly exited. As Feng Qiao had indicated, the Jiang family indeed presented an excellent opportunity. Much of the evidence they had uncovered stemmed from investigations into the Jiang family and individuals associated with them. Just moments ago, the informant he had dispatched to surveil the Jiang family had provided him with new intelligence. That night, in pursuit of restoring the Feng family's honor, Yu Li scarcely slept. In the clinic, on the first night of her rebirth, Feng Qiao found herself restless, Jiang Weining's visage recurring in her dreams, an image she could not escape. In her dazed state, Feng Qiao struggled to discern whether her rebirth was merely a beautiful, fragile dream or a tangible reality. Perhaps upon awakening, she would discover she had never truly departed that planet. Whispering softly to herself, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, yet she felt ensnared in the dream, unable to break free. Before long, the perspiration intensified, and an unusual flush appeared on her cheeks. Beep beep. The automated monitoring system detected Feng Qiao's temperature exceeding 37.5 degrees Celsius, emitting a faint alarm. Outside, Yiqin was roused by the alarm, startled from his slumber, and hurriedly dashed toward Bai Siqi's room without even donning his shoes. After a couple of steps, Yiqin's muddled mind began to clear, sensing that something was amiss. He abruptly halted, glancing back at the display of the alarm system, and upon seeing it indicated an abnormal temperature in room 02, he involuntarily exhaled in relief. The unprecedented tension dissipated in that moment, and Yiqin took a couple of steps back, quickly tapping the screen to gather more specific data. Frowning slightly, he muttered, "Why the sudden fever?" He swiftly proceeded to fetch antipyretic medication. Given Feng Qiao's frail condition, even a minor cold could exacerbate her already precarious health. So Yiqin certainly could not afford to be negligent. Feng Qiao continued to suffer from nightmares, and even after administering the injection, her condition showed little improvement. Thankfully, although her temperature had not decreased, it had also not risen further. Yet her consciousness seemed to slip into a deep slumber from which she could not be roused. While Yiqin focused intently on Feng Qiao's health, Bai Siqi, just a wall away, was also faring poorly. By 2 in the morning, Bai Siqi awoke, pallid and tormented. He cradled his head in his hands, his dark brows knitted tightly in anguish. The next moment, A suppressed groan escaped his lips as he involuntarily rolled off the bed with a thud. Duke, hearing the commotion next door, Yi Qin hesitated to rush in immediately. He stood at the door, accessing the internal surveillance to confirm that Bai Siqi still retained his faculties before cautiously opening the door. Bai Siqi pressed his hands to his temples, his body rolling against the cold wall, muffled whimpers escaping him, occasionally punctuated by a plaintive cry of distress. It hurts. Yi Qin, holding a tranquilizer gun, followed the movement of the figure on the ground. Although Bai Siqi still appeared rational, Yi Qin remained on high alert. Duke, are you experiencing a headache? It hurts. The figure on the ground rolled a few more times. Unsure if he was responding to Yi Qin's inquiry or if the pain had dulled his capacity for thought. After waiting a while longer, the sound of a gunshot shattered the silence that enveloped the room. The following day, when Feng Qiao awoke, she felt excessively weak, her throat tingling as if something were crawling within. Clearing her throat uncomfortably, she was about to speak when a small robot with a round head and a stubby body rolled in on wheels. Madam, would you like some hot water? The little robot held up a tray, its soft, melodic voice exuding an endearing charm. Feng Qiao nodded, taking a cup from the tray it offered and sipping slowly, feeling somewhat better. However, when she finally spoke, her voice was noticeably weak. Am I ill? Madam, you experienced a mild fever last night, and your temperature has yet to return to normal. The kitchen has prepared a light porridge. Does the lady wish to partake? The expected response only deepened Feng Qiao's already waning complexion. Since unexpectedly falling onto that star in her previous life, aside from the incident where her legs were amputated, Feng Qiao had not fallen ill again. Her health improved day by day. This made it difficult for her to accept that the original her had frequently suffered from minor ailments every 3 days and major illnesses every 5 days, with hardly any moments of robust health. Chapter 11. The marriage can be dissolved despite her illness. Feng Qiao found herself lacking in appetite. Realizing her current body could hardly withstand any strain, she instructed the small robot to bring the porridge prepared by the kitchen, consuming it in small sips. After half the bowl was finished, she felt slightly better, her mind beginning to awaken. As she continued to eat tastelessly, she inquired of the small robot, "Where's Dr. Yi?" The small robot's screen flickered a red light, pausing for 2 seconds before responding in a tone even more subdued than before. Father is helping Duke with his illness. However, they have been inside for 4 hours now and have yet to emerge. The small robot's rotund body wobbled slightly, seemingly anxious. Feng Qiao's hand holding the bowl trembled as she gazed at the small robot, her voice tinged with urgency. What happened to Bai Siqi? As she uttered these words, the conversation from yesterday with Yi Qin resurfaced in her mind. She placed the bowl back onto the tray the small robot held and swiftly donned her shoes, heading outside. The small robot shook its head, rolling along behind her, its chubby face illuminated by a flashing red light, persistently reminding her, "Madam, your body has yet to recover. You need to rest well." Ignoring its concerns, Feng Qiao quickly scanned her surroundings, her gaze locking onto the closed door just 3 steps away. That was Bai Siqi's room. Turning on her heel, she approached Bai Siqi's door. After some negotiation, she finally gained entry. Upon opening the door, muffled whimpers escaped from within, and following the sound, Feng Qiao tilted her head slightly, spotting Bai Siqi on a specially designed hospital bed. His hands and feet securely fastened to the corners of the bed, lying perfectly still. The man's complexion appeared pale, his damp short hair clinging to his cheek, his black eyes unfocused, and a sizable piece of adhesive tape sealed his mouth, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. Feng Qiao seemed somewhat startled by the scene before her, her hands at her sides clenching slightly. She looked towards the man, standing solemnly in front of the monitoring equipment, her lips moving gently. "Duke." Yi Qin's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the fluctuating data on the screen, his brow furrowed deeply, his handsome face marred by fatigue. After a long pause, he finally sat down heavily in a chair, his voice weak yet conscious. However, his mental state is extremely unstable. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously weak whimpering suddenly took on a more aggressive tone. Bai Siqi's arms and legs tensed abruptly, and the only part of him that could still move, the head, threw itself back with force, the veins on his neck bulging slightly. He resembled a tightly strung bow, poised to snap at any moment. Feng Qiao lowered her gaze, fixating on Bai Siqi's somewhat contorted features on the hospital bed, her clenched fist gradually loosening. "Can we not administer an anesthetic?" A drop of sweat trickled down her temple, landing on the specially designed bed with a soft thud. In the chair, Yiqin closed his eyes slightly, masking the fatigue within them. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it is best to maintain consciousness for observation a while longer. Perhaps overwhelmed by exhaustion, Yiqin did not open his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. A complex expression flashed through Feng Qiao's eyes, her already pale complexion growing even paler. She stepped forward, her fingers twitching slightly at her side. Her unique ability could not only affect plants. It might also yield better results when directly applied to someone experiencing mental turmoil. In her previous life, Feng Qiao had kept this secret hidden from everyone, fearing the consequences of revealing it. Although at that time, whether she concealed it or not, the outcome would not have differed significantly, she remained cautious, aware of its effectiveness on those with mental disturbances. In this life, apart from that peculiar star, Feng Qiao wished to conceal any differences from others. She simply wanted to rescue her family and live a stable life. With the plan from that star, Bai Siqi's mental issues could also be resolved. Perhaps when Bai Siqi's mental health was entirely restored, they could dissolve their marriage. A different whimper interrupted Feng Qiao's thoughts, redirecting her attention to Bai Siqi. On the specialized hospital bed, he had finally endured a wave of mental turmoil. His chest rose and fell, and his once dignified features now appeared like a forsaken puppy. Noticing Feng Qiao's lack of reaction, the man on the bed strained to move his lips, his pleading gaze fixated on the tape sealing his mouth. The message unmistakably clear. "Do you want me to remove the tape?" Feng Qiao understood Bai Siqi's intent. With glistening eyes, he blinked rapidly, his damp hair swaying slightly with his anxious movements. Seeing that the man on the bed could still communicate with her, Feng Qiao felt a sense of relief wash over her. With pale, slender fingers, she slowly lifted a corner of the tape, and in mere seconds, the tape was completely removed. With a long sigh, he exhaled deeply, his obsidian eyes lacking the depth they once held. Now bearing a hint of innocence as they fixated on Feng Qiao, his voice clearly weak. "Do not worry, I am fine." Feng Qiao lowered her head, remaining silent for a while before finally crouching down and resting her hand on Bai Siqi's tightly clenched left fist, softly responding. Nearby, seeing this tender interaction, Yiqin slowly closed his eyes again, slumping into his chair, his breathing gradually slowing. He pondered how Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao had come to know each other. If Bai Siqi could regain his memories, that would be fortunate. If not, it would be a considerable torment for someone who retained all their memories. Yiqin silently lamented for Feng Qiao, but did not intrude upon their rare moment together. Unaware of Yiqin's thoughts, Feng Qiao did not linger in the room due to her health concerns. After returning, she contacted the Duke's steward, Yu Li. Perhaps Jiang Wei Ning and those behind him had not anticipated Yu Li's swift actions. In just one night, he managed to uncover some information. Those who had exhibited erratic mental states after consuming Feng's new suppressants were not only unaffected, but had experienced direct turmoil, suggesting that the cause of their mental issues likely did not stem from the suppressants themselves. As concrete evidence was unattainable, it remained a phase of speculation, and Yuli did not elaborate on the specifics. He only mentioned that he would meet Feng Qiao's parents in the afternoon, as there might be other useful information to glean. Chapter 12. A visitor at the Duke's Manor. Moreover, the trial date was set for tomorrow, and there was something Yuli needed to confirm with Feng's parents. "Is there anything you wish for me to convey to them?" After 3 years apart from her parents, while Feng Qiao yearned to accompany him, the current circumstances did not permit her to do so. Furthermore, having just suffered a night of fever, her health was unstable. Given that she had feigned amnesia to bait Jiang Wei Ning, it was best for her to remain at the Duke's Manor for the time being. With merely 2 sentences exchanged, Feng Qiao ended the communication. The wait was not particularly long, for Feng Qiao was not devoid of tasks at hand. Bai Siqi's condition was far from satisfactory, and Yuli was preoccupied with matters concerning her parents. Even though she wished to keep the secondary aspect of her abilities concealed, she felt compelled to contribute in some manner. Clutching 3 wild seed pods of unknown origin, Feng Qiao meticulously nurtured them with her powers, all the while anticipating good news from Yuli. However, before such tidings could arrive, shortly after Yuli's departure, Feng Qiao received notice from the guards at the entrance that the Roth family's Duke Cashier, Viscount Manlaw, and the imperial treasurer had come to pay a visit. Yi Qin, who was examining Feng Qiao's health, let out a soft exhale, remarking on the tenacity of these hounds with a discernible nose for opportunity. It was apparent to him that these individuals had rushed over as soon as the butler left the Duke's residence. He understood their intentions well. As long as they could not ascertain that Bai Siqi's mental faculties were utterly compromised, they would not dare to act decisively. Yi Qin's gaze shifted towards Feng Qiao. The Duchess, expressing that the current instability of the Duke's condition necessitated her assistance in handling these visitors until he was prepared to escort the Duke. Feng Qiao pondered deeply. Should others become aware of Bai Siqi's plight, even his status as a duke would not shield him from being dispatched to Lu Feixing. Yuli had likely placed them here to prevent any leaks. The duke's residence now had only Bai Siqi left, and since the onset of his mental issues 3 years ago, numerous factions had been eyeing the duke's estate, waiting for the moment Bai Siqi lost control completely to seize both his power and wealth. However, it seemed that due to the Bai family's long-standing contributions to the empire, their public reputation remained exceptionally high. Even though many coveted the Duke's estate, they dared only to act covertly. Feng Qiao harbored no doubts about Yi Qin's ability to temporarily stabilize Bai Siqi's condition. After all, he had managed to remain in the Duke's residence for 3 years in her previous life, and there was little reason he could not do so again in this one. Their partnership could indeed be mutually beneficial, and as long as she was not pushed beyond her limits, Feng Qiao would be inclined to assist. With a light tap on the small vial containing the 3 seed pods in her pocket, she nodded resolutely, agreeing to meet them in the reception room. The 2 elegantly dressed men did not spare a glance at the steaming tea on the table, leaning back casually in their chairs as if they were in their own home. Yet, within moments, the tall, slender man in blue formal wear shifted uncomfortably against the rigid chair, unable to find a comfortable position. After years of tradition, the Duke's manner maintained its antiquated style, and he could not fathom what made such stiff furnishings appealing. If not for the rumors surrounding the new Duke's potentially irreversible mental struggles, he would not have endured such discomfort. Viscount Man attempted several positions, but found none satisfactory. As time ticked by with no sign of anyone arriving, he directed an annoyed glance at the Duke Cashier and the young treasurer, who had recently assumed office, and could not restrain his irritation. What on earth is the Duke preoccupied with? Is it possible that his mental state has deteriorated to the point where he cannot maintain his composure to greet guests? As he mused on this, a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his light blue eyes. The young treasurer, with his gaze lowered, appeared oblivious to the Viscount's remarks. He absent-mindedly lifted the steaming cup of tea from the table and took a delicate sip, immersing himself in the experience of the beverage as if he were merely visiting for tea without ulterior motives. Duke Cashier's attention remained fixed at the entrance of the reception room. Although he too found the Duke's manners uncomfortable wooden seats unwelcoming, he exhibited far more patience than Viscount Man. His dark green eyes observed the figure approaching. Seemingly speaking for Bai Siqi, the Duke has only been married for 2 days, and now such turmoil has arisen. Surely he is distressed by these events. Is it wise for us to intrude at such a moment? While Viscount Man fumed, he could not help but scoff at the Duke's words, speaking without restraint. The Feng family's pharmaceutical company seems oblivious to reality, recklessly distributing untested products is a recipe for disaster. Fortunately, we have remained cautious with these unverified new products, sparing our family from any losses. However, shifting his tone, Viscount Man's expression darkened as he derided. The Feng family has built quite a reputation over the years, and many have rushed to purchase this new suppressor based solely on their name. Yet those individuals have been severely misled. It has come to light that nearly 100 people have suffered adverse effect from the Feng's new suppressor, with 3 reported fatalities. Although these individuals were promptly taken to nearby hospitals, the young treasurer set down his teacup, his peripheral vision catching sight of someone entering the doorway, leaving his statement unfinished. Feng Qiao had been monitoring the information circulating on the Star Network. While it was evident that someone had conspired against the Feng family, the thought of so many innocent victims left her hands clenched involuntarily. Viscount Lawman remained oblivious to Feng Qiao's arrival, seemingly indifferent to the casualties caused by the suppressor. The Empire's demand for suppressors remained consistently high, and those whose mental states were compromised would find it nearly impossible to live without them. To be without a suppressor was akin to hastening their demise. For the sake of survival, even if the prices soared, many would spend their last coin to procure one. Initially, the production of suppressors was predominantly under the control of the nobility, dictating the prices accordingly. In the early days of the Feng family's pharmaceutical company, they managed to price their suppressors slightly lower than their competitors. This pricing strategy allowed them to navigate through the initial challenging growth phase, gradually solidifying their position. Nevertheless, their suppressors remained priced lower than others. Thus, provided people could procure the Feng family suppressors, the likelihood of them opting for alternative products was minimal. Chapter 13. A mishap was inevitable when the Feng family's pharmaceutical company was still in its infancy. Their limited production capacity meant their impact was relatively minor. However, as the Feng group grew, the number of affected suppressor manufacturers began to rise. The Lawman family also owned a small suppressor production company, which, while not generating substantial revenue, contributed modestly to the family's income. Yet, ever since the rise of the Feng family's pharmaceutical company, the Lawman family's suppressor business had been in decline, teetering on the brink of closure. Now, with such a significant incident befalling the Feng family, it provided them with some relief. Producing a qualified suppressor is inherently complex, and the Feng family's lower prices undoubtedly necessitated cost-cutting in other areas. It was merely a matter of time before issues arose. Viscount Lawman's tone was laced with disdain, revealing his deep-seated animosity towards the Feng family's pharmaceutical enterprise. Only after he had spoken did he notice Feng Qiao's presence in the reception room, his gaze scrutinizing her without a hint of restraint. What a pity that some individuals must risk their lives to grasp such a fundamental truth. His light blue eyes were filled with contempt and disdain as he barely acknowledged Feng Qiao. She had originally intended to engage in mere pleasantries with these visitors to buy some time. Unexpectedly, upon arriving, one of them made disparaging remarks about the Feng family, prompting Feng Qiao to feel a surge of indignation. After all, the Bai Siqi was indifferent to offending others from another perspective. The presence of these three individuals at the Duke's residence likely harbored ulterior motives. With their claws outstretched, if the Bai Siqi did not respond, it would only appear weak and easily bullied. The esteemed Lawman Ziju, having spent 2 days and nights overseeing his own pharmaceutical company, was undoubtedly the most diligent and down-to-earth noble of the empire, possessing knowledge beyond that of ordinary folk. With a faint smile gracing her lips, Feng Qiao composedly made her way to the main seat in the reception hall. Lawman Ziju, hesitant to directly confront Bai Siqi, initially sought to undermine Bai Siqi's newlywed wife. However, Feng Qiao's opening remarks struck a sensitive chord, causing his expression to darken. Despite the fact that it was nearly an accepted truth among nobles that their family's small pharmaceutical company had ceased operations years ago, Lawman Ziju would steadfastly deny this in front of outsiders. The Clark family's pharmaceutical company, even if closed, would never resort to cutting corners or delivering inferior products. However, aside from the Clark family, no one else was privy to whether their previous pharmaceutical company engaged in such practices. Currently, the focus was on Feng Qiao. A mere small enterprise lacking in connections dared to spurn the goodwill of imperial nobles and had managed to thrive atop their heads for years. It was unknown how many individuals secretly wished to bring them down. Only today had someone finally taken action against Feng Qiao, leading Lawman Ziju to question whether they truly lacked any backing. Yet, starting today, such matters would no longer concern Lawman Ziju. Perhaps the pent-up frustration from years past found release, coupled with the absence of Bai Siqi, which emboldened Lawman Ziju even further. He regarded Feng Qiao with a tone of condescension. It was said that Feng Qiao had been established for over 20 years, founded by its creator to secure fortune for his ailing daughter. For years, the price of their suppressants had remained at a minimum. Now that the new type of suppressant sold by Feng Qiao had resulted in numerous fatalities, one wondered how much longer his sickly daughter could endure. Feng Qiao's gaze turned frosty as she regarded Lawman Ziju of the Clark family. Her words sharp as she retorted that Lawman Ziju's concern for the ailing child was misplaced, as she was still alive and well. It appeared that this incident bore little connection to Feng Qiao. One could only speculate which envious rat had resorted to such underhanded tactics against Feng Qiao. Yet, as Lawman Ziju remarked, with so many lives lost, it was unlikely that the perpetrator would continue to thrive. Suddenly, Lawman Ziju turned to Feng Qiao, seemingly taken aback by her calm demeanor. His pale blue eyes narrowed slightly, and he refrained from responding to Feng Qiao's words. It was the Duke Qiao Qiao, seated opposite Feng Qiao, who inadvertently interjected, asking if she implied that someone had deliberately framed Feng Qiao due to the recent troubles. Feng Qiao responded with conviction, affirming that it was indeed the case. After years of diligent operation, there was no reason for Feng Qiao to tarnish its reputation by self-sabotaging, especially not at this juncture. Moreover, any new suppressant would undergo rigorous testing prior to its official release. If issues arose only upon public sale, it was evident to anyone that something was amiss. The three present fell momentarily silent, acknowledging the validity of her reasoning, though they were aware that numerous individuals had experienced complications after consuming Feng Qiao's products. If Feng Qiao could not provide compelling evidence of its innocence, it would inevitably bear the blame. Lawman Ziju had previously regarded Feng Qiao as somewhat astute, but it now appeared that she was merely a superficial figure, indulging in verbal sparring. Nonetheless, this matter was not of great concern to him. Their primary purpose was to verify Bai Siqi's condition. Duke Qiao's eyes flickered with intrigue as he pivoted the conversation back to the main issue, expressing concern over the absence of Bai Gongjue. Had they arrived at an inopportune moment, interrupting some pressing matter? Ever since Bai Siqi's mental faculties had begun to falter 3 years prior, he had gradually withdrawn from the battlefield, particularly in the last 2 years, spending nearly all his time at the Duke's residence, seemingly indifferent to external affairs. If there were pressing matters, it might be that Bai Siqi's mental state had become uncontrollable, preventing him from appearing. Feng Qiao discerned the veiled implications in Duke Qiao's words. If she continued along that line of reasoning, the three would undoubtedly conclude that Bai Siqi's mental condition was in disarray. Rather than heeding her advice to leave, they would likely seek any means to meet Bai Siqi. In the face of their scrutinizing gazes, Feng Qiao boldly declared that indeed, there were important matters at hand. The three exchanged glances. Before they could respond, Feng Qiao continued, explaining that since 3 years ago, Qi's mental stability had been precarious. Although the suppressants available in the market had provided some effect, they had not resolved Qi's mental issues. However, before she could finish her thought, a glimmer of brightness flashed in her eyes. She stood, leaving the three individuals who had been intently listening to her speak, and with a joyful smile, walked towards the reception room door. Chapter 14. Bai Siqi's anomaly. Qi, you have arrived. Feng Qiao naturally took Bai Siqi's hand, casting a discreet glance outside, relieved not to see Yiqin's figure, before leading Bai Siqi further inside. Bai Siqi responded with a soft acknowledgement, his deep black eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness. He grasped her hand slightly, appearing as if he was attempting to reciprocate Feng Qiao's grasp. Although the gesture was subtle and easily overlooked, it did not escape the attention of the three individuals in the reception hall. Instantly, their minds brimmed with new theories regarding the sudden marriage between Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao. Unperturbed by their speculations, Bai Siqi followed Feng Qiao's lead to the main seat, recalling how his father had interacted with these nobles and flawlessly mimicking his demeanor. As Feng Qiao listened to Bai Siqi engage effortlessly with the three, she felt a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Questioning whether Dr. Yiqin could indeed restore Bai Siqi's memory, in such a short time. Moreover, she wondered what sacrifices had been made to achieve Bai Siqi's seemingly normal state and how long it could last. Observing the ongoing dialogue among the three, their probing gazes fixated on Bai Siqi, it remained unclear whether they were aware of any means within the Duke's residence to temporarily stabilize individuals with mental instability, prompting their vigilant observation. Today, a situation might not resolve easily. Feng Qiao pondered these thoughts, her fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on Bai Siqi's palm. Feeling a slight tingling sensation, Bai Siqi struggled to maintain his elegance and authority, his lips pressed together and his expression taut, as if enduring some discomfort. From their vantage point, the three could not perceive Feng Qiao's subtle gestures. However, their focus on Bai Siqi's mental state prompted acute attention to even the slightest shifts in his expressions. Noticing a change on Bai Siqi's face, their alertness heightened. After a prolonged delay, their intention was to ascertain whether Bai Siqi's current state was due to a gradual stabilization of his mental faculties following treatment or the result of some peculiar potion. Since the emergence of the Yingzhu, all psychics have been plagued by issues concerning their mental strength. In response, various potions have been developed, among which was a little-known special concoction that could render a severely disordered psychic indistinguishable from a normal individual for a brief period. However, once the effects wore off, the individual's mental issues would intensify. The duration of this potion's efficacy was fleeting, lasting merely about 30 minutes, which deterred most from using it unless absolutely necessary. Consuming such a potion equated to initiating a countdown on one's life. The more one ingested, the closer they drew to their demise. Nevertheless, every situation possesses dual facets. Compared to existing as a ticking time bomb, confined to a desolate space, this potion had become a last resort for many, particularly among those of noble lineage. It was deemed prudent to keep some on hand. The three of them shared a common thought, their gazes fixed intently on Bai Siqi, their irises sparkling with a nearly identical hue. Could it be that Bai Siqi had consumed this potion, seemingly oblivious to the increasingly fervent stares of the trio? Bai Siqi exerted a slight force with his left hand, suddenly gripping Feng Qiao's errant fingers. He then exhaled softly, apologizing to Feng Qiao. Is it rather dull listening to us discuss these matters? Feng Qiao's fingers had been dancing in his palm for quite some time. In truth, Bai Siqi found it quite tedious as well. He could never comprehend why his father and those who sought him often spoke in such convoluted manners, rarely arriving at the point. His mother disliked such conversations. Whenever these visitors came for his father, his mood would sour due to the forced separation from her. Yet, he could never fathom why his father chose to endure such self-inflicted torment. Unexpectedly, he had grown to embody the very traits of his father that he once found inscrutable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Bai Siqi's emotions grew subtly complex. With his fingers suddenly grasped, Feng Qiao snapped back to reality. She had not realized the movements of her fingers during her contemplation, and sensing the strength of his grip, she worried that Bai Siqi's mental state might be deteriorating. However, upon closer inspection of Bai Siqi, she discerned that this was not the case. Why then did Bai Siqi clutch her so firmly? Connecting Bai Siqi's earlier words, Feng Qiao appeared to grasp something, forcing herself to speak. Well, it's not too dull. It's just that I can't contribute to what you're saying. Lord Layman felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing the scene unfold contrary to his expectations. Concurrently, his disdain for Feng Qiao intensified. The other two also released nearly imperceptible sighs. Although Bai Siqi's demeanor did not exhibit signs of mental instability, less than 30 minutes had elapsed since his arrival. Until the final moment, any conclusions would be premature. The trio settled once more. Observing Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao engage in conversation, seemingly oblivious to their presence. None of the three felt compelled to interrupt. Their purpose was not to converse with Bai Siqi, but to wait. If he remained unchanged after another 10 minutes, it would suggest that the information they had received was likely erroneous. In another room, Yi Qin anxiously monitored the images streaming from the surveillance, his palms slick with sweat. Although he had administered a potion modified by his mother, which bore fewer side effects and lasted longer, he worried that Bai Siqi, having lost his memories, might struggle with the remnants of his 5-year-old self. Fortunately, despite the absence of memories beyond that age, Bai Siqi possessed sufficient understanding of the former duke. This was aided by the similar personalities exhibited by the two dukes, which alleviated potential complications. Yiqin exhaled softly, patting his chest as he continued to anxiously observe the screen. After exchanging a few tender words, the newlywed couple concluded their private discourse, and the atmosphere in the reception room resumed its former vibrancy. Although neither Bai Siqi nor Feng Qiao relished engaging in superficial pleasantries, they could not persist in their private conversation, neglecting the others present. The current topic, however, was decidedly lighter than those prior. 10 minutes slipped away in the blink of an eye as Feng Qiao listened intently to the young imperial treasurer recount amusing anecdotes about various planets, her eyes shimmering with longing as she yearned to traverse those celestial bodies. Alas, her current condition allowed for naught but a resigned sigh. Chapter 15. How long to hold the Duke and Duchess Bai were still youthful, with ample time ahead of them. Duke Kazal offered a casual word of comfort to Feng Qiao before adjusting his attire and rising. Noticing the Duke's movement, the treasurer followed suit, retrieving several pre-prepared gift boxes from his spatial pouch, placing them neatly on the table before him, his amber eyes glimmering with a gentle smile. Observing Bai Siqi's condition, His Majesty would surely be reassured. These gifts were specially prepared by His Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince for the Duke and Duchess on their nuptials. Furthermore, His Majesty was aware of the Duchess's health concerns and had instructed that she should not hesitate to voice any needs. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi expressed their gratitude for the Emperor's kindness, finally managing to send away the three individuals with ulterior motives, allowing them a moment to breathe easily. Turning around, Feng Qiao intended to hasten back with Bai Siqi when she suddenly felt a weight on her left shoulder. A barely audible sound, discernible only to the two of them, escaped Bai Siqi's lips, causing Feng Qiao to tense instantly. She struggled to maintain her stance without swaying. Quickly glancing at Bai Siqi and whispering, "Just hold on a bit longer. I'll take you to find Yiqin." Bai Siqi responded with a low murmur, clearly disinclined to engage in conversation. Fortunately, his complexion had not changed drastically compared to before. Merely his brows were slightly furrowed, and his deep black eyes reflected a hint of agitation. Feng Qiao felt a degree of reassurance as she supported Bai Siqi's arm and guided him toward the treatment room. The piercing pain in Bai Siqi's head intensified, and though he gritted his teeth, muffled groans continued to escape his throat. To prevent anyone from noticing Bai Siqi's distress, Feng Qiao quickened her pace. As the pain escalated, Bai Siqi's actions began to grow increasingly erratic. However, unlike the chaotic state of mental turmoil he had previously exhibited, he now felt an unprecedented clarity despite the throbbing agony in his head, as if it might explode at any moment. Qiao Qiao. A voice of barely contained anguish emanated from Bai Siqi's throat, his mature tone tinged with a childlike plea that tugged at Feng Qiao's heartstrings, compelling her to quicken her steps. Bai Siqi leaned against Feng Qiao's shoulder, his tall frame bending slightly, resembling an oversized koala as he clung to her like a lifeline. Though suffering, he was mindful of Feng Qiao's delicate stature, refraining from placing his full weight upon her. Otherwise, it would not be Feng Qiao aiding Bai Siqi forward, but rather the other way around, with her pinned to the ground. Another wave of searing pain surged through him, causing Bai Siqi to halt momentarily, clutching Feng Qiao's arm tighter, as though grasping a vital lifeline. Caught off guard, Feng Qiao was pulled back, yet she managed to steady the still balanced Bai Siqi. Just as she felt relieved that neither of them had fallen to the ground, in the next moment, Feng Qiao's feet suddenly left the ground as Bai Siqi lifted her up into his embrace. Qiao Qiao. A familiar voice resonated in her ears. Pulling Feng Qiao's thoughts away from the fleeting black and white silhouette, she had caught a glimpse of behind Bai Siqi. She parted her lips, momentarily unsure whether to ask Bai Siqi to set her down or to inform him that they seemed to be under surveillance by some spies placed in the Duke's residence. Alternatively, perhaps she should first contact Yiqin. Before Feng Qiao could utter a word, Bai Siqi nuzzled his cheek against hers as if he were cherishing a precious treasure. Feng Qiao's body stiffened for a moment. Then she extended a finger to separate their faces and softly inquired in his ear, "Bai Siqi, are you still aware?" Seemingly ticklish, Bai Siqi flinched, yet the next moment, his cheek brushed against her finger again, and he clearly replied, "Yes." Feng Qiao responded, "Since you say so, I will believe you. Now, kindly set me down." Feng Qiao negotiated with Bai Siqi. Rather than releasing her, Bai Siqi tightened his grip even more. The throbbing pain in his head seemed to ease slightly due to the presence of the person in his arms. Yet two voices in his mind argued incessantly. One insisted that Feng Qiao did not wish to be held by him, deeming his actions inappropriate and lacking in decorum. The other argued that holding Feng Qiao alleviated the intensity of the side effects brought on by the special medication he had consumed. After all, they were married, so this embrace was entirely acceptable. The two voices clashed, intensifying the pain in Bai Siqi's head. Eventually, overwhelmed by the internal commotion, he disregarded the voices and, following his heart, pouted towards Feng Qiao. "My head hurts. Holding you eases the pain. Would you allow me to hold you for a little while longer?" "Just a moment," Feng Qiao retorted. "So I possess pain-relieving capabilities?" At this moment, she discerned that Bai Siqi's fragility stemmed from his headache, which is why he clung to her. Having fallen ill numerous times throughout her life, Feng Qiao could empathize with this sensation, especially since Bai Siqi presently retained only memories from when he was 5 years old. His resilience was likely diminished. After some contemplation, she gently patted Bai Siqi's head and softly urged him, "However, standing here with you embracing me may not be appropriate if others see us. Why don't we find a more secluded spot? Then you can hold me for as long as you desire, all right?" As she negotiated with Bai Siqi, she hastily messaged Yi Qin. Bai Siqi appeared to absorb Feng Qiao's words. His pale lips pressed together momentarily before he nodded in agreement. "Okay." To her surprise, Bai Siqi in this state was not overly difficult to manage. Feng Qiao exhaled softly, then directed him toward the treatment room. Bai Siqi moved slowly, and Feng Qiao did not rush him, her gaze fixed upon a nearby stone pillar. It was not until Bai Siqi turned a corner, obscuring the pillar behind a cluster of obstacles, that Feng Qiao saw no one emerge from behind the pillar nor anyone approach, prompting her to check her holographic communicator. Upon seeing Yi Qin's reply indicating readiness, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, allowing Bai Siqi to carry her back. Ah, he can still walk while carrying someone. It seems the side effects of this medication are relatively mild, and I need not concern myself with further modifications, Yi Qin joked, smoothly guiding Bai Siqi into the examination room for a checkup. Since Bai Siqi continued to hold on to Feng Qiao, she inevitably accompanied him for the examination. However, compared to her expectations that Bai Siqi would resist the examination due to the medication side effects, this was not an issue at all. Chapter 16. Issues of Mental Fortitude. The comprehensive examination results arrived swiftly. Yi Qin compared Bai Siqi's data from 10 minutes apart and raised an eyebrow at the sight of the two individuals entwined together. Given the current progress, it seemed that a sedative might not be necessary, and Bai Siqi could endure the medication side effects on his own. TSK. Yi Qin relaxed his expression, crossing his legs. The nobility and royalty should have been appeased by now. Next, they would focus on resolving matters concerning the Feng family. As time trickled by, after completing Bai Siqi's thorough examination, Yi Qin secured him onto a specially designed medical bed. During this time, Feng Qiao received a communication from Jiang Weining. Considering that the circumstances were not suitable for others to overhear, she opted not to answer. Feng Qiao intended to concentrate on resolving Bai Siqi's situation before addressing Jiang Weining. Yet the latter appeared quite persistent. In just 20 minutes, she had received 5 calls, leaving Feng Qiao puzzled as to what could be so urgent. Glancing at her wrist communicator, she made her way to her room. It seemed that Jiang Weining was genuinely anxious. Before Feng Qiao could return the call, a lengthy message of nearly 100 words arrived. Upon opening the message, she instinctively leapt from her chair. Her parents had lived in Central Star for many years, rarely venturing out, let alone coming into contact with the pollutants associated with the Shadow Clan on remote planets. Their mental fortitude had always been sound. How could they suddenly encounter issues? However, if her parents' mental fortitude remained intact, Jiang Weining's fabricated story would be easily debunked. Jiang Weining and his associates had yet to obtain what they desired, so they should not resort to such a flimsy excuse to deceive her. Suppressing her sudden unease, Feng Qiao promptly dialed Yuli's number. The ringing continued for more than a minute, yet no one answered. Feng Qiao's heart sank further. After some contemplation, she decided to return Jiang Weining's call. Qiao Qiao. The video call connected swiftly. Jiang Weining wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaling a sigh of relief as he spoke. Finally, I can reach you. Have you seen the messages I sent earlier? Today, I want to visit Uncle Feng, hoping to gather some useful information from him to prove the Feng family's innocence. I waited outside for half an hour, and just as the appointed time approached, the staff inside suddenly informed me that all scheduled appointments for today had been canceled and urged me to leave immediately. Naturally, I could not comply and lingered, attempting to glean specific details. Then I overheard the staff mention that aside from their personnel, Uncle Feng had only seen one outsider today. Moreover, it was only 10 minutes after that person left that Uncle Feng's mental fortitude began to falter. From the tone of their voices, it seemed Uncle Feng's condition was quite dire. Had it not been for the staff noticing in time, who knows what could have happened? But do not worry too much. Before leaving, I heard them say that Uncle Feng's situation has stabilized. Jiang Weining spoke rapidly, relaying a torrent of information. After finishing, he seemed to recall something, glancing at Feng Qiao's expression and hesitating before continuing. I know you do not remember your past. I am sharing this with you because I do not want you to regret it one day when you recover your memories and learn these things. You have been frail since childhood. Uncle Feng, Aunt Wenyin, and Brother Feng Lin have made countless efforts to improve your health. Never mind. Why am I telling you all this? If possible, I hope you never regain your memories in this lifetime. My own strength is too feeble to assist Uncle Feng in any way. Tomorrow is the day of the verdict, and I do not know if I should advise you to meet Uncle Feng and the others. I apologize. I seem to have spoken too much without controlling myself. I somewhat regret making this call. Disregard my previous statement. Upon finishing his last sentence, Jiang Weining swiftly terminated the communication, leaving Feng Qiao to stare at the rapidly dimming screen. Her fingers clenched tighter with each passing moment. If Jiang Weining were to appear before her now, she would undoubtedly unleash the little robot to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Taking several deep breaths, Feng Qiao felt a growing frustration within her, especially at the thought that her father's mental faculties might be compromised. A cold glimmer flickered in her brown eyes. They were situated on Central Star, devoid of concerns regarding residual pollutants from the Shadow Clan. Her father rarely ventured to remote planets, and for many years, he had been in good health. Thus, it was inconceivable for his mental state to suddenly falter. The idea that no one had meddled in this situation was utterly implausible to her. In her previous life, she had not heard such news until her parents were exiled during an unfortunate incident. Either someone had deliberately concealed the truth, or her father's mental decline had not occurred in that timeline. Feng Qiao leaned toward the latter hypothesis, believing it was highly likely that those involved had sensed Yuli gathering evidence, disrupting their plans, and consequently targeting her father. However, by the time Yuli began collecting evidence, her parents had already been detained. This suggested either a premeditated backup plan by those individuals or that they held considerable power within the empire. Rubbing her temples, Feng Qiao did not allow herself to suspect Yuli merely because of Jiang Weining's ambiguous communication. Had she not been reborn and aware of Jiang Weining's true nature, she might have fallen for his deceit once again. Initially, she intended to wait until her health improved before avenging her past grievances. Yet, with Jiang Weining's repeated interventions, particularly concerning her father's mental deterioration, she felt her patience waning. She stepped into the adjacent room to find Yi Qin, who was monitoring Bai Siqi's condition, as she needed to consult this doctor who had extensively researched mental faculties. Though Yi Qin could sometimes be rather eccentric, his intelligence was undeniable. Having become the personal physician of the Duke's residence at such a young age, largely due to his mother's influence. However, after just a few exchanges, Yi Qin sensed something amiss and discreetly gleaned from Feng Qiao the troubling words Jiang Weining had previously uttered to her. Naturally, this was something Feng Qiao had intentionally revealed. If Jiang Wei-ning's claims held any truth, and her father's mental issues arose shortly after Yuli's departure, then Yuli would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. The reason she had been unable to reach Yuli might also stem from this. Nevertheless, her inability to contact Yuli did not imply that Yi Qin was equally helpless. It was imperative to clear Yuli's name before proceeding with her plans. Chapter 17. Feng Qiao's speculations. Madam, please do not heed the words of that man. How could Butler Yuli possibly harm Mr. Feng? After grasping the entire situation, Yi Qin hesitated to respond to Feng Qiao's initial inquiry, fearing that she might believe the allegations against Yuli. For the moment, there was no need to worry excessively about Yuli. They could not unearth any evidence linking Feng Qiao's mental decline to Yuli, and after the investigation, Yuli would inevitably be released. The priority was to ensure Feng Qiao remained stable. If she were to fall for the lies and create discord with the Duke's residents, it would be disastrous. Although Yi Qin could be somewhat eccentric at times, he possessed a keen sense of awareness. Noticing Yi Qin's anxious gaze, Feng Qiao rubbed her forehead in exasperation, exhaling wearily as she queried, "I understand. Please tell me what methods could cause a normally healthy person to suddenly experience mental issues." Yi Qin hesitated, uncertain whether to trust what Feng Qiao had said. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Under normal circumstances, it is uncommon for a psychic to experience sudden mental decline. Even if such issues arise, they typically manifest gradually, not as an abrupt and severe disruption. However, direct exposure to pollutants or an invasion of the mental domain by the Shadow Clan could lead to immediate and catastrophic consequences, including brain death. But we are on Central Star, and Feng Qiao is being monitored in a secure location. How could he come into contact with such contaminants?" Feng Qiao did not continue listening to Yi Qin's subsequent words. Instead, her mind raced back to the vague comments Yuli had made when she had inquired about the investigation results last night. Combining this with Yi Qin's recent statements, a bold speculation suddenly emerged in her thoughts. The individuals who had experienced sudden issues after consuming Feng's new suppressant were likely not affected by the suppressant itself. Her father's abrupt mental decline might share a common cause with those who had ingested the medication. If they had all encountered pollutants and had their mental domains compromised, Feng Qiao could not yet ascertain the validity of her hypothesis, but significant mental issues could indeed be life-threatening. The mere thought of her father being in such a precarious situation, potentially without access to proper examination or treatment, heightened her anxiety. She had initially believed that uncovering evidence of Feng's innocence would suffice to rescue her parents, never anticipating such malevolence lurking behind the scenes. Clenching her fists, her arms trembled slightly at her sides. Yi Qin, ever observant, quickly detected Feng Qiao's distress and paused his explanations, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder to calm her emotions. "Madam, what I mentioned earlier typically occurs only on the battlefield. We are on Central Star, and every individual entering and exiting undergoes numerous inspections. Such incidents are highly unlikely." Despite his reassurances, Yi Qin felt an unsettling intuition brewing within. If Feng Qiao's father had not encountered pollutants, what then had caused his sudden mental decline? The thought of those who had experienced issues after consuming the Feng's medication resurfaced in his mind, causing his temples to throb. He struggled to maintain his composure. With Bai Siqi's memory loss and potential mental instability, and Yuli embroiled in this predicament with no means of returning, he was the only one left with a clear mind and sound body. "I will send someone to investigate the situation. During this time, Madam must remain at the Duke's residence and refrain from believing what others say. Is that agreeable?" Despite his concerns, Yi Qin still harbored doubts regarding Feng Qiao. Thus, after she nodded in agreement, he dispatched several robots to closely monitor her movements before hastily attending to other matters. Outside the Duke's residence, a tall figure clad in white and black, disguised as an ordinary passerby, frequently cast glances toward the Duke's estate. As seconds turned to minutes, confusion and agitation gradually surfaced in the man's once resolute gaze. Could it be that Feng Qiao had truly lost her memory? Yet even if she had, How could the extensive words he had just shared fail to sway her in her amnesiac state? Casting his eyes down toward the holographic device on his wrist, he noted the ever-changing clock. For a full 30 minutes, after he had decisively ended the communication with Feng Qiao following his well-prepared lines, she had not attempted to reach out again or send any messages. The Duke's residence remained eerily quiet, as if nothing out of the ordinary had transpired. Nonetheless, Jiang Weining remained undeterred. After waiting another 10 minutes, with the clock nearing 5 o'clock, it was evident that the inspection department would soon release Yuli due to the lack of substantial evidence linking Feng Qiao's mental issues to him. Jiang Weining, with a sense of reluctance, sent a message to the contacts in his list. Less than 5 minutes after dispatching the message, a notification chimed on his holographic device, revealing a trending topic. Feng Qiao, the legal representative of Feng Pharmaceutical, was suspected to be suffering from mental instability. Accompanying this alarming news was an eye-catching word: expose. Recently, Feng Pharmaceutical had faced scrutiny due to issues with a newly launched inhibitor, resulting in 3 fatalities and severe mental health complications for hundreds of individuals, keeping the conversation around it fervent. The moment this trending topic emerged, the comment section was swiftly besieged by furious netizens, inundating it with curses and denunciations. As the number of comments rapidly surpassed 1 million, among them were a few voices defending Feng Pharmaceutical, individuals who had benefited from the affordable inhibitors in the past, which had allowed them to prolong the lives of their family members who were afflicted with supernatural abilities. However, these defenders were quickly drowned out by a deluge of vitriol. How naive! The low pricing of Feng's inhibitors was not a matter of their own volition. Was anyone coercing them with light energy? It's easy to speak when the 3 who perished due to Feng's new inhibitor are not from your family. Indeed, I heard that apart from those who died on the spot, the others who were miraculously saved are still struggling. Given their mental state, they should have had at least another decade to live. Yet now, they rely on a high-grade inhibitor to merely extend their lives by 6 months at best. So many lives have been harmed by Feng's new inhibitor, and now Feng Qiao's own mental faculties are in question. Perhaps this is divine retribution, forcing him to face the consequences of his actions. If Feng's new inhibitor has caused so much suffering, why not let the mental turmoil take him too? To join those 3 who died? The discourse grew increasingly heated, with comments becoming sharper and more accusatory, nearly reaching the point where users were directly cursing Feng Group. Within a mere 5 minutes of the trending topic's emergence, the internet was ablaze with outrage. In Chapter 18, A Word of Caution, Feng Qiao quietly observed the latest notifications on her holographic device, her eyes gradually dimming. Without hesitation, she closed the page and, feigning ignorance, retrieved a small seed from her pocket. Utilizing her supernatural abilities, she attempted to induce its germination. However, Feng Qiao's current powers were far inferior to those of her past life, and the absence of special flora from her previous planet meant that her energy could not be replenished. After managing to coax a tiny sprout from the seed, her meager reserves of power were already depleted. Feng Qiao remained calm, gazing at the tender yellow bud atop the seed, gently exhaling as she awaited the restoration of her energy to try again. Time passed without her noticing, until the seed had grown into a palm-sized blade of grass, at which point she slumped back in her chair, her face pale. Cautiously, she tucked the small grass away and closed her eyes, but before she could rest for long, she received a message from a butler. Suddenly springing from her seat, Feng Qiao prepared to step outside. Though she had already gleaned information about Feng Qiao from online sources and Jiang Weining, she wished to inquire further with the butler. Yet, as the lingering weakness from her recent exertions still clung to her, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she stood, and her vision darkened before she collapsed to the floor. The room's monitoring system immediately triggered an alarm. Outside the door, despite Feng Qiao's silence, which was contrary to his expectations of her demanding to leave the Duke's residence, Yi Qin felt a twinge of unease at her solitary retreat. Having even sent the little robot away, after attending to various matters, and with the butler having resolved issues with the inspection department, Yi Qin decided to check on Feng Qiao. However, upon arriving at the door, he was met with the sound of the alarm. Alarmed, Yiqin forcefully opened the door and rushed inside with the robot. Warning: the lady is in a state of extreme weakness and requires rest and immediate nutritional replenishment. The little robot quickly scanned Feng Qiao's condition and reported back to Yiqin. Upon learning that Feng Qiao had fainted due to physical weakness, Yiqin exhaled in relief and instructed the robot to hastily prepare a meal. With the day's events overwhelming him, he had forgotten that Feng Qiao's constitution was not comparable to theirs. "Shall I assist you up?" Yiqin extended his hand. Feng Qiao murmured in response. Although her mind was no longer spinning, her body felt foreign, weak, and lacking strength. Leaning on Yiqin, she managed to stand and asked, "Has Uncle Yu returned?" "Yes." Yiqin helped her to the bed and stood up, saying, "Rest well here. I will fetch Uncle Yu. A little robot will bring a nutritional supplement shortly. Do not forget to take it." Given Feng Qiao's urgency, it would have been odd for Yiqin not to deduce the reason behind her sudden fainting. Compared to his initial expectations of her refusing to heed advice, she was considerably improved. The primary reason for her fainting was her frail constitution, a responsibility he also bore. As the private physician of the Duke's residence, he should have considered these factors. As Yiqin walked out, he reflected on his shortcomings. After lying down for a while and consuming the supplement brought by the little robot, Feng Qiao's condition improved to the point where she could walk normally when Yuli arrived. Understanding that Feng Qiao was undoubtedly concerned about her parents, he refrained from saying much else and promptly relayed the events of the afternoon to her. "Based on my previous discussions with Mr. Feng, he does not appear to be experiencing issues with his mental faculties. However, shortly after our conversation, Feng Qiao's mental state suddenly deteriorated. Could this be reminiscent of the conditions seen in individuals who had previously consumed Feng's new inhibitors?" Feng Qiao's sudden inquiry startled Yuli. He had entertained similar thoughts. Yet those individuals had likely encountered contaminants. However, Feng Qiao had been under the scrutiny of the inspection department, while his mental capacity was rated A-class. Exposure to such contaminants could rapidly manifest issues, which Feng Qiao would likely notice. During their prior interaction, Feng Qiao had shown no signs of abnormality and had not mentioned any concerns. Thus, it was plausible that his faculties had not yet been compromised at that time. This left the troubling possibility that within the brief 10 minutes between their conversation and the inspection department's discovery of the problem, Feng Qiao had encountered a pollutant, likely an internal act of sabotage. Although the afternoon's examination had ruled out all suspicious factors, anyone daring enough to act within the inspection department would undoubtedly be confident in their actions. Both Feng Qiao and Yuli wore solemn expressions. While the evidence Yuli submitted could cast doubts on the culpability of Feng Pharmaceutical in causing mental issues, pursuing this lead could unveil the mastermind behind the scenes. However, there was a fear that desperate individuals might resort to drastic measures against Feng Qiao, rather than seeking to clear Feng's name. Feng Qiao was more concerned for her parents' safety. Following the afternoon's incident, the inspection department would undoubtedly heighten its vigilance regarding Mr. Feng's security. Nevertheless, just to be safe, I shall offer them a word of caution. Yuli took immediate action. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to elaborate. Certain individuals within the inspection department had already suspected internal issues and were preparing to address them. Following Yu Li's communication, some within the inspection department felt a deep sense of shame. However, the events of the afternoon were indeed their oversight, leaving them vulnerable to scrutiny. In an effort to reshape their department's image, they placed stringent precautions around the Feng couple that evening, striving to protect them from head to toe. Whether there were issues with the Feng family's medication was a matter to be addressed after the verdict was rendered the following day. Ultimately, no complications could arise before the judgment was delivered. With the desired outcome in mind, Yuli disregarded the unpleasant demeanor of the opposing party and contentedly ended the communication. However, it was still too early to feel at ease. That night, both Feng Qiao and Yuli made numerous preparations, bracing themselves for any potential unexpected developments the next day. Chapter 19. Unexpected developments. What? The trial has been postponed? Despite having mentally prepared for this possibility the previous day, Feng Qiao and others at the Duke's residence were still taken aback by the news, furrowing their brows in concern. It was reported that an unexpected situation had arisen. Yuli silently listened to the information being conveyed, his already tense mood deepening. After succinctly updating the others on the current circumstances, Yuli hastily left the Duke's residence. Although Feng Qiao wished to accompany him, her current identity was too sensitive, and having exerted her powers since yesterday, she felt quite weakened. Uncertain of the circumstances at the supervisory department, she realized that accompanying Yuli would not only be unhelpful, but could also complicate matters further. Thus, Feng Qiao handed Yuli several specially processed suppressants and anxiously awaited news alongside Yi Qin and others at the Duke's residence. Within the supervisory department, Minister Liu Juanhao narrowed his eyes as he scanned the latest inspection report submitted by his subordinates, an ominous atmosphere enveloping him. Had it been confirmed that Feng Qingxue bore no signs of external control, the staff below him dared not breathe a word. Under the intense scrutiny of their superior's piercing gaze, the two personnel responsible for examining Feng Qingxue exchanged nervous glances, neither willing to break the silence. They had conducted multiple examinations, each yielding the same result. Feng Qingxue exhibited no signs of mental or supernatural control. Yet, given their supervisor's evident dissatisfaction with these findings, they felt an unsettling pressure. As 3 seconds passed in silence, the two subordinates remained frozen in indecision. Liu Juanhao's patience waned, and with a swift, cutting glare, he remarked coolly, "What's the matter? Has the silence become contagious?" Trembling, one of them finally steeled themselves to speak, but just then an external voice interrupted. "Minister, Duke Bai's steward Yuli has arrived. He claims to bring new evidence regarding the Feng family suppressant case." Liu Juanhao shifted his gaze, a flicker of interest crossing his features. He instructed that Yuli be taken to the supervisory room, promising to follow shortly after. Casting a scornful glance at his subordinates, he ordered, "Ensure Feng Qingxue is well monitored before departing without a backward glance." Once Liu Juanhao was out of earshot, the two relieved subordinates exhaled deeply. However, relaxation was not an option. Since yesterday, Feng Qingxue had exhibited abnormalities on 2 occasions under their watch. Naturally, both instances have been deemed anomalies by Liu Juanhao alone. The first incident involved an unexpected issue with Feng Qingxue's mental power, and while their investigations had cleared Yu Li of any suspicion, the sudden malfunction only reinforced the notion that the Feng family suppressants were at fault. It was plausible that Feng Qingxue's exposure to these problematic suppressants had triggered the mental disturbance. If they followed this lead, they could swiftly uncover the truth and hold the Feng family accountable, thereby delivering justice to those harmed by their suppressants. Moreover, this inquiry required no effort from Liu Juanhao. A mere command would set the wheels in motion. Traditionally, this was how matters were handled. Yet, it was perplexing that Liu Juanhao, who typically avoided such trivialities, insisted on regarding Feng Qingxue's mental issue as an anomaly, compelling his department to toil through the night investigating the matter. Furthermore, despite Feng Qingxue's admission that there were issues with the newly released suppressants from the Feng family that morning, initial doubts regarding possible external control have been dismissed. As Feng Qingxue was lucid during the statement, and subsequent examinations revealed no abnormalities. Was Feng Qingxue genuinely undergoing a moment of revelation, acknowledging the errors and seeking repentance? Regardless of the reasons, Feng Qingxue had confessed, attributing the issues to the Feng group. Surely, this could lead to a resolution? Yet, their superior insisted that Feng Qingxue's actions were suspect, even postponing the afternoon trial. At that moment, in the supervisory room, Liu Juanhao dismissed all subordinates. Reclining in his designated chair, as if to say he was eager to see what evidence would be presented. Although he had arranged protection for Feng Qingxue and suppressed the acknowledgement of issues with the Feng family suppressants, this did not imply that he had been swayed by Yu Li or sided with him. If Yu Li failed to present compelling evidence, Liu Juanhao would be indifferent to whether the Feng family was framed. The empire did not lack for other companies producing suppressants, and if someone sought to undermine the Feng family's continued existence, it was their own incompetence that led them to such a predicament. Why should he wade into murky waters? As for Yu Li's allegations regarding pollutants and the Shadow Clan, those warranted thorough investigation. He had no desire to live a peaceful life only to be confronted by such dangers. Though the likelihood was minimal, allowing such hazardous elements to linger nearby was unacceptable. While Lu Juanhao was not fond of handling affairs, this did not imply he lacked capability or intellect. Had he truly been incapable, he would not have maintained his position for so many years. Yuli was evidently aware of this. The scant information Yuli had previously divulged was insufficient to sway the minister. Lu Juanhao's seemingly accommodating actions, protecting Feng Qiao and delaying the trial, were likely motivated by the belief that Feng Qiao would ultimately face a dire fate. His actions ensured he would not offend the Duke's residents while simultaneously not altering the predetermined outcome, effectively avoiding conflict on both fronts. Should he glean more information from Yu Li, it would be a boon for him. Thanks to Lu Juanhao's disposition, they had discovered an opportunity to rescue the Feng couple without drawing the attention of those behind the scenes. Meeting Lu Juanhao's indifferent gaze, Yu Li slowly retrieved a vial of suppressant from his spatial pocket. The colorless, transparent, cylindrical bottle bore the Feng pharmaceutical emblem. After hearing the previous day's revelations, Lu Juanhao had reviewed the relevant information compiled by his subordinates regarding Feng Pharmaceutical, instantly recognizing the vial as the newly problematic suppressant. However, the color seemed slightly different. Lu Juanhao squinted, scrutinizing the suppressant in Yu Li's hand, maintaining his poised demeanor while awaiting Yu Li's next words. Chapter 20. Reaching an agreement as the matter concerning Feng Qiao's parents required Lu Juanhao's assistance. Yu Li wasted no time in addressing the issue directly. This is the latest research achievement from Feng Pharmaceutical. Although this vial is merely a preliminary experimental version, it can still provide some therapeutic effects for issues related to mental power. Treatment, mental power issues. Lu Juanhao keenly grasped the keywords in Yu Li's words. His pair of fox-like eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed Yu Li, before leisurely extending his arm to take the inhibitor from Yu Li's hand. After examining it from various angles, he found that aside from a slight difference in color, there was little more that could be discerned with the naked eye. Particularly, Lu Juanhao had not engaged in much research on inhibitors, merely curious about its novelty. After inspecting it twice, he reluctantly vacated his seat, seemingly indifferent as he remarked, "It looks no different from a regular inhibitor. You're not attempting to deceive me with a random inhibitor, are you? I intend to have it tested. You would mind, would you?" Despite his words, there was no hint of soliciting Yu Li's consent on his face. Yu Li was not one to care about such matters, and, at this point, Feng Qiao was far more significant to him than Bai Siqi. As long as he could ensure the safety of the Feng couple, everything else was inconsequential. Lu Juanhao was gone for half an hour, during which the monitoring room blocked all light brain signals. Yu Li could only watch the clock on the light brain tick away slowly, enduring a somewhat torturous wait. Finally, the isolation door of the monitoring room opened once more, and Lu Juanhao briskly approached Yu Li. Extending his hand, a familiar empty inhibitor bottle appeared in his palm. Lu Juanhao's fox-like eyes gleamed as he expressed his dissatisfaction. "This single vial of inhibitor is insufficient for a comprehensive test. You are rather stingy. I had intended to wait until the testing was completed to confirm the effects of this inhibitor you mentioned, so that I could provide one for Feng Qiao." With a sigh, Lu Juanhao feigned a tone of helplessness, as if to say, "It's not that I do not wish to assist you, but I simply lack more of that inhibitor." Yu Li could easily discern that Lu Juanhao had already validated the effects of the inhibitor in his possession and was seeking more from him. However, prior to this visit, Feng Qiao had only provided him with 3 vials of this inhibitor, one of which he had already given to Lu Juanhao, leaving him with just 2. The primary purpose of his visit had yet to be addressed, and Yu Li could not easily part with the remaining 2 vials. "It's not that I wish to withhold more of this inhibitor. Rather, its production is quite challenging. If the Feng group were still operational, perhaps more of this inhibitor could be manufactured." Lu Juanhao easily grasped the implication of Yu Li's words. Had he not witnessed the astounding effects of this inhibitor himself, he would have turned hostile long ago, instead of engaging in this back and forth with Yu Li. However, recalling the rapid changes Feng Qiao underwent after consuming the medication. Lu Juanhao managed to restrain himself. With this medication in hand, at least he could temporarily alleviate his concerns about being plotted against and ending up like Feng Qiao had. Of course, there was also the matter of the Duke's estate and the Duke Bai. Although Lu Juanhao was not fond of involving himself in imperial affairs, he was aware that after the departure of Duke Qiao and his companions from the Duke's estate yesterday, certain individuals had significantly curbed their activities. At that moment, Lu Juanhao could only speculate that Bai Siqi's mental power issues had not yet deteriorated too severely. However, upon witnessing the inhibitor Yuli produced, he found himself contemplating further possibilities. Nonetheless, even if Bai Siqi's mental power issues were indeed remedied, he would still expect his due benefits. Ultimately, Lu Juanhao agreed to ensure the safety of the Feng couple while they remained in the monitoring department. Furthermore, he would strive to ensure that the final verdict against the Feng couple would not result in their exile and would provide them with a starship escort route. On Yuli's side, he needed to deliver 100 vials of this effective inhibitor within 2 months. Regardless of whether it was the Feng group or any other company selling this medication in the future, he required the right of first purchase. While Lu Juanhao aimed to demand a substantial price, he understood that the tasks Yuli needed him to perform were not particularly difficult. Additionally, if Bai Siqi's mental power issues could be wholly resolved, significant changes in the empire situation could ensue. Coming from a prominent family, Lu Juanhao was not in need of a few star coins and recognized that for the sake of greater profits, he should not sacrifice immediate gains. With the promise of the inhibitor developed from the plants nurtured by Feng Qiao dangling before them, the collaboration between the two parties proceeded smoothly. At the Duke Bai's estate, since Yuli's departure, Feng Qiao frequently glanced at the clock on the light brain. As time passed with no news from Yuli, her anxiety grew. Perhaps we should have some fruit, Yiqin suggested, placing a plate of sliced fruit before Feng Qiao. This fruit, known for its high nutritional value, was usually inaccessible to those without star coins. The prince had specifically arranged for it to be delivered, and I have conducted tests to ensure it is safe. Would you like to try some? Feng Qiao cast Yiqin an odd look, but her thoughts were soon consumed by the issue of the Feng group's medication, leading her to simply glance at the plate he offered. The plate contained ruby-red fruit pieces cut into bite-sized portions. Feng Qiao could not identify the fruit, but lacked the inclination to inquire further at that moment. Taking a fork from the plate, she began to eat one piece after another. By the time she reached the 5th piece, she set down her fork, signaling that she was full and unwilling to continue. Yiqin did not press her. Whether through dietary supplements or exercise, progress must be gradual. Observing that everything remained normal on Feng Qiao's end, Yiqin turned to check on Bai Siqi. Just as Yiqin departed, the light brain emitted a brief beep. Knowing Feng Qiao might be worried at the Duke's estate, Yuli sent her a message as soon as he exited the monitoring bureau. The content of Yuli's message was brief, yet Feng Qiao read it multiple times before finally exhaling deeply while holding the light brain. Due to this unforeseen incident, the trial date for the Feng group was ultimately set for the following afternoon at 2 o'clock. Only Feng Qiao and Yuli attended from the Duke's estate, and Feng Qiao even encountered Jiang Weining at the entrance. From a distance, Jiang Weining rushed towards Feng Qiao, filled with joy, believing she had regained her memory. However, she was met with Feng Qiao's indifferent demeanor, leaving him somewhat disheartened. After the trial, would you like to accompany me to the Feng residence? Perhaps it could help you recover your memory. As if the previous incidents where Feng Qiao had ignored his communications had never occurred, Jiang Weining persisted in his inquiries. Let us discuss the matters afterward. With that, Feng Qiao chose to ignore Jiang Weining and walked inside. Chapter 21. Are you a devil? Jiang Weining clenched his fists, striving to maintain his expression until Feng Qiao was out of sight, after which he pursed his lips and silently blended into the crowd. The issues surrounding the new inhibitor from the Feng group had significant repercussions, and although they could not enter to hear the trial in its entirety, many had gathered early to await the outcome, eager to witness the punishment of those responsible. The courtroom was noticeably quieter than the commotion outside. Although the outcome was already predetermined, the proceedings still had to be meticulously followed. Feng Qiao sat quietly in the audience, her expression subtly shifting as time passed. Just before the final verdict was announced, the last words the Feng couple spoke to Feng Qiao further destabilized her already fragile emotions. Subsequently, in a fit of agitation, she fainted. Simultaneously, the punishment results for the Feng pharmaceutical company and the Feng couple were announced, marking the conclusion of the trial. Due to Feng Qiao's unexpected fainting, Yuli barely had time to exchange a word with the Feng couple before taking Feng Qiao back to the Duke's estate. Although fully aware that Feng Qiao's series of changes were merely a facade, upon returning to the Duke's residence, Feng Qiao was compelled to undergo a thorough examination due to his visibly pale complexion. Following the examination, as the results mirrored those from before, Yuli and Yi Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Qiao's earlier act of feigning amnesia, culminating in today's self-directed performance, was all aimed at dealing with a certain Jiang Weining. Although Yi Qin struggled to comprehend why Feng Qiao did not opt for a more direct approach, instead choosing to take such a convoluted route, he quickly set aside his concerns upon hearing Feng Qiao's promise to bring him several plants imbued with special energy the following day. With his round, glossy eyes sparkling, he eagerly pressed Feng Qiao for confirmation of this promise. Suddenly, a large hand came down unannounced upon Yi Qin's forehead, applying just enough force to push him back 2 steps. The distance between Feng Qiao and Yi Qin widened to nearly a meter, as Bai Siqi's somewhat stern voice resonated between them. "Dr. Yi, have you returned all the etiquette lessons you learned over the years to your etiquette teacher? Would you like me to arrange for the etiquette instructor at the Duke's residence to give you a refresher course?" The memories that Yi Qin most loathed to revisit were abruptly summoned by Bai Siqi's words. His eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Bai Siqi, exclaiming, "Are you a devil?" Separated by merely a year, Yi Qin and Bai Siqi had grown up together, as Yi Qin's mother was the personal physician of the Duke, spending most of her time at the Duke's residence. Prior to attending school officially, the two were educated in etiquette and various subjects by private tutors at the Duke's estate. From a young age, Yi Qin exhibited an exceptional interest in medicine. However, beyond medicine, he lacked enthusiasm for other subjects, particularly the weekly etiquette classes, which had become his nightmare. Ironically, while Yi Qin dreaded these lessons, Bai Siqi not only excelled, but did so with such precision that the etiquette instructor could find no fault. With such a paragon before him, Yi Qin invariably became the target of the instructor's ire. Yet, that was not the end of it. One fateful day, Yi Qin inadvertently stumbled upon Bai Siqi's long-hidden secret. He discovered that the true Bai Siqi was far from the gentle, considerate persona he typically displayed. This fellow was, in fact, a little demon. Moreover, as they aged, Bai Siqi's malicious antics became utterly appalling, while everyone remained deceived by his cultivated gentility. At that moment, Bai Siqi was not yet the embodiment of the memories Yi Qin harbored. Casting a glance at Yi Qin, as if observing a rebellious student who habitually skipped class, Bai Siqi merely replied, "I am not a devil," before turning his attention away. Meanwhile, outside the courtroom, Jiang Weining had finally awaited the conclusion of the trial, which aligned perfectly with the information he had previously received. He struggled to suppress a smile that threatened to break free as he spotted someone emerging from the courtroom and dashed over. However, before he could even utter a word, he watched helplessly as Yuli whisked Feng Qiao away with the swiftness of the wind. Frustrated, Jiang Weining lingered outside for a considerable time before reluctantly departing. Despite the fall of the once mighty Feng pharmaceutical, leaving no hope for resurgence, he had yet to pry the formula for the new type of inhibitor from Feng Qingshui. What, then, had been the purpose of his months of planning and tireless efforts? Was it merely to clear obstacles from the path of those noble families? Watching them grow stronger? Jiang Weining's clenched fists dug into his flesh as he stared into the void ahead, his long, shrewd eyes glinting with malice. Resembling a hungry wolf fixated on its prey, unwilling to relent even in death. The faint scent of blood in the air quickly dissipated into the wind, and Jiang Weining seemed oblivious until his wrist communicator beeped twice, bringing him back from the brink of madness. After tapping the communicator a few times, he glanced at the latest message sent by the shadow and his previously gloomy demeanor transformed instantly, followed by a low chuckle escaping his throat. He had suspected that after the trial, the steward of the Bai Duke's residence had hastily departed with Feng Qiao. Initially, he thought the steward was merely preventing him from approaching Feng Qiao, but it turned out that Feng Qiao had fainted due to the shock of the trial. Moreover, it was likely that the incident had triggered memories of the past. This was truly a serendipitous turn of events. It seemed fate was unwilling to let his extensive preparations go to waste. Jiang Wei-Ning's smile widened. Nonetheless, to be cautious, Jiang Wei-Ning sent another message to the shadow, inquiring whether they could confirm Feng Qiao's recovery of memories. After a lengthy silence without a response, just as Jiang Wei-Ning was preparing to probe the matter himself, a small, one-time view video arrived. Without hesitation, he opened it. The camera, although aimed directly at Feng Qiao, was positioned at a considerable distance. Observing the settings surrounding Feng Qiao, it was evident that the video had been recorded in the Guanshan court. Jiang Wei-Ning raised an eyebrow, marveling at the shadow's remarkable connections, while remaining fixated on the video. Finally, just as the 10-second video was nearing its conclusion, Jiang Wei-Ning heard the answer he had yearned for, clear and precise through the high-quality audio equipment. As the video finished playing, it vanished from their chat window. Ignoring the disappearance of the video, Jiang Wei-Ning tilted his head back, his expression once again radiating determination. He aspired to rise above all, and no one could obstruct him. Chapter 22. Baiting oneself, however, after waiting an entire night without any news from Feng Qiao. Doubts began to creep into Jiang Wei-Ning's mind about whether the video sent by the shadow had been manipulated. Unfortunately, the video was damaged, providing him no opportunity to seek verification. In a state of uncertainty, he contemplated reaching out to Feng Qiao to confirm whether he had truly regained his memories. But after hesitating briefly, he refrained from doing so. He endured until the next day, unable to sleep, and positioned himself outside the Duke's residence early in the morning. The final judgment from the Ministry of Justice had been delivered, and that morning, the Feng couple would be sent to the exile planet. If Feng Qiao had indeed recovered his memories, he could not possibly remain inside. Of course, it was also possible that the Duke's residence would prevent Feng Qiao from coming out, though that likelihood seemed minuscule. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a hover car emerged from the Duke's estate. The sleek black vehicle glimmered with a metallic sheen, its smooth contours adding an air of understated elegance and mystery. As the hover car departed, it headed northwest, toward the port in close proximity to the inspection department. Observing the direction of the hover car, Jiang Wei-Ning immediately surmised that Feng Qiao must be inside, and there was a strong possibility that he had regained his memories. As the luxurious black hover car began to fade from view, Jiang Wei-Ning swiftly followed suit. Inside the vehicle, a guard piloted the hover car, while another sat rigidly across from Feng Qiao, betraying a hint of tension in his posture. As Feng Qiao's mind wandered back to the inconspicuous hover car parked by the roadside not far from the Duke's mansion, a faint chill flickered in her eyes. Just as she was about to reassure the guard not to be overly anxious, the guard responsible for driving the hover car spoke earnestly. "Madam, a hover car has been trailing us from a distance of 1,000 meters. Judging by the license plate, it appears to be an ordinary taxi hover car. To ensure your safety, I have already reported this to Butler Yuli." Feng Qiao gently rubbed her forehead. Guard had previously fought the Shadow Clan alongside Bai Siqi on the battlefield. In fact, most of the current guards at the Duke's mansion had once served under Bai Siqi in the same capacity. Despite their withdrawal from the battlefield due to physical and mental constraints, their reflexes and acuity remained intact. Otherwise, the people at the Duke's mansion would not have allowed her to venture out alone. It was unexpected that they had barely left the Duke's mansion for a minute when Guard A immediately detected something amiss. One could only conclude that Jiang Wei-Ning's tracking skills were rather lackluster. She was uncertain whether her earlier plans could still be executed with 2 bodyguards by her side. However, for reasons unknown, Yuli had evidently not disclosed her plans from the previous day to the 2 guards, merely assigning them the task of ensuring her safety. Since Yuli remained silent, Feng Qiao naturally would not voice her plans at this moment. As these thoughts flitted through her mind, she heard Guard A in front of the hover car let out a surprise sound. Feng Qiao promptly inquired, "What is it?" Guard A replied with a serious demeanor. "Butler Yuli instructed us to focus solely on ensuring your safety, and not to concern ourselves with a hovercar following us for now. TSK." Such a statement was clear enough for anyone not lacking in intelligence to recognize the inconsistency. They were tasked with safeguarding Feng Qiao while simultaneously being told to disregard the hovercar trailing them. Both guards, A and B, seemed to have sensed the incongruity. Yet since the butler had instructed them to temporarily ignore the hovercar, they chose to comply, merely remaining vigilant. Thus, they maintained their vigilance until they reached the starport parking area. Although the hovercar behind them followed at a steady distance, neither guard A nor guard B felt at ease. After observing the spaceship depart, they noticed Feng Qiao appeared calm, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Following a brief inquiry, they directed the hovercar towards the residence of Feng Qiao's parents in Central Star. It was referred to as previous because after the verdict was handed down, the house that originally belonged to the Feng family had been confiscated. Nevertheless, even with the confiscation, certain personal belongings of the former owner could still be retrieved, provided they were not of significant value. The black hovercar had just started when guards A and B, who had been closely monitoring the suspicious hovercar beside them, noticed that it seemed to have taken note of their impending departure, promptly lifting off the ground. Prepared for this eventuality, the two maintained a serious facade, though they remained considerably calmer than before. They continued until they arrived outside the villa that once belonged to the Feng family. Feng Qiao produced her identification and entered the villa without a hitch. Although guards A and B had been assigned to protect her, they were not permitted to enter. They were aware of the regulations, yet they couldn't help but wonder why such rules seemed to be disregarded elsewhere in the Empire. Were they being slighted simply because they belonged to the Duke's mansion? "It's fine. There isn't much to retrieve. Just wait for me here," she assured them. Initially hesitant, guards A and B relented upon hearing Feng Qiao promise to return shortly, in about 10 minutes. Their diligence suggested the house would be well guarded, and they need not worry about the madam's safety. "You needn't concern yourself with us, madam. We will wait here, and you may return at your convenience." Guard B, not daring to impose on Feng Qiao, nonetheless seized the opportunity to gain some ground in their conversation. With that, Feng Qiao said nothing further. Passing through security before entering the villa she had not visited in 3 years, a place both familiar and foreign. As they neared the Feng villa, Jiang Weining ceased to follow Feng Qiao's hovercraft. He parked his vehicle in a concealed location. By this point, he was certain that Feng Qiao must have regained her memories. Otherwise, why had she remained at the Duke's mansion for so many days, only to arrive at the villa they once inhabited at this moment? Yet now that Feng Qiao was inside the villa, he could not gain entry, and once she emerged, flanked by 2 bothersome bodyguards, his movements would be further impeded. After much contemplation, Jiang Weining swiftly composed a message, meticulously editing it before confirming its accuracy, and then cautiously pressed send. Chapter 23. Not a drug. Jiang Weining. "I just passed by and saw someone resembling you enter the Feng family villa. Is it you?" Feng Qiao gazed at the latest message that appeared on her holographic device, a faint smile gracing her pale face. The bait had been cast. However, given Jiang Weining's cautious nature, he was not easily ensnared. Feng Qiao remained unhurried, replying with a simple yes. Jiang Weining kept the chat window open, watching intently as the screen flickered upon receiving her response. Only a single yes. What did that signify? Had she truly regained her memories, or had she not? After a moment of internal conflict, he typed out another message. "Jiang Weining, are you returning to the villa to collect something? Is there much that you need? Do you require assistance?" He received a swift reply from Feng Qiao. "No, there isn't much." Her tone was indifferent. Jiang Weining scrutinized her response, his fingers lightly tapping the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. Almost half a minute after she sent her last message, another new message appeared. "Feng Qiao, I just wanted to come here and take another look." Jiang Weining's pupils constricted slightly as he focused on those words. He was now certain that Feng Qiao had indeed regained her memories. "Jiang Weining, you have regained your memories, Haven Tu?" Feng Qiao, yes. With Feng Qiao's affirmative reply, Jiang Weining felt a weight lift from his heart, his tone becoming far more relaxed. In just a few exchanges, he discerned something amiss from her brief responses, prompting him to seize the moment. Jiang whining. Is there anything I can assist you with? Feng Qiao glanced at the message Jiang whining had sent, but did not respond immediately. It was a full 2 minutes later when she typed, deleted, and retyped before finally sending a few words. Feng Qiao. Can you distract the two people at the entrance for me? Jiang whining knew precisely who she was referring to. Through the semi-transparent glass of the hovercar, he could see the two figures standing rigidly in front of the Feng villa, radiating an imposing presence that rivaled the guards. Jiang Weining was confident he lacked the ability to draw them away, yet he had prepared extensively for this day, even against opponents with A-level mental and physical capabilities. He had his own methods to discreetly neutralize them. Jiang Weining. There are two individuals there, and the chances of distracting both simultaneously are slim. Jiang Weining, however, I have a more effective way to help you evade them, should you wish to hear it. Feng Qiao. What method? Jiang Weining. This area lacks public transportation. You must have arrived in a hovering vehicle. Jiang Weining. I can first disable the hovering vehicle you came in, then disguise myself as a taxi to take you away. At that point, a touch of sedative will render those two unconscious. Jiang Weining. However, the Duke's residence may soon receive news, so it is advisable for you to leave Central Star promptly. Feng Qiao reviewed the plans sent by Jiang Weining and felt compelled to applaud him. It was quite a stroke of irony that she had spent a considerable amount of time yesterday pondering how to capture someone without raising the suspicions of Jiang's backers. In comparison to their lengthy discussions that had consumed an entire afternoon, wasn't Jiang's plan far superior? She quickly sent a message of approval to Jiang Weining and immediately contacted her Li to relay his intentions. While both sides prepared for their respective tasks, Feng Qiao returned to her designated room and retrieved an album from the top drawer of her bedside cabinet. Alongside a bottle of water, mint resting on the low table by the window, the once wilting mint revived under the influence of Feng Qiao's abilities, blossoming with vigor until the light brain vibrated once more, prompting her to exit the Duke's residence with both items in hand. The four outside were visibly surprised when they saw Feng Qiao emerging with the two items, yet no one uttered a word. After confirming that the items in her possession were satisfactory, Feng Qiao took the 1 cubic meter storage key from the guard, and the three prepared to return. Subsequently, everything unfolded as Ang had previously informed Feng Qiao. The guard soon discovered that the activation mechanism of their hovering vehicle had been deliberately sabotaged. Then, under the insistence of the anxious Feng Qiao, the first guard called for a taxi. Everything progressed remarkably smoothly. Although the earlier malfunction of the hovering vehicle had made both guards exceedingly cautious from the moment they boarded, they were soon inexplicably affected by an unseen stimulus. Their bodies trembling slightly, the abruptness of the change left them bewildered, unable to comprehend when the other had acted. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Observing Feng Qiao, who appeared even more unwell and was now slumped in her seat, the first guard advanced towards Ng. Stop the vehicle. The guard gritted his teeth, his somewhat naive visage contorted in rage. He hurled a punch towards Ng at the driver's seat, but an immediate protective barrier enveloped the cockpit, thwarting his blow. While Jiang Weining remained composed, not even turning his head. Sir, we are currently in a high-speed flight zone. Stopping the vehicle now would not only incur fines from the road monitoring robots, but also pose significant dangers. A calm voice emanated from the front seat, further aggravating the guard's fury. His clenched fist cracked ominously as he relentlessly pounded the dashboard. Although the vehicle was merely a civilian model, the protective barrier surrounding the driver's seat was impenetrable for an A-level empowered individual like him. Moreover, the moment the drug took effect, Jiang Weining had already disabled the vehicle's signal, rendering them utterly cut off from the outside world. Soon, the other three would succumb to the effects of the drug, leaving Jiang Weining unconcerned. Indeed, within a minute, the sounds of pounding ceased entirely, and the first guard collapsed to the ground, his dark brows furrowed tightly, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead as he let out uncontrollable cries of anguish, as though enduring an unbearable torment. The second guard fared no better. Feng Qiao huddled in the corner, her already pallid complexion further drained of color, cold sweat dampening her hair as she gasped for breath. The first thought that crossed her mind was that this was no ordinary sedative. Chapter 24. The three remain unscathed. A nauseating, viscous black substance surged toward Feng Qiao's mental energy. Once touched by this black goo, a fragment of her mental power would spiral into uncontrollable agitation, as if it were no longer her own. This substance, seemingly crafted to counteract mental abilities, could only belong to the Shadow Clan. Jiang Weiying actually dared to hiss. A fresh wave of pain surged through her. And Feng Qiao clutched her head, her feeble abilities slowly calming the disrupted mental energy. In her mental realm, a pale green light spot came into contact with the dark, viscous substance, causing it to vanish as if it had encountered its nemesis. However, as the goo dissipated, the energy of the light spot was swiftly depleted, disappearing alongside the darkness in Feng Qiao's mental world. The hovering vehicle continued its steady flight, and Jiang only glanced back once the three had collapsed before returning his attention to the road. Feng Qiao, having used just a smidgen of her powers, retrieved the bottle of mint from her storage key. Inside the transparent glass container, 2 mint plants thrived under her nurturing abilities, their leaves lush and vibrant. Without a moment's hesitation, she plucked a leaf from one of the plants and stuffed it into the second guard's mouth. The guard, already teetering on the brink of consciousness, instinctively chewed when he felt something in his mouth. Then, without any further prompting from Feng Qiao, he began to chew faster and ultimately swallowed the chewed mint leaves whole. As she prepared to repeat the process, the hovering vehicle suddenly swerved violently, causing Feng Qiao to lose her balance and topple sideways. Grasping the adjacent seat, she managed to stabilize herself, only to see the first guard, thrown forward by inertia, land in front of her. She promptly shoved a leaf from her remaining mint plant into his mouth. The vehicle's erratic movements intensified, and despite her efforts to stave off dizziness, she looked up to ascertain the cause, just as a loud crash echoed through the cabin. The vehicle jolted violently, catching Feng Qiao off guard and sending her rolling sideways, her head striking the metal interior with considerable force, leaving her momentarily dazed. As her vision gradually cleared, she discerned that their vehicle was surrounded by small robotic surveillance drones, and Jiang Weiying had slumped heavily to one side, seemingly unconscious from the impact. Just ahead, he was rushing toward them after disembarking from his own vehicle. With a sigh of relief, Feng Qiao summoned her dwindling strength to deactivate the vehicle's signal-blocking device and send a message to V before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. When she awoke again, it was the early hours of the following day. Though the throbbing in her head had lessened, it still pulsated, a reminder that the events preceding her fainting were no mere figments of her imagination. The enclosed room felt stifling, apart from herself and the bed beneath her. It was filled with various instruments crowding the space. The unfamiliar surroundings made Feng Qiao feel a tinge of wariness upon regaining consciousness, and she instinctively glanced at the light brain on her wrist, which was still functional. As she activated the interface to contact Tuvi, she recalled seeing him arrive just before she lost consciousness. Just as her fingers brushed the surface of the light brain, a familiar voice resonated through the room. "Wonderful, Feng Qiao. You are finally awake. Do not worry. This is a research center established by the former Duke. What I mean to say is, you are aware that your mental energies, along with those of the other two, have been tainted, and we cannot yet ascertain if you are safe. Therefore, it is necessary to isolate you from others and observe for a period." Upon noticing Feng Qiao's increasingly tense expression, Yi Qin, who was monitoring the screens in the control room, immediately explained to her. The information regarding the pollutants in the hovercar was relayed to Yu Li by Feng Qiao. Otherwise, given the circumstances at that time, if the hovercar were to open, those nearby would be in grave danger. However, she possesses special abilities, and both Guard A and Guard B had consumed mint leaves, so the situation should not be too dire. Indeed, the next moment, Yi Qin remarked, "Fortunately for you, the level of pollutants in the hovercar is not severe. Moreover, you also coughed." Reflecting on the 2 withered mint branches they had discovered inside the hovercar during their earlier inspection, Yi Qin sighed at the loss of research material, but was grateful they had consumed those leaves. Otherwise, the fate of the 3 would be uncertain now. Moreover, they had not returned empty-handed from this incident. However, This information was not convenient to disclose at the moment, so Yiqin merely stated, "In any case, your current condition is stable. You shall observe for one more day here, and once it is confirmed that there are no issues, you will be free to move about." Feng Qiao nodded thoughtfully, inquired about how Jiang Wei Ning would be handled, and while enjoying the supper delivered by the robot, she activated her light brain interface to contact Yu Li. Calculating the time until the wormhole opens, only a few days remained. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait another month. Regardless of Feng Qiao's willingness to wait, Bai Siqi's condition was exceedingly unstable, akin to a ticking time bomb. Given the recent events, Central Star was no longer safe. For whatever reasons, they would certainly seek to acquire more of such plants. As expected, the moment Feng Qiao contacted Yu Li, he expressed the same sentiment. When the observation period for the three concluded at 8 o'clock the following morning, they would leave Central Star immediately. Since they were on their own turf, Feng Qiao felt little concern. She spent the next 20 hours eating, sleeping, and reading numerous books on mental strength. Even if she did not intend to reveal another aspect of her abilities, acquiring more knowledge in this area was beneficial. Time swiftly passed in this enriching blend of learning and leisure, and before long, it was the morning of their departure from Central Star. Dressed in isolation attire, Feng Qiao stepped out of the research center and spotted Bai Siqi, who waved gently at her in greeting. However, his gesture appeared notably restrained. Yet, the unmistakable upward curve of his lips and the sparkling light in his dark eyes betrayed his youthful spirit. "Let us board the hover car." Although there were hardly any people around, and they were soon to depart Central Star, it was still a public space, and Yu Li harbored some concerns. As Feng Qiao approached, he hurriedly coaxed Bai Siqi into the hover car. Inside the vehicle, only Yiqin occupied the driver's seat. Upon their arrival, he greeted Feng Qiao, and the conversation swiftly pivoted to Bai Siqi. Chapter 25, "Do not approach me again, madam. Although Qi has instructed me not to inform you, since you are the one he has chosen and are married to him. I believe it is necessary for you to be aware of this." Yiqin had barely begun when he received a warning glance from Bai Siqi behind him. Seemingly oblivious to the warning, Yiqin tapped the screen of his light brain, swiftly sending a document to Feng Qiao's device. "These are several comparative graphs regarding Qi's mental strength this year that I specifically selected. You may take a look." Hearing Yiqin's words, Feng Qiao tucked her hands into her protective suit and began to scrutinize the material earnestly. Although she had reviewed some related knowledge on mental strength during her day at the Research Institute, the differences in the comparative graphs were not significant enough for her to discern anything, so she focused on the interpretations and analyses provided below. As she read, Feng Qiao couldn't help but marvel at Yiqin's meticulousness, bold analyses, and exceptional expertise. The comparative graphs indicated that upon interacting with Feng Qiao, Bai Siqi's mental strength exhibited slight changes. Of course, such fluctuations had occurred previously over the past 3 years and were not conclusive. However, from a morning 2 days ago to the present, during the time Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi had been apart, there was a slight decline in Bai Siqi's mental state. Since Feng Qiao's abilities were triggered by consuming special plants, they suspected that her powers might differ in some way. However, as Feng Qiao had never displayed her abilities in Bai Siqi's presence, Yiqin did not suspect her powers. His hypothesis was that alongside her abilities, Feng Qiao's body might have undergone other undetected changes. It was these changes that drew Bai Siqi, who was in an erratic state, closer to her, even suggesting that she might serve as a stabilizing influence more effective than a sedative. Naturally, Yiqin had also contemplated another possibility, that even though Bai Siqi had lost his memory, the feelings he held for Feng Qiao deep within himself still persisted. It was this sentiment that compelled him to seek her presence, finding solace when near her. After quickly perusing the contents of the document sent by Yiqin, Feng Qiao fell into deep contemplation. As for feelings, they simply did not exist. Had it not been for the incident involving the Feng family, she believed she would never have crossed paths with Bai Siqi in her lifetime. Regarding the first possibility, during their perilous encounter in the hover car, guards A and B did not exhibit behavior akin to Bai Siqi's. While Feng Qiao hesitated to assert that the subtle changes in Bai Siqi highlighted by Yi Qin had no relation to her, she did not rush to provide any explanations. Turning to the side where Bai Siqi sat upright, she inquired naturally, "Have you seen the analysis and summary of your mental state that Dr. Yi just sent me?" Upon her question, Bai Siqi promptly shook his head in denial. "Then I shall forward it to you. Please take a look now. I do not know whether the special plants I consume caused any unknown changes in my body or other aspects, but as someone who may be affected, I feel your insights could shed light on the situation." Yi Qin, who was driving the hover car, stiffened slightly at Feng Qiao's words, yet she continued without pause. "If my presence could alleviate your suffering even a little, I would not wish for you to face this alone." Bai Siqi lowered his gaze. His lightly colored lips pressed together, betraying a hint of seriousness. His complete focus was directed toward the document Feng Qiao had sent, and he did not immediately respond to her statement. He skimmed through the topmost mental strength report and spent 5 minutes digesting the key points below. A faint flush crept onto Bai Siqi's tense features, but shortly after, he firmly declined Feng Qiao's offer. "If my mental state deteriorates further, Qiao Qiao, please do not come near me again." In the past 2 days, besides worrying about Feng Qiao, Bai Siqi occasionally recalled the time when his consciousness had been hazy, clinging to her without letting go. The mere thought of that scene filled him with embarrassment. Thus, upon sensing his mental condition becoming unstable again, Bai Siqi instinctively avoided everyone, instructing the small robot to lock him in his hospital bed, silently bearing the burden alone. Bai Siqi was unaware that the warm feeling he had sensed from Feng Qiao, which seemed to calm his heart during that embrace, was a result of something he could not comprehend. However, for Feng Qiao's safety, he had no desire for such a situation to recur. After all, Feng Qiao had recently suffered harm due to his mental instability. While he could not recall the specifics of that incident, he understood that the chaos of his mental state must have been severe enough to cause him to lose his memory. Bai Siqi recalled that after the incident, Feng Qiao seemed to have lain in the medical cabin for half a day. He could hardly fathom the outcome had Yuli not arrived in time. Therefore, he resolved to prevent Feng Qiao from ever approaching his uncontrollable self again. With this thought, Bai Siqi's gaze grew resolute as he turned to Yuli beside him and asked, "Yubo, do you have the tranquilizer gun with you?" Yuli's eyes flickered momentarily, but he quickly retrieved a tranquilizer gun and handed it to Bai Siqi with an air of nonchalance. Although Bai Siqi had already consumed a special agent before their departure, ensuring his mental strength would remain stable for at least half an hour, Yuli still carried the tranquilizer gun as a precaution. It was evident that the Duke was concerned about losing control and potentially harming his lady, thus ensuring her safety. Bai Siqi nodded in agreement, taking the tranquilizer gun and preparing to pass it to Feng Qiao. However, upon turning around and observing Feng Qiao's current attire, he suddenly realized something and retracted his outstretched hand. "Qiao Qiao, you're still in your protective suit, so let's keep the tranquilizer gun with me for now. Once we reach the starship and confirm it is safe, I will hand it over to you." Feng Qiao nodded softly in agreement, her mood unaffected by Bai Siqi's words. After all, the contaminants in her mental domain had not been entirely eliminated, perhaps due to her unique abilities. The remaining pollutants merely clung to the superficial layers of her mental threads without further damaging her mental strength. This peculiar phenomenon was not isolated to Feng Qiao. The tests on Guard A and Guard B yielded similar results. Yi Qin and others unanimously believed that the mildness of the pollutants was one factor, but more importantly, it was due to the special plants they had ingested. However, while these pollutants, clinging to the surface of Feng Qiao's mental threads, posed no immediate threat, there was no guarantee they would not abandon her resilient mental threads for easier prey. Thus, wearing the protective suit was the safest option for everyone involved. Chapter 26. Bai Siqi's care. The distance from the research institute to the starport was not insignificant. Yi Qin drove the hovercar at maximum speed, resembling a shooting star as it swiftly left other hovercars far behind. Inside the protective suit, Feng Qiao soon began to feel a slight discomfort. She mustered the strength to inquire about Jiang Weining, learning that the Duke's residence had yet to extract any useful information from him, and no one had contacted him in recent days. She closed her eyes, stifling a yawn and appearing drowsy, refraining from voicing her discomfort. Yiqin's decision to accelerate must have stemmed from his concern that the effects of the medication would wear off, leaving Bai Siqi vulnerable during their journey. Having come this far, Feng Qiao did not wish to complicate matters further over such trivialities. The hover car sped along, reaching the starport in under 20 minutes. As the vehicle came to a halt, Feng Qiao, more anxious than anyone else inside, swayed and attempted to exit quickly. Yet, just as she stood up and took a few steps, darkness enveloped her, followed swiftly by a wave of dizziness, rendering her unable to control her body as she collapsed. Qiao Qiao, Bai Siqi, closest to Feng Qiao, was the first to notice the anomaly. He instinctively reached out to catch her, his dark eyes betraying a hint of panic. Feng Qiao collided with his chest, the visor of her protective suit pressing tightly against her face under the strain, nearly suffocating her. After several desperate attempts to breathe, the hand on her back gradually loosened its grip. Feng Qiao gasped for air, her body feeling weightless as if walking on clouds. Yet the buzzing in her ears drowned out all other sounds. It was only when the protective suit was violently torn open that her skin met the cool air, jolting her back to reality. She stared blankly at the cold metallic ceiling above, gradually regaining her senses, only to realize they were now aboard the Bai family's private starship. Why did you tear open the protective suit? Get out quickly. Although Feng Qiao sensed that the pollutants lingering in her mental domain made departure challenging, others likely did not share her concerns. Hence, her first instinct upon regaining composure was to push Bai Siqi away. However, weighing 70 kilograms, Bai Siqi remained steadfast, unmovable even when Feng Qiao was in better condition. Frustration surged within her as her breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling unevenly. Bai Siqi, you've already lost your memory due to mental issues. Could you please exhibit a bit of crisis awareness? Can't you just heed the majority's advice and exit quickly? Can't you see I'm expending all my regained strength on you? Lying on a large bed in the starship's lounge, Feng Qiao's gaze grew vacant. She sighed, resigned to her lack of strength, letting whatever would happen unfold. Just as she thought this, she heard footsteps retreating, only to approach again. Feng Qiao frowned slightly, but kept her eyes closed. The footsteps halted beside her once more, and the usually silent Bai Siqi finally spoke. Are you feeling unwell? I apologize for not considering your condition and subjecting you to such speed. His voice bore a hint of sadness and guilt. After a pause, as if struck by a thought, he continued, I'm not afraid of the pollutants transferring to me. I merely worry about encountering danger on the road. Wearing a protective suit at least ensures you won't be infected by new contaminants. I promised just a few days ago that I would take good care of you. Noticing Feng Qiao's continued silence, Bai Siqi tightened his grip on the bottle of sour plums, then added, I brought some sour plums. They should help with your current condition. If they aren't sufficient, we also have hawthorn, oranges, sour radishes, and lemon slices. Yiqin has even prepared remedies for motion sickness, but they may take some time. Bai Siqi's soft voice lingered in her ears, prompting Feng Qiao to finally open her eyes. The moment she did, she found Bai Siqi holding a beautifully packaged small bottle, his gaze fixed intently on her. Next to the bed, a tray containing freshly cut lemons and vibrant oranges lay, along with other items Bai Siqi had mentioned earlier. Feng Qiao exhaled and pointed at the bottle of sour plums in Bai Siqi's hand. I can just eat this. Bai Siqi nodded, his previously tense expression softening slightly at her words. He obediently twisted open the lid of the sour plum bottle and reached for a spoon from the tray to serve her. Feng Qiao quickly interjected, hand me the spoon. I can do it myself. Bai Siqi hesitated briefly, but ultimately handed the spoon to Feng Qiao. However, he kept the bottle of sour plums firmly in his grasp, extending it forward to facilitate her actions. Feng Qiao, still feeling unwell, lacked the energy for prolonged exchanges with Bai Siqi. She took a sour plum from the spoon he offered. Upon consuming one, she indeed felt a slight improvement in her stomach. Feng Qiao initially intended to consume merely 3 to 5 sour plums, but to her astonishment, she found herself unable to stop. It was only when her hand, clutching the bottle, began to tremble slightly that she realized she had nearly devoured half of it. The discomfort that had previously plagued her had significantly subsided, indicating that further consumption was unnecessary. Feng Qiao lightly tapped the spoon she had extended against Bai Siqi's curled fingers, her gaze gradually shifting to his cheek. She noticed his impeccably smooth jawline appeared slightly tense, and within his pitch-black eyes lingered a hint of unease and an overwhelming urge to flee. Once Feng Qiao ceased her actions, Bai Siqi seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, his arms instinctively retreating as he began to contemplate excuses for his departure. "I'll go check on Yi Qin. I wish to eat an orange." Before Bai Siqi could finish his sentence, Feng Qiao promptly interjected. "Could you please help me peel an orange?" Bai Siqi gritted his teeth, reasoning that peeling an orange wouldn't take much time. He swiftly grabbed an orange from the tray and deftly removed its skin in a matter of seconds. As he began to utter a word of acknowledgement, Feng Qiao interrupted him. Chapter 27. The two were trapped in the room. "I do not wish to consume the white threads atop the orange. Kindly remove them for me." Feng Qiao observed Bai Siqi's face, which bore an expression of restrained frustration as she obstinately made her unreasonable demand. She was acutely aware that Bai Siqi's current state was far from normal, although she had internally dismissed Yi Qin's two speculations while in the hovercar. A certain uncertainty still lingered within her. Thus, knowing the medication Bai Siqi had taken would soon lose its efficacy and his headache would return, she stubbornly found a reason to keep him there. She needed to ascertain whether the cause lay within herself or stemmed from another source. Even if she had no interest in uncovering the truth, Yi Qin and Yu Li would likely insist on her cooperation. Yi Qin and Yu Li, being close to Bai Siqi, naturally consider matters from his perspective. However, rather than waiting for them to prepare thoroughly before broaching the subject, she preferred to seize control of the situation herself. Gaining clarity promptly would allow her to make necessary preparations in advance. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Bai Siqi's temple. He knew the effects of the medication he had taken were diminishing, and the side effects were becoming increasingly pronounced. He could no longer remain there. After placing the peeled orange back onto the tray, Bai Siqi quickly declared, "I'll fetch the robot," and hastily made his way outside. The device on his wrist emitted several beeps, and he silenced the incessant noise, quickening his pace to the point where he almost left behind an afterimage. Finally, his finger pressed firmly against the door button of the spacecraft's chamber. Bai Siqi exhaled deeply, his expression having relaxed momentarily, only for it to shift abruptly to one of distress. The door before him remained shut. The pain in his mind intensified, rendering his already pale complexion even more ghostly. His tall figure bent slightly as he leaned against the metallic wall for support, his trembling fingers pressing repeatedly against the button. Yet the door showed no signs of responding. The scene before him blurred gradually, yet his awareness remained acute. He could distinctly sense the suppressed mental energy within him surging forth with unprecedented intensity. It felt as though it were on the verge of breaking free from its confines, ready to rampage through the entire room and beyond the vessel until his mental strength was entirely exhausted. However, in reality, the uncontrolled mental energy struggled to breach even the smallest barrier of its domain. With each surge, the agony Bai Siqi felt only intensified. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand it and gradually slid down the wall. On the bed, Feng Qiao lay with her eyes closed. Although her condition had improved significantly, her inherently frail body, having endured this ordeal, felt utterly exhausted, and she longed for a brief respite. Perfectly aware that Bai Siqi seemed to require no assistance, she deemed it unnecessary to sacrifice her own comfort for another. As for the matter she had initially wished to verify, she would have to seek another opportunity. While she pondered this, a dull thud echoed from the doorway, startling her awake. Feng Qiao sprang to her feet, her bare feet sinking into the soft plush carpet as she hurried toward the door. Just a few steps in, she spotted Bai Siqi curled up on the floor by the entrance. Alarmed, she called out his name and rushed toward him. Bai Siqi cradled his head in his hands, occasionally emitting a stifled groan, but he could utter little else. Feng Qiao noticed the tight grip he had on his hair, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure, and she gently placed one hand atop his. Despite his torment, Bai Siqi's expression remained contorted with pain, and he showed no reaction to her words, as if nothing had changed. She then attempted to press her forehead against his, gently lifting him to rest against her cheek. Their faces touched, and Bai Siqi instinctively rubbed against her. Yet in the next moment he recoiled in shock, returning to clutch his head, moaning in agony. Confused, Feng Qiao watched him huddle back into himself, pondering her next words. Just then, her wrist communicator chimed. Casting a glance at Bai Siqi, who seemed desperately trying to shrink into a corner, Feng Qiao swallowed the words that had risen to her lips and answered the call from Yi Qin. As soon as the connection was established, Yi Qin's anxious voice reached her. "Madam, are you in Qi currently?" Before he could finish, upon noticing that Feng Qiao had removed her outer protective suit, his tone shifted, laced with a glimmer of hope. "You're not in the same room, are you?" As if to counter Yi Qin's expectations, just as Feng Qiao was about to respond, Bai Siqi's pained groans echoed through the communicator. Yi Qin stood frozen, and Feng Qiao, not allowing him much time to react, turned the communicator's screen toward the corner Bai Siqi and promptly relayed the situation. Before leaving the room, the medication's side effects manifested. However, for some unknown reason, Qi seems to be resisting me. Feng Qiao succinctly recounted the events, prompting an expletive from Yi Qin on the other end. With Bai Siqi currently in close proximity to her, he risked exposure to any contaminants she might carry, potentially exacerbating his mental condition. "Bai Siqi, you truly are remarkable," Yi Qin exclaimed. "I am on my way." He dashed toward Feng Qiao's location while reminding her, "Maintain your distance from the Duke for now and prioritize your safety. We will discuss this further upon my arrival." Concerned about the situation between Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi, Yi Qin kept the communication line open. Feng Qiao continued her attempts to approach Bai Siqi, but he appeared to be vehemently resistant. Not entirely resistant, it seemed, but rather battling against a deep-seated desire to draw closer to her, hence his repeated attempts to push her away. Feng Qiao contemplated for a moment, a vague thought flickering through her mind before it could fully form, when Bai Siqi's communicator chimed for the third time. Checking the caller ID, she noticed it was still the contact, named Afula. Feng Qiao had initially intended to ignore the situation, but on the other side, Yi Qin had clearly seen the incoming call from Bai Siqi displayed on the holographic screen. At that moment, his pupils, which had remained relatively unchanged, suddenly constricted as if startled by something. Chapter 28. Do not pretend to be pitiful here. Noticing the change in Yi Qin's expression, Feng Qiao glanced at the incessantly ringing communication device, pondering what issue could possibly trouble this person. It was then that Bai Siqi, seemingly overwhelmed, raised his hand and abruptly silenced the call, retreating further into his small corner. Instantly, Yi Qin's expression became even more complex. However, the most pressing concern remained Bai Siqi, prompting Yi Qin to swiftly cast aside all trivial matters. Realizing that persuading Feng Qiao to distance herself from Bai Siqi was futile, Yi Qin ceased his attempts. Even in such a state, Bai Siqi showed no inclination to harm Feng Qiao. Indeed, he could compress his considerable frame into a tiny ball in the corner, which Yi Qin found quite admirable. Rushing to the door of the room where Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi were situated, Yi Qin pressed the doorbell twice, but received no response, leading him to suspect that they were locked inside. Feng Qiao, momentarily taken aback, pressed the button herself, and her expression gradually shifted. As she observed Bai Siqi huddled in the corner, a thought struck her. Perhaps it was not that Bai Siqi had failed to leave, but rather that he had been unable to open the retractable door at that time. What's wrong? Yi Qin's voice trembled as he seemed to come to a realization. Feng Qiao, after several attempts, confirmed that the door indeed would not budge, and with a heavy heart, she delivered her final blow to Yi Qin's growing despair. "I believe there's an issue with the door mechanism." The revelation hit Yi Qin like a hammer, leaving his head ringing. Prior to their departure, they had ensured that the ship underwent thorough inspections, confirming that everything was in order. Yet now, before the ship had even launched, such a critical issue arose. "Madam, please remain calm. I will contact the technical team immediately." Feng Qiao nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the screen to see Yi Qin, who was already perspiring with anxiety, and refrained from adding any further comments at that moment. As they needed to reach out to the technical personnel, The two temporarily disconnected the call. Feng Qiao resumed her experimentation with Bai Siqi while clutching the tranquilizer gun that she had originally intended to hand over to him. "Iqi, you are in so much pain. Are you sure you do not want a hug?" Feng Qiao gently stroked Bai Siqi's head with one hand while the other firmly held the tranquilizer gun, its barrel aimed at the cowering figure in the corner. Upon hearing her words, Bai Siqi instinctively shrank further into the corner, clutching his head with greater intensity. Observing this, Feng Qiao withdrew her fingers from where they rested on Bai Siqi's hand and pressed the dark muzzle of the gun against him. She murmured softly, "But I cannot bear to see you suffer. Since you do not wish for me to share your pain, I will simply let you sleep, so you will feel none of it. Is that agreeable?" Bai Siqi's arms loosened slightly, and then he shifted to the side as if to facilitate Feng Qiao administering the tranquilizer. Feng Qiao found herself torn between amusement and frustration. Just moments ago, he had clutched his head tightly, yet now he was eager to cooperate. Despite the evident pain racking his body, he still managed to muster the energy to engage in a battle of wits with her. The barrel of the gun poked at Bai Siqi's taut arm, and with a feigned gruffness, Feng Qiao remarked, "Since you have chosen the tranquilizer, do not feign pity in the corner. Or do you wish for everyone outside to witness the Grand Duke by reduced to tears while crouching on the floor?" Bai Siqi appeared to heed Feng Qiao's words. Slowly, he lifted his head from its buried position. Feng Qiao watched intently, and as Bai Siqi raised his gaze, she immediately noticed the faint redness at the corners of his eyes. Though his gentle yet commanding eyes were beautiful, they often exuded an air of distance. Yet now, those very eyes seemed glistening with a touch of grievance, evoking a desire to protect him. "Hurry, let me help you up. I would not want anyone to say that the illustrious Duke Bai was bullied and found sobbing on the floor." Due to the pain, Bai Siqi could barely discern Feng Qiao's words. Nevertheless, at that moment, he seemed to absorb her message without hindrance. His ears, hidden beneath his dark hair, flushed with embarrassment as he opened his mouth, attempting to clarify his situation, but all that escaped was a plaintive, "It hurts." Feng Qiao's outstretched arm trembled uncontrollably and retracted. Although she was acutely aware that Bai Siqi was merely a 5-year-old child at that moment, the face and voice before her made it challenging to constantly remind herself of this fact. After much effort to support the stubborn child, who was nearly incapacitated by pain, onto the bed, Feng Qiao felt utterly drained. She shakily covered Bai Siqi with a blanket before collapsing beside him, her mouth agape and her gaze vacant, lost in thought. After uttering his cry of pain, the 5-year-old seemed unable to maintain his composure, repeatedly whining in Feng Qiao's ear, urging her to use the tranquilizer gun promptly. Finally managing to retrieve the tranquilizer gun, Feng Qiao found her arm still too weak to lift. Slowly, she inched her arm along the bed and aimed the gun at Bai Siqi. With a soft hiss, the gun discharged with minimal noise, and Bai Siqi, who had been restless, soon fell silent. Feng Qiao waited a moment longer, ensuring that the tranquilizer had taken effect before sending a message to Yi Qin and finally succumbing to her exhaustion, drifting off to sleep. Within the ship, Yi Qin was in a state of frantic urgency as he contacted the technical personnel. It was soon determined that it was likely due to a misactivation of the room's automatic lock by its occupants that the door remained locked. As long as the automatic lock could be disengaged, the door would open. Furthermore, if one possessed the highest authority aboard the ship, they could forcibly disable the automatic lock and gain entry. Naturally, Yi Qin lacked such authority, so he had no choice but to reach out to Feng Qiao. Under Yi Qin's guidance, the utterly exhausted Feng Qiao quickly located the switch he had mentioned. However, upon seeing its position, she felt an overwhelming desire to collapse and ignore the whimpering individual still on the bed. If it weren't for the tray precariously placed atop the switch, would she have been reduced to such a state? Nevertheless, she acknowledged that she bore some responsibility for this predicament. Inside the room, the soft breaths of the two soon filled the air. When the door finally swung open, Yi Qin and Yu Li, who had received the news, rushed in with urgency. Yet neither was able to rouse the peacefully sleeping pair on the bed. Chapter 29. Special Energy. It was Madame who employed the tranquilizer gun. Qin caught sight of the small syringe resting on the low table, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. After conducting a brief assessment of the current state of their mental energy, he sighed in relief upon confirming that their condition had not deteriorated, only to recall another matter. Previously, I observed that a young lady from the Russell family had reached out to Qi. Afura, whose full name was Afura Russell, was the youngest daughter of the Duke of Care from the Russell family. Possessing healing abilities, Afura dedicated herself to studying pharmacology under the guidance of her teachers, demonstrating remarkable talent in this field. Unlike typical noble women, from the age of 15, Afura would spend 2 months each year on the battlefield, not only delivering medicines to soldiers, but also providing treatment to those injured in combat. Therefore, Miss Afra from the Russell family is equally beloved by many within the empire. However, this has no bearing on Qin. Yu Li's expression, which had relaxed upon realizing that Bai Siqi's mental state was not severely compromised, darkened slightly upon hearing Qin's words. He lowered his voice and retreated a step outside to speak. Had it not been for Miss Afra's insistence on boarding their ship to see Bai Siqi, he would have been informed sooner about Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao being trapped in the room. Fortunately, both of them were unharmed. If any unfortunate incident were to befall Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao, Yu Li's eyes turned cold for an instant. He could not believe that Afra had coincidentally heard about Bai Siqi's improving mental state and then happened to see the Bai family ship dock here, prompting her visit. Ever since Bai Siqi's mental issues arose, countless eyes have been fixated on the Duke's residence. Were it not for the fact that most of the staff at the Duke's residence were former soldiers who had retired from the battlefield alongside the previous and current Dukes due to physical and mental issues. And with Qin, the doctor, present, it was uncertain whether Bai Siqi could have survived in the midst of such predatory scrutiny. Fortunately, Feng Qiao's appearance rekindled his hope. He hoped for a smooth journey ahead. After reminding Qin of a few matters, and seeing that it was nearly time for their scheduled departure, Yu Li reluctantly disembarked from the ship. There were still many affairs to attend to at both the Duke's residence and Feng Qiao's parents' side, making it evident that Yu Li could not accompany Feng Qiao and the others. However, the crew aboard the ship had been meticulously selected by him. With these individuals, along with Qin's presence, there should not be any significant issues. Yu Li's expression remained grave as he watched the ship depart, before promptly returning to the Duke's residence. On the ship, Feng Qiao awakened 2 hours later. Bai Siqi, lying beside her, remained still due to the effects of the anesthetic. Feng Qiao called out a few times, but to no avail. Instead, the sounds of footsteps and the clattering of wheels grew progressively closer from outside. Is the lady awake? Qin's round eyes sparkled with mirth as he looked at Feng Qiao, seemingly bursting with words to share. Yet he restrained his impulse to converse with her at that moment and pointed to Bai Siqi lying beside her. Yuan, please secure the Duke. Understood. The small robot glided over to the side of the bed where Bai Siqi lay, extending its 2 robotic arms. With swift motions, Bai Siqi was thoroughly wrapped up like a dumpling. Feng Qiao watched in astonishment as Qin, unable to contain his eagerness, spoke. The anesthetic in that gun is specially formulated. Bai Siqi will not awaken until after lunch. With Yuan here to care for him, there should be no issues. However, I have some uncertainties regarding Bai Siqi and the lady's mental states that I wish to verify with you. After conducting tests on both of their mental conditions, Qin had only exhaled in relief, not having the time to notice more. Yet during the time Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi were asleep, Qin, engrossed in research at the studio, discovered some subtle differences. However, without Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi present, he was unable to confirm his findings. After patiently waiting for about 10 minutes, Qin returned to their room. Initially intending to collect data, he was surprised to find that Feng Qiao had awakened. While you and Bai Siqi were unconscious, I was concerned about your mental state and conducted a simple test. Feng Qiao followed Qin to her workspace aboard the ship. Although this workspace was not as well equipped as the one in the Duke's residence, it still boasted a comprehensive array of medical instruments. On the largest screen, various icons and a plethora of data were displayed, while scattered sheets of draft paper filled with handwritten symbols lay on the table. Feng Qiao glanced over, confirming that she could not comprehend the content. and turned her attention elsewhere. This is the current testing data for Bai Siqi compared to previous results. The content on the large screen shifted under Yi Qin's manipulation. With his explanations, Feng Qiao, who had begun to learn about mental power, gradually discerned some distinctions. Although she had remained by Bai Siqi's side during the onset of the drug side effects, subsequent mental condition assessments indicated that Bai Siqi's mental state was not as stable as before. Of course, it was also possible that Bai Siqi had been struggling against himself, desperately trying to distance himself from Feng Qiao, which could have exacerbated his already unstable mental state. Nevertheless, Yi Qin believed the root cause lay with Feng Qiao. Previously, I suggested that the lady may have experienced some changes due to the consumption of special plants, which we have yet to fully recognize. Is that why Bai Siqi wanted to be close to you during that time? While this might have been an immature hypothesis then, after recent events, he felt it was likely correct. Feng Qiao listened quietly to Yi Qin's words. In her previous life, her unique abilities had persisted for so long that due to health reasons, Jiang Weining had to conduct regular examinations on her. Despite numerous tests yielding no issues, Feng Qiao was somewhat skeptical about her health. However, considering the possibility of an exception, she decided to hear Yi Qin's analysis. Both the special plant seeds that the lady had urged to germinate a few days prior and the two unique plants brought back from the Feng residence exhibited a remarkably unique energy during testing. This special energy could not be extracted through conventional means, and those who had consumed the special plants showed no detectable presence of this energy. Feng Qiao blinked, seemingly beginning to grasp what Yi Qin was hinting at. Chapter 30. Mental labor is still labor. The reason it remains undetectable could be that, first, the energy enters the body and is directly absorbed. Second, it might exist in a form undetectable by our current methods within the body, and when our mental power is polluted, this energy would automatically emerge to combat the pollutants. As Yi Qin spoke, he carefully observed Feng Qiao's expression. In the next moment, he shrugged. Indeed, you find the second possibility unlikely as well, don't you? Feng Qiao, speechless, replied candidly, as of now, I don't feel any energy emerging to assist me against the pollutants clinging to my mental threads. It seems so. Those two guards said the same thing. Yi Qin sighed heavily, appearing somewhat regretful that the two had not felt anything at all. Let's explore the first possibility then. Yi Qin did not dwell on this. He had never consumed the special plants himself, and since Feng Qiao had likely ingested them the most, he naturally had to rely on her for further information. After a brief moment, Yi Qin mourned the demise of his second hypothesis and focused on discussing with Feng Qiao. Time flew by, and before they knew it, over an hour had passed. It was only when the small robot reminded them it was time for a meal that Yi Qin reluctantly stood up. Although most of the time had been spent with Yi Qin posing questions and Feng Qiao responding, he always prefaced his inquiries with some of his thoughts. In areas Feng Qiao found perplexing, Yi Qin offered simpler explanations, allowing their conversation to yield some insights for Feng Qiao. In fact, she now felt that Yi Qin's second hypothesis was not without merit, particularly concerning the matter of Bai Siqi. How could the person who was so deeply attached to her just 2 days ago undergo such a drastic change? From some of Bai Siqi's behaviors, it appears that there is still something about her, unbeknownst to her, that captivates Bai Siqi, who is currently experiencing the aftereffects of the medication. It seems improbable that Bai Siqi could resist this temptation due to a sudden enhancement of his own willpower. Rather, it is likely that her allure has diminished. What could she possess that attracts Bai Siqi in such a state, and why has it suddenly weakened? Drawing from prior discussions with Yi Qin, Feng Qiao deduces that it is an undetectable energy. This energy allows contaminants to only cling to her mental threads without inflicting further damage on her psyche. It is possible that this energy within her is limited, and once it has instinctively safeguarded her contaminated mental threads, it can no longer attract Bai Siqi in his current condition. Although these remain mere speculations, Feng Qiao believes there is a significant possibility that they approach the truth. Individuals with severe mental issues are instinctively drawn to this energy. Fortunately, those suffering from such profound mental disturbances cannot engage in activities like ordinary people, So even if her conjecture proves accurate, the impact would not be overly severe. Nevertheless, a degree of caution is warranted, and protective gear should be prepared. Feng Qiao jotted this down in her notebook and continued her analysis. Eager to discuss mental powers and special plants with Feng Qiao, Yiqin hastily finished his lunch. However, when he turned around, he noticed that Feng Qiao's meal had barely been touched. She was staring blankly ahead, appearing as if her soul had wandered far away. Ye Bai Siqi internally. Alas, it is what it is. Mental labor is still labor. Feng Qiao's health is poor. She should rest at her room this afternoon. After finishing his meal, Yiqin suggested that Feng Qiao return to rest. Given her previous speculations, she was not keen on staying outside, so she nodded and went back. Since Bai Siqi was using the earlier room, Feng Qiao chose to occupy the adjacent one. The ship was spacious with numerous rooms. For safety reasons, only Feng Qiao, Bai Siqi, and Yiqin occupied this level. In addition to the lounge, there were training rooms, viewing rooms, and storage rooms nearby. Although it was her first time aboard such a large vessel, Feng Qiao had little interest in exploring the various compartments. Upon hearing that she was not needed for the time being, she immediately resumed her studies on mental powers in her new room. Knowing that the passage to that distant planet would open in just a couple of days, and that there would be no star network available once they arrived, Feng Qiao had downloaded a significant number of books on the subject. Bai Siqi awoke around 2 in the afternoon. Although he had slept for nearly 6 hours, his mental state was clearly less than optimal, especially when recalling the moments before his unconsciousness. When he had been affected by the medication's side effects and drawn to Feng Qiao, his lips, previously lacking color, pressed together into a straight line, and the brightness in his eyes, which had sparkled since his amnesia, suddenly dimmed. Although he had successfully suppressed his urge to approach Feng Qiao this time, the reason for his success was not due to his own prowess, but rather the diminished allure. This indicated that something might be amiss with Feng Qiao's body. Bai Siqi found Yiqin's contact number and dialed. In the adjacent room, Feng Qiao was engrossed in an introductory book about mental powers. Although it was merely an introductory text, grasping its concepts was somewhat challenging for someone encountering this knowledge for the first time. Just as Feng Qiao felt overwhelmed, a communication from Yuli came through. Instantly, her previously weary face lit up with vitality. Aware that Yuli had many matters to attend to, Feng Qiao refrained from inquiring about how they planned to rescue people and simply confirmed some information before ending the call. However, after hanging up, Feng Qiao found herself lacking the motivation to continue studying. Coupled with the headache from her earlier reading, she decided to take a walk. Initially, she intended to check on Bai Siqi, especially since Yuli was so dedicated to helping her parents, but to her surprise, Bai Siqi was not in his room. Feng Qiao contacted Bai Siqi and confirmed that he was awake and with Yiqin. Sensing that the two were likely engaged in important discussions, she opted not to disturb them and instead headed to the viewing room. Feng Qiao had merely sought a light-hearted film for relaxation, but upon opening the film library, her attention was suddenly captivated by a documentary titled The Whale of the Mental Power Berserker. The documentary began with a serene blue sky and green fields, and due to its immersive viewing experience, the sounds of insects and birds felt as if they were surrounding Feng Qiao. As she embraced the sensation of being enveloped by nature, the next moment, a figure clad in a hospital gown abruptly appeared before her, lunging and clawing at her. Startled, Feng Qiao lost her balance and fell onto the grass. The man's fist swung through the air, his prominent Adam's apple quivering as he emitted a growl akin to that of a wild beast. Feng Qiao looked up, but before she could fully see the man's face, he suddenly retreated, halting about 5 meters away. Finally, she could clearly discern the man's features. He was a man with neck-length, disheveled hair, resembling a bird's nest atop his head, seemingly neglected for months. His unshaven face and wild eyes, obscured by his overly long hair, made it difficult to ascertain his appearance. "Hurry, over there," came a voice from afar. Following the sound, Feng Qiao saw 5 or 6 armed personnel. The man seemed to have heard the voices behind him. He abruptly turned and charged at the group without warning. Bang, bang, bang. "Caution, he's coming." The armed personnel unhesitatingly pulled the triggers of their weapons, with one of them warning others. No additional reminders were necessary. All attention was focused on the imminent threat. After all, this was a psychic who was in a berserk state, and they had no desire to meet their end too soon. The man moved swiftly, disregarding the bullets flying towards him, as he ferociously charged at the armed personnel aiming at him. 2 bullets tore through the air and struck the man, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing his relentless advance. The wind generated by his sprint blew his long bangs aside, revealing his bloodshot eyes. He had lost all reason, his gaze flickering with madness and brutality. As the distance between him and the armed personnel closed, they quickly scattered to evade him. The man locked onto one individual, relentlessly pursuing him. Within 5 seconds, the armed personnel was caught by the berserk man. The man reached out to grasp the armed personnel's neck, who narrowly evaded the attack. At that moment, the others who had fled in different directions realized the man was no longer pursuing them and immediately halted, aiming their weapons at him. Bang, bang, bang. 4 of them fired in succession. However, the man appeared to focus solely on the armed personnel directly in front of him. After failing to seize his target, he launched a kick that sent the armed personnel flying 5 meters away. He prepared to chase after him once more, but at that instant, the man's towering figure swayed. None of the other 4 dared to approach, their weapons trained on the man, who stood unsteadily as if intoxicated. It was not until 30 seconds had passed and the man collapsed to the ground with a thud that they cautiously approached. The man was transported to a medical facility, or more aptly, a laboratory. They secured him firmly to the experimental table and commenced various experiments. The restraints binding the man's limbs are remarkably sturdy, compounded by the frequent injections of anesthetics administered by the medical personnel surrounding him, which have reduced his physical prowess to its nadir. In addition to the anesthetics, various unidentified substances are injected into his body at intervals, followed by a series of examinations, data recording, and analysis. Occasionally, these substances grant him fleeting moments of lucidity. Yet such clarity lasts but a blink, insufficient for him to articulate even a single coherent sentence. What follows is an interminable agony. The most prevalent sound resonating within the treatment room is the man's anguished cries, which resonate with a haunting intensity, even surpassing the tremors induced by his mental turmoil. "Kill me. In my suffering," he pleads as he lies upon the examination table, the excruciating pain causing his bloodshot eyes to bulge. The areas where his limbs are shackled have long since become a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, perhaps aware that his days are numbered. The personnel entering and exiting the room have ceased any attempts at treatment. After each drug trial, he emerges further battered. The stench of blood thickens in the air, and by the end, even without the anesthetic, his struggles have significantly diminished. Everyone understands that this man cannot endure much longer. Yet they persist in seizing every opportunity to experiment upon him, until yet another vial of experimental serum is injected, provoking a violent reaction from him. The onlookers hope for a miracle. Even if this serum proves effective, this man, having endured unimaginable torment, will not survive for long. Yet, countless others like him exist in this world, perhaps still capable of glimpsing a new hope. However, the flicker of hope in the eyes of the personnel ultimately extinguishes with the sound of a heartbeat flatlining. Their experiment has once again met with failure. The staff swiftly remove the deceased man's body and proceed to clean the laboratory. At that moment, several individuals clad in similar armed uniforms re-enter, carrying a woman who remains unconscious. With practiced efficiency, the staff secure her upon the pristine examination table, and the laboratory buzzes with activity once more. The film concludes here, leaving Feng Qiao motionless as she removes her sensory device, lost in thought. This documentary diverges entirely from her initial expectations. She had anticipated a narrative chronicling a descent into madness, culminating in death. While the film does indeed unfold in this manner, it is far more stifling than witnessing a soul gradually lose its essence, exhausting its mental and physical strength in endless devastation before succumbing. Especially poignant is the moment when the man, clearly desiring to escape the torment inflicted by the experiments, yearns for death as a release. Yet, bereft of reason and self, Death becomes a mere luxury beyond his reach. After the film's conclusion, Feng Qiao remains seated in the viewing chamber for an extended period, allowing her turbulent emotions to settle before finally rising to leave. Bai Siqi and Yiqin have completed their discussions, with Yiqin now occupied in his workspace. Bai Siqi's mental state remains unstable, and the door to his room remains locked. Observing this, Feng Qiao inquires briefly via her light brain before descending to retrieve dinner, which she consumes before retiring for the night. On the first night aboard the ship, perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings, Feng Qiao does not rest well. Nevertheless, recalling Butler Yuli's mention of a planned collaboration with Lu Junhao's crew to seize the ship, she steels herself and awaits news at her light brain. Uncertain if it is concern for Bai Siqi's health or an awareness of Feng Qiao's anxiety, Yiqin calls for both her and Bai Siqi, and the three proceed to the viewing chamber Feng Qiao had visited the previous day. However, this time they're not watching a holographic film. Yiqin's light brain connects to a three-dimensional projector Feng Qiao had not utilized before, promptly displaying a familiar star map before them. "This is our current position," Yiqin announces, pointing to a small white dot on the stellar map. Feng Qiao nods, attentively observing. Subsequently, Yiqin marks a location on the opposite side of the star map with a blue dot. This blue dot represents the current location of Mr. Feng and Mrs. Feng. Feng Qiao gazes intently at the blue dot under Yiqin's guidance, her expression growing more serious. Yiqin, while harboring some personal motives, also considers Feng Qiao's emotional state. He continues, "Our preparations here are quite thorough. We are merely awaiting Lu Junhao to relay the ship's internal defense layout, so we can proceed with the rescue. Truth be told, even without this internal defense plan, our preparations would still enable us to rescue them. However, having someone on the inside will greatly enhance the safety of Mr. Feng and Mrs. Feng." His words slightly alleviate Feng Qiao's tense disposition. Yet, true reassurance for her will only come once they have successfully executed the rescue. Yiqin appears to recognize this. Thus he adds, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to rescue them by 3 o'clock this afternoon. However, there will undoubtedly be numerous eyes on Mr. Feng and the others from Central Star, so we cannot immediately regroup with them after the rescue." As he speaks, he observes Feng Qiao's reactions. Although she appears somewhat disappointed, her expression is not overly dramatic, and he internally breathes a sigh of relief. Yiqin continues, "My suggestion is that we first head to the location where we previously discovered the special plants to address Aqi's mental energy issues. After all, Aqi's condition should not be delayed any longer. Once Mr. Feng and the others have evaded their pursuers, we can regroup and discuss the next steps." Yiqin, feeling a twinge of guilt, avoids meeting Feng Qiao's gaze, but he knows that Bai Siqi's condition cannot be postponed any further. As Bai Siqi's private physician, along with their lifelong friendship, Yiqin is unwilling to witness Bai Siqi's condition deteriorate. Nevertheless, Yiqin's plan is not without merit. Bai Siqi's recent outing has already attracted considerable attention. Although the previous day passed without incident, such tranquility is unlikely to last much longer. Once they exit the confines of the Bai family's territory, it is likely that some individuals will lose their restraint. If Feng Qiao's parents arrive at this juncture, they could potentially be implicated. Feng Qiao studies the star map displayed before her, neither affirming nor denying. Her fingers sift through the star field between the blue and white dots for nearly 5 minutes before pausing, pointing to a particular nebula as she inquires, "Will our ship reach this location before noon the day after tomorrow?" Although Yiqin does not comprehend the reasoning behind Feng Qiao's question, he attentively examines the points she has indicated, consulting his light brain for calculations before providing her with a definitive answer. "If all goes well, we should arrive by tomorrow evening." However, concerned for Feng Qiao's well-being, he adds, "At the current speed of this ship, we may arrive a couple of hours late. If you do not mind, we can maintain this pace." Yiqin recalls Feng Qiao's earlier bout of motion sickness. "In that case, let us slightly increase our speed to ensure we reach this location before noon the day after tomorrow. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting until next month to acquire the special plants." Feng Qiao speaks at a measured pace. Yet her sudden revelation leaves the two beside her momentarily stunned. Wait, what did Feng Qiao just say? Special plants? They were discovered right here? Yi Qin exclaims, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent, while Bai Siqi has already begun examining the star field Feng Qiao previously indicated. Are you saying the special plants were found in that star field? Although they had already learned about the special plants, the Feng family had not inquired further about the specific location of their discovery. They assumed it was on some remote planet yet unexplored by the Empire, only to find that it was surprisingly close to the central star. How could such a location, so near to the central star, have remained undiscovered? Yi Qin was filled with excitement when Bai Siqi pointed towards that star region, stating that he had just checked and found no planets suitable for human habitation in that area. The occasional cosmic storms had instead created an extremely perilous asteroid belt. So, did the Feng family discover these special plants within the asteroid belt? Yi Qin was momentarily stunned, clearly sharing a similar thought with Bai Siqi. I'll first look into the data on this asteroid belt. Our ship is exceptionally sturdy, and we have experienced operators on board. Even traversing through the asteroid belt should not pose a significant problem. Yi Qin spoke hesitantly, his hands trembling slightly as he manipulated his holographic device. With the conversation reaching this point, Feng Qiao naturally had no intention of concealing any further details. While she was confident in ensuring the safety of everyone aboard, she recognized that the journey to that planet would indeed be somewhat perilous. To prevent panic from arising, it was prudent to prepare them in advance. The planet where the special plants grow is not located within the asteroid belt. Not within the asteroid belt? Yi Qin had barely begun to feel relieved when Feng Qiao continued. We must traverse the cosmic storm to reach the planet where the special plants thrive. However, she reassured them, you need not worry too much. I am confident in safely guiding the ship through. Traverse what? Yi Qin and Bai Siqi gazed at Feng Qiao in astonishment. It was not due to their lack of experience. Since the establishment of the Empire, they had never heard of a ship daring to sail directly into a cosmic storm rather than avoiding it. No wonder such a place had remained undetected so close to the Imperial Star. What sort of brave souls could carve out such a path? Yi Qin's gaze towards Feng Qiao shifted slightly. Feng Qiao understood that the route to that planet might seem unfathomable to ordinary individuals, and they might struggle to accept it in a short time frame, which is why she had chosen to reveal it early for their preparation. However, if they truly could not overcome their internal conflict, she could venture with Bai Siqi alone, as she remembered that their ship was equipped with a small combat vessel. As soon as Feng Qiao suggested this idea, both men shook their heads in disapproval, exclaiming, No, no, no. I need a moment to process this. Let us keep this matter from the others for now. Despite Feng Qiao's assurances, the enormity of traversing a cosmic storm was not something that could be easily accepted by most. Yi Qin feared that if Feng Qiao had mentioned this approach to reach the planet with the special plants earlier, Yili might not readily agree. Chapter 33. Danger and opportunity coexist nevertheless. Danger and opportunity coexist. Now that they had received confirmation of the presence of special plants that could potentially heal their mental issues, if they hesitated any longer, they might as well abandon hope for treatment. Thus, after minimal contemplation, Yi Qin and Bai Siqi reached a decision. However, the ship was not solely occupied by the three of them, and Yi Qin was concerned about the potential dangers they might encounter while traversing the cosmic storm. It was not that Yi Qin doubted Feng Qiao, but the presence of many individuals from the Duke's residence was indeed a concern. Should they come under attack during their passage through the cosmic storm, they would be vulnerable, akin to fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of their attackers. Therefore, further discussions on their specific deployment were necessary. For the next 2 days, the trio deliberated on this matter. Due to his mental issues, Bai Siqi could not remain awake for extended periods. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi and Yi Qin could not reach a consensus due to certain allocation issues, resulting in a prolonged delay in finalizing their plan. On the final morning, the two, having failed to come to an agreement, found themselves staring at each other in the viewing room. After exhaling a sigh, concerned for Bai Siqi's health, Yi Qin conceded first, urging Bai Siqi to return to rest. After all, there was still a full 12 hours until the time Feng Qiao had mentioned. Although Yi Qin no longer held hope of persuading Bai Siqi in the final hours, it was indeed time for him to rest. Weary, He gestured towards Bai Siqi before attempting to rise, when suddenly, the ship, which had been sailing smoothly, jolted violently. What was happening? Yi Qin grasped the table to steady himself and immediately contacted the command room. Dr. Yi, our ship has just come under an unidentified attack. The battleship has activated its defense system. Since leaving the star region belonging to the Bai family, the crew had remained vigilant against potential attacks following Yi Qin's warning. To their dismay, after an entire day of tranquility, they were now facing an assault. Fortunately, they had been on guard, and the crew had not ceased their surveillance of the surrounding environment. The reason they had not detected the small vessel sooner was due to their extreme agility and their cloaking and counter-detection capabilities. Nonetheless, such vessels had a characteristic: they were not equipped with highly offensive weapons. The ship's commander observed the 5 small vessels that had materialized around them and calmly directed the counterattack, without displaying any signs of panic. Upon hearing the news of the attack, Bai Siqi and Yi Qin exchanged glances, already forming suspicions in their minds. You should return to rest. I can handle things here. Yi Qin did not allow Bai Siqi to accompany him. Given Bai Siqi's unstable condition, it was uncertain which side he would be assisting. Bai Siqi clearly understood this, so he did not argue with Yi Qin. Feng Qiao, having been abruptly awakened from her dreams by the ship's violent shaking, recalled Yi Qin's words from earlier that day and quickly put on her shoes before rushing outside, only to encounter Yi Qin and Bai Siqi approaching. Bai Siqi had been sent back to his room to rest due to his condition, while Yi Qin was evidently not merely escorting him back. It's nothing. Just go back to sleep. Yi Qin yawned nonchalantly. A few oblivious ships will resolve it shortly. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Qin's words, Feng Qiao already had an inkling of the situation. I'll go check on the situation. Madam, please keep an eye on Achi. His mental state is not quite stable. If necessary, you may administer an injection. However, despite saying this, Yi Qin did not leave any syringes with Feng Qiao and swiftly departed. Feng Qiao wished to follow, but, seeing Bai Siqi's pale complexion, decided to take him back to his room instead. Do you need to take your medicine? Feng Qiao glanced at the neatly packaged pills on the table, initially believing they had been specially prepared for Bai Siqi by Yi Qin. It was not until the previous day, during their discussion, that Bai Siqi had peeled open a pill in front of her, revealing its true form, that she realized Yi Qin had divided the mint branches she had previously retrieved from the Feng family into small segments for regular administration to Bai Siqi. There were still more than a dozen pills in the bottle. Bai Siqi silently took out 2, peeled away their outer layers, and placed the well-preserved green branches into his mouth. Feng Qiao quietly observed as Bai Siqi's tense expression gradually relaxed, seemingly finding some enjoyment in it, before silently turning to grab the remaining half bottle of sour plum from the nearby table. Have one. Although she had never tasted the mint branches, she imagined they could not possibly be pleasant. Feng Qiao understood that Bai Siqi's true affection lay not in the mint branches themselves, but rather in the energy contained within them that could soothe his turbulent mental state. However, watching Bai Siqi enjoy even a small twig brought an indescribable feeling to Feng Qiao's heart. Yet soon, these humble morsels would no longer be necessary. Once they reached that distant planet, there would be an abundance of energy-rich fruits to choose from. Your mental strength will soon be replenished, and your memories should return as well, right? You should eat. Bai Siqi scooped 2 sour plums with a spoon and offered one to Feng Qiao, who did not refuse. Outside the ship, the sounds of cannon fire echoed continuously. However, as Yi Qin had mentioned earlier, the small enemy vessels outside were faster and more agile. Yet their offensive capabilities left much to be desired. Before their arrival, Yu Li and Yi Qin had anticipated potential attacks, equipping their ship with formidable weaponry, rendering it nearly invulnerable. Before the smaller ships that sought to inflict damage through self-detonation could approach, concentrated cannon fire pierced through their agile movements. In the face of overwhelming firepower, no strategy or technique could prevail. After swiftly dispatching several small vessels, Yi Qin did not relax. These ships were clearly the advanced reconnaissance units. The true combat ships had yet to arrive, judging by the previous self-destructive attack of the smaller ships. Even these initial reconnaissance units seemed to have no intention of returning alive. Glancing at the time, consumed by the recent skirmish, which had only lasted about 20 minutes, Yiqin promptly ordered the ship to accelerate. Indeed, less than an hour into their journey, they encountered a second wave of attacks. Unlike the one-sided situation of the first encounter, this time both sides engaged with fierce artillery fire from the outset, comparable to their own. The opposing side also commanded an upgraded warship. In addition to the modified battleship, there were 5 smaller combat vessels. Although these smaller ships appeared similar in size to the previous reconnaissance vessels, their offensive capabilities were vastly superior. Moreover, these small warships exhibited remarkable agility. In a scenario where both sides' firepower effectively neutralized each other, allowing such small vessels to approach their ship would result in significant damage. Chapter 34. Encounter with the Bone Pirates. The smaller combat ships had barely emerged from their bay when they were met with a barrage of fire from the opposing side. The operators of the small vessels did not falter in the face of incoming artillery. Instead, they accelerated forward, executing a graceful arc in space to evade the relentless bombardment. Immediately entering combat mode. With the support of the first small vessel, the enemy's harassment diminished significantly. Following closely were the second, third, and fourth small ships. Although they had one fewer vessel than the opposing side, the pilots of the 4 small ships operated with remarkable skill and extensive combat experience. The warships moved across the battlefield like nimble serpents, evading detection from the enemy's smaller ships. Additionally, the coordination and synergy among the 4 small vessels far surpassed that of their adversaries, allowing them to seize the initiative after merely 2 exchanges. Swift and decisive. Eliminate the most troublesome enemy ship first. Observing the scene of soaring artillery from the command room screen, the commander calmly issued orders. The 4 small vessels received the command and swiftly commenced their assault. With a resounding explosion, one of the enemy's small ships erupted, illuminating a section of the starry sky. Although both sides had an equal number of small ships at 4 each, it was evident that Feng Qiao's side held the advantage. This was largely due to their astute commander, who possessed some battlefield experience, and a crew that had honed their skills together for over a decade. Indeed, without support from the enemy's small ships, the battle, which continued for 2 hours, was nearing its conclusion. The enemy vessels suffered significant damage, and the sole remaining flagship was engulfed in smoke. While they had also lost 1 ship, such losses were negligible compared to the devastation inflicted on their adversaries. However, this overwhelming victory did little to elevate Yiqin's spirits, especially upon hearing that more enemy ships were approaching from behind. Could they eliminate the enemy's flagship before those ships arrived? As he pondered this, Yiqin glanced at the time displayed on his watch, 3:12. Although there was still ample time, the relentless waves of attacking vessels were becoming increasingly bothersome, particularly during such a critical moment. Very well. However, we may have to face. Before he could finish, the commander's expression abruptly changed. Without time to explain to Yiqin beside him, the commander immediately issued orders. Activate the ship's secondary defenses. Initiate propulsion. Prepare the artillery for immediate fire. The 4 small vessels had evidently been aware of the changing battlefield conditions, and without waiting for the commander's orders, they began to concentrate their fire on the flagship advancing towards them. Acknowledged. The ship's secondary defenses are activated. Artillery ready. Firing now. The thunderous roar reverberated, nearly unbalancing those aboard the vessel. Outside, beams of artillery struck the rapidly approaching enemy ship, reducing the once pristine warship to a battered wreck. Yet astonishingly, the damaged vessel's speed did not wane. It surged forward with even greater velocity. Directly in its path lay the ship occupied by Feng Qiao and her crew. Although the commander had swiftly ordered the ship's propulsion system to increase speed, their movement still lagged far behind that of the reckless, damaged vessel. The violent tremors were unlike anything experienced before. Concerned about the intensity of the night's battle, Feng Qiao had chosen to enter the sleep chamber for rest, knowing that only with adequate rest could she muster the energy for the following day. Little did she expect that even while lying in the sleep chamber, she was jolted awake, rolling a few times from the impact. What happened? Exiting the sleep chamber, Feng Qiao sent a message to Yiqin, then yawned and made her way to Bai Siqi's room. In the time that had elapsed, Yi Qin in the command room had already received footage relayed from the small vessels. The first 3 ships, though they were the Empire's latest civilian models, were unmistakably modified for combat. Setting aside the combat capabilities of these civilian modified vessels, behind them loomed a dozen warships. Although somewhat outdated in design, they were indeed genuine warships. Most crucially, however, was the infamous skull insignia emblazoned on those ships. It was the Kugu Xingdao Tuan. Yi Qin couldn't help but curse. The commander, upon seeing the emblem, narrowed his eyes. He immediately ordered the ship to accelerate to full speed, instructing all small vessels to return to the bay. The Kugu Xingdao Tuan approached with ferocity, clearly well prepared, and the commander was not inclined to engage them head-on. After retrieving several small vessels, the ship took off at maximum speed. Yet, the Kugu Xingdao Tuan pursued them like wolves on the scent of prey, relentless in their chase. This could not continue. Aside from the initial 3 modified civilian ships, the Kugu Xingdao Tuan's vessels were relatively swift, placing them at a disadvantage in speed. Furthermore, it was evident that the Kugu Xingdao Tuan had set their sights on them, making it impossible to shake them off. Yi Qin had contacted the steward, but even if the steward managed to summon ships for assistance, it would be too little too late. They had to devise a plan on their own. Approximately 5 stars away lay an abandoned fortress. While the fortress had long been deserted, some of its basic functions remained operational. It should allow us to hold out for a while longer, perhaps until reinforcements arrive. This was the best strategy the commander could conceive at that moment. However, after a brief contemplation, Yi Qin shook his head as he gazed at the relentlessly pursuing, audacious, skull-shaped vessels behind them. We will adhere to the original plan and accelerate towards this location. Yi Qin presented the holographic screen before the commander and tapped a point on it. Upon seeing where Yi Qin's finger landed, even the commander, who had endured numerous life-and-death battles alongside the former duke, felt his pupils constrict. Unlike Bai Siqi and Yi Qin, who were hearing about this location for the first time from Feng Qiao, the commander evidently recognized its significance. He narrowed his eyes, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating one's very soul, and looked directly at Yi Qin, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. Is this your decision? Or the Duke's? Of course, it is the Duke's intention. Yi Qin had faith that the commander possessed alternative strategies to ensure the safety of everyone aboard the vessel. Yet this would mean relinquishing this opportunity and waiting another month to reach the destination Feng Qiao had mentioned. Although he had means to ensure that Bai Siqi would not suffer irreversible issues with his mental energy during that month, it was clear that some individuals were unable to wait. Yi Qin did not believe that the appearance of the Kugu Star pirates here was merely coincidental. Additionally, preparations for another sturdy and agile fighter craft were necessary, as a fierce battle awaited them. After stating this, Yi Qin exited the command room, hastening to the floor where Feng Qiao was located. The commander remained silent for a moment, ultimately deciding to designate the retreat point at the location Yi Qin had indicated. While this place was indeed perilous, it was not devoid of opportunity for them. As long as they did not encounter a cosmic storm, he was confident that they could utilize the unique starfield environment of the asteroid belt to mount a successful counterattack. At the very least, escaping the pursuit of the pirate group with everyone safely aboard would not pose a problem. The reason this strategy had not been previously considered was, of course, due to the frequent cosmic storms in this starfield. Encountering such a storm would render their current vessel, which was not particularly large, vulnerable. Even a more powerful and fortified military ship might struggle to evade disaster. As his complex thoughts coalesced upon receiving Bai Siqi's directive, the commander attentively monitored the relentless pursuit of the Kugu Star pirates behind them while assessing the situation ahead. Time ticked away, with an uncertain cosmic storm zone ahead and a pirate group vastly outnumbering them behind. The commander had never felt such tension as he did in that moment. Recalling the advice from Butler Yuli before their departure, the anxiety and worry in the commander's eyes dissipated, leaving only unwavering resolve. On the top deck of the battleship, the sudden change of heart from Yi Qin elicited surprise on the faces of Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi, reflecting on the previous tremors the ship had experienced. Particularly the last one, Had it not been for Bai Siqi's quick reflexes, she would have undoubtedly collided with nearby furniture and walls. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi quickly surmised that something unexpected had transpired. Indeed, Yi Qin wasted no time in informing them that they were being targeted by the Empire's most notorious Kugu star pirates. The assistant ships could not arrive swiftly. Under normal circumstances, they might have been able to delay, but the Kugu star pirates were clearly not approaching with benign intentions. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi grasped the implications of Yi Qin's words, and after a moment of contemplation, Feng Qiao provided a somewhat uncertain response. I would like to first ascertain the defense level of this ship. Can it withstand collisions from medium-sized asteroids? How long can the remaining energy maintain the shield's activation? As long as we can ensure the ship is not destroyed by enemy fire while approaching the cosmic storm, we can proceed as I instruct, and I can guarantee the ship's safety. Yi Qin's eyes brightened at her words, yet he was not entirely certain of the answers to her inquiries. He quickly replied, "Please hold on a moment. I will ask." He immediately contacted the commander. Within moments, having received answers from the commander, Yi Qin sighed in relief. "Never mind. As long as you can safely reach there with a chi, we will cover you and shield you from enemy fire. You need not worry about anything." The commander had previously traversed that asteroid region, and if fortune favored them, they might even annihilate several pirate vessels. At the very least, utilizing the terrain to escape should pose no issue. After finalizing the plans for the midday operation, it was already 4 in the morning. Although Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi felt little inclination to sleep, Yi Qin insisted on placing them in the sleep chambers. When they awoke again, it was already 11 o'clock. However, instead of waking Bai Siqi after bringing Feng Qiao to consciousness, Yi Qin did not open Bai Siqi's sleep chamber. He placed a lunch in front of Feng Qiao, urging her to eat quickly. During her meal, Yi Qin explained Bai Siqi's condition to Feng Qiao. A chi's mental energy is somewhat agitated. Although I have brought special medication, its efficacy lasts only about 40 minutes. There is no need for Yi Qin to elaborate further. Feng Qiao understood the gravity of the situation. Aside from Bai Siqi's issue, the commander, who had just learned of their entire plan from Yi Qin, nearly commanded the ship to change course and revert to the previous plan. Was a cosmic storm. Others would evade it at all costs. Yet someone was rushing headlong into it. Was this a reckless desire for demise? Yi Qin refrained from presenting other arguments the commander would dismiss. So he resorted to citing Bai Siqi's ailment. He was not attempting to intimidate the commander. Each day of delay only increased the danger. Yi Qin disliked the situation, but he detested the thought of Bai Siqi perishing before him even more. Feng Qiao was unaware of how Yi Qin and the commander reached a consensus after she fell asleep. After a hurried lunch, equipped with the supplies Yi Qin had prepared, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi awaited in the preparation chamber. Bai Siqi lay unconscious beside her, and as the clock approached 11:50, Feng Qiao used the syringe Yi Qin had given her to forcibly awaken Bai Siqi, followed by administering a special medication. Perhaps due to the simultaneous effects of the two medications, Bai Siqi's condition was not as stable as during the previous 2 awakenings. However, there was no time for Bai Siqi to adapt. Pushing the lunch Yi Qin had prepared toward Bai Siqi, Feng Qiao anxiously monitored the holographic screen on her wrist. Outside the vessel, the cannon fire from the Kugu star pirates was relentless. The ship Feng Qiao occupied had been employing guerrilla tactics to avoid direct confrontation, allowing them to persevere thus far. However, as the critical moment approached, in order to secure the safety of Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi's subsequent actions, they must attract all enemy fire ahead. They would need to confront the pirate group head-on and withstand all their artillery. Otherwise, the small craft carrying Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi would be reduced to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. While the small vessel was quite sturdy and could withstand 1 or 2 rounds of fire, and equipped with a top-tier shield modified for their temporary leave, the commander still sought to maximize the safety of both individuals. After all, they were heading directly into the heart of a cosmic storm. At 11:55, the ship detected extreme instability in the surrounding energy field. Suddenly, a small storm formed a mere 3 kilometers away. The commander's pupils constricted as he struggled to maintain his composure. He gazed intently at the storm eye that had appeared as predicted in the distance. its position accurate and rapidly expanding. Without hesitation, he commanded the ships to retreat, increasing their distance from the cosmic storm. Simultaneously, a tiny spacecraft, capable of accommodating no more than 5 individuals, shot forth from the vessel like a cannonball, its trajectory aimed directly at the forming storm eye. Goodness, it is a cosmic storm. From afar, the members of the Qiao Qiao observed the swiftly expanding storm eye with visible agitation. An excited pirate could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 36. Arrival at the new planet. Were you panicking for? On the foremost battleship, a rugged one-eyed man stood at the command platform, fixated on the rapidly expanding storm that was sweeping everything in its vicinity. A smirk of satisfaction crept across his face. Fortune favors the bold. Luck cannot be thwarted. He had reviewed the battle footage of the previous ship, although they possessed greater numbers. Seizing the ship and its occupants without incurring losses would be an impossible feat. The one-eyed man had already prepared himself for the sacrifice of several battleships. After all, the rewards for eliminating this vessel far outweighed the loss of a few ships, especially since their current fleet had been in service for over a decade and was in dire need of replacement. Little did he expect the crew would not confront them directly, but instead recklessly collide with the cosmic storm. Wasn't he that akin to delivering them star coins on a silver platter? The one-eyed man presumed the ship was retreating due to the sudden emergence of the cosmic storm and promptly raised his arm to issue a command. Inform all ships to fire. Attack with full force. Excitement gleamed in his only good eye as he envisioned the dawn of victory and countless star coins flying their way. Boom! Boom! Explosive rounds erupted from the battleships, targeting the vessel ahead. The concentrated barrage descended with destructive force upon various parts of the ship. Although the highest defense systems had activated in time to mitigate much of the onslaught, the vessel trembled violently under the relentless cannonade. Beep. Energy consumption at 15%. Remaining energy at 20%. Damage detected on the left wing deck. The left hatch is now closed. Fault in the circuit system of compartments 1 and 4 requires immediate repair. Ship damage at 30%. The announcements continued one after another. The commander remained calm as he listened to the ship's system reports, his focus nearly entirely on the small spacecraft that was rapidly approaching the center of the storm eye. As the tiny ship, which had dwindled to a mere black, vanished from sight, the commander immediately ordered a course change. The vessel swiftly adjusted its direction. Perceiving the ship's intentions, the Qiao Qiao intensified their assault. Even if their artillery could not penetrate the ship, they aimed to prevent it from escaping the storm's engulfing grasp. However, the commander, bold enough to approach the cosmic storm while directing the battleship to escort Feng Qiao and the others, surely had a plan for retreat. Had the pirates advanced closer when the storm first appeared, their overwhelming firepower might have ensnared the ship for a while. But now, the vessel, having forsaken its energy shield, was visibly accelerating away from the storm's influence with the aid of its 4 engines, heading in a direction divergent from that of the pirates. Naturally, the pirates were unwilling to let the ship's occupants slip away easily and continued their pursuit. The cosmic storm brewed on, unbeknownst to anyone within the eye of the storm. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi piloted their small spacecraft through the tempest, only to be met with a dizzying spin. The safety belt secured Feng Qiao firmly in her seat as she clutched the armrests. Struggling to regain her composure, she directed Bai Siqi, who was in slightly better condition. Do you see the black vortex? Let us move closer. With her eyes still adjusting, Feng Qiao could only rely on her memories from her previous life to guide Bai Siqi. Bai Siqi, having already heard her instructions prior to their arrival, maneuvered the ship towards the black vortex without needing further prompting. The immense black vortex loomed merely 100 meters away. In less than 2 seconds, their spacecraft plunged into its depths. The next moment, they found themselves in a new realm, the darkness of space replaced by bright light flooding their vision. Bai Siqi quickly acclimated to the brightness and realized they were now soaring high above the planet. The ship glided through the air for a considerable distance before stabilizing under Bai Siqi's control. A glance at the communication device confirmed their connection was lost. Even the quantum brain could not establish a signal. Having already learned this from Feng Qiao, Bai Siqi merely verified the status with a cursory glance, feeling no significant disappointment. However, a series of urgent warnings compelled them to find a landing spot without delay. Warning! Warning! The external compartment of the spacecraft is severely damaged and requires immediate repairs. The propulsion system is underpowered. Please replenish energy within 1 minute. 59, 58, 57. Feng Qiao's somewhat dizzy mind rapidly regained clarity amid the countdown of a ship's system. Acting swiftly, she retrieved an energy stone from the storage device that Yi Qin had entrusted to her, completing the replacement with 30 seconds to spare. The nerve-wracking countdown finally ceased, and after a brief inspection of the ship to ensure no major issues persisted, she glanced at Bai Siqi, who appeared in worse condition than before, and hastened towards the ground. This planet boasted not only miraculous plants capable of healing mental ailments, but also ferocious mutated beasts and flora. In her previous life, Feng Qiao had not explored much of this planet. Yet having lived there for 3 years and heard snippets of information from others, she possessed a fair understanding. As she piloted the spacecraft through the air, she quickly headed toward a location where wild fruit trees were likely to grow. Since she had never been there in her past life, all her knowledge came from others. Before landing, Feng Qiao utilized her scant mental energy to scan the surroundings, confirming no immediate dangers before gently descending the ship. Less than 50 meters from the spacecraft lay a grove of wild peach trees. Although the trees bore numerous fruits, they were all still green and no larger than pigeon eggs, clearly inedible. Feng Qiao felt a pang of regret and was about to search elsewhere when she caught sight of a vibrant red patch among the grass, revealing several ripe wild strawberries. "Come down. Let me take you to something delicious." Her tone was light as she beckoned Bai Siqi and opened the ship's hatch. As the hatch swung open, a refreshing scent unique to this planet enveloped them, instantly invigorating their spirits. Bai Siqi, particularly, flared his nostrils, his eyes darting around as if searching for the source of the delightful aroma. Aware that the time remaining for the potion Bai Siqi had consumed was limited, Feng Qiao refrained from teasing him at that moment. Leading him to the edge of the strawberry patch, she used her abilities to select the most energy-rich strawberries, handing them all to Bai Siqi. Chapter 37. Bai Siqi faints the fully ripe strawberries were a vivid crimson, akin to exquisite garnet, even without drawing closer to examine them. Their enticing sweetness wafted through the air. Bai Siqi's slightly pallid lips pressed together, and he retrieved a bottle of clean water from his storage buckle to wash away the dirt clinging to the strawberries. Only then did he delicately pick one and place in his mouth. The mildly tart juice burst forth, providing immense satisfaction to his taste buds. As he swallowed the juice, the mental strain that had been tugging at his scalp began to ease, becoming less tumultuous. Noticing Bai Siqi's half-closed eyes, his Adam's apple gently bobbing, and the look of sheer enjoyment on his face, Feng Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She bent down to rummage through the nearby patch of strawberries, seeking more of the succulent fruits. Just as she unearthed the 5th strawberry plant, her hands yielded 3 vibrant red strawberries freshly plucked from the vines when an arm suddenly reached over from the side. "You should eat too." A deep and earnest voice resonated nearby. Feng Qiao glanced down at the strawberry extended towards her lips, feeling her slightly parched lips. She did not refuse and opened her mouth to take a bite. After all, there were plenty of fruits in this place that could soothe Bai Siqi's mental energy. One strawberry was inconsequential. Bai Siqi intentionally selected the largest and ripest strawberry among them, watching as Feng Qiao finished hers before continuing to use delectable treats to calm his restless mental state. Feng Qiao harvested a total of 27 strawberries from the 15 plants nearby, all chosen for their abundant energy. She only consumed 3, offering the rest to Bai Siqi. With each strawberry he devoured, his once rebellious mental energy, which seemed perpetually on the brink of insurrection, finally appeared to grow weary. Bai Siqi too stifled a yawn, propping up his eyelids as he turned to look at Feng Qiao. "Qiao Qiao, I feel a bit drowsy." "I should." His tall figure swayed, and before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed straight to the ground. Feng Qiao was startled, abandoning her search for additional food as she hurried to Bai Siqi's side. examining him from head to toe. Finding no visible injuries, her thoughts turned to his mental state. Earlier, while eating strawberries, Bai Siqi had mentioned that his headache had lessened, prompting Feng Qiao to seek out more energy-rich foods for him to consume to hasten his recovery, neglecting to assess his mental condition initially. With that in mind, she swiftly retrieved a mental energy detector from her storage buckle and began analyzing Bai Siqi. Beep. The device indicated that the patient's mental energy was stabilizing, currently posing no danger. Beep. It extracted today's early morning records, revealing that the patient had been experiencing severe mental turmoil, approaching a critical threshold, with the imminent risk of a breakdown. It recommended isolating the patient and conducting mental energy assessments every half hour to ensure the safety of those nearby. Feng Qiao listened in silence as the device reported its findings. After it finished, she scrolled through Bai Siqi's previous mental energy records, her delicate features growing increasingly somber. She only knew that Bai Siqi had survived until 3 years later, but she had not anticipated that 3 years ago today, his mental issues had already been so dire. Had it not been for Yiqin, a specialist in mental health, who was by her side, Bai Siqi would have likely perished numerous times in his current state. No wonder Yiqin ultimately relented. It was not merely a matter of belief in her assurances, but rather the urgency of Bai Siqi's condition. The reason for Bai Siqi's sudden unconsciousness was precisely due to the remarkable efficacy of the 20-plus strawberries Feng Qiao had selected. The tension that had been taut within him had finally relaxed, leading him to drift into slumber. However, it was uncertain how long Bai Siqi would remain in this state. After securing the mental energy detector, Feng Qiao gazed down at the serene figure on the ground, seemingly lost in a deep slumber. With a sigh, she retrieved a moisture-proof mat from her storage buckle and placed it beside Bai Siqi. After much effort, she finally managed to push him onto the mat, her arms weary from the exertion. Though it was midday and the temperature was moderate, Feng Qiao draped a thin blanket over Bai Siqi. Having completed these tasks, she held her particle gun cautiously in one hand while the other shimmered with a yellow-green glow, gradually enveloping the 2 still immature strawberries before her. Under the influence of her powers, the strawberries expanded and ripened at a visible pace, their energy content significantly surpassing that of the naturally ripened ones. Feng Qiao, without a hint of surprise, plucked the 2 fully matured red strawberries and placed them in a preservation box. Sensing her rapidly rejuvenating abilities, she smiled faintly and aimed for the second strawberry plant. Perhaps it was due to her previous life's consumption of this planet's fruits that had awakened her powers. Feng Qiao's abilities not only thrived on the flora of this world, but also recovered more swiftly here than elsewhere. Back on the central star, she had nearly exhausted herself to cultivate just 3 seeds. Here, such exhaustion was utterly impossible, feeling the reciprocal energy from the strawberry plants. Along with the continuous influx of energy from the surrounding air, Feng Qiao felt invigorated. She hastened to ripen 3 more strawberry plants, ultimately gathering a total of 15 strawberries. Along with the previous 2, she now had 17 strawberries in total. As her powers waned, she reluctantly ceased her efforts, awaiting the gradual replenishment of her energy. Bai Siqi remained unconscious for an extended period. During this time, Feng Qiao ripened all the previously unpicked strawberries from the 15 plants, infusing them with additional energy. Marveling at the vibrant greenery of the thriving plants before she began searching for other edible wild vegetables and fruits. However, concerned for Bai Siqi's safety alone in this area, she only ventured nearby. Thus, she found only one type of wild vegetable rich in energy. She observed an abundance of energy-laden weeds. But despite Bai Siqi having consumed grass before, she dug up some wild vegetables and nurtured them with her abilities, planning to prepare a vegetable soup for dinner. Casting her gaze towards a nearby peach orchard, she contemplated ripening a few peaches to taste, but alas, having already devoted her powers to the peach trees, she could elicit no change in the fruits. With that thought, she abandoned the idea for the time being. Chapter 38. Soup without seasoning. Bai Siqi awakened at 6 in the evening. Feng Qiao was nearby, preparing vegetable soup, the flickering flames appearing even more vibrant in the dimming light, as the dark stainless steel pot bubbled with a pale green broth. White steam rose, carrying the refreshing aroma of wild vegetables. It did not seem too unpleasant to drink. Uncertain, Feng Qiao lifted a spoon and ladled a small portion of the clear broth into a bowl she had prepared earlier. Once the soup had cooled sufficiently, she brought it to her lips for a small taste. Ugh! Feng Qiao set the bowl down. Indeed, the absence of seasoning proved problematic. It was merely the taste of greens, lacking even a hint of saltiness. Given that she had already been provided with pots, a stove, and utensils, how could they have overlooked seasoning? Sighing inwardly, she turned her head only to find Bai Siqi, now awake, standing nearby with eager eyes fixed on the pot of vegetable soup. Feng Qiao's face lit up with surprise. "You're awake. Would you like some soup?" As she posed the question, she swiftly retrieved another bowl from her storage buckle and skillfully filled it with a generous portion of soup, unceremoniously handing it to Bai Siqi. The freshly ladled hot soup was still steaming, the white vapor wafting upwards. At first, Bai Siqi merely sniffed the aroma lightly, but gradually, his head began to droop lower and lower. Seeing his face nearly buried in the bowl, Feng Qiao quickly reached out, playfully tapping his forehead to encourage him to lift his head. "The freshly cooked soup is still piping hot. Let it cool down before you drink. Then, pointing with a hand, there's another pot over there. No need to rush. It is all for you." Bai Siqi blinked, returning to his senses from the peculiar state he had just experienced. It seemed he had been enchanted by the soup in the bowl. As he lowered his gaze to the steaming green broth in his hands, Bai Siqi's nostrils flared slightly, and he seemed to catch a whiff, or perhaps feel, the alluring aroma that had captivated him. This time, having prepared himself, and with the flavor being incredibly light and subtle, Bai Siqi managed to resist being completely bewitched, retaining some mental clarity to ponder these thoughts. Is Qiao Qiao not going to drink with me? This delightful taste is something I wish to share with her. Moreover, this soup was originally made by Qiao Qiao. How could he consume it all? Bai Siqi's dark phoenix eyes looked expectantly at Feng Qiao, clearly expressing his intentions. Feng Qiao hesitated for a moment, ultimately succumbing to Bai Siqi's gaze. "Then, I will have a small bowl. The rest is yours. This is a special soup brewed with unique plants I gathered for you, beneficial for your spiritual energy." Bai Siqi's obsidian-like eyes instantly brightened, whether due to Feng Qiao's offer to share a small bowl or the fact that she had specially prepared this soup for him. He was evidently overjoyed, and once the temperature of the hot soup had cooled sufficiently, he began to sip it slowly, each mouthful bringing immense satisfaction. Feng Qiao, holding her own bowl, observed as Bai Siqi squinted and savored each sip, suddenly finding the unseasoned wild vegetable soup in her bowl quite acceptable, though some energy was lost during the brewing process. The soup made from energy-rich special plants still allowed Feng Qiao to sense the faint energy being absorbed into her body as she consumed it. Perhaps due to the relatively low amount of energy, she did not feel any immediate changes. However, having experienced her previous life, Feng Qiao knew that as long as she persisted in consuming special plants, her body would gradually improve. With her bowl of soup, Feng Qiao accompanied Bai Siqi in finishing the majority of the remaining pot, both clearly feeling satisfied, especially Bai Siqi, whose previously restless spiritual energy had been temporarily soothed after consuming strawberries, as long as he did not overexert himself in the following days. His spiritual energy would remain stable without significant issues. However, after drinking the wild vegetable soup that Feng Qiao had specially prepared for him, Bai Siqi sensed a slight stir in his already stabilized spiritual energy. No, rather than a stir, it felt more like a yearning. The restless energies craved more of the invigorating energy they had previously experienced. With bowl after bowl of wild vegetable soup consumed, the once demanding spiritual energy gradually settled back into a languid calm. Bai Siqi felt confident that even if he exerted a small portion of his spiritual energy in battle, it would pose no problem. However, he could not squander the stability that Qiao Qiao had so painstakingly helped him achieve merely to prove something. He longed to recover fully and restore his memories, not wanting Qiao Qiao and others to worry about him any longer. "Qiao Qiao, could you please measure my spiritual energy again? I feel that it has improved significantly. The pain began to subside when I ate the strawberries." and after a good night's sleep, it seems to have completely vanished. Moreover, I can feel the soup is gradually healing my spiritual energy issues. Bai Siqi rephrased his request without delving into details about his sensations. Although Feng Qiao had previously assessed Bai Siqi's spiritual energy while he was asleep and found it relatively stable, upon hearing him express this, she retrieved the spiritual energy detection device from her storage compartment. Beep! The patient's spiritual energy has stabilized, and there is currently no danger. Please continue to maintain this state. Wishing you a swift recovery. Listening to the device's report, both Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi broke into smiles. Feng Qiao understood that the stable spiritual energy detected was merely a temporary manifestation after consuming special plants. Without continued consumption, it was likely that his spiritual energy would revert to its previous state within a few days. However, now that they had arrived on this planet, abundant special plants were at their disposal. As long as Bai Siqi could consume them, he could eat freely. They had an entire month ahead of them. Ample time to address Bai Siqi's spiritual energy concerns. I won't suddenly experience issues with my spiritual energy anymore. Bai Siqi's eyes sparkled as he flashed a childlike, innocent smile at Feng Qiao. He no longer had to worry about when his spiritual energy might falter and inadvertently harm Qiao Qiao. He was determined to consume special plants diligently to heal his spiritual energy. Yes, Feng Qiao replied, you will recover completely and continue to improve. The flickering flames cast a warm glow on their smiling faces as they shared a knowing glance and began to tidy up their surroundings. Yet, it would not simply be a matter of improvement. This was the war god who had protected countless citizens of their empire. How could he easily succumb to the repugnant tactics of the Ying tribe? Though Feng Qiao had removed the viscous residue, clinging to his spiritual threads upon their arrival, the thought of it still ignited a small flame of indignation within her. Chapter 39. Truly a delightful surprise. However, while the pollutants had clung to her spiritual threads, she had been unable to eliminate them promptly for various reasons, merely feeling a slight discomfort. For others, however, the consequences could be fatal. In the face of the Ying tribe, to preserve their living space, countless individuals on the battlefield succumbed to infections from the Ying tribe's pollutants, some even losing their lives. To prevent the drifting pollutants from reaching the remaining 101 habitable planets, the Empire spared no effort in constructing formidable defenses. Yet some individuals, driven by selfish motives, secretly transported the pollutants to the central star. The one who had used the Ying tribe as pollutants to frame the Feng family would not go unpunished. After packing up their belongings, the night had completely fallen. Bai Siqi appeared polished on the surface, but should he encounter formidable mutated flora or fauna, should a confrontation arise, he might inadvertently trigger the turbulent spiritual energy that lay beneath his calm exterior. To be safe, they conducted a brief reconnaissance of their surroundings before finding a relatively secure spot to steady their spacecraft. The first night on this unfamiliar planet passed without incident. Early the next morning, Feng Qiao stepped off the spacecraft, inhaling the fresh air with delight, only to hear her stomach grumble. She raised an eyebrow, her smile growing ever wider. Although she had indeed exerted slightly more energy than usual the day before, she had consumed a substantial meal at night. Logically, she shouldn't be feeling such intense hunger. However, rapid digestion was a positive sign. It indicated that her body was subtly changing in ways she could not yet see. In high spirits, Feng Qiao drank a vial of nutrient solution, glancing around until she spotted Bai Siqi, who was looking down at something a short distance away. What are you looking at? Bai Siqi pointed to the flat grass beneath his feet, frowning slightly and uncertainly saying, I think I just saw something burrowing into the ground. However, when he scanned the surrounding soil with his spiritual energy, he found nothing suspicious. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiao began to take it seriously. Let me try. With that, her spiritual energy swiftly extended through the soil beneath her feet. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. There were no discoveries. Something feels off. Her retracted spiritual energy swiftly redirected back to the area she had sensed was amiss. However, despite her mental energy sweeping the area several times, she still found nothing. The previous sense of unease seemed merely an illusion. Yet, Feng Qiao would not genuinely believe it was merely her imagination. Did you see what that thing looked like? Feng Qiao inquired of Bai Siqi. To evade her mental probe in such a brief span, it must possess either exceptional concealment abilities or remarkable speed. Moreover, when Bai Siqi first spotted the entity, its immediate response was to flee rather than engage. Taking all factors into account, the likelihood of it being an aggressive, mutated plant or creature appeared slim. Bai Siqi strained to recall the details, remembering the green leaves. It seemed to be a plant after all. The earth was abundant with various flora. Feng Qiao did not dwell on this for too long. The mutated plant had already escaped, and they had more pressing matters to attend to. At worst, they would simply be more vigilant later. Bai Siqi, who had only consumed nutrient solution that morning, shared the same sentiment. Otherwise, he would not have been wandering near the spaceship so early. However, upon awakening, although his mental energy had stabilized considerably, his sensitivity to special plants seemed to have diminished, requiring him to approach closely to discern them. This somewhat disheartened Bai Siqi, placing the burden of locating energy-rich food squarely on Feng Qiao's shoulders. Unbeknownst to her, this task posed no substantial challenge for Feng Qiao. In fact, virtually all plants on this planet contain some degree of energy. However, the energy contained in most plants was so minimal that for Feng Qiao, its presence or absence made little difference. She hoped for Bai Siqi's swift recovery and naturally aimed to provide him with the best. Her mental energy rapidly scanned the surroundings, revealing all plants rich in energy without exception. Feng Qiao's conflicted gaze passed over the nameless grasses, then glanced at Bai Siqi, who was intently searching the ground. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately refrained from uprooting those grasses. After all, it was still early, even if she sought high-energy sustenance. They were not yet desperate enough to resort to eating grass. After searching for an hour, Feng Qiao finally discovered a plant worth consuming. It was a wild goji berry shrub, approximately half her height, laden with plump, crimson fruits that looked particularly enticing. The only drawback was that the berries were not yet fully ripe. However, this posed no issue for Feng Qiao. Achi, my abilities cannot hasten the ripening of those goji berries all at once. Let us remember this location, and once my powers are restored, we can return to continue the ripening process. All right, Bai Siqi nodded. Glancing back toward their original direction, he found it easy to recall the location of the goji berry shrub. However, after some thought, Bai Siqi decided to open his holographic device and access a mapping application. Although he could remember the shrub's location, their mission to find special plants had just begun. It was only their second day on this planet, and they would likely encounter many more plants. Recording so many plants without missing any would be challenging, so creating a map would be far more prudent. Without hesitation, Bai Siqi raised his hand and quickly marked a point on the blank holographic screen to denote the spaceship, then sketched a path leading from the spaceship to the goji berry shrub currently being nurtured by Feng Qiao's abilities. He made an emphasized mark next to the point representing the goji berry shrub, then began to recall the areas they had previously explored, gradually adding details about the surrounding vegetation and terrain. However, they had only been out for an hour, and their exploration area was limited. In less than 2 minutes, a simple map took shape under Bai Siqi's careful hand. This is the area we explored earlier, right? Feng Qiao, exhausted from using her abilities, was about to urge Bai Siqi to continue their exploration when she noticed him diligently working on the holographic device. Leaning in for a closer look, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Achi, you are truly remarkable. With this map, not only will it be convenient for us, but future visitors to this planet will no longer have to explore the areas we have already covered." Previously, Feng Qiao had considered creating a map, but given her limited abilities and Bai Siqi's memory being only 5 years old, she had not pursued the idea. To her surprise, this was truly delightful news. Chapter 40. Feng Qiao was exhausted. Bai Siqi's ears turned a shade of red from her praise. He pressed his lips together, suppressing the urge to smile broadly, and upon hearing the latter part of her sentence, he closed the map he had just completed and asked, "Does Qiao Qiao hope for more people to come here?" "It's not about wanting more people to come here. I hope that those who have suffered severe issues due to the Shadow Tribe's mental energy can see new hope once again. Due to health reasons, Feng Qiao had never even left Central Star before. However, through occasional communications with her brother, she had learned quite a bit about the battlefield. Many individuals might have been vibrant and full of life before their deployment, but after a single battle, they could suffer severe mental pollution and never awaken again. Although the Empire's mechas and aircraft had undergone generations of improvements to protect against mental energy pollution, the realm of mental energy remained one that the Empire had yet to fully comprehend. The so-called protection was, at best, merely an additional layer of paper armor. Having broached the subject, Feng Qiao decided to share her thoughts with Bai Siqi. The plants here inherently possess calming properties for mental energy. While many of them may not be particularly potent, utilizing these plants to create suppressants would not necessitate complicated formulations. Of course, selling the plants directly raises some ethical concerns. Moreover, the limited shelf life of the plants presents another challenge, not to mention numerous other issues. Feng Qiao had yet to devise solutions for these problems. However, she was not overly anxious, as they would be staying here for over 20 more days. Bai Siqi listened intently, occasionally sharing his thoughts until Feng Qiao's mental energy and abilities were restored once more. After exhausting all her abilities to hasten the ripening of the goji berries, they continued their exploration. The day quietly slipped away amid their discoveries. On their way back, they deliberately took a detour to check on the goji berry shrub, where Feng Qiao used her abilities to hasten the ripening process once more. The previously slightly red berries had finally turned a deep crimson, and Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi took some time to harvest all the berries. Before leaving, Feng Qiao poured the little bit of energy she had just restored back into the goji berry shrub, hoping it would thrive and bear more energy-rich fruits next season. Patting the now sturdier branches of the goji berry shrub, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi returned home laden with their day's harvest. Behind them, a green shadow flickered with astonishing speed, and soon, the green figure darted to the side of the goji berry shrub. Several serrated leaves clawed at the bare goji berry plant for a moment, and seeing that it elicited no reaction, the mutated plant seemed to lose interest and swiftly vanished. Bai Siqi, already more than 20 meters ahead, suddenly sensed something and turned back, yet saw nothing amiss. "What are you looking at?" Feng Qiao's gaze swept over the distant goji berry shrub, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Oh, I thought it wouldn't appear again. I didn't expect it to be so impatient." Feng Qiao was acutely aware of the allure her abilities held for mutated plants. In her previous life, to eliminate those mutated plants drawn to her powers, Jiang Wei had often invested considerable time and effort. Feigning ignorance, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi made their way towards the spaceship. Today, they had gathered a considerable amount of wild vegetables and fruits, and to their delight, she had even discovered sweet potato seedlings. Utilizing her extraordinary abilities, she nurtured a single sweet potato plant, ultimately yielding 7 or 8 sweet potatoes, which invigorated Feng Qiao's spirit. However, the distance they had traversed today was considerable. One could argue that it was the most physically demanding day of her 20 years of life. Had Bai Siqi not carried her for a stretch, it was uncertain whether she would have managed to return. A few of the fruits they had picked were exceptionally sweet, and Feng Qiao thought to prepare juice for herself. After a laborious return to the spaceship, she collapsed onto the small bed in the lounge, too exhausted even to contemplate a shower. Bai Siqi had already washed his hands and taken out the juicer, preparing to extract juice from the wild fruits they had collected. Feng Qiao glanced at a few of the fruits she had picked, which were slightly tart but rich in energy, and weakly suggested, "Let us throw those in as well for the juice. It should be enough for both of us." She was not particularly interested in experiencing the alternating flavors of sweet and sour. A harmonious blend would suffice. With that, she closed her eyes, allowing her weary body to sink into the bed, drifting into a reverie. In a matter of minutes, the industrious Bai Siqi had prepared the juice. He gently propped Feng Qiao up against the cushions before bringing over 2 glasses. "Cheers!" The glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. The juice was subtly tart yet sweet, more enticing than mere sweetness alone. Feng Qiao sipped eagerly, and before long, her large glass was empty. The invigorating sweet and sour juice, infused with potent energy, not only uplifted her spirits, but also seemed to alleviate the soreness in her muscles. Nonetheless, the thought of leaving the bed to engage in other activities felt daunting. So she chose not to push herself. After lounging for over half an hour, she finally dragged herself up to take a shower. Outside the spaceship, a plant resembling a ball, with numerous serrated leaves, had been circling around 20 meters from the vessel. As time passed, the spaceship's hatch remained tightly sealed since they had entered, showing no signs of opening. The mutated plant's leaves drooped one after another, emitting a series of soft whimpers. Despite several attempts to approach the spaceship, each time the leaves ventured forward, they swiftly recoiled. This cycle continued until night fell, and apart from endlessly circling the vessel, the plant had not come any closer. It lamented the tantalizing energy just out of reach. Inside the spaceship, after warning the mutated plant, Bai Siqi laid out the goji berries they had collected, washing them and arranging them neatly on a tray to dry. Once the berries lost some moisture, they could open the spaceship's sunshade for sun-drying, allowing them to preserve goji berries for a longer duration. However, it remained uncertain whether the energy contained within the dried berries would diminish or dissipate, rendering this batch a test case. If successful, they might be able to carry more beneficial items for mental healing upon their departure in a month. Nearby, Feng Qiao eagerly watched 2 roasted sweet potatoes sizzling on the grill, her most significant harvest from the day. Chapter 41. Capturing a mutated plant, the sweet aroma wafted throughout the spaceship, and after finishing 1 roasted sweet potato, Feng Qiao felt her weariness somewhat alleviated through the comforting food and energy intake. Nonetheless, having walked extensively that day, she succumbed to sleep before 8 o'clock. Lying on a single bed, Bai Siqi organized the fruits and vegetables they had gathered, setting aside some for breakfast the next morning while storing the rest in the few preservation containers they had brought, realizing they needed to devise other means to preserve these unique plants. With this in mind, Bai Siqi activated the spaceship's protective system and quickly fell asleep. Feng Qiao was surprised to find that she had slept for so long, but feeling fully rejuvenated and even slightly better than the previous day. She quickly dismissed the thought of her lengthy slumber. After sharing an energizing breakfast with Bai Siqi and discussing the direction for their exploration that day, they excitedly stepped outside the spaceship. As they opened the hatch, they immediately noticed a wilted dandelion among the weeds. Its deep green leaves curled up as if suffering from bullying. Had it been in a conflict with other mutated plants? Feng Qiao looked at the mutated dandelion with curiosity, not attributing its state to Bai Siqi. Let's take a look. Unlike the previous day, the mutated dandelion did not flee at their approach. Feng Qiao tugged at Bai Siqi's arm, signaling him to tread lightly so as not to startle the plant, and they cautiously approached. The mutated dandelion had spent hours battling Bai Siqi's mental prowess the night before. Once it could no longer sense his presence, it attempted to approach the spaceship again, only to be thwarted by the protective barrier. That transparent shield was more vexing than human mental energy. It had spent the night searching for a gap to slip through and eventually succumbed to fatigue and drifted into a slumber. Just then, it caught a whiff of something delectable. Still half asleep, the mutated dandelion pulled itself from the soil and wobbled towards Feng Qiao. However, before it could get close, a large hand silently descended from above, grasping its body. The dandelion shuddered, fully awakening. Its previously limp leaves suddenly stiffened, attempting to escape from Bai Siqi's grasp. In the next moment, his finger flicked the leaves, and their vigilant demeanor faltered. With such audacity to linger outside, it certainly had a bold spirit. The leaves paused momentarily before swiftly extending towards Feng Qiao. Bai Siqi, mistaking this movement for an attack, tightened his grip. The mutated plant's leaves drooped instantaneously, appearing utterly defeated, as if it were better off dead. Yet it had not yet flowered or produced seeds. It was unwilling to meet its end. The dandelion, in Bai Siqi's grip, exuded a pitiful aura. The leaves facing Feng Qiao swayed slightly, clearly seeking sympathy. Unmoved, Feng Qiao concentrated, channeling a hint of her abilities around the mutated dandelion. She watched as its leaves twirled in response to her fingers, stretching eagerly forward. Almost there. Just a little more, and it could taste the food. Suddenly, As the mutated dandelion strained for a morsel, Bai Siqi abruptly retracted his hand. Momentarily dazed, the dandelion flared up in agitation, sensing Bai Siqi's caution. Feng Qiao seized her playful manipulation and inquired, "What's wrong?" "It cannot bear fruit. We shouldn't waste our abilities," he replied, seemingly understanding Bai Siqi's words. The mutated dandelion's struggling ceased. In the next moment, disregarding whether its meager strength could free itself from Bai Siqi's constraints, the palm-sized leaves of the mutated dandelion fervently struggled against his fingers. So what if it could not bear fruit? It was indeed quite useful. After all, it was a mutated plant. In this vast expanse, it was the only one of its kind. Feng Qiao's eyes sparkled as she poked at the leaves of the mutated dandelion, asking, "Can you understand us?" The mutated dandelion immediately became docile. It whimpered, yearning for delicious abilities. Feng Qiao propped her chin. "Do you like my abilities?" The dandelion that had just settled down sprang to life again, exclaiming its fondness, "Yes, yes." Desiring abilities was not impossible, but first, it had to answer a few questions. The mutated dandelion quieted, awaiting Feng Qiao's inquiries. "Are there other mutated plants nearby?" It hesitated, its leaves trembling slightly, seemingly reluctant to respond. It appeared that the other party did not possess many abilities, and it was unwilling to share with other mutated plants. After pondering for a while, the dandelion timidly lifted a leaf, intending to sway it, when Feng Qiao shook her finger at it with a smile. "Don't even think about deceiving me. If I find out you're not truthful, I will have him hide you away, forcing you to watch me feed other mutated plants with my abilities every day." The dandelion internally lamented in despair. After several seconds of struggle, it begrudgingly raised 2 leaves. Could there really be 2 mutated plants nearby? Feng Qiao murmured thoughtfully. Then, she glanced at the mutated dandelion held tightly by Bai Siqi. Finding their communication somewhat sluggish, she resolved to use her abilities to connect directly with the plant. The dandelion instantly became excited. The energy-infused wood-type abilities were sheer bliss. It no longer needed to tirelessly absorb energy day and night to bloom. Although all its previous efforts had not resulted in flowering, but rather transformed it into a mutated plant, it did not regard this transformation as a blessing. Its sole wish was to bloom and scatter its seeds across the earth, such a simple and unadorned desire. Sensing the dandelion's innermost thoughts, Feng Qiao paused for 3 seconds before inquiring about the other 2 mutated plants. More, the dandelion urged. "You weren't like this with that goji berry tree." Feng Qiao certainly would not acquiesce to the dandelion's demands. She had yet to gather information about the other 2 mutated plants. A prisoner dared to make so many requests. After clarifying the details regarding the 2 mutated plants mentioned by the dandelion, Feng Qiao temporarily had no further thoughts about them. The primary reason was that both plants were quite distant from her, and it had taken the dandelion a considerable time to reach their territory. Given their current exploration speed, it was unlikely they would encounter them anytime soon, unless those 2 mutated plants came to them like the dandelion had. Moreover, those 2 plants were not like the docile dandelion. They were formidable battle plants. Lacking the dandelion's stealth and escape abilities, Feng Qiao had no intention of provoking them. Furthermore, the area where their spaceship had previously landed and the current location were both within the dandelion's territory. That was why it had been able to find them so quickly. "You claim this area as your domain?" Feng Qiao squinted, surveying the dandelion before asking her purpose. "Are you aware of which energy-rich plants inhabit this region, including onions, ginger, garlic, corn, soybeans, and wheat? Though their energy content may be minimal, they would still suffice. For each plant discovered, they could use their abilities once. The plants they had previously found would not count." Feng Qiao cast the bait, and the dandelion eagerly bit. It raised a leaf, pointing in a direction they had yet to explore, urging them to hurry along. "Let's go." Feng Qiao took the mutated dandelion from Bai Siqi's hands, channeling an endless stream of energy into it, fulfilling her earlier promise. With no effort on its part, the dandelion felt as though it were a legendary plant winner, its flowering and seeding just around the corner. Under the dandelion's guidance, they quickly located their first ingredient of the day, ginger. Although it did not contain a particularly high energy content, it was sufficient as a seasoning, and moreover, Feng Qiao's abilities could easily enrich these plants. After digging up 5 pieces of ginger, Feng Qiao felt it was enough for the time being and chose not to continue. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi diligently recorded the location of the ginger with his holographic computer. Having just exhausted her abilities, Feng Qiao had yet to fully recover. Once my abilities are restored, I will use them for you immediately, she explained to the dandelion. And sure enough, the moment she finished speaking, the previously lethargic dandelion perked up, pointing them in a direction. Feng Qiao chuckled softly, realizing the necessity of dangling a carrot before the dandelion to stimulate its work ethic. Although her abilities would take time to replenish, using them a dozen or 20 times throughout the day was certainly feasible. Given their pace of discovering a plant every half hour, she anticipated that she would likely have to work overtime to repay her debts when they returned. While Feng Qiao did not intend to overexert her abilities, Bai Siqi still disagreed with her frequent usage of them. Feng Qiao's health had always been fragile. Although she appeared slightly better today than yesterday, she still paled in comparison to a healthy individual. While using her abilities served as a form of exercise, excessive exertion could burden her body. Bai Siqi did not wish to see her in the exhausted state she had been the previous day. Ignoring Feng Qiao's subtle signals, Bai Siqi quietly turned his head away from her gaze, asserting that he would not work overtime. It was only the beginning. As they progressed, locating the plants they needed would become increasingly challenging. Although Bai Siqi was also eager to find more plants, his foremost concern was for Feng Qiao's well-being. Additionally, they had more than 20 days ahead of them, and the spaceship had limited capacity, even if they found a plethora of special plants. They could not bring them all back. Of course, most importantly, Bai Siqi spoke the plain truth. The further they ventured, the harder it would become to find new plants they required. However, this truth evidently displeased the dandelion. Indeed, even if Feng Qiao's abilities could not recover completely right away, it could still cling to her for rewards upon their return. Perhaps it could even join them aboard the spaceship. Furthermore, it was well aware of many energy-rich plants in its territory. Even if its newly recognized master was somewhat picky, there remained plenty of other energy-rich plants. Besides, not all the plants the master desired had to be high in energy. The mutated dandelion quickly compiled a mental list of the plants it had previously encountered that Feng Qiao might need, determined to lead her to each one in turn. Then, contemplating the impending enveloping of her being by an inexhaustible warmth imbued with energy, the mutant dandelion felt as though she had returned to her origins as a mere seed, dancing in the air with the gentle breeze, floating in a manner that felt somewhat surreal. Indeed, it was quite unreal, for soon, the mutant dandelion awakened from this delightful reverie. The second plant discovered by Feng Qiao and the mutant dandelion was soybean. The golden stems signified that the soybeans were fully mature, and Feng Qiao could even see some of the pods bursting open, scattering plump golden seeds upon the earth surrounding the plants. What delighted Feng Qiao the most was that these soybeans were nearly all infused with an extraordinarily high energy. Upon witnessing the expansive golden soybean field, she nearly leaped joyfully into it, grateful for the unique attributes of this planet, which seemed to nurture any plant sown, and the special energy it possessed. She realized that without these factors, she would not have been able to witness such a vast expanse of mature, energy-rich soybeans at this moment. The entire soybean patch spanned approximately several dozen square meters, and the growth of the soybeans was not as densely packed as those cultivated by human hands. Nevertheless, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi toiled for over half an hour to harvest them all. The yield amounted to just a small bag of soybeans. After consulting with the mutant dandelion, Feng Qiao decided to reserve 1/3 of the soybean seeds for further planting. However, she was utterly fatigued at the moment, and this task would have to wait for another time. Bai Siqi concurred. The likelihood of high-energy seeds yielding high-energy plants might very well be greater. Of course, even if it weren't, it would still serve as an experiment. They could also plant some ordinary seeds as a comparative study. As they rested and deliberated their future plans, they recognized the importance of fully utilizing this extraordinary planet capable of nurturing energy-rich plants. The mutant dandelion waited patiently, but after more than 20 minutes, both individuals had ceased their conversation, showing no signs of resuming their quest for new plants, which made the dandelion quite anxious. Did they not desire more plants? Why were they not moving? Surely they were not abandoning the search for other flora? This could not be allowed. The dandelion was eagerly anticipating the sustenance that this human would provide with her abilities. Frantically, it darted to Feng Qiao's side and tugged at her pant leg with a leaf, reminding her that it was time to seek the next plant. The next plant was a bit distant from their current location, and with its new keeper's increasingly slow pace. The mutant dandelion grew concerned about whether it could fulfill its plan for the day, leading Feng Qiao through its territory to procure a splendid feast. The mutant dandelion was anxious, wringing its leaves in distress. Understanding the dandelion's urgency, Feng Qiao was somewhat taken aback by how eager this mutant plant was. Even more so than herself, it appeared her abilities were more alluring than she had anticipated. However, she had not yet fully recovered her strength. Not only would her pace be hindered, but she might also need to rest again before reaching their destination. Above all, her body still could not endure excessive strain, and even though she yearned to strengthen herself, she had to proceed gradually. Thus, even if the mutant dandelion tempted her with visions of new plants, she needed to prioritize her rest. Nevertheless, she was intrigued by the dandelion's description of numerous birds pecking at purple fruits, likely plums. Feng Qiao continued to entice the mutant dandelion. Aren't you quite swift? Why not go ahead and pick one fruit for me to see? If it turns out to be edible, I might just reward you with another use of my abilities. The dandelion's leaves quivered with excitement. It could indeed do that. If Feng Qiao wished, it could even bring a variety of different plants and fruits before her. Feng Qiao did not immediately agree to the dandelion's suggestion. Given the opportunity, she preferred to visit the locations where these plants grew herself. This way, she could exercise her body while becoming more familiar with the environment. However, the dandelion's proposal held merit, although it did not receive an affirmative response from Feng Qiao. The dandelion was undeterred and swiftly darted into the depths of the forest to gather fruit. After the dandelion departed, Feng Qiao shared its suggestion with Bai Siqi. After careful consideration, Bai Siqi agreed that it was a viable idea. The mutant dandelion's speed could allow it to retrieve fruits and plant from areas they could not explore in a short time. Ideally, they would prefer fruits with a longer shelf life, Feng Qiao added. The mutant dandelion had lived in this land for a considerable time, giving a natural advantage over them. The only remaining concern was safety. If they encountered formidable, mutated flora or fauna during their exploration, they would naturally choose not to linger. However, now that they knew this was the dandelion's territory, and it possessed little combat ability apart from fleeing or hiding, they could afford to remain a while longer. Of course, this did not mean they could relax entirely. It merely provided them with more options compared to before. Furthermore, with the mutant dandelion's assistance, they could quickly locate more energy-rich plants. With these plants, both Feng Qiao's physical condition and Bai Siqi's mental fortitude could recover more swiftly. While both recognized the immense utility of the mutant dandelion, they were still cautious about revealing their thoughts to this swift and elusive plant, as they did not yet fully understand it. Within 10 minutes, the dandelion returned, cradling a fruit. The fruit was tightly enveloped by numerous leaves, and Feng Qiao could only discern that it was slightly larger than a ping-pong ball, making it difficult to ascertain whether it was indeed the plum she had conjectured. However, as the leaves unfurled one by one to reveal a purplish-red fruit, both Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi immediately confirmed that the dandelion had indeed brought back a plum. Presenting the fruit it had painstakingly retrieved to Feng Qiao, the dandelion spread its leaves, eager for a reward. This was the sweetest fruit it had selected, guaranteed to please its new keeper. Although it had only been in Feng Qiao's presence for a short time, the dandelion had already gleaned some insights into her preferences. Namely, she favored energy-rich and flavorful items. The previous ginger had not been particularly palatable, which was why Feng Qiao had only gathered a small amount. However, the soybeans, rich in energy, had spurred them to invest considerable time and effort in collecting them all. Despite the hassle and fatigue involved, The dandelion felt quite confident and somewhat proud, convinced that the plum it had brought back would surely satisfy Feng Qiao. Although Feng Qiao was unaware of the dandelion's inner musings, she could easily discern its intentions regarding her abilities, even though she had not previously articulated her thoughts. She resolved to first impart a lesson to this mutant dandelion. Handing the plum to Bai Siqi, Feng Qiao gently tapped the dandelion's leaves and remarked, "There are two of us here, and you have only brought back one plum. How are we supposed to share?" The dandelion, brimming with joy, approached Feng Qiao, ready to receive her acknowledgement of its abilities, only to be taken aback by her words, momentarily dumbfounded. Stealing a glance at the earnest and clear-eyed Li Zi beside him, Bai Siqi appeared oblivious to Feng Qiao's words, as the leaves of the mutated dandelion instantly perked up, despite having witnessed the subtle smile on his face. It seemed that this individual, with his profound scheming nature, continued to be disfavored by the plants. Observing the dandelion's erect leaves, Feng Qiao nonchalantly poked one of them with her finger and asked, "Are you still unconvinced?" Immediately, all the leaves drooped down. "Oh no! Does this mean my delightful feast is gone?" The dandelion, looking forlorn, wished for at least half of it. Feng Qiao, after carefully observing its reaction, finally said, "Given that this is our first encounter, and I had not articulated my expectations clearly before, bring me 5 more of these Li Zi by tomorrow morning, and we shall consider this matter settled." She beckoned to the dandelion. Feeling the surge of Feng Qiao's unique abilities, the dandelion was overwhelmed with joy. The previous incident was quickly forgotten as it focused solely on relishing this exclusive feast. Chapter 44. A Day of Abundance, with the mutated dandelion leading the way. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi's harvest exceeded that of the previous day. In addition to the initial ginger and soybean, they foraged a considerable amount of purslane, wild mulberries, jujubes, and Li Zi, along with 5 chili peppers and 2 potatoes that the dandelion had brought back while they rested. This was truly a bountiful harvest. Each of these items, soybeans, purslane, wild mulberries, Li Zi, chili peppers, and potatoes, contained a wealth of energy. Although the energy within the jujubes was negligible when compared to the others, their crisp and sweet flavor enticed Feng Qiao to gather a fair number. To her surprise, she had managed to collect both ginger and chili peppers today, upon returning. With a bit more effort, she might even resolve the oil dilemma. The only critical item remaining was salt. "Do not leave yet." Upon hearing that Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi were returning, the dandelion, aware that no plants Feng Qiao desired were present on the way back, immediately wished to explore other areas in search of her requirements. However, before it could depart, Feng Qiao swiftly grasped one of its leaves. The dandelion was puzzled as to why she held on to it, especially since she had been quite pleased with the plants it previously brought. "I seek those plants that contain immense energy. However, at this moment, there is something else I urgently desire. If you can procure this item for me, I shall grant you my abilities 5 times. The dandelion, exhilarated at the prospect of Feng Qiao's outstretched fingers, felt a surge of energy coursing through its form, making it radiant. Perhaps with a bit more energy absorption, it would soon bloom. "What exactly do you need?" it implored anxiously. If it knew, a single trip would grant it 5 sumptuous meals, far more advantageous than searching for various plants. Observing the dandelion's eagerness, Feng Qiao began to elaborate on the nature of the salt she required. If the dandelion could find the finest quality, that would be ideal. Otherwise, she would resort to using nutrient solutions to attempt to create a dish with a decent flavor. To her surprise, as she described the salt, the dandelion became animated. Feng Qiao's eyes brightened. "You know where to find it." The dandelion's leaves waved in excitement, and thanks to Feng Qiao's wood-based abilities, she understood its expressions. It conveyed that it had observed many mutated creatures licking certain stones, believing them to be treasures, eager to bloom and produce seeds. It had tasted one of those stones after the creatures departed, nearly suffering from the horrid experience. Although the dandelion did not comprehend how such a foul item could yield the opportunity for 5 feasts, it was determined not to let this chance slip away and immediately set off to fetch the salt Feng Qiao needed. "Be cautious and avoid attracting mutated creatures. If they come, it could spell trouble. Although Bai Siqi appeared fine now, he was still far from complete recovery. It was best to refrain from exerting mental energy at this time. Moreover, Feng Qiao enjoyed the collaboration with the dandelion and hoped it would continue smoothly until their departure. Wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications, the dandelion promised to be careful. Since it was tasked with retrieving the salt, the dandelion did not accompany the two on their return. In the joy of repeatedly gathering special plants, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi unwittingly traversed nearly double the distance they had covered the day before. Along the way, Feng Qiao had taken several breaks, feeling little fatigue. However, the return journey was arduous, possibly due to the exhaustion of their earlier efforts. After a series of stops, they finally reached the spaceship just before nightfall. Upon returning, they washed the purslane gathered in the afternoon and boiled it in hot water. Although vinegar was lacking, they had picked numerous sour wild fruits on their way back, which could temporarily serve as seasoning. After chopping some ginger and chili peppers, the dishes, though not particularly flavorful, were satisfying due to the inherent quality of the ingredients, rich in energy, leaving both of them content. Despite the readings from the instruments indicating Bai Siqi's mental state remained stable, he himself noted some changes compared to the previous day. It sufficed for Feng Qiao to know that his condition was improving, and she refrained from probing further. With all the running about in recent days, the mental health materials she had previously downloaded lay untouched in her databank. However, compared to studying this knowledge, physical training took precedence. Knowledge could be acquired anywhere, but even with special plants available for consumption, the rate of recovery was unmatched on this planet. After dinner, Feng Qiao took a small shovel outside the spaceship, where she planted 1/3 of the yellow soybean seeds harvested that day. 2 of the seeds were spaced apart from the others. Should they fail to find more soybeans or any oil-producing plants in the coming days, Feng Qiao planned to induce the growth of the soybeans, cultivate them, and repeat the process. Although her abilities were currently at a lower level, she believed that with time, she would be able to grow enough soybeans for oil extraction. Gently patting the 2 tender sprouts that had just broken through the soil, fatigue and drowsiness overtook her, prompting her return to the spaceship. "Good night, Achi. Good night." Observing Feng Qiao fall asleep as soon as she hit the bed, Bai Siqi softened his voice. Hadn't she promised to return for a massage? Exhausted as she was, why insist on planting the seeds today and using her abilities to induce growth? Bai Siqi's hand rested lightly on Feng Qiao's calf, applying gentle pressure. Although he perceived his strength as limited at 5 years old, he had come to realize that this body possessed significantly more power than he had anticipated. After days of experience, Bai Siqi had gained sufficient understanding of his current strength. His strong yet careful fingers kneaded her calf, then moved to her shoulders and arms, before he finally exited the rest area half an hour later. Chapter 45. There are others early the next morning. As Feng Qiao opened the spaceship hatch, she discovered a large leaf at the entrance bearing a white stone and 5 plums. Bending down, she picked up the items along with the leaf, glancing around but finding no trace of the mutated dandelion. According to the nature of the mutated dandelion, it should have been eager to seek her out for its abilities by now. Yet, half a day had passed without any sign of activity outside. Turning to Bai Siqi, she noticed he too had never encountered a mutated dandelion, and the protective shield had remained quiet throughout the night. This suggested that the mutated dandelion might have simply dropped off the items and departed, rather than attempting to break in as it had before. Curiously stowing away the items sent by the mutated dandelion, the two looked up at the overcast sky, their moods inevitably affected. It seemed a rainstorm was imminent. Although this planet did not distinctly delineate its seasons, it did experience variations. Typically, March and April saw abundant rainfall, while May served as a transition month, with little rain expected by late May. The next rainy season would concentrate around August and September. Today was already May 30th, and it was surprising to encounter thunderstorm weather. Feng Qiao pondered whether they were fortunate or unfortunate. In her previous life, she had not encountered such weather at this time, although their landing point then differed from this life. They had chosen not to return to the familiar location primarily because it was deemed unsafe. Otherwise, the diverse edible plants there would have made it an excellent choice. It was about to rain. Bai Siqi looked up at the sky and then at Feng Qiao, asking if they would still venture out today. They had had a fruitful day yesterday, with the spaceship stocked with a box of 08L wild mulberries, a box of 13L green jujubes, enough purslane for a meal, 2 potatoes for chilies, 5 plums, 7 sweet potatoes along with soybeans, ginger, and goji berries. Even without nutritional supplements, they had enough to satisfy their hunger for the time being, so it was decided they would stay in today. Feng Qiao's assurance brought Bai Siqi some comfort. He was less concerned about his own health than about Feng Qiao's, as getting caught in the rain could likely make her ill, although Yi Qin had prepared ample medication for them. This place was incomparable to Central Star. Despite not going out, they still had tasks at hand. The soybeans collected yesterday could be pressed for oil, allowing them to enjoy stir-fried potatoes for lunch. The kitchen was equipped with the Empire's latest automatic oil press, capable of both juicing and oil extraction. However, they had not harvested a significant amount of beans. Even after pressing all that they had, they yielded less than 100 milliliters of oil. Fortunately, soybean oil had a high energy retention rate, and the leftover soybean pulp could also be cooked. Thus, it was not a waste. They discussed and finalized their lunch plans. However, before noon arrived, the rain began to patter gently outside. Feng Qiao ventured out only briefly to use her abilities to stimulate the growth of the soybeans she had planted nearby. The remainder of the time was spent inside the spaceship, reviewing materials related to mental strength. The day passed swiftly. Just when Feng Qiao thought the mutated dandelion would not appear again today, a large, tattered cloth bag, roughly the size of 2 basketballs, hopped rhythmically towards their spaceship amidst the light drizzle of the evening. "What is this?" Startled, Feng Qiao instinctively retracted her foot, quickly closing the spaceship hatch. Bai Siqi, having heard the commotion at the entrance, hurried over, asking what was happening. As the tattered bag drew closer, it became evident to both of them what it was. However, as it approached, they also noticed a small, somewhat familiar grass beneath the bag. Feng Qiao was so astonished that she momentarily forgot her intentions. The bag looked heavy and bulging. How could the mutated dandelion manage to carry such a hefty load with such agility? Wait, this bag did not seem to belong to this planet. Were there others here? Bai Siqi had already gathered his abilities in preparation, as they quietly observed the approaching mutated dandelion. In the next moment, a flash of purple lightning struck precisely 1 meter in front of the mutated dandelion, causing it to halt abruptly, the large bag teetering precariously before rolling forward. Although tattered, the bag was sturdy enough to roll several times on the grass without spilling its contents. The two remained inside the spaceship, watching through the viewport, showing no inclination to open the hatch. "Doesn't that look like an Imperial military supply bag?" Feng Qiao pointed out to Bai Siqi, having discerned the insignia on the bag. Although Bai Siqi had lost his memory after the age of 5, he was still aware of such basic knowledge. Moreover, during the bag's rolling, he noticed the manufacturing date printed on it. It was marked 3016, dating back 8 years. However, Imperial military supply bags were quite durable. It was not unusual for them to last several years. Thus, it was difficult to ascertain when this person had arrived on the planet, regardless of when they had come. The crucial point was that there were indeed others here besides them. Furthermore, since this individual possessed such a bag, they were likely a soldier of the Empire. Yet, there seemed to be no information regarding this planet from the Empire. Either the individual had obtained special plants and concealed the information from others, or they were still trapped on this planet and had not yet managed to leave. In her previous life, Feng Qiao had never heard of anyone else being here. She had no knowledge of whether that person had long since departed or remained. While the two of them were engaged in discussion about the suddenly appearing bag, the mutated dandelion, startled by Bai Siqi's lightning abilities, stood up after dropping its burden. Standing upright, the mutated dandelion did not immediately retrieve the discarded bag. Instead, it placed its 2 leaves on its hips and dashed to the side of the spaceship, vociferously scolding Bai Siqi within. It was aware that this cunning human had suddenly used their abilities against it, causing it to inadvertently drop its precious package. Whimpering, it lamented that the fruits it had painstakingly harvested, rich in energy, might be ruined if damaged. Chapter 46. stir-fried shredded potatoes through her abilities. Feng Qiao grasped the thoughts of the mutated dandelion and paused for a moment before inquiring about the matter at hand. Where did you acquire that bag? The bag? The large leaf that can hold many fruits? It replied. I found it on the way. If it weren't for the previous leaves being too fragile and unable to hold much, I would have forgotten that I had even brought back such a trophy. Feng Qiao furrowed her brow slightly and continued. When did you find this bag? Have you encountered anyone besides us? The mutated dandelion pondered for a moment. That was a long, long time ago. I can't recall clearly. I remember I had just become a level 3 mutated plant, preparing to expand my territory. Then, a person, much like you, intruded into my domain, accompanied by a level 5 mutated tiger. Oh dear, that person was quite the troublemaker, attracting powerful mutated beasts or plants to wreak havoc in my territory every few days. That area was ruined due to her antics, so I abandoned it and relocated. The leaf bundle is the spoils I took away before departing from that territory. Spoils indeed. It is certain that you seized the opportunity to snatch the bag while that individual was engaged in combat with the mutated beast. Feng Qiao, perceiving the truth but choosing not to expose it, continued her inquiries, eager to unravel more information about that person. Where is that individual now? Is she still alive? The mutated dandelion was oblivious to her questions. It had long since vacated its previous territory and, in an effort to evade that person, had relocated to a far-off place, leaving it unaware of the circumstances of its former domain. Since arriving in this new territory, no one or mutated flora had dared to wreak havoc upon its land. Feng Qiao probed further about the location of the previous territory, but the mutated dandelion could only convey that it was exceedingly distant. Ultimately, Feng Qiao did not glean much useful information. She had contemplated sending the mutated dandelion back to its former territory to gather news about that individual. But from the dandelion's description, it was clear that the person's combat prowess was formidable, and she, along with the current state of Bai Siqi, might not stand a chance against her. If that person were not benevolent and followed the dandelion back to their location, it would be a perilous oversight. Please bring me the bag. I wish to see its contents. Confirming that there was no immediate danger outside, Feng Qiao opened the spacecraft's hatch. The mutated dandelion, unperturbed, bounded aboard the ship with a bag many times larger than itself. Yay! Finally inside the big shell. I have no intention of going out today. Bai Siqi had already opened the compartment bag, while Feng Qiao, using one hand to channel her abilities into the mutated dandelion and the other to assist Bai Siqi in extracting the items from the compartment, marveled at the bounty. Truly, as expected from an organism that had claimed this territory, the contents, though not as plentiful as their own recent foraging, were far more diverse. In addition to wild fruits like walnuts, hawthorns, chestnuts, and wild apples, the mutated dandelion had even unearthed 2 yams, 3 carrots, plantain, motherwort, and numerous wild grasses that Feng Qiao could not name. Upon reaching the bottom of the bag, she even discovered 2 slightly damaged wild leeks, bringing her closer to gathering the seasonings she desired. However, she couldn't help but wish for a greater quantity of each item. Feng Qiao remained silent as she observed Bai Siqi count 19 different varieties emerging from this single bag, revealing the dandelion's intentions. Nevertheless, she stood by her earlier statement. You have brought 19 types of plants, which means I shall bestow upon you 19 infusions of energy, along with the 5 infusions from the salt that morning, that amounted to a total of 24. Having already completed 1 infusion, 23 remained. Upon hearing this number from Feng Qiao, the mutated dandelion joyfully twirled in excitement. As long as I'm swift enough, no plant shall seize my feast. While Feng Qiao was indifferent to the wild grasses, she recognized the value of the walnuts, hawthorns, chestnuts, and yams as long-lasting provisions and wished to procure more. How far is the location where you harvested the hawthorns, walnuts, chestnuts, and yams from the spacecraft? Feng Qiao had made up her mind. If it were too distant, she would pilot the spacecraft there, as these long-lasting food sources were essential. The mutated dandelion had specifically chosen nearby plants for foraging. Otherwise, it could not have gathered such a substantial haul before nightfall. However, what was considered close to the dandelion was not necessarily the same for Feng Qiao. Indeed, Merely listening to the dandelion's description made it clear that it was beyond her current reach. Let us explore this vicinity first, and then seek out another area closer to these plants for further exploration. What do you think? Feng Qiao sought Bai Siqi's opinion. That sounds agreeable, he replied. After all, once they had thoroughly explored one area, they would inevitably need to move elsewhere. The mutated dandelion had already pinpointed the locations of the long-lasting fruits, saving them the time of searching. By the time the mutated dandelion arrived, it was already late, and they had spent considerable time organizing the items it had brought and discussing the bag's contents. Thus, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi wasted no further time and quickly sliced 2 potatoes into strips for stir-frying. As they ignited the stove and poured in the oil, Feng Qiao felt a sense of anticipation, which intensified as the chopped green onions were tossed into the pan, releasing a delightful aroma. The two inhaled deeply, surprised by their unexpected culinary skills, and their excitement grew. Bai Siqi took the lead in cooking while Feng Qiao directed. As they added chili and potato strips one by one into the pan, the spicy fragrance gradually filled the confined space. Neither of them had the extra energy to concern themselves with the trembling, mutated dandelion hiding in the corner. Once the final ingredients were added, the stir-fried potato strips were deemed complete. The sweet potato rice would require some time to finish cooking, so they decided to savor the vegetables first. Feng Qiao inhaled deeply, unable to stifle a sneeze, yet she was eager to taste the potato strips. Bai Siqi was no better off. Upon taking his first bite, he couldn't discern whether it was delicious, but the abundant energy within the potato strips was immediately palpable. It felt as though he was consuming pure energy rather than mere food. With the intake of energy, his mental domain experienced a momentary fluctuation. As the disturbance subsided, the previously restless strands of mental force deep within him seemed to quiet down. Unlike Bai Siqi, Feng Qiao was surprised by the energy embedded in the dish. Yet the physical restoration it provided did not deliver the same overwhelming impact on her as it did on him. Instead, she found herself relishing the taste of the potato strips, and her previously weak and aching body felt rejuvenated by the enjoyment of the meal. Chapter 47. A subtle confrontation in the shadows. After finishing the stir-fried dishes, the sweet potato rice was nearly ready. Having recently consumed a significant amount of energy, both Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao felt an unparalleled sense of joy, both physically and mentally. They leisurely finished their sweet potato rice, and Feng Qiao provided the ever-watchful, mutated dandelion with a dose of energy before meticulously rechecking Bai Siqi's mental strength. However, due to concerns that Feng Qiao might not be adept with the instruments, Yiqin had specifically selected a simple, compact smart detector for her use before their departure, which unfortunately limited its ability to yield more profound readings. For instance, it could not ascertain the current state of the volatile mental force deep within Bai Siqi's mental domain that had been temporarily subdued. Unable to rely on the instrument, Feng Qiao had to inquire directly, "How do you feel?" Even without careful introspection, Bai Siqi could clearly sense that he was in excellent condition. However, knowing that Feng Qiao worried for him, he took the time to thoroughly assess his mental domain. After a considerable pause, a smile spread across his face. "My mental strength is more stable than before. I feel confident that even if I were to engage in a battle using my mental force, I would have no issues." However, he dared not voice this thought. Feng Qiao had been consistently concerned about his mental strength, and in the past few days, she had insisted that he consume the best of whatever they found. Bai Siqi, eager to recover quickly, especially after realizing the threats posed by the mutated flora and fauna, felt that his previous condition had rendered him unable to protect Feng Qiao adequately. Now, however, he believed he could slightly ease his long-standing worries. Yet it was only slightly. He still needed to consume more energy to strive for a complete recovery. Feng Qiao evidently shared a similar mindset. After dinner, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation while enjoying a box of mulberries they had foraged earlier. However, Feng Qiao had a small appetite to begin with, and today, due to the rain, she had hardly moved at all. Thus she ate slowly as if fulfilling a task. She felt that the plate of shredded potatoes they consumed contained an excessive amount of energy. As she uttered this thought, She glanced at Bai Siqi, curious if he shared the same sentiment. Previously, when eating only the shredded potatoes, Feng Qiao had not pondered too deeply on this matter. But as she compared it with the sweet potato rice they had later, and now with the mulberries they were currently eating, she increasingly sensed something was amiss. Even though all the ingredients in the shredded potatoes were energy-rich, the energy they ingested did not seem to accumulate in a straightforward manner. Bai Siqi swallowed the mulberries in his mouth, refraining from placing the ones in his hand into his mouth. He was aware that the plate of shredded potatoes contained a significant amount of energy, which had a considerable impact on his mental state. Yet his perception of the energy's magnitude was clearly not as acute as Feng Qiao's. He blinked and furrowed his brow, momentarily unsure how to assist Feng Qiao in resolving her doubts. As he surveyed the spacecraft, his gaze suddenly landed on the mutated dandelion huddled in the corner. Bai Siqi's dark eyes brightened instantly as he pointed at the mutated dandelion and exclaimed, "Let us have to fetch a couple of potatoes again. We shall prepare another plate of shredded potatoes, and then Qiao Qiao can inspect it first." The mutated dandelion, having just enjoyed a grand feast, was now basking in contentment. Upon sensing Bai Siqi's gaze upon it, its leaves immediately perked up. This human certainly harbored ulterior motives, revealing its true intentions so quickly, wanting to drive it away. Oomph. It still had 22 feasts left to enjoy, and it would not leave until its grand meal was finished. The mutated dandelion ignored Bai Siqi, who did not expect it to heed his words, and thus he turned his attention back to Feng Qiao. "What do you think, Qiao Qiao?" The air seemed to thicken for a moment. Feng Qiao also perceived a difference. She glanced at Bai Siqi and then at the mutated dandelion and replied thoughtfully, "It is possible, but there is no need to rush. If the location is not far, we can go ourselves. We can also look for peanuts, rapeseeds, sunflower seeds, and other oil-producing plants along the way." Even if the mutated dandelion were to retrieve the potatoes for them, they would not immediately fry them for another meal. Bai Siqi understood that Feng Qiao's reasoning was sound. He glanced at the seemingly smug mutated dandelion beside him, pressed his lips slightly, and ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Until the two decided to take a break. Feng Qiao had used her ability on the mutated dandelion 3 more times before leading it outside the spacecraft. At first, the mutated dandelion, immersed in its feast, did not notice anything amiss until the faint yellow-green glow faded. It plopped onto the rain-soaked grass and suddenly came to its senses. "Wah wah wah, why was I thrown out?" The mutated dandelion lamented, especially upon seeing the sinister smile on the fleeting figure behind Feng Qiao, which made the entire mutated plant bristle with indignation. Feng Qiao listened to the dandelion's complaints, gently massaging her temples, seemingly a bit weary from the noise. She could not comprehend why this mutated dandelion insisted on staying inside the spacecraft. If not for concerns over safety, she and Bai Siqi would have preferred to sleep outside. Enough with the noise. Do you not wish to bloom and produce seeds soon? The outside environment is more conducive to your growth. The longer you stay in the spacecraft, the more you risk delaying your blooming and seeding. Is that what you want? Although the reality might not be as dire as Feng Qiao suggested. And the mutated dandelion had yet to bloom despite being a level 3 mutated plant, possibly due to some unknown reasons. This did not prevent the dandelion from believing her words. Almost instantaneously, the mutated dandelion quieted down, since it could not remain in the spacecraft. The mutated dandelion sought another task for itself. "You say you are willing to help me dig up potatoes, but only in exchange for abilities?" Observing the mutated dandelion bargaining with her for more abilities, Feng Qiao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, she emphasized, "The location of the mutated potatoes is something I previously exchanged for with my abilities. You cannot profit from the same plant twice at my expense. How about this? You help me gather a bag of potatoes, and in return, I will use my ability on you once." Although Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi might not finish an entire bag of potatoes, the shelf life of potatoes was quite long, sufficient to last until they departed from this planet. Once they returned to the Empire, even an entire spacecraft filled with potatoes could be consumed in the blink of an eye, eliminating any concerns about waste. Initially, The mutated dandelion had been prepared to venture farther to seek the plants Feng Qiao needed, as each type of plant could only yield one grand meal opportunity. To its surprise, such a favorable deal was presented. The mutated dandelion, quick to grasp the implications, immediately expressed, "Wah wah wah. If you have anything else you desire, I guarantee I can bring it to you right away." Chapter 48. The Body Grows Stronger. "All right," Feng Qiao responded, watching as the mutated dandelion sped away with the somewhat tattered bag. After bidding farewell to the mutated dandelion, Feng Qiao glanced at the soybeans growing beside the spacecraft and did not linger outside. To obtain more plants from the mutated dandelion, she would have to sacrifice the abilities she could use to stimulate the soybean sprouts. Although trading with the mutated dandelion allowed her to exchange one ability for more plants, the feedback she received from using her abilities on the dandelion was significantly less than that from the soybean sprouts. This implied that the pace of her ability enhancement would slow considerably. However, as she consumed increasingly more special plants over the past 2 days, Feng Qiao could clearly feel the benefits brought about by the mutated plants. Her body was growing increasingly stronger. From initially struggling to walk even 1,000 meters without needing to rest, she could now comfortably walk 2,000 to 3,000 meters at a stretch. While her intake of energy-rich plants surely contributed to this, it was also due to the substantial exercise she had engaged in over the past couple of days. Yet even before, her body would likely not have been able to endure such exertion. After a brief contemplation, Feng Qiao resolved to prioritize her health by taking advantage of the unique environment of this planet and consuming energy-rich foods. The light rain persisted for a day, but the following day, the skies indeed cleared. After stowing away the bag of potatoes brought by the mutated dandelion, Feng Qiao noticed Bai Siqi, who had consumed 2 cooked yam roots and a boiled sweet potato, yet remained unsatisfied, drinking nutritional supplements. She deeply felt the urgent need for more staple foods. Thus, in addition to digging up a considerable number of sweet potatoes at the location they had discovered the previous day, the two hurried to the area where yams grew, ensuring they did not overlook any wild fruits or vegetables encountered along the way. Had it not been late, Feng Qiao might have even considered visiting the areas with chestnuts, walnuts, and carrots to gather them all. Wah wah wah. The mutated dandelion arrived at Feng Qiao's feet. Today, in addition to leading her to dig yams, it had helped considerably during the process. Feng Qiao generously granted it another opportunity to enjoy a grand meal, yet there were no other gains. This left the mutated dandelion, who had already consumed over 10 grand meals that day and was starting to feel full, somewhat anxious. At this rate, it would certainly finish all its saved grand meals by tomorrow. This realization made the mutated dandelion, which already sensed strength rapidly accumulating and perhaps would bloom soon, quite anxious. No, it must find a way to preserve its grand meals. Wah wah wah. You said you could help me gather those? The mutated dandelion volunteered eagerly, and Feng Qiao, of course, could not decline. In fact, even if the mutated dandelion had remained silent, Feng Qiao was ready to entice it with her abilities. However, she did not anticipate that this particular mutated dandelion was even more impatient than she was. Although she struggled to comprehend the dandelion's urgency, she saw no reason to turn down such a free laborer. After 3 days of interaction, Feng Qiao had gained a preliminary understanding of the mutated dandelion. In terms of intellect, it was far inferior to Bai Siqi, who possessed only the memories of a 5-year-old. As for its strength, it was just barely sufficient for self-defense. Nonetheless, this was merely due to her lack of first-hand experience with mutated flora and fauna and her unfamiliarity with their combat methods. The two of them, laden with enough sweet potatoes and yams to last them 10 days, made their way back slowly. Feng Qiao recalled her earlier inquiry about why they had ventured so far without encountering any small animals. She let out a soft sigh, noticing Bai Siqi's gaze upon her. Feng Qiao subtly shook her head, concealing her disappointment. It was nothing. It was merely a temporary absence of meat. Once her body fully recovered, she would catch a few rabbits to raise. Feng Qiao did not regret her initial choice of this location. And even after learning from the mutated dandelion that all the local animals had been driven away, she had no intention of leaving for another place. Her thoughts quickly shifted from this fleeting melancholy, and she initiated a more uplifting topic. When we return, we must stir-fry potato shreds once more. This time, she vowed to meticulously remember the energy contained within each ingredient before cooking, and then compare it with the outcome, determined to uncover the underlying reasons. Observing Feng Qiao's renewed enthusiasm, Bai Siqi refrained from inquiring about her previous thoughts. Instead, he found himself recalling the rich energy of the stir-fried potato shreds they had enjoyed the night before, his dark eyes suddenly sparkling with anticipation. Both of them felt a sense of impatience, prompting them to quicken their pace slightly, and they arrived at the spacecraft just after 5 o'clock. However, upon noticing a pile of green walnuts with their skins still on beside the spacecraft, they realized that the mutated dandelion had already returned after harvesting walnuts and had gone off to gather other items. They stowed away the walnuts without further ado and immediately dove into the kitchen to wash the potatoes, peel them, and heat the pan for cooking. Having gained experience from their previous culinary endeavor, Bai Siqi's movements were now quite adept, seeing that she was not needed for assistance. Feng Qiao took the opportunity to wash a plate of jujubes. Although they contained little energy, they were still quite sweet. Otherwise, she would not have spent time gathering so many. Feng Qiao popped one in her mouth and then offered another to Bai Siqi. The kitchen was filled with the sizzling sounds of cooking, accompanied by the crunching of jujubes as the two of them chewed. While Feng Qiao perceived the energy contained in the jujubes to be minimal, even a small amount could significantly soothe one's mental state. It was akin to the 3 tiny grasses she had previously nurtured. The energy they held was not vastly different from what they were consuming now. A plate of stir-fried potato shreds soon emerged from the pan. Under the attentive gaze of Bai Siqi, Feng Qiao found herself unexpectedly feeling a twinge of nervousness. Nevertheless, this momentary apprehension did not affect her actions. She cradled the plate of potato shreds in her hands, the steam rising from the freshly cooked dish obscuring her features. Bai Siqi stood opposite her, his thin lips pressed together, seemingly even more anxious than Feng Qiao. After nearly 5 seconds of anticipation, Feng Qiao suddenly lifted her head, her delicate face coming alive, revealing uncontainable joy in her peach blossom eyes. Not having heard her speak, Bai Siqi's tension diminished somewhat. He reached out to steady Feng Qiao, whose excitement had caused her to move a bit too vigorously. Feng Qiao's voice rose slightly as she exclaimed, "Indeed, my earlier intuition was correct. The energy has indeed increased." However, she quickly corrected herself. No, it would be inaccurate to say it has merely increased. It seems that different energy clusters have undergone some transformation during their fusion, resulting in this new energy cluster. Feng Qiao hesitated, struggling to articulate the sensation she had just experienced. Chapter 49. Something feels off in simpler terms. One could say that the quality of the new energy cluster is superior to the previous one, hence its enhanced efficacy. As for why the quality of the energy cluster had improved, Feng Qiao had her suspicions. However, glancing at the bottle that held only 2/3 of the cooking oil, she decided against testing her hypothesis at this moment, despite having ample ingredients. She hoped for good news from the mutated dandelion soon. Bai Siqi nodded, uncertain if he fully grasped her words. Yet his gaze had evidently shifted from Feng Qiao's face to the plate of potato shreds between them. Having tasted them before, Bai Siqi was well aware of the rich energy contained within. Sensing Bai Siqi's thoughts and feeling a bit hungry herself, they both quickly set aside any further contemplation and devoured the potato shreds before them. Although the mutated dandelion had only delivered a single bag of potatoes that morning, they had made sure to peel extra potatoes for frying. Still, the 2 dishes alone were insufficient to satiate their appetites. However, neither of them seemed inclined to resort to nutritional supplements. The spacecraft was now stocked with a considerable amount of food. While it was not enough for them to indulge freely, it was certainly sufficient to sustain them for a couple of days without resorting to nutritional drinks. Moreover, both she and Bai Siqi had not shied away from searching for food. Due to the presence of mutated flora and fauna, along with the provisions brought by the mutated dandelion, they were both increasingly eager to improve their physical and mental conditions, uniting in their objective. After finishing a large plate of potato shreds, They proceeded to deal with the walnuts that the mutated dandelion had previously brought. The fresh walnut skins were somewhat difficult to peel, particularly for Feng Qiao, who lacked manual dexterity. Using the same sharp knife, Bai Siqi effortlessly sliced through the thick green skin, revealing the white flesh within. In contrast, Feng Qiao struggled to even pierce the outer layer. Bai Siqi watched in astonishment as Feng Qiao furrowed her brow, grappling with the walnut, her breathing barely audible, fearful of distracting her and causing her to injure herself. As Feng Qiao finally halted her attempts due to her inability to break through the walnut skin, Bai Siqi let out a sigh of relief and handed her the opened walnut. Since your body is not yet fully recovered, allow me to handle the walnut cracking. You could just focus on extracting the flesh. Feng Qiao exhaled, choosing not to be hard on herself. She tossed the few scratched green walnuts she had been unable to open into the pile before her and seamlessly accepted the opened walnut Bai Siqi offered. With a sharp knife, she pried into the bottom of the walnut, successfully extracting half of the flesh. It was indeed a simpler task. Noticing how quickly Feng Qiao adapted, Bai Siqi felt relieved and continued to focus on cracking more walnuts. What Bai Siqi did not realize was that Feng Qiao's gaze would occasionally drift toward him, observing his nimble fingers skillfully prying open the walnut's green skin, her desire for her own recovery growing ever stronger. As she cracked the walnuts, Feng Qiao munched on the fresh walnut meat, which was sweet and juicy with a hint of bitterness. After consuming 3, she noticed that Bai Siqi remained engrossed in his task and had not taken any of the walnut flesh from the bowl. She pushed the bowl of walnut meat toward him. We have no other pressing matters today, so there's no need to rush. You should eat as well. With a crack, the green walnut in Bai Siqi's hand split into 2 under a gentle pressure. He placed the 2 halves on the table between them and reached for the walnut kernels in the bowl. Time slipped away as the 2 gradually slowed their walnut peeling. And by the time they were ready for bed, the mutated dandelion appeared again, carrying a bag of chestnuts. The moment Feng Qiao saw the chestnuts, her eyes lit up. It was decided. Chestnuts would be included in tomorrow's breakfast, no matter what. 5 days passed in this manner, with the diligent mutated dandelion assisting Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi in their daily explorations. They had finally accumulated a rich supply of food in their small, rickety spaceship, and the territory belonging to the mutated dandelion was now quite familiar to them. Additionally, Feng Qiao's physical condition improved day by day due to consistent exercise and enhanced nutrition. Although her health still fell slightly short of the normal standards of interstellar beings, it was a far cry from her previous state of frequent illness and the looming threat of demise. As for Bai Siqi, without access to advanced, large-scale diagnostic equipment, Feng Qiao could not directly assess his recovery of mental strength. Whenever she inquired, he would always claim that his condition was better than the day before. However, since Bai Siqi's mental domain had yet to fully recover and there had been no progress in his memory, Feng Qiao could not help but feel anxious. It was now the 10th day since their arrival on this planet, and she pondered whether they should remain here or return briefly to ease the worries of those outside if Bai Siqi had not fully recovered in another 10 days. Fortunately, Feng Qiao's anxious feelings did not linger for long. The following morning, after consuming 2 yam roots and a bowl of wild vegetable soup, Bai Siqi reached for the freshly steamed chestnuts on the table. Suddenly, his expression changed. As he barely uttered the word Qiao, his eyes closed, and his head thudded heavily onto the table. Startled, Feng Qiao hastily set aside the half-eaten yam and rushed to Bai Siqi's side. Bai Siqi, Bai Siqi. Though calling his name twice yielded no response, Feng Qiao did not panic but gradually calmed herself. On their first day on the planet, Bai Siqi had once fainted after consuming a large amount of energy-rich strawberries, and upon waking, his mental strength had begun to stabilize. This incident seemed similar. Perhaps it was not a bad sign. As she observed Bai Siqi while glancing at the time on her wrist device, she waited quietly. She did not have to wait long. Within about half an hour, Bai Siqi stirred awake, appearing somewhat dazed. He looked at Feng Qiao and then around, taking a moment to regain his composure. You just fainted for half an hour. Is there any progress with your mental strength? Feng Qiao asked, sensing something was amiss as she gazed at Bai Siqi's slightly bewildered eyes. However, Since their discussions often revolved around his mental capacity, she did not consider other possibilities, believing that this time he must have made significant progress in his recovery. And indeed, it was true. Bai Siqi blinked, the dark depths of his eyes gradually clearing. He first addressed Feng Qiao's inquiry, confirming that his mental strength had improved considerably. At least, even if he were to leave this planet now, he would not need to worry about his mental state, given the availability of high-grade suppressants outside. He was, in fact, entirely out of danger, having previously asked numerous questions. And with Bai Siqi unable to articulate his condition clearly, Feng Qiao refrained from pressing further, instead asking, "How do you feel now? Shall we rest for half the morning and explore in the afternoon?" Feng Qiao observed Bai Siqi with an uneasy feeling, sensing something was off. Since they had already explored the surrounding area and had ample food supplies aboard the ship, a half-day's rest seemed reasonable. "I feel great. You needn't rest half a day just for me," Bai Siqi replied earnestly, looking at Feng Qiao. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiao scrutinized him with increased intensity. However, before she could speak, Bai Siqi explained her concerns. "I just regained a bit of my memory." Indeed, it was evident that Bai Siqi's demeanor upon waking was somewhat different from before. Yet, why only a bit of memory? "What do you recall now?" Feng Qiao immediately inquired. Feng Qiao was uncertain how to feel. She had long anticipated the possibility of Bai Siqi regaining his memories and had prepared herself for this moment. Yet she did not expect it to arrive so abruptly. Nevertheless, the restoration of memory was a positive development. The current situation at the Duke's mansion could not rely solely on Butler Yuli. "I remember everything from before I lost my memory, including events from before I was 10, Bai Siqi stated, carefully observing Feng Qiao's reaction, fearing she might be disappointed. Although Feng Qiao had not previously shown much interest in his memory recovery, her expression suggested that she did care about the matter. 10 years? Feng Qiao's expression froze, momentarily unable to discern whether she felt joy or sorrow. After a brief distraction, she pushed the chestnuts that Bai Siqi had intended to eat but had yet to reach for closer to him. "Do not worry. Consume more energy-rich food, and your mental domain and memory will soon recover," Feng Qiao said with a smile, her tone soothing. Though he had suddenly jumped from 5 to 10 years old, he was still but a child, outside the planet. Witnessing Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi vanish completely into the eye of the cosmic storm, the commander issued an order to retreat from the storm's reach and head towards a nearby asteroid field. Upon realizing that the ship ahead had not been consumed by the storm, the Skull pirate gang immediately commanded several pirate ships to pursue. As the distance between the two parties narrowed, the asteroid field loomed ahead, blocking the escape route of the fleeing ship. A rugged, one-eyed man grinned maliciously at the stranded vessel, promptly ordering all ships to encircle it. This time, he would not allow the ship to slip away like a slippery eel. However, just as the pirate ships began to close in on the isolated vessel, it boldly flew into the asteroid field without hesitation. "Boss, it went in. What now?" the pirates exclaimed, incredulous at the unfolding scene. What had once seemed like certain victory turned into a futile endeavor. The one-eyed man glared at the screen, displaying the ship's precarious maneuvers, watching in disbelief as it deftly dodged one asteroid after another. He was about to utter a curse about the ship seeking its own demise, but instead growled, "What are you afraid of? Follow it. Bring it down." He refused to believe that their recently upgraded ships could not outmatch a heavily damaged vessel on the verge of collapse. Yet, as soon as he spoke, someone beside him covered his mouth. Despite the lack of dissent, the fleet of pirate ships remained outside the asteroid field, hesitant to make the first move. Feeling his authority challenged, the one-eyed man glared at the struggling ship within the asteroid field and issued another command. The starship of the space pirates began to maneuver cautiously, and at long last, one of the vessels closest to the asteroid belt surged forward into the fray. "Commander, they are closing in," a member of the fleet on board the lead ship reported promptly upon noticing the situation behind them. The commander remained composed, replying, "Do not concern yourselves with them. Focus on the asteroids around us. Divide into 3 small groups, and be mindful of your rest and watch schedules." The damaged starship navigated slowly through the perilous asteroid zone, Perhaps the safe passage of the leading vessel instilled a semblance of confidence in the ships behind, or perhaps the asteroid field was not as treacherous as they had anticipated. In the next moment, just as some began to relax, a meteor hurtled towards them with astonishing speed. Despite the operator's best efforts to evade upon spotting the asteroid, the starship was unable to dodge it. The meteor struck the side of the ship, creating a deep crater, and panic ensued within the vessel. Many space pirates clamored to retreat from the asteroid field. Suddenly, two more meteors raced towards them. The foremost starship was unable to evade in time and collided with an asteroid after being struck. The ship exploded instantaneously under the pressure of the two meteors. A ship behind, startled, halted and dared not move. The vessels ahead paid little heed to the pirate ships. For them, the greatest threat lay not in the pirate ships behind, but in the asteroid field they traversed. The asteroid zone was vast, with countless ships having met their demise. Yet there was no retreat. They had no choice but to navigate through the asteroid field to survive. In this perilous asteroid zone, the battered ships resembled solitary boats adrift in a vast sea, ever at risk of being swallowed by the abyss. Yet against all odds, one severely damaged ship finally emerged from the asteroid field on the fifth day. Gazing upon the calm passage ahead, the crew, who had survived against the odds, finally exhaled in relief. Upon receiving news of the ship's safety, Yu Li, far away on Central Star, felt a weight lift from his heart. However, thoughts of the recent events on Central Star brought a furrow of concern to his weathered features. Chapter 51. It is no wonder they felt so heavily pressed. Due to Bai Siqi's sudden recovery of some memories and an increase in combat experience, the duo agreed to expedite their previously prepared exploration plan. Piloting their ship to the edge of the area they had explored earlier, Bai Siqi first utilized his mental prowess to sense the surroundings, confirming no mutated flora or fauna were present before disembarking. Even in the absence of perceived threats, the two proceeded with far greater caution than during their previous explorations. According to information provided by the mutated dandelion, further east lay a mutated crabapple tree. However, this mutated tree was known to be reclusive, and during this time, the mutated dandelion had stealthily harvested numerous wild fruits and vegetables from its territory without encountering any repercussions from the tree. Thus, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi chose to explore eastward. The wind rustled through the grass, creating a soft sound, as Bai Siqi held a seemingly razor-sharp blade, and the two carefully observed their surroundings, advancing slowly. After approximately 10 minutes, Feng Qiao's previously tense expression began to ease as she pointed towards a location not far away, exclaiming, "There are energy-rich wild vegetables over there." Though Bai Siqi remained silent, he moved ahead of Feng Qiao, and together they headed towards the spot where she had detected the wild vegetables. Suddenly, the rustling in the distance intensified, hinting at something swiftly moving below the grass. Due to the distance, neither Feng Qiao nor Bai Siqi took note of it immediately. "There are two of them. If we can dig up a few more today, we can make vegetable soup tonight," Feng Qiao said, producing a small shovel and quickly unearthing two wild vegetables, placing them in her basket before stowing it away and keeping only the shovel in hand. Just as Bai Siqi was about to respond, his expression shifted sharply, and in an instant he shielded Feng Qiao behind him, brandishing his blade defensively. With Bai Siqi blocking her view, Feng Qiao too sensed an anomaly and became alert. The faint sounds, which had once seemed distant, were now rapidly approaching their location. Although Feng Qiao did not possess Bai Siqi's acute hearing, she too detected a disturbance within her mental reach. In a flash, two shadows streaked past like lightning. And before Feng Qiao could fully grasp the situation, they darted out of her mental domain, speeding eastward. As she focused on the retreating figures, she had no chance to speak when the leading shadow abruptly veered towards them. In that moment, Feng Qiao recognized what was charging in their direction, a golden sunflower head. Perhaps due to having finished the small bag of seeds that had produced soybean oil the day before, Feng Qiao had been yearning to find other oil-producing plants. She could clearly see the plump seeds densely arranged on the sunflower head. After days of searching without success, the mutated sunflower had seemingly come to her doorstep. It was imperative that she seize it With excitement in her eyes, Feng Qiao's mental energy surged as she expanded her coverage. However, in the next instant, her eager expression shifted. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the clear blue sky, aimed directly at a point approximately 5 meters behind the sunflower head. The sunflower head shook violently, revealing a familiar green plant beneath. The green plant reacted swiftly, leaping up to embrace the sunflower head, which was several times its size, and sped towards the direction of Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi. What mutated sunflower is this? Is this the sunflower seed that the mutated dandelion brought me? In the brief moment Feng Qiao pondered, the mutated dandelion had zipped right in front of her, and she felt a sudden weight in her hands as the golden sunflower head landed in her grasp. After delivering the sunflower head she had labored to acquire, the mutated dandelion did not linger for explanations. With Bai Siqi's assistance, the dandelion launched itself ferociously at the other shadow that had been pursuing closely behind. From the grass came the furious cries of an unknown creature, and Feng Qiao clutched the sunflower head tightly, feeling a fiery gaze fixated upon her. In the next heartbeat, another pair of lightning strikes thundered down. The grass rustled violently as a gray-furred squirrel emerged, its white belly stark against the foliage. Having just leaped out of the grass, the squirrel, no taller than a knee, tumbled to the ground with a thud, revealing crimson blood staining its back. Beside the bright red blood, charred patches of fur were also visible. The squirrel's injuries were evidently inflicted by Bai Siqi's lightning strike. Blood dripped steadily from its back as the gray squirrel struggled to rise, its dark eyes glaring at the two of them with desperation. Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao remained motionless, but the mutated dandelion, having procured a piece of grass rope from somewhere, swiftly bound the squirrel securely and handed the other end of the rope to Feng Qiao. Before Feng Qiao could inquire, the mutated dandelion thoroughly explained the origins of the squirrel, why it was pursuing it, and the reasons behind binding the squirrel. Feng Qiao watched the incessantly chattering mutated dandelion, feeling as if she could tie it up with the other end of the rope she held. Rubbing her temple, she communicated with the mutated dandelion, questioning who had suggested that she intended to seize its territory. However, the dandelion insisted, but there are sunflowers in their territory, countless sunflowers brimming with energy. If we conquer their domain, those sunflowers will belong to you. You could even have them plant sunflowers for you, eliminating the need to search for them endlessly. The mutated dandelion rambled on, seemingly oblivious to Feng Qiao's inquiry, forgetting that this task had originally been assigned to it by Feng Qiao. Had it not been for the delectable powers of the energy it sought, it would never have risked bringing this back. Unexpectedly encountering Feng Qiao here was not part of its plan. It had intended to seek refuge at the mutated crabapple tree until the squirrel departed. To its astonishment, it found itself confronted by two individuals, and even more surprising was the formidable strength of the human it somewhat despised. No wonder it had felt so thoroughly overpowered before. Chapter 52. The battle is imminent. Although the unfolding events exceeded the mutated dandelion's expectations, the outcome was fortuitous. The dandelion even contemplated that perhaps they could attack the territory right away. Naturally, Feng Qiao did not heed the dandelion's suggestion. Glancing at the half-conscious mutated squirrel on the ground, she believed that even without actively attacking, the opposing party would inevitably seek them out. Tell me about the condition of that territory. Handing the rope binding the mutated squirrel to Bai Siqi, Feng Qiao grasped the leaves of the mutated dandelion, deciding to engage in a thorough dialogue with it. After an extensive exchange, Feng Qiao not only gleaned insights into the territory, but also gained a better understanding of the dynamics of territorial disputes among the mutated flora and fauna on this planet. In simple terms, most matters could be resolved through force. Moreover, some mutated plants and animals preferred direct confrontations over territorial disputes. Those who emerged victorious would consume the defeated, absorbing their energy to enhance themselves, while the energy-rich plants in the defeated's territory would belong to the victors. Ultimately, their primary concern was to devour energy for growth. Although there might be challenges posed by special plants in an opponent's territory, the mutated dandelion had yet to hear of any such occurrences. Not all mutated flora and fauna were aggressive or energy-hungry. For instance, the mutated crabapple tree to the east refrained from involving itself in such matters. Due to its formidable strength, those who had previously dared to challenge the mutated crabapple tree were swiftly dealt with, leading to a long-standing cessation of attempts against it. Thus, during Feng Qiao's extended stay, she had not encountered any ambushes from mutated creatures. She had originally believed this was the territory of the mutated dandelion, which had contributed to her sense of safety. The true source lay with the mutated crabapple tree. Once all explanations were provided, the mutated dandelion eagerly gazed at Feng Qiao, anticipating its feast. Feng Qiao narrowed her eyes, a yellow-green aura gradually enveloping her hands. As the aura completely shrouded the mutated dandelion, it could no longer contain itself and unfurled its leaves, collapsing into the glow of the power. Suddenly, the half-conscious mutated squirrel lying nearby emitted a series of sharp cries. Markedly different from before, its previously furious eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing something incredible. The sudden outburst drew the attention of both Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi. However, despite recognizing the altered state of the squirrel, neither could comprehend its cries, as they were oblivious to the language of beasts. Feng Qiao continued to channel her powers, poking the seemingly entranced, mutated dandelion and inquiring, "What is it saying?" The dandelion, startled back to reality by her prod, looked at her with confusion. Upon her repeated question, it glanced threateningly at the mutated squirrel before. Under Feng Qiao's gaze, it timidly revealed the cause of the squirrel's transformation. "Is it due to my powers?" Feng Qiao mused, somewhat surprised yet not entirely so. Her powers contained energy that these mutated beings seemed to crave. However, having already expended her energy on the mutated dandelion, she would have to wait to confirm if the squirrel experienced the same transformation. Despite the unforeseen developments, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi remained steadfast in their exploration plans. Thus, the trio, a mutated plant, a mutated animal, and 2 humans, wandered along the periphery of the mutated crabapple territory until dusk, returning with the day's findings. Uncertain whether the mutated crabapple tree was truly indifferent to such trivial matters or simply oblivious to the activities at the edge of its domain, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi completed their circuit without drawing the attention of the crabapple. Upon their return, they found the previously tranquil forest suddenly bustling with the presence of small creatures. The mutated dandelion immediately issued a warning to Feng Qiao. Both she and Bai Siqi sensed the anomaly. Bai Siqi promptly positioned himself in front of Feng Qiao, his hands crackling with violet lightning, clearly prepared for battle. At that moment, the mutated squirrel, held by Bai Siqi and rejuvenated by a touch of Feng Qiao's powers, though its wounds had not healed, exhibited a marked improvement in spirit and suddenly began to vocalize urgently. The surrounding creatures stirred momentarily in response to the squirrel's cries, prompting Bai Siqi to tighten his grip on the rope, pulling the squirrel closer while the lightning flickered ominously around it, conveying an unmistakable threat. Nevertheless, aware of the squirrel's significance, Bai Siqi was nonetheless prepared for the possibility that they might need to sacrifice it to fend off an attack. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, calculating an escape route for himself and Feng Qiao. In a flash, a shadow, gray-black as a thundercloud, darted towards Bai Siqi like a bolt of lightning. He responded with a surge of lightning from his fingertips, unleashing 2 bolts that struck the ground with explosive force, creating a small crater. Although the lightning did not directly hit the shadow, it effectively halted its advance. The initial assault having failed, the gray-black shadow retreated to a safe distance. It was then that Feng Qiao finally discerned the full form of the shadow. It was a squirrel with fur of gray-black hue, its white underbelly adorned with 3 vertical gray-black stripes. This formidable squirrel stood over half a meter tall, exhibiting both greater size and speed than the previous adversary. Feng Qiao's expression darkened momentarily, shadows flickering in her gaze. Scanning the lurking creatures and Bai Siqi, a petite firearm materialized in her palm. She swiftly retrieved previously shelled chestnuts from her storage and stuffed them into Bai Siqi's mouth. despite his mental energy having recovered slightly. Having just engaged in a battle, the prospect of exerting both mental and supernatural powers again amid such a throng of creatures was understandably concerning. Even though these small creatures possess limited individual combat capabilities, their collective strength is formidable. Moreover, there exists a mutant beast that excels in speed. Chapter 53. Her marksmanship is exceptional. The mutated squirrel in Bai Siqi's hand emitted a series of urgent squeaks. In the next moment, Feng Qiao felt a gaze fixate upon her. Before she could raise her gun to aim, a grayish-black shadow lunged towards her with remarkable swiftness, this time targeting Feng Qiao directly. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of lightning pursued the rapidly approaching figure, yet the black-gray shadow paid no heed to the electric strikes. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance between them. Bai Siqi's pupils constricted as he swiftly pulled Feng Qiao's wrist to retreat, his left hand crackling with lightning, causing the already severely weakened mutated squirrel to shriek in agony. The approaching grayish-black shadow was indeed drawn by the cries of the injured squirrel, momentarily hesitating in midair. Bai Siqi fixed his gaze on the suddenly halted figure, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. In the next instant, the gray shadow surged towards them with an even greater velocity than before. Bai Siqi's pupils dilated sharply, unleashing a potent wave of psychic energy toward the shadow, just as the sound of a gunshot rang out. Bang! Followed by the wretched howls of the mutated squirrel. A bloodied hole, the size of a fingertip, gushed crimson from the nearly 1-meter-long creature. The squirrel curled its body, its fluffy tail exploding outward, claws glinting with a silvery sheen clutching its furry head. The mutated squirrel writhed on the ground, seemingly affected by the psychic attack. Feng Qiao did not lower her weapon, casting a glance at Bai Siqi, who stood protectively before her. Despite not exhibiting any signs of distress, she furrowed her brow disapprovingly. Questioning, "Did you use psychic energy?" "Yes," Bai Siqi replied, maintaining his earlier stance, his voice revealing no hint of abnormality. He had not anticipated Feng Qiao's marksmanship to be so commendable. However, even had he foreseen it, he could not simply watch as the mutated squirrel charged without taking action. A mere level 4 mutated squirrel was hardly beyond his capabilities to handle. There was no further time for conversation, as the mutated squirrel launched its offensive. The smaller creatures behind it stirred restlessly. One by one, they revealed their claws and sharp teeth, emitting low, menacing growls from their throats. With powerful limbs, they propelled themselves toward the two individuals and the mutated plants situated between them. Once more, a wave of aggressive and oppressive psychic energy surged forth. Aside from the two mutated squirrels, the rest were merely ordinary animals. At the moment, Bai Siqi's psychic force swept over them. A chorus of frantic cries from the small creatures abruptly ceased, leaving them limp and pinned to the ground, whimpering in fear and submission. Feng Qiao frowned but remained silent, aware that Bai Siqi aimed to swiftly resolve the situation with the surrounding animals. Yet she sighed silently, having finally restored some of her own psychic energy. Bai Siqi did not retract his psychic force immediately. He directed the mutated dandelion to swiftly bind all the subdued animals before he finally exhaled, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. "Let us eat something first." Noticing Bai Siqi's demeanor seemed relatively normal, Feng Qiao felt a slight relief and promptly offered him the carefully selected fruits brimming with energy. Although Bai Siqi had his own stock of energy-rich food, he accepted the fruits from Feng Qiao and devoured them eagerly. Understanding her concern for him, Bai Siqi consumed 2 fruits before assuring her, "Do not worry, I am fine. My psychic energy has not been significantly affected. Once we handle things here, a good meal and a night's rest will suffice for recovery." Bai Siqi's dark eyes held a subtle glow, and his earnest tone exuded a compelling assurance. "Then let us expedite our tasks and return home promptly," Feng Qiao responded, echoing Bai Siqi's sentiments. After confirming with the mutated dandelion that only the 2 mutant creatures had been located in the designated area, Feng Qiao instructed the dandelion to keep watch over the remaining ordinary animals while she and Bai Siqi returned to the spaceship with the 2 mutated squirrels. Mindful of Bai Siqi's psychic state, they quickly returned to the ship. They first secured the injured, mutated squirrels in a cage, ensuring it was sturdy enough to prevent any escape. Feng Qiao then placed the cage in a corner and utilized her instruments to conduct a check on Bai Siqi. Since Bai Siqi's psychic condition had improved, Feng Qiao had not used the diagnostic equipment. This time, she brought it out of concern that Bai Siqi might be concealing any issues. After all, he was no longer the straightforward 5-year-old who answered every question. Fortunately, the device did not trigger any alarms. It merely indicated a slight fluctuation in Bai Siqi's psychic energy, advising against further use in the short term. Feng Qiao exhaled, feeling somewhat reassured, yet her expression remained tense. Regrettably, the soybean oil had been consumed days prior. Otherwise, she would have prepared a dish to replenish Bai Siqi. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Feng Qiao retrieved a sunflower seed tray the size of a basin from her storage bag. The seeds were densely packed, each plump and full, numbering over 1,000. Surely, such a bounty could yield a significant amount of oil. However, extracting oil from sunflower seeds was slightly more complex than for soybeans. And even if she began now, there would not be enough time. Considering their hunger, Feng Qiao ultimately decided to set aside the sunflower seeds for the time being, planning to gather more when they ventured into the territory of the mutated squirrels the next day. In the end, the two prepared a simple meal and selected some energy-rich wild fruits to conclude their dinner. Given Bai Siqi's substantial energy expenditure that day, Feng Qiao urged him to rest early. She, however, did not retire immediately. Glancing at the two mutated squirrels huddled together in the cage, she took it and headed outside. The night swiftly passed. The next morning, during breakfast, hearing Bai Siqi proclaim that his psychic energy had returned to its previous state brought Feng Qiao complete relief. However, whether it was due to hunger after a long night or the realization that the two mutated squirrels had unexpectedly survived, their courage seemed to have grown. As Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi enjoyed their breakfast, the squirrels began to squeak incessantly. Initially, their voices were soft, but gradually, as if fearing they would not be heard, the volume increased. Their mournful sounds resembled those of distressed little beasts, their heads pressed against the bars of the cage, round, dark eyes fixated on the table laden with energy-rich food. Feng Qiao had not yet determined how to handle the squirrels when she picked up a boiled chestnut. Noticing the squirrel's eyes tracking the chestnut eagerly, she acted on impulse, tossing the chestnut into the cage. Chapter 54: A Field of Sunflowers. The larger mutated squirrel pawed at the chestnut that had rolled into the cage, its dark eyes darting between the chestnut and Feng Qiao. Ultimately, it succumbed to the enticing aroma of the chestnut. With sharp claws, it deftly cracked open the hard shell, revealing the creamy white flesh within. The two squirrels simultaneously approached the fragrant morsel, their dark eyes exchanging glances. As Feng Qiao pondered how the two mutated squirrels would divide the chestnut before them, the larger of the two swiftly seized a half-embedded chestnut kernel and forcefully pried open the mouth of the smaller squirrel, rudely stuffing it inside. The two mutated squirrels, their heads pressed against the cage, revealed that the smaller one was momentarily taken aback. Lured by the enticing aroma of the chestnut, it instinctively chewed a few times, seemingly realizing something only then, and squeaked as it lunged toward the other squirrel. Feng Qiao, engrossed in the scene, momentarily forgot to peel the chestnut in her hand, only redirecting her attention when a slight touch brushed against her lips. Upon discerning what was pressed against her mouth, she hesitated before finally deciding to taste the peeled chestnut. The freshly cooked chestnut was sweet, soft, and delectably tender, devoid of the slightly dry and choking sensation often associated with those left too long. Given the choice, Feng Qiao favored savoring freshly boiled ones. Squinting slightly after finishing one chestnut, she prepared to continue peeling the ones in her hand when, in the next moment, another already peeled chestnut kernel was presented before her. Following the kernel with her gaze, she traced it back to Bai Siqi, whose expression bore a hint of nervousness. Before she could utter a word, Bai Siqi asked, "Would you like another?" His once bright black eyes now blinked uneasily, and his fingers holding the chestnut kernel twitched slightly. "Then I shall have another. Thank you, Aki." Feng Qiao set aside the unpeeled chestnuts and, without hesitation, accepted the kernel from Bai Siqi, smiling radiantly, as usual. Observing her consume the chestnut he had peeled, Bai Siqi felt the tension within him dissipate. If even he, with only the memories of a 5-year-old, could interact so harmoniously with Feng Qiao, then surely he, with a wealth of new memories and greater capabilities, would encounter no issues. With this thought, his heart solidified once more. Feng Qiao continued her breakfast, not glancing back at Bai Siqi. Although they had only spent a day together, she could distinctly sense the changes in him. Compared to the previous Bai Siqi, who was easily misled and seldom pondered deeply, this version exhibited a wealth of personal thoughts. Though age naturally brought differences, anyone would notice the contrast between 5 and 10 years old. She found it unusual that someone who had only been 5 a day prior had seemingly matured into a 10-year-old overnight. With limited knowledge of Bai Siqi's past, her discomfort was inevitable. Having completed their breakfast, Feng Qiao carried the mutated dandelion onto the spaceship, and together, they set off toward the territory of the mutated squirrels, bringing along 3 mutated plants and animals. Unlike the territory occupied by the mutated dandelion, the domain of the mutated squirrels was notably bustling. Upon disembarking from the spaceship, Feng Qiao observed numerous small creatures frolicking in the distance. These animals, upon noticing Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi, refrained from attacking, each keeping their distance. She had already gleaned the situation from a mutated dandelion the previous evening. Glancing at the cage Bai Siqi held, she knew that as long as they carried it around the territory, even without direct communication, the creatures would recognize that a new master had arrived. However, more than this, Feng Qiao was primarily concerned about her cooking oil. Let's first check on the sunflowers. Communicating with the mutated dandelion, she instructed it to lead the way. The mutated dandelion appeared notably more jubilant than usual, its serrated leaves quivering as it marched ahead with a proud demeanor. This time, they no longer needed to tread cautiously. Following closely behind, Feng Qiao soon beheld a golden field of sunflowers. The large sunflower heads were fully matured, with seeds plump and plentiful. As she admired the rows of sunflowers, something flashed past her vision, and before she could focus, the mutated dandelion darted away. Feng Qiao opened her mouth, but the words caught in her throat. Bai Siqi, having noticed the peculiar movement ahead, stepped closer to Feng Qiao, now only a step away, his tall figure shielding her protectively, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings in a state of vigilance. Feng Qiao had taken care to understand the area's dynamics the previous night. While this was the territory of 2 mutated squirrels, unlike other creatures that despise the presence of intruders, these squirrels often invited an elderly mutated rabbit over, as it possessed planting abilities. This area had not originally featured sunflowers. It was the squirrels who encouraged the rabbit to cultivate them, resulting in the sunflower field they now beheld. However, the mutated dandelion was uncertain if the rabbit would be present, not overly concerned about it. Unexpectedly, before they could approach the sunflower field, a white shadow zipped past. After briefly explaining to Bai Siqi, Feng Qiao pointed toward the sunflower field, her eyes narrowing slightly. Let's pick some sunflowers first. This was the primary purpose of her visit today. Bai Siqi, despite his lingering questions, nodded and followed Feng Qiao forward. The expansive sunflower field contained hundreds of plants, and as Feng Qiao squinted her eyes in delight, she drew out her knife and swiftly harvested a sunflower head. The 2 mutated squirrels lay quietly in their cage, eyes half closed, seemingly dozing. One occasionally glanced around, displaying hints of unease. A shadow of death loomed over them. Although the 2 humans before them were not mutated creatures, the rules of this territory had likely been relayed to them by the mutated dandelion. While not all mutated plants and animals would consume the failed, these 2 humans were not exempt from the risks. The mutated squirrels did not entertain any delusions of safety, for they had no fear of death. Born on this planet, they had no choices available to them. Chapter 55. I'm quite useful. The 2 quickly harvested a small patch of sunflowers, storing the sunflower heads in their spatial rings. Feng Qiao settled in the now bare field, surrounded only by sunflower stalks, patiently awaiting the return of the mutated dandelion. In the distance, she occasionally heard rustlings, catching glimpses of small animals peeking from the grass, yet daring not to approach. Feeling somewhat bored, she pulled a sunflower head closer, plucking the seeds one by one. Just as she was about to finish extracting the last seeds, the mutated dandelion returned, accompanied by an elderly rabbit moving slowly, as if its motions were being played at a reduced speed. This was a stark contrast to the swift flash of white she had glimpsed earlier. As she pondered this, she noticed a pair of white ears flickering not far from the rabbit and the dandelion. Sensing her gaze, they quickly withdrew into the grass. Feng Qiao did not pay too much attention to the timid rabbit, as the mutated dandelion had already brought the elderly rabbit before her. The mutated dandelion stood a meter away from the rabbit, its leaves slightly raised in a defensive posture, yet it remained steadfast, dutifully serving as a temporary translator between Feng Qiao and the rabbit. Feng Qiao regarded the mutated dandelion with curiosity. Previously, she had thought it unafraid of the rabbit when it had rushed out. Although dandelions fall within the dietary repertoire of rabbits, they are, after all, mutated flora and fauna, perhaps warranting a perspective beyond conventional reasoning. Presently, this notion seems unfounded. When pursuing the rabbit moments ago, why was the mutated dandelion so fervent? Alas, it is not the time for such inquiries. Temporarily setting aside her bewilderments, Feng Qiao redirected her attention to the mutated rabbit before her. This rabbit appeared rather plump. Once we return, we shall roast it. As if comprehending Feng Qiao's words, the rabbit's fluffy body quivered momentarily, only to soon settle back down, motionless, save for its bright red eyes, which remained wide open, indicating it was not daunted into a stupor by Feng Qiao's remarks. Just as Feng Qiao was about to speak again, she observed the rabbit's forepaws digging into the ground, and in the next instant, a tender green sprout emerged from the soil. The sprout rapidly burgeoned, evolving into several palm-sized leaves, beneath which peeked a vibrant carrot, its hue reminiscent of rubies. The rabbit nudged its nose against the carrot, seemingly having waited long enough for Feng Qiao to make a move. It finally raised its front paws to tug at the carrot's greens, attempting to uproot it. Both Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi discerned the rabbit's intentions. Pausing in silence to observe, the mutated rabbit huffed and puffed as it pulled at the carrot. Ultimately, after considerable effort, the plump, vividly colored carrot broke free from the earth, only for the rabbit to lose its grip, sending the carrot rolling several times across the ground before it dizzily regained its footing. The rabbit's pristine white fur became speckled with dirt, yet clutched the carrot tightly. Once its head cleared, it hopped over to Feng Qiao, presenting the carrot it had held in its embrace, its two red eyes gazing at her expectantly. "For me?" The rabbit nodded, pawing at the ground before uncovering a pile of seeds, pushing them toward Feng Qiao with an anxious look in its eyes, as if to plead, "Do not consume me. I am of great utility." Indeed, this supposition was soon corroborated by the mutated dandelion. Feng Qiao weighed the fresh carrot in her hand. Although she had no intention of feasting on this mutated rabbit, she had merely uttered words to startle it. To her surprise, the rabbit exhibited a commendable instinct for self-preservation. Contemplating the carrot in her grasp, Feng Qiao pondered, "Do you abhor the thought of being roasted?" The mutated rabbit fervently nodded in affirmation. Feng Qiao glanced at the carrot once more, appearing somewhat contemplative, before finally stating, "Then let us proceed with the stew of carrot and rabbit meat for now. Once I have captured that little rabbit, we shall prepare it for roasting." The mutated rabbit froze, trembling slightly, its long ears quivering in fear. Though paralyzed by terror, it turned its head to glance behind it at the grass thicket. The foliage rustled, and an ear seemed to falter, inadvertently revealing itself. This sudden exposure startled the already rigid mutated rabbit, causing it to leap up abruptly. In the next heartbeat, a hand reached out from the side and seized the long ear. The mutated rabbit struggled weakly, its body shedding tiny seeds, the origins of which remained a mystery. As the threat seemed to wane, Feng Qiao was poised to offer some words of reassurance. For this was a mutated rabbit with a wood-based ability that had reached level 4. Considering the 100 or so sunflower heads she had just harvested, Feng Qiao could not possibly let such a cultivator slip through her fingers. However, just as she prepared to speak, her gaze fell upon the seeds scattered on the ground. And one particular seed captured her attention. She pursed her lips, focusing intently on a small, gray-brown seed. Unsure of its nature, she felt an uncanny difference from the other seeds. Compelled, Feng Qiao extended her hand and gently pinched the seed between her fingers. Bai Siqi, who had been attentively observing Feng Qiao, noticed this sudden shift in her demeanor. His dark eyes scrutinized the seed in her hand, yet, being no wood-based ability user himself, he could not discern any distinction. However, sensing the mutated rabbit's limbs stiffening upon seeing Feng Qiao handle the seed, it was clear that this seed held some significance. What is this seed? Bai Siqi shook the rabbit in his grasp, his gaze fixed on the seed in Feng Qiao's hand, uncertain whether he was inquiring of her or the mutated rabbit. Once in hand, the peculiar sensation intensified. Feng Qiao concentrated further, tentatively articulating, "It resembles a seed of the evergreen vine." As she spoke, she received confirmation from the mutated dandelion, indeed affirming it was a seed of the evergreen vine. However, it appeared to be a seed that had coalesced from a mutated evergreen vine just before its demise, likely containing the potential to yield mutated flora. With the dandelion's elucidation, Feng Qiao's earlier doubts dissipated. No wonder she felt this seed was unlike the others. She refrained from planting the seed, choosing instead to stow it away in her storage ring and continue with her previously interrupted plan to entice the mutated rabbit. The rabbit had evidently intended to exchange its abilities for the safety of itself and another rabbit. Upon witnessing Feng Qiao's fascination with the seed, it promptly nodded in agreement, expressing that its burrow contained numerous seeds it had collected, all of which Feng Qiao could take if she desired. Chapter 56. Overexertion of Abilities Tomorrow. Glancing at the mutated seed in her hand, although the rabbit's proposal stirred her interest, recalling the multitude of tasks still pending for the day, Feng Qiao ultimately decided to postpone examining the seeds. The territories of the two mutated squirrels mirrored that of the mutated dandelion, making it impossible to traverse in a single day. Thus, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi meandered through the area frequented by the two mutated squirrels, gathering energy-rich wild vegetables and fruits before returning to their spacecraft. This, however, delayed them considerably. In order to enjoy a proper stir-fry meal that evening, Feng Qiao enlisted the help of the mutated dandelion to assist in shelling sunflower seeds. With a total of 10 sunflower heads, the task took about an hour, resulting in a large bowl of shelled seeds presented before Feng Qiao. She marveled, somewhat taken aback by the dandelion's swift shelling speed, realizing that similar tasks could be entrusted to it in the future. Satisfied, Feng Qiao utilized her abilities on the mutated dandelion once more before heading off to extract oil from the large bowl of sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi had just finished frying his batch of seeds, storing the remaining heads in a sealed bag. Noticing Feng Qiao's approach, Bai Siqi turned a switch on the oil press and gestured to the 2 plates of fried seeds on the table. This plate is unseasoned, while this one has a touch of salt. See if you can discern any differences. Meeting Bai Siqi's expectant gaze, Feng Qiao transferred the bowl of shelled seeds into his hands and took a seat at the table to begin munching on the seeds. She was aware of what Bai Siqi wanted her to taste, yet aside from the flavor distinction, the energy content was not significantly different. "I see." A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Siqi's eyes, quickly masked. As Feng Qiao continued to snack and offer her observations, she noted that while the energy levels were similar, the salted seeds indeed provided a greater energy boost. She gestured for Bai Siqi to examine the 2 plates of seeds. Upon inspecting the 2 equally sized plates, one remained untouched, as though no one had ever disturbed it, while the other bore several finger holes. Feng Qiao's fingers methodically enlarged the tiny holes, resolutely ignoring the untouched plate of seeds. Bai Siqi seemed to have understood the situation as he surveyed the kitchen, his gaze finally resting on a selection of sweet and sour wild fruits. Without uttering a word, he promptly extracted juice from all the fruits and then re-roasted the original plate of plain sunflower seeds, presenting them once more to Feng Qiao. "Do try this," he urged. Following his suggestion, Feng Qiao switched to a different plate, and the freshly roasted seeds were still slightly warm. She gently blew on them a couple of times before placing them in her mouth. The moment her tongue brushed against the seed shell, a hint of tartness greeted her, accompanied by a touch of sweetness that beautifully balanced the overly rich nutty aroma of the seeds. While some might relish such a flavor, the intensity of the nutty scent became a bit overwhelming for Feng Qiao after consuming too much. The newly roasted batch was evidently more adept at tempering that richness than the previous one. Feng Qiao crunched through several seeds, all taken from the freshly roasted plate. Observing this, Bai Siqi instantly grasped Feng Qiao's fondness for this flavor without further prompting. After leisurely enjoying the seeds for a while, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi began to bottle the freshly pressed sunflower seed oil, contemplating dishes such as sautéed yam, fried potato chips, and stewed radishes. Feng Qiao's gaze drifted toward the cage housing the mutated rabbit, which seemed to hesitate to examine the seeds clutched in its paws. A surge of wood-type ability was unleashed toward the seeds, causing them to sprout rapidly, their growth almost reaching a meter in height within moments. The two squirrels within the cage, engaged in mutual grooming of their wounds, were startled by this sudden transformation, huddling together and chattering incessantly. After a while, upon realizing the commotion was caused by their old companion, the mutated rabbit, they gradually settled down. The rabbit lay on the ground, its red eyes slightly closed, exhaling softly as if the recent display had drained considerable energy. With its powers significantly depleted, it could only rest on the ground. Feng Qiao was taken aback by the dedication of the mutated rabbit. She gently brushed her fingers through the tall grass that had sprouted, recognizing it as a form of giant grass. Although this giant grass held little utility for her, it could serve as sustenance for the mutated rabbit, sparing her the burden of preparing food separately for it. As for the two mutated squirrels, she rummaged through their nest, retrieving a good number of pine nuts and hazelnuts, alleviating her immediate concerns for their nourishment. However, she understood that the pine nuts and hazelnuts would eventually be consumed, prompting her to contemplate how to manage the two squirrels in the long term. With one hand reaching into the cage, Feng Qiao delicately stroked the soft fur of the mutated rabbit. Sensing the rabbit's anxiousness, she gradually released her wood-type ability from her palm. As the pure energy enveloped the trembling and stiff rabbit, it slowly began to relax, its red eyes gently closing in apparent enjoyment. The two squirrels curled up together, their small black eyes fixed intently on Feng Qiao's hand, filled with longing, yet neither made a move forward. The smaller of the two squirrels gradually loosened its grip on its companion, seemingly unable to resist the urge to approach the mutated rabbit. In the next moment, it was firmly held back by the larger squirrel, which was quicker to react. The two squirrels chattered amongst themselves, their gaze never leaving Feng Qiao's hand reaching into the cage. However, even as Feng Qiao's energy waned and she turned to leave, neither ventured closer. Feng Qiao did not perceive her waning energy as lacking allure for them. Otherwise, the smaller squirrel would not have initially reacted so eagerly. Yet despite being drawn in, their restraint suggested a significant level of mutation. It seemed that at least the larger squirrel possessed some degree of cognitive ability, hinting at the potential for deeper communication. With this thought in mind, Feng Qiao felt her spirits lift. Turning her attention back, she saw Bai Siqi already preparing dinner for the evening, prompting her to wash her hands and join him. Chapter 57. The seed sprout. Is this seed truly viable? Bai Siqi inquired, leaning in to scrutinize the seed in Feng Qiao's hand. His handsome brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of uncertainty flickered in his deep, dark eyes as he glanced at Feng Qiao, who was also deep in thought. Although the seed exhibited some unusual characteristics, it should still be plantable. Feng Qiao gently rolled the tiny seed between her fingers, confident in her earlier assessment. We could try again once our abilities are restored, Bai Siqi suggested. Feng Qiao nodded in agreement. She too wished to proceed, but without her powers, there was little she could accomplish. After dinner, recalling the seed she had discovered earlier that day, Feng Qiao retrieved it to further investigate its potential. To her dismay, her energy was depleted, and the seed remained unchanged. Yet, She sensed that the seed's vitality seemed stronger than before. Perhaps it merely required one more application of her abilities. Such thoughts surged within her, compelling Feng Qiao to remain focused on uncovering what set this seed apart from others. She found herself waiting for nearly an hour, leaning on the table, until her energy was replenished. With great care, she enveloped the seed in her abilities once more. The small gray-brown seed gradually became glistening and plump under her nurturing energy. Soon, the pressure within the seed intensified, and Feng Qiao could see something wriggling inside, striving to breach the surface and extend outward. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the thin outer layer was too resilient for the burgeoning life within. After some time, noticing her energy was running low, Feng Qiao pressed her lips together and decided to channel all her remaining energy into the seed. With a soft crackle, the seed's tough exterior began to fissure, and a green sprout emerged from the opening, pushing the gap wider until it was fully exposed to the air. A voice echoed in her mind, not in her ears, but directly within her consciousness. The voice belonged to the newly sprouted plant before her, a mutated specimen, although she had previously communicated with a mutated dandelion. The clarity of the message conveyed by this new sprout was significantly sharper. Was it due to some unique trait of this mutated plant, or was it a result of her abilities catalyzing its growth? As Feng Qiao pondered this, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her. In the next moment, a strong arm encircled her waist, pressing her back against a firm chest. Before she could utter a word, the figure pulled her back several steps, away from the small table before halting. The arms remained tightly wrapped around her waist, unyielding. Achi! Feng Qiao, still slightly dazed, recognized Bai Siqi behind her and gradually relaxed. However, another voice in her mind, distinctly irritated, chimed in, no longer the soft, endearing tone, but instead a feisty, youthful exclamation, "Bad guy, let go of mommy." Coughing in surprise, Feng Qiao was taken aback. Bai Siqi, unaware of this voice, immediately sensed a surge of psychic energy approaching them and swiftly activated his own mental defenses to shield them both, simultaneously gazing in the direction where her mental energy extended. A formidable mental assault surged forth, targeting the nascent mutated plant within. How could this fledgling mutated flora possibly contend with Bai Siqi? After a single encounter, it fell to defeat. Bai Siqi's mental energy ensnared the mutated plant firmly. With just a slight application of force, he could obliterate it completely. Do not act. Having finally regained her composure from the utterance of Mama, Feng Qiao hastily intervened to prevent the confrontation between the mutated plant and Bai Siqi. The mental energy enveloping the fledgling mutated plant hesitated, ceasing its lethal advance, yet it did not withdraw. Did Qiao Qiao cultivate it? The hand clasping Feng Qiao's waist remained steadfast as Bai Siqi fixed his gaze upon the nascent mutated plant on the table, clearly recognizing its origin. The plaintive cries of the fledgling mutated plant reverberated incessantly in Feng Qiao's mind, each wail more pitiable than the last. She rubbed her temples, feeling a twinge of headache, and offered a brief explanation to Bai Siqi. Yes, it just sprouted. I did not anticipate it would be a mutated plant. Moreover, it seems to regard me as its mother, incessantly clamoring in my mind. Do plants truly perceive the first creature they encounter post-birth as their mother? Bai Siqi paused for a moment, and in the next instant his icy gaze fell upon the nascent mutated plant, as if he were poised to extinguish it in its cradle. So terrifying. Mama, save me. The mutated plant whimpered in fear, its diminutive form trembling on the table, pleading for Feng Qiao's rescue. No. With this exclamation, the oppressive mental energy surrounding the fledgling mutated plant intensified, yet for reasons unknown, it refrained from taking action against it. Bai Siqi stepped back a few paces, his eyes darkening. Can Qiao Qiao sever this connection? Yes. As if anticipating Bai Siqi's words, a soft, pleading voice echoed in Feng Qiao's mind. No. Woo-woo. The voice vanished in the next heartbeat, and Feng Qiao massaged her temples, finally enjoying a semblance of tranquility. However, it was merely superficial peace. Without the connection to Feng Qiao, the fledgling mutated plant gazed longingly at her from afar. heedlessly hurling itself against Bai Siqi's mental web. Again and again, only to be rebuffed back onto the table with a series of thuds. Yet, it was merely a tender fledgling. And even though Bai Siqi only encased it on the table with his mental energy, without any further actions, it was no match for the current mutated plant's resilience. After approximately 20 minutes of this exertion, the sound from the table gradually subsided. However, Bai Siqi still did not retract his mental energy, waiting until the noise had ceased entirely before seizing Feng Qiao's wrist. I shall enter to investigate. Qiao Qiao, you wait here. Ultimately, Bai Siqi was still uneasy. Feng Qiao did not linger on this matter, pausing her steps to allow Bai Siqi to assess the situation first. Inside the room, a small seedling with a tiny green sprout lay quietly on the table, motionless. Bai Siqi prodded it several times with his mental energy, but the seedling did not stir, appearing to be truly exhausted and asleep. Observing this, Bai Siqi finally withdrew his mental energy, swiftly pinching the sprouted seedling between his fingers. He then retrieved a palm-sized bottle from his storage compartment, deftly depositing the mutated plant inside before securely fastening the lid. Chapter 58. Still a baby the next day? Feng Qiao awoke to the sound of incessant clinking. The mutated plant, having realized it was confined within the bottle and unable to escape, turned its head only to find the insufferable human who had taken its mother beside it. In a fit of rage, it hurled the bottle towards Bai Siqi's face. Bai Siqi, already awake, was merely observing the antics of the newly sprouted mutated plant. After a while, he was surprised to see that this diminutive mutated plant, scarcely larger than the seed itself, could drag such a sizable bottle toward him. However, in the next moment, the bottle was firmly grasped in Bai Siqi's hand. Unable to strike the face of the man, the small mutated plant within the bottle jumped up in frustration. Alas, it was trapped and could not escape, even its mother ignoring it. The small mutated plant felt a profound sense of grievance and indignation, but this detestable human could not even comprehend its curses, rendering it a futile endeavor. Growing increasingly agitated, the small mutated plant eventually nestled at the bottom of the bottle, motionless. It was fatigued and hungry, having consumed only a meager amount of sustenance yesterday, and it lacked the strength to resist this human. The freshly sprouted seedling lay quietly at the bottom of the bottle, while Bai Siqi's keen eyes remained fixed upon it, waiting in vain for any sign of movement. His thin lips pursed slightly. This mutated plant had just attempted to strike him with the bottle, and now it was surrendering so swiftly. His gaze, laced with suspicion, lingered on the small seedling within the bottle, and a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Bai Siqi's eyes. In the next instant, he shook his arm vigorously, causing the bottle to jostle up and down. The clinking sound echoed incessantly, the transparent bottle creating afterimages in Bai Siqi's hand. The mutated plant, preparing to rest, suddenly felt as though the world were spinning, and before it could comprehend what was happening, dizziness overcame it, stripping it of its capacity for thought. Feng Qiao, groggily emerging from the room, beheld Bai Siqi with a playful smile, his elongated eyes slightly raised, revealing the mischievous grin of a child who had just succeeded in a prank. Still dazed, she rubbed her eyes to sharpen her focus, and upon reopening them, she found that while his smile remained, it was noticeably different from before. Moreover, his deep-set eyes, although directed downward, seemed to be lost in contemplation, blinking in bewilderment. Feng Qiao gradually regained her senses, stepping closer to Bai Siqi. "What is Aki doing?" The clinking noises gradually ceased as Bai Siqi opened his palm to reveal the bottle. Explaining to Feng Qiao, "I was surprised to find this mutated plant still restless even while confined in the bottle. It just tried to escape, but I caught it in time." "So, you were punishing the disobedient mutated plant?" Feng Qiao cast a glance at the bottle in Bai Siqi's hand, uncertain if it was her imagination, but she perceived a hint of pitiable essence emanating from the small plant. Yet, recalling the previous day's cacophony, she instinctively rubbed her forehead, quickening her pace towards the exit. "I shall check on the 3 mutated animals hanging outside." The 3 mutated animals had spent the night aboard the spacecraft, and the next day, their cage was suspended outside for the evening. The cage, designed specifically for the three mutated creatures, alleviated Feng Qiao's fears of them escaping. Exiting the spacecraft, Feng Qiao first tended to the few plants sprouted by the mutated rabbits, selecting two that the mutated rabbits favored. Then retrieving 2 servings of food for the mutated squirrels from her storage compartment. After preparing breakfast for the 3 mutated creatures, Feng Qiao initially intended to casually find a plant to expend her abilities, as it would not hinder her training to enhance her powers. However, just before activating her abilities, she suddenly halted. She could sense the unexpected bond that had formed with the nascent mutated plant, a closeness that caught her off guard. Moreover, the plant's designation of her as mother left her at a loss as to how to accept it. Nevertheless, as the creator of this mutated plant, whether she intended to treat it like any other or had other plans in mind, she felt it necessary to have a proper conversation with this fledgling mutated being. Upon making this decision, Feng Qiao returned to the spaceship once more. Inside, Bai Siqi was no longer seated in his original position. The transparent glass container was carelessly placed on the armrest of a chair, though the mutated plant remained quietly at the bottom of the bottle. Feng Qiao felt an intense gaze piercing through the glass and settling upon her. Clearing her throat softly, she recalled the unilateral severance of their communication the previous day and attempted to restore it. Indeed, in the next moment, a childish voice echoed within her consciousness. "Ooh, mama. Sister, don't ignore me. I'm so hungry. I saw you feeding those 2 mutated creatures outside. They're so big and still need someone to feed them. I'm still just a baby." The little voice carried an air of grievance, and Feng Qiao, placing a hand over her heart, felt relieved that the mutated plant did not call out for its mother again. It seemed they could communicate normally now. "Wait, I have questions for you. Only after you answer my questions can I give you food." The little voice made a few discontented sounds, but ultimately agreed. "All right, sister, ask away. I will tell you anything I know." "What do you know?" Feng Qiao had not originally intended to ask this, as she did not expect much from a juvenile mutated plant. However, hearing its tone, it appeared to possess considerable knowledge. Naturally, Feng Qiao would not miss this opportunity to gather more information. I don't know much. I slept for a very long time and have forgotten many things." The little mutated plant frowned, its voice tinged with frustration. Scattered fragments of memories flashed through its mind, and whatever it grasped, it shared with Feng Qiao, recounting events from when it was still a seed and even earlier experiences. Some of these occurrences happened before its birth, yet it seemed to know them as if it had experienced them firsthand. Chapter 59. Feng Qiao's objective, for instance, in the frigid northern lands. There exists a small hot spring pool, the waters of which enhance supernatural abilities. Prolonged immersion in the pool significantly boosts these powers over time. However, a ferocious snake resides nearby, which, although it never enters the water, preys upon any creature that approaches the pool. Furthermore, this planet once harbored numerous formidable mutated flora and fauna, all on the brink of transcending to a higher level. Yet before they could make this leap, a catastrophic battle erupted, decimating nearly all advanced species. The few that survived barely scraped by, with hardly any mutated beings possessing the chance to ascend. There are many more such tales. As time pressed on, Feng Qiao had to momentarily halt the incessant chatter of the mutated plant. Nevertheless, even the brief snippets of information revealed by the mutated plant hinted at the extraordinary nature of this planet. In her past life, Feng Qiao had not encountered as many mutated beings as the newborn plant described, perhaps due to her imprisonment by Jiang Weining, which had barred her from accessing them. She recalled a period when the atmosphere was palpably tense. Even without direct interaction with the people coming and going, she could still detect a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. If that time coincided with a mutated plant's attack on them, it might all align. Although these were merely her conjectures, and verification was no longer possible, Feng Qiao resolved to take this matter seriously. A pale green glow emanated from her palm, gradually drifting towards the mutated plant in the bottle, which joyfully rolled around at the bottom, having only sprouted a small bud. Feng Qiao's consciousness was filled with the jubilant cries of the little mutated plant. "Ooh, so much energy. I want more, I want to eat well." It fervently aspired to grow quickly, to vanquish the villains, and to rescue itself and sister from their clutches. As it absorbed more supernatural energy, the tiny bud, which had merely peeked out, visibly grew larger. Its previously pale hue deepened significantly. Feng Qiao carefully observed the mutated plant in the bottle until the supernatural energy was completely exhausted, preparing to withdraw her hand. In the next moment, her contemplative peach blossom eyes widened slightly. The feedback from this little mutated plant exceeded that of any previous specimens. Just yesterday, it had been miserly with its responses. As Feng Qiao experienced the sudden surge in her energy level, elevating her abilities to the second tier, her fingertips gently tapped on the bottle. Within her consciousness, the well-fed little mutated plant cooed sweetly. Wow, Sister S abilities have reached the second tier. I will also strive to cultivate and absorb energy. The little mutated plant clenched its tiny fist, and in the next instant, it felt the bottle containing it suddenly lift. A familiar, handsome face appeared before the little plant, startling it into a tumble at the bottom of the bottle. Time to eat. Bai Siqi casually placed the bottle into a nearby storage box and pulled Feng Qiao's hand to lead her inside. As they walked a few steps, Feng Qiao suddenly recalled something, her voice brimming with joy. Aki, my abilities have reached the second tier. Although her new tier seemed trivial in light of the potentially ominous circumstances she had just speculated about, Feng Qiao still wanted to celebrate this achievement. After all, an increase in her strength provided a slight boost to her self-defense capabilities. Bai Siqi guided Feng Qiao to the dining table, which was already set with several small dishes brimming with energy-rich food. Since it was just breakfast, the preparations were not overly complex, as both he and Feng Qiao only required the energy contained within the food. However, he had not anticipated the sudden elevation of Feng Qiao's abilities to the second tier, rendering the current spread somewhat inadequate. I merely reached the second tier. I haven tea transformed into a bottomless pit, Feng Qiao remarked with a hint of exasperation, nudging her plate towards Bai Siqi. Seeing that Bai Siqi still appeared concerned, she continued to explain, even if I can now accept more energy, my stomach cannot accommodate that much food. Feng Qiao gazed somberly at Bai Siqi's abdomen, recalling the day of the torrential rain when she had nothing to do but incessantly feed him from dawn till dusk, believing he could consume everything she offered. The result had been a round and full belly. Had he not eventually confessed that he could no longer eat what she was giving him, Feng Qiao might never have realized this. Noticing Feng Qiao's sudden focus on his stomach, Bai Siqi seemed to recall something as well, his thin lips pressed together awkwardly, the tips of his ears flushing slightly. His dark eyes flickered momentarily, quickly regaining composure, but Feng Qiao had already caught the subtle shift. The amusement in Feng Qiao's eyes deepened, but out of consideration for Bai Siqi's dignity, she refrained from teasing him at that moment. Instead, she stated earnestly, "Both of us have high energy requirements. Perhaps we should prepare more stir-fried dishes in the future?" Simple stir-frying of the same ingredients could nearly double the energy efficacy of the food, which would be ideal for them, as they needed ample energy, yet could not consume large quantities. However, preparing stir-fried dishes was somewhat time-consuming, and they could not be stored for long. Perhaps I should investigate how to concoct them into potions instead. Feng Qiao mused thoughtfully while savoring the fresh walnuts. If she were to create a potion simply to soothe the spirit, it certainly would not require much effort on her part. However, Feng Qiao yearned for more than just a mere potion. She aspired for a concoction that could achieve the effects of culinary delight. This was no trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, given that her family's company specialized in this very field, and that Feng Qiao had nurtured an interest in such matters since childhood, she had acquired considerable knowledge in this area. Furthermore, she was not attempting to create a brand new formula, so the challenge should not be insurmountable. With this thought in mind, she cast a glance at Bai Siqi and inquired about his thoughts. Bai Siqi, of course, fully supported her, but hesitated before speaking. However, we lack the necessary research equipment. Relying solely on our human capabilities may prove to be quite challenging. If Feng Qiao were merely to utilize the properties of the local flora to create some simple potions, Bai Siqi would not object. Yet, It was evident that Feng Qiao's ambitions extended beyond such simplicity. They ventured out daily to gather resources, and in the evenings, Feng Qiao dedicated herself to studying the intricacies of mental prowess, leaving little time or energy to delve into potion making. I shall give it a try. If it proves too arduous, I shall focus on enhancing my physical abilities to elevate my extraordinary talents, she remarked nonchalantly, seemingly driven by a fleeting curiosity. Bai Siqi nodded in agreement. After finishing breakfast, they still had not spotted any sign of the mutated dandelions, and Feng Qiao assumed that perhaps this time the mutated dandelions had ventured to a more distant location, not giving the matter much thought. Upon inquiring about the location of the mutated rabbit's burrow, they set off in their spacecraft. Slow down. I see a little white dot below that seems to be following us, Feng Qiao noted. The spacecraft ascended slowly and at a modest height. And as Feng Qiao extended her mental energy beyond the vessel, she quickly noticed a small rabbit trailing behind them. Suddenly, her mental energy coalesced into a fine thread, silently intercepting the little rabbit that was energetically chasing after the spacecraft. Oblivious to the impending obstacle, the rabbit stumbled over the mental thread, tumbling several times. The mutated rabbit, confined within its cage, immediately became restless, its three-part mouth opening and closing in agitation. Although Feng Qiao could not comprehend its utterances, it was undoubtedly concerned about the little rabbit below. Do you wish for it to come up? As she reached out to stroke the soft white fur of the mutated rabbit, she observed that its previously animated mouth abruptly fell silent. Yet, merely seconds later, a furry paw was placed upon her hand, and noticing Feng Qiao's apparent confusion, it anxiously tapped her palm. Qi, the spacecraft, already flying low and slow, descended to the ground in a matter of seconds. The little rabbit, dazed and struggling to regain its footing, looked up only to find that the large entity above had vanished. Startled, its long ears perked up instantly, however, before it could search for the spacecraft. A large hand swiftly descended, deftly grasping its ears. The little rabbit, unable to kick away, found itself powerless against the grip of the hand above. Shortly thereafter, Bai Siqi lifted the little rabbit into the spacecraft, and the two rabbits were finally reunited. What were they discussing? A yellow-green glow enveloped a transparent bottle, and within, tender shoots began to pierce through the seed coating, stretching upwards in comfort. Upon hearing Feng Qiao's inquiry, the mutated rabbit promptly translated their conversation for her. The mutated rabbit was inquiring about the conditions of the animals within its territory and the plants cultivated there, suggesting that a collection of them would suffice to sustain the animals for some time. Initially, Feng Qiao had assumed that they had relocated due to their capture, but soon realized that was not the case. According to the two rabbits, it seemed something significant was about to transpire, prompting the mutated rabbit to advise other animals to temporarily retreat with their food stores. They would return once the upheaval had passed. What is so special about this time? Feng Qiao inquired of the mutated plants, which swayed gently, their newly sprouted shoots already an inch long, clearly unaware of the impending events. Regrettably, at that moment, the mutated dandelion was absent. Asked them why they feel the need to relocate. Feng Qiao communicated her thoughts to the mutated plants, and after a brief moment, they relayed the information they had just gathered. Within a fortnight, the mutated flora and fauna on this planet would rush towards this location, transforming it into a battleground for their kind. The mutated creatures were expected to linger here for about a month, after which tranquility would return. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, it was advised to distance themselves from this area during that time. Then why not simply leave? It seems cumbersome to hide every year. What if those mutated creatures do not adhere to the designated timeline? Wouldn't the weaker mutated beings and ordinary animals here suffer unjustly? Because if they depart this place, they may not survive even half a year. By staying, they only need to evade the annual battlefield to persist under the protection of the mutated hawthorn. Other places offer no such tranquility. That explains why the mutated creatures here are so weak, yet manage to endure. Those three mutated animals confined in one cage have remained so calm for such an extended period. It's truly remarkable. In a small, innocent voice, the little one interjected, "Sister, I believe it would be prudent for us to leave this place quickly. I have only just been born a few days ago, and surely cannot contend with those mutated beings. Although they are not here for us, if we remain, we are bound to be affected. Moreover, if they notice your extraordinary abilities, it could lead to dire consequences. The mutated plant, with its newly sprouted tender shoots, wriggled nervously, prompting Feng Qiao to take heed. A long-buried memory resurfaced, reminding her of a time in her past life when she had witnessed several mutated creatures hastily moving in the same direction. At that time, she had been too weak and frightened to investigate further, opting instead to keep her distance. If those mutated creatures were indeed heading here, why did they return annually? The mutated plant, which had just gleaned some new information, expressed surprise. Sister, they said those mutated beings are heading towards the mutated hawthorn tree. That tree has reached level 9 and will soon be able to. They all wish to devour the mutated hawthorn to gain even greater power, which is why they congregate here. If I am not mistaken, that mutated hawthorn tree is likely a remnant of the cataclysmic war. Feng Qiao had already heard from the mutated plants that if the mutated hawthorn tree survived the aftermath of that great battle, it must be at least level 9. It could even have surpassed in a level 10 over the years. Regardless of its current level, her priority was to hastily vacate this perilous locale. In the dense forest, a jagged leaf plant with a dozen leaves raced desperately, and behind it, apart from the lush vegetation, not a single herbivore could be seen in pursuit. Yet, the plant not only maximized its speed, but also longed for even greater swiftness. Had Feng Qiao been present, she would have instantly recognized this plant as the mutated dandelion. Its leaves quivered restlessly as it moved at a breakneck pace, and though it slightly retracted its outwardly splayed leaves, compressing itself into a hollow spherical form. Its velocity did not diminish. Rather, it seemed to accelerate even further. The air whooshed between its leaves, and soon, the surroundings grew increasingly familiar. Chapter 61. You will perish. The mutated dandelion did not linger in its territory. It rushed forward with remarkable speed, ultimately reaching the innermost depths of the mutated begonia's domain. In stark contrast to the lush greenery and dense vegetation of the periphery, this area could only be described as desolate. On the bare slope, not a single blade of grass could be seen, surrounded by scattered stones of varying sizes. In the center of the slope stood a towering plant, its leaves nearly withered, and the few half-red fruits that remained appeared shriveled and malnourished. As if a frequent visitor, the mutated dandelion came to an abrupt halt before the dying old tree, its small palm-sized body bouncing restlessly beneath the great tree, seemingly engaged in a fervent dialogue. After a considerable wait for the mutated dandelion to quieten, the towering tree swayed its leaves ever so slightly, akin to a wise elder patiently soothing a child yet to mature, or perhaps just a gentle breeze brushing by. After a brief moment of silence, the mutated dandelion could no longer maintain its composure. Are you aware of how weak your body has become? In this state, you stand no chance against those mutated flora and fauna. You would merely be devoured by them. The fact that the mutated beings have arrived here ahead of time signifies that they are aware of your precarious condition and intend to defeat you and seize the energy you possess. Remaining here will lead to your demise. Fuming with rage, the mutated dandelion expressed its frustration, yet the old tree remained unmoved. In a fit of anger, the dandelion tugged at its own leaves and could no longer contain its furious roar. If you no longer wish to live, why should you allow outsiders to benefit? It would be better to relinquish your fruits, leaves, and all the energy within you. Before the mutated dandelion's roar could conclude, the last remaining leaves from the great tree fluttered down, covering the dandelion entirely and burying it beneath them. Following that were the sounds of fruits thudding to the ground. The mutated dandelion had no time to shake off the leaves before it heard a series of objects crashing down, recalling something ominous. It quickly emerged from the pile of leaves. Though the tree was grand, its leaves and fruits were already scarce. Upon breaking free from the foliage, the dandelion beheld a nearly bare old tree. This tree had aged excessively, even though the dandelion had long been aware of this, witnessing the exposed, Desiccated bark devoid of leaves and fruits revealed to it that its previous understanding of the mutated begonia had been overly simplistic. The branches that had once been lush with green leaves and fruits were not merely vibrant. The mutated begonia had sacrificed its own vitality to nurture those leaves and fruits. To ensure the successful growth of its offspring, the mutated begonia had drained nearly all life from its branches. Now, those branches lay shriveled and decayed, clearly having become lifeless twigs. The mutated dandelion stood amidst the vibrant green leaves and fruits of the mutated begonia, motionless for a time, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a transparent, slightly green liquid slowly oozing from its body. This was the dandelion's sap, its tears. Hurry and depart. The mutated begonia swayed its bare branches, silently urging. The mutated dandelion wept silently, and only after its sap had drained completely did it quietly shoulder a large backpack and leave. However, the direction it took was not back to its own territory, but towards the mutated squirrel's domain. It sought out Feng Qiao, believing that the human's abilities could save the mutated begonia. The mutated dandelion deluded itself, yet it found no sign of Feng Qiao's ship in its territory. Suddenly recalling something, it dashed towards the territory of the two mutated squirrels, but still found no one. It then ran towards the rabbit hole, its speed swift, barely a shadow flashing by. The rustling in the grass receded into the distance, and never had the dandelion felt such urgency. The mutated snow leopard, heading toward the mutated begonia, should have reached level 8. Even though the begonia was now exceedingly weakened, it should still be able to contend with a mutated creature one level lower, shouldn't it? Alas, in addition to the level 8 snow leopard, there was also a level 8 mutated blood-sucking vine. The mutated dandelion quickened its pace. Ahead, a familiar metallic shell suddenly came into view, causing the dandelion to tremble with excitement, nearly dropping its heavy pack. It hastily adjusted its backpack and continued its dash. The mutated rabbit, possessing wood-based abilities, had stocked its burrow with a considerable quantity of quality plant seeds and cultivated many plants favored by the animals in its territory. Although some of these plants had been harvested before Feng Qiao and the others arrived, the specially cultivated grasses remained fresh and palatable. In Feng Qiao's eyes, they were hardly different from the wild grasses that had grown naturally, and she paid them little mind. After gathering seeds from the rabbit hole, the group, along with a few mutated creatures, began selecting and harvesting the remaining plants in the rabbit's territory, packaging them together and discussing their escape route. The mutated rabbit knew of a secluded cave nearby where all these creatures could safely hide. However, the cave lacked food, so they needed to prepare ample provisions. Though they had already harvested several vegetables from the mutated rabbit's cultivation, Feng Qiao's spaceship had also stored a considerable amount of food. Yet, even if this food could sustain them for a month, Feng Qiao did not wish to remain hidden in the cave for that long. In less than 20 days, the passage back would reopen, and she must leave with Bai Siqi. During this time, it was essential to ensure that both she and Bai Siqi consumed sufficient amounts of special plants daily to expedite their physical and mental recovery. Moreover, the spaceship's storage and all items that could hold provisions should ideally be filled with special plants. This was the endeavor Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi had been tirelessly pursuing. Even though they were acutely aware that safety here was becoming increasingly precarious, they still did not wish to hide indefinitely. Compared to the dangers described by the mutated creatures, the crises looming from the Empire were equally significant for the two. Feng Qiao pondered how Butler Yu Li and those from the Duke's residence would endure this month. All she could do was strive to improve her and Bai Siqi's circumstances. We can pilot the flying vehicle in a direction away from here. Even if we encounter some mutated creatures along the way, they will not expend much energy on us, Bai Siqi suggested. Having learned from Feng Qiao that a multitude of mutated beings would soon surge toward this area, although his memories were still fragmented, he understood that the situation at the Duke's residence was dire. They did not have much time to waste here. Given the excellent healing conditions available, he was determined to recover fully within the month. Reflecting on all those memories he had temporarily forgotten. Chapter 62. If only she had the life to take. Feng Qiao spoke, clearly in agreement with Bai Siqi's perspective. However, just as she opened her mouth, She noticed Bai Siqi, who had been earnestly discussing matters with her, suddenly display a fierce glint in his eyes. He reached out, swiftly pulling Feng Qiao aside as they took 2 steps back. Feng Qiao sensed something amiss, yet her reaction was not as quick as Bai Siqi's. She followed his lead and avoided the rapidly approaching shadow. In the next moment, several pairs of intense gazes fixated upon the shadow. Certainly, along with the gaze that descended, there was an unrestrained pressure of spiritual force. Feng Qiao did not obstruct Bai Siqi after spending so many days together. It was surprising that the mutated dandelion had not shared such crucial information with them. However, Feng Qiao was not inclined to direct her ire towards the mutated dandelion over this matter, as their relationship was fundamentally one of mutual benefit. Naturally, should the dandelion show a modicum of affection during their interactions, she would reciprocate in kind. Regrettably, it had not returned all night, and what treasures had it procured? Glancing at the bulging pack on the dandelion's back, Feng Qiao initially assumed it sought to barter with her once again. Despite receiving scant feedback whenever she employed her abilities on the dandelion, the current circumstances were exceptional. If the dandelion could assist her in acquiring plants with abundant energy, she would gladly engage in trade using her powers. The dandelion, panting and laboring, finally set down its heavy pack, displaying an unusual urgency in its demeanor. You mean to say this contains fruits and leaves imbued with tremendous energy, and you wish to use them to save a mere tree? Understanding the dandelion's intentions, Feng Qiao refrained from immediately opening the pack. Even without doing so, she could sense the richness of energy contained within. The fact that the dandelion managed to procure such a substantial collection of potent fruits and leaves was thought-provoking, particularly in light of its request. Could the tree in question be? With a slight pursing of her lips, Feng Qiao did not outright refuse. First, tell me the specifics regarding that tree. You are aware that my abilities are rather limited. If the tree's condition is dire, my powers may not suffice. She cast a glance at the bulging pack on the ground, compelling herself to divert her gaze. While she yearned for the contents, her life was of utmost importance. The dandelion visibly wilted at her words. Recalling the ancient tree she had seen before her departure, on the brink of death, and the aura of decay it emitted, the dandelion realized that Feng Qiao's agreement to assist in healing the mutated crabapple tree might not yield any significant change. Nevertheless, it could not bear the thought of the mutated crabapple tree being devoured by the encroaching mutated flora and fauna. Thus, even knowing the outcome might not alter, the dandelion was still determined to take Feng Qiao along to attempt a rescue. With a small sob, the dandelion lamented its withered leaves and roots, devoid of any moisture. Unable to evoke sympathy from Feng Qiao, it swiftly shifted tactics. However, Feng Qiao remained unmoved. Moreover, she conveyed to the dandelion a piece of news that struck like a thunderbolt. They anticipated instability in the area and were preparing to depart in their spacecraft. Although this appeared to be the best choice given the current circumstances, the specifics of their departure had yet to be arranged. As if struck by a heavy blow, the seemingly fragile dandelion began to tremble. You already know? Indeed, Feng Qiao concluded that the dandelion had deliberately concealed this information from her, likely linked to the plant it now sought her aid for. Yet, if the plant in need of her powers was the 9th-tier mutated crabapple tree that had survived for many years, it had already been fortunate compared to many mutated plants. In a soft voice reminiscent of a sapling, a small voice emerged from Bai Siqi's pocket. Bai Siqi reached to return the bottle containing the mutated plant to its place, but was intercepted by Feng Qiao, who insisted, "Allow me to speak with it first. I have a few questions." Bai Siqi cast a lingering glance at the nearly lifeless dandelion and then at the bottle in his hand, ultimately complying without protest. Indeed, it seemed that the dandelion had been secretly communicating with Feng Qiao. Having acquired a mutated dandelion, he was not concerned about this undeveloped sprout. Moreover, the sprout appeared far more intelligent than the dandelion, perhaps even capable of monitoring the surrounding mutated flora and fauna. After all, establishing a psychic link was not a capability shared among all living beings. Unbeknownst to Feng Qiao, Bai Siqi's thoughts drifted elsewhere. while the dandelion was evidently captivated by the newly sprouted mutated plant. Look, there is a mutated juvenile plant. This was not the naive state of a plant newly imbued with consciousness. The creature before them was indeed a plant baby that had just sprouted days ago. So what if it's a juvenile? I possess far more knowledge than you. Furthermore, it would never conceal anything from its elder sister. The small mutated plant snorted, yearning to nuzzle Feng Qiao's palm in a display of affection, but was thwarted by the transparent base of its container. Visible yet untouchable, the small plant's mood soured. And lacking the strength to confront its captor, it redirected its frustration towards the dandelion. Setting aside the fact that the crabapple tree's injuries were remnants of a battle long past, which had persisted for countless years. Even if there were a chance of healing, it was not something the sister could accomplish now. The entire planet's mutated flora and fauna were fixated on that crabapple tree. Summoning the elder sister would only place her in their crosshairs. Despite being newly born, the small mutated plant possessed considerable knowledge inherited from ancient memories. It could not withstand its sister's powers. Certainly, the other mutated creatures would covet them even more. However, the sister's powers belonged solely to it. No other mutated beings could dare to covet them. Chapter 63. The mutated phoenix-headed giant hawk, the mutated dandelion, offered no rebuttal, for it understood these truths all too well. Yet, even the slightest glimmer of hope compelled the dandelion to take a chance. However, it seemed that the contents of its pack did not sway Feng Qiao. After all, these were the leaves and fruits born from a ninth-tier mutated plant's own essence. If these could not persuade her, what could? Was it to remain a mere spectator to the unfolding events, powerless to intervene? The deep green leaves of the dandelion dulled in an instant, as if vitality had been abruptly siphoned away. Feng Qiao appeared oblivious to the dandelion's woeful state, as she did not interrupt the small mutated plant that continued to berate the dandelion, instead turning to Bai Siqi to discuss their departure. Nevertheless, before proceeding, Feng Qiao succinctly relayed the purpose of the dandelion's visit. Bai Siqi's dark eyes narrowed, a flicker of icy resolve crossing his gaze as he regarded the prostrate dandelion. Even if Feng Qiao consented, he would not allow her to be ensnared in such perilous affairs. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. The priority was to finalize their escape route. Every moment of delay increased the dangers they would face. Just as this thought crystallized, a sudden tempest swept across the previously tranquil grassland. Weaker creatures were lifted by the winds, their fleeting cries echoing in the air, one after another. Feng Qiao instinctively tightened her grip on the bottle, only to feel a sudden constriction around her waist, followed by the warmth of a chest pressing against her back. It was a mutated creature. The warm breath cascaded upon the sensitive ear, provoking a slight tickle. Feng Qiao curled her fingers against the biting wind, which not only obscured her vision, but also rendered her unsteady on her feet. Leaning against Bai Siqi, her heart tightened involuntarily. Was it the mutated creature that had come for the aberrant Haitang tree? What level of mutation could it possess? Level 7 or perhaps 8? Meanwhile, the mutated dandelion clung desperately to the ground, its fragile leaves gripping the enormous backpack that had previously pressed down upon it, determined to prevent it from being swept away by the hurricane. The backpack floated in the tempest like a solitary leaf adrift on a vast ocean, at any moment susceptible to severing the lone tether binding it. The hurricane tugged at the backpack, and the delicate leaves, under the relentless strain, began to warp, threatening to snap. Finally, there emerged a sound of rupture. The massive backpack, severed from its constraints, soared away like a kite released from its string. Following a brief pause, the surrounding tempest resumed its ferocious assault, yet in that fleeting moment, a hand reached out, swiftly grasping the backpack as it ascended into the sky. In the next instant, as if by magic, the backpack vanished into thin air. "Let us return to the spaceship," Feng Qiao managed to utter, her voice strained. Although her body had regained some strength, she knew she would be no match for ordinary humans, let alone 7th or 8th level mutated beasts. Remaining outside would only serve as a burden to Bai Siqi. While Bai Siqi did not perceive Feng Qiao as a hindrance, he clearly felt that the spaceship offered greater safety. His strong arm encircled her tightly, setting their sights on the spaceship a mere 20 meters away, battling against the howling wind. The invisible blades of wind surged toward them, and Bai Siqi deftly maneuvered Feng Qiao to avoid the oncoming gusts. In the next heartbeat, lightning crackled around his hand, a booming purple bolt hurtling toward the airborne, mutated creature. With a piercing cry, the dark-feathered, white-tailed giant hawk veered slightly, narrowly avoiding the strike of electricity. In the blink of an eye, its wings beat, unleashing a tempest that uprooted numerous plants. Feng Qiao clung to Bai Siqi, shielded from the hurricane's wrath, yet the winds lashed against her like a knife, rendering her speechless and causing her body to tremble in pain. The exposed skin prickled with sharp sensations, and gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip on the small vial in her hand. The diminutive mutated plants within were growing increasingly frantic. Why was this human's motion so sluggish? Her body had yet to recover. How could she withstand the onslaught of a 7th-level mutated beast, a newly sprouted tender shoot, barely the length of a finger, thrashed about in a fit of urgency and fury, colliding against the transparent glass wall in an attempt to break free from its confines? Yet, despite its efforts, the seemingly fragile barrier remained unscathed. "Be calm, I'm fine." A warm, yellow-green light radiated from Feng Qiao's palm, enveloping the agitated, mutated plant within the glass. Instantly, the previously restless sprout quieted, focusing on absorbing Feng Qiao's energy. In less than half a minute, the sprout visibly grew by a third. Concurrently, a warm force surged back into Feng Qiao, strengthening her bond with the newly sprouted mutated plant. Just as she had soothed the anxious little plant, Bai Siqi had finally navigated through the obstacles, bringing Feng Qiao to the threshold of the spaceship. With a swift motion, the spaceship door opened, and they leapt inside. In the next moment, the ship's defenses and weapons activated, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire aimed directly at the giant hawk above. Bai Siqi piloted the ship into the air, and in the blink of an eye, they were embroiled in a fierce aerial skirmish. Though Feng Qiao had secured her seat and fastened her safety belt, the rapid ascent of the spaceship induced a slight dizziness. Fortunately, this disorientation intensified only as Bai Siqi engaged in combat with the giant hawk. After a brief period of adjustment, Feng Qiao managed to regain her composure, allowing her mind to focus on the external events. Following several exchanges, the mutated hawk failed to gain the upper hand against Bai Siqi, and a section of its feathers singed from the impact of the ship's shockwave. Realizing that it could not prevail against this metallic contraption, the hawk, now aware of its scorched wingtip, let out a long cry of defiance before soaring away into the distance. Inside the spaceship, both Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi exhaled in relief upon confirming the hawk's departure. Despite appearing to have the upper hand, they knew that the ship's resources and weaponry were finite. According to the previous accounts of several mutated creatures, they were likely not alone in this vicinity. Should their confrontation attract more mutated beings, even with the spaceship at their disposal, their safety could not be guaranteed. Chapter 64. Seeking refuge in the cave, let us find a secure place. Scanning the ground where several mutated creatures had regained their composure, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi were compelled to alter their initial plan. Although they had only encountered a single giant hawk, there was no assurance that other mutated beings had not already arrived. Given the potential danger that awaited them should they leave, they resolved to seek temporary refuge. Swiftly gathering a few mutated animals from the ground, they decided to bring the mutated dandelion aboard the spaceship as well. After confirming the location of their previous hideout in an underground cave from 2 mutated squirrels, Bai Siqi deftly piloted the ship toward its destination. Despite the absence of further encounters with mutated creatures along the way, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi's spirits remained subdued upon reaching the cave. An old, worn backpack lay in one corner of the cave, its mouth agape, revealing an array of energy-rich fruits and leaves within. However, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi seemed oblivious to its presence, engrossed in their discussion. The cave was devoid of any plant life, composed entirely of stone. Yet the environment remained relatively dry, ensuring that even after living there for over half a month, it was bearable. "It's all right. We have prepared plenty, and the mutated rabbits produce plants daily. It will suffice for this period. Bai Siqi gently pressed his fingers against Feng Qiao's temple, alleviating the lingering discomfort from the recent battle. I understand. There is no need to do that now. My body is not as fragile as before. Feng Qiao turned her head, grasping Bai Siqi's wrist to halt his ministrations. Although she had initially felt some discomfort, she had fully recovered on the return journey. Yet, the stubborn man before her refused to heed her words. Bai Siqi's fingers lingered in the air momentarily, but upon seeing the color return to Feng Qiao's face, he relented. Then you should rest for a while. I will prepare something to eat. Though the hour was still early, Bai Siqi intended to whip up a hearty meal to reward both himself and Feng Qiao, hoping to expedite their physical and mental recovery. Feng Qiao nodded, her gaze sweeping over the small, mutated plants and the altered dandelion that had been murmuring for over 20 minutes, oblivious to their conversation. She addressed Bai Siqi. I will go check on them and return shortly to rest. Understanding that Feng Qiao would not be swayed by the enticing energy-rich leaves to follow the mutated dandelion, Bai Siqi felt at ease and briskly returned to the spacecraft to prepare ingredients for their meal. Meanwhile, the exchange between the mutated dandelion and the small mutated plant was nearing its conclusion. Upon sensing Feng Qiao's approach, the small mutated plant scampered towards her, disregarding the mutated dandelion entirely. After all, it had already shared its method. Whether the mutated dandelion chose to act was its own affair. The mutated hawthorn tree was of no concern to it. Its primary focus was on the safety of its sister. What have they been discussing for such an extended period? Although Feng Qiao had not intentionally eavesdropped on their conversation, she had gleaned some insights. While she could not save the mutated hawthorn tree, she knew there were alternative ways to prolong its life. Just like the mutated plant seedling she held, which had emerged from a mutated ivy that had once been on the brink of death, condensing its dwindling life force to bring forth new life. It retained all the memories of the mutated ivy, though the small mutated plant could not fully comprehend these memories at present. As it matured, those memories would inevitably become part of its botanical existence. On the day of its demise, it could incorporate all that it had learned into a new seed. Of course, that was a distant prospect. What if the new life was not a mutated plant? How could it not be a mutated plant? The mutated ivy could not fathom this. As long as the mutated hawthorn tree had not sustained severe damage, it would surely produce mutated seeds. However, even if seeds were produced, whether they would germinate depended on luck. If it weren't for encountering its sister, it might have had to wait months for germination. Having freed itself from the confinement of its vessel, the mutated ivy affectionately nudged Feng Qiao's palm, its newly sprouted tender shoots appearing notably vibrant. Suddenly, Feng Qiao contemplated elsewhere. Could all mutated plants produce such seeds? Seeds that could yield mutated plants. If she could gather more, could they not form a legion of mutated plants? It was indeed possible, yet the creation of such seeds was no simple task. Moreover, unless faced with life-threatening circumstances, mutated plants generally would not readily bear such seeds. Understanding Feng Qiao's thoughts, the mutated ivy felt conflicted. It did not wish to dishearten her, but it was imperative that Feng Qiao did not assume mutated seeds were easily obtainable, for that would lead to greater disappointment in the future. Thus, the mutated ivy candidly conveyed the truth. Nevertheless, following the recent battle, many mutated plants had perished. Perhaps there were still numerous ungerminated mutated seeds on this planet. Sister could search for them, the mutated ivy suggested with newfound excitement. After all, relying solely on their own energy reserves to germinate would require an exceedingly long time. And should they fall prey to a beast during that process, their chance would vanish entirely. Naturally, those mutated plants would have made arrangements for their hard-won seeds before their demise. Otherwise, it would be utterly disheartening for them to see their painstakingly produced seeds consumed by beasts before they could sprout. However, Feng Qiao found little interest in this. Not only was the planet vast, but so much time had passed that the seeds might have already germinated or vanished. Securing even one seed was already fortunate. She did not wish to engage in futile endeavors. Rather than searching for the elusive mutated plant seeds, Feng Qiao deemed it more pragmatic to focus on researching potions. Chapter 65. A conversation between two yet, even with the finest raw materials, the potion Feng Qiao desired was not easily concocted. After several consecutive failures, her mental energy was utterly depleted, and a throbbing pain radiated from her temples. Neglecting the chaotic remnants of plant debris on the table, Feng Qiao slumped forward, resembling a parched fish on the verge of death. Though aware of the difficulty, she had not anticipated it would be this arduous. Sweat dampened her forehead, strands sticking to her skin as she wearily closed her eyes, her mind drifting into a haze. In her semi-conscious state, she thought she heard a voice approaching. Straining to turn her head to identify the visitor, she soon succumbed to an even deeper fatigue. Qiao Qiao. Bai Siqi had not anticipated that. In the brief time it took to prepare a meal, Feng Qiao would exhaust herself to such an extent. Initially, upon seeing her slumped on the table, he assumed she was merely unwell and had fallen asleep. He gently nudged her, hoping to rouse her for a meal before she returned to rest. However, after several attempts to call her name, she remained unresponsive, prompting Bai Siqi to grow anxious. Qiao Qiao, what is wrong? His eyes darted around the room, a flicker of panic evident in his elongated phoenix eyes. Yet, aside from himself, there were only Feng Qiao and him present. After a brief moment of confusion, Bai Siqi managed to regain his composure, lifting the unconscious Feng Qiao into his arms and heading to the resting quarters. He began retrieving various instruments from the storage compartment to scan her. Even the substantial packages of potions prepared by Yi Qin for them were set aside, awaiting the results of the examination. Fortunately, the results indicated that Feng Qiao's mental energy had been overexerted, leading to her exhaustion. Bai Siqi exhaled a sigh of relief, visibly relaxing. When Feng Qiao awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Starving, she devoured a plate of braised potatoes and a bowl of stir-fried vegetables, finally satisfying her hunger after a prolonged period. However, perhaps due to the shock of Feng Qiao's earlier condition, Bai Siqi remained vigilantly beside her throughout the afternoon, ready to snatch away any raw materials she might attempt to use for potion making. Just because I want to try doesn't mean I can't. Why the long face? Feng Qiao glared at her empty hands, then glanced at Bai Siqi, whose expression remained serious, feeling somewhat displeased. Bai Siqi's stern demeanor faltered in an instant as he leaned closer to explain, I do not intend to scold you. Your body has yet to recover, and excessive mental exertion can burden your health. Please do not be angry. Though her memories were somewhat disordered, Bai Siqi vividly recalled how fragile Feng Qiao's body was. Had it not been for his own recollections being limited to memories from before he was 5 years old, leading to oversight in many matters, he would never have allowed her to exhaust herself to such a degree daily. Fortunately, her health was gradually improving. If Feng Qiao were to fall ill from overexertion on this isolated planet, he would be at a loss for what to do. Watching Bai Siqi plead for forgiveness as he crouched before her, Feng Qiao could not help but ruffle his hair, though she remained resolute. I understand, but I'm not as fragile as you think. Look, we consume energy-rich food together every day, right? That energy gradually aids in healing your mental issues and helps my body recover as well. You can already use mental energy to battle mutated creatures. This level of exertion will not burden my health. Feng Qiao used Bai Siqi's situation as a point of reference to illustrate her own resilience. Bai Siqi pressed his lips together, clearly unconvinced by Feng Qiao's words, yet seemingly apprehensive of provoking her anger, ultimately refraining from further comment. Feng Qiao discerned Bai Siqi's thoughts with a single glance, her peach blossom eyes narrowing dangerously. Ever since the restoration of her memories from a decade prior, Bai Siqi had become increasingly difficult to deceive, and his subtle thoughts had begun to multiply. This, however, did not imply that Bai Siqi had grown unfriendly towards Feng Qiao. Rather, there were moments when his stubbornness became rather exasperating. Feng Qiao found herself reminiscing about the 5-year-old Bai Siqi, who would share everything with her and obediently comply in most instances. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them, she said gently, running her fingers through her tousled black hair. I understand your concern for me, but I am quite capable of taking care of myself, am I not? She then recounted the incident involving the mutated dandelion, urging her to rescue the mutated begonia tree. With such a substantial bounty presented before her, she had rejected it without a flicker of hesitation. It seemed that her words had resonated with Bai Siqi, whose gaze fell to the tips of his shoes. His voice muffled. "You fainted before. I was very scared." Feng Qiao rubbed her temples, realizing that her previous fainting spell had indeed caused him distress. Although he often behaved like an adult, he was still merely a child of 10. Recognizing the crux of the matter, Feng Qiao exhaled and patiently explained to Bai Siqi, "I did not faint. I was simply a bit fatigued and fell asleep. However, I acknowledge that I failed to consider your feelings, and I apologize for causing you worry. I assure you that such an incident will not happen again. Nonetheless, you must not keep anything bottled up. You should tell me immediately if something is troubling you, so I can understand your thoughts. We can discuss matters together, all right?" Cradling Bai Siqi's face in her hands, Feng Qiao playfully kneaded his features, and upon hearing him reluctantly acquiesce, she released him. It was a relief to know that despite his growing complexity, the child remained reasonable. Sighing in relief, Feng Qiao let go of Bai Siqi's face and, having spent some time on this, found herself disinterested in her potion research. She pulled the still crouching Bai Siqi to his feet and inquired if anything noteworthy had occurred during her slumber. "No, it has been quite peaceful outside. The mutated dandelion has left, but the large bundle it brought remains." After exchanging a few brief words about the events of the past hours, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi exited the spacecraft. As soon as the hatch opened, a small green sprout leapt onto Feng Qiao's shoulder, and moments later, the soft voice of the mutated ivy echoed in her consciousness. "Woo, sister, you finally emerged. The big bad guy locked me outside, and Wu Ti let me see you. Alas, I am currently too weak to confront him. But do not worry, sister. I will grow quickly and rescue you from the clutches of the big bad guy." Chapter 66. Successfully crafting 3 potions, Feng Qiao glanced at Bai Siqi, her hands enveloped in a yellow-green glow as she gently explained to him, "I had exhausted my mental energy and fell asleep. Bai Siqi was merely protecting me by not allowing you to enter. Moreover," she continued, but before she could finish, the little voice's cries grew louder, overpowering even her powers. "Woo, sister, did the big bad guy threaten you? Or did he brainwash you? You must not be deceived by him." Feng Qiao sighed, feeling fatigued. She decided it was best to let them handle the situation themselves. Feng Qiao focused on channeling her powers to the mutated ivy, choosing to remain silent and refrain from further communication. While the mutated dandelion was unfriendly towards Bai Siqi, she was determined to cultivate the mutated ivy as her backup force. Feng Qiao did not expect an ideal rapport between the child and the plant. It should not be as contentious as it currently was. After wandering around the cave, Feng Qiao entrusted the mutated ivy to Bai Siqi, advising them to get along well before returning to her potion research. Feng Qiao's sudden action caught both Bai Siqi and the mutated plant off guard. It was only after she departed that they exchanged glances, each turning away in disdain. Unbeknownst to Feng Qiao, a late lunch awaited her, leaving her feeling rather unhungry. Upon returning to the spacecraft, Feng Qiao opted not to challenge herself with complex tasks, but instead began with the simplest form of single-plant extraction, gradually pairing them for fusion. Despite inevitable mistakes during the fusion process that resulted in concoctions less effective than the single plants, after several attempts, Feng Qiao successfully crafted a potion. Although this potion did not yet match the efficacy of Bai Siqi's cooking, it marked her first taste of success, and she had gleaned some insights. With further experience, and by integrating more plants, she anticipated even better results. However, while she aimed to blend more plants, not just any could be combined. Previously, when ingredients were scarce, she and Bai Siqi had haphazardly experimented, resulting in dreadful dishes that wasted energy. Feng Qiao had personally witnessed how different energies clashed in the pot, leading to energy loss. It was then she realized that not all ingredients were suitable for pairing. Although she was not cooking now, the principle remained unchanged. After countless attempts, it was only when Bai Siqi, concerned for her, came to check on her that Feng Qiao managed to produce 3 potions that were passably acceptable. While the potions were more effective than consuming the raw materials directly, they still paled in comparison to their daily stir-fried meals. Nonetheless, Feng Qiao understood that progress could not be rushed. Today was merely her first attempt at potion making. Had she not closely observed the energy fusion process during cooking previously, she doubted she would have succeeded in crafting even these 3 potions. Glancing at Bai Siqi, who had poked his head in for the umpteenth time, Feng Qiao gathered the 3 potions from the table and stepped outside. Though she had only managed to create 3, their effect were inferior to those of her stir-fried dishes. However, they were conveniently packaged in small tubes, easily consumable within seconds, allowing for multiple doses at once. She wondered about their taste. Feng Qiao had considered this prior to potion making. Both potions and stir-fried meals had their merits, suitable for different circumstances. Although the potion she held was somewhat rudimentary in its creation, it should still last for a month. With the right equipment, mass production could yield a shelf life of at least 6 months. While Feng Qiao was dissatisfied with the potion's effects, she recognized that the creation of high-energy potions was inherently complex, beyond the capacity of machines to replicate. Even potion makers who lacked sufficient skill might struggle to produce them. Given the Empire's current demand for suppressants, mechanical assistance was indeed necessary. However, potions derived from this special plant could no longer be classified as suppressants. As true suppressants, merely mitigated intense fluctuations in mental energy. Over time, the already chaotic mental energy would only spiral further out of control. Upon consuming this particular potion, the chaotic mental energy gradually calms under the soothing influence of its essence. With consistent intake over a period, even moderately severe mental disturbances can be entirely healed. In a previous life, Jiang Wei Ning had aptly named this elixir the healing potion. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Bai Siqi seized a vial and gulped it down in a few swigs. Feng Qiao observed Bai Siqi's unchanged visage with a hint of skepticism, questioning whether she had inadvertently concocted the potion with inedible leaves, roots, and bitter fruits. Was it possible that the unpleasant flavors of the raw materials dissipated during the potion's creation? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she glanced at the remaining 2 vials on the table, contemplating whether to experiment with them, only to witness Bai Siqi retrieve a sour plum from his storage pouch, placing it in his mouth and, with difficulty, advising her against drinking. The unpalatable taste was evident on his handsome face, and after several deep breaths to swallow the sour plum, his expression brightened somewhat. Although Feng Qiao refrained from reaching for the vials, she remained curious about whether the potion truly possessed such a distasteful flavor. Bai Siqi affirmed with a grunt, seemingly reluctant to discourage her, adding that the potion's efficacy was indeed commendable. Compact in size, yet rich in energy, he pondered whether drinking 10 vials in one go would expedite his mental recovery. Yet, he was certain that such an endeavor would lead to inevitable nausea. Silently, he quashed this perilous notion before it could take root. Feng Qiao meticulously studied Bai Siqi's expressions, swallowing the urge to voice her thought that the flavors of the 3 vials must differ. While distinct, it was unlikely that their tastes would be vastly improved. Perhaps they would be even more unpleasant. Regardless, she was assured of the potion's effectiveness, and when the time came, the minor flaw of taste would likely be overlooked. Uncertain, yet resolute, she resolved to experiment with a new batch of botanicals the following day. After all, it was her own concoction. A modicum of attention to flavor was warranted. Perhaps it was the potion's lingering after-effects that rendered Bai Siqi unusually silent throughout the night. Meanwhile, the mutated ivy, under Feng Qiao's diligent care, had sprouted a small tendril the size of a palm, writhing with excitement on the table. As the consciousness of the little voice within her mused, "Once my tendril grows a bit longer, it can serve as a weapon to protect my sister." The tendril playfully slapped against the table. Feng Qiao, observing this slender green shoot that was yet no thicker than her pinky finger, worried that it might not be capable of safeguarding her and might even be snapped under the unrestrained power of the mutated ivy. All right, I will rely on you for protection in the future," she consoled. The hour was late. Rest was in order. A glance towards the cave's entrance revealed that several mutated creatures had already sealed the opening, leaving only a mutated squirrel to guard the threshold. Unperturbed by Feng Qiao's dismissive tone, the mutated ivy appeared eager to take on the challenge. its tendrils perked with anticipation. "Sister, you should rest. I will guard you outside." With that, it nudged her wrist with its tendrils until it saw her lying down to rest, at which point it swiftly darted outside to join the watchful, mutated squirrel. The night passed in serene tranquility, yet outside the cave, chaos reigned. In a mere span of hours, 4 mutated creatures and plants congregated near the mutated hawthorn tree, each intent on claiming the prize for themselves. A fierce battle erupted that evening, continuing unabated until dawn. The conflict unfolded at a considerable distance from Feng Qiao and her companion's refuge, allowing them to sleep soundly without perceiving the slightest tremor from the skirmish. Awakening to the light of day, Feng Qiao scanned her surroundings and noted the absence of mutated dandelions. She eagerly grasped the lively tendril that had joyfully bounded into her arms, channeling her abilities into it. The few leaves that had sprouted from the mutated ivy the previous day unfurled comfortably, its tendrils brushing gently against her wrist as if reluctant to part ways until her energy was fully expended. Feng Qiao acquiesced to its affection. Considering the potential presence of many high-level mutated creatures outside, both Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi remained prudent, choosing to stay within the cave throughout the day. Feng Qiao dedicated herself wholeheartedly to potion crafting, finding solace in the task despite the constraints of their cave confinement. Given the events of the past, Bai Siqi harbored concerns for Feng Qiao's solitary research, frequently stopping by to check on her. Whenever he sensed a significant drain on her mental energy, he urged her to take a break. With no pressing tasks at hand, they had ample time for her potion studies, allowing her to proceed at a measured pace. Although Feng Qiao's enthusiasm for potion-making paled in comparison to her desire for physical recovery, once she immersed herself in her research, it became difficult to pull away. Particularly today, in her quest to create a more palatable potion, she had selected various commonly used culinary ingredients as raw materials, significantly expanding her options. She lamented that she could not conduct every possible combination of experiments in a single day, hoping to identify one or several potions that were not only rich in energy, but also delightful in flavor. However, haste would not yield results. Despite her body and mind urging her forward, the intermittent depletion of her mental energy forced her to pause amidst flashes of inspiration, left staring at the heap of raw materials before her. Were it not for the challenge of conserving their limited food supply and the uncertainty of their duration in the cave, Feng Qiao would have eagerly instructed Bai Siqi to assist her once her energy was restored. Time flew by as Feng Qiao immersed herself in potion making, and soon evening fell. Having been forewarned by Feng Qiao earlier in the day, Bai Siqi refrained from preparing dinner. As mealtime approached, he was already seated at the dining table awaiting her return. Though her focus was solely on potion creation, Feng Qiao remembered her earlier remarks. Hearing the beeping notifications from her wrist communicator, she hurriedly tidied her workstation, stowing her day's creations into a designated potion storage box before racing to find Bai Siqi. "You must be hungry. Come, sample my accomplishments for today." With a thud, she placed the box, the size of a book, on their dining table. As she opened it, 19 vials of various hues emerged, capturing Bai Siqi's attention. Observing him hesitating with his hand raised, Feng Qiao quickly interjected, "There are 10 different potions in total, each carefully curated. I prepared 2 vials of each. The energy contained within is comparable to our usual meals, and while I tasted one earlier, it may not rival a gourmet dish, it is still quite pleasant." With a beaming smile, she nudged the small box towards them, fearing that Bai Siqi might still harbor reservations about her previous concoctions. She retrieved one of the remaining 9 vials, unsealed it, and took dainty sips. As she drank, Feng Qiao shared her impressions. "This potion has hints of peanut and walnut flavors, with a touch of sweetness." The milky white liquid glided down her throat, prompting her to quickly consume a second and third sip. The abundant energy was swiftly absorbed by the human body. Feng Qiao felt as though she were enveloped in warm sunlight, accompanied by hands gently massaging her entire form. A gentle warmth coursed through her body, and the once lethargic cells began to awaken under the soothing touch. With her eyes comfortably squinted, Feng Qiao surrendered herself to this exquisite sensation. completely forgetting to describe the taste of the potion to Bai Siqi. However, even without her words, Bai Siqi could discern from her demeanor that the potion in her hand was undoubtedly palatable. Glancing at the potion's hue, he surveyed the array of potion vials before him, extending his long fingers to soon grasp a vial of the same color. The creamy liquid slipped past Bai Siqi's lips, and the relaxation he had already begun to feel due to Feng Qiao's endorsement deepened further. Indeed, as Feng Qiao had described, it bore a rich aroma of peanuts and walnuts, with a delightful sweetness. Although a hint of bitterness lingered within the sweet taste, this barely perceptible bitterness did not detract from the overall experience. Rather, it incited a desire to savor more, to confirm that this subtle bitterness was not merely a figment of his imagination. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Siqi finished the entire potion in one go. Yet, even after consuming the entire vial, he could not fully appreciate the essence of that elusive bitterness. In truth, for those with psychic abilities facing issues, inhibitors are essential for their survival. They are far more concerned with the efficacy of the inhibitor than its flavor. After all, being unable to procure an inhibitor to regulate one's uncontrolled psychic force signifies that death is not far off, compared to life itself. A mere hint of bitterness or unpleasant flavor pales in significance. However, should an inhibitor be capable of not only tasting good, but also consistently soothing the increasingly unruly psychic force with each use, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. A smile involuntarily graced Bai Siqi's lips as he reached toward a small box before him, retrieving another vial of a different hue. Chapter 68. The Return of the Mutated Dandelion. Though a single vial holds little, after consuming 9, Feng Qiao was thoroughly satiated. Now, she felt warm throughout, as if she were soaking in a hot spring, so comfortable that she had no desire to move. I think I shall return to rest for a while. If you're still hungry, feel free to prepare something for yourself. Lifting her feet felt akin to treading on soft cotton. Feng Qiao swayed slightly, feeling as though her body was somewhat unsteady, reminiscent of intoxication. The sound of soft footsteps echoed slowly behind Bai Siqi, and only upon the 5th sound did he realize and turn a look at Feng Qiao. Yet, despite the proximity of that sound, Bai Siqi found it difficult to clearly see Feng Qiao before him. The previously quelled violent psychic force within his mental domain was now subjected to wave after wave of impact. However, the intense jolts did not exacerbate his condition. Instead, with each surge, the psychic force within him that he could control quieted a bit more. Although the state of his mental domain was improving, Bai Siqi clearly struggled to bear the overwhelming sensations. He leaned on the table, and while no visible change appeared on his face, his eyes grew noticeably unfocused. It was only when the blurred figure of Feng Qiao faded from his sight that he could not regain his composure. Moreover, the force that seemed intent on wreaking havoc within his mental domain grew increasingly unrestrained. Ultimately, Bai Siqi could not endure, collapsing onto the table. Meanwhile, Feng Qiao finally made her way to the lounge, swaying slightly. The mutated ivy closely followed her, always moving to the side she leaned towards, seemingly attempting to catch her with its small body. Fortunately, despite her unsteady limbs, Feng Qiao managed to navigate the final stretch safely and collapsed onto the small bed in the lounge. The cave was silent, marking yet another tranquil night. Outside, the battle that had raged for a day and a night showed no signs of abating. Rather, it grew more chaotic with the emergence of new mutated flora and fauna. Amidst this turmoil, the targeted mutated begonia tree appeared increasingly wilted, its vitality waning. All mutated beings were blinded by the prospect of ultimate victory. In the darkness, an inconspicuous shadow, having narrowly escaped death, finally succeeded in fleeing the chaotic scene. After a series of twists and turns, it managed to evade the watchful eyes of the mutated creatures and found refuge in a secluded cave. The mutated dandelion lay limp on the ground, having been tense for 2 days and nights, and nearly succumbed to slumber upon its sudden release from stress. Yet, just as it was on the brink of complete unconsciousness, the entire plant seemed to respond to an unseen stimulus, every leaf standing upright. This startled a nearby mutated rabbit that had approached, believing the dandelion was lifeless, causing it to leap back in surprise. After a few breaths, the rabbit observed the dandelion merely curling its leaves, seemingly enveloping something within, and then fell silent again, prompting the rabbit to cautiously approach, until the rabbit was entirely close, with its three-part mouth touching the dandelion. The plant remained unresponsive, appearing to have truly fallen into deep slumber. The rabbit nudged the dandelion once more, confirming that it would not spring back to life, and then, with a triumphant hop, it bit into the tattered leaves now bundled together and bounded back towards the cave. Bai Siqi awoke to find it was already the afternoon of the following day. Feng Qiao had risen earlier, though only by about 2 hours compared to her usual routine. Upon awakening, Feng Qiao felt as if she had been reborn, walking with a lightness and grace that made her confident she would experience no dizziness if Bai Siqi were to engage in battle with mutated beasts in a ship again. Thinking of Bai Siqi, she could no longer remain still. With a loud bang, she flung open the lounge door and dashed out. Just a few steps later, she spotted Bai Siqi lying beside the small table. The sight of him sprawled out startled her momentarily. However, having witnessed Bai Siqi faint several times before, she quickly regained her composure. She gently laid him on a nearby couch and carefully examined his complexion, confirming that not only had it not paled, but it appeared even more flushed than before. The psychic force emanating from his body was stronger as well, prompting the mutated ivy to leap from her hand. Quietly observing from a distance, unwilling to approach Bai Siqi, it seemed he had indeed recovered significantly. Feng Qiao retrieved a blanket to cover Bai Siqi, a smile gracing her face. However, this smile faded as she went to the pantry to gather ingredients for breakfast. Yesterday, to produce the 20 potions, Feng Qiao had taken a considerable amount of ingredients from the pantry. She had hesitated then, not daring to take too much. But today, seeing several empty spaces in the pantry, she felt a pang of disappointment. With so few ingredients left, it was unlikely they would last until the day she and Bai Siqi departed. Though they had resolved the issue of not being able to absorb excessive energy, they were now confined here for their safety due to the formidable mutated plants outside. Feng Qiao's mood dampened as she finished a modest breakfast, after which she gathered more ingredients to continue crafting potions. Before she could commence the preparation of her potion, she was abruptly interrupted by a mutant rabbit. A tangled mass of wild grass was expelled from the mutant rabbit's three-pronged mouth. Without waiting for the mutant vine to translate, Feng Qiao immediately recognized what the mutant rabbit had regurgitated. Had it not been for her innate wood-based powers, it would have been exceedingly challenging for Feng Qiao to identify the creature before her as the mutated dandelion. What had happened to it? Feng Qiao glanced at the mutant rabbit, channeling her powers into the damaged form of the mutated dandelion. Chapter 69. I wish to grow up. Quickly the mutant rabbit nudged the mutated dandelion, curling up its leaves, and before long, those leaves began to loosen, revealing a small segment of the root still caked with soil. The mutant rabbit placed its paw upon the root, expertly enveloping it with its powers, which appear to be a recently severed plant root. Under the nurturing influence of the mutant rabbit's abilities, the once weak, brownish root showed a slight improvement in vitality. However, as soon as the mutant rabbit ceased its powers, the marginal increase in vitality swiftly dissipated. Within a few breaths, it reverted to its previous state. Was there truly no hope? Feng Qiao blinked, observing the dwindling vitality of the brownish root, when suddenly she felt a soft, furry sensation on the back of her hand. The mutant rabbit pressed its head against her hand, bobbing its neck in an earnest attempt to guide Feng Qiao's hand towards the ailing root. As her fingers brushed against the nearly lifeless root, Feng Qiao understood the mutant rabbit's intent. Yet, despite the mutant rabbit's superior powers, it could not revive this root. And what about her? Though she harbored little hope, Feng Qiao gradually summoned her powers. The palm-sized root bathed in a warm, yellow-green glow. Initially, the changes were subtle, but gradually, the root's dull hue brightened noticeably. Both Feng Qiao and the mutant rabbit could feel the burgeoning vitality within the root. Nonetheless, with her limited powers and incomplete recovery, She withdrew her hand after less than half a minute. Yet even that brief touch revealed a significant difference in the root's condition. Feng Qiao recognized that her powers were somewhat unique, with the primary issue lying in the energy inherent to her abilities. She placed the small root, along with the mutated dandelion, on a nearby stone, instructing the mutant rabbit to guard it and return to the spacecraft. This ability was advantageous for her, though it could also pose challenges. Regardless, she had never regretted possessing such a special power. After a period of silent physical training and crafting a few more potions, Bai Siqi and the mutated dandelion finally awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, the mutated dandelion, startled to find the root it had been cradling missing, leapt up in alarm. It soon spotted the precious root lying beside it and let out a sigh of relief, diving towards it. Thoroughly inspecting the root, the mutated dandelion quickly discerned that its life force was markedly stronger than before, leading to its elation. Some tattered leaves danced excitedly in the air, and after a prolonged moment of joy, the mutated dandelion gradually settled down. A glance around brought its attention to the mutant rabbit. The condition of the mutated crabapple tree had deteriorated to a critical state, and the root it had brought back was the most vital segment the tree could muster. There was no guarantee that it would survive. Unlike the seeds of the mutant vine, which could maintain their seed form until they absorbed sufficient energy to sprout, the mutated crabapple tree could not even form a seed at its current state. If a solution was not found within 10 days to improve the root's condition, it would lose all vitality and perish. Although the mutant vine had suggested Feng Qiao could help, the mutated dandelion remained apprehensive about the crabapple tree's fate. Observing the root's condition somewhat alleviated its worries. Dragging its battered form, the mutated dandelion, after gathering information from the mutant rabbit, limped toward Feng Qiao. Its grievous injuries hindered its previous speed, and just as it reached the spacecraft entrance, it encountered Feng Qiao, who had just regained her powers and was coming to check on the situation. Upon seeing her, the mutated dandelion sprang up and down in place. "Please save the root of the mutated crabapple tree quickly, and I will give you all my leaves and fruits." Though any new crabapple tree would not be the same as the original, it was still a continuation of it. While it could not save the crabapple tree, this root would carry on its legacy. Bai Siqi, having awakened and no longer needing to stay by his side, had coiled himself around Feng Qiao's wrist again, expressing his displeasure by flicking his tendrils. Feng Qiao had exhausted her powers on these two plants all day, resulting in little growth for him. However, despite his minor frustration, the mutated vine was not genuinely angry, though it realized its path to strength might be delayed. Contemplating the gathering of level 7, 8, and even 9 mutant flora and fauna outside, the mutated vine felt a wave of melancholy. "I wish to grow up quickly." Feng Qiao raised her hand to pat the mutated vine, a gesture of reassurance, knowing how protective it was of its resources. However, for her own interests, Feng Qiao preferred to nurture the mutated vine with her powers, as it was also a form of her strength. Moreover, the feedback it provided was more substantial than that of other plants, significantly aiding her powers advancement. Truly a win-win situation. Nevertheless, even with the promise of energy-rich leaves and fruits, Feng Qiao could not neglect the mutated dandelion and its root. Of course, Feng Qiao harbored additional thoughts that she was uncertain would come to fruition. Thus, she did not incorporate them into her plans just yet. The yellow-green glow enveloped the mutated dandelion and the root as the dandelion attempted to escape, only to be firmly restrained by Feng Qiao's force. "Do you think your situation is better than that of the root beside you?" With a single finger, she easily pressed the mutated dandelion to the ground, and despite its struggles, it was compelled to savor the delightful feast. The severed root gradually began to sprout new tendrils. Although it would take time for the new roots to resemble their former selves, the mutated dandelion felt a sense of comfort in its slowly mending body, allowing its leaves to relax as it reveled in the joy of recovery. Previously, when faced with formidable mutant creatures, the mutated dandelion had managed to evade numerous disasters by seeking refuge in the territory of the mutated crabapple tree. However, That tree could only deter other mutants from approaching, and any injuries sustained were borne by the dandelion itself, mending gradually. This was the first time the mutated dandelion experienced such treatment. Why did it feel so difficult to let go? Especially knowing that it would no longer have the crabapple tree's protection. It would have to lead the young crabapple on a journey of survival, nurturing it to grow. The mutated dandelion felt a sense of foreboding about its future. If only things could remain this way forever. Chapter 70. News brought back by the mutated dandelion. Feng Qiao was unaware of the mutated dandelion's thoughts, having exhausted her powers. She prepared to claim her reward. Regardless, she has managed to preliminarily save that rhizome. As long as she regularly supplies it with her abilities, there should be no issues. It is only natural for her to collect a portion of the reward. The thought of that entire package brimming with abundant energy from leaves and fruits made Feng Qiao's heart flutter with excitement. Although she had restrained herself considerably today, she had still consumed a fair amount of the ingredients in the storage room. Feng Qiao did not want all the ingredients to be turned into potions, leaving her and Bai Siqi with nothing but nutritional supplements. That package of leaves and fruits was the driving force behind Feng Qiao's continued endeavors. After all, the energy contained within was truly vast. The mutated dandelion, having heard nothing from Feng Qiao, meticulously checked the rhizome beside it once more to ensure it was significantly better than before, finally allowing itself to relax. Completely at ease, the mutated dandelion felt a bit drowsy, but just as it was about to doze off, the previously drooping leaves suddenly perked up again. Oh, it had forgotten to mention something. The mutated dandelion swayed back towards Feng Qiao. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi had just selected a small pile of leaves and fruits from their bag. Feng Qiao felt a twinge of regret, wishing she could wait a few more days for the fruits to fully ripen, as the energy they contained would surely be greater. Alas, this was merely a thought. The mutated hawthorn tree had already entrusted its rhizome to the mutated dandelion, indicating it had anticipated its fate. Her timing was unfortunate. She would not have the chance to see the mutated hawthorn tree. With her gaze lowered, a flicker of inexplicable emotion passed through Feng Qiao's eyes. This emotion was fleeting, and soon she turned to Bai Siqi, holding the fruits and leaves in her hands, and asked, "What do you think would be the best combination for crafting a potion?" Even if these energy-rich plants were purified and made into potions separately, they would still have a calming effect on the spirit. The difference lay only in the degree of soothing. Unlike Feng Qiao, who could directly sense the changes in energy, Bai Siqi was only aware of the alterations in the fusion process when Feng Qiao mentioned them. Thus, it was better for Feng Qiao to explore by intuition to find the answer. However, Bai Siqi still shared his thoughts. "I believe we can separate the fruits and leaves and select other wild fruits and vegetables to mix in. Just like cooking, the fruits can serve as a seasoning. However, crafting potions was not the same as cooking, and the specific method would ultimately depend on Feng Qiao's decision. These fruits and leaves are not like those easily found outside, and Feng Qiao did not want to waste them. After contemplating for a while, she ultimately decided to opt for a conservative experimental approach, even if she could not achieve an effect greater than the sum of its parts. She could not afford to incur significant losses. Otherwise, it would truly pain her, embracing over 20 fruits and a small pile of leaves. Feng Qiao eagerly made her way to her experiment table. However, just as she took a couple of steps, she was stopped in her tracks by the returning mutated dandelion. Is there something else? Feng Qiao was preoccupied with thoughts of potions and could not help but feel a bit impatient. The mutated dandelion quickly conveyed what it had observed earlier. Although it had not taken the matter too seriously, it had specifically inquired about it some time ago. This time, having seen it firsthand, the mutated dandelion did not intend to barter this information with Feng Qiao. It simply wanted her to save the mutated hawthorn tree. Feng Qiao had initially thought the mutated dandelion had come for the mutated hawthorn tree, but she was suddenly taken aback by this news, struggling to digest it. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The mutated dandelion affirmed with conviction, "No mistake." Feng Qiao then discussed additional details with the mutated dandelion before sharing the sequence of events with Bai Siqi, who was watching them intently from the side. The mutated dandelion mentioned that upon leaving, It had seen the owner of the backpack it encountered in the north had also come here. Due to their own weaknesses and other reasons, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi did not immediately consider searching for this person after realizing there were others on this planet. However, now that this individual had arrived in their vicinity, the situation had changed. Why had this person come here? Did she have any connection with the mutated flora and fauna outside? According to the mutated dandelion, the last time it had seen that person was a long time ago. If she had been living on this planet for an extended period, she would likely be aware of the annual gathering of mutated creatures at this time. Since Feng Qiao could tame the mutated ivy, could this person possess other means of subduing mutated plants? Or perhaps she had come here purely out of curiosity, or it was not of her own volition, merely an accident? The two were filled with speculation, yet the mutated dandelion could not answer these questions. The current state of affairs outside did not warrant their exploration. With the news brought by the mutated dandelion, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi found it increasingly difficult to remain at ease within the cave. However, their circumstances did not truly allow for an expedition outdoors. 2 more days passed, and under the nurturing of Feng Qiao's wood-based abilities, the injuries on the mutated dandelion finally healed completely. The previously precarious hawthorn root sprouted new buds, appearing much more vibrant. However, unlike the mutated ivy that could communicate with Feng Qiao early on, the sprouting mutated hawthorn still showed no signs of being a mutated plant, leading Feng Qiao to briefly wonder if it was merely an ordinary hawthorn. Yet, whenever such thoughts arose, Feng Qiao would instinctively dismiss them. Deep down, she felt that this hawthorn seedling was somehow different from ordinary plants. Yet the sensation was too faint for her to be certain it was not merely an illusion. Over the past 2 days, the mutated dandelion had been inseparable from the sprouting mutated hawthorn. Although the mutated hawthorn had regained vitality, each time the mutated dandelion thought of the towering mutated hawthorn tree on the slope, and then looked at the small, newly sprouted hawthorn before it, it worried that this hard-won little bud might perish in its care. Chapter 71. The potion exploded. Feng Qiao paid no heed to the mutated dandelion's anxiety. Once she confirmed that the newly sprouted mutated hawthorn seedling was out of danger, she unavoidably reduced the frequency of its exposure to wood-based abilities to 3 times daily. The mutated ivy once again regained its status as Feng Qiao's favorite, and the grievances accumulated over the past 2 days vanished instantly. The entire vine sprang to life. Go find your brother, Qi. Once I finish studying the potion, I will train with you. After satisfying the mutated ivy, Feng Qiao affectionately patted the tender green leaves that had sprouted from the little vine. The mutated ivy nuzzled against her hand and obediently began to climb away. La la la. I will learn all the battle techniques of the great demon king, so that in the future, a single vine will be enough to protect my sister. With this beautiful aspiration, the young and fearless mutated ivy joyfully crawled away. In the serene environment, Feng Qiao once again calmed her mind, focusing all her attention on the experiment table before her. One side of the table was occupied by a rack holding several empty potion bottles, while the other side was filled with various materials prepared for potion making. Although the leaves and fruits of the mutated hawthorn served as the primary materials, they were not used in large quantities, as each required a little less. Feng Qiao had been experimenting for 2 consecutive days, but had yet to produce a potion that satisfied her. If this continues, that large bundle of leaves and fruits will soon be exhausted. Although this statement may seem exaggerated, Feng Qiao genuinely feels a sense of melancholy. If the potions she painstakingly concocts yield results akin to directly consuming those plant fruits, then why squander her time and energy on such endeavors? It would be far more prudent to devote her efforts to physical training. However, if she were to abandon her work altogether, she couldn't help but ponder the possibility that she might one day create a potion of extraordinary efficacy. With a silent sigh, she lowered her head and resumed her research. The empty potion vials on the shelf dwindled one by one, yet Feng Qiao resembled a mechanical apparatus, repetitively engaged in the same motions with practiced precision. The combinations in her notebook were stricken through one after another, leaving only the final 3 options. Should these fail as well, she might truly have to suspend her study of the mutated haitang leaves and fruits. Clearing her mind of chaotic thoughts, Feng Qiao refocused on the materials before her. After several days of potion making, she had become adept at handling these ingredients, ensuring no mistakes would occur during preparation. As the processed materials blended together, the energy sphere she had been eagerly monitoring showed no signs of change. Just as Feng Qiao prepared to dismiss this option, a sudden explosion erupted as the potion neared its final amalgamation. Shattered glass scattered across the experimental table, with dark green liquid cascading over its surface and dripping to the floor. Feng Qiao remained hunched over, seemingly in shock. She stood there like a wooden sculpture until Bai Siqi rushed in, having heard the commotion, and pulled her aside to check for injuries. Only once he confirmed she was unharmed did she gradually regain her senses in response to his inquiries. There was a minor mishap during the process. Despite regaining some awareness, Feng Qiao still appeared dazed, as if she were still processing the shock of the explosion. Bai Siqi grew increasingly worried, casting a glance at the chaotic state of the experimental table, and insisted on taking Feng Qiao away from the scene. He was resolute that she would not continue her research today. Wait, I believe I might. Feng Qiao anxiously glanced back at her experimental table. The sensation from the moment before the explosion lingered in her mind, and although she was uncertain if it was merely an illusion, having labored for so long, she could not simply let go of the potential breakthrough she had been striving for. In that fleeting moment, she felt a sudden and intense surge of energy. The already potent energy sphere had abruptly expanded, resulting in the explosion of her container. The dark green liquid continued to drip slowly onto the floor, forming a small puddle. Feng Qiao cautiously approached the experimental table. Though Bai Siqi remained concerned, he chose not to forcibly remove her, recognizing her determination. An invisible barrier of mental energy enveloped them, ensuring Feng Qiao's safety should anything further occur. As her fingers delicately approached the small pool of dark green liquid, she sensed a richness within it that was not the same as the vibrant energy she had felt moments ago, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her brown eyes. Was that feeling merely a figment of her imagination? No, it could not be an illusion. Perhaps the sudden surge of energy had indeed triggered the explosion, for she had never encountered such a phenomenon while concocting potions before. As her mind rapidly analyzed the situation, her conviction grew stronger, and the desire to delve deeper into her research intensified. Almost instinctively, she reached out to select ingredients for another attempt. However, just as her fingers brushed against one of the materials, a hand seized her wrist. "Take a break for a moment," Bai Siqi urged. Feng Qiao's expression was not particularly favorable, not only from the shock of the explosion, but also due to the depletion of her mental energy. Acknowledging her nearly exhausted reserves of mental strength, she reluctantly conceded to Bai Siqi's request for a brief respite. To prevent her from becoming overwhelmed by the remnants on the experimental table, Bai Siqi led her outside. His full attention was on Feng Qiao, who had been in a daze since the incident, so no one noticed that the mutated Chong tongue, which had accompanied Bai Siqi into the room, did not follow them out. Drip, drip, the dark green liquid continued to fall at a leisurely pace, and after a while, it had formed a puddle the size of a ping-pong ball. The mutated Chong tongue crouched by the puddle, its reflection mirrored in the dark green water. It gazed intently at the puddle, seemingly transfixed by its own reflection. Unbeknownst to the mutated Chong tongue, its tendrils subtly crept closer to the puddle. When the tip of its tendril unknowingly hovered above the puddle, it inadvertently punctured the surface, shattering the reflection within. The mutated Chong tongue snapped back to reality, retracting its tendril as if to suppress the urge to touch the enticing dark green liquid. However, it had forgotten that the tip of its tendril had already made contact with the viscous liquid. In a moment of impulsive recklessness, it plunged its tendril into the puddle, shattering the last remnants of its wavering composure. By the time the mutated Chong tongue regained its senses, the delicate root structure had already absorbed the dark green liquid, and the puddle had mysteriously vanished. Startled, the mutated Chong tongue sprang upright. It glanced at the metallic surface beneath it, still glistening with water stains, then at its roots, which appeared somewhat lethargic, as if sated. Though it was reluctant to admit it, the vanished puddle was indeed a sign of its transgression. With a pout, the mutated Qiao tongue struggled to suppress its tears. In the next moment, its small green form darted out of the room, racing towards Feng Qiao. Feng Qiao sat relaxed in a chair, leaning back against the seat while a pair of hands gently massaged her temples. Suddenly, a small green creature leapt towards her, curling up on her wrist and pleading with a high-pitched voice. Initially, Feng Qiao assumed the mutated Qiao tongue was merely startled by the earlier incident and offered a few soothing words. However, she gradually sensed something was amiss. Gently tapping the leaves of the mutated Qiao tongue, she asked with a hint of amusement, "Why are you suddenly so clingy?" In an unusual display of restraint, the mutated Qiao tongue did not extend its tendrils to touch Feng Qiao's fingers, instead contenting itself to rest on her wrist like a green bracelet. This deviation from its typical behavior only heightened Feng Qiao's suspicions. Had been up to some mischief? Having not yet devised a way to confess its first instance of theft, the mutated Qiao tongue was startled by Feng Qiao's remark and instantly leaped from her wrist, spilling out its confession about the potion it had pilfered. "Oh no, sister, I truly didn't mean to. It was all the fault of my newly sprouted roots. They just ran off to steal a drink. I'll chop them off right away." Feng Qiao found the situation somewhat amusing. The roots sprouted from the Bai Siqi, Bian Yi Chong Chun tongue, appear to be acting independently, as if they could perform this series of actions without its own desire to drink. She placed her fingers on the rebellious roots, gently rubbing them, and observed the Bai tremble incessantly, yet it stubbornly held onto the roots, presenting a pitiful expression as if it willingly accepted punishment. However, rather than punishment, Feng Qiao was surprised to discover that the Bai Siqi also exhibited an interest in the potion. After all, it had previously witnessed her concocting potions, but had never shown any inclination to drink them. Could it be that the addition of Bin Yi He Tong So, Bien Yi Hai Tang Shu, leaves was the reason? Feng Qiao's thoughts rapidly diverged, but rather than speculate, it was evidently more efficient to directly inquire with the Bai Chong Kung to obtain answers. Thus, instead of severing its disobedient roots, as the Bai Siqi had hoped, she gently prompted, "How was I to know that you enjoy potions? Is their flavor superior to my abilities?" The Ben Yi Chong Chun Tung immediately denied this assertion. How could anything compare to its sister's powers? Although it sensed Feng Qiao's essence within the potion, that mere trace could not compare to the experience of being enveloped in her abilities. Yet, the Bai Chongqing struggled to articulate why it had momentarily lost control, but the allure of that flavor was simply too enticing. Unbeknownst to it, its inner thoughts had already been laid bare. As Feng Qiao awaited the Bai Chongqing to divulge more, she contemplated the notion of being tempted. Only after the Bai Chongqing had disclosed all it needed to, did she retrieve a small box containing potions from her storage bracelet and offered a bottle of yesterday's concoction to the Bai Chongqing. "Do you fancy this potion?" The Bai Chongqing, having awaited punishment for quite some time, felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon seeing the potion suddenly presented before it, the entire vine was taken aback. However, when Feng Qiao asked, the Bai Chongqing responded truthfully, "I do not like it, although it possesses a hint of flavor that I enjoy. It pales in comparison to my sister's powers. I will not settle for less." The Bai Chongqing's stance was resolute, offering not even a glance at the potion before it, remaining steadfast upon Feng Qiao's wrist, embodying the loyalty of one who could not be swayed by external temptations. Feng Qiao recognized that the Bai Chongqing was being truthful. She waved her hand, summoning the Bai Pugongying, Bien Ipu Gongying, to gather several Bingwu, Bieni Dongji Wu, nearby, and rose from her seat. There was something she urgently needed to verify. As she stood, Bai Siqi assumed she was about to concoct another potion, and his previously relaxed demeanor instantly tensed once more. He opened his mouth, words of persuasion poised on his lips, fully prepared to prevent her from meddling with those substances again, regardless of her reasons. However, before he could speak, Feng Qiao's eager voice reached his ears. "Ah Qi, could you fetch me a bit of the potion I just failed to make?" Bai Siqi, caught off guard by her request, quickly confirmed he had not misheard. Before she could change her mind, he replied, "All right, I will collect those potions for you. Just stay put." After speaking, Bai Siqi cast a concerned glance at Feng Qiao. She nodded, filled with the joy of achieving her goal. I will wait right here for you. Please hurry. She understood that persuading Bai Siqi to allow her near the experimental table would be challenging. Yet she knew that as long as she was not intent on continuing her potion making, he would generally be accommodating in other matters. Even though he sometimes harbored his own little secrets, who among us does not possess a few personal mysteries? After gaining some insight into how to interact with Bai Siqi in his current state, Feng Qiao began to appreciate her present circumstances. While awaiting Bai Siqi's return with her earlier failed concoction, she let him down from the spacecraft. Beside the vessel, 3 Bidu and Abibu stood neatly in a row. Feng Qiao's gaze bypassed the Tong Mao, Hai Tang Miao, brought over by the Ying, clutching the previously retrieved potion as she approached the Yingwu. Chapter 73. A strong sense of crisis, the Bi Dongzhu, though uncertain of Feng Qiao's intentions, needed no further understanding. They simply complied with her instructions. The potion was placed next to the Banyi Pugung Ying first, allowing Feng Qiao to inquire more thoroughly, given the direct line of communication. Having confirmed that the Bi Pugung Ying shared the same disinterest in her potion as the Bi Changchun Tong, she wasted no time on it and promptly moved the potion to the 3 remaining Bingyi. In stark contrast to the Banyi Pugung Ying's indifference, the reactions of the 3 Bingyi were considerably more animated. The smallest of them, a Bi Songsu, Bian Yi Song Shu, could scarcely contain itself and emitted a few excited chirps, clearly intrigued by the potion in her hand. The potion contained energy, so Feng Qiao was not surprised by the animal's reactions. Instead, the Banyi Pugung Ying, his attitude seemed peculiar. However, that could be explored later. For now, she needed to clarify all the information step by step, utilizing the Banyi Changchun Tong as a translator. Feng Qiao engaged in a brief exchange with the 3 animals and swiftly confirmed her earlier suspicions. The Banyi were indeed attracted to the energy contained within the potion. As for the Bi Changchun and Bi Pugung Ying, both had been enveloped in Feng Qiao's abilities. The energy imbued in her powers far surpassed that found in this particular potion, hence their lack of interest. Feng Qiao nodded, her mind already formulating a hypothesis. She turned to Bai Siqi. Qi, bring that potion closer to them and proceed with caution. The dark green liquid was securely sealed within the bottle. Apart from the Banyi Changchun Tong, which gazed longingly, the other Bidu showed mild curiosity without excessive attention. Detecting a hint of anomaly from Feng Qiao's instruction, Bai Siqi nodded and cautiously opened the lid. Noticing his carefulness, the Bidu also seemed to adopt a more serious demeanor. They all tilted their heads up, attentively watching the bottle in Bai Siqi's hands. As the cap was removed and the bottle approached, the Bidu's expressions shifted dramatically. Their eyes fixated on the container, their bodies surging uncontrollably towards Bai Siqi. Anticipating this, Bai Siqi had kept a close watch on the creatures. Before they could act, he swiftly stepped aside and secured the bottle's cap. The Bingyi Dongwu, having missed their target, settled back into their previous positions, as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. The sound of their claws scratching against the ground filled the air. Although the Bibu had calmed down, their small eyes remained glued to the bottle in Bai Siqi's hands. Even in the absence of the alluring energy, they vividly recalled that fleeting moment of desire. We want it. The Banyi Pugung Ying was most familiar with that sensation, reminiscent of the sumptuous feasts it had once enjoyed, especially with the Banyi Hatong Shu in mind. As the thought of the Banyi Shu crossed its mind, the leaves of the Banyi Ying quivered slightly. Perhaps the temptation that had drawn them near was entirely confined within the bottle, causing the Banyi Ying to no longer crave the potion in Bai Siqi's possession as fervently as before. However, the mutated dandelion understood that it was not its own willpower that resisted the allure of the substance within the bottle. Once the vessel was opened, it would inevitably succumb to temptation. Yet, it did not wish to become like the curled leaves of the rhizome, which had shown no reaction whatsoever. The mutated dandelion retreated gradually as the other 3 mutated creatures approached Bai Siqi step by step. Feng Qiao had been observing these mutated plants and animals closely, and the dandelion's unusual reaction quickly caught her attention. Having verified her hypotheses, Feng Qiao did not want to witness a confrontation between the three mutated creatures and Bai Siqi over the failed potion. She instructed Bai Siqi to put away the potion and suggested they return to the spaceship, allowing the creatures some time to calm down. After taking a couple of steps forward, she picked up the retreating mutated dandelion, and the two of them, along with the two mutated plants, vanished from the sight of the three mutated animals. Although Feng Qiao did not elaborate much, Bai Siqi could deduce something from the earlier behaviors of the mutated flora and fauna. This suspicion was soon confirmed by the two mutated plants. Powerful mutated organisms tend to consume those of a lower level, thereby enhancing their own strength. Furthermore, the blood and sap of these formidable beings can exert a deadly allure on other mutated entities. However, substances such as leaves and fruits, unless their outer layers are breached, will not have a significant impact to the extent that they drive other mutated organisms to irrationality, at least not for those present in this vicinity. If such a large bag of materials were placed before the mutated creatures outside, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition. Additionally, there was a crucial speculation regarding her own abilities. Feng Qiao believed her powers might attract mutated organisms even more than the sap of a level 9 Haitang tree. Although the mutated dandelion's response to her abilities was less pronounced than that of the mutated ivy, Feng Qiao still felt a profound sense of crisis. It was possible that one day, as her abilities advanced, the mutated organisms would yearn for her powers more than they would for those of advanced mutated beings. If it were merely a yearning, it would not be alarming. However, based on the reactions of several mutated creatures, this craving appeared to be uncontrollable. It could easily lead them to lose their rationality, solely driven by the desire to seize what attracted them. While the mutated dandelion and ivy showed slightly better responses, Feng Qiao was uncertain whether their relatively favorable reactions were due to their regular exposure to her abilities. Regardless, this was insufficient to ease her concerns. After all, even if Bai Siqi's mental strength spiraled into chaos, Feng Qiao could use her powers to restore his rationality. But if she dared to employ her abilities on those mutated organisms, who could predict the consequences? Her heart raced incessantly, her clenched palms gradually glistening with a thin sheen of sweat, and her pale fingertips felt icy. Initially, Feng Qiao merely wished to ascertain whether the potion she had concocted was truly a complete failure, but unexpectedly, she found herself ensnared in a moment of turmoil. A warm touch graced the back of her hand, and the voice close by brought her back to her senses. She blinked, and in the next instant, she felt the towering figure draw nearer. "Do not be afraid," came a deep voice, momentarily disorienting her. With her forehead resting against his solid chest, Bai Siqi gently patted her back, offering a series of soft reassurances. Chapter 74. The people in the quagmire. I am fine now. After a brief moment of recovery, Feng Qiao quickly emerged from her previous state. She raised her hand to push against the person before her, and upon hearing her voice stabilize, Bai Siqi stepped back slightly. As his hand gradually withdrew from her back, noticing her still pallid complexion, he took her hand, intending to lead her to explore other parts of the cave to help her relax. When his fingers brushed against her icy fingertips, he furrowed his brow again, unable to ignore the chill. Without hesitation, he grasped her 5 fingers in his palm, feeling their warmth slowly return before switching to the other hand. Feng Qiao allowed him to fuss over her, yet her mind was a whirl of uncontrollable thoughts. Ultimately, she could not devise a better solution. She would have to avoid those mutated organisms in the future, a notion she clearly found unacceptable. As she followed Bai Siqi through the cave, her mind racing without yielding any satisfactory answers, she prepared to return to her research on the potion. After all, there was no telling how many mutated organisms were lurking outside, and she was eager to enhance their capabilities. Just as they were about to turn back, they heard a faint rustling sound nearby. The noise was exceedingly subtle, seemingly still at a distance. Although the cave was not devoid of ordinary creatures like spiders and scorpions, the presence of mutated plants and animals around them alleviated any fear of these smaller beings encroaching upon them. Feng Qiao initially assumed the sound was made by these minor creatures, but the next moment, a sharp crack akin to metal snapping pierced the air. followed by a chaotic rustling. Both Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi immediately sensed something amiss. Their mental energies swiftly spread out, pinpointing the source of the crack. It was a bionic spider being attacked by a swarm of termites, which had mistaken the spider for prey. The earlier subtle crack was the sound of a group of termites gnawing off one of the spider's legs. Despite its injury, the bionic spider moved quickly, simultaneously spinning silk and deftly maneuvering with its remaining 7 legs as it scurried within the cave. Many termites became ensnared in the silk, yet a greater number relentlessly pursued the fleeing bionic spider. Although the spider was swift, its movements were somewhat erratic due to its missing leg. Before long, the swarm of termites had surrounded it once more. The crackling sound reached Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi's ears again. Quietly observing the struggle between the bionic spider and the termites, they showed no intention of intervening. The destructive power of the termites was indeed formidable in a short span. Another leg was severed from the bionic spider by the combined efforts of several termites. The spider, wielding its remaining 6 legs, shook off the termites clinging to it and spun another strand of silk. Many of the termites that had clung on were immediately ensnared, their bodies tangling in the sticky threads. Seizing this brief respite, the bionic spider made another escape attempt, perhaps due to both sides losing a leg. The bionic spider did not repeat its prior erratic circling. Instead, it charged straight into the depths of the cave, precisely towards the location of Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi. It could have been due to the spider's increased speed, or perhaps there were now fewer termites capable of pursuing it. This time, none followed. Feng Qiao exchanged silent glances with Bai Siqi, conveying that this was a bionic spider released by someone. They could not resolve the situation directly without revealing their presence. It was evident that those mutated organisms, driven only by the instinct to fight for territory and resources, could hardly create such advanced technology. What was the intention behind releasing this creature? Were they searching for their whereabouts? Bai Siqi nodded, taking Feng Qiao's hand and retreating. Such bionic spiders lacked significant offensive power. Trapping it would suffice. Thus, the bionic spider crawled and crawled, eventually making its way into a gap that led nowhere. Subsequently, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi lured a swarm of white ants over, and before long, the bionic spider fell silent under their relentless gnawing. Once they confirmed that the bionic spider had been utterly destroyed, the two turned to head back. However, it was time to reinforce the defenses of the cave and prepare for the possibility of being discovered. On their way back, both wore grave expressions. Outside the cave, by the murky quagmire, the platinum-striped tiger flicked its tail while gently sniffing around the muddy edge. As the tiger swished its tail, fireballs the size of soccer balls descended, encircling the mud pit for 2 full laps before the tiger, in a fit of irritation, slammed its tail against the ground and let out 2 low growls, its 4 paws propelling it swiftly in a particular direction. Within 5 minutes, the once battered mud pit regained its former appearance, as if the platinum-striped mutant tiger had never tormented it. In the distance, the platinum-striped tiger, having sprinted for a while, seemed to sense something amiss. It planted its front paws on the ground and, after a quick turn, raced back. The mud pit was unchanged from its initial state, and its previous assaults had left no mark on it. Uncertain of what had provoked the platinum-striped tiger, it slammed its tail in frustration against the ground and then vanished into the rocky forest. This time, it had truly departed. 5 minutes later, the previously tranquil mud pit began to stir, the surface gradually forming a small mound as if something was about to emerge from within. The mound grew taller until it transformed into a figure covered in mud. The figure slowly crawled onto the adjacent solid ground, and just as it steadied itself, it dashed off in a particular direction. The mutated flora and fauna surrounding seemed inexplicably invigorated, as if fueled by adrenaline, and she regretted having ventured into this commotion. Not only had she failed to uncover the purpose of their annual visits, but she had also nearly put herself at risk. As she ran, she wiped the mud from her face, revealing a pair of deep brown eyes. Chapter 75. Issa, although she had temporarily evaded the mutant tiger, the figure was well aware that this place was not safe. Fortunately, the earlier dispatched bionic spider had found a suitable hiding spot not far from here. She planned to recuperate there for the time being. By the time her wounds healed, the mutated flora and fauna would likely have returned home, and she would be safe. Letting out a light sigh, her agile form quickly vanished into the jungle. Back in the cave, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi had arranged several mutated plants and animals to guard the surroundings and meticulously inspected the cave, still feeling uneasy. They returned to the spot where they had discovered the bionic spider, only to find it had been completely disassembled by the white ants, who were now triumphantly transporting their spoils back. The two did not focus too much on the swarm of white ants, extending their spiritual energy in the direction the bionic spider had traversed. The exit was concealed among the rubble and weeds, allowing only a single person to pass through, making it difficult to detect. Yet the bionic spider had located this entrance. They could either guard it against any approaching individuals or mutated flora and fauna, destroy it, or leave this place behind. However, even if they destroyed this entrance, it might not prevent others from entering. Leaving the cave posed dangers no less than staying. Thus, it would be best to take the initiative while the others were unaware of the situation inside. Of course, this depended on whether he could handle the situation. Qiao Qiao. Wait here while I check the situation ahead. The range of his spiritual energy was limited, and its consumption was significant. Under normal circumstances, it would suffice. But who knew the purpose behind sending the bionic spider to scout? It would be wise to conserve energy when possible. The path extending toward the exit was enveloped in darkness, and Feng Qiao relied solely on her spiritual energy to discern her surroundings. She understood Bai Siqi's concern that should any danger arise, she might be unable to cope, and he might not be able to protect her either. Although she was not entirely willing, Feng Qiao nodded in agreement. Be careful. Bai Siqi nodded, I will be cautious. The rustling footsteps grew fainter as Feng Qiao merged into the darkness, her spiritual energy enveloping her within a 1-meter radius. On the other side, after walking for a while, Bai Siqi sensed something was amiss. Ahead, faintly came the sound of uneven breathing and somewhat hurried footsteps, which did not belong to a wild beast. They suggested that the individual who had discovered this place was quicker than he had anticipated and was already approaching. Bai Siqi tightened his grip on his weapon, standing still to regulate his breathing, his top body akin to an arrow poised to be released, with his focus intensely sharpened. The chaotic footsteps drew nearer. Perhaps the other party had not anticipated anyone else's presence here, or some other reason compelled her to disregard such thoughts for the moment. A cough erupted from the darkness, unable to be contained, as the figure pressed a hand against her chest, preparing to take a brief respite. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her deep brown pupils dilated sharply. The figure swiftly ducked to evade a blade that struck from above, then, with one hand on the ground, executed a lateral kick, forcing back the person who had lunged at her in the blink of an eye. The dark figure could barely believe her eyes. Was there truly another human on this planet? Was this person an accidental arrival like her, or a native of this world? After 7 years of existence here, she encountered another of her kind for the first time. Gripping her short blade tighter, her lips parted several times, yet no sound emerged. For 7 years, she had grown accustomed to a solitary life, interacting only with various mutated flora and fauna, and though she had not forgotten the language spoken for over a decade, articulating those once familiar words had become increasingly difficult, especially with the imposing figure before her pressing closer. Her already injured state rendered her even less capable of defending herself, leaving her with little energy to recall how to converse. Bai Siqi's keen sense of smell detected a faint metallic scent of blood from the moment he approached this individual. This scent intensified as their confrontation progressed. Although Bai Siqi had not held back, it was clear that the person's defenses were formidable as well. After a brief exchange of blows, while he had gained the upper hand, he realized he had not inflicted any harm upon her. This likely meant that her prior wounds had reopened, causing the blood odor to grow stronger. This situation was advantageous for him. Moreover, if this person had sought refuge here due to injury, her connection to the mutated flora and fauna would be minimal. Perhaps these injuries were inflicted by the mutants outside. Despite these thoughts, Bai Siqi remained on high alert. In the narrow passage, they exchanged blows, the clashing of weapons resonating continuously. Within mere minutes, The injured figure found herself unable to withstand the onslaught. You. The muffled syllables reached Bai Siqi's ears, only to be met with a relentless strike aimed at her throat. The figure barely sidestepped the lethal blow, but before long, her wrist was seized by an overwhelmingly strong grip. Realizing her peril, the figure instinctively attempted to retreat. But Bai Siqi denied her that opportunity. With a deft maneuver, one dislodged the figure's arm, followed by a knee strike to the bend of its leg, causing the already struggling figure to collapse to the ground with a thud. Are you an Imperial soldier? Unlike the figure, who was oblivious to Bai Siqi's identity, Bai Siqi had formed a more profound conjecture about the other's identity. Drawing from the military packing bags he had previously encountered and the improved bionic spider he had just seen, the figure emitted a soft sound. Unsure whether it was still grappling with the pain or attempting to respond to Bai Siqi's inquiry, Bai Siqi did not linger on the matter. He pressed his knee against the figure's lower back, the cold blade inching closer to the exposed neck, his voice steady. What is your name? Though there were countless soldiers on the Imperial battlefield, Bai Siqi had never had the opportunity to learn each of their names, particularly considering this individual had left the battlefield 7 years prior. However, ignorance now did not guarantee perpetual ignorance. Isa, initially intending to fabricate a name, the figure instinctively revealed its true identity. After all, the Empire had never acknowledged her existence, apart from the name she had borne for over a decade, which did not truly belong to her. What significance did it hold whether her name was real or fabricated? Bai Siqi evidently shared similar concerns. The icy dagger hovering at the figure's neck as if he were searching for the precise location to strike. Shall I call you Isa? What about your full name? You're not attempting to deceive me, are you? Chapter 76. Restoring peace to the Empire, a voice laced with pressure resonated overhead. Isa pressed her lips together, her voice hoarse yet devoid of any guilt. Just call me Isa. Very well. After a brief silence, Bai Siqi appeared to accept her words. The blade, resting against Isa's neck, shifted slightly, and just as Isa prepared to exhale in relief, a chilling sensation abruptly tightened around her throat. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, but one of her arms hung limply at her side, while the other was restrained by Bai Siqi, leaving her immobile. Do not worry. I am merely suppressing your abilities and mental power. After all, I cannot yet place my trust in you. Isa was devoid of any strength to react, and with the restraint already affixed to her neck, she had no choice but to comply. Bai Siqi did not afford her much time to adapt, as Feng Qiao awaited on the other side. He feared Feng Qiao might be concerned about his absence, or that other mutated flora and fauna might discover the cave. He quickly questioned Isa about several matters before leading the exhausted and injured Isa deeper into the cave. Feng Qiao had waited for an extended period without seeing Bai Siqi return. However, a mutated dandelion that had just finished surveying the surroundings approached. Woo-woo. It reported that no mutated creatures had been spotted nearby. Yet, to be cautious, the mutated dandelion decided to remain outside as a lookout, ready to alert them should any mutated beings arrive. Woo-woo. The mutated dandelion handed the sprouted root it had carried with it to Feng Qiao, reasoning that it could not take the unawakened Haidang tree sapling on such a perilous venture. Moreover, it felt the sapling would be safer left with Feng Qiao. Wait a moment. Please check on Aki's situation first, Feng Qiao instructed, gesturing toward the dark passage ahead. It had been over half an hour since Bai Siqi had departed, and Feng Qiao was increasingly anxious. She was uncertain whether Bai Siqi had uncovered something or encountered someone or mutated beings. Were it not for the timely arrival of the mutated dandelion, she would have felt compelled to venture forth herself. However, she understood that if it were indeed one of the latter scenarios, her presence might not only be unhelpful, but could also distract Bai Siqi. Just then, the mutated dandelion returned. Woo-woo. Its small form darted swiftly through the darkness, but before it could advance even 50 meters, it abruptly halted as if sensing something. Woo-woo. That human has returned. The mutated dandelion rushed back to inform Feng Qiao, and soon she heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from afar. However, judging by the footsteps, it seemed there was more than one person. What is happening? Feng Qiao looked at the mutated dandelion. Woo-woo. The mutated dandelion gestured animatedly, trying to convey what it had seen, but it failed to alleviate Feng Qiao's concerns. Had Bai Siqi encountered the owner of the packing straps from before? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a familiar voice echoed from the shadows. "Qiao Qiao, I have returned." The familiar voice offered Feng Qiao a modicum of relief. Yet the image of another individual alongside Bai Siqi, as described by the dandelion, caused her nerves to tense once more. "Are you uninjured?" "I am uninjured." As he spoke, Bai Siqi deliberately quickened his pace, leading Issa along. "I captured the individual who sent the bionic spider into our cave. She claims to be an Imperial soldier who unexpectedly encountered a cosmic storm 7 years ago, believing she had no chance of survival, yet unexpectedly arrived here. Her single-person spacecraft was destroyed in the storm, which is why she's been stranded on this planet for so many years." Bai Siqi recounted all the information he had just received to Feng Qiao, continuing until he brought the bound Issa before her. Issa was taken aback to find another person besides Bai Siqi. Having witnessed Bai Siqi's skills, she had speculated about his potential identity, perhaps a mercenary or, like herself, an Imperial soldier. However, upon realizing Feng Qiao's presence, all such conjectures were swiftly dismissed. Alternatively, it was possible that the man before her was indeed as she had surmised. Yet, their journey could merely be a private excursion. This notion, however, seemed even less plausible. Who would embark on a leisurely outing along such perilous paths? 7 years prior, had it not been for a sudden mental upheaval, fearing harm to the soldiers on the battlefield, she would not have inadvertently stumbled into a cosmic storm. Although she had miraculously survived the storm and resolved her increasingly uncontrollable mental issues, she found herself imprisoned on this alien world. 7 years had passed, and these were the only 2 humans she had encountered since her arrival, both of whom hailed from the Empire. Issa was uncertain if others with similar fates would arrive here in the future, but she could no longer afford to wait for another 7 years. She yearned to leave this planet, to bring awareness of it to others, and to save those whose mental struggles had deepened to the brink of death. She wished to end the century-long war and restore peace to the Empire. With lowered brows concealing a multitude of thoughts, Feng Qiao listened quietly as Bai Siqi spoke, her mind struggling to keep pace. Though she had not heard of anyone discovering the presence of others on this planet in her past life, and even speculated that perhaps they were no longer alive, the reality of this individual standing before her dispelled those thoughts. It was possible that there were simply things she was unaware of. After all, Jiang Weining had not truly considered her feelings, and it was normal for certain matters to remain unspoken. Feng Qiao reassured herself, yet deep within her, a voice whispered that it was not as simple as that. What exactly was the truth? She could not ascertain. Although this individual was also from the Empire and had fought against the Shadow Clan 7 years ago, for their safety, they chose not to bring Issa to the location where they would halt their spacecraft. The cave was vast enough to accommodate her in any corner. Both Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao harbored this thought. As Feng Qiao retrieved a luminous pearl from the storage space and placed it on the ground to illuminate a small area, the clay figure, which had previously appeared passive, suddenly struggled to its feet and lunged towards Bai Siqi. In Chapter 77, the true concern was not them. Bai Siqi had been keenly observing Issa's actions, refusing to let his guard down. Almost the moment Issa charged at him, he swiftly kicked out towards her. With a thud, the clay figure crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a muffled grunt. In that instant of falling backward, a flicker of astonishment crossed its eyes, as if it had not anticipated Bai Siqi's sudden aggression. The muted sounds of the impact overshadowed Issa's indistinct voice, which soon turned into a fit of violent coughing. Bai Siqi glared fiercely at the figure on the ground. The cold blade pressed against Issa's neck, clearly conveying his threat. Yet, Issa seemed utterly unfazed, gazing intently at him for a while before laboriously uttering, "You are Bai Siqi?" Upon saying this, her eyes scrutinized him, seemingly struggling to believe her own recognition, as if afraid of making a mistake. Feng Qiao was equally surprised that this individual recognized Bai Siqi, though it was not unexpected given that Bai Siqi had been on the battlefield with the former duke since the age of 10. However, she felt there was something more complex about the person before her than mere recognition of Bai Siqi. Furrowing her brow slightly, Feng Qiao was reluctant to acknowledge Bai Siqi's identity, as she was unaware of how much this person knew about him. After all, Bai Siqi only retained memories from before he was 10. Yet, it was evident that their acknowledgement or denial held little significance. Even without a response, the figure on the ground seemed to have come to a conclusion and continued. How did you arrive here? Upon receiving no answer, Issa appeared to finally notice the cold expression before her, and, slightly taken aback, spoke with annoyance. No way. You can't possibly not recognize who I am after all this time. It's only been 7 years. I haven't changed that much. I considered you my closest comrade. The familiarity in her tone plunged the two bystanders into further silence. Who could have imagined that even here they would encounter a comrade of Bai Siqi? Clearly, Bai Siqi did not recognize this individual, while she herself had yet to fully identify the others from the ship, let alone someone who had likely been trapped on this planet for years. Regardless of the truth of her words, she was now at their mercy, and the real concern did not lie with them. At the same time, Bai Siqi scrutinized the clay figure, his gaze measuring. I do not recall anyone I know named Issa. Or perhaps you've been deceiving me all along. Bai Siqi had no intention of denying his identity. Yet he would not take her words at face value. Issa, too, was taken aback to find herself confronting Bai Siqi here, her eyes darting awkwardly aside. While deception had indeed occurred, it was not as recent as she suggested. Bai Siqi's expression turned cold, and he pressed the blade deeper against Issa's neck, eliciting a slight sting that caused a trickle of crimson to seep through the mud encasing her throat. Issa regarded him with the detached gaze of a stranger, feeling a pang of panic. Before Bai Siqi could make any further moves, she hastily exclaimed, "Wait. Don't act rashly. I will tell you whatever you want to know. Your name, your identity. Issa. Well, perhaps you're more familiar with my other name. Anser." Before she could finish, Issa suddenly felt the blade press in further, causing her to gasp in pain, her tone becoming increasingly frantic. You must put the dagger down first. If you accidentally kill me, you will regret it." Her deep brown eyes surveyed him with a hint of fear. Perhaps it was the long passage of time. Issa felt that in the 7 years that had elapsed, Bai Siqi had changed considerably as well. She did not wish to die at the hands of her friend after having endured 7 years of hopelessness on this planet, especially now that she had a chance to escape. Anser was the imperial crown prince, the sole heir to the throne. For the past 18 years, Issa had fought on the battlefield of the Shadow Clan under the guise of Anser, with no one aware that the empire's only heir had a twin sister named Issa. Even this friend, whom Issa regarded as close, was oblivious to this fact. Issa had believed that this secret would remain forever concealed with her death, yet here she was, unexpectedly finding herself in this place after a psychic turmoil and even encountering Bai Siqi. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she closed her eyes, suppressing the unusual emotions within. When she spoke again, her voice bore no trace of her earlier turmoil. "This matter is rather complicated. If you wish to know, I can explain it to you slowly. I possess something in my storage ring that can prove my identity. If you do not believe me, you may verify it yourselves." The magnitude of the information Issa had just revealed was overwhelming. It was not that Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi disbelieved her, but rather that they found it difficult to convince themselves to accept such claims. To them, Issa seemed like a deranged individual. Otherwise, how could she utter such words? Unbeknownst to Bai Siqi, even in her current restrained state, with her psychic powers and abilities suppressed, Issa felt little tension. The continuous battles against mutated flora and fauna had left her utterly exhausted, and now, with the presence of potential allies in a safe haven, she could finally relax. If not for the lingering doubt in Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi's eyes, she would have lain down on the ground and fallen asleep immediately. Bai Siqi's expression remained unyielding, still wary of this individual who appeared to be feigning sleep in an attempt to lower their guard. He left the examination of the storage ring to Feng Qiao. Issa's storage ring contained a plethora of items, ranging from food to various mechanical parts. Eventually, Feng Qiao discovered a piece of scrap metal in the corner that Issa claimed could validate her identity. "Is this it?" Feng Qiao asked, scrutinizing the metal with her fingers, unable to discern anything particularly special about it. Issa opened her eyes, glanced at the item in Feng Qiao's hand, and nodded. Several times, when she lacked suitable metal to create small tools, she had refrained from using this piece. Issa was now somewhat lucid, grateful they had kept her alive. Otherwise, she would have struggled to prove herself. She had no intention of explaining what the item was. It was the crucial metal she had salvaged during a battle with the Shadow Clan when her mech was damaged. At that time, Bai Siqi had known she risked everything to retrieve this item from the encirclement of the Shadow Clan, nearly discarding it. Unfortunately, her injuries had been severe, and she had subsequently retreated from the battlefield to recuperate. Yet, her psychic issues had only intensified, and she had not been able to wait until her body healed to cover her new mech, nearly losing her life on the battlefield instead. Back then, Issa's sole thought was that she could not die there. Chapter 78. Bound for a night, feeling the worsening strain of her psychic issues, Issa resolved to return to the Central Star immediately. Even if her current condition could not sustain her until she reached the Central Star, she could not remain on the battlefield. At that time, Bai Siqi was still on the battlefield, and Issa had no opportunity to communicate this to him. She merely left him a message before piloting her ship away from the front lines. What Issa had not anticipated was that the returning Duke happened to witness her departure. At that time, Bai Siqi's father was still alive, and Bai Siqi had yet to inherit the title of Duke. Considering Issa's situation, the Duke had not even paused to rest his mech, simultaneously contacting Issa while pursuing her. Issa was aware that the White Duke was concerned about her, yet she felt compelled to return to Central Star and was at a loss on how to explain this to him. Thus, she completely disregarded his communications. However, Issa had overestimated her own resilience. Before she could even reach Central Star, her mental strength spiraled out of control. The subsequent memories were fragmented. She only recalled traversing through a cosmic storm to arrive at her current location, with no further details coming to mind. The substance in question was a rare mecha membrane metal, capable of withstanding the corrosive pollutants of the Shadow Clan. The purity of her membrane metal was remarkable, one that Bai Siqi recognized. Indeed, Bai Siqi recognized it, but that was the Bai Siqi who had matured after the age of 18. The current Bai Siqi possessed only memories from before he turned 10. He might discern that this was a highly pure membrane metal, but beyond that, expectations should be tempered. Feng Qiao glanced at Bai Siqi and, as anticipated, saw a look of confusion on his face, as if to say he could not recall any of this. Meanwhile, Issa, reclining on the ground, believed that the crisis had passed and began to yawn, thinking this would validate her claims. After all, this was the Empire's sole membrane metal that could resist the pollutants of the Shadow Clan with absolute certainty. However, her murmurs faded into silence as Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi observed the now soundly sleeping Issa, rendered speechless. "How about this? Do you recognize it?" Feng Qiao turned to Bai Siqi, eager for a response. Yet, it was apparent that such an acknowledgement was unlikely. Although the metal's extraordinary quality was evident, it did not authenticate the identity of the individual before them as the Empire's Crown Prince. After all, until their departure from Central Star, the Crown Prince remained in the capital. Surely, he could not be an imposter? Furthermore, the person before them was clearly a woman. Could it be that the Empress had given birth to a daughter and had falsely claimed it was a son to disguise the truth? However, that seemed unnecessary. The Empire valued capability above all. Whether one was male or female did not significantly impact ascension to power. Due to Issa's face being smeared with mud, Feng Qiao temporarily refrained from further speculation. After all, who would have imagined that the Empress had borne twins but chose to conceal one? Let us bind her up. Bai Siqi pondered, still feeling uneasy. Thus, it was decided, and by the following morning, Issa, tightly bound and suffering from aches, awakened. "Bai Siqi, are you seeking revenge? I merely returned to Central Star without informing you in advance. Is this truly necessary?" The bound Issa shouted hoarsely from the ground, while the vigilant, mutated dandelion patrolling nearby hopped over upon hearing her cries. After shouting for some time without any response, Issa began to feel fatigued. She had collapsed from exhaustion the previous day, missing dinner altogether. She had thought that Bai Siqi, despite any possible doubts about her identity, would at least not take precautions against her. To her dismay, he had not only left her bound but had tightened the restraints. Her stomach grumbled incessantly, and a layer of dried mud clinging to her body was uncomfortable. However, what truly preoccupied Issa's thoughts was the mutated dandelion that had landed on her. If she had survived numerous 7th and 8th level mutated flora and fauna, would she truly perish at the hands of such a trivial mutated dandelion? Bai Siqi, I'm going to die. Issa cried out once more, her eyes wide as she stared at the dandelion bouncing on her. Her bound body twisted in an attempt to rid herself of the plant. The dandelion's fine roots clung tenaciously to the mud encasing Issa, rendering her struggles futile as she watched the dandelion inch closer. Bai Siqi, please release me. I am on the verge of being devoured by this mutated dandelion. In her desperation, Issa spotted a figure in the distance and immediately called out for help. Her urgent desire to distance herself from the dandelion momentarily overshadowing her need to confront Bai Siqi. Both Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao turned to witness the dandelion, waving its leaves as if to convey its harmless intentions, while they remained silent, caught in the moment. It seemed they had no intention of aiding her. So, you truly intend to disregard me? I must say, you are rather petty, Issa complained, lying flat on the ground. She had seen how the dandelion had performed for the two of them. It was surprising that someone could tame the mutated flora here. Issa's gaze swept over Feng Qiao, still believing that Bai Siqi had left her here overnight due to lingering feelings about the past, unaware of Bai Siqi's peculiar behavior, and still viewing him as her comrade and ally. Feng Qiao cast a sidelong glance at Bai Siqi. Were it not for Bai Siqi's earlier declaration that she was the Empire's crown prince, Feng Qiao might have been convinced of a deep camaraderie between them. After guiding Issa to a secluded pool within a cave to wash off the mud, they had yet to inquire further about her situation when they found themselves staring at Issa's strikingly familiar visage, rendered speechless. Could she truly be the Empire's crown prince? Her appearance was too strikingly similar. Although they had never seen the crown prince in person, Feng Qiao had viewed images of him. The crown prince depicted in the videos was gentle and sunny, exuding kindness. A stark contrast to the person before them who was wringing out her wet chestnut hair and cleaning off the mud. Yet, despite their marked differences, these two individuals bore remarkably similar handsome features. Your Highness Ansi AI heir? Feng Qiao felt as if the figure before her was somewhat ethereal. She knew it was impossible for this person to be the Empire's crown prince, but a fleeting thought crossed her mind too quickly for her to articulate, leaving her unable to fathom the implications of such a revelation. Perhaps it is best not to refer to me in such a manner. My name is now Issa, and from this point forward, I shall be known solely as Issa. With a radiant smile, the tall beauty flicked her half-dry chestnut hair to one side, surveying Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao. What? Will you not introduce your companion? Feng Qiao did not correct Issa's name, instead responding, I am Feng Qiao. What is your relation to His Highness Ansi AI heir? It was evident to any observer that they were not mere strangers, especially since Issa had previously claimed her name was Ansi AI heir and had fought alongside Bai Siqi on the battlefield against the Shadow Clan. Ansi AI heir. Issa's bright brown eyes momentarily took on a distant look before returning to normal. Genetically speaking, he is my brother. We are twins born of the same mother. As if stating an inconsequential fact, Issa exhibited no visible emotion. Yet her words detonated like a deep-sea bomb, leaving Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi momentarily stunned into silence. Issa, assuming the two did not believe her, proceeded to recount numerous details about their joint endeavors on the battlefield against the Shadow Clan, information only those present at the time would know. Seeing they remained silent, Issa thought she had provided ample evidence to prove her identity as the one who fought alongside Bai Siqi, even though everyone had assumed that individual was Ansi AI heir, her twin brother. After the mecha was destroyed, my mental condition did not improve. In fact, it worsened. Fearing I might lose control on the battlefield, I decided to return to Central Star. Even though my circumstances have persistently been unfavorable, Zhang Yangxing still has my younger brother. After all, the Empire has never acknowledged her existence. As long as Ansia remains, everything remains largely unchanged. However, I did not anticipate that I would succumb to a mental breakdown before returning to Zhongyangxing. My recollection of that time is rather vague, but I distinctly remember the white Duke trailing closely behind me before I lost consciousness. Following that, he must have surmised something. Nevertheless, the white Duke likely did not divulge this matter to others. Otherwise, Bai Siqi would not have reacted in such a manner earlier. Issei pondered this. Bai Siqi evidently shared this sentiment, as he slightly opened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe. Are you saying that father had known about this all along? Perhaps. He might have known. Regrettably, he has no recollection of events post the age of 10. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot conjure even the faintest impression. Bai Siqi's brow furrowed slightly, once again yearning to recover all of his memories. Due to the deliberate concealment by Yi Qin and others from the Duke's estate, Bai Siqi remains unaware of the former Duke's demise. Feng Qiao recalls that the former Duke passed away 7 years ago. The specific reasons remain unknown to her, though it likely pertains to mental breakdowns, a common affliction for those seasoned on the battlefield. Issei nodded, reluctant to continue discussing this topic. Moreover, having believed she had already revealed enough to validate her identity, she had now shared her final secret with Bai Siqi. He should no longer cling to this matter. Issei then inquired, "You haven't yet explained how you arrived here?" "A cosmic storm," Bai Siqi responded succinctly, unwilling to elaborate further. Issei wore an expression that conveyed her anticipation of such an explanation, but she questioned, "What compelled you to venture into the cosmic storm?" The formation of a cosmic storm requires time. Issei does not believe that the Bai Siqi of 7 years hence would make such a fundamental error. Could it be that Bai Siqi is similarly reckless? Issei stepped forward a couple of paces, her puzzled gaze shifting between Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi, only to receive a rather curt remark from Bai Siqi. "Your actions give me the impression that we are quite familiar." Issei's eyes widened in surprise. Although limited to the battlefield, they had indeed shared a close bond, hadn't they? "What do you mean? Do you think I am not the Imperial Crown Prince, and thus wish to distance yourself from me?" Her deep brown eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous aura radiating from her. Bai Siqi shielded Feng Qiao behind him. Despite the limitations preventing the latter from utilizing his abilities and mental prowess, Bai Siqi still wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents. After all, there were still countless mutated flora and fauna lurking outside. I previously experienced a mental breakdown, leading to the loss of certain memories. Therefore, I have no recollection of what you mentioned. Upon finishing, Bai Siqi observed Issei's changing expressions. The things Issei had previously spoken of did not seem like mere fabrications. Yet, whether there was any truth to them, Bai Siqi remained uncertain. Thus, he resolved to disclose some of his current circumstances. After all, this individual's abilities and mental state were restricted. "You have lost your memory?" After a brief moment of shock, Issei's exquisitely beautiful face displayed a look of utter disbelief. "How could you lose your memory? What do you still remember?" A somewhat impatient voice came from his side. Issei was genuinely anxious. Bai Siqi pursed his lips, casting an annoyed glance at Issei before responding. "I remember a great deal. However, I have no recollection of what you mentioned." His cool gaze directed at Issei seemed to question whether those matters were indeed not mere fabrications on her part. Issei was nearly incited to strike him. Why was it that he specifically could not recall anything pertaining to her? This was undoubtedly a personal affront. She had occasionally reminisced about their life-or-death experiences on the battlefield against the Shadow Clan over the years. However, these thoughts were quickly suppressed, as Issei's attention shifted to another pressing matter. "Why have you lost your memory? In your current state, can the White Duke truly trust you to be alone?" Issei again brought up the White Duke, causing Feng Qiao to frown involuntarily. She tactfully redirected the conversation. But she has merely forgotten certain individuals and events. Furthermore, it is not just the two of us who have come out. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances and became separated from the others. It was merely a case of forgetting certain individuals and events, and those particular individuals and events included her. Issei's heart sank, devoid of any joy at reuniting with a long-lost friend. Adjusting her chestnut hair, Issei decisively shifted her focus elsewhere. "Is the ship you were previously on still operational?" The small combat vessel Issei had piloted had been utterly destroyed upon landing. it was beyond repair. Otherwise, with Issei's abilities and exceptional repair skills, she would not have been trapped here for so many years without escape. Chapter 80. 10 Days. What a melodious and enchanting word. Issei felt as if she had been revitalized. What did it matter if her friend momentarily did not remember her? Surely, memory would eventually return. Having been trapped here for 7 years, Issei had not anticipated that the day of her departure from this planet would arrive so swiftly. Contemplating her ship, which had yet to take shape, was futile at this moment. "Hey there, Wind. Do you mind if I call you Qiao Qiao? May I take a look at your ship?" Casting aside her friend who had forgotten her, Issei immediately flashed a bright smile at Feng Qiao, who appeared amiable. She chattered incessantly. Even Bai Siqi, standing guard with a wary expression between Feng Qiao and Issei, could not deter Issei's enthusiasm for conversing with Feng Qiao. Although the warship was damaged, Issei was still a skilled mechanic, and during this time, she had devised numerous methods to contact the outside world. Although her ultimate goal was not achieved, she managed to gather a wealth of information about this planet. Above this planet, there exists a vortex that appears monthly. Through my years of observation, I have determined that this vortex serves as a passageway for leaving here. Issei then recounted the experiments she had conducted over the years to substantiate this claim, striving to convince Feng Qiao of the veracity of her words. Feng Qiao, armed with knowledge from a previous life, understood this, yet she did not expect anyone to create tools independently without external assistance to achieve such a feat. Setting aside the individual's bizarre identity, Feng Qiao found the person before her quite impressive. Feng Qiao listened intently, not blinking, and Issei, believing her eloquence had successfully captivated Feng Qiao, blinked and enticingly suggested, "There should be around 15 days until the vortex appears again. What do you think? Should we try what I proposed?" There was no need for experimentation, as she already knew it was the way back. "What if we pass through the vortex and do not return?" Feng Qiao feigned concern, eager to hear what further reasoning this individual could offer to persuade her. The Imperial Crown Princess smiled. "Rest assured, I witnessed your ship emerge from within it. We will undoubtedly return. Had it not been for my recording device being damaged by your ship, I might have come to find you sooner. It wasted me half a month of living here. Had it not been for coincidentally encountering the annual gathering of mutated flora and fauna, she might not have met Bai Siqi and the others so soon." Of course, Issei had yet to consider that had it not been for this serendipitous turn of events, the next time someone discovered her, it might not be the two individuals before her, though that still remained a long way off. In the following days, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi learned a great deal about this planet from Issei. Some of the information they were already aware of, but much of it was entirely new to them. In the span of 7 years, although Issei may not claim to possess an intimate understanding of every facet of this planet, she has indeed traversed nearly every corner of it. At this moment, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi have arrived on this planet, selecting a rather peculiar landing site, leaving one to ponder whether they are fortunate or unfortunate. However, there is no need for excessive concern. These mutated flora and fauna will likely linger here for no more than a month before returning to their former habitats. Even if they miss the next appearance of the vortex, waiting an additional month is a trivial matter, especially after enduring 7 years. While Issei remains unfazed, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi clearly express their apprehensions. Fortunately, after 10 days, the surrounding mutated creatures began to depart one by one. Despite the trio in the cavern and the mutated beings eagerly hoping for the higher-tier mutations to leave swiftly, the unusual circumstances prompted deeper contemplation. Could it be that the mutated begonia tree attracted these advanced mutated plants, which are now nearing their limits? A glance at the mutated dandelion lurking in the corner, watching over the begonia seedlings, caused Feng Qiao to withhold further thoughts. Over the course of 10 days, although Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao remained skeptical of Issei's assertions, an unshakable feeling began to take root within them. Perhaps what Issei claimed bore a semblance of truth, particularly after Bai Siqi regained fragments of his memory. Bai Siqi had joined the battlefield at the tender age of 10 under the tutelage of the former duke, while Issei entered the fray at 15, encountering Bai Siqi, who was then 14. He vividly recalls his impression of Issei as a well-guarded young prince, despite the fact that the prince was actually a year his senior, excelling in all academic pursuits, especially in mecha operations and individual combat. Bai Siqi deemed him merely a superficial figure, possessing skills without substance. However, when a young prince first fought alongside the soldiers on the battlefield, his audacious and fearless demeanor astounded Bai Siqi, leaving many soldiers dumbfounded. Yet, those seasoned in the art of war quickly regained their focus, immersing themselves in the fierce combat against the Shadow Clan. Isa's inaugural battle on the front line significantly altered the perceptions of many. Not only was she an exemplary student at the Imperial Academy, but her capabilities transcended the accolades the Academy could bestow upon her. Following this confrontation, Bai Siqi gradually became more acquainted with the royal heir, albeit limited to the battlefield context, as they spent considerable time together, forming a bond of comradeship. However, upon returning to the Empire, Bai Siqi found the prince, who fought valiantly against the Shadow Clan, to be somewhat different. While he could not articulate the nature of this change, he felt a growing aversion to interacting with the Crown Prince of the Central Star. Fortunately, he seldom returned to the Central Star. When he did, it was primarily for training at the Duke's estate or engaging in online simulations with Isa, which provided him with a sense of familiarity. Although Bai Siqi could not recall how the camaraderie shared on the battlefield devolved into near silence between them, he now understood the reason for this shift. The companion with whom he fought was never the Imperial Prince of the Empire. Chapter 81. It seems I am not liked. How do you intend to address this matter? The Bai Siqi, who had regained memories from age 15, appeared considerably more lively, resembling a child in spirit. Nevertheless, having been on the battlefield since the age of 10, the majority of his formative years were spent in the chaos of war. While Duke Bai ensured his safety, the nature of battlefield life should not have shaped Bai Siqi's personality into what it is now. Feng Qiao found this puzzling. But now is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Observing the man before her, who had clearly contemplated this matter and formed a resolution, Feng Qiao waited patiently for Bai Siqi to continue. Bai Siqi lowered his gaze upon Feng Qiao, his slightly upturned phoenix eyes shining with clarity, giving Feng Qiao the impression that the 15-year-old before her had regressed to 5. However, he did not grant her much time to process this. He took her hand gently in his voice flowing softly like a stream. I wish to confirm something one last time. If the person before me is indeed the one I fought alongside on the battlefield, then I believe we should refrain from bringing her back with us for now. Even though Feng Qiao was not well versed in the intricacies of imperial power struggles, she understood the implications of Isa's presence. Yet, her primary concern was to ensure Bai Siqi's well-being and reunite with her family, without entangling herself in these affairs. She replied nonchalantly, "You may decide this matter for yourself. Do you intend to keep it from her, or wait for my final confirmation?" After addressing the pressing issue, Bai Siqi gently squeezed Feng Qiao's hand, his tone softening further, imbued with a hint of childishness. "Qiao Qiao, could you assist me in concocting 2 potions made from the leaves or fruits of the mutated begonia tree, containing a substantial amount of energy?" Feng Qiao instinctively recoiled, feeling a bit uneasy. However, sensing her impending withdrawal, Bai Siqi tightened his grip just enough to hold her hand firmly without causing discomfort. Since regaining fragments of his memory, he had grown somewhat clingy, exuding an air of insecurity. Feng Qiao surmised that the influx of new memories might have caused Bai Siqi to feel disoriented, hence his desire to remain close to her, the most familiar presence in his life. Of course, Feng Qiao also considered the possibility that Bai Siqi had encountered something during the 5 years he spent on the battlefield between the ages of 10 and 15. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy enduring the dangers of war for 5 years. Despite Duke Bai's protective presence, he could not be at Bai Siqi's side at all times. Facing the ever-looming threat of the Shadow Clan, it was natural for him to experience significant psychological pressure. Perhaps she should seek an opportunity to converse with Isa about Bai Siqi's experiences on the battlefield to better understand his needs. After all, with Bai Siqi constantly by her side, it became increasingly difficult for her to focus on her own tasks. Having attempted several times to extricate her hand without success, Feng Qiao sighed inwardly and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I agree to help you. Please release my hand. I recall that Issa has some fruits suitable for the potion in her storage device. Before she could complete her sentence, two familiar fruits were thrust into her palm. Bai Siqi gazed at Feng Qiao, his eyes sparkling like stars, and smiled brightly. The fruits are right here, Qiao Qiao. Hurry and prepare the potion. Feng Qiao looked at the two small fruits in her hand, feeling as though Bai Siqi had orchestrated this all along. Casting a glance at the seemingly innocent Bai Siqi, she suppressed the urge to scold him and shot him a warning look instead. You must remain here quietly until I finish. Do not disturb me. Though having someone nearby did not significantly affect her success rate in potion making, Feng Qiao preferred to immerse herself entirely in the process alone. This time, Bai Siqi did not tug at her sleeve with a pitiful expression. Instead, he complied. All right. Qiao Qiao, hurry back. The handsome young man settled obediently into his chair, his dark eyes glimmering with star-like brilliance, and as he smiled, he became even more captivating. Feng Qiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure and promptly turned to head towards her workbench. She resolved that after completing these two potions, she must have a serious conversation with Issa. The demeanor of Bai Siqi was undeniably peculiar. With hurried steps, Feng Qiao swiftly vanished from Bai Siqi's line of sight. Meanwhile, the smile on Bai Siqi's face gradually faded, leaving only his deep phoenix eyes fixed on the direction where Feng Qiao had disappeared, the light in his gaze extinguished. It appeared that Qiao Qiao did not harbor any affection for him. Perhaps at the tender age of 15, he could not fully comprehend the sensation of liking someone. Yet he could rationally deduce various evidences indicating that Feng Qiao did not possess romantic feelings for him. To be precise, it was the kind of affection between a man and a woman. So why had she married him? Was it for the Feng family? Or was it an outcome of his own coercion? Since regaining more memories yesterday, his elation had only lasted a fleeting few hours. The remainder of his time was consumed by contemplation, leading to an increasingly vexed state of mind. However, Bai Siqi meticulously concealed his emotions, ensuring that Feng Qiao had not yet noticed. Perhaps with her tendency to avoid him, it was unlikely she would perceive anything amiss. A fleeting shadow crossed his eyes as Bai Siqi shifted his long legs to the side and stood up, striding purposefully towards the exit of the spacecraft. On the other hand, once Feng Qiao was completely out of Bai Siqi's sight, she instantly relaxed, forcing herself to momentarily set aside thoughts of Bai Siqi. She retrieved the materials needed for potion making and immersed herself in the task at hand. Time flew by, and within the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Holding the two newly completed potions, Feng Qiao did not see Bai Siqi at the previous location. Instead, the mutated ivy, which had become quite lively, darted towards her, its vibrant green tendrils swaying before her, clearly seeking nourishment. Feng Qiao gently touched the tip of the mutated ivy while searching for Bai Siqi's figure, continuously channeling energy into the ivy. After days of nurturing, the ivy's vines had grown to about a meter long. While its combat abilities were still modest, it could engage in battle with smaller mutated squirrels for over 10 minutes. For reasons unknown, the ivy had begun to provoke other mutated flora and fauna intermittently over the past few days. The first target of its antics was a mutated rabbit, but since the rabbit was neither skilled in combat nor interested in fighting, it became thoroughly annoyed by the ivy's relentless teasing. Consequently, it sequestered itself in a small dark room, ignoring the ivy's attempts to assault the walls outside. After several encounters, the ivy seemed to realize that the rabbit was not a suitable training partner and redirected its attention towards the mutated squirrels. Chapter 82. Minor skirmishes are insufficient. The larger mutated squirrels were no match for the ivy, and while the smaller ones also stood little chance, with some effort, they might present a better opportunity. Thus, the ivy embarked on a steadfast daily quest to find mutated squirrels as sparring partners. Initially reluctant to engage, it went from being pinned to the ground by a squirrel in 1 minute to extending its duration to 2, 3, 10, and eventually 15 minutes. Observing the ivy adorned with tattered leaves and listening to its high-pitched lamentations, Feng Qiao initially offered some words of encouragement, but as time passed, she became indifferent. Although the ivy was still young, Accumulating combat experience was not without merit. After all, with her presence, those wounds would soon heal. Sister, I just battled that squirrel for 20 minutes. My vine seemed to have become stronger. I made it squeal more sharply than before. It must have felt my blows. The ivy reported its achievements with a tone of pride, causing Feng Qiao to twitch her mouth as she pondered looking for high-energy food for squirrels in the storage to send over. The ivy, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety in its actions, chattered incessantly until Feng Qiao found Bai Siqi, who was engaged in discussion with Issei about inspecting the situation outside the cave. What do you intend to use these potions for? Initially, Feng Qiao assumed Bai Siqi sought to regain his memory sooner, but from their discussion, it became evident that he might be considering using the potions to attract mutated flora and fauna. Her brows knitted slightly, clearly disapproving of their plan. Had she known Bai Siqi's intentions, she would have refrained from concocting the potions altogether. Qiao Qiao, please allow me to explain, Bai Siqi urged, pulling Feng Qiao to sit beside him. With their keen senses, they could hardly have missed Feng Qiao's approach. It was evident that Bai Siqi intended for her to overhear. Feng Qiao was aware of this, yet her demeanor remained resolute. Well, do elaborate. Feng Qiao, toying with the two dark green potions, deliberately shifted to create some distance between them, adopting an expression that conveyed she was merely listening to his explanation. Observing the sudden gap between them, Bai Siqi's pale lips pressed together in a hint of disappointment, yet he steeled himself to patiently elucidate. In recent days, there has been almost no activity outside. With Issei and my capabilities, we need not worry excessively about any remaining mutated flora and fauna. There are 5 days left until the return passage reopens. While conserving our remaining food supply might suffice until we depart, I still wish to bring back as many plants as possible, from the ages of 10 to 15. Bai Siqi's 5-year experience on the battlefield had instilled in him a profound understanding of the daily struggles faced by soldiers. While they could shelter in caves to evade danger, those soldiers had no retreat. Behind them lay their home planet, their loved ones, friends, partners, and children. Retreating would only increase the peril for those left behind. Until there was no escape, death awaited all. If only he could wish for those who had lost control of their mental faculties during the Shadow Clan's confrontations to be here. Yet he knew that was impossible. He was not even prepared to disclose the existence of this planet. Thus, he could only strive to gather as many plants as possible in the limited time remaining to bring back with him. I understand your concerns for my safety. I assure you, should danger arise, I will use these potions as bait and retreat without hesitation. Is that acceptable? Bai Siqi spoke with a calm facade, attempting to allay Feng Qiao's unease. Although Issei had previously suggested using some plant fruits as bait, Bai Siqi did not wish to waste the potions Feng Qiao had crafted on mutated flora and fauna unless absolutely necessary. You may go if you wish. Under the weight of Bai Siqi's earnest yet somewhat conflicting gaze, Feng Qiao felt a wave of discomfort, struggling to voice her thoughts. In that moment, she even questioned whether she should pry further. After all, Bai Siqi had regained his memories at the age of 15, and he had spent several years on the battlefield. Far more experienced than she, who had ventured out only twice in her entire life. With this realization, Feng Qiao decided against lingering further to interrupt their discussion. She stood up, declaring, "You two continue your deliberation. I shall take my leave." Bai Siqi had his own matters to attend to, and she ought to genuinely focus on her training. Despite her previous efforts, she had not dared to engage in overly strenuous training due to her physical limitations. From the training outcomes observed over the past 2 days, it has become evident that the previous minor skirmishes are no longer sufficient. It is indeed time to elevate the intensity of the training regimen. Upon returning, Feng Qiao promptly revised his training plan based on his own circumstances. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi and Issa swiftly departed from the cavern after finalizing their plans. The two exited through the small opening that Issa had entered, navigating through the underbrush. Had they not been aware of the concealed passage leading to the cave, it would have been quite challenging to locate it. Nevertheless, before their departure, the duo meticulously erased any traces of their presence. "Let us proceed," Bai Siqi remarked, glancing back at the cave entrance before turning to Issa. Despite their limited interactions over the past 10 days, Issa had discerned some subtle changes in Bai Siqi. However, after 7 years apart, Issa was uncertain if he was merely overthinking the situation. Moreover, it was evident that Bai Siqi no longer trusted him as he once did, and Issa was reluctant to probe into Bai Siqi's boundaries at this juncture, choosing instead to feign ignorance and remain silent. Since yesterday, their relationship, which had never resembled that of a typical couple, seemed to have deteriorated further. It was not that it had become disastrous. Rather, Issa found it difficult to articulate. He felt a profound regret for missing Bai Siqi's wedding and had no desire to witness the unraveling of their bond. Chapter 83. Reclaiming with interest with his mind heavy with thoughts, Issa was a fraction slower in his reactions than usual. Fortunately, their journey was free of any mutated flora or fauna, aside from the damaged trees they encountered, and Issa, with his extensive combat experience, quickly regained his composure. Ahead lay the area most severely impacted by annual conflicts. The pair galloped onward, swiftly arriving at the territory of the mutated dandelions, with the mutated crabapple trees lying just beyond. Issa had contemplated delving deeper in the past, yet a formidable mutated plant lurked within, one that he was ill-equipped to confront. Fortunately, that plant had shown no desire to claim his life, merely casting him aside. "Shall we venture further?" Issa inquired, turning to Bai Siqi. While they had not encountered any other mutated beings along the way, Issa suspected that not all of them had vacated the area. Bai Siqi's primary purpose for this outing was to assess the situation of the mutated crabapple trees and, as he had previously mentioned, to gather additional specimens. So he nodded without hesitation, indicating they should proceed. Very well. Issa acquiesced, eager to accompany him. The dark metallic armor partially enveloped her, allowing for unimpeded movement while affording a measure of protection and significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. Although this armor could not rival a mech suit, crafting a mech under such conditions would be exceedingly challenging. The armor Issa wore was primarily constructed from a unique metal. Once donned, she lifted her gaze to find Bai Siqi watching her, a hint of amusement glimmering in his brown eyes. "Do not dwell on it. This is the only suit I possess. If you desire one as well, you may search elsewhere on the planet for a special type of metal, and I shall gladly craft one for you," he offered. After which, Issa flexed her body, acclimating to the weight of the armor. Bai Siqi's curiosity did not imply a desire for his own suit, yet he refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, "Let us move on," as they proceeded with heightened caution. The remnants of battle clearly indicated the ferocity of the conflict that had transpired here. They navigated around the deep craters left by combat, stepping carefully over the scattered, withered branches and leaves. The further they advanced, the less stable the ground became, and the creaking of large trees beneath their feet echoed ominously. Both utilized their mental acuity to survey their surroundings. "I recall being attacked in this vicinity before," Issa remarked, recalling how he had ultimately been flung aside by a mutated plant without sustaining any serious injuries. Yet, he remained exceedingly vigilant, reminding Bai Siqi to exercise caution. Bai Siqi swiftly scanned the area, but aside from the charred earth, overturned patches of sod, and the dismembered remains of various flora and fauna, he observed no towering trees that could indicate the presence of the mutated crabapple tree. It was likely that it had perished, and this might explain the swift conclusion of the recent conflict. Despite harboring suspicions, both Bai Siqi and Issa meticulously searched the area once more. The sound of rustling, faint yet dense, reached their ears from a distance. It seemed to emanate from a group of small creatures, and their numbers were considerable. Both heard the sound and exchanged glances, opting not to employ their mental powers as they stealthily approached the source. A thicket of bushes about waist-high had fallen over a wide area, revealing an enormous spider lying within. Its round abdomen bore a gaping wound, from which protruded the crimson head and the dark red body of a gigantic centipede. The rustling they had heard was the centipede's movements. As they spotted the mutated creature, it too became aware of their presence. The rustling ceased momentarily, and the centipede's antennae twitched before it emerged from the gaping hole. The mutated centipede, measuring nearly 1/2 meter in length, moved with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously closing the distance between itself and the duo. This creature was known to emit toxic gas. Having offered his warning, Issa quickly leaped aside, retrieving a makeshift respirator from his storage pouch and securing it over his face. In the next moment, his long blade struck the mutated centipede's dark red back with a sharp clang. The centipede seemed unfazed. Its thick, black shell showed no signs of damage. In a swift motion, it pursued Issa, darting several meters away in an instant. As Issa ran, he wielded his powers to manipulate various blades and swords to strike at the creature, each collision producing a series of shrill sounds as they left countless marks upon the centipede's back. So resilient, despite multiple strikes to the same area, the centipede's tough exterior remained intact. Issa retracted his weapons and summoned a massive hammer from his storage pouch, hurling it at the centipede in pursuit. Under Issa's control, the heavy hammer moved with surprising agility, while the centipede, equally nimble, evaded the descending blow with a swift motion of its segments. The sound of the hammer's impact reverberated through the air as the mutated centipede twisted its dark red body, deftly evading the attacks while continuing its pursuit of Issa. In the midst of this chase, a bolt of lightning struck the centipede with precision, sending crackling electric currents coursing through its body. The creature's agile form momentarily froze, allowing Issa to seize the opportunity and bring the hammer crashing down. The hammer landed solidly on the mutated centipede, causing its elongated body to bend and writhe. Issa did not retract the hammer. Instead, she pressed down with tremendous force, driving the centipede partially into the earth. As the creature writhed in an attempt to escape, the hammer remained steadfast, unyielding in its position. The thunder rumbled as several bolts struck the mutated centipede, causing its body to convulse uncontrollably and gradually cease its resistance. Issa, wary of underestimating the creature after having suffered a significant setback previously, was now not alone in her endeavor. Today, she was determined to reclaim every loss she had suffered. With interest, in Chapter 84, was it merely her imagination? While Issa and Bai Siqi were fully engaged in combat with the mutated centipede, a significant event was unfolding within the cavern. After the condition of the Haitang seedling began to improve and its survival was assured, Feng Qiao reduced her use of abilities on it. Today, after restoring her powers, she used her abilities on the mutated Haitang seedling as usual and turned to leave once her energy was depleted. However, just as she placed her hand on the seedling, an exceedingly faint sound emerged, akin to a soft whimper. Xiao Tung. Feng Qiao glanced around in confusion, unable to locate the mutated ivy. The sound was fleeting, and no matter what she said afterward, there was no response. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Furrowing her brow, Feng Qiao attempted to contact the mutated ivy. The mutated ivy, still engaged in combat with a mutated squirrel, expressed surprise. While fiercely attacking the opposing creature, it chirped in its soft voice, inquiring if Feng Qiao required assistance. Did you just contact me? Although Feng Qiao sensed something, the mutated ivy was the only plant with which she could communicate. There were no other animals. Naturally, her first thought turned to the mutated ivy. No, I did not. The ivy replied, bewildered, as it delivered another fierce blow to the reeling mutated squirrel, which in an effort to evade the strike, tumbled into the dirt. However, the enraged squirrel soon retaliated with a series of squeaks, charging at the ivy, seemingly intent on exacting revenge for its earlier tumble. Unaware of the fierce battle unfolding, Feng Qiao's confusion deepened upon hearing the ivy's bewildered tone. If it wasn't the mutated ivy, could it be that she truly had imagined the sound? Looking down at the Haidang seedling in her palm, now standing a hand's height, she idly touched its leaves. The leaves were a vibrant green, appearing quite healthy. Yet no matter how she prodded, the seedling remained unresponsive. It seemed to be an ordinary Haitang seedling. The mutated dandelion was perplexed by Feng Qiao's actions. Watching her fingers probe the tender leaves made it want to cry out in protest. Yet, upon witnessing the yellow-green light emanating from Feng Qiao's palm, it had to restrain its roots from rushing forward. Calm down. It's merely a gentle touch. This ability of the Esper is meant to enhance the growth of the Haitang seedling. She would never harm it. The emotional turmoil of the mutated dandelion was overwhelming, and its tears nearly drowned it. Unable to stop Feng Qiao from touching the seedling, nor to remind her to be gentle, the mutated dandelion twisted its serrated leaves into knots, almost tying itself into a tangle. When Feng Qiao posed her question, the dandelion was so lost in thought that it hardly registered what she had said. Do you think it's possible that it has mutated? Feng Qiao repeated her previous inquiry. Although this time the mutated dandelion understood, it felt something was amiss in its comprehension. Had the Haidang seedling quietly mutated without its knowledge? Stunned for a full 10 seconds, the mutated dandelion swiftly darted to Feng Qiao's side, examining the seedling closely and attempting to communicate with it. However, seconds turned into minutes, and even after 10 minutes had passed, the dandelion was unable to establish a connection. It felt deceived. Sorrowfully, the mutated dandelion could not direct its ire at Feng Qiao and could only express its dissatisfaction in muffled tones. No mutation, just an ordinary Haidang seedling. Feng Qiao recognized how much the mutated dandelion had hoped for the seedling to mutate. Now, confronted with this disappointment, it seemed the mutated Haidang seedling had indeed not transformed. But what had just transpired? It hadn't mutated. Bring it back to me before tonight. I want to use my abilities on it once more. Feng Qiao, observing the small sprout growing from the stem, prepared to conduct further research that evening. With that, she dismissed the rejuvenated mutated dandelion and immersed herself back into training. Time flew by, and before long it was dinner time. Bai Siqi and Isa would return later, and after her workout, Feng Qiao, not waiting for the mutated dandelion to bring the Haidang seedling, headed out, recalling the mysterious sound she had heard that morning. Yet, before she could reach her destination, she encountered the mutated ivy, arriving just on time. Sister. The ivy nuzzled against Feng Qiao's palm, eagerly awaiting to bask in her abilities. However, it waited in vain for her to make a move, prompting its curiosity to rise. Sister? With a hint of doubt, it sought to confirm. I'll check on the Haidang seedling first. Oh, ISNT at your favorite little treasure? Understanding Feng Qiao's intent, the ivy felt a pang of disappointment. Sensing it was losing her affection, noticing the ivy's emotions, Feng Qiao chuckled softly and patted its leaves, explaining, earlier, why I used my abilities on the Haidang seedling. I thought I heard something. I asked you, and you said you and contacted me. While the seedling appears fine, I wish to verify once more. You think the seedling has mutated and established contact with me, but it's ignoring me? The mutated ivy's voice was filled with indignation. Feng Qiao nodded. She indeed harbored such a suspicion, though even she found it improbable. The need to confirm stemmed from her reluctance to let this matter linger in her mind. I'll go with you. Don't sever our connection. If it dares to show itself again, I will surely expose it. The little voice was filled with determination, and Feng Qiao refrained from dampening the mutated ivy's enthusiasm, agreeing to its assistance. No problem, sister. Leave it to me, the mutated ivy confidently assured her. The mutated dandelion, preparing to bring the Haidang seedling to Feng Qiao, had been unable to find peace all day due to her morning words. It had repeatedly checked on the seedling's condition, only to be met with disappointment. As twilight descended, the dandelion was ready to seek Feng Qiao when it spotted her approaching. Though accompanied by the mutated ivy, Feng Qiao's words were always kept. Without waiting for her to come closer, the mutated dandelion cradled the Haidang seedling and swiftly arrived at Feng Qiao's side. In Chapter 85, Digging One's Own Grave, the mutated dandelion watched eagerly as Feng Qiao placed the seedling, still no larger than her palm, in her hand. The mutated ivy flicked its vines, humming softly in Feng Qiao's consciousness, then obediently stood still. Let us see if this Haidang seedling is merely an ordinary plant or if it's pretending to be something more. The mutated ivy focused intently, as did Feng Qiao, both fixating on the seedling before them. Even the previously smug, mutated dandelion felt a twinge of tension. The yellow-green light slowly emanated from Feng Qiao's palm, swiftly enveloping the diminutive Haidang seedling. A fleeting sound, almost imperceptible, flitted through the air nearly leading one to believe it was an illusion. Yet, both Feng Qiao and the transformed Changpu Vine distinctly heard it. "Sister, this begonia seedling has gained consciousness." It heard the sound it made. "Quickly, sister, retract your abilities. It merely seeks to deceive you." The transformed Changpu Vine clamored within Feng Qiao's mind. Feng Qiao, too, was aware of this. Since this mutated plant had concealed its transformation, it could no longer expect to receive her abilities. The mutated dandelion had previously bartered a sack of leaves and fruits for her assistance in reviving this begonia seedling. Now that the begonia had mutated, she considered their transaction complete. However, Feng Qiao was determined not to renege on her morning promise. After soothing the transformed Changpu Vine for a moment, she accelerated the flow of her powers. Oh, so much energy! The sudden influx nearly overwhelmed the begonia seedling, which could not help but cry out. Realizing this was the sound produced by the begonia, the Changpu Vine's vibrant green leaves quivered, with several of its tendrils circling around Feng Qiao's palm, desperately restraining the impulse to swat the mutated begonia away. Finally, once Feng Qiao had finished nourishing the mutated begonia, the Changpu Vine immediately coiled around her wrist, exclaiming, "Sister, I ventured out this afternoon and discovered that there are no mutated flora or fauna left in the vicinity. Shall we explore outside the cave tomorrow?" After spending over 10 days within the cave, and despite Feng Qiao's abilities providing daily comfort, the transformed Changpu Vine longed to leave this place, especially with a begonia seedling feigning normalcy to extract Feng Qiao's powers. That could work. I will inquire about the outside conditions when Aki returns. Feng Qiao nodded, sharing the sentiment of not wanting to remain there any longer. Nonetheless, if the dangers outside had not been fully resolved, she felt no compulsion to venture out. An hour later than usual, Bai Siqi and Isa returned to the cave, their footsteps heavy. As soon as they arrived, Feng Qiao caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent, prompting her to alter her initial question to, "Are you injured?" "No. It's merely the blood of mutated animals," Bai Siqi replied, raising his hand to sniff himself, quickly identifying the source of the scent. He shot a disapproving glare at the lifeless Isa beside him. Had it not been for Isa's provocation of those mutated creatures, he would not have been sullied with blood, nor would he have forgotten to cleanse himself due to time constraints, allowing Feng Qiao to detect the scent. Isa lay nonchalantly on the ground, entirely oblivious to Bai Siqi's sidelong glance. Reflecting on the frustrations of the past 7 years spent being pursued by mutated creatures, there were times when, even if she managed to defeat them, Isa refrained from exerting her full strength, fearing that she might be incapacitated, leaving herself vulnerable to further attacks. However, today's battles had been exhilarating. It had been ages since she had fought with such fervor. Even if she could scarcely stand now, given the chance, Isa would still choose to fight and defeat them. Bai Siqi's glare had no effect on Isa, but was clearly noticed by Feng Qiao. Alarmed, she wondered if Bai Siqi had sustained serious injuries. There was no medical bay available for treatment. Yet, Feng Qiao was familiar with some herbal remedies. With thoughts racing through her mind, she inquired again about Bai Siqi's condition. Seemingly unable to evade the query, he finally shakily extended his right hand towards Feng Qiao. Looking pitiful as he admitted, "My hand was scratched by a mutated beast." Upon hearing this, Feng Qiao's attention immediately shifted to his hand. His slender fingers were notably dirty, bearing remnants of a mess that had not yet been cleaned. However, the skin appeared intact. Scanning for wounds, she flipped his hand to examine the back, which was considerably cleaner, making any potential injuries even more apparent. Her anxiety eased slightly, but she raised an eyebrow, asking, "Where's the injury?" Bai Siqi presented his right hand again, seemingly anxious that she might overlook it. This time he extended only his index finger, pointing out a minuscule wound, barely a centimeter long, with no blood seeping through. Here, it was scratched by a mutated beast. Such a severe injury. Had Bai Siqi arrived, even a moment later, she might not have had the opportunity to see such a grave wound. Feng Qiao gritted her teeth, her voice betraying no emotion. "Is there no other injury?" "No, none," he replied, his dark eyes blinking as if a hint of guilt flickered within them. However, after declaring he had no injuries, Feng Qiao remained skeptical, knowing that the only injury he could identify was the one on his finger. Bai Siqi discreetly observed Feng Qiao as she took several deep breaths, finally regaining her composure. Suddenly, her peach blossom eyes seemed to sparkle with an idea, and she gently pinched the small cut on Bai Siqi's finger, her moist gaze fixed intently upon it. Bai Siqi's clenched fist began to sweat as he noticed her delicate face tense up again, prompting him to grow anxious. Qiao Qiao Qiao. Feng Qiao released his finger, her lips relaxing slightly as she patted his arm, signaling him to ease up, assuring him it was all right and that he need not worry excessively. Although the wound seemed somewhat severe, she knew of several herbs effective for treating such injuries. Let Aki endure one more night, and tomorrow we shall seek out the herbs. Bai Siqi looked at Feng Qiao, then at the almost ephemeral wound on his finger, a flicker of regret flashing in his deep-set eyes, his pale lips pressed tightly together. Although he had dug this hole for himself, he still wished to fight against the mutated creatures they had encountered that day. However, with so many mutated beings lurking outside, Qiao Qiao's safety was at risk. But you and Issa are here. Aki was gravely injured and needed special herbs for his wounds to heal. You and Issa wouldn't recognize those herbs. How could I not accompany you? Her slightly curved peach blossom eyes sparkled like a clear spring, enchanting those who gazed into them. Perhaps it was the allure of her eyes, or Bai Siqi's own sense of guilt. He finally relented, agreeing to let Feng Qiao join them on their excursion the following day. Chapter 86. Discovering treasures at last, they emerged. Inhaling the fresh air outside, Feng Qiao felt invigorated. Bai Siqi glanced at his finger, now entirely free of any marks, unable to comprehend why he had acted so foolishly the previous day. Though they had already scoured the area thoroughly, no one could guarantee that nothing had escaped their notice. As he opened his mouth to persuade her further, Feng Qiao excitedly inquired, "Which direction shall we go?" Glancing left and right, she found herself surrounded by unfamiliar terrain, making any choice equally appealing. However, recalling that Bai Siqi and Issa had already explored a route the day before, returning with a collection of weeds and unknown fruits, she resolved to choose a path they had yet to traverse. Issa gathered her chestnut hair into a bun, casting a glance at her companions, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Before Bai Siqi could speak, she pointed in a direction. "Let us head this way." That was the direction they had returned from yesterday, but since it had been late, they had not thoroughly examined the surrounding plants, likely leaving many high-energy flora untouched. Although Issa may not possess the ability to directly perceive the energy contained within plants like Feng Qiao, after living on this planet for many years, she has certainly acquired some methods to discern the varying levels of energy within flora. For instance, just yesterday, while Bai Siqi relied on the energy sensor she crafted to confirm the energy levels, Issa was able to distinguish them with her naked eye. Of course, the most crucial aspect remained the pile of grass and other fruits they had brought back, which indeed contained a considerable amount of energy. Bai Siqi, lagging slightly behind, glanced at the position of Issa's finger and, finding no objection, the trio set off with a mutated plant in tow. The mutated spring vine coiled tightly around Feng Qiao's waist. Bearing the responsibility of protecting Feng Qiao, it chattered nervously, making an effort to calm itself, as its emerald leaves gently swayed, seemingly surveying their surroundings. Issa took the lead, with Bai Siqi by Feng Qiao's side. The two, along with the mutated plant, formed an impenetrable shield around her. Feng Qiao did not resist such protection, although her physical condition had improved significantly compared to before. She knew it was merely relative. Moreover, she lacked substantial combat experience, and her abilities were ill-suited for battle. The primary reason she chose to accompany them was to gather more energy-rich wild fruits and vegetables before their departure. It was not that she looked down upon the pile of wild grass Bai Siqi and Issa had brought back the previous night. Rather, she felt that even if she were to consume it, she would struggle to do so. Even if it were to be made into a potion, it likely wouldn't be effective. Ultimately, she could not take advantage of Bai Siqi. She would prepare her own share to bring back. Her mental energy enveloped a 10-meter radius, revealing all the flora and fauna within her consciousness. Feng Qiao focused on sensing the energy contained within the plants. She was grateful for the continuous potion making during this period. Although it had nearly depleted their previously stocked food supplies, both their bodies and mental capacities were gradually improving. More importantly, Feng Qiao's mental energy had significantly increased in the process. This realization led her to decide that, even if she prioritized physical training and accumulating combat experience, she would still allocate time each day for potion making. Not long after, Feng Qiao pointed towards a patch of wild vegetables nearby, indicating to Bai Siqi that these greens were also energy-laden. "Isa, let us dig up these wild vegetables first." Bai Siqi immediately understood Feng Qiao's intent, retrieving a small shovel from her storage pouch to dig alongside her. As they worked, Bai Siqi, without lifting her gaze, called out to Isa, "See if there are any other wild vegetables around. Let us gather a bit more to take back for a vegetable soup tonight." Isa, focused on identifying plants with potentially high energy content, paused upon hearing this. Turning around, she spotted Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao crouched behind the thicket, diligently excavating wild vegetables. Although their primary goal was to collect enough special plants to take back, they still had several days ahead, and considering their collection speed from the previous day, they had ample time. Feng Qiao's delicate physique indeed required careful consideration. While vegetable soup was hardly a gourmet dish, it was certainly preferable to merely boiling some roots for water. With this thought, Isa nodded in agreement and resumed her search. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the two managed to unearth the larger wild vegetables, leaving the smaller ones to grow further for future harvesting. After noting the location of this patch, they stood up to see Isa beckoning them from a short distance away. "Have you finished digging up the wild vegetables? Hurry over, there are some good finds here." Isa's words piqued their interest immediately. Dusting off the soil from their hands and neglecting to stow their shovels, they hurried towards Isa. "What good finds? Where are they?" Bai Siqi inquired before they had even approached, having caught a glimpse of the excitement in Isa's eyes. Without answering, Isa soon revealed a lush patch of green plants. The oval leaves were not particularly large, covered in fine hairs, and looked somewhat familiar, definitely not a typical wild plant. Feng Qiao examined the small cluster of identical plants closely, struggling to recall their identity. In the next moment, she noticed something moving amid the leaves. Since the object was green like the surrounding foliage, she hesitated, unsure if her eyes deceived her, but then she scrutinized it more closely. In the blink of an eye, she distinctly saw a large green caterpillar, thicker than her finger, wriggling on a leaf. Ultimately, the leaf could not support the weight of the hefty creature and fell away into obscurity. "Is that what you call a good find?" Feng Qiao pointed at the writhing green caterpillar, her expression taut, revealing no emotion. "Indeed, what an excellent source of protein," Isa exclaimed, glancing at the small patch of plants with a smile that illuminated her deep brown eyes. "You might not have encountered this in the Central Star. Fried caterpillars are exceptionally fragrant. I guarantee you'll crave them after your first bite." Rubbing her hands together, Isa retrieved a small box from her storage pouch and proceeded to snap off 2 slender twigs before advancing toward the caterpillar-infested plants. Bai Siqi, noticing Feng Qiao's discomfort, gently tugged her back. "Let us explore elsewhere." However, Feng Qiao remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on Isa, who was swiftly collecting the caterpillars. She shook off Bai Siqi's grip, her impatience evident. "Let's join Isa in catching the caterpillars first. I've never had fried caterpillars before." With that, she also snapped off 2 twigs and hurried forward. Bai Siqi, still holding on to Feng Qiao's wrist, followed her toward Isa. As they moved, Bai Siqi casually broke off 2 twigs as well. With her mental energy sweeping through the area, the hidden caterpillars beneath the leaves were easily revealed, saving them the trouble of searching one by one. Bai Siqi absent-mindedly placed the caterpillars into the box, but remained somewhat concerned about Feng Qiao, who insisted on joining them. She frequently cast sidelong glances in her direction. Noticing Bai Siqi's subtle gestures, Isa quietly shifted closer and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? I forgot to ask earlier, does Qiao Qiao dislike eating these caterpillars?" "I'm not sure," Bai Siqi replied, glancing at Feng Qiao. She too was uncertain how to respond. Initially, she thought Feng Qiao was hesitant due to fear of the caterpillars, which prompted her desire to leave. However, Feng Qiao had chosen to catch them herself, and her increasingly skilled movements did not suggest fear. Bai Siqi found herself puzzled, which is why she kept a watchful eye on Feng Qiao. "You don't know? Achi, your answer is rather inadequate," Isa exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide as she scrutinized Bai Siqi. She began to doubt whether this person was indeed the Bai Siqi she remembered. Perhaps after all these years, he had transformed into someone entirely different from her recollections. Isa's deep brown eyes darted back and forth as she assessed Bai Siqi multiple times, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Unaware of Isa's sudden shift in demeanor, Bai Siqi was deep in thought regarding her words. Aside from being uncertain about Feng Qiao's feelings towards fried caterpillars, he was also quite limited in his knowledge of her other preferences. While this was primarily due to his memory loss, he couldn't help but feel somewhat inadequate. It has been a month since he lost his memory, yet he has not taken the initiative to reacquaint himself with Feng Qiao's preferences, not even by inquiring with those around him or asking Feng Qiao directly. Perhaps it is precisely due to his indifference and lack of concern that Qiao Qiao has gradually distanced herself from him. Bai Siqi gazed downward, his profound eyes filled with regret and vexation. The lively spirit that had only recently emerged in him dissipated in an instant, and he hung his head, displaying a hint of despondency. However, this expression of dejection lasted but 3 seconds before his dark eyes brightened like a small sun, radiating brilliant light. Having squandered a month, he resolved to make up for lost time in the days to come. Bai Siqi silently vowed this as his steps unconsciously led him toward Feng Qiao's location. Yizit deliberately positioned herself a little further away, granting the two some space. Although Feng Qiao had yet to identify the plant they were examining despite having captured the aphids on it, Bai Siqi noted its location on his resource map. Having heard it might eventually yield edible crops. The trio ambled along, and soon enough, Feng Qiao could hear the incessant beeping of the sensor in Bai Siqi's hand. While she did not require the energy sensor to detect the energy within the plants, Bai Siqi walked beside her, and whenever she spotted a plant rich in energy, she would hear that sound next to her, which piqued her curiosity. Could the range of this device be expanded? After all, a mere 1-meter radius was undeniably limited. Feng Qiao looked down at the fist-sized display screen, fiddling with the incessantly beeping device she had taken from Bai Siqi, before raising her hand to silence the alerts. Although she turned off the sound, a white light on the display continued to flicker, as if urging her to collect the energy-rich plant. Ignoring it, she even reached out to gently pat the anomalous ivy, which was trying to act discreetly, while focusing on the small device in her hand. It could indeed be expanded, but doing so would compromise the accuracy of locating the plants. Bai Siqi explained this to Feng Qiao while guiding her on how to operate it. Having observed Yizit use the device numerous times the previous day, he was well acquainted with its operation. Following Bai Siqi's instructions, Feng Qiao adjusted the energy sensor to its maximum retrieval range, and soon, the single blinking white dot in the center transformed into a slightly smaller, accompanied by a dense cluster of tiny white dots. The central dot likely represented the anomalous ivy, while the densely blinking cluster indicated a promising area for energy-rich plants. Feng Qiao turned to Bai Siqi, realizing that with the maximum radius set to 50 meters, it suggested there was a thicket of energy-rich plants not far ahead. Bai Siqi clearly saw the dense white blinking area as well. He had encountered such situations before. Recalling Feng Qiao's expression upon seeing the heap of grass they had brought back last night, Bai Siqi's demeanor suddenly tightened. In truth, the device was still in calibration and not entirely accurate. Feng Qiao had no interest in grass. To be precise, the heap of grass could not serve as their dinner. Seeing her expression, it was evident she believed there lay an edible plant ahead. Her eagerness would surely lead to disappointment. Bai Siqi refrained from disclosing that the cluster of white dots on the screen might indicate a patch of grass. Yet, even so, Feng Qiao's previous excitement faded. "Oh, really?" she murmured, glancing at the approaching cluster of small white dots, her disappointment growing increasingly apparent. Ultimately, she lost interest in her new toy, shoving the device back into Bai Siqi's hands. Perhaps she would rely on her psychic abilities instead. Chapter 88, Ambushed. Whether it was fatigue from walking or the earlier brief excitement, Feng Qiao's pace had notably slowed. Fortunately, Yizit and Bai Siqi, one relying on experience to locate energy-rich plants, and the other completely dependent on Feng Qiao and the device, were naturally not moving swiftly. The trio strolled leisurely, a blend of diligence and relaxation, as Feng Qiao extended her psychic reach to cover a 10-meter radius. After meandering for a little over half a minute, Feng Qiao suddenly lifted her head, sensing an abundance of energy beneath the ground. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to gaze at the device in Bai Siqi's hand. Indeed, it was quite impressive. It could detect energy from such a distance. Although her psychic abilities were capable of similar feats, they could eventually deplete, making this device feel like a remarkable aid. Qiao Qiao. Bai Siqi had been closely observing Feng Qiao, and upon witnessing her sudden joy, he immediately realized she had made another discovery. Whatever had brought her such delight was unlikely to be a mere patch of wild grass. Bai Siqi quickly adjusted the device in his hand to optimize its sensitivity. In the next moment, a small patch of radiant white light illuminated the palm-sized screen, and as Bai Siqi advanced, the glowing area expanded. Eventually, he arrived at a sea of purplish-red flowers, with half the screen filled with sparkling white dots. Yizit, still unsure about the plants before her, turned to see the dazzling display on Bai Siqi's device and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, such a large patch of high-quality plants. We are truly fortunate today." After living on this planet for so many years, although Yizit's psychic abilities had long returned to normal and she no longer needed energy to sustain them, she evidently had not shed her pursuit of energy-rich plants. Especially after tasting numerous plants, she had discovered that those with higher energy levels often possess superior flavors, a habit she continued to cherish, including the wild grass she had brought back last night, which was indeed far tastier than ordinary grass. Though Yizit herself did not require grass, when it came to gathering sufficient energy-rich plants in a short time, one could not afford to be overly rigid in their choices. Compared to the chaotic demise brought on by psychic breakdown, consuming grass was a trivial matter. This does not appear to be ordinary wild grass. Pulling a wild grass plant from the ground, she observed the white roots resembling silkworms. Yizit felt an uncanny connection to this type of flora and fauna today. This is grass stone silkworm. The spiral rhizomes beneath can be used in cooking. At last, it was not just any wild grass, and Feng Qiao's mood brightened considerably. Especially with such a large patch before them, it would be sufficient for the three of them to enjoy a meal. "We can cook," she exclaimed, beaming with delight. Yizit winked at Bai Siqi, feeling a sense of triumph. Previously, she had mentioned her identity, yet Bai Siqi had still locked her with that restrictive ring for several days. Not only that, but she had also been excluded from their meals, forced to either prepare her own food or consume the nutritional supplements left uneaten by them. After so many years on this planet, Yizit had long forgotten the taste of nutritional supplements, and these past few days had rekindled a deep impression of their flavor. However, what troubled Yizit the most during those days was not the nutritional supplements, but Bai Siqi's attitude. Despite her clear declaration of her identity, Bai Siqi had continued to treat her as if she were invisible, leading her to believe he, like her royal parents, intended to deny her existence. Yizit had even prepared herself for a possible escape. However, just as she was preparing to dismantle the restriction ring to leave, Bai Siqi unexpectedly released its constraints. Although a mere restriction ring could hardly control her for long, the act of dismantling it herself was fundamentally different from Bai Siqi's voluntary unfastening. Thus, Issa decided to remain and observe a while longer. After all, if she were to encounter such a situation, she too would require some time to acclimate. Yesterday, Bai Siqi had spent the entire day with her, and naturally, dinner was prepared by Feng Qiao. Issa had tacitly accepted that Feng Qiao was the one cooking for them, as his culinary skills were quite exceptional. Moreover, Issa doubted that someone like Bai Siqi, who had been on the battlefield since the tender age of 10, could possess any refined taste, especially given the bizarre flavors of the nutritional supplements he consumed. A person devoid of taste could hardly produce delectable meals. Given Bai Siqi's evident concern for Feng Qiao, he would not allow him to prepare any culinary disasters. Issa found herself pleasantly surprised that she could taste dishes prepared by Bai Siqi's spouse. She had thought he would never marry in this lifetime. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her smile grew more genuine, and her hands moved with increased speed. Bai Siqi watched Issa, who was grinning broadly, revealing a set of bright white teeth, his almond-shaped eyes slightly arched in a playful manner. While Bai Siqi had acquired some culinary experience over time, he would not truly create a disastrous feast. Though leaving a lasting impression was still quite easy, he could not bear to let his dear Qiao Qiao toil in the kitchen, let alone expect him to cook for others. That was simply a fantasy. He refrained from shattering Issa's pleasant illusion, as he wished to surprise her. Unbeknownst to Issa, her innocent remark had caught Bai Siqi's attention. The three of them had not collected all the grass stone silkworms, only gathering about 2/3 before they clapped their hands to shake off the grass clippings and prepare to leave. In the next moment, the two who had been smiling suddenly changed their expressions. "Be careful! Be careful!" The warnings rang out simultaneously. At that moment, the soil beneath the plant cover suddenly swelled, forming a mound that twisted and turned, creating a soil dragon that charged directly at Feng Qiao, who had just stowed the last grass stone silkworm. Hearing the warning, Feng Qiao swiftly placed the plant into his storage pouch and retrieved a stick. As he altered his direction to retreat sideways, he swung the stick down towards the ground, aiming at the advancing soil dragon. The variant spring vine reacted faster than Feng Qiao, swinging its vine whip to strike at the approaching soil dragon. The whip buzzed through the air, smashing the elevated mound into pieces. However, the soil dragon continued its pursuit of Feng Qiao, indicating that the whip had failed to strike the unknown creature concealed within the earth. The variant spring vine coiled around Feng Qiao's wrist, relentlessly attacking the soil dragon as it changed directions. Chapter 89. A sparring partner for you. Issa placed her hand on her storage pouch, swiftly retrieving an array of weapons. Under her command, the sharp and blunt instruments all pointed toward the shifting small mound. The sharp weapons pierced into the mound with a series of clattering sounds. Feng Qiao, concerned that his mental strength was inadequate to withstand an attack, hesitated to use his mental abilities to probe beneath the surface. Listening to the cacophony from below, he mentally cataloged all the creatures capable of movement within the earth that had a hard outer layer. Perhaps Issa's offensive had drawn the attention of the unknown creature underground, for it ceased its pursuit of Feng Qiao. The mound in front of Feng Qiao spun around and then darted straight towards Issa. Feeling a moment of relief, Feng Qiao noticed Bai Siqi standing protectively in front of her, which further calmed her, allowing her to focus more on the battle unfolding nearby. As Feng Qiao observed, she began to sense that something was amiss with the confrontation on the other side. Was that mutated creature particularly difficult to handle? With a furrowed brow, she prodded a small mound with her weapon. "No, don't worry," Bai Siqi replied, shaking his head as he pulled Feng Qiao away from the battlefield, even finding a vantage point for them to watch together. "It's merely a low combat capacity variant pangolin. Issa can handle alone." The reason for holding back the pangolin was likely Issa's fear that it might flee if it realized it could not defeat her. Bai Siqi was unsure why Issa did not resolve the situation swiftly. If she wished to toy with it, so be it. His only concern was ensuring Feng Qiao's safety. Turning to Feng Qiao, he found her fixated on Issa, who was engaged in combat with the variant pangolin, her eyes sparkling with intensity, as if she yearned to be the one battling the creature. "Sit tight," Bai Siqi admonished, gently pressing down on Feng Qiao, who was leaning forward, her rear end lifting off the folding stool. "What weapon do you fancy? I'll have Issa get you one later." Feng Qiao bit her lip, momentarily silent. Did she truly desire those dazzling weapons? Even if they were placed in her hands, she doubted her ability to wield them effectively. However, she soon seemed to recall something, her face lighting up with excitement. "I want to learn combat techniques from Issa." Once Issa was finished, she would discuss this with her. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi, unnoticed by Feng Qiao, visibly darkened when he heard her declaration. Issa's fighting style was devoid of technique, entirely reliant on sheer brute force. Moreover, he was right beside Feng Qiao. Why didn't she seek to learn combat skills from him? Feng Qiao was jolted from her thoughts when her sleeve was tugged. What is it? She asked, reluctantly dividing her attention. Issa is not adept at teaching. If you wish to learn combat techniques, I can be your sparring partner when you return. Feng Qiao was instantly captivated by Bai Siqi's proposal, her eyes shining brightly as she prepared to agree. Yet, in the next moment, she hesitated, wondering if it would be too much of a burden on his time. Bai Siqi's mental strength issues had been thoroughly resolved after a period of intensive treatment, and although his memory was not yet fully restored, that was merely a matter of time. Feng Qiao could interact with Bai Siqi, whose memories were limited to those of a 5 or 10-year-old, without much pressure. Even if the Bai Siqi before her had regained his 15-year-old memories and was to be her sparring partner, it seemed manageable. However, once Bai Siqi regained memories of 20 or 25 years, it would be a waste for the esteemed war god of the empire to be reduced to a novice sparring partner for her. No, she resolutely decided against allowing Bai Siqi to be her sparring partner. It won't be a bother, Bai Siqi replied firmly, almost blurting out that being with her was not a waste of time, considering that Feng Qiao was still upset with herself for being neglectful recently. Bai Siqi felt he needed a voice more than just sweet words. In fact, this serves as training for me as well. Only by honing my control over my own strength to perfection can I minimize mistakes in battle. Of course, there was no necessity to take on someone as a sparring partner for such training, as there were countless methods available, but in Bai Siqi's view, none could compare to the experience of being a sparring partner for Feng Qiao. With Bai Siqi's words, Feng Qiao refrained from further objections. Meanwhile, after spending some time, Issa finally managed to capture the frantically darting variant pangolin. She retrieved a fully enclosed cage from her storage pouch and secured the creature inside. Then patted the cage and glanced at the now docile pangolin before carrying the cage toward Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi. Qiao Qiao, your variant plant has been training with 2 variant squirrels lately, hasn't it? Gazing at the aberrant spring vine entwined around Feng Qiao's waist, Issei gently shook the cage in her hand. The 2 mutated squirrels within seemed to thrive in a tranquil environment, having rarely engaged in combat with other mutated flora and fauna. Upon their return, I shall equip this mutated pangolin with a device to control it, allowing it to accompany your mutated plant for training. How does one exert control? Can it do whatever I command? Feng Qiao, momentarily perplexed, glanced down at the obedient spring vine coiling around her waist, mistakenly believing Issei possessed a method to control the mutated pangolin. Surprised by Feng Qiao's inquiry, Issei chuckled softly and clarified, it is not that formidable. It merely restrains it from fleeing or causing harm. Understanding the situation, Feng Qiao realized her earlier misconception. So that was the case. Nodding, she then considered that since Issei was preoccupied with these tasks, she would likely have little time to teach her combat techniques. Perhaps it is best to postpone that discussion until we return. After all, a mere few days would hardly suffice for any significant learning. For now, I shall adhere to my original plan and focus on physical training instead. With that thought, Feng Qiao quickly set aside her concerns. The trio continued their journey, meandering along the path, or more accurately, they had not traversed much distance at all, as they spent the majority of their time foraging for various wildflowers, grasses, vegetables, and fruits, particularly in harvesting wild grasses, although not as plentiful as the bounty brought back by Bai Siqi and Issei the previous day. They still gathered a considerable amount, despite Issei and Bai Siqi's indifference to the taste of wild grasses. The memory of those who had perished on the battlefield due to mental strain compelled them to continue plucking. Their indiscriminate method of collecting high-energy plants resulted in their storage compartments being filled to a notable extent by the time they returned to the cave, even if not completely full. Coupled with the plants collected by Bai Siqi and Issei the night before, it was estimated that in just 2 days, their haul could fill the entire spacecraft. Chapter 90, Bai Siqi's Confession. Little Shower need not worry. The spacecraft has ample capacity. Moreover, if the passage does not connect to our known universe, the plants aboard the spacecraft will serve as our last lifeline, allowing us to endure a little longer. The 3 spent the entire day outside, slightly more familiar with one another, as Issei winked at Feng Qiao and jested. While Feng Qiao recognized the improbability of Issei's scenario, She was aware that Issei was not jesting. Bai Siqi refrained from disclosing certain matters to Issei. Whether due to a lack of trust or other reasons remains unclear. However, whether Issei was informed or not, it did not significantly impact Feng Qiao. Thus, over the following 4 days, the trio remained exceptionally busy. The device to control the mutated pangolin was not overly complex. However, as their spacecraft had sustained considerable damage while traversing the wormhole, it required thorough repairs to ensure their safety. By day, Feng Qiao accompanied them on their excursions, while at night, she dedicated several hours to concocting potions. Her proficiency in potion-making grew increasingly refined, and her speed improved compared to earlier efforts. The previously dwindling supply of mutated crabapple leaves and fruits was soon exhausted. Lacking quality materials for potion creation, Feng Qiao began experimenting with various plants to discover new potion combinations. Whether by sheer luck or the serendipitous alignment of her concoctions with established recipes, the success rate of her newly formulated potions astonishingly exceeded 80%. By the eve of their departure from the planet, Feng Qiao's personal notes on her optical brain recorded an impressive 32 potion recipes. Had time permitted, she likely would have uncovered even more. In contrast to the industrious Feng Qiao and Issei, Bai Siqi found himself the most unoccupied of the trio. Yet, to label him as idle would be a misnomer. He spent these days contemplating how to broach the subject of persuading Issei to remain on this planet, as well as the potential issues they would face upon returning. Having been absent for an entire month, the situation back at the Empire could not possibly remain undisturbed. While Bai Siqi trusted that Yu Li and the Duke's residence would manage to persevere, the external circumstances were undoubtedly dire. This concern contributed to his reluctance to have Issei accompany them upon their departure. Bai Siqi refrained from divulging much about the outside world to Issei, perhaps due to his own uncertainty. Yet he remained acutely aware of the attitudes of those around him upon awakening, as well as the warnings from Yu Li and Yiqin. Regardless of whether Issei was the Empire's princess or held another identity, he could not, at this juncture, bring her back. The political strife within the Empire was palpable, and Issei, having come from a noble lineage yet lacking a legitimate identity, understood this all too well. Bai Siqi's mental powers had deteriorated significantly. Had he not fortuitously arrived at this planet, his fate could have been even more tragic than hers. Issei comprehended Bai Siqi's apprehensions, yet she too harbored her own insecurities. The presence of Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao, along with their spacecraft capable of navigating the cosmos, brought her a sense of uncertainty. Was this a blessing or a curse? Would she finally lead a normal life? Or I understand that you may find it difficult to trust me now, but I still wish to share some of my story with you. At the age of 22, I began to experience issues with my mental powers, which forced me to leave the battlefield and recuperate within the Duke's residence. However, my condition worsened until the age of 25, just a month before I arrived here. Bai Siqi did not recall these events. His knowledge stemmed from Yu Li's accounts. Issei listened quietly, her deep brown eyes devoid of much luster. Regardless of the reasons, Bai Siqi seemed unwilling to take her from this planet, even if it meant confining her afterward, or Issei herself was uncertain. If mere confinement were the case, why not keep her imprisoned on this planet? Perhaps she still struggled to comprehend that they had once been willing to entrust their lives to one another, having sworn to sacrifice for the Empire. Yet she could not grasp why Bai Siqi acted in such a manner. My mental powers spiraled beyond control, resulting in a violent outburst. Bai Siqi's voice was calm as he spoke, momentarily causing Issei to question her hearing. How could you have appeared here if your mental powers had gone awry? Shouldn't you have perished? Issei's eyes widened in disbelief, her initial shock quickly giving way to skepticism. She suspected Bai Siqi was deceiving her. Yet she could not fathom his motive for fabricating such a lie. Her deep brown irises trembled slightly, and Issei remained silent, intent on hearing what Bai Siqi had to say next. I believed my life had reached its conclusion, yet I found myself awakening. Although upon awakening, I possessed only memories from before I was 5, I was still alive. Memories from before the age of 5. In an instant, Issei recalled a tale she had once heard regarding a viscount's family, noted as the sole instance in the empire of someone who survived a mental breakdown. However, that individual lived merely an additional 6 months, resulting in the loss of countless lives within the Viscount's estate. Although Issei had not witnessed the scene and no videos had circulated, the once glorious Viscount's residence had since become deserted. If Bai Siqi was in a similar predicament, did you regain your memories a few days ago? Reflecting on Bai Siqi's previous wariness towards her, the way he had disregarded her words, her heart raced with apprehension. Reflecting on that day, when Bai Siqi suddenly removed the restraining ring from her neck, there appeared to be a conspicuous shift in his demeanor towards her. Issei seemed to have an epiphany, yet her disbelief lingered. Her deep brown eyes gazed intently at Bai Siqi, as if seeking an answer from him. Indeed, he nodded, stating that he had regained half of his memories. It was these restored memories that made her believe the words he spoke. No wonder she felt an uncanny familiarity with the Bai Siqi before her. It turned out to be this way. Issei felt a slight daze. Bai Siqi did not allow Issei much time to react. He swiftly tapped the light screen twice, and a video promptly appeared before her. Issei, before my arrival here, someone discovered pollutants emerging from the central star. I am unsure how they managed it, but many have already been harmed, and some have even fallen under control. Chapter 91, The Final Reliance. The occurrence of such events on the central star left Issei bewildered about the precarious situation the Empire currently faced. She stared at the content playing before her without blinking, unwilling to accept the reality Bai Siqi presented, yet a voice within her incessantly reminded her. Issei, do not deceive yourself. These videos have not been tampered with. What you witness is the truth. The Shadow Clan is formidable. Ultimately, they failed to protect their homeland. However, with this planet as their backing, they would no longer be at a disadvantage when confronting the Shadow Clan. As rationality gradually returned, her deep brown eyes regained their composure. The Shadow Clan's primary offensive tactic is mental power, and the only means to combat it is through mental strength. The Shadow Clan's mental force is akin to being steeped in the dirtiest mire of the world. A mere collision, even if for a fleeting moment, poses a risk of contamination. Although Issei possessed a magical metal that could completely shield against pollutant incursions, she could not remain indefinitely within her protective shell while battling the Shadow Clan, making contamination inevitable. If Issei cannot avoid such fate, it is even less likely for other warriors. Each year, countless brave souls perish on the battlefield, or suffer from mental issues stemming from their confrontations with the Shadow Clan's mental power. Yet that was in the past. As long as the plants from this planet are brought out for the soldiers to consume, their mentally eroded strength can gradually recover, preventing the tragic incidents of mental chaos and death that previously occurred. Yes, this planet is indeed their final refuge. Understanding these matters, Issei felt that Bai Siqi's arrangement was indeed the most prudent. On one hand, she could continue her preparations on this planet, awaiting their arrival in a month's time. On the other hand, her current situation was not conducive to appearing in the public eye. Yet, a twinge of unease lingered within her heart. Issei did not reveal this underlying anxiety to Bai Siqi. From the moment she exposed herself to him, she had lost her chance for choice. However, had she known that Bai Siqi was the one arriving on this planet, perhaps she would have hastened her journey. I understand, but you must be swift. Issei held no doubts that even as the Empire faced imminent invasion from the Shadow Clan, there would still be those who, for their own interests, would hasten the Shadow Clan's encroachment upon the Empire. Bai Siqi's mental issues had reached a critical point. It was likely that many had set their sights on the Duke's residence. Her presence at this moment was indeed ill-timed. She hoped she had not misjudged him and wished for their return to the Empire. Bai Siqi responded softly, "Tomorrow is the day of departure. Once we arrive there, it will not be as easy as it is here." In the distance, the mutated ivy was engaged in a delightful game of whack-a-mole with a mutated pangolin. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the ivy's tendrils thrashing with an intensity unlike before. The mutated ivy was quite agitated, for Feng Qiao was about to leave this planet, yet could not accompany her. The green tendrils swiftly lashed at the shifting, mutated pangolin in the soil, each strike causing the mounds of earth to sink deeply, seemingly expressing some frustration or perhaps merely training. Feng Qiao had granted herself a night of respite and did not dive straight into potions or other matters upon her return. Instead, she sat quietly observing the training of the mutated ivy. Initially, she had merely sought its opinion, inquiring whether it wished to leave with her. To her surprise, she received an unexpected response. The mutated ivy could not leave this planet. Not only the mutated ivy, but all mutated flora and fauna of this planet were bound, unless they could become strong enough to break free from that constraint. What constraint? Could they not simply fly out aboard the spaceship? The ivy flicked its tendrils, seemingly unable to articulate clearly. It just cannot leave this planet. Can my sister not live here? I will become very powerful and can protect you. The mutated ivy did not wish to part from Feng Qiao. Feng Qiao, observing the anxious ivy, remained perplexed. Why was this so? Had other mutated creatures attempted to leave before? Or had this planet once been visited by others? Did those creatures wish to follow the spaceship only to find themselves trapped here? Thoughts raced through Feng Qiao's mind as the ivy meticulously sorted through its memories, nodding and shaking its tendrils. It seemed that a flying mutated creature had attempted to leave before, but had failed. I do not possess any memories about the spaceship in my unlocked memories. I do not know if it can take me away. The mutated ivy glanced at the spaceship's location, its entire form brimming with excitement, wishing it could board the vessel and leave with its sister. That way, it would not have to rush to enhance its strength, for it was uncertain how long it would take to gain the ability to leave. Feng Qiao quietly observed the mutated ivy waving its tendrils not far away, although she had not taken the ivy's earlier confusion to heart, believing that as long as she brought it aboard the spaceship, it would surely return with them. As the departure time drew near, an unexpected unease began to creep in. The cool evening breeze brushed against her face. Rather than feeling cold, her previously chaotic thoughts gradually settled. She signaled for 2 mutated squirrels to fetch the mutated dandelion and mutated crabapple sapling. The mutated dandelion had a longer lifespan than the mutated ivy, and the mutated crabapple sapling had inherited memories from the former mutated crabapple tree. Perhaps they could provide some insight. Since the day she exposed the mutation of the crabapple sapling, the mutated dandelion, having witnessed Feng Qiao cease feeding it, had reverted to its previous method of trading with her. However, times had changed. The 3 of them now brought back copious energy-rich plants daily. And if the mutated dandelion did not return with something Feng Qiao particularly favored, she would not entertain the trade. Just like tonight, she accepted only a few wild apples brought back by the mutated dandelion. With a hint of anticipation, Feng Qiao took a bite of the reddest wild apple. Yet the sourness made her expression twist uncontrollably. Nonetheless, this did not extinguish her desire to try other favored fruits the next time. Chapter 92. Return. Upon hearing that Feng Qiao wished to meet them, the mutated dandelion promptly brought the mutated crabapple sapling over. The mutated crabapple sapling appeared to be quite delighted upon seeing Feng Qiao, cautiously nudging closer to her. However, Feng Qiao maintained a demeanor of businesslike formality. She had summoned them to inquire about a matter, offering her abilities or any other requests they might have as compensation. As long as their demands were not excessive, she was willing to acquiesce. The 2 mutated plants swayed their branches, urging Feng Qiao to hasten her inquiry. Beyond the compensation, she mentioned, they were also curious about the reason she had called them over in the first place. Although the mutated crabapple sapling had recently gained sentience, it did not exhibit the naivety typical of a newborn, unlike the mutated ivy that seemed akin to a mere infant, lacking in all but the inherited memories. Feng Qiao was uncertain about the cause of the disparity between the 2 newly emerged mutated plants and had little interest in delving into it. Fortunately, both displayed a level of maturity that might yield insightful information. Feng Qiao soon voiced her question, catching the 2 mutated plants off guard, but they quickly realized her reasoning. After a brief silence, the mutated dandelion was the first to express its thoughts. The mutated ivy could not leave. The mutated crabapple tree echoed this sentiment. They were currently unable to depart from this planet. Only by becoming a level 10 mutated plant could they achieve this. With the inherited memories from the mutated crabapple tree, The sapling possessed a clearer understanding of this matter than the mutated dandelion. Why must it be level 10? Could they not leave together on a spaceship? No, it will be fatal. The mutated crabapple sapling, growing anxious, feared that Feng Qiao might disregard their warnings and take the mutated ivy away. I'm not deceiving you. A prolonged silence ensued as the two mutated plants continued their attempts to persuade Feng Qiao to reconsider. But the repetition of their few statements only revealed marginally more information than the mutated crabapple tree had previously disclosed. Even when consolidating the scant information provided by the three mutated plants, Feng Qiao found herself utterly perplexed. She endeavored to explain the function of the spaceship, which could carry fragile beings like herself across the cosmos. The organisms inside would not be exposed to the vastness of space and would remain secure. Yet the two mutated plants resolutely opposed the idea of Feng Qiao taking the mutated ivy away, reiterating their previous point. The ivy would perish. It would die. Feng Qiao's heart tightened at the thought. Had there been previous attempts by mutated flora and fauna? I do not know. The memories I possess do not contain what you mention. However, I am not lying to you. The mutated crabapple sapling emphasized once more, fearing Feng Qiao might doubt its words due to earlier events. I understand. Feng Qiao nodded, regardless of her belief. She would not gamble with the life of the mutated ivy. A yellow-green glow enveloped the tiny sapling beneath her hand as she lowered her gaze. Already resolved in her decision. Not far away, the mutated ivy that had timed its visit to Feng Qiao just right witnessed this scene and, in a fit of anger, turned away, its green vines striking the ground in frustration. How could it go off to nourish the wild plants outside? It was infuriating. The mutated ivy cried out and charged toward the mutated pangolin, which was preparing to rest, and yet another round of conflict ignited. The following day marked their departure. After a leisurely breakfast, the trio enjoyed an unusually long respite. The mutated ivy had almost forgotten the events of the previous night, for no mutated creature could replace its position in Feng Qiao's heart. However, after half a day, each time Feng Qiao's powers replenished, she sought out the introspective and often disguised mutated crabapple sapling, making the ivy restless. It brandished its vines, ready to duel with the sapling. Nonetheless, Feng Qiao intervened, preventing the duel, and she was even unprepared to take the ivy along with her. Would it be abandoned? Sister, sister, the mutated ivy sobbed uncontrollably. Feng Qiao gently patted the ivy's leaves before placing it on the ground. Although she felt a twinge of concern for the ivy, she could not afford to take risks. She had to be resolute. I will return soon. Once she reunites with her parents and brother, ensuring their safety, she would come back. The spaceship ascended swiftly, climbing higher until it vanished from sight. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi confirmed the coordinates for the wormhole's opening and, upon noting they had 15 minutes, settled into their seats, awaiting the moment. Unlike the grand spectacle of the portal's activation on the other side, the familiar whirlpool before them allowed their nerves to ease slightly. Are you ready? Bai Siqi grasped the control stick, glancing at Feng Qiao. She nodded, feeling a modicum of anxiety. Yet her condition had improved significantly. Surely, she would not succumb to dizziness. The familiar sensation of vertigo returned, though it was less intense than before, and with Bai Siqi piloting, the flight proved steadier than when she had driven. Soon, they traversed the brief passage, returning to familiar territory. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with a dense cluster of meteoroids ahead. As meteors hurtled forth from within, Bai Siqi deftly maneuvered the craft to a safer location. Feng Qiao shook her head, then heard the persistent alerts from their light brain. She silenced the notifications and leaned back in her seat for a moment of respite, before opening the light brain to review the myriad messages received over the past month. First were the messages from her parents. None. For an entire month, they had not sent a single word. Furrowing her brow, she checked her missed calls, but there were none. However, considering the grievances faced by the Feng family, they might currently be unable to use their identities, prompting her to read through all the received messages. Ultimately, she discovered several messages from unfamiliar numbers, claiming to be her parents and brother, inquiring about her current situation. The volume of information was overwhelming. By the time Feng Qiao finished reading, Bai Siqi had already communicated their return to Butler Yu Li and others. The good news of their safe return alleviated the anxieties of Yu Li and the others considerably. Although Feng Qiao had previously informed Bai Siqi that they would be unreachable for a month, the daily anticipation was excruciating for everyone involved. Moreover, many had already set their sights on the Duke's residence, and Bai Siqi's disappearance had led many to believe he had succumbed to a mental breakdown, teetering on the brink of death. During this time, those individuals had relentlessly assailed the Duke's residence with their accusations. Even with Yu Li and numerous loyal supporters bolstering the Duke's household, they would not be able to withstand much longer if Bai Siqi did not return. Chapter 93. Discovering the disappearance of parents as Bai Siqi listened to Yu Li recount the events that had transpired in the Empire during their absence, his expression darkened progressively. Yet, as he observed the faces of his parents on the screen, aged considerably in just a month, he understood the extent of their efforts. Now that he had returned, the reasons they had used to criticize the Duke's residence had lost their validity. He briefly shared his own circumstances to reassure those on the other side of the screen. Noticing Feng Qiao's growing restlessness due to her inability to contact her family, he inquired, "Uncle Yu, could you facilitate a brief communication to let them know she is safe?" Bai Siqi assumed Feng Qiao's parents were in a particularly sensitive situation, preventing her from reaching them. However, upon witnessing a change in Yu Li's expression, Bai Siqi sensed something was amiss. What had transpired? Bai Siqi, sensing the urgency in Feng Qiao's inquiries, caught sight of her rising in agitation and promptly steadied the spacecraft. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder, urging her to remain calm. Yu Li's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt, particularly as Feng Qiao had not only resolved Bai Siqi's issues with his mental fortitude, but had also faithfully returned with his parents. This sense of guilt deepened within him. On that day, our team successfully executed the plan to rescue Mr. Feng and Mrs. Feng, everything proceeding smoothly. After navigating through several peripheral stars, we managed to elude our pursuers and successfully arrange new identities for Mr. and Mrs. Feng. However, upon preparing to return with Feng Qiao's parents after a night's rest, they discovered the couple had vanished the next day. The individuals dispatched to rescue Feng Qiao's parents were no ordinary operatives. After several searches for clues, they eventually traced the source of the couple's disappearance to the Dawn organization. They swiftly located those who had taken them, but the Dawn organization refused to surrender the couple, leading to a confrontation between our forces and theirs. Amidst the struggle, a third party of interstellar pirates stealthily approached and abducted Feng Qiao's parents. "So, my parents are now in the hands of interstellar pirates?" Feng Qiao's fingers trembled as they gripped the armrest of her seat, her heart plummeting into despair. "It is our failure to protect Mr. and Mrs. Feng," she thought, as the surrounding voices faded into the background. The thought of the pirates' nefarious deeds sent waves of dread through her. She trembled as she spoke, asking when this had occurred. Half a month ago. A month had already passed. Were her parents still alive? That gang of interstellar pirates. No, half a month ago. Feng Qiao frantically reviewed the messages she had received during this time, her fingers shaking as she scrolled through them. Seeing her distress, Bai Siqi felt a pang of sorrow. "Qiao Qiao," he called gently. However, Feng Qiao was oblivious, too consumed by her thoughts. She quickly retrieved the messages she had identified as coming from her parents and checked the timestamps. Indeed, two unfamiliar numbers had sent her several messages half a month ago. And then silence ensued. Yet, one unfamiliar number had been messaging her daily for the past 14 days, the last inquiry arriving just yesterday. If these messages truly originated from her parents, were they safe? A flicker of hope ignited within Feng Qiao's somber eyes, and with great effort, she pressed the call button, anxiously awaiting a response. The dialing tone echoed repeatedly, yet no one answered. Her fleeting hope shattered. Feng Qiao was once again engulfed in an abyss of darkness and worry. Why was there no answer? "Qiao Qiao, do not despair. They are searching for your parents, and they will find them soon. They will certainly succeed." A familiar voice broke through her turmoil, and she instinctively turned to find Bai Siqi's steadfast yet worried gaze. "Qiao Qiao, you promised me you would ensure my parents' safety," she implored, as if grasping at a lifeline. Bai Siqi understood the weight of the news she had just received and recognized the gravity of his own missteps. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his tone soothing. Yes, I promised I would bring your parents back, and I will keep my word. You, Bo, and the others have uncovered some leads. The interstellar pirates that attacked us are not the same group. They seem to be after the Feng family's pharmaceutical formulas. In other words, as long as they do not obtain the formula, your parents should be safe for now. However, beyond that, we cannot guarantee their safety. Feng Qiao discerned the implications of Bai Siqi's words. She had hoped for a reunion with her parents upon her return, only to be met with this unforeseen calamity. While she struggled to accept such devastating news, wallowing in sorrow would not bring her parents back. To rescue them, she would need to rely on the Duke's household for the time being. However, she could not place all her hopes on a single source. I have another lead. Regaining her composure, Feng Qiao promptly relayed the information about the messages from the unfamiliar number to Bai Siqi. Have them investigate these communication numbers. Perhaps they will yield additional clues. Upon receiving the series of numbers from Feng Qiao, Yuli wasted no time initiating an investigation. Since Feng Qiao had informed Yi Qin that they would return after a month, it was not long before the ship came to pick them up. Yet, it was not the same vessel they had departed in. That ship had been irreparably damaged in the asteroid belt. Fortunately, although severely compromised, the crew had managed to survive until the rescue ship arrived. However, because Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao would not return for another month, those aboard could not return to Central Star or expose themselves to public scrutiny. Thus, they could only assist in the search for the interstellar pirate crew that had abducted Feng Qiao's parents. Wasn't there only one ship? Feng Qiao gazed at the radar, which displayed several flickering yellow dots, fearing yet another complication. Surely they were not encountering another band of marauding pirates. Bai Siqi glanced at a recent message from Yi Qin and explained to Feng Qiao, those are transport ships and several escort vessels from the Dawn organization. Initially, we suspected that your parents' disappearance was orchestrated by them, and we had numerous dealings with their personnel. Eventually, we discovered that the Dawn organization is also searching for your parents. Chapter 94. The Dawn organization and the new type of suppressor Yi Qin remained uncertain whether they were merely putting on a facade or if they were genuinely uninvolved in the abduction. Yet they continued their investigation. Eventually, it was established that the incident was unrelated to the Dawn organization. However, during the investigation, another significant development occurred. The Dawn organization publicly announced their intention to release a new type of suppressor. This new suppressor, both in efficacy and product description, bore striking similarities to the one that had previously caused their downfall. The only notable difference was that, within just over half a month, this suppressor had brought substantial profits to the Dawn organization, enhancing their influence exponentially. While some sought to confront the Dawn organization as they had the Feng family, it should be noted that the Dawn organization, despite emerging as a new entity merely 4 years ago, had already established a critical position within the empire, producing advanced weaponry specifically targeting the Shadow Clan, mechas, and indispensable high-tech products for the imperial populace. Those who had once dared to provoke the Dawn organization had long since become inconsequential specks of dust in the universe. However, the Dawn organization had never engaged in the pharmaceutical sector, and now, with the sudden introduction of a new suppressor that outperformed those on the market, and whose parameters closely mirrored the Feng family's previous suppressor, it was evident that there was a deeper narrative at play. It was no wonder Yi Qin and his team had initially suspected a connection between the disappearance of Mr. and Mrs. Feng and the organization. Bai Siqi lowered his gaze, uncertain how to broach this matter with Feng Qiao. Yet, since Yi Qin's team had arrived alongside the Dawn organization as transport vessels, they would inevitably hear about it once on board. Even if he could conceal it momentarily, there would come a time when Feng Qiao would learn the truth. Nevertheless, Bai Siqi was reluctant to mention it at this juncture. Lost in thought, he heard Feng Qiao softly inquire, "What else is there?" Feng Qiao gazed at Bai Siqi, her scrutinizing gaze devoid of warmth. After spending some time together, she had come to understand him to a certain extent. The instinctual reactions of a person are exceedingly difficult to conceal, particularly for Bai Siqi, who at merely 15 years of age had yet to master this art. His voice was heavy with reluctance as he grappled with the need to reveal the truth. Half a month ago, the Dawn organization had released a new type of suppressor. Feng Qiao listened intently, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her downturned gaze. Her fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest of her seat, and her tightly pressed lips remained silent. After a prolonged silence, her slightly cold, peach blossom eyes lifted, and she asked, "Are you certain my parents' disappearance is unrelated to the Dawn organization?" Bai Siqi thought of saying that Yi Qin and the others must have thoroughly investigated before making such claims, but he refrained, opting instead to say, "I can have them look into it again." "There's no need," Feng Qiao replied, shaking her head as she fixed her attention on the holographic interface. The Dawn organization had officially begun selling the new suppressor at 8 o'clock on the morning of May 11th, and her parents had been with the individuals Bai Siqi sent until the night of that same day. Chronologically, there was no compelling reason for them to abduct anyone over the suppressor formula. Yet the Dawn organization had still acted, even if her parents' disappearance was indeed unrelated to them. One could not ignore why the Dawn organization sought her parents or how they had acquired their formula. Feng Qiao had never contemplated that this matter would involve the Dawn organization, nor could she fathom what role they played in this incident. "I wish to meet someone from the Dawn organization," she stated as she looked at Bai Siqi. If her parents were safe, even knowing that the new type of drug sold by the Dawn organization was developed by the Feng family, she would not be overly concerned. However, with her parents missing and the Dawn organization beginning to sell the new suppressor at this time, even if they were not directly responsible, they could not be entirely innocent. Bai Siqi sighed, knowing that it was impossible for Feng Qiao to remain calm upon hearing this news. If it were not for her inability to meet someone from the Dawn organization herself, she likely would not have confided in him about it. "All right, I've already informed Yi Qin of this matter. He will negotiate with someone from the Dawn organization. Our ship will be arriving shortly. Follow me aboard." Bai Siqi furrowed his brow slightly, his voice restrained. He was genuinely worried about Feng Qiao's state. Had he known earlier, he would have kept this information to himself. Even if Feng Qiao would eventually learn the truth and blame him, it would be better than the current situation. His obsidian-like eyes were filled with frustration, wishing he could dismember those who had taken Feng Qiao's parents. Yet, when he looked at her, his expression softened, and his tone became gentle. The thought of Feng Qiao suppressing her emotions, clearly devastated yet forcing herself to remain strong, made his heart ache even more. A tightness in his chest felt as if something had been forcibly crammed inside, leaving him both pained and unable to articulate his feelings. "Qiao Qiao, our ship has arrived," Bai Siqi said, glancing back at Feng Qiao before guiding the spacecraft into the docking bay. Inside the ship, Yi Qin and his companions had been anxiously awaiting news of Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi's safe return, their hearts finally finding some semblance of peace. However, despite the relief of their safe return, the fact that they had failed to uncover any news regarding Feng Qiao's parents after days of investigation caused many to furrow their brows. "Perhaps we should keep this under wraps for now," suggested a tall commander, who, despite not being as muscular as those around him, still exuded an air of confidence as he approached Yi Qin. Yi Qin sighed, his usually smiling face now displaying a look of resignation. "You're too late. The Duke has already informed the Duchess. She wishes to meet someone from the Dawn organization. I've arranged for the person in charge of this shipment of suppressors to arrive shortly. Should you welcome them, or shall I?" This individual in charge was a minor leader within the Dawn organization, known for his intelligence, making Yi Qin hesitant to send anyone else. Though the commander was eager to see Bai Siqi, he could only nod in agreement. "Very well, I shall go. Then I will go to meet the Duke and Duchess. The rest of you may return to your tasks." After dismissing everyone else, Yi Qin hurriedly made his way to the docking bay. He had heard that Bai Siqi's psychic issues had been resolved and that they had brought back a plethora of unique plants. As someone who specialized in this field, he could hardly contain his excitement upon hearing such news, especially given the recent intensification of the Shadow Clan's attacks. The situation at the front lines had escalated, with soldiers facing dire psychic issues, and the Central Star still grappling with Shadow Clan contaminants without any leads. The nobles could only complain at the Duke's residence, each situation more disheartening than the last. At last, a glimmer of hope seemed to emerge. Chapter 95, confirming the same formula. The hatch opened. Two figures emerged in succession. After a month apart, Bai Siqi appeared significantly improved, showing no signs of the impending psychic collapse he had faced a month prior. Feng Qiao's transformation was even more remarkable. While Bai Siqi had undergone changes primarily on a psychological level, Feng Qiao had visibly recovered from a previously frail condition through a month of physical rehabilitation and exercise. Her petite face was no longer pale, but instead radiated health, a rosy hue enhancing her complexion. Her sharp, cold peach blossom eyes seemed to harbor an edge, and she appeared slightly taller and more robust than before, hardly resembling the sickly child with an F-grade constitution. Could it be that these plants not only healed psychic issues, but also significantly benefited those with inherent frailty? Yi Qin's eyes sparkled as he observed the two, wishing he could transform his gaze into advanced instruments from his laboratory to scan them thoroughly, leaving no detail overlooked. However, while they looked much better, it was evident that the past month had not been without hardship. Yi Qin suppressed his excitement, especially since they still had no clues regarding the specific group of space bandits responsible for Feng Qiao's parents' abduction or their current whereabouts and safety. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Yi Qin endeavored to speak with a tone that didn't betray his anxiety. "Wonderful. You have finally returned. Are you hungry? We have prepared food aboard the ship, or would you prefer to rest first?" "There's no need," Bai Siqi interjected. "We are neither tired nor hungry. Qiao Qiao is primarily concerned about her parents' situation. Please recount in detail the events that have transpired during our absence." Upon hearing this, the already tense atmosphere among the three became even more palpable. Yi Qin exchanged a glance with Bai Siqi, his drooping eyelids concealing his fatigue as he sighed in resignation. "Very well. Since you are eager to understand the situation, let us discuss this as we walk." Yi Qin laid bare the evidence they had uncovered during their investigations without reservation. From the various details, it was evident that Feng Qiao's parents' disappearance was not orchestrated by the Dawn organization. Furthermore, the Dawn organization was secretly searching for her parents as well. However, he and the commander had previously inquired about the situation in front of the leader responsible, even considering collaboration, but the organization had outright denied any involvement, leaving no room for partnership. The Dawn organization's initial focus had been on the third-party space bandit group that had first emerged, and they might have already uncovered more valuable leads. However, given the previous misunderstandings, it is already a fortunate circumstance that the Li Ming organization harbors no resentment towards them. Yet, the prospect of collaborating on information sharing appears rather daunting. This is the new type of inhibitor that the Li Ming organization is currently offering for sale. Upon conducting a thorough analysis with my instruments, I have ascertained that this new inhibitor bears a striking resemblance, exceeding 99%, to the previous one developed by the Feng family. It can be concluded with a high degree of certainty that they are essentially the same formula. As for how the Li Ming organization acquired this formula, they have certainly speculated on it, but the individuals from the Li Ming organization are exceedingly wary of them and do not engage in discussions about such matters. However, if it were Feng Qiao, perhaps the other party would be more inclined to share. This is precisely why, upon receiving Bai Siqi's directive, they hastily sought out individuals from the Li Ming organization. Feng Qiao held the inhibitor produced by the Li Ming organization, maintaining a demeanor that was as inscrutable as before. As Yi Qin had stated, the recent new inhibitor sold by the Li Ming organization indeed appears to be closely related to the Feng family. However, I remain perplexed as to why the Li Ming organization has chosen to intervene in this matter. Even if they have obtained the latest formula for the Feng family's new inhibitor, it certainly would not have come from my parents. Feng Qiao gazed at Yi Qin, clearly articulating her perspective. Yi Qin's unspoken conjectures were not lost on Feng Qiao. Regardless of whether the Li Ming organization is employing coercive tactics or if her parents voluntarily surrendered the formula for self-preservation, Feng Qiao deemed both scenarios implausible. There must be other underlying circumstances. Yi Qin did not harbor such intentions. I believe we should first meet with the representatives of the Li Ming organization. Bai Siqi also found this matter rather peculiar. However, since they had yet to uncover any further details related to the Star Pirate Group, they could only proceed with the Li Ming organization for the time being. At that moment, Yi Qin's holographic device chimed, signaling a message from the commander. stating that they had already made contact with the head of the Li Ming organization, who could only spare half an hour. Yi Qin swiftly replied to the message before rising to speak. The person in charge of transporting the inhibitors from the Li Ming organization is currently in the reception room. But they are quite tight-lipped. Despite having shadowed them for an extended period, we have not gleaned any information. Knowing that Feng Qiao was undoubtedly anxious, Yi Qin took the opportunity to prepare her for what was to come. If the Feng couple had been aware that someone intended to target them, it would have been relatively easier for them to engage in a transaction with the Li Ming organization using the formula for the new inhibitor developed by the Feng family, thereby securing their safety. However, Feng Qiao was adamant that this was impossible, rendering the Li Ming organization's motives somewhat inscrutable. Regarding the new inhibitor, Feng Qiao acknowledged. "I understand." Yi Qin sighed deeply in his heart as he regarded the Duchess, who sat in silence, radiating an aura of coldness. This was a matter in which they had failed to adequately prepare. Feng Qiao had successfully brought Bai Siqi back unharmed, yet they remained oblivious to the fate of Feng Qiao's parents. "Please follow me." The echo of footsteps reverberated in the quiet corridor, where only the three silent individuals were visible, further intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere. Under normal circumstances, Yi Qin might have succumbed to discomfort, engaging in idle chatter, even if no one conversed with him. However, at this moment, the genius doctor, who typically cared little for appearances, stood with an upright posture as if awaiting inspection. "Here we are." Standing before the familiar reception room door, Yi Qin exhaled softly, curling his fingers to tap 3 times on the alloy door, then glancing at the time. It had taken him 5 minutes to receive the message and arrive here, which meant they still had 25 minutes remaining. Chapter 96. Secrets best left unspoken. The door slid open automatically, revealing individuals seated on either side of a coffee table. One person sat upright, his deep brown eyes meticulously focused, even his hair impeccably arranged. This was likely the commander, Ling Qi, who had previously commanded the battle against the Star Pirates aboard their ship. Unfortunately, his mental prowess was not particularly high. With Bai Siqi's protection, he had dared to command from the rear during the skirmishes with the Shadow Clan. However, after Bai Siqi had to retreat to the Duke's residence for recuperation, Ling Qi had faced 5 assaults from the Shadow Clan within the span of 2 months. Although he ultimately led his team to victory against the ambushing Shadow Clan, his limited mental strength had resulted in severe mental trauma during each direct encounter, nearly costing him his life on the battlefield. Following the last incident, as he lay on the emergency medical bed, Ling Qi realized that even if he did not care for his own life, remaining on the battlefield held little significance. After that experience, he left the battlefield and eventually returned to the Duke's residence. Opposite Ling Qi sat a woman who exuded a more relaxed demeanor. She reclined lazily against the back of the sofa, her light golden hair cascading loosely, and her lake blue eyes radiated warmth and affection. Upon noticing Feng Qiao and the others at the door, the woman raised her hand and smiled in greeting. "Esteemed Duke, Bai, and Duchess, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here. It is truly an honor." The woman did not conceal the curiosity and scrutiny in her gaze, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. While the Li Ming organization typically refrained from involving themselves in the various power struggles of the Central Star, it did not imply their ignorance. Moreover, Bai Siqi was not merely an imperial aristocrat. He was also the Empire's war god. Even earlier, when Bai Siqi had to withdraw from the battlefield to recuperate at the Duke's residence, some speculated that the condition of this imperial war god might not be favorable. It was possible that he might not even compare favorably to the previous Duke, who had perished prematurely due to mental strain. Yet, many remained hopeful that Bai Siqi's mental condition would stabilize, allowing him to return to battle one day. As long as Bai Siqi exhibited no signs of decline, those individuals refrained from acting rashly. However, half a month ago, rumors began circulating from unknown sources suggesting that Bai Siqi had succumbed to a mental breakdown. Yet, the people within the Duke's residence remained reticent, seemingly for reasons unknown, failing to publicly address this matter. The situation escalated, with both sides staunchly defending their positions. Yet events were clearly unfolding in a manner detrimental to the Duke's residence. For if Bai Siqi were alive, the Duke's residence would merely need to have the Duke utter a few words to immediately dispel the claims of his mental instability and death. Nevertheless, the Duke's residence had never taken such action. During that time, due to the entanglements involving Yiqin and others, Bai Sang had not placed much faith in the rumors emanating from the Central Star. If the Duke truly were deceased, how could these individuals still cling to this place like a persistent leech? To her surprise, her intuition proved correct. Bai Siqi's demeanor certainly did not align with that of someone suffering from severe mental issues. Could it be that for all these years, this imperial war god had been biding his time? Contemplating this possibility heightened Bai Sang's curiosity. I am Bai Sang, the representative from the Li Ming organization responsible for transporting the medication. Bai Sang extended her hand towards the two with an air of familiarity, despite it being their first meeting. I am Feng Qiao, daughter of Feng Qiao, the founder of Feng Pharmaceutical. Feng Qiao shook Bai Sang's hand before promptly releasing it. She harbored many inquiries for the woman before her, yet she understood the necessity of patience. Yiqin had indicated that this woman, while appearing sunny and talkative, possessed a considerable depth of thought. One misstep could lead them into a verbal trap, leaving them unaware of when they might divulge information. After much consideration, Feng Qiao resolved to initiate the conversation regarding the inhibitor from the Li Ming organization that bore a 99% similarity to the Feng family's new inhibitor. Is this the new inhibitor that the Li Ming organization released for sale recently? Feng Qiao produced the inhibitor he had previously obtained from Yiqin and presented it to Bai Sang. Bai Sang diverted her gaze from Feng Qiao, glancing at the inhibitor in his hand, confirming it was indeed produced by their organization. However, since they commenced selling this inhibitor, the quantity sold had reached not millions, but at least hundreds of thousands. It was possible that it fell into the hands of various buyers. Yet, Bai Sang was perplexed as to why Feng Qiao posed such a question, especially with his self-introduction, recalling the orders given to the action team when they acquired the formula. Bai Sang could not help but furrow her brow, her sea-blue eyes scrutinizing Feng Qiao before she finally responded. Yes, this new type of inhibitor was developed by the Li Ming organization half a month ago. Feng Qiao gazed at Bai Sang, who met his gaze. When he uttered these words, a flicker of surprise crossed Bai Sang's eyes. Although she masked it swiftly, all eyes were naturally upon her, making it impossible to evade so many scrutinizing gazes. Bai Sang did not understand why Feng Qiao would say such a thing, but she did not believe he could not discern that this inhibitor was identical to the new type released by the Feng family some time ago. Even if Feng Qiao truly failed to notice, Yiqin standing nearby was no novice. So why did Feng Qiao make such a statement? Bai Sang regarded him with suspicion, numerous possibilities flashing through her mind. Yet ultimately, she simply stated, "This is a secret of the Li Ming organization. If you wish to know, we can discuss it privately." Discuss privately? Feng Qiao was taken aback, equally surprised that Bai Sang would make such a request. Regardless of whether Bai Sang acknowledged or denied it, Feng Qiao had already devised a strategy to cope, but he had not anticipated Bai Sang would propose this demand. Carefully scrutinizing the woman before him, Feng Qiao then turned to the other three individuals in the room, asking, "Is that acceptable?" "Certainly not." Bai Siqi pursed his lips in silence, and the other two would not dare voice their opinions beyond what Bai Siqi had expressed. As the atmosphere grew tense, a man who had just risen from the other side of the coffee table timely interjected, "Why is a private discussion necessary?" "Because there are unspeakable secrets involved." Bai Sang's sea-blue eyes swept across the group. Although it was easy to infer that the inhibitor from the Li Ming organization was likely related to the Feng family, as long as they did not admit it, speculation would forever remain mere conjecture. Just like before, although these two harbored such doubts without sufficient evidence, she was unafraid to speak out. But Feng Qiao was different. "If you are uneasy, Bai Gongjue can accompany the Duchess. I merely believe some matters are inconvenient for too many to know, for the well-being of everyone involved." As she spoke, Bai Sang cast a deliberate glance at Feng Qiao. In truth, keeping Bai Siqi around was not an ideal choice, but but it was evident that these individuals would not consent to her being alone with Feng Qiao. Thus, Bai Siqi had to settle for a compromise. Chapter 97. Perhaps in the black domain, only Feng Qiao, Bai Siqi, and Bai Siqi remained in the room. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi sat opposite Bai Siqi, both not easily deceived. Can we speak now? Bai Siqi exhaled, affirming that this new type of inhibitor was indeed not developed by the Li Ming organization. Someone had used it as leverage to persuade the Li Ming organization to spare your parents. So, someone truly negotiated the formula for the new type of inhibitor in exchange for rescue? Feng Qiao was somewhat astonished. However, this was not the most pressing concern. Where are my parents now? Feng Qiao instantly turned his gaze to Bai Siqi, fixating intently on her. The individuals who took them were from the Li Ming organization. They must have been well prepared to extract them from Bai Siqi's grasp. Perhaps her parents were not abducted by a third party at all. It could merely be a ruse orchestrated by the Li Ming organization. Bai Siqi cleared her throat, explaining that they had initially secured Mr. Feng and Mrs. Feng safely, intending to return. Unexpectedly, during an entanglement with another group, interstellar pirates seized the opportunity and directly abducted them, although they had already uncovered some leads. Interstellar pirates are notoriously elusive, making the retrieval of individuals quite challenging. I apologize. The situation at the time was chaotic, leading to some oversights. Your parents were taken by interstellar pirates. However, we have exerted every effort to rescue them. Bai Siqi knew this assurance sounded quite perfunctory. Despite mobilizing all their resources to search for Feng Qiao's parents, until they located them, they had little to offer beyond verbal reassurances. The mere thought of her parents being in the clutches of interstellar pirates left Feng Qiao in a state of agitation. Those unfamiliar messages she received on her neural interface must have been sent by her parents seeking an opportunity to reach her. They had to be alive and well. The sharp pain from her fingertips piercing her skin momentarily restored her composure as she gazed at the woman seated across from her, her peach blossom eyes devoid of warmth. What guarantees do you offer? Were it not for the intervention of the Li Ming organization, she might have already reunited with her parents. Moreover, you just mentioned that someone used the formula for the new type of inhibitor as payment for your organization to carry out a rescue. Before Feng Qiao could speak, Bai Siqi had already posed his inquiry. However, since your organization failed to rescue them, where did the formula for the new type of inhibitor originate? Although it was true that the Li Ming organization began selling the new type of inhibitor prior to abducting Feng Qiao's parents, that did not hinder them from extracting more information from Bai Siqi based on this point. Because the payment had been made in advance, Bai Siqi seemed to recall. It was indeed peculiar when they initially received this task. Although the action team had begun preparations upon receiving the assignment, the Feng family had not yet encountered any issues. Yet the other party had already delivered the formula to them. If they truly wished to prevent any mishap from befalling the Feng couple, they could have facilitated their departure from the Central Star in advance, avoiding such convoluted measures. Not only was it a waste of time and effort, but any misstep along the way, as seen now, would result in a significant loss. The more Bai Siqi contemplated, the more suspicious she became, especially since after their leader assigned this task, they had lost all contact with him. This inevitably led Bai Siqi to ponder whether the situation concerning the Feng family was as straightforward as they presumed, particularly upon encountering Bai Siqi, who appeared far from a person on the brink of a mental breakdown. Her suspicions intensified. What do you mean by in advance? Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi both detected a hint of oddity in Bai Siqi's tone and expression. Apologies, but I cannot disclose that. Bai Siqi placed one hand on the armrest of the sofa, slightly adjusting her position to steer the conversation elsewhere. However, I can share some information we have gathered regarding your parents. Feng Qiao had not expected that after Yi Qin and the others had spent days fruitlessly prying for useful information, he would merely exchange a few words with Bai Siqi, and she would voluntarily divulge information. It seemed that the topic she was reluctant to continue was not as simple as he had previously thought. After a brief pause, Feng Qiao resolved to listen to the information the Li Ming organization had uncovered. What have you found out? Your parents are likely currently in the black domain. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Our organization is still investigating and currently lacks evidence to substantiate this claim. Nevertheless, as she spoke, Bai Siqi appeared almost certain, her expression growing more solemn. After all, if Feng Qiao's parents were indeed in the black domain, and their organization had accepted payment, they would certainly need to devise a plan to rescue them. However, finding someone in a place like the black domain is no easy feat, and bringing them back alive is even more daunting. The expressions on Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi shifted dramatically. Are you certain? Not certain. After all, I currently cannot provide any evidence. However, Bai Siqi's words did little to ease the tension in Feng Qiao's expression. If her parents truly find themselves in such a place, regardless of the truth, having accepted the remuneration for this commission, the Li Ming organization will undoubtedly pursue the matter to the end. Should we manage to locate Mr. Feng and Mrs. Feng, we will exert every effort to rescue them. Initially, I should not have disclosed this to anyone outside the organization. But given that the ones in need of rescue are the Duke's parents, I trust that the Duchess would not allow this information to spread further. Bai Siqi gazed intently at the two, her blue eyes as profound as the ocean. This matter is deeply entangled, and it is not an easy task for the Li Ming organization to effectuate a rescue. However, Bai Siqi is still alive, and he appears to be thriving. If Bai Siqi truly cares for this newlywed lady, he might be able to provide them with some assistance. We shall not disclose this matter to outsiders and hope that the Li Ming organization honors its promises. Bai Siqi held Feng Qiao's hand, gently prying apart her tightly clenched fingers, his movements careful and tinged with tenderness. Regardless of who provided the formula for the new suppressants to the Li Ming organization, having accepted the task, they must fulfill it diligently. Naturally, they cannot place all their hopes solely upon the Li Ming organization. In the Heiyu, Bai Siqi lowered his gaze, observing the glaring crimson in Feng Qiao's palm, and for the time being, he could only hold her fingertips gently to prevent her from injuring herself further. Bai Siqi observed silently, her sea-blue eyes reflecting contemplation. Duke Bai, Duchess, I have another piece of information related to the empire that you may find intriguing. The Li Ming organization typically refrains from engaging in the power struggles of the empire, focusing instead on the sale of weapons, mechas, and various technological products, seldom embroiled in conflicts, making it one of the more tempered entities among those not under imperial control. Yet to have developed to its current scale in merely 5 years, no one would dismiss it as a harmless little rabbit. Previously, Yi Qin and his companions had been unable to unearth much information despite their prolonged efforts. Bai Siqi's current demeanor was conspicuously enthusiastic. However, even with the knowledge that something was amiss, they needed to ascertain what the other party intended to convey before making further judgments. What news? Chapter 98. An unread message. Recently, several cases of accidental deaths have occurred on the Central Star. While these fatalities appear to be normal, those classified as accidental deaths did not actually succumb to accidents. Our organization fortuitously acquired a body from one such case, and during the autopsy, we discovered residual contaminants within the victim's body, though they also found it peculiar and had prepared extensively before the dissection. Who could have anticipated that a deceased individual could launch a psychic attack post-craniotomy, with the attack itself being contaminative, reminiscent of the Shadow Clan on the battlefield? The researchers assigned to this task were nearly all infected. Despite their swift actions to seal the laboratory and the fact that several researchers had taken the new suppressants upon sensing something was amiss and had isolated themselves, the impact of the contaminants was significant, and the condition of several researchers has deteriorated, with some even exhibiting suicidal tendencies. They were left with no choice but to temporarily bind the individuals and slowly study how to rescue them. Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao were not entirely uninformed. The Feng family had been slandered using such methods. Little did they know that during the month of their absence, the perpetrator continued their machinations, and it remained uncertain whether Butler Yu Li had uncovered the mastermind behind it. The Empire suffers countless casualties daily in its efforts to fend off the incursions of the Shadow Clan. Yet, it is precisely those few individuals who voluntarily brought contaminants into the fragile sanctuary they had struggled to protect. Sometimes, it is truly baffling what goes on in the minds of those people. After bidding farewell to Bai Siqi, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi found their spirits dampened rather than uplifted by the potential location of her parents. Before they could continue deliberating their next course of action, news arrived from Yuli, confirming the results from the optical brain number Feng Qiao had previously provided. However, it was not encouraging news, as the individual using this number was now in the Heiyu. Coupled with Bai Sang's earlier speculation, it seemed her parents might indeed be there. Bai Siqi observed Feng Qiao's hand, which had regained its pale hue, as he set down the treatment device. If you wish to go, how shall we proceed? Do you intend to accompany me? Feng Qiao withdrew her hand, not looking at Bai Siqi, instead staring blankly at her palm. She was acutely aware of the dangers of the Heiyu. She feared that should she venture there, she would not survive a single day. Yet, prior to their departure, they had assured her that her parents would be safe, and now they presented her with such disheartening news. Feng Qiao found it impossible to face this calmly. I will not allow you to venture into such perilous territory alone. If Feng Qiao insists on going, I shall accompany her. Bai Siqi clenched his fists, his lips forming a straight line, his dark eyes fixed intently on Feng Qiao. Feng Qiao lowered her gaze and murmured in agreement, knowing that proceeding to the Heiyu at this juncture was an irrational act. However, I believe you will rescue my parents. I am feeling rather weary. I shall rest for a while. Her mind felt as though it had been overwhelmed with an influx of thoughts, leaving her in a haze of fatigue. Feng Qiao retreated to her room and fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke, her mind would surely be clearer, and she could then contemplate how to proceed to the Heiyu to rescue her parents. Feng Qiao slept soundly until evening, consequently missing the opportunity to check the message from the unfamiliar number promptly. Upon waking and gazing at the metallic ceiling above, she initially thought she was still aboard a spacecraft on another planet, but soon the previous awareness flooded back. This was not that planet. She had returned, yet her parents were now in the Heiyu. As she sat up, Feng Qiao collapsed back onto the bed, her brown peach blossom eyes swiftly filled with anguish. Why had her efforts led to this outcome? Were her parents safe? In an instant, the communication number that had consistently inquired about her well-being flashed through her mind, prompting her to open the optical brain. One unread message. Staring at the pinned, unread message in the upper right corner, her heart raced uncontrollably. Was the message from that unfamiliar number? Was it for her parents? As this thought crossed her mind, Feng Qiao's fingers swiftly clicked on the message from the unfamiliar number. In the next moment, the content of the message unfolded before her eyes. Unlike previous messages that merely expressed concern, a single glance confirmed to Feng Qiao that this message must surely be from her parents. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her vision blurring momentarily. Yet she continued to read the short lines of text, word for word, repeatedly. Her parents were well, but the circumstances of their location made external communication difficult. They could only send her one text message each day. They urged her to take care of herself, fearing she would worry, and had refrained from revealing their current whereabouts. However, almost the entirety of the empire is covered by the star network, and the more affluent areas boast superior signal strength. While her parents' location was restricted to sending only one message per day, suggesting dire conditions. Feng Qiao stared at the chat window for an indeterminate time, until her arm felt numb, before she extended her other hand to slowly compose her response. Although her parents would not receive it immediately, it would reach them once the signal was restored tomorrow. Feng Qiao spent a considerable amount of time crafting her message, writing extensively, yet fearing that excessive content might require more time for processing. She edited and refined it until she was left with just over 100 words. Nevertheless, this was still significantly more than the daily messages her parents sent her. But this was the most concise version she could manage. She hoped her parents would successfully receive this message the following day. Feng Qiao prayed silently to the screen. On the other side, Bai Siqi was engaged in a discussion with Yi Qin and the commander regarding the forthcoming actions. Although there had been frequent stirrings from the central star, the most pressing issue remained the dire situation on Huiluo star. Rumors circulated that Bai Siqi's mental instability had led to his demise, and the Duke's residents had refrained from clarifying the matter, resulting in a significant decline in morale on the battlefield. Concurrently, the attacks from the Shadow Clan had intensified. with daily casualties now soaring to 2 or 3 times the previous figures. Without a means to stabilize morale, the situation would inevitably worsen, and the Shadow Clan might breach the defenses of Hui Luo Star, launching an incursion into the heart of the Empire. The Dawn organization was hastily dispatching a new batch of mental inhibitors to the front lines for this very reason. The special plants that I and Qiao Qiao had brought back were now being processed into inhibitors. Due to time constraints, most of these were wild herbs. Yet they contained abundant energy, undoubtedly surpassing the efficacy of ordinary inhibitors. Chapter 99. Collaboration with the Dawn organization was already underway. Bai Siqi responded affirmatively, recalling something. Furthermore, he instructed to send an additional 100 doses of the lowest efficacy inhibitors to the central star. Yi Qin was aware that the earlier matter had been facilitated by Lu Juanhao, and since it was an agreement made in advance, he promptly arranged for it to be executed. The energy contained in the plants they had brought back was exceptionally high, yielding better results than previous specimens. However, the number of soldiers on the battlefield suffering from severe mental issues due to combat with the Shadow Clan numbered in the hundreds or thousands, a scale far beyond what Bai Siqi's shipload of special plants could remedy. Nonetheless, the return of Bai Siqi and the complete resolution of his mental issues was a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. If utilized properly, this ship's cargo of plants might stabilize the current situation. As long as they could secure the defenses and have that planet as their backing, they would undoubtedly eradicate all Shadow Clan forces and restore peace to the Empire. Next, the matter of Bai Siqi's return was paramount. Previously, due to his mental instability, he had remained sequestered within the Duke's residence. Over the past month, many had come to inquire at the Duke's residence, even spreading rumors of Bai Siqi's possible death, while the Duke's residence had issued no public statements. Now that Bai Siqi's mental issues were entirely resolved, it was crucial to devise a suitable narrative. Otherwise, those individuals might exploit the situation further. Bai Siqi was not inclined to disclose any information regarding that planet, especially to the royal family and the nobles. However, once the newly formulated inhibitors from the special plants were administered to the soldiers, it would not be long before discrepancies were noticed. If the Feng family could be ensnared due to the formula of the new inhibitors, one could only imagine the implications of using potions derived from special plants. The title of Duke of the Empire would deter many from directly confronting him as they had with the Feng family, yet it also constrained him. This was particularly true after Bai Siqi had learned of the royal family's dark secrets. The Empire had decayed from within, yet the immediate threat remained the aggressive Shadow Clan. The Duke's residence could not intervene in this matter, but such a critical issue could not be left to just anyone. What are you looking at? Speak your mind. Bai Siqi, engrossed in contemplating potential candidates, felt 2 powerful gazes directed at him. Ling Qi sat upright, with a composed demeanor, focusing intently on Bai Siqi, seemingly unchanged from his usual self. Yi Qi knew it was futile to expect Ling Qi to speak up, but did he dare? The eye was rolling, searching for words, when suddenly his communicator beeped. Yi Qin breathed a sigh of relief. I'll step out to take this. It was indeed a call from Bai Sang, which was quite unusual. Yi Qin returned to his seat, a sense of unease creeping in, as he suspected that the head of the Dawn organization reaching out might be linked to their private conversation that afternoon. Glancing at Bai Siqi, Yi Qin answered the call. As anticipated, the moment the communication connected, Bai Sang eagerly sought to speak with Bai Siqi. Yi Qin, seated in a rather casual manner, stated, "The Duke is currently very busy. What do you need to discuss with him? I can convey your message." Although the woman in the video bore the same visage, she lacked the previous vibrancy and flamboyance. Just moments ago, Bai Sang had received news that the medical personnel responsible for treating the afflicted researchers had, as usual, conducted examinations and initiated basic treatments. Unexpectedly, during the treatment, one researcher's condition deteriorated sharply, breaking free from restraints and injuring the attending medical personnel. Though swiftly subdued and resecured with more robust restraints, the researcher's condition had become dire and could not hold much longer. If Duke Bai could save a few researchers from the Dawn organization, they would be willing to exchange their latest developed weaponry. If you do not desire the new weaponry, other requests can be made as well. Upon concluding her message, Bai Siqi pressed her lips together, awaiting Yi Qin's response in silence. Yi Qin, equally startled, glanced sideways at Bai Siqi before quickly regaining his composure. Regardless of Bai Siqi's awareness of their situation, they had not intended to disclose such information. Moreover, once they reached the battlefield and administered the inhibitors to the soldiers, the matter would inevitably come to light. Rather than outright denial, it would be more prudent to navigate this development skillfully while probing for what the other party knew. Send me the researcher's examination results, and I'll assess the situation. As for the compensation, we can discuss it once we ascertain the possibility of saving them. Understood. The other side seemed urgent, and the communication was quickly terminated. Reflecting on Bai Siqi's earlier gaze that urged him to comply, Yi Qin couldn't resist asking, "Qi, are you planning to forge an alliance with the Dawn Organization?" Although the Dawn Organization had always maintained neutrality and refrained from engaging in any power struggles, the special plans brought back by Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi would undoubtedly pique their interest. The weaponry and mech from the Dawn Organization were among the Empire's most advanced. Establishing a favorable relationship with them would be highly advantageous. However, the leader of the Dawn Organization acted according to his whims, making it impossible to predict his next move. Many had previously harbored similar intentions, yet I wish to collaborate with the Dawn Organization. More specifically, I intend for them to draw fire away from us. The Dawn Organization wielded formidable strength and possessed methods that deterred most from provoking them. He would send trusted individuals to transport the plans from that planet and hand them over to the Dawn Organization for processing. Once they weathered this turbulent period and stabilized the battlefield situation, they could gradually address other matters. Until then, they simply needed to safeguard the secret of that planet. What kind of collaboration? Yi Qin felt an unsettling premonition. In the next moment, Ling Qi's voice pierced through his thoughts. Is the Duke planning to entrust the special plans to the Dawn Organization for handling? Surely not. Qi, is that truly your intention? Seeing Bai Siqi remain silent, Yi Qin feared that Bai Siqi had made a definitive decision, although involving the Duke's residence might lead to complications. Entrusting the special plans to the Dawn Organization was clearly even more concerning. What if the Dawn Organization, upon encountering the special plans, succumbed to greed and colluded with the Empire's nobles to turn against them? Yi Qin silently prayed that this was merely a fleeting whim of Bai Siqi and not a serious intention. There were undoubtedly numerous other ways to resolve this issue. If worst came to worst, the Duke's residence could step in without significant trouble. Yet, he could not fathom what Bai Siqi was truly concerned about. Bai Siqi, unwilling to endure Yi Qin's lamentations any longer, wrapped his fingers on the table, solidifying the decision. Thus, let us deliberate on how to collaborate with the Dawn Organization in a manner that maximally ensures the longevity of our partnership. You and Ling Qi should thoroughly discuss this and draft a plan promptly. I shall check on Qiao Qiao. With that, he rose and departed. Chapter 100. To the training room, alas. As a doctor, why must I engage in such labor? After enduring an hour of tedious waiting with Ling Qi in the conference room, Yi Qin frantically raked his fingers through his hair, his demeanor utterly listless. Across the conference table, Ling Qi appeared oblivious to Yi Qin's growing agitation, diligently tapping away on his holographic interface. Although the rationale behind the Duke's selection of the Dawn Organization remained a mystery, it was evident that now, with the Duke's decision made, their course was to comply with his directives and devise the most advantageous plan for themselves. Furthermore, by promoting the Dawn Organization without disclosing the origin of their unique flora, they could attract widespread attention while the Duke retained control behind the scenes, an arrangement that ultimately bore no detriment for them. Naturally, the Dawn Organization, having achieved their current standing, would not allow themselves to be exploited as mere pawns. Hence, they must navigate this situation with caution. The Duke's interest lay in establishing a long-term partnership, indicating he desired more than to use the Dawn Organization as a mere shield. Though Ling Qi possessed remarkable intellect, resolving this matter flawlessly was no simple task. A preliminary outline of the new proposal had been drafted, and Ling Qi paused to stretch his fingers and rest his wrist. His gaze fell upon Yi Qin, whose face was pressed against the conference table, lost in a daze. Ling Qi couldn't help but rub his temples. Dr. Yi. Huh? What is it? Yi Qin propped himself up on the table, his half-turned face betraying a state of mental exhaustion. Ling Qi had not anticipated any assistance from Yi Qin, but seeing him in such a state prompted Ling Qi to remind him, "Your holographic interface has been pinging for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Yi Qin finally turned his attention to the interface. The messages had arrived 5 minutes prior, totaling 7, with 6 of them sent as documents. The sender was Bai Siqi. Yi Qin hastily skimmed the text from Bai Siqi before opening the documents one by one. The lethargy that had enveloped him dissipated as his amber eyes sharpened with focus. And soon, nothing around him seemed capable of distracting him. As the two men busied themselves, Feng Qiao, having composed herself, descended for dinner after finishing her message to an unfamiliar number. Although the special energy-infused food brought immense comfort to her body, the variety of food they had discovered during that period was limited, lacking the colorful and flavorful assortment found in the cafeteria. Feng Qiao particularly ordered a few of her favorite dishes, her stomach pleasantly rounded, and contemplated whether to find a place to walk off her meal, having napped all afternoon. She certainly would not be able to sleep now. Just then, she heard 2 voices drawing nearer. "It's still early. Shall we head to the training room for practice?" One person provocatively glanced at the other, brimming with confidence, as though envisioning the moment he would vanquish his opponent. "I have other matters tonight. You can find a high instead," the other replied, suppressing a yawn and preparing to leave when he spotted Feng Qiao approaching, instantly standing at attention. "Madam." The provocateur's words died on his lips as he turned to Feng Qiao, immediately adopting a respectful stance and greeting her. This was Feng Qiao's first appearance before these individuals, yet they seemed entirely familiar with her. Feng Qiao nodded to both, her mind still occupied with their prior mention of the training room. Perhaps she could utilize the training room to digest her meal and simultaneously enhance her physical fitness. However, the structure of the new warship differed from the previous one, and having napped all afternoon, she lacked the opportunity to familiarize herself with it. Fortunately, one of them was headed to the training room and could guide her. "I just heard you mention heading to the training room?" "Indeed," the man who had earlier provoked replied, introducing himself as Wu Lu. Unaware of Feng Qiao's intentions, he enthusiastically invited her. "Would you like to take a look, madam? The training room is generally closed off and can accommodate a maximum of 2 individuals. However, there are monitors outside for spectators to watch the training sessions. Typically, aside from the team's top fighters, few gathered to watch other battles." Wu Li's motivation for inviting Feng Qiao was to entice Bai Siqi into the training room. If he could engage in a spar with the Duke, even if he ended up bested, it would be worthwhile. Feng Qiao remained oblivious to his ulterior motives. Even if she were aware, it would matter little to her. She readily agreed. "Sounds good." On the second floor, 9 out of 10 training rooms were occupied, leaving only one available. Guided by Wu Lu, Feng Qiao arrived at the sole vacant training room, casting her gaze over the stark walls and the small sensory device mounted on the side. She inquired, "To train inside, do I simply wear this?" "Yes. Wearing this will enhance the realism of the simulation scenarios. Additionally, the training room is equipped with numerous hidden facilities that remain concealed unless required." Feng Qiao had never previously entered such a training facility. This was her first experience, and she was fortunate to have a knowledgeable guide who answered all her inquiries, sparing her the need for exploration. After spending 15 minutes grasping the usage of the training room, she donned the sensory device. Wu Lu, caught off guard and unprepared for Feng Qiao's actions, was momentarily at a loss. He had assumed she merely sought to understand their training regimen. Who would have thought she wished to participate herself, given Feng Qiao's physical state? Was she truly suited for such training? This was the only F-grade physique in the nation, although she did not outwardly appear to be of F-grade caliber. He could not allow her to train in the training room. "Madam, are you truly planning to utilize this training room?" Wu Li's forehead glistened with sweat, desperately hoping the Duke would arrive in time to prevent Feng Qiao from proceeding. "Indeed. Do not worry. I will only undertake some basic training. There will be no issues. If you remain concerned, you may watch from the side." Feng Qiao did not wish to burden Wu Lu, but he clearly could not be swayed by her reassurances. Only tangible proof could convince him. As they awaited Bai Siqi's arrival, the training room door began to close, and Feng Qiao selected her training mode. Wu Lu hastily grabbed another sensory device hanging on the wall and prepared himself. Meanwhile, Feng Qiao had opted for the most fundamental training mode. Since she had chosen training rather than combat mode, the surroundings transformed into a breathtaking underwater landscape, rather than the usual battleground Wu Lu was accustomed to. Feng Qiao meticulously reviewed the training precautions, completely unaware of the growing alarm reflected in Wu Li's eyes. Chapter 101. Dual Basic Training. Feng Qiao had chosen dual basic training for both mental and physical prowess. Although the difficulty level was the lowest, she had only awakened her mental abilities a month prior. At this stage, she should be gradually familiarizing herself with the application of her powers under a teacher's guidance, ideally waiting until she learned to protect herself before undertaking such perilous training. Wu Lu desperately wished to voice his concerns, his tone tinged with a hint of desperation. He couldn't bear to contemplate the Duke's reaction should anything happen to Feng Qiao in the training room. Unfortunately, reality afforded Wu Lu little time to adjust. Feng Qiao swiftly confirmed the commencement of basic training. As the training commenced, a vibrant school of fish gradually swam towards them. Above Feng Qiao and Wu Lu, transparent bubbles emerged on their heads, hearts, elbows, knees, hands, feet, and waists. The bubbles varied in size, with the largest being as big as an adult's fist and the smallest comparable to a chicken egg. Upon contact with the fish, the bubbles would shatter instantly. Their training task was to exert every effort to evade the fish and protect the bubbles on their bodies. After 5 minutes, if more than half of the bubbles remained, they would proceed to the next training phase. Otherwise, they would have to continue this exercise. Upon seeing the approaching school of fish and the bubbles adorning his body, Wu Lu, who had been particularly anxious since entering the underwater training arena, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the first training task was not related to mental fortitude. As long as the lady remained at the initial stage, the fish would not inflict harm upon her. Completing all training tasks would signify the end of this session. The fish divided into 2 groups, heading towards Feng Qiao and Wu Lu respectively. Although they only needed to dodge 5 palm-sized fish and protect the bubbles from contact, it proved to be quite a challenge. With a single encounter, a bubble on Feng Qiao's knee burst. As she twisted to avoid the fish that was about to collide with the bubble at her waist, she remained vigilant of the other fish, dodging left and right. Her limbs tirelessly in motion, soon left breathless. Despite her best efforts, the bubbles on her body inevitably shattered one after another. The bubble on her right elbow and the one atop her head popped, leaving her with only 8 bubbles remaining. With 2 chances for mistakes still available, and 4 minutes on the clock, it appeared she would have to persist through this training without retreat. Gasping for breath, Feng Qiao could hear the sound of her bubbles being pierced by the fish. In contrast, Wu Lu seemed to glide through the water with greater agility than the surrounding fish. He lured the fish closer, only to nimbly evade them at the last moment. His graceful form weaved through the swimming fish, appearing as if he were playfully toying with them rather than merely avoiding their touches. As the 6th bubble burst, Feng Qiao had no choice but to restart the training. However, before doing so, she opted to rest for 2 minutes. Sitting on the ground, she took a moment to regulate her racing heartbeat while observing Wu Li's training. Although she was aware that this level of training was trivial for him, witnessing his fluid movements compared to the fish filled her with admiration. Surely, one day, she could achieve such prowess. The 5 minutes swiftly passed, and Wu Lu emerged unscathed with all 11 bubbles intact, successfully moving on to the next training phase. Following suit, Feng Qiao rose from the ground to continue her training. Time ticked away, and Wu Lu progressed smoothly, nearing the final task of the dual basic training. Meanwhile, Feng Qiao remained entrenched in a struggle against the persistent fish aiming to burst her water balloons. After an exhausting hour and a half, even with a brief respite, Feng Qiao found the intensity of this training overwhelming. Her best performance occurred half an hour prior, where she managed to endure for 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Regrettably, just 3 seconds short, she failed to preserve the crucial 6th bubble, resulting in her inability to successfully complete the training. Subsequent to this setback, despite her enhanced ability to track the movements of the fish, her physical fatigue hindered her performance, yielding poorer results than before. It seemed that this day would conclude here. After another failed attempt, Feng Qiao lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained. However, it appeared Wu Lu was nearing the end of his training. Resolving not to withdraw prematurely, she decided to wait for him to complete his tasks and conclude the training session. With that thought, she relaxed entirely, lying flat on the ground, overwhelmed by fatigue. Wu Lu continued his movements, while Feng Qiao quietly watched from the side. The dual-mode training room was primarily designed for participants to engage in mutual sparring and exchange, serving as both a source of motivation and a test of mental resilience. Observing the progress of another, whether faster or slower, inevitably influenced one's spirit. Such influences could either ignite a competitive fire or lead to emotional imbalance due to poor mental fortitude. However, it was evident that Feng Qiao was not susceptible to such distractions. She and Wu Lu existed on completely different tiers, rendering any comparison futile. Even as a teaching example, it would take her years to develop such skills. Yet, having such a benchmark nearby inspired Feng Qiao to believe she could strive for more. Years seemed an excessive time frame. She need not adhere to conventional growth trajectories. She must accelerate her path to strength. Congratulations to Wu Lu for completing the primary dual basic training. With a total duration of 1 hour, 37 minutes, and 5 seconds, achieving a training rating of A, due to Feng Qiao's failure to complete a training task. Her rating is null, and she is prohibited from using this training room for 7 days. Training session concluded. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater dissipated, and both Feng Qiao and Wu Lu were instantaneously removed from the arena. Hearing the system's announcement, Wu Lu exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly and was fortunate that the lady remained stalled at the first training phase. However, just as he began to relax, the sight of Feng Qiao's sullen expression caused an abrupt jolt in his heart. Oh no, it seemed he had been premature in his relief. 7 days without access to the training room for failing to complete the task. Feng Qiao's gaze fixed on Wu Lu, clearly filled with frustration. Though this training room was lost to her, there were still 9 other rooms available for exploration. No, Wu Lu hastily clarified. This is the captain's way of urging us. Those who do not achieve a C rating or lose 3 consecutive battles will face a 7-day ban from a training room. Feng Qiao, what kind of devilish regulation is this? Chapter 102. Feng Qiao's examination report. The training content in the training room is undoubtedly challenging. Given that the lady had not engaged in prior training, this sudden endeavor would certainly prove taxing. If the lady harbors such intentions, perhaps the Duke could tailor a training regimen specifically for her. Above all, please refrain from haphazardly entering training rooms to select tasks. Thankfully, nothing severe occurred this time. Otherwise, Duke, just as Wu Lu's tension had begun to dissipate, the door to the training room swung open, revealing Bai Siqi standing at the entrance. His heart tightened once more. Finished training? Bai Siqi's gaze swept over the two, revealing no discernible emotions. Yes, indeed, Wu Lu replied, rooted in place, hesitant to move. Had previous events not transpired, he would have eagerly sought an opportunity to spar with Bai Siqi. However, now, even if the Duke were to propose it, he would not dare to accept. Who knew if it would lead to a constructive exchange or a one-sided drubbing? It's getting late. You should return and rest after training. Bai Siqi's hand rested on Wu Lu's shoulder, causing him to tense momentarily before relaxing. Evidently, the Duke was not angered by his decision to bring the lady into the training room. Perhaps he might still find another opportunity to seek guidance from the Duke. Yes, I shall return to my room. With the tension dissipating, Wu Lu began to devise plans for how to invite Bai Siqi for future sparring sessions. His figure quickly vanished, leaving the training room in a temporary state of stillness, with only Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi remaining. Are you tired? Bai Siqi stepped forward, gently sweeping aside the damp, disheveled strands of Feng Qiao's hair that clung to her forehead. Having observed her in the training room for over an hour since learning of her presence there, he was acutely aware of her current physical exhaustion. Fortunately, Feng Qiao's trembling legs leaned against the doorframe of the training room for support. However, if Bai Siqi insisted on engaging her in conversation, she would have no choice but to sit on the ground beside him. Noticing her quaking limbs, Bai Siqi found it astonishing that she could even emerge from the training room, given her previous rigorous training that had drained her energy. He had initially intended to send Wu Lu away before addressing their matters, but now he could only escort her back to her room. The tall figure slowly crouched down, presenting his broad back to Feng Qiao and beckoning her to come closer. Although Bai Siqi had carried Feng Qiao on that distant planet, it had been a fortnight since then. Feng Qiao hesitated, yet her body had little strength left to expend. As her legs trembled increasingly, the last remnants of her energy waned, and she felt her knees buckle, collapsing onto Bai Siqi's back. Sighing in resignation, she acknowledged that walking back was no longer an option, so she would have to accept this arrangement. "Do you wish to become stronger through training?" A gentle voice resonated in front of her, and Feng Qiao could even perceive the slight tremor of his chest as he inhaled and exhaled. Weakly resting against Bai Siqi's back, she murmured in response, affirming with a soft It seemed Bai Siqi drew encouragement from her reply. "Then tomorrow, I will have Yi Qin conduct a physical examination to ascertain your health status, and subsequently devise a training plan tailored specifically for you." The training regimen in the training room was commendable, yet it evidently did not suit Feng Qiao's current condition. "Do not worry, Qiao Qiao. I have already dispatched individuals to the Heiyu to locate your parents. They will surely be safe." Feng Qiao paused for a moment, before responding with a quiet "Emma. Could you tell me about Heiyu?" Her understanding of Heiyu was limited to what she had gleaned from the Star Network, which was likely insufficient. The true Heiyu was likely far more terrifying than she could comprehend. Although her parents reassured her of their safety, how could she genuinely believe that and set her mind at ease? Bai Siqi hesitated. If possible, he would prefer that Feng Qiao remain unaware of such matters. However, remaining silent would likely lead her to further worry. Thus, he nodded very well. "Ask me anything you wish to know." That evening marked the first occasion since Bai Siqi's recollection of his 15th year that he conversed so extensively with Feng Qiao, and their relationship softened slightly as a result of their dialogue. Feng Qiao shared with Bai Siqi the message she received from an unknown number that afternoon. If that number truly belonged to her parents, their situation might be better than they had previously imagined. "Tomorrow, I will have someone monitor that number. If they send another message, we can trace it back to their location." They continued their conversation on this topic for a while, and perhaps due to the prior training that had exhausted her energy or the soothing nature of Bai Siqi's words, Feng Qiao could not recall when she drifted back to sleep. However, having already rested for a considerable duration in the afternoon, she only slept for 2 hours this time before hastily having breakfast and seeking out Yi Qin for her physical examination. Though Yi Qin had sensed that Feng Qiao's condition was favorable from the outset, he had not anticipated such an impressive improvement. It would be hard for anyone to believe that just a month ago she had an F rating, and now her physical fitness had soared to a D. Observing the data from Feng Qiao's physical examination, Yi Qin's gaze seemed to dissect her at a cellular level. It must be the effect of the special plants. While their energy primarily calms my mental state, did you not mention yesterday that my physical condition has also improved significantly? Bai Siqi shielded Feng Qiao from Yi Qin's increasingly fervent scrutiny. It was acceptable for him to gather data on Bai Siqi, but he would not allow those same methods to be applied to Qiao Qiao. Her body had only just begun to improve and needed to be carefully nurtured. With Bai Siqi in the way, Yi Qin could only gaze longingly at Feng Qiao from a distance. Soon, however, he retrieved the long-anticipated report of Feng Qiao's physical examination and chuckled with delight. "Madam's health is excellent, and there are virtually no issues. However, it is still essential to maintain proper nutrition, and training should be gradual. We must avoid a recurrence of yesterday's circumstances." Yi Qin pointed to several figures on the report. Though he had been unaware of Feng Qiao's training activities the previous afternoon, the examination results were undeniable. All data was clearly presented, leaving no room for deception. Feng Qiao obediently listened to his advice. Although her condition had indeed improved, the training regimen she had undertaken yesterday was not suitable for her. Fortunately, It was a solitary occurrence and had not caused significant harm. Chapter 103. Guidance in Drug Formulation. All right, I'll be mindful. Bai Siqi had already promised to help her formulate a training plan better suited to her needs, and Feng Qiao would naturally not jeopardize her own health. With Bai Siqi present, Yiqin found it impossible to pursue further research into the changes occurring within Feng Qiao. While this left him feeling frustrated, he had more pressing matters to discuss with her. Madam, do you have other commitments later? Yiqin carefully tucked away Feng Qiao's examination report, hastily speaking before Bai Siqi could lead her away. You see, while we have the formulas and procedures provided by you, we inevitably encounter numerous challenges during the drug formulation process. If you have time, could you perhaps guide the pharmacists aboard the ship? As Yiqin posed his question, he first cast a glance at Bai Siqi before turning his full attention to Feng Qiao. The Empire's pharmacists were notoriously protective of their proprietary formulations, and it was already a stroke of luck that Feng Qiao had shared those documents with them. He should not impose such excessive requests. However, after they successfully produced a potion using Feng Qiao's formula, they recognized the vast difference between the successful product and the failed attempts, leading Yiqin to feel they had squandered precious resources. They had initially thought the effects of the failed products were commendable, only to discover that those special plants could yield even more effective potions. They had wasted so many of the special plants to create just 2 potions. It was truly a shameful waste. To ensure they could maximize the potential of these unique plants, Yiqin put forth his request. That is possible, but I may not have much time to spare. Feng Qiao contemplated for a moment before nodding. Having already shared the formulas and procedures, she did not mind expediting the learning process for them. Moreover, even if she chose not to teach, they might still figure out on their own. Rather than that, it would be better to allow Bai Siqi to grant her this favor. Even if Bai Siqi regained his memories and recalled that there was no emotional bond between them, given his character, he would likely not treat her poorly. Yiqin was taken aback by Feng Qiao's immediate agreement, his face lighting up with joy as he assured her, Madam, rest assured, we will accommodate your schedule. Oh, and by the way, this is a document drafted by the Duke. In the future, for every potion produced using the formulas provided by you, you will receive a 10% share of the profits. Feng Qiao was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with thoughts before she turned to Bai Siqi, voicing her confusion. Why is Yiqin drafting such a document? This is rightfully yours, and this is just a fraction of it. Bai Siqi approached Feng Qiao, gently urging her to sit down as he signaled for them to converse at a leisurely pace. Initially, he had no intention of discussing these matters with her so soon, yet now that the topic had arisen, it seemed prudent to clarify everything in one go. Qiao Qiao, he began, I am preparing to collaborate with the liming organization. I will dispatch individuals to procure more rare plants from their end, which will then be processed and sold by them. The star coins earned from this endeavor will be entirely yours. The partnership with the liming organization was evidently not a straightforward affair, but such complexities were not for Feng Qiao to worry about. Her sole responsibility was to await the arrival of her star coins. The elongated tails of his Dan Feng eyes slightly arched, creating an appealing curve as Bai Siqi regarded Feng Qiao with utmost seriousness, subtly concealing the flickering light in his deep black gaze. Feng Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, regardless of whom Bai Siqi chose to collaborate with, it was not her place to inquire, nor did she have any desire to claim the star coins he earned. Her only concern was for Bai Siqi to locate her parents and return them safely. However, for the time being, she could not express these thoughts openly to Bai Siqi and instead deflected with a few casual remarks, picking up the documents on the table to prevent him from continuing his discourse. If Madam finds no issue, you may sign the documents now. Afterwards, we can visit the pharmacy. We are all eagerly anticipating your arrival. Yiqin diligently offered her a pen, showering her with compliments, nearly ready to whisk her away. It was a travesty that they possessed such excellent materials for crafting potions, yet could not produce corresponding elixirs. Feng Qiao could easily discern Yiqin's urgency, and since she was not keen on continuing her previous discussion with Bai Siqi, she swiftly signed her name and stated, I happen to have time now. May I go take a look? Of course. Yiqin, unable to spare a thought for Bai Siqi, promptly led the way with exuberance. Feng Qiao glanced back at Bai Siqi, saying, "Ah Qi, I will accompany Dr. Yi to take a look." "Go ahead. Just don't tire yourself too much," he replied. The doctors aboard the ship would benefit from learning how to create potions, allowing them to produce more effective remedies, and Bai Siqi naturally had no objections. The alchemists under his wing were all quite skilled. However, the potion they were to create this time differed slightly from their previous lessons to achieve the best results. The energies contained within the plants needed to be fully integrated. The potions they had deemed failures were a result of incomplete energy fusion. Aside from Feng Qiao, the others could only detect energy through instruments, inevitably encountering various issues during the potion-making process. Moreover, unlike Feng Qiao, who could immediately recognize any errors in their steps, they could only assess the quality of the potion upon the final inspection. Feng Qiao demonstrated the process for them once before allowing them to try for themselves, while she observed from the side, pointing out any mistakes made during their creation. After several attempts, the energy fusion level of the potions indeed improved considerably. Yet achieving complete energy integration would depend on their innate talent and continual practice. "Madam, do you think my approach here is better?" asked Haman, a particularly talented alchemist. While he may not shine as brightly as some prodigies, he was remarkably focused and patient in his work. More importantly, he seemed to possess an exceptional knack for the energy fusion they could not fully perceive, despite only being able to judge the potion's quality through the final instrument results. Haman diligently explored under Feng Qiao's guidance, ultimately seeming to discover a method to create superior potions without needing to perceive the energy directly. "Very well. Continue," Feng Qiao replied, dedicating a portion of her attention to monitoring the energy fusion while focusing the rest on Haman's actions. She was also curious about how he managed to achieve this. Among the three of them, whenever someone deviated from the steps of potion making, Feng Qiao would offer a reminder, although the other two would make corrections following her cues. They occasionally repeated the same mistakes during the process. While Haman did not immediately grasp the key points after just one round of guidance from Feng Qiao, it was evident that his learning curve was the most promising, with only a slight distance remaining to attain perfection. Furthermore, it seemed he had mastered some unique insights of his own. Chapter 104. A bit overwhelmed, Feng Qiao was uncertain if her speculation was accurate, but she would soon discover the truth. Haman's movements were deliberate, each step taken with great caution. Observing the gradual integration of energy, Feng Qiao sometimes found herself questioning whether Haman could sense the energy's presence like she could. However, after closely watching him for several hours, she quickly determined that he could not. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed minute by minute, and the potion in Haman's hands gradually began to take shape. Although this process was significantly slower than when Feng Qiao crafted a potion herself, she felt no impatience. Rather, her focus intensified. "It's almost there. Success is within reach." "Madam, I am somewhat uncertain about this step," Haman admitted, his muscles slightly stiff from prolonged concentration. He cautiously exhaled, realizing that thus far, Feng Qiao had not indicated any flaws in his method. Perhaps this time, he could indeed produce a potion akin to the high-quality elixirs Feng Qiao had previously made. The mere thought of this possibility heightened his anxiety, causing his fingers to tremble around the last ingredient. "Do not be anxious. Proceed according to your instincts," Feng Qiao softly reassured him, while she considered giving Haman direct instructions, believing it might help him create the potion he longed for. She also wished to observe his intuition in this matter. Lacking a more fitting explanation, she could only describe her thoughts as instinctual. Perhaps after Haman completed the potion, she could inquire about his insights. All right. Haman swallowed hard, finding it difficult to quell his nerves, especially since only the final step remained. The purification of the last plant was swiftly completed, and Haman tightly gripped the test tube, pausing for a few seconds to take several deep breaths before slowly bringing the test tube closer to the now integrated potion. This is the final fusion. With mental focus enveloping the two masses of liquid, Haman's anxiety made him forget the presence of others around him. His entire concentration was directed toward the potion in his hands. It must succeed, he silently prayed. Unbeknownst to him, A larger and smaller mass of energy was gradually merging under the influence of his mental focus. Feng Qiao held her breath, intently watching the scene unfold as the smaller energy mass slowly integrated until it fully merged. The larger mass of energy suddenly became more radiant, resembling the familiar energy sphere of complete fusion that Feng Qiao recognized. Haman had succeeded. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Haman completed the final step, unaware that he had crafted the high-quality potion he had been yearning for all day. However, with the potion now finished, the tension in his heart began to ease, even as his pulse raced more vigorously than before. "What are you waiting for, Haman? Hurry and bring the potion over for testing," exclaimed Qu Yuan, the eldest of the three alchemists, who was 63 years old. In the absence of any mental issues, interstellar humans typically lived to around 120 years. So 63 was not considered old. Qiao Yuan held the testing device in one hand, appearing even more eager than Haman. Clutching the freshly concocted potion tightly, Haman proceeded with utmost caution. Especially as he observed the device scanning the potion, a sense of urgency surged back, reminiscent of the moment he had just created it. Could it be what he hoped for? Beep. The device detected an energy value of 185 within the potion. Success. Madam, I have succeeded. Yetchin, did you see the recent test results? An exuberant cheer erupted in the laboratory, as Haman cradled the potion as if it were a precious treasure, bouncing around the room with elation. After reveling in their joy, Yetchin and Qiao Yuan turned their gaze towards Feng Qiao, wondering how far they still were from their own success, especially since Haman had already succeeded. "Madam, you cannot show favoritism." The eager, wet-eyed dog looked imploringly at Feng Qiao, while Yetchin and Qiao Yuan were completely oblivious to the commotion surrounding them in the laboratory. The two quickly prepared the necessary materials, with one of them pulling Feng Qiao by the arm towards the experimental table. Feng Qiao yawned, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "This is the last time. Once I finish this potion, I will return to rest." The two engrossed in potion-making nodded hurriedly, already handling the plants in front of them, likely not fully comprehending Feng Qiao's words. Feng Qiao, yawning again, watched the duo work diligently, occasionally offering reminders, holding little hope for their progress. Fortunately, Haman was there. Tomorrow, he would teach the two how to create potions. They were unable to perceive the energy, so it should be easier for them to communicate and summarize their experiences with one another. The busy day swiftly passed, and on the following day, Feng Qiao observed, allowing the three to explore independently. With Haman as an unexpected successful example, the other two made rapid progress. When teaching the trio new potion formulas afterward, Feng Qiao focused particularly on Haman. Once Haman learned, the other two would not require further guidance. Although there were numerous potion formulas, they essentially revolved around the fusion of energy. For Feng Qiao, it was merely a change of presentation, while the trio, unable to perceive energy, had to rely on the slow and laborious process of trial and error, testing each formula one by one. By the fourth day of their return, Feng Qiao had taught Haman 3 potion formulas. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi successfully delivered the potion acquired from Yetchin to the Liming organization. Lin Shuang was on the brink of collapse and immediately sent it to room 4. As the tightly sealed box opened, it revealed 20 potions inside. A man in a white research uniform took 1 potion and handed it to the person in front of him. This individual, dressed in light-colored attire, was the organization's most distinguished doctor, merely 32 years old. Yet, even he could only prolong the lives of a few comrades for a short while. Every moment of life was a torment for those individuals. Furthermore, they constantly faced the danger of their companions being driven mad by pollutants and attacking them. Lin Shuang was the only researcher without inherent danger, yet she was in the direst situation, if no means of saving them could be found, in 3 to 5 days. It might be too late. Chapter 105. Liming Organization Lin Shuang. Hold on. The woman in the research uniform exhibited a severely deteriorated mental state. Her body just injected with a muscle relaxant, firmly restrained on the experimental table. Several others in similar uniforms stood beside her, ever since her mental faculties began to falter. Lin Shuang's behavior had become increasingly uncontrollable, with her moments of lucidity growing shorter. Kill me. It felt as if something inside her was attempting to tear her apart. The muscle relaxant rendered her incapable of controlling her body, yet the pain emanating from deep within caused her to tremble uncontrollably. With a click, the tightly shut door opened once more, and the man in light clothing strode in. The young doctor, holding the potion, approached Lin Shuang, who was gradually losing her grip on sanity. Lin Shuang. Her pupils dilated, slowly losing coherence. The young doctor glanced at the potion in his hand, aware that soon Lin Shuang would completely lose her rationality and then gradually calm down, transforming into a stranger he could not recognize. He knew she did not wish to become that way, which was why she sought death during her moments of clarity. However, having fought alongside her through countless perils and shared many years together, how could he bear to watch her perish? The young doctor tightened his grip on the potion, his tumultuous emotions gradually calming amidst her anguished cries. He slowly loosened his clenched fist, revealing the potion he had held tightly. Lin Shuang, awaken, please awaken. As time trickled by, the woman's cries of torment gradually diminished until they ceased entirely. Her amber-like eyes began to regain their luster, indicating a return to lucidity. The 5 or 6 pairs of eyes surrounding the experimental table focused intently, witnessing the woman, who seemed to have emerged from a fierce battle, lying weakly on the table, sweat dampening her forehead, as though she had been pulled from the depths of water. After resting for over half a minute, she seemed to regain her senses, hoarsely uttering, "Water." Immediately, an organization member, standing nearby, responded by preparing to fetch water, while others gathered around her, inquiring about her condition. "Lin Shuang, how are you feeling?" "Water is coming, water is coming." Amidst the flurry of activity, the woman, encircled by concern, seemed too fatigued to answer all the questions. Only when someone held water to her lips did she gulp several times before weakly saying, "I am fine." "That's good. Lin Shuang, you should rest. Let's you examine you first. We will wait outside." The scrutinizing gazes lingered on Lin Shuang, although she appeared stable. There had been instances of organization members being attacked by awakened researchers, so they did not let their guard down. "Can I have something to eat first?" Lin Shuang's complexion remained pale. The torment of her sporadic mental issues had not only hindered her from resting well, but had also diminished her appetite. Previously, she had relied on nutritional injections, and this was the first time she actively requested food. Instantly, an organization member hurriedly produced a nutritional supplement. "I have strawberry-flavored nutritional supplement. You can have some. If you want anything else, just let us know. Once Shuyu finishes your checkup, we will bring you food. Then I would like stir-fried shrimp, guobao roe, braised pork ribs, and da panji." Despite her petite frame, Lin Shuang had an insatiable appetite for meat, particularly disdaining nutritional supplements in place of delightful cuisine. However, she had been tormented to the point of being unable to eat anything. Upon hearing her suddenly list so many dishes, everyone immediately agreed. "All right, we'll get that made for you." One by one, those surrounding her departed, leaving only Lin Shuang and Shu Yu in the room. "There's no need to rush. You've been relying on nutritional injections to meet your basic needs for the past few days. Even if I bring the dishes you just mentioned right in front of you, you still won't be able to eat them." Shu Yu glanced at the woman lying on the experimental table, her thoughts evidently elsewhere, while adjusting the testing equipment. Lin Shuang was somewhat irritated, glaring in Shu Yu's direction. "I haven't had proper food in days. Look at how starved I am. After all this time, I can finally eat something delicious, and you want to stop me? I am a doctor and must be responsible for my patient," Shu Yu replied, unfazed, putting the potion he had been holding into his pocket. "Take good care of yourself for these 2 days. You can only have light meals." With that, he ignored Lin Shuang, focusing intently on the testing results. The physical condition has slightly deteriorated compared to before, yet it poses no significant issues. A few days of rest will suffice for recovery. The primary concern lies with mental fortitude. Shu Yu observed the fluctuating readings of the mental energy spectrum, his fingertips pausing momentarily against the instrument. "There's indeed a problem with the mental energy. How is it? Has everything been checked? Can I go eat now?" Lin Shuang puffed her cheeks, looking utterly famished. "Your mental energy just exhibited anomalies. A complete recovery will require approximately half an hour. We shall discuss the results after that time has elapsed. Casting a glance at Lin Shuang, who lay awkwardly on the examination table, yet appeared particularly lively, Shu Yu casually pulled over a chair, seemingly prepared to wait for the half hour to elapse. Although Lin Shuang's condition appeared stable, one must not be complacent. This unstable mental energy could manifest issues at any moment. Whether Lin Shuang has genuinely recovered or is merely masquerading under the influence of an unknown force. Waiting for the examination results after half an hour is the more prudent course of action. All right, but you must allow me to taste some meat as compensation afterward. I swear, I will not overindulge. Shu Yu's prohibition against meat had caused concern. If the others brought forth dishes, they would likely hesitate to offer any to her. She certainly did not wish to be reduced to merely watching. In that case, before you eat any meat, you must first consume a nutritional supplement. Having already ingested a nutritional supplement, what more do I need? Just say I cannot have meat. Lin Shuang felt deceived and turned away from Shu Yu. However, Shu Yu regarded Lin Shuang, his dark eyes glinting with a hint of severity. Although he had not yet administered the nutritional injection to Lin Shuang today, and she must be hungry, he understood her well enough to know that even in hunger, she would not request dishes like oil-braised prawns or sweet and sour pork upon regaining consciousness. Nevertheless, the items she mentioned were indeed her favorites. If Lin Shuang were under some form of control, then her captor must have conducted thorough research to be aware of her preferences. Chapter 106. Shu Yu is injured. Shu Yu has been injured? What transpired? Ever since receiving word that the medication had been delivered to the headquarters of the Dawn organization, Bai Siqi had awaited further updates. After a prolonged wait, she received an unexpected message. It was regarding researcher Lin Shuang. During her examination by physician Shu Yu, she had taken advantage of his momentary inattention to attack him. Bai Siqi furrowed her brow, her bright features tinged with seriousness. Such incidents had occurred before. Given Shu Yu's caution, he ought not to have made such a mistake, indicating that the situation might be graver than she previously understood. How is Shu Yu? Physician Shu Yu's mental domain was assaulted, and his mental threads have been tainted by contaminants. However, Master, when he just administered a potion I retrieved. And physician Shu Yu has reported that the contaminants on his mental threads have been entirely cleared. Several researchers had consumed the potion before Shu Yu, and their mental states had stabilized. Nevertheless, Master, when he expressed concerns about potential further complications, indicating that continued observation was necessary. The individual relayed all developments since their return, appearing somewhat disoriented. Remembering that they had yet to fulfill Master 1's instructions, the person quickly added, Lady Bai Siqi, Master, when he mentioned that these potions are particularly effective against the Shadow Clan. Due to the limited quantity of potions they had brought back and their earlier carelessness that led to Shu Yu's mental energy being contaminated, they were apprehensive about whether the remaining potions would suffice for research, thus only acquiring this information. However, these potions were sourced from Yiqin. Reflecting on Bai Siqi's sudden improvement in mental energy, Bai Siqi suspected that her earlier conjectures might indeed be erroneous. Yet she would prefer to be mistaken. I understand. After ending the communication, Bai Siqi did not immediately seek out Bai Siqi. Bai Siqi, who dared to provide her with the potions, surely anticipated that they would show interest in them. Of course, even knowing that the other party intended to bait her with the potions. It was challenging for Bai Siqi to resist such a tempting offer. Nonetheless, prior to that, she needed to gather more information until she could complete the final verification. Shu Yu indeed remained cautious of Lin Shuang. However, Lin Shuang had expertly concealed her true self, complying with the examinations without exhibiting any abnormalities. And the instrument readings indicated that her mental energy was gradually stabilizing, a sign of recovery. After 20 minutes, the assessment of Lin Shuang's mental state returned entirely normal. Observing these readings, Shu Yu began to question whether his earlier judgments had been mistaken. Perhaps it was merely that Lin Shuang's mental energy had suffered significantly during this period, leading to her particular craving for delicacies. Although he held this thought, until the very last moment, Shu Yu continued to monitor Lin Shuang's condition without a hint of relaxation. 30 minutes passed, and the instrument readings remained normal. Yet for some reason, Shu Yu refrained from informing Lin Shuang that the 30-minute assessment period had concluded and that she was currently devoid of danger. Lin Shuang lay quietly, not inquiring about the time. A flicker of self-doubt surged within Shu Yu. Perhaps he truly had overthought the situation. 10 more minutes. If all remained stable after that duration, he would consider concluding the examination for the time being. However, just as this thought emerged, an unsettling sensation gripped him. Instinctively, Shu Yu assumed a defensive posture. Due to the protective suit he wore, Lin Shuang's initial mental energy assault had not inflicted any tangible harm. Nevertheless, he had still been affected. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, Shu Yu found himself unaware of how he had removed his protective suit. Although the exposure lasted barely 2 seconds before he hastily donned it again, his mental energy had nonetheless been contaminated. Shu Yu did not even perceive when Lin Shuang had made her move, for he had not sensed any attack on his mental energy. Only a select few within the Dawn organization were privy to this incident. Others assumed that Shu Yu had been attacked by Lin Shuang, resulting in the contamination of his mental energy. The silver lining was that the box of potions sent by Bai Shuang proved highly effective, with several researchers stabilizing as a result. However, they remained uncertain whether these potions could restore everyone to normal or if they needed to be administered daily or every few days. Regardless of the outcome, Bai Siqi now needed to meet Bai Siqi once more, seeking a way to acquire more of these potions. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi was engaged in discussions with individuals from the Dawn organization. On the other hand, after several days immersed in the laboratory addressing issues related to potion manufacturing for the trio, Feng Qiao finally awaited her own training. After dinner that evening, she promptly sequestered herself in the training room. One must commend the training regimen tailored specifically for her. While challenges remained, they were not insurmountable as before. Successfully completing a training module instilled Feng Qiao with renewed confidence, and she became absorbed in her regimen, oblivious to the fact that during her training, Bai Siqi had embarked on a vessel. Yet, even if she had known, it would not have mattered. Should they succeed in utilizing rare plants to align the Dawn organization with their ship, it would benefit them greatly. The Bai family had sacrificed generations on the battlefield resisting the Shadow Clan. Although the Dawn organization was relatively new, the weapons and mechas they produced were primarily designed to counter the Shadow Clan. Should the Shadow Clan breach the defenses, tranquility would be shattered within the Empire. The first regions to suffer would be those surrounding Hui Luoxing. The Black Domain, not too distant from Hui Luoxing, would soon succumb to the remnants of the Shadow Clan should the Empire falter in battle. There, no defenses existed. If the Li Ming organization could ally with Bai Siqi to stabilize the current situation, coupled with the support of the flora from that distant planet, they might indeed have a chance to reverse the Empire's present circumstances. Additionally, this afternoon, Feng Qiao received another message from her parents, stating that they would soon be leaving the Heiyu and advised her not to search for them there. Feng Qiao was uncertain whether this was due to her parents' concern or if they had genuine reasons for departing the Heiyu. Even if she wished to go to the Heiyu now, she lacked the strength for self-protection and the means to acquire a spacecraft. It was likely that Bai Siqi would still be on high alert, preventing her from acting independently. Rather than squandering time and energy on this matter, she would be better off focusing on her own improvement. In recent days, Feng Qiao had an inkling that her abilities were on the verge of an upgrade. Chapter 107. 1 followed by 7 zeros. How does the new training regimen feel? Have you encountered any issues? After discussing the collaboration with the Li Ming organization, Bai Siqi arrived early to observe Feng Qiao's training, only to find her finishing her session. Feng Qiao waved her hand, expressing that everything felt good and there were no problems. She simply felt that her abilities were about to level up and wished to dedicate more time to them. However, it had been less than a month since her powers had reached level 2, and now she was on the brink of advancing to level 3, which felt slightly too swift. Thus, she chose not to mention it. Aki, we will arrive at Hui Luoxing the day after tomorrow, and I would like to see my brother, she stated. Although her brother had advised against her visiting such a perilous battlefield, Feng Qiao had accompanied him, so how could she not go to see him? Moreover, she had prepared a considerable amount of potions for her brother, which eased her concerns for Feng Lin's safety. Qiao Qiao, the Shadow Clan has been quite active lately. Huiluoxing is currently very dangerous, Bai Siqi remarked, his gaze lowering, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. Isn't Qiao Qiao waiting at the supply star nearby? While keeping Feng Qiao at the supply star would be safer than having her under his direct supervision. Bai Siqi had recently received news that Feng Lin had already left his previous team due to matters concerning the Feng family, and since Feng Lin's whereabouts remained undiscovered, he had refrained from sharing this information with Feng Qiao. She seemed unaware of this matter. Bai Siqi resolved to remain vigilant. Is it truly that perilous? Feng Qiao hesitated, casting a glance at Bai Siqi. Isn't my brother just saying this to prevent me from going? Bai Siqi's eyes shifted slightly as he took a deep breath. It is indeed very dangerous. Even the supply star is not entirely safe. I will ensure that some people are stationed nearby to protect you. So please do not wander off. In recent days, Feng Qiao had been inquiring about various matters concerning the Heiyu Daily. Initially, Bai Siqi thought she was merely worried about her parents, but he gradually sensed something amiss. While Feng Qiao was undoubtedly concerned for her parents, this anxiety seemed to be fostering a desire within her to seek them out in the Heiyu. Regardless of whether this was merely his overthinking, Bai Siqi felt compelled to take precautions. After several unsuccessful attempts at bargaining with Bai Siqi, Feng Qiao had to settle for a compromise. Could you help me deliver these potions to my brother? Previously, she had handed over most of the plans from her storage device to be used for potion making, leaving behind only what was meant for herself and her family, primarily for the battlefield-bound Feng Lin. In total, there were 60 potions, 20 high-grade potions with energy values exceeding 180, and 40 intermediate potions with energy values ranging from 80 to 100. The high-grade potions could benefit those with severe mental disturbances, though they required long-term consumption to stabilize and gradually soothe the disrupted mental state. The intermediate potions could calm moderately disturbed mental states, with extended use leading to a gradual reduction of the turmoil. As long as Feng Lin did not act recklessly, the potions Feng Qiao prepared would ensure his safety without issue. However, this depended on Feng Lin still being on the battlefield, and these potions needed to reach him. Bai Siqi observed the potions Feng Qiao presented, pausing momentarily before responding, I will pass the potions to your brother. Feng Qiao nodded, glancing at Bai Siqi before suddenly recalling something. When do you plan to announce to the public that you are still alive? Although Bai Siqi's issues with his mental state had been resolved, his memories had yet to fully return. However, prolonging the situation was not ideal. Due to Bai Siqi's disappearance and the lack of a direct response from the Duke's residence, the situation had escalated significantly. If he did not make an appearance soon, it would likely become increasingly difficult to manage. Qiao Qiao need not worry. We will make the announcement in the next couple of days. I came to inform you of this, Bai Siqi replied, his dark eyes curving slightly with pleasure. Announcing the news directly was undoubtedly the simplest and most straightforward approach. It would also bring forth numerous complications that would be challenging to explain. Bai Siqi and his team had likely considered these matters and had developed a perfect solution. Feng Qiao's curiosity was piqued. How do you plan to make the announcement? Bai Siqi winked at her, adopting a tone of natural assurance. Of course, we will say what the netizens on the Star Network have speculated. Qiao Qiao and I were preparing to enjoy our sweet honeymoon when we unexpectedly attracted the attention of space pirates. To escape their pursuit, we had to plunge into the treacherous asteroid belt. Fortunately, we were lucky and successfully navigated through the belt, evading the pirates. As the saying goes, surviving great adversity brings great fortune. Not long after leaving the asteroid belt, we encountered the Li Ming organization, which came to our rescue. During this time, my mental state experienced further complications, and the situation was dire. Coincidentally, the Li Ming organization was researching a new type of potion that required test subjects. So I agreed to their proposal. Thanks to the latest research conducted by the Li Ming organization, my mental state stabilized, and I ultimately returned to normal. Thus, they could explain why there had been no public clarification during this period, as Bai Siqi's mental state had indeed been problematic, while also elucidating how his mental condition had been restored. Furthermore, with Bai Siqi as a living testament, others would be more inclined to believe in the efficacy of the new potions. However, despite the seemingly perfect solution, A lingering question remained. Did the Li Ming organization not suspect the origin of the plants? Regardless of their thoughts, the effectiveness of the potions spoke for itself. Moreover, the Li Ming organization was also investigating the pollutants that had emerged on the central star. They comprehended more than others what these potions represented. Of course, since Bai Siqi dared to present the plans for collaboration with the Li Ming organization, he must have been well prepared. Ideally, they would work together harmoniously. If not, the source of the plants remained in their hands, and they could always find another partner. Qiao Qiao need not concern herself with these matters. Just focus on waiting for the star coins to arrive. He presented her with the account for their collaboration with the Li Ming organization, along with the account password, instructing her that the profits from their collaboration would be deposited into this account monthly. Here, you can try logging in yourself. Bai Siqi demonstrated how to access the account and emphasized the importance of remembering the password. In the future, whenever Feng Qiao required star coins, she could simply access this account. Feng Qiao, completely unguarded, memorized the account and password after a single demonstration, making it impossible for her to forget. However, she pointed to the 7 zeros following the one in the account and inquired of Bai Siqi, why are there so many star coins in the account? Chapter 108. Bai Siqi makes an appearance. These star coins are a deposit prepaid by the Li Ming organization. The special potions will be sold by them. Bai Siqi explained to Feng Qiao. Naturally, those special potions will primarily be used on the soldiers on the battlefield. The need for this roundabout transaction is mainly due to the individuals far away on the central star. Bai Siqi found himself lacking the time and energy to engage in protracted negotiations with them. The current situation was advantageous for both him and the Li Ming organization. Feng Qiao did not inquire further, allowing Bai Siqi to discuss some issues regarding the reagents. He then asked Feng Qiao for her thoughts on the name of the new reagent, as Yiqin had requested his input. They felt that referring to this reagent as an inhibitor was no longer appropriate. Let us call it a soothing agent, Feng Qiao suggested after some contemplation. The highest energy value of the reagents they had produced so far was just over 400, serving merely to calm and regulate mental strength. They were still far from resolving issues of mental strength in a single instance, especially for someone like Bai Siqi, who had previously experienced severe mental strain. Soothing agent, Bai Siqi repeated, nodding in agreement. I shall convey this to them. Concerning the pricing of the soothing agent, Feng Qiao glanced at Bai Siqi, finally realizing that it was not Bai Siqi who truly sought her input. She pursed her lips, pondering for a moment before responding. I believe it would be best to discuss this face-to-face with them. Given the late hour, let's leave it for tomorrow. Bai Siqi gently intercepted Feng Qiao, guiding her back to his quarters. The pharmaceutical experts under Yiqin had been rather frenzied lately. If Feng Qiao visited them now, she would likely forego sleep for the night. Firmly, Bai Siqi ushered Feng Qiao back to his room, expressing his concern with a reminder, rest well and refrain from wandering at night. Feng Qiao nodded, herself not inclined to stay up late. Since returning from that distant planet, her physical constitution had notably improved, and she had even grown an additional centimeter in height. Previously, due to her frail health, she had doubted whether she would even reach adulthood, leaving little energy to focus on her height. Yet, if there were an opportunity to grow taller, she certainly did not wish to remain diminutive. However, before retiring for the night, there was an essential task to complete. Reaching for a pot of chili seedlings placed on her desk, Feng Qiao employed her extraordinary abilities, causing a yellow-green luminescence to gently envelop the green seedlings. As her powers were gradually absorbed, the seedlings began to sprout small, green chilies. These grew visibly, halting only when they reached the size of her pinky finger. After placing the seedlings back on her desk, Feng Qiao mused that at this rate, she would be able to harvest another batch of chilies by the following day. Nonetheless, being an ordinary plant, the yield was minimal, and at this pace, it would take several days to elevate her powers to level 3. It seemed she would need to find time to spend more days on that planet in the future. With this thought in mind, she set the seedlings aside and proceeded to wash her face and brush her teeth in preparation for sleep. The Huiluo star's supply planet, officially designated RZ-13, was a man-made celestial body constructed specifically for the Huiluo battlefield, incurring immense costs. Although RZ-13 was not large, it provided frontline personnel with a temporary refuge for respite. After a day of travel, Feng Qiao and her companions finally arrived at RZ-13 by 8 o'clock that evening. The next morning, Bai Siqi would depart for the Huiluo battlefield, while Feng Qiao would remain on this planet. Having made all necessary preparations, Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao disembarked from the spacecraft without any concealment. Their arrival immediately attracted numerous gazes from the surrounding personnel. "What are you looking at? We have only just procured this batch of new inhibitors from the Li Min organization, rumored to be exceptionally effective. Shouldn't you hurry over?" One logistics staff member nudged his companion, urging him to move quickly. If they could seize the opportunity to cultivate good relations with the Li Min organization, they might have the chance to procure even more new inhibitors in the future. Recently, the Shadow Clan had been increasingly ferocious, and casualties were mounting daily on the battlefield, leading to a soaring demand for inhibitors. "Oh," the logistics staff member, startled by his companion's push, nearly stumbled. By the time he turned to find the figure he had just seen, it had already vanished. Perhaps he had been mistaken. How could the war god possibly be here? Shaking his head, he prepared to leave with his companion, but before they could take 2 steps, they overheard a commotion around them. I think I must be seeing things. Did I just catch a glimpse of the war god? Me too. Perhaps I've been reading too many rumors on the StarNet these past few days that I ended up hallucinating in broad daylight. One individual rubbed their forehead, still somewhat disoriented. It's all those people online talking nonsense. The war god is surely recuperating now, yet they keep insisting on having him appear to prove something. It makes it impossible for me to work properly, fearing something might happen to the war god. However, if the war god's condition were not too dire, he should at least make an appearance to offer some words of encouragement. They all knew the war god had been injured and could not return to the battlefield, but he could at least say something to uplift morale. Recently, the Shadow Clan had been rampant, and the Imperial soldiers were suffering greatly, their spirits continuously dampening. If this continued, they would not even last long enough for the Shadow Clan to attack. Feng Qiao and her companions remained oblivious to the discussions behind them, as they were currently preparing to announce their return. Bai Siqi entrusted the task of transferring the reagents to her subordinates and sought out the logistics department head of R13, Wen Yiming. At that moment, Wen Yiming was besieged in his office by representatives from several military districts. Upon learning that the Li Min organization was sending reagents, he had eagerly awaited the new inhibitors, but had yet to step out of his office before being cornered. "I understand that the casualties in various battle zones have not been insignificant, but the quantity of new inhibitors that the Li Min organization can provide is limited. Even if you want some, you'll have to wait until the casualty statistics from each district are compiled." Before Wen Yiming could finish, several hands emerged from the storage compartments they carried, presenting their prepared casualty lists from their respective districts, slapping them down before him. "Minister 1, the area our military district oversees has seen frequent activities from the Shadow Clan. In order to prevent them from breaching our defenses and inflicting greater losses on the Empire, many soldiers have had to fight to the death, and now their mental strength is severely compromised. Only the new inhibitors from the Li Min organization can potentially save their lives." Although many were initially skeptical of the newly released inhibitors, those who had taken the plunge and tried them first had experienced their effects firsthand and could discern which reagents were preferable. Presently, no existing reagent on the market could compare to those from the Li Min organization. Chapter 109, A Bold Proposal. To ensure the welfare of their soldiers, they were determined to secure this batch of reagents at all costs. "Minister 1, our general is also aware that the quantity of inhibitors from the Li Min organization is limited. Moreover, the Shadow Clan has been particularly active lately, and the conditions in other military districts are likely no better than ours. Please see how many inhibitors the Li Min organization has sent this time. We only need 1/16 of the total." Time was of the essence, and the condition of the injured could not be delayed. They hoped Minister 1 could allocate their share from District 9 to them first, along with District 13 and District 16. Before Bai Siqi could step into the logistics department head's office, she overheard the escalating clamoring within. The Li Min organization was not new to trading with the Imperial military and had some understanding of internal circumstances. It was clear that these individuals had gathered here for the newly arrived reagents from the Li Min organization. The intensity of their disputes could only indicate that the situation on the battlefield was quite dire. Ah, Miss Bai, please wait here for a moment. I will inform our minister of your arrival right away. The soldier leading the way cast a hurried glance at Bai Siqi before dashing towards the minister's office. They had not anticipated that the capable Bai Siqi from the Li Min organization would also be present. They were all hoping to procure more new inhibitors from the Li Min organization. Seize this opportunity without hesitation. The minister, navigating through the throngs of people, finally reached his side. The soldier reported that the head of Bai Siqi from the Li Min organization wished to meet him regarding the delivery of the new suppressants. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, the surrounding gazes converged upon him. Wen Yiming felt a twinge of surprise, yet the matter of the new suppressants took precedence. He understood that these individuals would not depart without the medication, and thus he wasted no time in asking, did the head of Bai Siqi specify the nature of the meeting? Bai Siqi did not disclose any details, but she was currently waiting outside. Although he had seen battle, he was not akin to those warriors who had been entrenched in conflict with the Shadow Clan for years. Under the piercing scrutiny of numerous sharp eyes, the young soldier's palms were slick with sweat. However, in just over half a month, the effectiveness of the Li Min organization's new suppressants had become widely recognized, eclipsing that of other pharmaceutical companies. The current battlefield conditions were dire, and the demand for suppressants was substantial. Yet, the quantity that Li Min could provide was limited, leaving the soldier apprehensive about the potential for conflict among the crowd. More concerning than that, however, was the purpose behind Li Ming's approach to their minister. Wen Yiming raked his fingers through his tousled hair in frustration, especially with such an anxious group lingering in his office. He was somewhat acquainted with the situations across various military districts. A new batch of suppressants was scheduled for delivery within 2 hours. The head of Bai Siqi had likely come to confirm the next order. He resolved to negotiate for as many new suppressants as possible. After much persuasion, he finally managed to disperse the crowd, allowing him to invite Bai Siqi inside. Minister Wen, why the furrowed brow? By the way, how is the last batch of new suppressants? Bai Siqi inquired, a smile gracing her face as she awaited his response. Wen Yiming, attempting to smooth his disheveled hair, allowed a soft sigh. The efficacy of the new suppressants from the Li Min organization was indeed superior to others, albeit in limited supply. Bai Siqi was likely aware of the recent rapid advances by the Shadow Clan, which had led to an increase in soldiers experiencing mental strain. Although they had procured a considerable quantity of suppressants from other companies, those products were far from satisfactory. If only the Li Min organization could provide a bit more of their new suppressants. Upon hearing this, Bai Siqi, who had been reclining against the back of her chair, leaned forward slightly, her slender fingers tapping steadily on the table, interrupting Wen Yiming's train of thought. Minister Wen, I am aware of the recent unfortunate circumstances on the battlefield. Our collaboration with the military has spanned several years, and if the empire were to fall to the Shadow Clan, it would be detrimental to our organization as well. However, at the mention of caveat, Wen Yiming's heart sank, and he braced himself for the next words that would follow. However, the Li Min organization has limited personnel, and our focus is not solely on suppressants. The current supply of new suppressants is the maximum we can offer. The Minister of Logistics sighed inwardly. Regardless of the truth in Bai Siqi's words, acquiring more new suppressants from the Li Min organization seemed implausible. Yet, the military's collaboration with Li Min extended beyond this issue, and they still required the new suppressants. What the next batch of new suppressants? He asked. Rest assured, the next batch will be delivered in 10 days, with quantities mirroring the previous shipment. Wen Yiming exhaled in relief. However, I have another proposition to discuss. Would you care to hear it? What proposition? He instantly felt tense again. Bai Siqi activated her holographic device, revealing a pre-prepared document before Wen Yiming. The Li Min organization is understaffed and unable to meet the demand for suppressants on the battlefield. Nevertheless, our leader cannot bear to see the soldiers suffer from mental strain. So we have decided to publicly disclose the production method for the new suppressants for a fee. What do you think of this proposal, Minister Wen? What? Are you serious? Wen Yiming exclaimed, incredulous. The Li Min organization was not only willing to disclose their formula, but also to do so publicly? It seemed utterly implausible. Surely, Bai Sang could not be jesting. Observing Wen Yiming's shocked expression, Bai Sang maintained a serene smile, her azure eyes deep and enigmatic. Such matters are not to be taken lightly. She responded with gravity. Minister Wen, what are your thoughts on this proposal? Wen Yiming felt it was too surreal. Was he truly not dreaming? What motivation did the Li Ming organization have for such an action, and what benefits would it confer upon them? Despite his contemplation, he could not arrive at a reasonable conclusion. Yet, the notion that the leader of the Li Ming organization could not bear to witness the soldiers' suffering seemed implausible. How would the Li Ming organization facilitate the compensated sharing of their production method? Simply put, those interested in the formula would need to pay 5 million star coins monthly to the Li Ming organization, or alternatively, 10 of their profit. The choice was binding and irrevocable. Furthermore, if anyone were to leak the formula to others, and those individuals profited from it, the Li Ming organization would demand compensation as well. Bai Sang spoke slowly, seemingly unfazed by the potential implications of the formula's disclosure or the possibility of non-payment. Yet, such concerns were not for him to ponder. Chapter 110. A positive development from a standpoint of vested interest. Wen Yiming had no valid reason to oppose Bai Sang's proposition. Even if he did, it appeared futile. If the Li Ming organization wished to pursue this course, let them do so. It seems Minister Wen is quite taken with my proposal, Bai Sang remarked, winking playfully, a glimmer of mischief in her azure eyes. In that case, I would appreciate your assistance in forwarding this document to a few reputable pharmaceutical companies. You need not regard me with such skepticism. I merely fear they may doubt my words. With you as the intermediary, I am confident that many companies will soon approach the Li Ming organization for collaboration. In time, you need not worry about the supply of new suppressants. Her words resonated deeply with Wen Yiming, although he still harbored a hint of unease. The recent battlefield casualty reports compelled him to reach out to several companies with which they had established partnerships. He was selective in his choices, as regardless of the Li Ming organization's intentions, if this initiative could genuinely lead to the broader availability of new suppressants, it would be beneficial for the empire. Therefore, he chose only those companies with a solid reputation. Despite this, the future remained uncertain, but that was a concern for the Li Ming organization to address. The 5 companies were all mid to large-sized enterprises, each generating profits in the tens of millions to billions. Consequently, they all opted for the first option, a monthly payment of 5 million star coins for the use of the formula. Even if the Li Ming organization provided them with a dubious formula, their maximum loss would be 5 million star coins. However, should the Li Ming organization's long-standing reputation suffer a blow, the repercussions would far exceed a mere 5 million. Both parties held their own motivations, yet they equally anticipated the swift completion of this transaction, leading to a prompt signing of contracts. Minister of Logistics, Wen Yiming bore witness to the exchange, fostering a newfound confidence for the future. With so many companies simultaneously producing new suppressants, the situation on the battlefield would likely improve significantly. As for the purpose behind the actions of the Dawn organization, it may indeed align with what Bai Sang has suggested. What is Minister Wen contemplating? With a beaming smile, Bai Sang gazed at Wen Yiming and, without waiting for him to respond, seemingly recalled something important. Oh, by the way, I forgot to share a piece of good news with Minister Wen. The Imperial War God, Duke Bai Siqi, has also come along this time. Wen Yiming's mind went blank, and he instinctively raked his fingers through his hair. What did you say? Without waiting for Bai Sang's reply, he dashed out the door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hey, don't go. I haven't finished talking. Bai Sang adjusted her long hair with a sigh, contemplating whether to return and rest, reasoning that Wen Yiming would eventually seek her out once his thoughts settled. Just then, the man who had vanished moments ago returned to sprint. Where's the Duke now? How would I know? Wait, don't leave. I have a business proposition to discuss with Minister Wen. If Minister Wen is not interested, I will have no choice but to truthfully inform Duke Bai Sang leisurely stated, observing the logistics minister hastily return after running a distance, his azure eyes flashing with a hint of cunning. Meanwhile, Wen Yiming was inquiring about Bai Siqi and what the soothing agent was, utterly bewildered by the series of surprises Bai Sang had unleashed upon him. On the other hand, after departing, Bai Siqi and his entourage headed straight to the medical center. Those suffering from less severe psychic issues merely required psychic suppressor, so those sent here were primarily individuals whose bodies had sustained significant damage. Recently, however, there had been an influx of warriors experiencing psychic disturbances due to the influence of the Shadow Clan. Some with severe issues could not be evacuated from the battlefield and were temporarily isolated in rooms to prevent harm to others. When these isolation rooms were constructed, the Empire had accounted for the combat capabilities of psychics in states of psychic turmoil, resulting in exceptionally sturdy buildings. Moreover, individuals with severe psychic issues were generally not allowed to roam freely, making the eastern section of the medical center unusually quiet, with scarcely any individuals present. "We should head to the medical center," Yi Qin began, but was interrupted by a commotion not far away. "What is happening? Wasn't he anesthetized? He has lost control of his psychic power. Quickly catch him. Don't let him escape." A shadow clad in black swiftly approached, and within moments, it stood before the group. A junior officer's heart raced as he realized the implications. Who could have predicted that Duke would accompany the transport team of the Dawn organization to RZ-13? Failing to bring the Duke to the command center to meet with the generals was one thing, but encountering such a situation upon arriving at the medical center was distressing. The junior officer felt a desperate urge to find a way out. "Duke, be careful." The officer positioned himself in front of Bai Siqi. Although he had just heard that Bai Siqi's psychic issues had been resolved, without tangible evidence to confirm this, the officer found it difficult to feel at ease. Nonetheless, as long as the Duke was alive, that was what mattered. Even if the Duke could no longer return to the battlefield, he would forever remain the war god in their hearts. With a powerful physique, the newcomer, who appeared to be at least an S rank, collided with the officer, sending him flying several meters away. If not for his armor, he doubted he would have been able to rise from the ground. Although he could still move, the officer felt no less discomfort. Major anger. Recognizing the individual rushing towards him, clearly in a state of psychic turmoil, the officer scrambled to his feet and charged forward. Hadn't the doctor mentioned that Major Anger's psychic issues were not yet critical and could stabilize with 2 weeks of rest? How could things have escalated in just a few days? Was it possible that Major Anger had disregarded the doctor's advice and returned to the battlefield? The officer propelled himself forward, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the familiar yet strange figure. Anger. At that moment, Anger was oblivious to any sound around him. His crimson eyes were filled with fury and destruction, and his aggressive gaze swept through the crowd until it fixated on the petite figure shielded at the rear. With explosive force, he charged forward, effortlessly dispatching 2 obstacles in his path without breaking stride. "Be careful, Achi." Feng Qiao, watching over Bai Siqi, glanced ahead at the seemingly irrational figure barreling towards them, her brow furrowed in concern. It appeared the restraint ring was ineffective after all, despite her having donned it before leaving. "Madam, this is dangerous. Let the Duke and his team handle it. We should retreat to a safer location." Receiving a nod from Bai Siqi, Yi Qin prepared to withdraw, but Feng Qiao sidestepped him, drawing a tranquilizer gun with determination. "I'm not leaving. I can help." It was highly likely that this individual was targeting her. Although Feng Qiao could not fully confirm this, if she followed Yi Qin and this person pursued them, today's events would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. She wasn't ready to draw such scrutiny just yet. Yi Qin observed Feng Qiao's stance, gun trained on the target, and felt a pang of helplessness. "Should we keep our distance then? My aim isn't precise. From too far, I fear I might cause an injury." Feng Qiao steadied her aim, already devising a plan in her mind. The tainted psychic tendrils, dark and murky, surged forward, and Feng Qiao quickly formed a psychic barrier to intercept them. Although the barrier prevented the tendrils from invading her psychic domain, the contaminants they carried immediately transferred to her protective shield upon contact. The noxious essence of decay made her feel ill, and she grimaced, her face contorting as she struggled to suppress the instinct to purge the pollutants. Following the path of the tainted psychic tendril, Feng Qiao easily located Anger, who was embroiled in a fierce battle with the 3 surrounding him, their gazes locking momentarily. "Man!" Anger's teeth gleamed white as he opened his mouth wide, his demonic visage revealing a wild nature. Feng Qiao narrowed her eyes, her index finger curling slightly. Madam Shu. Feng Qiao rarely acted impulsively. Dr. Yi, have you brought Yuan out? I may need Yuan's assistance shortly. She wiped her brow, which had not actually perspired, her complexion fading considerably after uttering those words. Madam, you are experiencing a psychic attack. Yi Qin's heart sank, and he hurriedly retrieved a round, compact robot from his storage wristband. The sounds of physical collisions echoed nearby, and the chaotic figures made it difficult to follow. The rapid movements left a trail of afterimages in the air, but Feng Qiao was not interested in observing the melee. She merely needed to follow the psychic energy that had locked onto her. With a swift crack, the tranquilizer dart shot forth, embedding itself into Anger's forearm. As the gun fired, Feng Qiao's already pale complexion turned ghostly white, and her body, which had been tenuously balanced, finally faltered, uncontrollably collapsing backward. The robot, Yuan, still unaware of the situation, detected a figure tumbling toward it and quickly extended its mechanical arm to catch her. Yuan transformed into a wheelchair. Feng Qiao leaned against Yuan's mechanical arm, her voice faint. Understood. The round little robot received a command and transformed into a spacious and comfortable wheelchair. Feng Qiao nestled softly within the chair, his recently plumped cheeks slightly pale, resembling a wilting cabbage. The distant battle raged on, and Feng Qiao's shot had just struck Major Angel's left arm. However, perhaps due to Angel's robust physique or the insufficient dosage of the tranquilizer, he did not collapse immediately. Compared to his earlier fierce moves, Angel's actions were noticeably sluggish, and his agility had diminished. After a caregiver, who had hurriedly followed Angel, administered another shot, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Quickly, take Major Angel away, commanded the leader of the accompanying medical team. Number 3, administer another injection to Major Angel and transport him to the most secure isolation room. It would be best to conduct regular checks every 3 hours. The team leader sighed in relief and promptly directed the team to continue their tasks. One team member picked up a syringe as thick as a thumb and approached Angel, prompting many soldiers, drawn by the earlier commotion, to turn away. Although they had chosen to step onto the battlefield to fight against the Shadow Clan and protect their homeland, they were aware that the longer they battled, the more their mental faculties would be gradually tainted by the Shadow Clan's pollutants. Yet, witnessing Major Angel, once a formidable force on the battlefield and a vibrant conversationalist off it, now reliant on tranquilizers to avoid harming his comrades due to mental deterioration, filled them with sorrow and an unsettling dread for their own futures. Perhaps one day, no, perhaps sooner than they imagined, they too would become like Angel, their minds entirely corrupted by the Shadow Clan's toxins, transformed into mindless killers devoid of self-awareness. At that point, no, he would rather take his own life while lucid than stain his comrades' blood in ignorance. But if he were to die, how much pain would his parents and children endure? This was a dilemma, yet they found themselves devoid of choices. Unless one day, the Shadow Clan could be completely eradicated from this world, returning them to the lives they led a century ago. Yet, to even suggest the Shadow Clan's disappearance was a folly. The mere fact that they had not yet been annihilated was already a blessing. Wait. Bai Siqi glanced around and raised his hand to halt the team member poised to inject Angel. I have a vial of the latest calming agent developed by the Dawn organization. Prolonged use can help those with severely disrupted mental faculties gradually stabilize to a moderate state. However, Angel's condition is more severe. Let him consume this calming agent first, and then medical personnel can monitor his condition for 24 hours. A calming agent? What is that? If mental disruption has reached a severe level, isn't waiting for death the only option? What kind of medication can transform a severely disrupted mind into a moderate one? Even with moderately disrupted faculties, without a substantial foundation and continuous treatment over 10 to 20 years, one cannot claim the possibility of reducing it to a mild state. If these words had come from anyone else, they would have been dismissed as fraudulent. Yet, here stood their god of war, Bai Siqi. Previously, Bai Siqi had to return to Central Star for recuperation due to his mental issues. Recently, there had been rumors circulating in the Star Network about their Imperial War god suffering from a mental breakdown, possibly leading to his demise. The Duke's residents had kept this information under wraps. However, Bai Siqi was still standing here, showing no signs of the mental turmoil that others spoke of. Furthermore, the calming agent he now presented could not possibly be the solution. Almost instantly, the thought that had long lingered in their minds emerged, a possibility they had silently prayed for yet dared not believe. Perhaps the Duke had indeed faced death due to mental issues in the past, but now, those problems had been resolved. The potion that saved him was the calming agent he held. Is what you say true, Duke? They all stared intently at the vial in Bai Siqi's hand. Its transparent body revealing no distinctive features, clearly a product of a production line. While its quality was not subpar, it evidently did not match the extraordinary effects Bai Siqi had described. They were not judging a potion by its appearance. The imperial pharmaceutical companies had always been like this. Even a new type of suppressor released by the Dawn organization bore a unique emblem on the vial. In contrast, the vial Bai Siqi held appeared to be one typically used for ordinary low to medium-grade suppressants. What are you saying? Could the Duke possibly deceive us? Just look at the Duke's current state. That calming agent must be genuine. A fervent admirer of Bai Siqi immediately defended him upon hearing the surrounding murmurs. Exactly. If you don't believe in the Duke, you can leave now. I'm not saying I don't believe. It's just that the Duke mentioned it needs to be taken long-term, right? We've never heard of any calming agent. What if the supply is limited? Wouldn't that render this vial useless if we couldn't acquire more? Before the soldier could finish, he was silenced by the piercing gazes of those around him. He felt wronged. He was merely stating facts, concerned that they might not obtain this medication and that Major Angel might revert to his previous state. He had only voiced his worries. Did the Duke not say the calming agent is produced by the Dawn organization? They shouldn't have issues negotiating with them, given their long-standing collaboration. But what if this calming agent was initially meant for the Duke himself? The instant this was mentioned, several others nodded in agreement. Yet at this moment, if this agent could save Major Angel, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense as everyone glanced between Bai Siqi, holding the calming agent, and the unconscious Major Angel, who had been sedated. Bai Siqi paid little heed to the surrounding discussions. He had come to the medical center merely for a comprehensive physical examination to confirm his mental faculties were intact, preparing for what lay ahead. However, encountering this situation, he could not remain indifferent. Noticing that no one was taking the vial from him, Bai Siqi stepped forward and pried open Angel's mouth, crudely pouring the calming agent down his throat. After administering the entire vial, Bai Siqi stood up, brushing off his hands. I cannot ascertain the precise extent to which this calming agent will treat him. If there are concerns, we can first take him to the isolation room. But do not forget to check his mental state. If we delay any longer, he should awaken. Bai Siqi's calm reminder finally brought the group back to reality. A team member scratched his head, glancing between the hospital ward and the isolation room, unsure of the next steps. Captain, where should we take him? First, to the isolation room. I will find Dr. Knott. The team leader quickly organized the plan and turned to Bai Siqi. Duke, are you here to see someone? I only came for physical examination. Bai Siqi waved his hand, indicating the team leader to proceed with their duties, dismissing the need for anyone else to accompany him as he hurried back. How is Qiao Qiao? Bai Siqi's expression was filled with concern as he pulled out 2 basic calming agents from his storage pouch, handing them to the 2 individuals who had just assisted him in restraining Angel. Major Angel's mental attacks had not only targeted Feng Qiao. Those who had fought closely with Angel, including Bai Siqi, had also been deeply affected. However, their mental strength surpassed that of Feng Qiao. So the cumulative impact left Feng Qiao the most severely impacted. Having just consumed the calming agent, he was now all right. Feng Qiao's pale face rested comfortably in the wheelchair. As she turned to the 2 individuals beside her, who were still bewildered, holding the calming agent, she began to elucidate. This is a basic calming agent. Its efficacy does not compare to the one recently administered to Major Angel. However, our mental fortitude is not severely compromised, so we do not require something of that caliber. The pair hastily waved their hands in protest. No, it's not that we are dissatisfied. It's just that let us discuss this after we've consumed our doses. Bai Siqi cast a discerning glance at them, fully aware they were curious about the calming agent. If this basic variant proved effective for Angel, they might have chosen to save it for him rather than consume it themselves. Even if not for Angel, it could be for others they held dear. Indeed, under Bai Siqi's gaze, the words they had intended to voice were swallowed back. They stood rigidly, almost as if under inspection, carefully and earnestly finishing their own herbal-flavored calming agent. In the next moment, their eyes widened in unison, excitement causing them to forget that Bai Siqi had resigned 3 years prior. Like eager recruits reporting their experiences post-consumption, one exclaimed, "Report, Marshal. After taking the calming agent, I feel my mental state has relaxed exponentially compared to before. My mental faculties seem more obedient than ever." The tall soldier, Bai Yang, struggled to suppress his exhilaration but found it impossible. It had been a long time since he had felt such relief on the battlefield, evoking an almost tearful sense of joy. "No, I must hold it together," he thought. "Marshal, I too. Recently, during a checkup, the doctor informed me my mental condition had deteriorated, warning that I might soon enter a state of mid-disorder, advising caution. I had even discussed with our captain the need to switch to an intermediate suppressant, but it appears that is unnecessary now." The two soldiers animatedly gestured, barely restraining themselves from leaping up in celebration around Bai Siqi. Although they dared not act so boldly, their elation quickly resonated with those nearby. Wasn't it said that the calming agent given to them was inferior to that provided to the Major? How could it possibly reduce their condition from mid-disorder to initial disorder? Chapter 113. Return and live broadcast. I am no longer a Marshal. Do not refer to me as such again. You should all attend to your duties and not linger here. Bai Siqi waved them away. Despite the lingering questions and curiosity surrounding the calming agent, the crowd dared not remain in his presence any longer. Although unable to glean more information, they could not suppress their ongoing discussions. Gradually, news of the incident spread, invigorating the previously somber atmosphere within the military. After dispersing the bustling crowd, Bai Siqi approached Feng Qiao, observing her clasped hands, mistakenly believing she was startled by the recent occurrences. His dark eyes momentarily dimmed, and without a second thought, he placed his hand over hers. Before he could offer any comforting words, he felt the coolness of her skin, prompting him to furrow his brow. Her hands are so cold. Is it fright, or a result of the recent mental attack? Feng Qiao's fingers trembled, entirely unprepared for such an action from Bai Siqi, especially in front of so many witnesses, having deliberately maintained distance from him recently. His large hand enveloped her smaller one, and feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, she stiffened, almost paralyzed. Although they had held hands before and shared moments of intimacy, this was fundamentally different. It's probably just a physical reaction. It's getting late. We should proceed with the health check. Feng Qiao attempted to withdraw her hand from his grasp. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, her hand was pulled in tighter. Reluctantly, she settled for a secondary option. Bai Siqi, noticing her discomfort, did not press the issue further. Although he stood up, he did not release her hand. They endured this tension until he had to enter the examination room, reluctantly letting go of her hand. Feng Qiao exhaled softly, her anxious heart finally beginning to ease. However, this situation was unsustainable. She needed to devise a means for Bai Siqi to regain his memory sooner. She glanced at Yi Qin, who was waiting nearby, and resolved to discuss this matter upon their return. At this moment, Feng Qiao was unaware that upon their return, she would not have the opportunity to consult Yi Qin. In just 2 hours, all of the Duke's examination results would be available. How are preparations on your end? Yi Qin asked, his round eyes sparkling with determination. If only they were at Central Star, he would have loved to witness the expressions of those who would learn of a Qi's complete recovery of mental faculties. Ling Qi stood straight, his hands never ceasing their movements. Since earlier, his light brain had been inundated with messages. Upon hearing Yi Qin's inquiry, he momentarily shifted his focus from the screen. Everything is ready. In addition to the Empire's largest live broadcast platform, we have secured authorization from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th largest platforms as well, achieving a coverage rate of approximately 99%. As he spoke, he glanced at the time displayed on his light brain. Just 3 minutes until 7 o'clock. At that moment, their pre-prepared announcement would surface on Bai Gongjue's personal homepage. Given the current public interest in Bai Siqi, the information would soon spread rapidly. People would flock to the 3 major live streaming channels based on the announcement, where they would simply need to broadcast Bai Siqi's examination results. As for the Empire's official media, well, that was not even a consideration. Yiqin expressed concern. Is 5 platforms sufficient? Might be too few? Not at all. Ling Qi replied, stretching his wrists and neck. I have calculated that with the capacity of the Empire's 5 largest platforms, even if billions of citizens tuned in simultaneously, there would be no issues. However, just in case, I have made additional preparations. After all, we cannot predict how people will react upon hearing this news. While they would not hesitate to teach a lesson to those who dare to interfere, the situation on the Shadow Clan battlefield is growing increasingly dire. So it is best to minimize unnecessary complications. Just in case. Commander Ling, do you believe someone will cause trouble? Yiqin's eyes sparkled, eager for chaos to unfold. After hiding for a month, it was time to re-emerge boldly. With Bai Gongjue's mental issues resolved, it was also time to remind those individuals of their place. Ling Qi pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. The steward is already prepared. We simply need to follow the plan. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in their minds, they could not obstruct Bai Siqi's return to the public eye. Feng Qiao quietly listened to their conversation, glancing occasionally at the time on the light brain, 6:59 p.m. In less than a minute, the updates on Bai Siqi's personal homepage would be published. She found herself somewhat eager for the moment. 1900 hours. Hello, everyone. I am Bai Siqi. I sincerely apologize for worrying you during my absence. I believe it is necessary to clarify the events that transpired during this time to all citizens of the Empire. 3 years ago, I sustained injuries on the battlefield, which have since led to severe issues with my mental faculties. Aware of my possibly limited time left, I yearned to create lasting memories with my loved ones. However, little did I expect that our journey had barely begun when we found ourselves targeted by the Skull Pirate Gang. Under relentless pursuit, our small vessel was compelled to navigate perilously through an asteroid field. Although we successfully traversed the treacherous terrain, my mental condition deteriorated further during this ordeal. My companions and I had reconciled ourselves to the prospect of death when, unexpectedly, we encountered a ship from the Dawn organization. At that moment, they were researching a new potion, and, fortuitously, they required a psychic with severe mental disturbances for their experiments. Despite my skepticism regarding the efficacy of any potion in restoring a severely disrupted psyche, I felt an attachment to this world that I could not sever, and thus agreed to participate as a test subject. Due to the confidentiality surrounding the trial and the potential consequences of failure, I refrained from explaining my situation to the outside world. I wish to express my sincerest apologies to all who have shown concern. Now that the trial has concluded, my mental issues have been completely resolved following the administration of the Dawn organization's latest research potion. In order to dispel any misunderstandings among those who are concerned about me, I felt it necessary to release this statement at this time. I am currently aboard the Dawn organization's ship at star RZ-13, undergoing medical examinations, with specific results to be revealed in a live broadcast at 9 o'clock tonight. Chapter 114. The Empire in Turmoil due to the scheduled release of this statement by Siqi, currently undergoing various examinations, remained unaware of the uproar it would incite across the Empire. Not only that, but the announcement on Bai Siqi's personal profile was rapidly shared, garnering over 100,000 shares within mere minutes. In less than half an hour, various platforms were inundated with content regarding Bai Siqi's complete recovery from his mental affliction, courtesy of the Dawn organization's latest potion. Ling Lan, have you seen it? Have you? Exclaimed a girl with twin ponytails, clutching her holographic device, nearly a loss for words from excitement. The girl on the screen, seemingly a bit ditzy, with sea blue hair styled in a small bun, stared vacantly at the animated twin ponytailed girl. The door to the training room behind her was still ajar, indicating she had just exited after training. Wiping the sweat from her brow, the girl had grown accustomed to her friend's exuberant outbursts, stretching her slightly sore limbs as she made her way to the changing room. She inquired, "What are you watching? Is there a new competition announced by the school?" The ponytail girl puffed up her cheeks and jabbed the chat screen with frustration. exclaiming, "What competition? There is no such thing. Can't you think of anything other than competitions? It's the Empire's war god. The Duke just posted that his mental issues have been completely healed. The specific test results will be live-streamed in just an hour and a half. Lang lang. Hurry and secure a spot in the live stream." Although this event was being broadcasted across 5 major platforms, each had a limit on the number of viewers. With the news spreading like wildfire, the access slots were nearly filled. If she delayed any longer, she would have to resort to watching it on her holographic device alongside her friend. But she didn't want to watch on a device. She longed to be in the same space as the war god. "I sent you the link. Hurry and grab a spot. I'm hanging up." Without waiting for a response, the ponytail girl abruptly ended the call. The news of the Duke's complete recovery from his mental affliction left Ling Lan momentarily stunned. Yet, her fingers swiftly tapped on the link sent by her friend. There were 5 links in total. As she clicked on one, the page began to load, but then failed. Due to the overwhelming number of viewers attempting to enter the live stream, the platform's capacity was exceeded, and she was advised to try again later. Watching the notification on her screen, Ling Lan could hardly believe her eyes. The link she had clicked appeared to be from the Empire's second-largest streaming platform. She recalled hearing that this platform utilized the most advanced equipment, capable of accommodating nearly as many viewers as the top platform. Yet, she found herself unable to access it. The ponytail girl's words echoed in her mind, causing Ling Lan to adopt a more serious demeanor. Could it be true, as Meow Meow had suggested, that the Duke's mental faculties had fully recovered, prompting everyone to rush to witness this event live? If that were the case, her current predicament of being locked out made perfect sense. Dismissing these thoughts, Ling Lan resolutely clicked through the 5 links her friend had sent. If one attempt failed, she would try again and again. With 5 platforms at her disposal, she refused to believe she couldn't secure a single spot. The small figure on her screen spun around, indicating how many others were trying to enter the live stream alongside her. Ling Lan bit her lip, persistently clicking on the 5 links for a solid 10 minutes before finally securing an entry. Although there was still some time before the official broadcast commenced, Ling Lan opted to remain in the live stream room. She minimized the stream and first checked Bai Siqi's personal space, viewing the post he had made half an hour prior before tapping on a friend's avatar. Their last conversation had been a month ago, on the day Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi left Central Star. After that, Ling Lan had only reached out again upon hearing rumors of Bai Siqi's potential mental issues, which had led to his death, but regrettably, she had received no response. "Ling Lan, are you still alive? Ling Lan, are you on Star RZ13? Ling Qi had finally managed to finish most of her tasks and was preparing to take a moment of rest when a message suddenly popped up on her holographic device. Initially taken aback, she then tapped the screen. "Ling Qi, yes." After a brief pause, she added, "Ling Qi, I encountered some unusual circumstances earlier. How are things at school?" Was she attempting to explain why she hadn't responded sooner? Even if there were unusual circumstances, was it so difficult to reassure her of her safety? It had been over half an hour since the Duke's announcement, yet her chat box remained devoid of any replies. If she had taken the initiative to message, who knew when she would hear from her again? Raising her hand to adjust the tight bun atop her head, Ling Lan pursed her lips, staring at the 2 messages Ling Qi had sent. She had initially intended to emulate her friend's composed demeanor, taking a moment to freshen up before continuing their conversation. However, her fingers betrayed her resolve, and after merely 5 seconds, she succumbed. Frustrated, Ling Lan closed their chat window and marched determinedly toward the shower. In the noble estates of Central Star, the atmosphere had begun to stir with excitement following the announcement made on Bai Siqi's personal profile. Some were curious about the new potion developed by the Dawn organization, while others expressed skepticism regarding the possibility of Bai Siqi's mental affliction being fully cured. There were also those harboring various ulterior motives. Regardless of their thoughts at this moment, there was no immediate possibility of reaching RZ-13 Star, nor could they conceal their actions from the military, which was predominantly comprised of loyal supporters of Bai Siqi. They could only suppress their impatience and await the confirmation of Bai Siqi's mental power assessment at 9 o'clock that evening. Chapter 115, Live Broadcast Across the Empire by Siqi. I never anticipated you had concealed yourself so profoundly. In the shadowy corner, A figure with an indistinct visage spoke in a raspy voice, their cold gaze instilling dread. How foolish he had been to think that Bai Siqi's composure was merely the result of medication. It was evident that there had been premeditated schemes at play. The so-called Dawn organization and the soothing agents were nothing but a guise to mislead. Bai Siqi must have been treating his mental power issues in secret for quite some time. How infuriating! Had they known, they should have acted sooner, leaving Bai Siqi no chance to breathe. A fist struck the table with a resounding thud, causing the delicacies and drinks to tremble. A muffled chuckle followed. Now, let us not be so agitated. Do you think it is possible that such a restorative agent truly exists? One that can revive a mind on the brink of chaos. The mere thought is tantalizing. And so what? They had no need for such things. The voice, laced with a soft mirth, resonated once more, chilling to the bone. It must be eradicated. They cannot allow such a remedy to exist in this world. Everyone, let us not lose our composure. Whether such a remedy exists or possesses the effects we believe it does remains unknown. We ought not to sow discord amongst ourselves. The time is nearly upon us. The inner chamber has prepared a virtual pod, and those interested may come and take a look. With that, he rose and departed. At this moment, there were less than 5 minutes until the broadcast commenced. One by one, individuals began to stand, and before long, the crowd had dispersed entirely. Meanwhile, far away on RZ-13 Star, Bai Siqi had finally completed the final examination and a live stream began. Wow, it's truly my idol, the war god. I never imagined I would have such close proximity to my idol in my lifetime. The war god still exudes an overwhelming presence. With such stature and demeanor, how could he possibly be plagued by severe mental power issues? I now believe he has truly recovered, thanks to the Dawn organization for saving him. Weren't we supposed to confirm that Duke Bai's mental power issues have been resolved? Why hasn't it started yet? If Duke Bai can be cured of such severe mental power problems, can others suffering from similar afflictions also find restoration? Indeed, I wish to inquire when the Dawn organization will begin selling the soothing agents. My brother and my neighbor's sister left the battlefield half a year ago due to moderate mental power disturbances, and despite consuming numerous suppressants, their conditions have only worsened. If the Dawn organization truly possesses a remedy for mental power issues, I would spend everything I have to procure it. I don't mean to dampen everyone's spirits, but we ought to retain some semblance of rationality. What if the soothing agents from the Dawn organization aren't as miraculous as we think? It may restore those with mild to moderate disturbances. But for those with severe issues, we should prepare for the worst. What do you mean? Duke Bai's condition was so dire that he nearly lost control entirely. Yet the Dawn organization managed to cure him. Are you suggesting that his issues weren't as severe as reported? Exactly. Duke Bai has been on the battlefield since he was 10, and only at the age of 22 did he have to withdraw due to severe mental power issues. If it weren't for Duke Bai and those soldiers charging ahead on the battlefield, could we live so peacefully? Well, I believe the previous speaker didn't say anything out of line. They merely urged everyone to remain rational. Some individuals are perhaps overinterpreting their words. I also think there has been some overinterpretation. Initially, I didn't perceive any ulterior motives in that person's statement, but upon their mention, enough bickering. Didn't we come to witness the restoration of Duke Bai's mental power? Those concerned about the efficacy of the soothing agents should leave comments on the official account of the Dawn organization. On the live stream, only Bai Siqi and a few medical personnel appeared on screen, aware that the audience for this broadcast would be substantial, and that their purpose was not to clarify matters for the viewers. They refrained from enabling the live chat function. Hence, they were oblivious to the uproar occurring in numerous other rooms across the 5 major streaming platforms. This broadcast featured an analysis of Duke Bai's mental power assessment prior to his departure from the ducal residence. According to the report, Duke Bai's mental state had been perilously unstable. It could be said that had the Duke and his entourage not fortuitously encountered the Dawn organization and consented to be test subjects for the new medication, the outcome might have been dire. A middle-aged physician, renowned within the empire, scrutinized Bai Siqi's report with a grave expression. Logically, under such circumstances, Bai Siqi should have remained at Central Star to receive optimal treatment potentially prolonging his endurance. However, at that time, Bai Siqi was on a honeymoon trip with his new wife, recklessly endangering his life. Although the eventual outcome was favorable, no one could have anticipated the trials that lay ahead. Perhaps Bai Siqi had already prepared himself for the worst. As the middle-aged physician examined the report, the comprehensive footage was transmitted to various streaming rooms. While most viewers could not decipher the details of the report, they could listen to the physician's explanations. As they listened, some viewers could not help but begin to comment in the chat. So the rumors circulating on the Star Network were indeed true. With Duke Bai's mental power issues being so severe, is it wise for him to be wandering about? What if he suddenly loses control and injures someone? The first to be harmed would likely be those aboard the warship. If Feng Qiao dies, so be it. They brought it upon themselves by peddling faulty suppressants. It's merely unfortunate for those who followed Duke Bai. Indeed, anyone in the Empire with severe mental power issues must be sent to Blue Star. Although the nobility enjoys certain privileges, they are not exempt from the same fate as ordinary citizens. Yet, given Duke Bai's condition, it seems rather. I'm not sure how to articulate it. If you're at a loss for words, perhaps you should remain silent. Ordinary citizens send their family members with severe mental power issues to Blue Star primarily because they cannot ensure their safety at home, and because Blue Star offers a better environment with professional medical teams. Family members there can receive superior care, and thirdly, the prohibitive cost of suppressants is unmanageable. It is important to clarify that this is not an exclusive privilege of the nobility. As long as you can guarantee that individuals with severe mental disturbances remain at home without causing issues, you may keep them there. However, should any problems arise, both the patient and their family will be held legally accountable. What is there to watch? If I were you, I would have ensured that during your discussions with the streaming platforms, you arrange for the chat to be disabled to prevent the annoyance of certain individuals. Yi Qin cast a glance at the incessantly scrolling comments on the Ling Qi holographic screen, his fierce demeanor suggesting he could slay. How tiresome! A horde of parasites, content to hide behind the scenes and indulge in leisure, ought to be dragged forth and thrown onto the battlefield. Chapter 116. Settling scores. Disabling the chat may prevent undesirable comments from appearing on screen, but it cannot suppress the thoughts harbored by some. Most importantly, it leaves room for conjecture that could tarnish the Duke's reputation. Ling Qi was indifferent as he scanned the incessantly scrolling comments, his handsome and serious countenance revealing no signs of disturbance. Can you truly maintain such a demeanor? Yi Qin felt a surge of frustration, nearly smashing the holographic device. The lady instructed me to find someone to document all the IDs that slandered the Duke's residence and the Feng family. And I am currently reaching out to the heads of 5 platforms for assistance in compiling this information. If you find yourself with some free time, do come and lend a hand. Ling Qi remained engrossed in his task, his fingers deftly dancing across the screen. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin cast a glance at Feng Qiao, but Feng Qiao was equally preoccupied, completely unaware of Yi Qin's gaze. Thus, Yi Qin turned back to inquire further with Ling Qi. What is the purpose of this compilation? The lady did not specify. So you have not deduced her intentions? Yi Qin's tone was laced with disbelief as he glanced furtively left and right. However, Ling Qi, who was inherently reserved with his emotions, showed no inclination to respond. And Feng Qiao was too absorbed in his holographic screen to react. After a moment's hesitation, realizing he could not extract an answer from Ling Qi, Yi Qin approached Feng Qiao. Madam, what is the reason behind your request for Ling Qi to document those IDs? According to Ling Qi, it is neither feasible to strike nor to scold them. Does recording this not merely serve to exacerbate one's own frustrations? Feng Qiao's fingers swiftly tapped away at the screen, and after completing a message, he rubbed his sore fingers and casually replied, to prepare for an accounting after the fall. The fall? An accounting after the fall? Yi Qin, taken aback, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped there would be some decisive action from the lady, only to realize she was likely merely venting her frustrations in a trivial manner. And he had taken it far too seriously. With a sigh, Yi Qin asked, how does she plan to conduct this accounting? By placing these individuals on a blacklist and selling them not a single dose of the soothing agent. Feng Qiao slammed his palm against the armrest of his wheelchair, a flicker of indignation igniting in his eyes. Very well. Yi Qin felt exasperated, no longer even wishing to sigh. What sort of counting is this? That meager supply of soothing agents is hardly sufficient to meet the needs of the soldiers on the battlefield. Those individuals can forget about purchasing soothing agents in their next lives. At this moment, Yi Qin remained unaware that an entire planet was abundant with the plants used to produce soothing agents. Even if the soothing agents could not yet be distributed throughout the empire like the inhibitors, it was merely a matter of time. After conversing with Yi Qin, Feng Qiao flexed his wrist slightly and returned to engaging in a spirited debate with the group in a live broadcast. Observing Feng Qiao, who was once again lost in his own world and entirely oblivious to the surrounding commotion, Yi Qin silently stepped back a little. The duration of Bai Siqi's live stream was not extensive. The primary aim of this broadcast was to announce to the citizens of the empire that Bai Siqi had returned, fully cured of his mental energy issues. With the soothing agent now available, mental energy problems would no longer be a terminal affliction driving the citizens to despair. As long as they united in their efforts against the Shadow Clan, they would one day no longer need to fear their incursions. Recent examinations indicated that the Duke's mental energy had stabilized completely, even surpassing that of some who had never set foot on the battlefield. Several renowned medical scholars from the Empire pored over Bai Siqi's latest test reports, their eyes shining with astonishment, having nearly forgotten that they were live streaming to an audience of billions beyond the camera. Fortunately, this did not significantly impact the broadcast. In fact, the viewers seemed eager for more discussions regarding the soothing agent and related topics. Duke, we heard that you previously administered several doses of the soothing agent to some soldiers. A physician has just conducted mental energy tests on those soldiers, revealing a notable reduction in their mental energy disturbances. May I inquire if you have any of that soothing agent left? Holding the freshly minted test report and comparing it with the previous mental energy test results of the three soldiers, they could hardly contain their excitement, reminded only by a sliver of rationality that they were speaking to the Empire's warriors. The soothing agent, who could have imagined that such a miraculous potion could be produced, is truly a blessing for the Empire, a savior for all soldiers. Yes, would you like to take some for research? Bai Siqi astutely articulated the thoughts of those present. The physicians gathered there had spent decades studying mental energy issues, yet had failed to devise a solution. Now, with the sudden emergence of this soothing agent, it was impossible for them not to seek to investigate it further. As Bai Siqi posed his question, the comment section erupted with a barrage of responses. No, no, no. The soothing agent can be given to me, but please, Duke, do not let them take it for research. Yes, indeed. Duke, please think carefully. It is not that we do not trust the Empire's scholars. But if the formulas for these potions were so easily deciphered, many pharmaceutical companies in the Empire would have long since faced closure due to intellectual theft. Yes. The soothing agent should be reserved for those in need. Perhaps a single dose could save a life. This brings to mind a troubling question. I previously found it odd that the Dawn organization was selling a new type of inhibitor at that time, and someone who bought it even analyzed that the new inhibitor from the Dawn organization was quite similar to the problematic one from the Feng family. Don't say that. I just consumed a dose of the new inhibitor from the Dawn organization today. Are you suggesting that the new inhibitor from the Dawn organization is, in fact, the same problematic one from the Feng family? No way. That is too shocking. What should I do with the 10 doses of inhibitors I acquired 3 days ago? If anyone does not want theirs, I'll take them off your hands at original price. Shipping will be cash on delivery. Cash on delivery. I believe in the Dawn. Hold on. Let's not jump to conclusions. I think I might understand what the earlier messages were implying. You all are misunderstanding. Previously, it was only mentioned that the Feng family's new inhibitor had issues, but it seems there was no claim that the formula was flawed. So, could it be that the new inhibitor from the Dawn organization was indeed produced using the formula from Feng Pharmaceutical? Isn't that just a rumor? I just went back to the official account of the Dawn organization to check their previous posts, and it appears they never claimed that the formula was developed by them. Thus, the same formula could thrive in the Dawn organization while causing havoc in the Feng family. It merely indicates that while Feng Pharmaceutical held an advantage in research, their management and other aspects were lacking. The prior judgment was not unjust. But how did the Dawn organization acquire the formula for the new inhibitor from Feng Pharmaceutical? I have a relative in the Imperial Inspection Department. A matter was recently concealed. The ship transporting two of Feng Pharmaceutical's executives encountered space pirates midway, and the Empire has yet to locate those responsible. The earlier commenter could not possibly be a detractor of the Dawn organization, but to voice such a claim at this moment requires commendable courage. Wait a moment. Let us assume the previous statement is true. Could it indeed be that the Dawn organization hijacked the ship and obtained the formula from the Feng family? Even if they acquired it from the Feng family, it does not necessarily mean the Dawn organization hijacked the ship. Did you not hear the Duke say that it was thanks to the soothing agent from the Dawn organization that his mental energy could fully recover? With such an effective soothing agent, why would the Dawn organization go to such lengths for a new inhibitor formula? I would rather think that perhaps the daughter of the Feng family offered the new inhibitor formula to save the Duke, considering the Dawn organization is not a charitable institution. While the multitude of netizens continued their fervent debate on the screen, Bai Siqi had already retrieved a soothing agent from his storage compartment. This particular substance is an intermediate calming agent, which demonstrates significant efficacy for psychics experiencing moderate disturbances in mental power. However, to effectively reduce the degree of such disturbances, prolonged usage is essential. The soldier previously mentioned had only recently entered the mid-stage of mental disturbance. It was only after taking a primary calming agent that he was able to revert his condition back to its initial state. Although he required the calming agent to rejuvenate the morale of the troops, he was reluctant for others to harbor excessive and unrealistic expectations regarding its effects. Several hands simultaneously reached towards Bai Siqi, their gazes ignited with fervor as they converged in the air, silently clashing for nearly 5 seconds. Ultimately, a pair of frail, withered hands gingerly accepted the calming agent from Bai Siqi. With the issues surrounding mental power thoroughly clarified, and with a battlefield to attend to the following day, Bai Siqi refrained from lingering in the military medical center. The representative from Bai Song confirmed their collaboration with the military, and just half an hour prior, the logistics minister announced the acquisition of a batch of calming agents from the Liming organization. However, as the live broadcast was still ongoing, the majority of the public remained engrossed in it, resulting in minimal attention being paid to this development. Now that the broadcast has concluded, it is likely that the entire empire is still reeling from the succession of events that transpired this evening, inevitably leading to discussions on the messaging platform. Soon, the military's procurement of calming agents will no longer remain secret. Lin Shi reported in an orderly fashion about the occurrences during Bai Siqi's live broadcast, ultimately expressing his perspective. Some individuals on Central Star are unlikely to remain passive. Should we take action? Let us assign them tasks, thus preoccupying them and preventing any surplus energy for other pursuits. Bai Siqi glanced at Feng Qiao, contemplating some revelations uncovered by Yuli and others during their investigation, as well as hints previously disclosed by Bai Song. His deep, dark eyes radiated a chill. The recent surge of mental disturbances on Central Star warrants an inquiry into the truth behind the deaths of these individuals. Lin Shi was taken aback. Those suffering from sudden mental disturbances were all tainted by pollutants. These pollutants do not transmit to others unless the corpses are dissected for further examination. However, anyone attempting to study these bodies would inevitably become contaminated, thus becoming the next individual to experience mental disturbances. Perhaps this explains why no one had previously detected the anomalies, or why those who did were similarly silenced. Had it not been for their pursuit of evidence regarding the pharmaceutical issues within the Feng family, such discoveries may have remained hidden. Each year, there are individuals who suddenly experience mental disturbances leading to death. While not all of these untimely deaths are necessarily due to foul play, discovering these connections prompts reflection upon the death reports of those who have succumbed to sudden mental deterioration over the years. There may be alternative explanations for these tragedies. Bai Siqi intends to reveal the recent truths surrounding these deaths. Even if some may initially be skeptical, the disclosure of such data will undoubtedly cause tremors throughout the empire. As time progresses, the situation will escalate. The emergence of the calming agent has only slightly stabilized the current state of affairs. They have grown far too complacent. Without the calming agent, had they not uncovered the abnormalities within Central Star due to issues surrounding the Feng family, the Empire would likely face total annihilation under the combined assault of the Shadow Clan and other factions. This is a battle for survival versus obliteration. They may clash fiercely at the forefront against the Shadow Clan, yet millions of citizens within the Empire must also rise to arms, eradicating the insidious threats infiltrating their land. Consequently, that very night, the enthusiastic viewers emerging from the live broadcast quickly congregated on the messaging platform to discuss the unfolding events. Threads of discussion proliferated, with each reply reaching new heights. At some point, an individual abruptly mentioned the military's announcement regarding the collaboration with the Liming organization and the acquisition of calming agents. Wow, is this true? I heard that Duke Bai's mental power was on the brink of disturbance. If such a serious issue has been resolved, does that mean we no longer need to worry about mental disturbances? While it can be treated, did you not hear Duke Bai mention the necessity of long-term usage? Who knows how many doses are actually available? It seems only a select few will benefit. That's true, but having something is better than nothing. I look forward to the Liming organization continuing to research this agent. Once the technology matures, the entire empire will reap the benefits. Agreed. You all seem to have the leisure to chat about this, but do you realize something monumental has occurred? I just clicked on a thread out of curiosity, and now I'm utterly terrified. Go check the link. Woo, if I had known, I would have heeded the dormitory supervisor's advice to sleep early. Even if I couldn't sleep, I could had my violent roommate knock me out. Now, after seeing that thread, I genuinely dare not sleep. I cannot be the only one aware of this. Link, Chapter 118. It is I who compels you. The once fervent discussion regarding the calming agent was abruptly interrupted by discordant voices. Initially, few paid heed to this disruption until a handful of curious individuals clicked on those links and returned with pale faces. Who is the heartless individual who posted this link? We're not on a battlefield. How could someone suddenly be infected by pollutants? Those videos must be fabricated. I will report it. Report it. Oh no, help. I actually think the thread creator's claims might be true. I recognize someone in that video. I saw his examination report not long ago, mid-stage mental disturbance. I was skeptical when I first heard about his sudden mental upheaval. But if it were indeed man-made, that would explain everything. Goodness, isn't it true that pollutants cling to mental power and cannot be removed? How could anyone collect pollutants and stealthily apply them to others? Is there someone lurking among us, ready to strike when we least expect it? I suddenly feel so endangered. I say, this is utterly absurd. Do you really believe it? Those videos are surely synthesized. I have reported it. Now, I await the deletion of the post. I have a friend who just shared particularly distressing news with me. I feel like I am in a dream. Once I awaken, I will surely forget all of this. Verified. The video is authentic with no signs of synthesis. No comments on the video content. Verification complete. The corpses depicted in the video are indeed of individuals who have recently died due to mental disturbances in the Empire. Their profession is sensitive. Disclosure is inconvenient. Wait, what is this video attempting to convey? Are they suggesting that these individuals experienced sudden mental disturbances due to someone as covert actions? Why did the medical personnel who handled the corpses also become infected? Were they also set up? It is not a setup. The video stated that pollutants were detected in the deceased cerebral region. They must have been infected by residual pollutants. Yet there remains a question. Why did none of the numerous individuals who came into contact with the deceased suffer issues, while only the doctors attempting to examine the corpses were infected? This is clearly false. If it were true, it would be more coherent. So it was fabricated. I nearly had a heart attack. Whoever made this absurd joke, if I find out who you are, I will ensure you receive a sound thrashing. Ling Lan, do you think it is possible that someone deliberately spread this misinformation? The girl with twin ponytails looked despondent, clutching her light brain tightly and curling into a ball. The emotional highs and lows of the night had been too overwhelming. She found herself unable to sleep. No, it is not merely tonight. if this matter remains unresolved. She will likely find it impossible to sleep soundly on any subsequent night. Ling Lan's bun has come undone, her soft, long hair cascading down her back, gently swaying with her movements. Casting a glance at the unresponsive chat box, Ling Lan gently patted her friend's head in consolation, urging her to be cautious in the future, regardless of the truth of the situation. However, being in the Imperial Academy, it would not be so easy for anyone to act against them. Oh no, I haven't lived enough. I don't want to die. The girl's chubby face crumpled in despair as she wept pitifully, perhaps influenced by her brother. Ling Lan has always been quite independent and rarely shed tears. Though her friend is a bit more vivacious, she has never cried like this, indicating she is genuinely frightened. Ling Lan pondered whether she should have perhaps tricked her friend into easing her fears. Just as Ling Lan was contemplating how to provide comfort, her friend abruptly lifted her head and struck the pillow beside her with a fist. Ling Lan, if I were to suddenly perish one day, it would surely be due to someone plotting against me. You must stay away. If I truly die, I wouldn't want you to be implicated. After a bit of commotion, the two finally grew tired and drowsy. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao stood in the living room, and as the door behind them closed completely, the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. In both of their lifetimes combined, this was Feng Qiao's first experience sharing a room with Bai Siqi while they were both so lucid, especially under such intricate circumstances. Through the partially open bedroom door, Feng Qiao glanced at the large bed within, her gaze drifting back to the sofa in the living room. An idea began to form in her mind. Noticing Feng Qiao as scrutiny, Bai Siqi's expression darkened slightly, seizing her hand and leading her toward the bedroom. You must be tired after all that walking today. I'll give you a massage, and then we can retire early. No. Feng Qiao resisted vehemently, halting in her tracks, unwilling to move forward. Bai Siqi's actions stemmed from his affection for her, yet they had never truly met before their marriage, let alone developed any bond. While she could treat the 5 or 10-year-old Bai Siqi with kindness, she could not participate in the charade of being affectionate with the 15-year-old version of him. What if one day he regained his memory and perceived her actions as deceitful? What is it? Can't you move? He asked, stepping closer. With a slight bend, he effortlessly lifted her petite form into his arms. No. Feng Qiao's protest caught in her throat, and in the next moment, she found herself cradled in by Siqi's embrace. His strong arms encircled her waist and legs, and she clutched her sleeves tightly, paralyzed by the moment, mentally fortifying herself. Achi, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Please, go ahead, Bai Siqi replied, his eyes narrowing in delight as he ambled toward the bedroom. Gazing at her, despite his leisurely pace, the distance from the living room to the bedroom was merely a matter of a few steps. Reluctantly, he placed her on a large bed and sat beside her, awaiting her continuation. What if we were not married out of love? As she spoke these words, Feng Qiao instinctively tightened her fingers. Her gaze, unwavering, remained fixed on Bai Siqi's face, desperate not to miss even the slightest shift in his expression. Bai Siqi appeared momentarily stunned. Then his expression darkened, as if recalling something. So it was I who compelled you? What? Compelled? Feng Qiao was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. She had been puzzled as to why her parents suddenly arranged her marriage to Duke Bai, but now it seemed. No, that couldn't be right. Bai Siqi had yet to regain his memory. How could he possibly know this? Regaining some composure, Feng Qiao quickly dismissed the thought that had sprung to mind. She cautiously inquired, why do you think that? Having not received a denial, Bai Siqi concluded he had correctly interpreted her feelings. Because you do not like me, yet still married me. Therefore, it must have been under duress. Bai Siqi's voice was low, his gaze cast downward, unable to meet Feng Qiao's eyes. This notion was contrary to his upbringing, yet it was the conclusion he had drawn. However, it is not as you presume. Feng Qiao vividly recalled the moment her parents insisted she marry Bai Siqi. Had it not been for the subsequent turmoil in the Feng family, she might have entertained such thoughts. Her parents likely felt uneasy about her being alone, prompting them to entrust her to Bai Siqi. As for why Bai Siqi agreed to marry her, she would have to wait until he regained his memory, or perhaps her parents knew more than they let on. Yet, these considerations were not of paramount importance to Feng Qiao at present. During the upheaval in the Feng family, she faced a dire choice: either accompany her parents into exile or remain alone on Central Star. Given her physical condition at the time, accompanying them would have likely resulted in her demise within days. Even if she stayed on Central Star, the outcome would not have been much better. As Bai Siqi absorbed Feng Qiao's analysis, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Is it truly so? I did not take advantage of the situation. I did not force your hand. Then, I do not understand why we married. Before our marriage, you should not have known of my existence. I have only seen your videos online. We lived entirely separate lives, devoid of any intersection, let alone affection. I apologize for revealing this to you only now. The reason you married me was likely due to your inability to resolve your mental issues, and my physical condition could not endure for long. Now that you understand we share no feelings, and your mental state has been restored if you— Who says there are no feelings? Bai Siqi interrupted, suddenly lifting his gaze to meet Feng Qiao's eyes directly. The fervor and purity of emotion reflected in his deep, dark eyes ignited something within her, causing her to hastily avert her gaze. With the realization that events were not as he previously assumed, Bai Siqi felt a weight lifted from him. He had finally begun to recover more memories and had been overjoyed. He had anticipated the day he would remember her and everything they had shared. As Bai Siqi recounted events from the previous planet, a flicker of hurt crossed his features. Who would have thought that the day after I told you I had regained my memory, you would cease to respond to me? At that moment, he felt a profound sense of injustice, sadness, and anger, wishing he had never disclosed his memory recovery to Feng Qiao. Although Bai Siqi still harbored doubts regarding Feng Qiao's intentions, wondering if she was merely trying to distance herself from him, he could not dismiss the possibility that she was speaking the truth, necessitating further contemplation. His dark eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions as he lowered his gaze, obscuring the complexity of his feelings from her view. For now, I am still amnesiac. I will accept whatever you say. His voice, tinged with melancholy, prompted Bai Siqi to tentatively extend his arm, gently grasping Feng Qiao's clothing. The pressure was light, as if he feared that any stronger tug would cause her to vanish. I shall assume we were strangers before. Qiao Qiao, could you grant me the opportunity to pursue you anew? As he tugged lightly at her hem, Feng Qiao stood in astonishment, her mouth agape as she stared at him for a moment before finally responding. You do not have full memory now. Let's discuss this once you have regained it. If Bai Siqi maintained such an attitude at that time, how could it be possible? What is she truly contemplating? In any case, I must first address the immediate situation. Why wait for the restoration of memories? Bai Siqi does not appear particularly cheerful. Her phoenix-like eyes are slightly downcast, and her fingers gently tighten around the fabric of her clothing. Feng Qiao did not expect that, even after having opened up to Bai Siqi, she would still exhibit this demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Feng Qiao could only voice her concerns. Considering that your memories only extend to the age of 15, having lost a decade of recollections, can you truly assure me that during those 10 years, you never encountered someone you found appealing? Furthermore, Feng Qiao refrained from mentioning that the current Bai Siqi is merely a reflection of her 15-year-old self, her emotions still rather immature. Perhaps the companionship from a short while ago has instilled in Bai Siqi a slightly different sentiment towards her. Yet such feelings do not necessarily equate to love. It is conceivable that as Bai Siqi gradually regains her memories, this burgeoning sentiment may fade into oblivion. To Feng Qiao, Bai Siqi can be perceived as a hero of the empire, a child in need of care, or perhaps even a trustworthy relative or friend. However, anything beyond that remains unattainable. Bai Siqi pursed her lips, her dark eyes shrouded in ambiguity. She wished to express that despite her amnesia, the fact that she would marry Feng Qiao implies she holds no affection for others. Yet, such reasoning, while convincing to herself, is evidently unsuitable for substantiation at this juncture. We are already married, Bai Siqi stated, gazing at Feng Qiao, suddenly engulfed by a sense of helplessness. In my youth, my father instilled in me the virtue of loyalty in matters of the heart. I may choose to remain unmarried for a lifetime, but should I dare to harbor affection for another, even if I sought refuge in the depths of the Shadow Clan, he would pursue me and break my legs. In this lifetime, I shall not wed anyone but you, nor will I dissolve our marital bond. Feng Qiao, amidst her admiration for the former duke, felt a pang of anxiety for herself. However, the uncertainty surrounding Bai Siqi's unhealed memories made Feng Qiao reluctant to gamble with her own heart. Just as Feng Qiao pondered her next steps, Bai Siqi released her grasp on Feng Qiao's garment and retrieved an antique-style badge from her storage compartment, placing it into Feng Qiao's hands. This is the Bai family crest, which grants direct access to the family's influence. Although a small portion of the Bai family's private army is stationed on the central star and its surrounding planets, the majority resides here. I shall depart for the battlefield tomorrow morning. Aside from Yiqin, I will leave a few individuals here. Should any matters arise, you may entrust them to Yiqin and his team. If they are unable to resolve the issues, you may contact this number. The environment here, being close to the battlefield, is rife with pollutants, which may affect one's mental acuity if one remains outdoors for extended periods. I do not wish to restrict your movements. Just ensure you take proper precautions if you venture outside. I will be discussing matters with several generals. Wait for my return. The warmth of a gentle touch graced Feng Qiao's forehead, leaving her momentarily dazed. By the time she regained her senses to speak, Bai Siqi had already vanished from the room. Feng Qiao reached up to touch her forehead, releasing a resigned sigh. It was evident that Bai Siqi had no intention of staying here that night, and her previous words seemed to have not only failed to clarify their situation, but had also inadvertently created distance between them. Thus, what compelled her to share those thoughts with Bai Siqi tonight? Glancing at the weighty, intricately designed family crest in her hand, Feng Qiao felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Carefully placing it into her storage compartment, she resolved that such a significant item must not be lost. She would return it to Bai Siqi upon her arrival the next morning. However, the following day, Feng Qiao did not wait for Bai Siqi's return. After discussing the current battlefield situation with several generals, they deliberated on the prevailing circumstances. News of Major General Angel's improvement surfaced, coupled with the acquisition of thousands of precious calming agents from the Dawn organization, which had already been administered to several soldiers exhibiting severe mental strain. After assessing Angel and the soldiers' conditions, they realized that it was nearly time to depart. Bai Siqi, not wishing to disturb Feng Qiao at this moment, sent her a brief message via Light Brain and departed with the warship. When Feng Qiao became aware of the message, the ship had already been en route for half an hour. Madam, the Duke has set off. Should we not return to the ship? You may continue your training in the training room, Yiqin reminded, having remained by Feng Qiao's side since morning, adhering to Bai Siqi's instructions. Besides Yiqin, a few others had also accompanied the ship. Feng Qiao recognized them vaguely, but could not recall their names. Despite the Empire's considerable investment in the construction and maintenance of RZ-13, this supply star's environment remains less than ideal due to its proximity to the battlefield. Nonetheless, even if the surroundings were pristine, Feng Qiao lacked the inclination to wander. Nodding in acknowledgement, Feng Qiao silently proceeded towards the location of their docked ship. At that moment, few soldiers roamed outside. During this rare respite, they likely wished to avoid lingering in such an inhospitable environment. Due to her unremarkable appearance during last night's live broadcast and the soldiers' disinterest in getting acquainted with her, Feng Qiao and her companions attracted no attention as they walked. This allowed Feng Qiao to feel a sense of ease. Nearby, two soldiers in civilian attire approached, their camaraderie evident. "Do not overthink it. This is not your fault," one soldier remarked, patting the shoulder of the other. The left soldier, however, appeared unconsoled, his head drooping in despondency. "Had I not agreed to switch with him, it might have been me lying there. Even if you hadn't switched, you were the one on the battlefield yesterday. The outcome could have been different. Moreover, he sought you out for the exchange. This unfortunate turn of events is merely a matter of bad luck for him." The right soldier, perhaps sensing the insensitivity of his words, hastily added, "Yet, one cannot dismiss the fact that even without this incident, Lin Zhao's condition would not have endured for long. This opportunity to utilize the latest calming agents from the Dawn organization may be his last chance." Suddenly, before the soldier could finish, a fist connected with his cheek, causing him to stumble and fall alongside his companion. The assailant, undeterred, lunged forward, straddling the two and unleashing a barrage of punches upon them. If it were not for you, Lin Zhao's mental state would not have deteriorated so swiftly. You lack even a shred of guilt, and yet stand here making callous remarks. Do you possess no conscience? The soldier roared in anger, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and despite not being particularly robust, his body erupted with an unexpected ferocity as he struck the two on the ground, eliciting cries of pain. However, the two on the ground were not defenseless. Caught off guard initially, they quickly regained their composure, flipping the aggressor onto the ground. Yin Shuo, what madness has overtaken you? Which of my ears heard us speak callously? The soldier, with a reddened and bruised cheek and a cut on his lip, revealed that the earlier attacker had indeed held nothing back, pinning the assailant to the ground. He inhaled sharply, growing increasingly furious while feeling the sting of his wounds intensifying, and he began to apply more pressure. I heard it with both ears. The ambusher glared with bloodshot eyes, struggling several times against the force pinning him down, fixating intently on the soldier standing nearby. If it weren't for your lackey rushing to Lin Xiaoge, claiming that you had previously experienced instability in your mental prowess, would you assume Lin Xiaoge would want to exchange anything with you? He is merely a fool, constantly considering this and that, yet neglecting to contemplate his own well-being. This, too, is his dilemma. Initially, he was the one who took the initiative to restrain the ambusher, but before he could utter a word, another person interrupted, advising him to cease. Release him at once. How is Lin Xiao doing now? We do not require your feigned benevolence here. Yin Shuo rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at the person before him. The standing soldier displayed a flicker of guilt in his eyes. I truly had no knowledge of this. I thought he was exchanging something with me due to some issue. Yin Shuo remained silent, emitting a cold snicker, clearly skeptical. He was about to retort with further ridicule when his already watery eyes shifted, as if suddenly recalling something. He spoke, "Let's dispense with these formalities. We all understand the reality of the situation. If you truly wish to take action, seek out Major General Ming for a quota of the soothing agent. What say you?" The soldier hesitated, noticing several individuals in the distance casting glances their way, eventually nodding in agreement. All right. Hearing the affirmation, Yin Shuo said nothing more and turned to walk back in the direction he had come from. Feng Qiao and a few others witnessed this scene. Although she had never been part of the military and was uncertain if such interactions were typical, the soldier's demeanor struck her as distinctly peculiar. Chapter 121. Signal interruption. Feng Qiao turned to observe the two soldiers gradually retreating, her lips pressed together in contemplation. Madam, are you concerned that someone might exploit their position for personal gain? One of her companions inquired, noticing her fixation on the two soldiers. Just as Feng Qiao was about to shake her head, a thought struck her. Is there any way you can keep an eye on that soldier discreetly? The group appeared troubled. Madam, if you are uneasy, we could inform the officer in charge of the 4th District about what just transpired. After last night, it is likely that every upper echelon in each district is aware of the soothing agent's effects. However, the supply of soothing agents is limited. And even if someone intends to make a move, other military districts will not stand idly by. Should any inappropriate actions occur, it may be manageable to keep it under wraps, but if any information leaks out, this military district will never regain control over the distribution of soothing agents. No one would be foolish enough to act recklessly at this juncture. Feng Qiao felt no particular anxiety. Her concern stemmed solely from the soldier who had struck her as odd. However, she could not candidly express that her intuition was simply piqued by the soldier's strange demeanor. Waving her hand dismissively, Feng Qiao refocused her thoughts. No need. Let's return. Back aboard the familiar vessel, Feng Qiao immersed herself once more in training. It wasn't until her holographic device emitted a special alert she had set for her family that she exited the training room. The message was from her brother, Feng Lin. Although they had exchanged a few messages previously, they were often delayed until Feng Lin found the time to respond, and coincidentally, Feng Qiao was usually asleep when he did, rendering timely communication difficult. Nevertheless, considering Feng Lin's presence on the battlefield, where danger lurked at every corner, such circumstances were unavoidable. Finally, after much anticipation, Feng Qiao seized the opportunity to reply. Brother, I have heard that the Ying tribe has been particularly active lately. Please ensure your safety. By the way, the Duke also went to the battlefield today, and I had him bring you several soothing agents, the ones I mentioned to you earlier. If you feel unwell, please consume a few. I have more here if you need. Feng Qiao typed swiftly on the holographic screen, anxious that if she took too long, she might lose contact again, so she sent her message in 3 separate parts. Fortunately, the recipient had evidently not left and promptly responded. Feng Lin, Qiao Qiao. Did you accompany us there? Where are you now? Feng Lin, I am no longer with the military. Some matters transpired in between. I will explain later. The man with long black hair stared intensely at the unfinished message on the holographic screen. Glancing at the signal interruption alert that had popped up in the upper right corner, the warmth in his expression fading, his handsome features turning frostily severe. Just then, the door behind him was forcefully pushed open, and a figure rushed in with palpable excitement. Lin Gu, the ship has been thoroughly inspected, and we're just waiting for the boss and the others to arrive. We should be able to set sail by this afternoon. The excitement on the intruder's face vanished upon meeting the cold and irritable gaze of the man inside. Suppressing the urge to flee, he discreetly sidled away and cautiously spoke. Lin Gu, is there anything else you need me to do? The subordinate felt anxious, recalling that everything had seemed fine just moments ago. What could have changed in such a short time? Has anyone come by during this period? He mentally listed all possible scenarios that could have occurred, only to hear the man respond. The signal is down. Reconnect it. Reconnect the signal? The subordinate swallowed hard. The signal in the Hey You is not something one could simply connect at will, presenting a challenge. Lin Gu, how about we wait another day? Once we exit the Hey You tomorrow. The subordinate stammered, attempting to persuade. This would be manageable if it were any other issue, but the Hey You is rife with unsavory characters. To avoid any leaks about their location, the Hey You employed independent communication devices that could not link to the outside world. However, some individuals had crafted specialized equipment capable of establishing temporary connections. Though such devices were costly and fraught with limitations. Observing Feng Lin's demeanor, the subordinate realized he had likely already utilized such a device. Unless he wished to attract the attention of certain individuals within the Hey You, they would have to wait until they departed before contacting anyone. Feng Lin was evidently aware of this reality, yet he remained unaware of whether his sister had accompanied him to the battlefield. Although Bai Siqi might not necessarily take Feng Qiao to the actual battlefield, and Feng Qiao had previously mentioned her health had improved significantly, Feng Lin could not rest easy without seeing her in person. Meanwhile, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without receiving a response from Feng Lin, Feng Qiao found herself feeling somewhat disheartened. Closing the chat window, she was about to resume her training when her gaze caught an announcement on the homepage of her holographic device. Feng Qiao paused momentarily before clicking on it. It was an official announcement released by the Empire early that morning, aimed at calming public sentiment and reassuring the populace not to heed rumors circulating on the Star Network. The Empire had established defensive lines surrounding the battlefield to prevent contaminants from reaching inhabited planets. Every individual entering from outside the defensive perimeter was subjected to rigorous inspections, ensuring that no one could bring pollutants within. Recent incidents of mechanical mental energy disturbances resulting in fatalities were being reinvestigated by relevant departments, promising the public a satisfactory resolution shortly. Feng Qiao swiftly scanned through the Empire's PR announcement, her attention quickly drawn to the comments from netizens across various inhabited planets. She soon encountered numerous expressions of relief and skepticism towards the rumor that had circulated the previous night. Some netizens even commented, expressing hope that the Empire would swiftly apprehend those disseminating false information online and ensure they face severe consequences. The act of spreading such malicious rumors was indeed a vile endeavor. In truth, it was less about disbelief and more about an unwillingness to accept the unpleasant reality. Yet, those lurking in the shadows, even if they took action, would likely refrain from targeting these individuals. Those who might be targeted will certainly heighten their vigilance upon witnessing the events described in the videos and posts. It will no longer be as effortless for them to take action as there exists the possibility of their identities being exposed. As it stands, the news released last night is indeed quite advantageous for them. Should these individuals choose to remain subdued for a period, they might seize the opportunity to focus on dealing with Yingzhu. Conversely, if they remain restless, it would provide a chance to trace and apprehend them. Feng Qiao actually leans towards the latter scenario. After all, having such individuals lurking in shadows, constantly on guard, is quite exhausting. Chapter 122. Learning from Yi Qin after Bai Siqi took away a portion of personnel, the training room aboard the ship was no longer overcrowded. Feng Qiao decided to spend the day immersed in training. Although she spent the entire day there, it was evident that she could not maintain such an intense regimen. Thus, her training volume was only slightly increased compared to the previous days. Nevertheless, this still startled Yi Qin. Over the course of several days, Feng Qiao's physique had become increasingly robust, gradually resembling the characteristics of a D-class constitution. Given time, perhaps she could elevate herself to a C-class level. However, this requires patience. One cannot expect to achieve greatness overnight. Feng Qiao could not disclose to him that, given an ample supply of special plants, she could completely transform herself in a short span of time. Unfortunately, she lacked sufficient resources, thus she could only heed Yi Qin's advice to take it slow. Accompanying Yi Qin to his laboratory for a thorough examination, it was confirmed that Feng Qiao's physical condition posed no issues, affirming her claim of not overexerting herself. Yet, the following day, Yi Qin still refrained from allowing Feng Qiao to spend the entire day in the training room. With training no longer an option to pass the time, Feng Qiao found herself frequently glancing at the light brain. Each time she saw the empty screen devoid of unread messages, her mood would dip further. Finally, after witnessing the absence of any messages for the 9th time, she could no longer resist seeking out tasks to occupy her mind, lest her thoughts wander into disarray. Dr. Yi, may I consult you on some matters concerning mental strength? Feng Qiao propped her chin on her arm at the table, appearing somewhat distracted. Noticing her frequent glances towards the screen, Yi Qin discerned her unease, as if she were awaiting news from someone who had yet to respond. Yi Qin discreetly opened his light brain's friend list, quickly composed a message, and then turned to Feng Qiao with a warm smile, saying, "Madam, feel free to ask any questions you may have. Although my research in mental strength is not extensive, I am acquainted with several experts in the field." Perhaps due to Bai Siqi's influence, Yi Qin did not resemble a typical physician or apothecary who fixates on a single discipline. His studies encompassed all aspects necessary to address Bai Siqi's mental health issues. It was only after Bai Siqi's mental state had fully stabilized, coupled with their recent success, that Yi Qin dedicated himself to concocting potions. Regrettably, the few plants brought back by Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao were insufficient, and the materials for crafting high-grade soothing agents had already been exhausted. Thus, in contrast to Feng Qiao's frantic attempts to compensate for the past 20 years, Yi Qin found himself with ample free time. Although he had previously maintained a rather lethargic demeanor, often collapsing after a night of work, he now felt uncomfortable with so much idle time. However, he entertained the thought of discussing mental strength topics with Feng Qiao should he grow bored. And once they procured another batch of special plants, he could resume his studies in potion making alongside her, perhaps even visit the places they had previously explored together. With this newfound objective in mind, Yi Qin perked up. Feng Qiao had only perused a few books on mental strength, and she was far from Yi Qin, who had been studying medicine under his mother's guidance for over a decade. The questions she could not fathom were effortlessly answered by him. Observing Feng Qiao's positive reception, Yi Qin was even able to expand upon his explanations by integrating his practical experiences with his extensive knowledge base. Feng Qiao absorbed the knowledge Yi Qin imparted, finding it significantly more efficient than studying alone. Yet, Yi Qin's teaching style was somewhat erratic, often veering into tangentially related fields. As she was not a professional in medicine, Feng Qiao could only listen in awe. Nevertheless, even when she encountered concepts beyond her understanding, she remained silent, simply absorbing the information. Thus, after a prolonged session of lectures from Yi Qin, Feng Qiao returned to the training room for solitary practice. Unbeknownst to her, within the military camps of RZ-13 Star, An unprecedented joy was beginning to permeate the atmosphere. Major Angel is Major Angel. Upon emerging from the isolation chamber, Angel immediately drew significant attention. Some, overwhelmed with joy, began waving and calling out to him from a distance, attracting even more glances and leading to an increasing number of individuals noticing the man approaching from the isolation area. Angel smiled and waved back at the distant crowd. After spending over 2 days in isolation and having ingested 2 high-grade soothing agents along with 1 intermediate soothing agent, his mental strength had temporarily stabilized. While he was not yet fit to return to battle against the Yingzhu, he was fully capable of handling internal military affairs. The supply of high-grade soothing agents was limited, and many others were in need of them. They could not allocate all available doses to Angel. In fact, the reason he received 2 high-grade soothing agents was solely due to Bai Siqi's provision of the first one. Major Angel, have you fully recovered? Major Angel, I heard you took a high-grade soothing agent. Is it truly that effective? A throng of excited onlookers directed their eager inquiries at him, their voices overlapping. Although numerous individuals across various military districts had experienced a decrease in the severity of their mental instability after using soothing agents, none could compare their circumstances to Angel's. His prior mental health issues had been exceedingly severe, having transformed him into a killing machine. Yet shockingly, he had returned to normal in just 2 days. If soothing agents could remedy even a case as dire as Angel's so swiftly, then despite having previously heard whispers about the soothing agents, seeing Angel standing before them in good health was enough to stir uncontrollable excitement within some. It truly is. He has returned to normal. A crowd of individuals enthusiastically surrounded Angel, with even those who typically had grievances against him now eager to glean more information about the soothing agents. The military's intention for him to appear publicly before such a large audience was to ensure everyone was aware that his mental health concerns had stabilized thanks to the soothing agents. If someone on the brink of death could be salvaged, it was a hopeful sign for others. I understand that you are all quite excited and may have numerous inquiries. Angel said reassuringly, after using the soothing agents, my mental strength has temporarily stabilized. While I am unable to engage in combat at the moment, I can still manage other matters. His tone was gentle, and his improved condition lent a greater sense of credibility to his words. Chapter 123. This cannot be allowed to stand after spending a few minutes conversing with those surrounding him, observing that the desired effect had been achieved. Angel waved to the crowd while maintaining his gentle demeanor. Having been idle for 2 days, my adjutant has undoubtedly left a mountain of work awaiting my return. I must return to my duties. A group of individuals, though reluctant to part ways, dared not to delay Major General Angel's work. They watched as he gradually receded from view, dispersing only once he was entirely out of sight. Yet, the words he had just spoken lingered in their minds, refusing to fade. The effects of the calming agent were indeed remarkable, while it could not permanently cure their mental fortitude issues. A single dose of a superior calming agent could pull them back from the brink of despair. Their mental struggles were not as severe as Angel's, and thus, they did not necessarily require a high-grade calming agent. A basic or intermediate calming agent would suffice to stabilize their mental state. If fortune favored them, they might even experience a reduction in the severity of their mental disturbances, much like the soldier who had fortuitously received a calming agent previously, lowering his condition from intermediate to basic. Yun Shaw stood among the soldiers, his physique not particularly robust, yet slightly conspicuous in the crowd. At that moment, however, it was evident that none of these individuals had the bandwidth to spare for those around them. The young man's arms, hanging by his sides, gradually tensed. That very morning, Lin Zhao's mental condition had deteriorated. The doctor warned that if his condition could not be stabilized, he might uncontrollably lash out at others. Ultimately, his mental state could spiral completely out of control. Yet, despite Lin Zhao's grave condition, he was conspicuously absent from the list of individuals who had received calming agents in the previous 2 batches. The youth's eyes darkened, a tempest of pain and irritability swirling within, akin to turbulent waves on the verge of breaking free. His top body trembled slightly, as though striving to suppress something within. Ming, she must have done something. How could he believe that this person would suddenly possess a conscience and procure a calming agent for Lin Qiao? No, he could not let this matter rest. Clenching his fists with a creaking sound, the young man turned to seek retribution from this individual, only to be caught off guard and collide with someone approaching from behind. Given his smaller stature compared to the average soldier, the person he bumped into, though not overly muscular, towered a head above him, exuding a palpable strength beneath a thin layer of muscle. Yin Shuo felt as though he had crashed into a stone wall. Pain shot through his nose and forehead, forcing him to stumble back a couple of steps. Had it not been for the kind soul who reached out to steady him, he would likely have found himself seated on the ground. "Thank you." Despite still being somewhat unsteady, the young man managed to regain a semblance of composure. Muffling his voice as he covered his nose, "I apologize for not noticing you there." "Not all." Xia Yin, who was on his way to the medical center to inquire about Lin Zhao's condition, had noticed a crowd gathered around Major General Angel from a distance. As he prepared to circumvent the throng, he suddenly recognized a familiar figure among those surrounding the Major General. Indeed, it was the young man he had encountered on the return to the ship 2 days prior, who had been involved in the altercation. Due to Feng Qiao's keen interest in this matter, Xia Yin had come to investigate further. Although the situation unfolded as they had anticipated, Major General Ming did not allocate a calming agent to Lin Qiao due to his nephew's plea. Xia Yin found the developments increasingly peculiar, prompting him to continue his inquiry. However, as he did not belong to the military administration, he was wary of entering the territory of the 4th Military District, which compelled him to approach the matter through Lin Qiao. Given Lin Zhao's unstable mental state and the apparent wariness of those around him, the subsequent investigation proved challenging. Xia Yin initially intended to assess Lin Zhao's condition and perhaps wait for someone familiar with him to arrive, but to his surprise, he encountered Yin Shuo before reaching his destination. Yin Shuo, having acted impulsively due to his concern for Lin Qiao, exhibited a rather fiery disposition, making him a suitable point of entry for further investigation. Evidently, Yin Shuo had forgotten when he had last seen the person he had just collided with. After apologizing, he intended to depart, but before he could take a step, he was confronted by the very individual he had inadvertently bumped into. "I have already apologized to you," Yin Shuo began, but as he sensed the intense pressure emanating from the other, he quickly swallowed the rest of his words. He retreated a step, leaning slightly forward, and sincerely stated, "What happened earlier was my oversight, and I apologize. If you seek any form of compensation," realizing he was no match for the other, he swiftly altered his tone, revealing a more thoughtful demeanor. Xia Yin regarded the soldier with unexpected interest, a flicker of amusement lighting up his dark red eyes. "Then answer a few questions for me as a form of compensation." "What questions?" Yin Shuo asked, casting a wary glance at Xia Yin. Nevertheless, the palpable pressure he felt compelled him to temper his wariness. Xia Yin successfully gleaned more information from Yin Shuo, who, as anticipated, did not prolong their interaction. Yin Shuo remained still, watching as Xia Yan's figure gradually receded into the distance, a furrow forming on his brow. Why was this individual inquiring about Major Ming's nephew? Had he offended someone outside? Shaking his head, Yin Shuo dismissed the matter, considering it unworthy of his concern. Even if someone did wish to target that individual, as a peripheral figure, could not provide any valuable information. Fortunately, the person before him was relatively straightforward. After answering a few questions, he did not pursue the matter further. Unbeknownst to Yin Shuo, the seemingly inconsequential information he provided was, in fact, invaluable. Thanks to the details he disclosed, Xia Yin was able to derive more insights from Lin Qiao, ultimately piecing together the entire narrative. It turned out that the Ming family had once extended a favor to Lin Qiao, yet during his years of service, Lin Qiao had consistently supported that favor by aiding Ming's nephew. This debt had long been repaid. Initially, only the Ming family and Lin Qiao were privy to this arrangement. But somehow, the details became widely known, with many acquaintances of Ming's nephew hinting at Lin Qiao not forgetting his obligations. Throughout, Ming's nephew had never made any explicit demands. However, he had undeniably benefited significantly from Lin Zhao's assistance. Had it not been for that nephew, Lin Qiao would have already achieved the rank of officer based on his military merits. Nonetheless, both parties had willingly entered this arrangement, and others could do little but grumble. The turning point occurred a month prior. It was unclear what had prompted Lin Qiao to reject further assistance to Ming's nephew, even reclaiming military honors that were rightfully his. No, those honors had always belonged to him. He merely reclaimed what was rightfully his. Chapter 124. Preparing for in-depth investigation, those around Lin Qiao believed he had finally resolved to sever ties with the leech and stand tall. Even if this decision offended the Ming family, Lin Qiao could easily transfer to another military district, and with his capabilities, he would soon ascend to greater heights. Over the past month, despite many approaching him under the pretense of Ming's nephew, Lin Qiao had ignored them all, even submitting a request to transfer military districts. He merely awaited the end of the month to depart from the 4th district and proceed to the 16th district, without Lin Qiao's patronage within a fortnight. Ming's nephew experienced the harsh realities of the Shadow Clan, with his mental fortitude becoming tainted during a confrontation with them. Although not severely affected, he required several days of rest and even swapped his combat rotation due to this incident. Originally, this individual was not necessarily Lin Qiao, but for reasons unknown, Lin Qiao sought out Ming's nephew himself. By a stroke of fate, Lin Qiao's team encountered an exceptionally formidable adversary from the Yingzhou clan. In a valiant effort to ensure his comrade's safe retreat, Lin Qiao bore the brunt of the assaults, resulting in the severe contamination of his mental faculties. Given Lin Qiao's contributions, even if he could not secure a spot for the intermediate soothing agent, he would surely qualify for the basic one. However, due to his prior application for a transfer to the military district, he would no longer be affiliated with the 4th military district in 5 days. Thus, his name was absent from the distribution list for the soothing agents. Furthermore, because Lin Qiao remained a member of the 4th military district, the 16th district was reluctant to allocate any of their distribution quotas to him, leading to this unfortunate situation. Upon hearing the entire sequence of events from Xia Yan, Feng Qiao was somewhat taken aback by the myriad of underlying stories. Yet, more than Lin Qiao's plight, Feng Qiao's concern was primarily for her little nephew. To what extent had her nephew's mental faculties been compromised? Had he received a soothing agent this time? With a furrowed brow, Feng Qiao recalled the soldiers she had seen that day. The 3 soldiers appeared not to have severe mental issues. In fact, the condition of the individual next to her nephew seemed even more dire. Xia Yan had conducted a thorough investigation, and it was evident that the abnormalities Feng Qiao noticed were also considered by him. After the injury, that person's mental state escalated from a basic disorder to an intermediate one, though it was not deemed severe. He too had not received a soothing agent. On the surface, everything appeared normal, and the series of coincidences only affirmed that Lin Qiao's luck was indeed unfortunate. Feng Qiao was surprised by the depth of Xia Yan's findings. However, it was puzzling that despite uncovering so much, he had not detected any anomalies concerning her nephew. Perhaps she was merely overthinking. Feng Qiao tapped her fingers on the armrest of her chair, her mind drifting back to the peculiar sensation that individual had evoked in her, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Sensing that Feng Qiao seemed dissatisfied with his findings, Xia Yan began to reflect on whether he had overlooked any details. Did the lady believe everything was simply too coincidental? Xia Yan ventured to inquire. Was it coincidental? There was indeed an element of chance. But that was not the crux of her concern. She merely wished to discern whether her unusual feelings at the time stemmed from her own issues, or if that individual harbored something amiss. After much contemplation, Feng Qiao made a decision. Could they find someone to monitor that person, or conduct a comprehensive examination without alarming others? Ideally, she would like to be present during this. The lady seemed surprised by Xia Yan's suggestion. Although he too found the situation somewhat suspicious, it was, after all, an internal matter of the 4th military district. Had it not been for Feng Qiao's concern, they would not have pursued an investigation. If initially, Feng Qiao's interest stemmed from a distaste for such occurrences, her current demeanor suggested something deeper. I do not believe this is mere coincidence. However, do evaluate your capabilities. If you can uncover further details, that would be splendid. If not, there is no need to force it. Let us consider it as a mere illusion on my part. Feng Qiao sighed inwardly, acknowledging her genuine concern over the matter. Yet, she found it challenging to articulate her reasons for such concern and did not wish for Bai Siqi's subordinates to harbor any negative thoughts about her. Very well, Xia Yin nodded in agreement. In truth, determining whether this was coincidental was not particularly difficult. If the actions of the other party were merely aimed at ensuring Lin Zhao's demise, then as long as Lin Zhao survived, there was a substantial likelihood that further actions would be taken, which could eventually reveal their true intentions. However, monitoring Major General Ming's nephew and conducting examinations would prove to be quite challenging. Did the lady suspect that this individual had some underlying issues? If that person's mental state was, in fact, unblemished, it would explain why he appeared significantly healthier than the others. Moreover, prior to the Team's deployment, the military had prior knowledge of certain battlefield conditions. Should someone have been aware of the enemies they were to confront, it would raise questions as to why her nephew, seemingly untroubled, would feign mental issues, thereby prompting Lin Zhao to fight in his stead, resulting in substantial casualties for Lin Zhao's team. This too could serve as a potential breakthrough. With such thoughts in mind, Xia Yin promptly returned to refine the plan. Given the involvement of the 4th Military District, which had always been at odds with the Duke's residence, caution was imperative to avoid providing others with any leverage. Nonetheless, should anyone dare to exploit their authority to endanger their subordinates, that individual would certainly face repercussions. Xia Yin, concerned that this matter might unravel too many threads, sought out Ling Qi for further deliberation. Shortly after Xia Yin departed, Feng Qiao, who had been eagerly awaiting news for over a day, finally received word from Feng Lin. Since Feng Lin's vessel had already left the Heiyu, the signal was unaffected, allowing them to engage in a video call directly. Over the course of 2 lifetimes, Feng Qiao had lost count of how long it had been since she last spoke face-to-face with her brother. Even though they were separated by a screen, seeing the familiar figure from her memories stirred emotions within her, causing her eyes to brim with unshed tears. "Brother, how have you been?" On the other side, Feng Lin reigned in his icy demeanor, taken aback by the noticeable changes in his sister. When Feng Qiao had mentioned that her health had improved, he had thought she was merely comforting him. However, she indeed appeared far more vibrant than before. Her cheeks had filled out, no longer bearing the pallor of illness, and she looked far healthier. After a prolonged silence without any response, Feng Qiao blinked and waved her hand in front of the screen. "Brother, what is happening? Is the signal poor, causing the image to freeze?" The man with a stern countenance murmured an acknowledgement, snapping back to reality. Indeed, as Feng Qiao had observed, her health had markedly improved. His previous concerns eased slightly, and his austere features softened for the first time. "I am well. Our parents are also fine. However, the starship will soon perform a jump, and they have already entered the stasis chamber. They will contact you once the jump is complete." His gentle voice seemed to carry a soothing magic, instilling a sense of calm. Moreover, it was the very news Feng Qiao had been yearning to hear throughout these anxious days. Feng Qiao nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy and a myriad of accompanying emotions. She was uncertain how long this conversation with her brother would last. However, did the starship's jump signify they would be departing their current location? Leaving the Heiyu meant they could communicate freely and with greater assurance regarding their safety. "Oh, how wonderful! Brother, where will you be jumping to next?" Feng Qiao eagerly peered through the screen, wishing she could accompany him at that very moment. Feng Lin provided a coordinate, and Feng Qiao checked it, realizing it was quite distant from her current location. Nevertheless, the thought of being able to converse with their parents soon and having confirmed their safety made her unable to suppress her excitement, causing her to sniffle. Feng Lin watched the screen in silence, waiting for her emotions to stabilize. Just as he prepared to continue, he noticed a change in her expression. Feng Lin furrowed his brow, fixating on the screen. No matter how anxious he felt, he could not breach the screen to reach her. "Qiao Qiao, what is wrong? What has happened?" Concerned words emanated from the holographic device. Feng Qiao's attention shifted back to the screen, where the request for video communication in the upper right corner flickered insistently, as if urging her to accept it. She neither accepted nor declined the call. "Is it Achi? Ikuri? The Duke Bai? Is he in the same room as you?" Feng Lin glanced at the time displayed on his device, his expression tightening slightly, and his beautiful brows furrowing. It has been merely a month since Mei Mei married Bai Siqi, yet their intimacy appears to have blossomed so rapidly. Feng Lin has learned from their parents the circumstances surrounding Feng Qiao's marriage to Bai Siqi. In those dire times, when their parents were struggling for survival, they could scarcely attend to Feng Qiao. Trading the formula for Feng Corporation's new suppressant for Bai Siqi's promise to safeguard Feng Qiao's life was a pragmatic solution. However, now that Bai Siqi's mental faculties have been restored, he remains the steadfast pillar of the empire, revered as the imperial war god. In stark contrast, her sister possesses a fragile constitution. Despite some improvement under the care of the Duke's household, the Duke himself is indifferent to her sister's health. Ultimately, they inhabit different worlds. Throughout her life, Mei Mei has endured far too much suffering, and Feng Lin is reluctant to witness her endure anymore. Qi is presently on the battlefield. He recently attempted to reach me via video communication, but due to my prolonged absence in answering, the call was automatically terminated. As Feng Qiao gazed at the vanished communication request on the screen, she explained to Feng Lin while simultaneously tapping on Bai Siqi's chat box, inquiring about the purpose of his call. Bai Siqi, still on the battlefield, yet enjoying a brief respite, had eagerly initiated a video call to Feng Qiao after receiving a message from Yi Qin during the day. He had finally found a moment when she was likely free. For as long as the call waited to be answered, Bai Siqi's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, betraying none of the fatigue from the 10-hour battle against the Shadow Clan. Yet, when the call was automatically disconnected due to inactivity, he pondered, what transpired? Why did Qiao Qiao not answer? Bai Siqi bit his lip, fixated on the screen as thoughts swirled in his mind. Just as he raised his hand to inquire about Yi Qin's situation, a new message notification abruptly appeared on his screen. It was from Feng Qiao. Filled with joy yet tinged with confusion, Bai Siqi opened the message, only for his expression to shift dramatically upon reading its content. His fingertips, poised above the screen, felt as if encased in ice. The smile that had graced his lips waned, and the light in his eyes dimmed, as he remained motionless, staring at the screen. Qiao Qiao was engaged in video communication with her brother, and she must have learned of the matters he had deliberately concealed from her. She must be quite upset now. Bai Siqi, enveloped in silence, gazed at the dimming screen. A few days prior, he had received word from his subordinates indicating that they had seemingly discovered an individual strikingly reminiscent of Feng Lin while searching for Feng Qiao's parents. The uncertainty of the situation, coupled with the fact that her parents had been taken to the Black Domain, had already caused Feng Qiao considerable distress. Bai Siqi wished to keep this news from her. He had intended to wait until his subordinates clarified the situation and safely retrieve the individuals before disclosing anything to Feng Qiao. Yet, regardless of how matters unfolded, he had deceived her. He withdrew the soothing agent from his storage compartment, the one Feng Qiao had asked him to deliver to Feng Lin, and cast a glance at it, choosing not to intrude upon the siblings' conversation. Meanwhile, Feng Lin, though relieved by the care his sister received after their parents' incident, found it difficult to quell his anxiety, especially considering the peril Feng Qiao now faced on planet RZ-13, along with her unconscious displays of affection towards Bai Siqi. Qiao Qiao, you've paused for quite some time. Feng Lin finally expressed his concern. Do you harbor feeling for Duke Bai? Feng Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Do I like Bai Siqi? She was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. Just before Bai Siqi left for the battlefield, she had broached this very topic with him, intending to suggest the dissolution of their marital ties. However, he had not acquiesced. Why was her brother suddenly asking this? As the memory of Bai Siqi's light, almost imperceptible kiss before his departure resurfaced in her mind, Feng Qiao pursed her lips slightly, furrowing her brow. Why was her brother inquiring about this? It's nothing, she replied. Is Bai Siqi good to you? Feng Lin's expression remained unchanged. Feng Qiao refrained from answering, and he did not press further. Reflecting on the month they had spent together, Feng Qiao acknowledged that despite Bai Siqi's fragmented memories, he had indeed shown genuine care for her. However, all his kindness stemmed from his belief that she was the woman he loved, simply because they were wed. Feng Qiao shook her head, attempting to dismiss these thoughts. Given Bai Siqi's rate of memory recovery, it would not be long before he recollected everything. He's been good to me. Look, I've even gained weight, Feng Qiao remarked, gesturing to her face in an attempt to shift the subject. Although Feng Lin had been away from home for many years, he could discern the inner thoughts of his sister, who had been cherished by the family throughout the years. A fleeting glimmer appeared in his deep brown eyes as he smiled gently, capturing the moment with a snapshot of Feng Qiao's playful gesture of poking her cheek. "You put on some weight, but you're still too thin," he commented, as he observed his sister, now visibly more vibrant. He recalled the haunting image of her frail form, once reliant on a respirator, her body reduced to little more than bones. Those memories felt like distant echoes. Yet he could never forget the expressions of the doctors who had shaken their heads in despair after diagnosing Feng Qiao, or the relentless notifications of her impending demise. Your sister can only live for 5 more years at most. Reaching the age of 20 would be miraculous. When Feng Lin had first heard these words, he had felt an overwhelming urge to confront them, declaring their assertions absurd. Look at her now. She is thriving. With her current spirit, she could easily live for 5, 10, or even several decades more. "Brother," Feng Qiao began to speak, but was interrupted by a series of urgent knocks reverberating from the door. Feng Lin glanced towards the door, reluctant to end the communication so abruptly, yet he gestured towards the screen. "Qiao Qiao, take care of yourself. The starship is about to jump. I must hang up." After concluding the call with Feng Lin, Feng Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She recalled Bai Siqi's previous communication and wondered what he needed to discuss. Although she harbored some displeasure over his concealment of his departure from the military from her brother, she initiated a video call back to Bai Siqi. The call connected swiftly, and Bai Siqi's voice emerged from the screen. "Qiao Qiao, have you finished your conversation?" Observing Feng Qiao's expression, he had anticipated that she might ignore him that evening. But fortune smiled upon him as he had just completed his arrangements when Feng Qiao's call came through. "Yes," Feng Qiao replied, her demeanor calm. "How is the situation on the battlefield?" Bai Siqi's gaze darkened momentarily. The planet Hui Luo was nearly entirely under the Shadow Clan's control, rendering them unable to approach. They could only methodically eliminate the endless stream of Shadow Clan forces emerging from Hui Luo before gradually strategizing to cleanse the planet of their presence. When he departed the battlefield years ago, Hui Luo had not been overrun by such a multitude of Shadow Clan. The number of Shadow Clan emerging from the planet was far less than it was now. He remained perplexed by the events of the past few years, especially since even the private army he had left behind had not detected any anomalies. The Shadow Clan's numbers were substantial, and the situation was far from favorable. Fortunately, with the introduction of the soothing agent, he hoped that after enduring the next 2 months, conditions would gradually improve. Bai Siqi did not wish to deceive Feng Qiao, yet he also wanted to shield her from the grim realities surrounding Hui Luo. Feng Qiao did not delve deeply into the matter. In her previous life, she had not heard from Jiang Wei Ning about the Shadow Clan breaching the Empire, and it was unlikely she would in this life either. However, there was one thing that had long puzzled her. The ships transporting such a vast quantity of special plants each month. Were they not intended for the production of soothing agents for sale? If soothing agents existed, why then did Bai Siqi still succumb to a violent mental breakdown and die? Was Jiang Wei Ning deceiving her, or was there something beyond her comprehension? Regrettably, at that time, she had already resolved to perish together with Jiang Wei Ning, not even intending to spare a thought for the stranger who supposedly came to rescue her, but was on the verge of death himself. Nor did she have the inclination to inquire about these matters. Had she known, she would have seen Bai Siqi's frown as he fell silent after speaking. Just as he was about to say something more, Feng Qiao suddenly lifted her head and solemnly instructed him to be cautious. If he felt unwell, he should promptly take the soothing agents and absolutely avoid meeting the same fate as in her previous life. Bai Siqi's heart skipped a beat, warmth spreading from his heart, banishing the long-standing anxiety that had plagued him. All that remained was the gentle care emanating from the person on the other side of the screen. "Good," Bai Siqi nodded obediently, and then, as if recalling something, he subtly sought reassurance in Feng Qiao's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "I refrained from telling you about my brother's situation, fearing it would cause you worry. I was originally Feng Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the figure on the screen, completely ignoring what Bai Siqi had been saying. That's my brother. No, the focus should be on how I was deceived. The moment the words left her lips, she realized she had misspoken. Indeed, the next second, Bai Siqi nodded innocently, stating that her brother was also his brother. Feng Qiao found it futile to argue with Bai Siqi and chose to move past the matter. After all, her brother and parents were safe now. Just as she prepared to end the communication, she suddenly remembered she had nearly forgotten to ask if he had called for any particular reason. Bai Siqi was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if recalling something, a shadow of melancholy flickered in his dark eyes. This fleeting sadness vanished quickly, replaced by the warmth in his bright black eyes, as he confessed that he simply wished to hear her voice and see her. Bai Siqi suddenly leaned in closer, his face filling the entire screen, as if he were standing right before her, leaning in. Feng Qiao bit her lip, striving to ignore the fluttering feeling in her heart. Before she could utter a word, she noticed the figure on the screen looking somewhat dejected, head lowered as he fidgeted with his fingers. His jet-black hair swayed slightly with his movements, and childish words tumbled from his lips. Moreover, the Shadow Clan is truly, truly hideous. Staring at them all day makes my eyes almost unbearable. I need to see Qiao Qiao to feel better. He continued, expressing distaste. And the disgusting smell from the Shadow Clan clings to my mental energy. It's almost unbearable. Although he indeed harbored a dislike for the Shadow Clan, it was not enough to affect him significantly. He merely wished to converse with Feng Qiao a little longer, especially upon realizing that Feng Qiao's frequent glances at her light brain during the day were likely not in anticipation of his news, but rather for news from Feng Lin. Bai Siqi's mood soured further. Nonetheless, despite the absurdity of the messages from Yi Qin, the outcome was not entirely unfavorable. At the very least, Qiao Qiao had kept him company for so long and showed concern for his mental state. Bai Siqi felt elated, far surpassing the relief of taking a soothing agent. Chapter 127, Averse to Trouble. Meanwhile, on the Central Star, indeed, the entire empire was on the brink of monumental change. After several days of adjustments and preparations, the 5 companies that had acquired the formula for the new type of suppressants were finally ready. They had quickly produced the first batch of new suppressants while ensuring quality, set to officially enter the market the following day. Having moved past the initial skepticism and excitement of obtaining the new suppressant formula, recent news from the Empire had cooled their enthusiasm considerably. Once they regained their composure, the 5 competing companies, which normally would have little communication and would not secretly undermine one another, gathered together unusually. They even made minor plans based on the areas each company served, striving to ensure that their respective productions of the new suppressants would not encroach on one another's business, thereby maximizing the interests of all 5 companies. Since the Dawn organization could sell the new suppressant formula to them, it was likely they would sell it to others as well. Fortunately, they still held a time advantage. The demand for the new suppressants was immense, and in just a few days, they could recoup their investment of $5 million with profits. With everything prepared, the decision-makers of the 5 companies reconvened to toast to the new chapter that awaited them the next day. However, amidst their joy, the pressing issue weighing on their minds kept them collectively grounded. The timeline was too tight. None of the 5 could complete the military orders alone within the stipulated time. Why not collaborate to fulfill this order together? After several rounds of drinks, a middle-aged man in a suit swayed the viscous, transparent liquid in his glass. Casting a casual glance at the other 4, his tone indifferent. The 4 hesitated slightly, clearly tempted. The new suppressants had just begun production, and even if they increased their investments and expanded their scale, they might not meet the military's required quantity in time. Moreover, once they supplied all the suppressants to the military, the market on the Empire's side would inevitably fall far behind the other 4 companies. Of course, if they could maintain a long-term stable partnership, a slightly smaller market on the Empire's side would not be a concern. Yet, it was evident that each of them harbored reservations. I believe Mr. Liu's proposal is quite good. Soon, a company head expressed agreement, then looked towards the other 3. None of them wished to relinquish the military order, yet no one was willing to forfeit the Empire's market either. if the five companies could work together to fulfill the military's needs for suppressants. They could not only continue a friendly cooperative relationship with the military, but also ensure no one in the empire fell behind. However, while the notion of collaboration sounded simple, the actual execution involved numerous challenges. Consequently, the five companies had yet to reach a final decision. An older man, clearly the eldest among them, nodded in agreement. I concur. I agree. Agreed. The five reached a consensus once again, and the cheerful atmosphere did not last long before they resumed discussions on the collaboration. As the dawn light began to brighten the horizon, a reminder from their subordinates alerted them to the fact that they had been in discussion all night. And it was now the following morning, with less than 2 hours until the scheduled release of their new suppressants. The five merely freshened up and had breakfast before hastily heading back to their respective companies to oversee the launch of the new suppressants. In the inspection department, Lu Junhao, clad in a wrinkled uniform, bore dark circles under his eyes and the corners of his eyes tinged with red. The air around him was heavy with pressure, entirely devoid of the languid elegance he had exhibited a month prior. Listening to the latest reports from his subordinates, Lu Junhao suppressed the urge to rub his persistently throbbing temples. It was only after the final report on the recent investigation concluded that he waved his hand, dismissing the team. Since the recent post had been disseminated across the StarNet, Lu Junhao's previously leisurely lifestyle had come to a definitive end, with his workload surging daily. However, what truly exhausted him was not the sudden increase in work, but the fact that even with such a post circulating, the inspection department had recently uncovered several abnormal death cases. Certainly, in these recent incidents of mortality, it is evident that the deceased, even if not suffering from severe mental disorders, exhibited at least a moderate level of mental instability. Should they have encountered an abrupt stimulus, sudden death would not be implausible. However, in light of the previous tragic precedents, one cannot afford to make hasty judgments upon encountering the latest victims. Through repeated testing and scrutiny, it was revealed that the circumstances surrounding these deaths were indeed peculiar. Yet, during the autopsy, no infectious contaminants, as described in the footage, were discovered, leaving the cause of death indeterminate for the time being. Consequently, Lu Junhao refrained from providing a conclusive determination regarding these fatalities. The absence of a death certificate led the families of the deceased to suspect foul play, compelling them to seek answers. Recently, the matter has escalated, with a plethora of opinions being voiced. The earlier announcement from the Empire now seems almost farcical. To prevent further deterioration of the situation, higher authorities have instructed the medical department to issue several death certificates immediately. Nevertheless, Lu Junhao has consistently insisted on the ambiguity of the causes of death, necessitating further investigation, and has withheld the remains of the deceased. Issuing more certificates would be futile at this juncture. Given the current circumstances, it is impossible to remove Lu Junhao from his position. Thus, pressure is applied daily. A knock resounded at the door, breaking the brief silence, as Lu Junhao turned irritably. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue were stifled upon the sight of a woman at the entrance. With her narrow, fox-like eyes slightly narrowed, she spoke in an unfriendly tone. Who allowed you to enter? Naturally, I entered myself. The visitor, with her ash-gray short hair appearing strikingly neat, lowered her cool gaze towards Lu Junhao, who reclined on the left side of the room. After a few moments of focused observation, she finally spoke. Your uncle is hospitalized due to your actions, and your aunt specifically called me to persuade you. Lu Junhao lazily glanced at her, adjusting himself into a more comfortable position. You may begin. If Lu Junhao were someone who heeded advice, today's events would not have transpired. The visitor seemed aware of this and did not rush to persuade him. Instead, she regarded the man reclining in the chair with a hint of curiosity, inquiring with a probing tone. I am quite intrigued as to why you are so fixated on this matter. Haven't you always preferred to avoid trouble? The man appeared somewhat fatigued, his eyes half closed as he mumbled indistinctly, I indeed dislike it. Then why persist in this matter? Your actions are causing significant pressure on your uncle and aunt. The Empire has only just managed to quell the panic caused by the previously released counterfeit video. Have you considered the repercussions of your actions? Her ash-gray eyes remained fixed on the nearly slumbering young man. Lu Juanhao merely responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," seemingly indifferent to her words. The woman appeared to have anticipated this reaction, offering little in response. With a wave of her hand, she prepared to depart. "I have done my part in advising you. If you insist on proceeding this way, I cannot intervene. However, our family has decided to annul our engagement with you, and you will need to come by in a few days." Having said this, she did not look back at Lu Juanhao and walked away. In the solitary lounge, the man who had appeared on the verge of sleep slowly opened his eyes. He retrieved a small transparent vial from his personal storage, its ordinary appearance concealing the unpleasant greenish liquid within. After a brief examination, Lu Juanhao tore open the vial's packaging and drank the contents as if quenching his thirst, finishing it in no time. Once the vial was empty, his previously grim expression softened slightly. He stowed the empty vial back into the storage compartment and clicked his tongue. It seemed someone was already eager to take action. He would need to prepare thoroughly if he failed to deliver a substantial surprise. It would not be fitting given the hardships he had endured during this period. After sending a message on his terminal, Lu Juanhao reclined on the single bed in the lounge. The mental exhaustion of recent days had been overwhelming, compounded by the incessant provocations from certain individuals. Since deciding to adopt a more laid-back approach, Lu Juanhao had long forgotten what fatigue felt like. Now he was experiencing it in its entirety. Meanwhile, upon receiving Lu Juanhao's message, Yuli promptly informed Bai Siqi. At that moment, Bai Siqi was still on the outskirts of Hui Luoxing, attempting to identify a breakthrough point to enter and assess the internal situation. However, the sheer number of shadow beings emerging from Hui Luoxing was overwhelming. They had been at a stalemate for over an hour, with no progress in sight. "You all continue to clear the area. I will enter first." Inside the mecha, Bai Siqi retrieved a metallic object from his storage, swiftly maneuvering the mecha into the throng of shadow beings. The mecha, accompanying Bai Siqi, fumbled in its attempts to follow, but the overwhelming number of shadow beings rendered it impossible to breach the perimeter. "What should we do?" someone inquired through the communication channel. Although Bai Siqi had regained his peak performance, the battlefield against the shadow beings had evolved significantly compared to 2 years ago. They could sense the relentless tide of shadow beings emerging from within. Who could say how many lurked inside the planet? Yet, Bai Siqi stood alone. Wait. With that single word, the pilots within the mecha continued to clear the surrounding shadow beings. They could not charge unlike Bai Siqi, and even if they did, their presence might hinder rather than help. Unexpectedly, after 3 years of recuperation on the central star, Duke Bai still brimmed with fighting spirit. However, what if the interior was swarming with shadow beings? Concerns lingered in the channel. Then we shall expedite the eradication of all shadow beings in this region. Blinding photon cannons fired in succession, striking the surrounding phantoms. The shadow beings lacked a fixed form, rendering standard attacks ineffective against them. The mechas were equipped with weapons specifically designed for combating shadow beings. Beyond that, there existed an even more effective means of attack against the shadow beings: mental force. However, no one would resort to that method until the final moment. A dozen high-performance mechas unleashed their most formidable weapons, striving to eliminate the surrounding shadow beings in the shortest time possible. Yet, their efforts yielded less than satisfactory results. Despite their fierce assault, the surrounding shadow beings merely eased slightly. Should the mechas cease their onslaught, even more shadow beings would converge, enveloping them once more. The mechas showed no signs of retreat. Even if they could not clear a path, they would stand by to welcome Duke Bai's return. Bai Siqi finally managed to breach Hui Luoxing, only to be met with an even denser swarm of shadow beings than before. The contaminated entities struck against the mecha's exterior, seeking gaps to infiltrate, but were thwarted by the dense metallic shell. After several fruitless attempts to find a breach, the swarm of shadow beings suddenly coalesced into a semi-corporeal form, launching a concentrated assault on the mecha's metal shell. At this moment, the shadow beings were far easier to attack than in their ethereal state. Bai Siqi seized the opportunity. 2 specially treated light blades materialized in the hands of the mecha. The blades danced swiftly, reaping the lives of the shadow beings, their bodies falling like autumn leaves. Bai Siqi exhibited no inclination for battle, deftly maneuvering the mecha to descend rapidly. The dual light blades, slicing through both semi-corporeal and phantasmal forms of the Shadow Clan, unleashed varying degrees of devastation. Some of the weaker members of the Shadow Clan perished outright under such assaults. Concurrently, the display within the mecha indicated a continuous increase in the levels of damage sustained and the depletion of the protective membrane. Should either of these metrics reach their zenith, Bai Siqi would find himself bereft of the mecha's safeguard, exposed to the relentless tide of the Shadow Clan. Fixated on the ever-shifting values, Bai Siqi's descent accelerated rather than diminished. With a thunderous roar, 2 blasts from the impact cannon obliterated a small cluster of Shadow Clan below, prompting Bai Siqi to immediately record the data within the mecha. The efficacy of the impact cannon, now infused with special plant compounds, undoubtedly surpassed previous iterations. Was it the energy enhancement at play? Bai Siqi could only speculate based on the data feedback. Had Feng Qiao been present, perhaps she could have provided answers. However, it was evident that Bai Siqi could not risk bringing Feng Qiao to such a perilous locale. The infusion of special plant elements had indeed augmented the impact cannon and light blade's effectiveness, suggesting potential applications for weaponry. Perhaps further investigation into energy extraction for crafting specialized weapons against the Shadow Clan could be warranted. Yet Bai Siqi shook his head, momentarily dismissing this notion. His purpose for venturing here was not to experiment with these marginally modified weapons. As time inexorably flowed, it had been 4 hours since Bai Siqi plunged into the throng of the Shadow Clan. Although this duration still fell short of the minimum time the mecha's enchantment could endure, the knowledge that Bai Siqi's target was the birthplace of the Shadow Clan, Hui Luo Xing, filled the minds of those aboard the mecha with trepidation. Since Bai Siqi had withdrawn from the battlefield 2 years prior, the gradual evacuation from Hui Luo Xing had commenced, ultimately culminating in a complete withdrawal a year ago. They were now utterly oblivious to the circumstances within Hui Luo Xing. However, given the incessant emergence of the Shadow Clan from the planet, it was clear to the group that the situation within Hui Luo Xing was far from favorable. Aboard the RZ-13 starship, Yi Qin and his companions were evidently aware of Bai Siqi's early morning expedition to reconnoiter Hui Luo Xing. Yet, they had yet to receive confirmation of Bai Siqi's solitary venture into the depths of Hui Luo Xing. As noon approached and Bai Siqi remained absent, those stationed outside felt compelled to disclose this information to those within the ship. How could the Duke enter Hui Luo Xing? This is utterly reckless. Ling Qi furrowed his brow, seriousness etched upon his face as he abruptly rose from his seat. Yi Qin paced the room, his agitation palpable. Nearly driven to don a mecha and rushed to Bai Siqi's side. Having known each other since childhood, Bai Siqi's propensity for reckless behavior was hardly a novelty. Yet this time, he truly believed his restored mental fortitude would render him invulnerable. Yi Qin seethed with frustration, tapping the holographic screen repeatedly, only to receive yet another message confirming Bai Siqi's continued absence. In a fit of anger, he nearly hurled the device across the room. The situation on Hui Luo Xing was still unclear, and with so many Shadow Clan present, was this truly the moment for one man to play the hero? Had he not considered the potential consequences? Yi Qin's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a figure appeared at the doorway. Feng Qiao raised her arm, still poised in mid-motion, her gaze sweeping across the room's occupants. I apologize. I knocked, but the door opened on its own. Are you discussing Aki? Has something happened over there? The room fell into a brief silence as the others exchanged glances, a moment of unspoken understanding passing before their collective gaze settled on Yi Qin. Positioned nearest to Feng Qiao, under the weight of their scrutiny, Yi Qin felt a twinge of pressure. However, after a moment's hesitation, he resolved to speak. Why should he conceal the truth from Feng Qiao? She deserved to be informed. Since the Duke's passing, no one had held sway over Bai Siqi. Yet at merely 22 years of age, he had already subjected himself to such extreme mental strain that he was compelled to recuperate at the Duke's estate. Although current treatments could alleviate mental issues, Bai Siqi's relentless self-endangerment was a source of deep concern. There has been an incident but we do not yet have precise information. Yi Qin quickly formulated his words. Madam, you may not fully grasp the situation on Hui Luo Xing. Allow me to explain. Ignoring the curious glances from those nearby, Yi Qin gestured for Feng Qiao to take a seat. He recounted the initial discovery of the Shadow Clan on Hui Luo Xing, the subsequent dispatch of investigative teams, and the military's establishment on the planet. What was initially thought to be a swiftly resolvable issue had devolved into an escalating conflict, with the numbers of the Shadow Clan not only persisting, but growing ever larger, leading to an expanding battleground. A year prior, the military was compelled to withdraw from Hui Luo Xing, forced to engage in combat from the periphery. Over nearly a century, the Shadow Clan had evolved from a mere handful to a formidable force, while the empire found itself increasingly on the defensive. Yi Qin emphasized the pivotal moment a year ago when the empire, under duress, had no choice but to evacuate all troops from Hui Luo Xing. The planet's unique circumstances rendered communication with the outside world impossible. Over the past year, the empire had struggled against the relentless onslaught of the Shadow Clan, let alone gather intelligence on the situation within Hui Luo Xing. In essence, they remained entirely ignorant of the current state of affairs therein. Military speculation suggested that the Shadow Clan population within had likely surged beyond previous estimates. Bai Siqi's reckless foray into such an uncertain environment posed an evident peril. Feng Qiao's mind raced with fleeting thoughts, yet her limited understanding of the Shadow Clan left her unable to articulate her feelings. She could only voice her inquiries. Did the Shadow Clan suddenly appear on Hui Luo Xing? I do not know. Perhaps they have always existed there, only remaining undetected until now. Ling Qi moved his lips, hesitating to speak, his expression tinged with melancholy. The Shadow Clan subsisted on mental energy, and apart from them, Hui Luo Xing harbored no other life forms. He had once pondered that had the original discoverers of the Shadow Clan not taken notice, or if the Empire had refrained from investigating the unknown entities, they might never have been forced to confront such a formidable species. Yet Ling Qi recognized the futility of such speculation. The Shadow Clan could traverse planets freely, exploring the cosmos. Even without human intrusion, they might one day seek out a habitable world, inevitably leading to the current predicament. Rather than dwell on such thoughts, it would be wiser to devise a solution to the immediate crisis. Yi Qin, standing nearby, observed with a mix of exasperation and concern as Feng Qiao and Ling Qi continued their discourse on the Shadow Clan. Though the conversation was primarily driven by Feng Qiao's inquiries, with Ling Qi providing answers, Yi Qin had intended for Feng Qiao to grasp the gravity of Bai Siqi's solitary venture into the unpredictable realm of Hui Luo Xing, not to educate her on the history of the Shadow Clan. According to his initial plan, Feng Qiao would soon be consumed with worry for Bai Siqi's safety, prompting him to comfort her, and upon Bai Siqi's safe return, he would address the matter thoroughly. Yet how had it devolved into this? Meanwhile, Ling Qi, noticing Feng Qiao's keen interest in the battlefield, shared an abundance of his knowledge about the Shadow Clan. Like Yi Qin, these individuals harbored profound faith in Bai Siqi. They believed he would emerge from Hui Luo Xing, though whether he would do so unscathed remained uncertain. At least they had the calming agent. They could only hope Bai Siqi's injuries would not be severe. To be precise, they hoped the Duke had a clear understanding of the stakes involved. Originally, Feng Qiao had come to seek knowledge about spiritual power from Yi Qin, but unexpectedly, upon hearing the news, she became acquainted with numerous matters regarding the Yingzhu. It was not until the sudden ringing of someone's light brain that the atmosphere in the room finally settled. It was the Duke. He had emerged from Hui Luo Xing. The suppressed excitement in everyone's voices allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Although they firmly believed that Bai Siqi would return, there lingered a fear of unforeseen circumstances. Now that he was finally back, they could relax. What about his physical and mental condition? Was he injured? Someone immediately inquired. The person who had just received the news caught the concerned glances of others. Evidently, they were all anxious about this issue. Chapter 130. No response to communication. The individual grasping the light brain refreshed the chat window between the two, but regrettably, aside for the previous message, no new updates were received. The other party had yet to reply. Just as those words were spoken, the light brain surrounded by the crowd emitted a beep, and in the next moment, several faces changed in unison. Qi was injured? Feng Qiao's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Yes, the Duke's mech was severely damaged, and the extent of his injuries remains uncertain. One person fixed their gaze on the content displayed on the screen, their brow furrowed deeply. Although the Duke remained conscious, it was still unclear what the situation entailed. If it were a mental injury, it would be even more troublesome. It was uncertain whether the calming agents on the Duke would suffice. They were currently escorting him back to the mothership for treatment, which was expected to take half an hour. The message from the other side cast a shadow over the room, even though they had anticipated the worst outcome. Its manifestation in reality was still somewhat difficult to accept. Clearly, there should have been better solutions. Exploring the situation on Hui Luoxing was not an immediate priority. Observing the somber atmosphere around, Ling Qi raised a hand to tap on the table, his serious expression seemingly unchanged from usual. Now that the Duke has returned, we should proceed with our tasks. After speaking, he nodded at Feng Qiao. Madam, we shall take our leave. If you wish to learn more about the Yingzhu, you may consult Dr. Yi. After all, in this ship, only Yi Qin has ample free time, while Feng Qiao trains for 4 to 5 hours daily. Though Feng Qiao was eager to understand the Yingzhu, she was not in a hurry. If given the opportunity, she would prefer to witness the battlefield firsthand and experience the true nature of the Yingzhu. Unfortunately, her current physical condition was too weak, rendering her unable to pilot a mech for now. She decided to return and continue cultivating her chili peppers, striving for an early upgrade of her abilities. It had been several days since she sensed her powers were on the verge of upgrading, yet each time it felt just a bit short of a breakthrough. Over a dozen days had passed, and her abilities remained stagnant at level 2. This prolonged stagnation led Feng Qiao to question whether her instincts had been mistaken. In her past life, her ability upgrades on that planet had been quite smooth, with no obstacles when transitioning from level 1 to level 2. Why was this time fraught with challenges? Time and again, she was given hope, yet after 10 days without progress, anyone would become exasperated. Upon returning to her room, Feng Qiao retrieved the familiar flower pot from her storage buckle. After harvesting several batches of chili peppers, she had now switched to growing strawberries. The harvested chili peppers were stored in her buckle, and today she anticipated a fruitful yield from her strawberry plant. Gentle energy enveloped the pot, where the seedlings had grown strawberries the size of fingernails, visibly maturing at a rapid pace, soon transforming into plump heart-shaped fruits. However, other than the tips of the strawberries displaying a hint of red, the remaining parts were still predominantly white, indicating they would likely not mature until later that evening. Regretfully, Feng Qiao returned the strawberry seedlings to her storage buckle and then took out the previously harvested chili peppers. Previously, she had combined chili peppers with other plants to create higher-grade calming agents. But today, she intended to experiment with chili peppers alone and see what kind of soothing agent she could produce. Feng Qiao was already well-versed in the process of creating calming agents, and single-ingredient soothing agents were the easiest to produce, with mechanical production posing no issues. In just over 10 minutes, she had crafted 10 freshly made calming agents. Compared to those produced mechanically, Feng Qiao's agents exhibited significantly higher energy values, averaging around 80, reaching the level of intermediate calming agents. Observing the testing results, she felt quite satisfied. After storing 5 intermediate calming agents, Feng Qiao attempted to contact Bai Siqi again, but, as expected, there was no response. Her preparation of the medicine had taken little time, and logically, Bai Siqi should still be en route to the mothership. Had he fainted in the mech, or was there something preventing him from answering? Feng Qiao gently tapped her fingertips on the table, her expression inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, she exhaled softly and made her way to the training room. Aboard the mothership, after 2 hours of treatment, Bai Siqi's damaged body had fully recovered, and the remaining issues concerning his mental power stabilized after consuming an intermediate calming agent. He meticulously described everything he had observed on Hui Luoxing, even sharing a brief video he had recorded within the planet's interior. The footage was densely populated with Yingzhu, filling the screen entirely. As the mech emitted a powerful shockwave, A momentary clearing occurred among the throngs of Yingzhu below. However, through that temporarily vacant area, countless Yingzhu could still be seen in the distance, with no glimpse of the ground in sight, although such conjectures had been proposed before. Witnessing the scene firsthand sent shivers down the spines of the commanders who had battled the Yingzhu for years. This was simply overwhelming. A year ago, when they were forced to abandon their positions on Hui Luo Xing, the Yingzhu had not yet occupied the entire land. In just 1 year, had the Yingzhu proliferated to fill the entirety of Hui Luo Xing? Would all the Yingzhu spilling out from Hui Luo Xing not be able to be contained within it? A commander wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Could the location chosen by Duke to enter Hui Luo Xing coincidentally be a gathering place for the Yingzhu, hence the overwhelming number? Though others remained silent, many gazes turned towards Bai Siqi. His complexion remained somewhat pale, despite promptly consuming the calming agent to eliminate the contaminants afflicting his mental power. The pain inflicted by the Yingzhu's attack was undeniably real. Contaminants could be swiftly cleared, but the repercussions from the clash of mental powers would take much longer to recover. The Yingzhu were particularly adept at mental attacks. Even with adequate preparations, Bai Siqi's mental power had still suffered a blow and required time to adjust. However, compared to those on the battlefield whose mental powers were not only attacked but also further corroded by contaminants, Bai Siqi's condition was significantly better. His dark eyes lifted slightly, his weary face exuding the authority of a superior. Bai Siqi spoke candidly. There's indeed a possibility of what you mentioned. Chapter 131. One's own territory. I have gathered all I can regarding the internal matters of Hui Luo Xing. As for the remaining issues within the military, I shall refrain from further involvement and return to rest now. With that, Bai Siqi rubbed his temple and stood up, appearing quite fatigued. Technically speaking, Bai Siqi currently held no official position within the military. However, his reputation in the empire transcended any singular role. Even among the commanders present, even those who were not on good terms with Bai Siqi could not help but admire his individual capabilities. The departure of Bai Siqi went unimpeded, as there was no means to obstruct him. A few individuals bore expressions of discontent, having unconsciously overlooked this issue due to Bai Siqi's previously amiable demeanor. At present, Bai Siqi was merely a duke of the empire, and they could not compel him to cooperate with their military strategy, especially after they had just questioned the veracity of the intelligence he provided. Yet, if Hui Luoxi truly mirrored Bai Siqi's assertions, who else could they enlist to explore it? The expansive conference room fell into a profound silence, not because they genuinely could not identify such a person, but until Bai Siqi had entirely departed. A legion commander, evidently aligned with him, finally spoke. The Yingzhu possess a tenacious vitality. Instead of dispatching more personnel to investigate Hui Luoxi, it would be wiser to devise a strategy to eliminate those Yingzhu emerging from it. If we allow even one to slip past our defenses, our efforts would be in vain. This was indeed an unnecessary endeavor. Engaging in such trivialities was far less effective than directly confronting the enemy. What did it matter what lay within? Surely, the presence of Yingzhu should not deter us from action. One legion commander slammed his hand on the table, his tone impatient. He had initially opposed this undertaking, particularly the commander from the 10th district, who had been vocally dissenting. When Duke Bai proposed a reconnaissance, he vehemently objected, yet could not obstruct it. Fortunately, Duke Bai returned unscathed. We in the 8th district have faith in the news brought back by Duke Bai. Should anyone harbor doubts, they are welcome to organize their own expedition. We shall not partake in this matter, declared another legion commander. Among the 16 commanders of the empire, some deemed the venture unnecessary, while others firmly trusted the information relayed by Bai Siqi, collectively resolving not to send further personnel into Hui Luoxi, thereby establishing a unified stance of non-involvement. Non-involvement, if they possessed the capability to resolve matters independently, they would not have been compelled to retreat from Hui Luoxi a year prior. Thus, the issue naturally fizzled out. The focus remained squarely on the annihilation of the Yingzhu. Meanwhile, after exiting the conference room, Bai Siqi indeed returned to rest for several hours, feeling significantly rejuvenated before returning a call to Feng Qiao. Feng Qiao had set a reminder, and, upon receiving Bai Siqi's communication while training, paused to wipe the sweat from her brow before answering. Aware that Feng Qiao had grasped the situation, Bai Siqi felt a twinge of guilt. He had just assured her of his caution. Yet here, he was engaging in perilous endeavors. Although he believed he could manage the risks, facing Feng Qiao's gaze rendered him momentarily hesitant. "Have you emerged from the recovery pod?" Feng Qiao remarked coolly, casting a fleeting glance at him. His hands instinctively clenched at his sides. And though he opened his mouth to speak, words eluded him. Answering either in the affirmative or negative seemed only to stoke the flames of anxiety. "Qiao Qiao, I'm also curious about what Hui Luoxi is like. Now that my health has improved considerably, I plan to commission a 2-person mech from the Dawn organization and accompany a Qi on the expedition." Her soft, indifferent voice reverberated from screen, causing Bai Siqi's heart to tighten as he gazed intently at Feng Qiao, his eyes darkening. He tightened his hands at his sides, forcing himself to suppress any impulsive outbursts. "If you find yourself bored, you may visit the 19th district. It would also allow them to familiarize themselves with you," Bai Siqi suggested, averting his gaze. Even if she merely observed from a distance, even if she accompanied him, he would not permit Feng Qiao to step onto the battlefield. In truth, had the imperial capital been secure, Bai Siqi would not have placed Feng Qiao on RA-13. The empire consisted of only 16 military districts, with the 19th district established later, currently housing the private army of the Duke's estate. Bai Siqi had shared this information with Feng Qiao the night he departed. Yet she had not ventured outside in recent days, let alone to the other side of the planet. However, since she wished to engage in activities, and given Bai Siqi's comments, Feng Qiao would naturally accept the invitation. Assuming Feng Qiao would not decline, Bai Siqi thought the matter had been settled. After exchanging a few more words, he ended the communication and subsequently informed the private army stationed in the 19th district to prepare for Feng Qiao's arrival. Feng Qiao did not disembark from a ship, but instead had it piloted directly to the location of the 19th district. Shortly after their departure, another vessel landed on RZ-13, positioning itself adjacent to the area where their ship had previously docked, unbeknownst to Feng Qiao. The recent training had caused Feng Qiao to perspire profusely, alleviating much of her prior discomfort. Upon returning to her quarters, she took a brief shower, changed her attire, and retrieved the pot of strawberry seedlings for another attempt. The small cluster of strawberries seemed to have grown slightly, with a rosy hue beginning to spread upward from the tips, filling the air with a faintly sweet fragrance. Feng Qiao plucked one, its juice abundant and bursting with a delightful sweetness tinged with a hint of tartness, a truly appetizing treat. After devouring 5, she remembered that she was not on that planet anymore, where energy-rich sustenance was abundant, and thus put away the half-eaten strawberry pot and wobbled to the mess hall for a meal. "Madam, this is an improved isolation suit designed to prevent the intrusion of pollutants into the body. Please wear it before disembarking the ship." As she was finishing her dinner, Yetchin approached, holding a small box and sitting beside Feng Qiao, recounting the events of her arrival on RZ-13. Though Feng Qiao's health had improved significantly, it still paled in comparison to the soldiers here. Moreover, even those soldiers would avoid wandering about unless necessary, given the hazardous environment of RZ-13. Proximity to the battlefield rendered it susceptible to undesirable elements, despite the Empire's most advanced filtration systems. Furthermore, the soldiers stationed here faced the Yingzhou directly, and any involvement in combat would inevitably expose them to the pollutants associated with the Yingzhou. Their prior oversight had stemmed from inadequate preparation. Feng Qiao had remained cooped up aboard the ship these past few days, and they had refrained from introducing the suit, primarily to prevent her from feeling the urge to venture outside. However, in the 19th district, their own territory, such concerns were no longer necessary. Feng Qiao evidently recalled that incident. She was not particularly afraid of pollutants, yet her unique attributes seemed susceptible to detection by individuals with severe psychic issues, rendering the use of a restriction ring largely ineffective. This was one of the reasons she had hesitated to venture outside, aside from the desire to exercise. Uncertain of the suit's efficacy, she was nonetheless unwilling to reject Yetchin's kindness at this moment. "All right, I understand. The suit was remarkably lighter than the one Feng Qiao had worn on the central planet, constructed with cutting-edge technology that conformed closely to her skin, providing no discomfort and blending seamlessly with her complexion. Unless scrutinized closely, one might not even notice she was wearing it. Feng Qiao donned the suit and adjusted to it for a while before layering her usual training attire over it, testing its functionality within her room. The suit featured special designs on the hands. By merely activating a designated switch, it would not hinder her ability to use her powers. When not in use, the switch could be turned off, providing enhanced protection. After several attempts, Feng Qiao confirmed that it was indeed difficult for her abilities to penetrate the protective suit and dissipate outside when the switch was closed. This realization instilled in her a newfound anticipation for the suit. Perhaps it could genuinely assist her in warding off certain troubles. She patted the fabric of her attire and felt an increased sense of expectation towards the protective gear. The ship flew for over an hour before arriving at its destination. Since it was already night, it did not attract much attention. Following Yi Qin and Ling Qi, Feng Qiao met two members of the management team in District 19, after which her schedule for the evening concluded, and she settled into the room arranged for her in the district. It was not until the following day that she was officially introduced to the soldiers stationed in District 19 for rest. Although District 19 was a private army of the Duke's residence, it had voluntarily taken over a responsible area as the Shadow Clan proliferated. Consequently, they, like other station troops, were required to venture out to eliminate the Shadow Clan. Accordingly, the military allocated a portion of supplies to District 19 each month, albeit a modest amount. Nevertheless, as a private army of the Duke's residence, all expenditures were naturally covered by the Duke, and the military supplies were regarded as rewards. After all, the Duke would not neglect his own private army. However, even with this understanding, Feng Qiao could not help but furrow her brow after observing some conditions in District 19 alongside the regiment commander. The Shadow Clan's bodies were coated with a layer of pollutants that significantly affected mental energy. Even if one refrained from actively using mental energy, the protective effect of the membrane was not absolute. Prolonged combat against the Shadow Clan would invariably impact one's mental energy to some degree. This influence could lead to a loss of control immediately after leaving the battlefield, necessitating the use of suppressants to temporarily regain composure until mental energy was restored. Noticing that Feng Qiao's attention was drawn to several soldiers who had just returned from battle, their mental energy affected by the pollutants, the regiment commander, already aware of Feng Qiao's background, assumed she was startled by their condition and proceeded to explain. In truth, Feng Qiao was not completely oblivious to these matters. Her gaze towards the visibly distressed soldiers stemmed from an emotional resonance within her. In the distance, a soldier was struggling to maintain his footing, overwhelming pain causing him to collapse on the ground and roll in agony. Others quickly surrounded him, managing to subdue the fallen soldier. Did all those who had just returned from the battlefield experience such turmoil? Feng Qiao did not dwell excessively on them. While their lack of control was not as severe as when she first encountered Bai Siqi after her rebirth, their expressions were decidedly more tormented. This was not merely due to Bai Siqi's superior endurance, but because these individuals still retained a semblance of rationality. Feng Qiao had not been unfamiliar with the torment inflicted by the pollutants on mental domains. She had experienced it herself when only a trace of contamination affected her. Despite her mental energy and abilities being highly effective in cleansing the pollutants, merely enduring the layer of contaminants enveloping her mental threads had been excruciating, let alone the rapid erosion faced by these soldiers' mental fibers. After a moment of hesitation, the regiment commander, seeing that Feng Qiao appeared unfazed, continued, "Not everyone is affected in the same way. It depends on individual circumstances." However, he did not elaborate on the specifics, and Feng Qiao, having limited knowledge in this area, could not grasp the deeper implications of his words. As she rubbed her fingers against the storage buckle in her pocket, a short while later, Feng Qiao found herself holding an opaque bag sealed tightly. Inside were 20 intermediate soothing agents that she had prepared the previous night. A modest quantity, as her supply of soothing agents was running low. However, given her current cultivation speed, Producing an average of 1 bottle of intermediate soothing agent per day was feasible, and with grass seeds, the yield could be even greater. While this was not equivalent to direct healing through her abilities, Feng Qiao's gaze briefly flickered over the scar on the regiment commander's face, which extended across the right side of his face and appeared to be spreading. Though not entirely certain, she felt that the scar might be connected to the Shadow Clan. Feng Qiao did not linger on the commander's scar, but noticed the surrounding gazes fixated on the bag in her hand. She instinctively moved the bag forward, stating that it contained 20 intermediate soothing agents, albeit a modest offering. The regiment commander was visibly taken aback, struggling to concentrate on what Feng Qiao said next. He remained astonished by Yi Qin's earlier revelation that Feng Qiao's health had improved significantly, alleviating concerns about her fainting on the way to District 19 and negating the need for a wheelchair. Despite verbally agreeing, the regiment commander had prepared several contingency plans within his storage buckle. Throughout their journey, he remained vigilant regarding Feng Qiao's condition. At the slightest sign of discomfort from her, he would immediately summon the disguised medical officer to attend to her. However, all these concerns were momentarily overshadowed by his astonishment. The regiment commander could not recall how he had taken the bag from Feng Qiao until he opened it and saw bottles identical to those he had previously received, characterized by their peculiar color. Gradually, he regained his composure. "Madam, these soothing agents," he began, promptly closing the bag and forcing himself to avert his gaze from its contents. Previously, Feng Qiao had participated in some research with the Dawn organization, providing them with a bit of assistance. In gratitude, they had gifted her some unprocessed research seeds. "These soothing agents were produced after I cultivated those seeds." She fabricated a story. This declaration sent shockwaves through the gathered individuals, their eyes widening as they fixed their gazes on Feng Qiao. With Yi Qin standing beside her appearing particularly distraught, they were aware that the special plants capable of producing soothing agents had been brought back by Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi from elsewhere, but others had no such knowledge. They only understood that the soothing agents were developed by the Dawn organization. Feng Qiao's statement inevitably drew attention toward her, although they were all affiliated with the Duke's residence. The matter of soothing agents was no triviality. No one could guarantee what decisions a person might make in the face of their own life. Yi Qin's fingers clenched tightly at his sides, while Ling Qi, casting a swift glance around, enveloped those present in a protective barrier formed by mental energy before speaking solemnly. "Considering the madam's safety, the Duke prefers that this matter remains undisclosed to too many people." The regiment commander, having finally processed Feng Qiao's words, felt a surge of excitement on his face but quickly nodded in agreement. "I understand. I will keep this secret." He then scanned the surroundings, exuding a hint of mental pressure. The two aides and the disguised medical officer quickly regained their composure, promptly assuring their loyalty while their gazes involuntarily shifted towards Feng Qiao. As if oblivious to the tension, she stood quietly, having dropped a metaphorical bombshell, leaving the difficult matters to Yi Qin and Ling Qi. However, Feng Qiao had not made those statements on a whim. With the elevation of her abilities, she worried that one day, even those without mental energy disturbances might perceive her differences. It was impractical for her to avoid human interaction indefinitely, nor could she suppress her abilities from advancing forever. Thus, Feng Qiao resolved to take the initiative. As long as the mental energies of those around her remained healthy, it would be impossible for anyone to discover her anomalies. Achieving this was no simple feat, and Feng Qiao planned to approach it step by step. Of course, she had other considerations as well. As the group finally reached a consensus and calmed down, none of them had the inclination to continue accompanying Feng Qiao in her exploration of the 19th district. Yi Qin even felt relieved that Feng Qiao had not insisted on going out before they arrived in the 19th district, given her knack for stirring up trouble. Had she ventured outside, they might have found themselves in a flurry of chaos. Was this really the end of their journey? With a hint of regret, Feng Qiao cast a glance at what was supposed to be their next destination, a temporary rest area for personnel recovering from the recent battlefield, akin to a small medical center. The facilities within were designed to meet medical standards. Previously, Feng Qiao had encountered Major General Angel, who was experiencing a mental breakdown at the medical center on RZ-13 star. Although severely disturbed individuals are typically sent directly to the Planetary Medical Center, this facility only housed soldiers with mild to moderate disturbances, and Feng Qiao was reluctant to go there. Thus, she had opted to produce the calming agent at this juncture and articulate her thoughts. However, she knew she must maintain a facade. Having just regained his composure from shock, Yi Qin regarded Feng Qiao as if she were a ticking time bomb. Upon hearing her words, he immediately urged, "The commander has numerous matters to attend to. Let us conclude for today. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall remain in the 19th district until our return to Central Star. We can explore further at a later time." Feng Qiao widened her eyes slightly at Yi Qin, unsure whether she was astonished by their impending return to the Imperial Star or the fact that they would be residing here for a while. She chose not to elaborate, merely nodding and asking, "Dr. Yi, will you have time later?" During their time aboard the ship, Feng Qiao usually set aside half a day to learn from Yi Qin, while the remaining hours were dedicated to training or other activities. Given that this was her first visit to the 19th district, today was initially meant for exploration. But that plan was abruptly curtailed due to the calming agent she had just introduced. Nevertheless, she felt no sense of regret, as her primary objective for this visit had already been accomplished. The rest could unfold gradually. Understanding Feng Qiao's intentions, Yi Qin promptly agreed, and the two commenced a one-on-one instructional session in a small conference room within the 19th district. Meanwhile, the commander hurried towards the medical facility, holding the calming agent he had just received from Feng Qiao. Although severely affected soldiers were typically sent directly to the medical center, the conditions in the medical rooms of the 19th district remained dire. "Dr. Shi, the situation in medical room 1 has deteriorated again. The low-level calming agent can only serve to delay the effects," the assistant began, but could not continue as he had witnessed similar scenarios daily since arriving on RZ-13 star as a medical assistant. From initially refusing to give up to feeling utterly powerless, he observed as one after another of those with whom he had recently engaged in friendly exchanges swiftly lost their sanity, their youthful or weary faces twisted in anguish. At times, their suffering seemed to echo within him, and despite his mental acuity remaining intact, he found himself engulfed in profound despair. Hearing the assistant's inquiry, Dr. Shi swiftly completed his tasks and prepared to head towards medical room 1. He cast a glance at his intelligent yet overly emotional assistant and, noticing the equipment still in operation behind him, decisively instructed, "You stay here and await the final results. I will go alone." The assistant instinctively acknowledged, but turned to speak again only to find Dr. She had already disappeared from view. The diligent machinery continued its work beside him. In recalling Dr. Shi's parting admonition, Andy promptly dismissed any lingering distractions, focusing intently on the apparatus before him. Dr. Shi moved with remarkable speed, reaching the corridor leading to medical room 1 in under a minute. From a distance, he noticed the door to medical room 1 ajar. Had Andy been by his side, Dr. Shi would have chastised him for such a fundamental mistake. The preceding treatment rooms were closest to his research lab, typically reserved for soldiers with severe mental disturbances for their immediate treatment. However, due to the heightened security concerns surrounding these rooms, strict protocols mandated that the doors be securely closed upon entry and exit. It was unacceptable for Andy to have made such a fundamental error. Dr. Shi's displeasure mounted, urging him to quicken his pace. With a hand emerging from his storage compartment, he retrieved a tranquilizer gun and pressed the communicator on his wrist. He disregarded military regulations that required medical personnel and soldiers with a combat level below to maintain a safe distance from any individuals experiencing a mental breakdown. The hurried footsteps echoed unabashedly as Dr. Shi dashed to the open door of medical room 1, his tranquilizer gun aimed inside. His vigilant gaze swept the room as his finger poised on the trigger, but he froze in astonishment a moment later. Why was the commander here? Hadn't they mentioned that an important visitor would arrive today, making it improbable for the commander to find time? Before Dr. Shi could ponder further, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, guards responding to the urgent call. Such situations were typically not urgent, but but the call signal indicated a potential mental crisis. Though none wished to witness such an event, prolonged combat with the Shadow Clan had rendered mental disturbances an inevitable risk. All they could do was expedite the transfer of the affected individual to the isolation unit in the medical center to prevent further harm. Upon seeing Dr. Shi standing at the entrance to Medical Room 1, the guards felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Dr. Shi, step back. We will handle this, shouted the lead guard. However, Dr. Shi appeared paralyzed by fear, remaining rooted in place. Given the scarcity of physicians in the 19th district, and with Dr. Shi being the most skilled among them, it was imperative that nothing untoward occur. The guards shared this sentiment, urging themselves to accelerate their pace, swiftly closing the distance. It seemed Dr. Shi finally regained awareness as he noticed the approaching guard team. He opened his mouth to utter a syllable, but before he could complete his thought, a figure collided forcefully with him. A strong grip encircled Dr. Shi's waist, causing him to gasp in pain, interrupting his unfinished sentence. Spinning around due to the force, he felt a wave of dizziness. Had the assailant not maintained their grasp, he would have likely collapsed. Yet in this whirlwind, the warning he intended to convey was left unspoken. With their captain now securely protecting Dr. Shi, the remaining team members surged into Medical Room 1 like a torrent. The tranquilizer gun was already raised and aimed, but upon realizing the identity of the individual before them, the team was momentarily stunned. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally regained their voice. "Commander, what are you doing here?" The soldier afflicted by a mental disturbance would not happen to be encountered by the Legion commander, who had already dealt with the situation. Before the team member could finish speaking, the Legion commander rubbed his temples and gestured for the crowd in the treatment room to leave, instructing only physician Shi to remain. He preferred that the recent acquisition of 20 intermediate soothing agents remain confidential for the time being. From the reactions of Physician Yi and Commander Ling, it was evident that the madam had taken the initiative to procure these soothing agents, a matter he would need to report to the Duke later. The commander's reverie was brief. Once the group exited the number 1 treatment room, he turned to Physician Shi to assess the soldier's mental state. Although he had already perused the examination results, after consuming 1 soothing agent, the soldier's mental fluctuations had somewhat subsided, yet he remained in a precarious condition. The commander administered 2 additional doses, and the mental fluctuation graph, which had previously oscillated erratically, began to stabilize significantly. According to the monitoring equipment, the soldier's mental state had temporarily stabilized. However, the soothing agent that had previously rescued Major General Angel from the brink of death was of a higher grade. As the Duke had indicated that severe mental disturbances required advanced soothing agents for treatment, the commander remained somewhat uneasy, prompting him to request a more thorough examination for Physician Shi. Did Annie not mention that the soldier in the know, 1 treatment room, was experiencing a deterioration in mental condition? This hardly seemed indicative of a decline. Physician Shi stared incredulously at the mental treatment graph before him, seemingly unable to trust his own eyes. He manipulated the equipment to initiate an automated scan, conducting a comprehensive examination of the individual lying within. Remarkably, the level of disturbance had decreased. Physician Shi appeared as though he had discovered a new world, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he alternated his gaze between the display screen and the patient, becoming so absorbed in his work that he momentarily forgot the presence of others around him. It was only after half an hour that he finally spoke. My apologies, Commander. This soldier's condition is exceptionally unique. If we can ascertain what caused the slight reduction in his disturbance levels, it might lead us to a method for treating other psychically troubled individuals. Physician Shi snapped back to reality, looking at the commander, who was still waiting for the examination results, his excitement unabated as he animatedly gestured while explaining. Severe mental disturbances are typically irreversible. However, the recent soothing agents developed by the Dawn organization have challenged this notion. Yet, the availability of these agents is alarmingly limited, insufficient to address the mental issues faced by soldiers on the battlefield. If only the commander, observing the exhilaration radiating from the physician, resisted the urge to rub his temples in frustration, realizing that he should have communicated more clearly. But more importantly, how was the current situation? The level of mental disturbance had momentarily dropped to a safe point. During this half hour, the soldier's mental disturbance level continued to decline, albeit slowly. Nonetheless, it was unprecedented for a mental disturbance of this magnitude to reverse. Physician, she had only witnessed such phenomena in soldiers who had consumed soothing agents. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Physician Shi, causing him to turn sharply to face the commander, who exhibited neither surprise nor joy. The physician's heated mind began to cool as an astonishing thought emerged. But wait, our legion, not being part of the imperial military, has only received a scant few soothing agents, which I have been meticulously counting. We have long since exhausted our supply. As he pondered, Physician Shi shook his head, chastising himself for becoming overly fixated on soothing agents. After collecting his thoughts, he prepared to speak again when he noticed the commander nodding slowly. He has consumed several intermediate soothing agents. Intermediate soothing agents? Physician Shi hastily approached the commander, unable to contain his excitement as he grasped the commander's attire. Where did these soothing agents come from? Are intermediate soothing agents not intended for psychically disturbed individuals in the mid-phase? You mentioned using several. Could it be that the cumulative effect of intermediate soothing agents achieves the potency of advanced soothing agents? One moment, let me recheck his condition for any side effects. He spoke rapidly, hardly allowing the commander a chance to respond, and resumed his flurry of activity. Ordinarily, suppressants are administered at a rate of 1 per day. And if the situation is not severe, 1 soothing agent suffices during significant fluctuations. However, in severe cases, simply increasing the number of suppressants is inadequate. While the effects of soothing agents differ from those of suppressants, Physician Shi had previously considered this possibility. Yet, the limited supply of soothing agents made it impossible to allocate more than 1 per individual. As he busied himself once more, this time he was mindful of the commander's presence, for he had many inquiries, particularly regarding the soothing agents. Meanwhile, Feng Qiao, who had spent the morning absorbing knowledge about mental energy under Yi Qin's guidance, felt her once clear mind becoming foggy again. That will be all for today. Let's break for lunch, Yi Qin announced, rising to conclude the session. Feng Qiao understood that learning must be a gradual process, and she did not wish to overexert herself. She stood up, preparing to inquire about lunch options, when suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over her. Her body swayed uncontrollably, and the figures around her began to blur before her vision darkened, and she collapsed. The sound of her body striking the adjacent table resonated heavily, and in her final moments of consciousness, she seemed to see hands reaching out toward her. Feng Qiao, Feng Qiao. Muffled voices echoed in her ears. Though she had not completely lost awareness, she could not open her eyes, nor could she move, feeling no pain at all. She recalled that her body had betrayed her control, crashing into the table with an unclear force. Yet perhaps this was for the best, sparing her from the sensation of pain. As her consciousness drifted in and out, she gradually perceived the voices around her growing clearer, becoming increasingly noisy. Summoning her strength, she attempted to shout, "Be quiet." She believed her voice was powerful, yet to Yi Qin, it sounded no louder than a mosquito's buzz. Nonetheless, Yi Qin heard her and lowered his voice considerably. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Qin's heart raced as he observed Feng Qiao's suddenly pale complexion. Daily health checks had shown no issues. How could she have fainted so suddenly? Was there a condition he had overlooked? He reflected anxiously, but as the dizziness began to subside, Feng Qiao slowly opened her eyes, though her voice remained weak. "I just felt lightheaded. I'm better now. I just need to rest a moment." Leaning against the table leg, Feng Qiao took a brief respite, and within half a minute, the discomfort in her mind had completely vanished. Yet her complexion remained ashen. "Are you feeling better?" Yi Qin's gaze remained scrutinizing as he observed the clarity returning to Feng Qiao's eyes, without a hint of relaxation in his demeanor. "Yes," she affirmed, using the table for support as she stood. Yi Qin positioned himself protectively beside her, wary that she might stumble and fall again. After a brief moment of dizziness, Feng Qiao's discomfort seemed to improve rapidly, and by the time Yi Qin brought her in for a comprehensive examination, she felt completely at ease. Naturally, The examination revealed nothing amiss. It was likely due to hunger. The force with which she had risen earlier may have caused the sudden lightheadedness. Reflecting on that peculiar sensation, Feng Qiao furrowed her brow. However, since Yi Qin found no abnormalities, she could not ascertain whether her feelings were merely a figment of her imagination and decided to keep the matter to herself for the time being. Yi Qin, however, was not entirely convinced by Feng Qiao's explanation, as her pallor during the fainting episode had been rather alarming. Although she had swiftly recovered, it did not warrant neglecting the incident. Yet, with no further insights to glean from the examination, Yi Qin refrained from insisting on additional tests. After lunch, due to the earlier fainting episode, Yi Qin remained vigilantly close to Feng Qiao, despite not conducting further analyses on her, as if she were specimen. The afternoon training sessions were inevitably canceled. Even when Feng Qiao expressed a desire to continue learning about mental capabilities, Yi Qin declined, citing her uncertain physical condition and the possibility that her fainting episode was a result of mental fatigue. Furthermore, Yi Qin communicated the situation to Bai Siqi, who, unfortunately, could not return immediately and entrusted the matter entirely to Yi Qin, informing him of the examination results and the corresponding treatment plans. Until then, Feng Qiao's opportunities for learning and leisure had been entirely stripped away. Now, feeling no lingering issues, she sat despondently in her chair, yet she endeavored to salvage the situation. In truth, she believed she was fine. It was merely that fleeting moment of faintness that had felt like something had pricked her mind. Feng Qiao was unsure of the sensation at that moment, as the dizziness had struck unexpectedly, leaving her completely unprepared. She felt the world spinning around her, her head heavy and her feet light, and then she found herself on the ground. The discomfort lasted only a few minutes, and after that, she felt no further issues. Yi Qin furrowed his brow, pondering alongside Feng Qiao whether it might have been a mental attack. Feng Qiao shook her head, asserting it was not. She did not know. Perhaps it was simply an illusion. Chapter 136. A serious matter. Yi Qin was unable to extract any useful information from Feng Qiao, and subsequent tests yielded no results either. Fortunately, she did not experience any further episodes of her previous condition until the following noon, when, under Yi Qin's vigilant protection, Feng Qiao was calmly seated, dining, only to be struck again by the same sensation of dizziness as the day before. She barely managed to utter a sound before her body uncontrollably slumped to the side, her chopsticks clattering onto the table with a sharp sound. Yi Qin had been closely monitoring her. A full 24 hours had passed since Feng Qiao had exhibited abnormal behavior, and during that time, she had remained stable. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yi Qin's expression darkened. He swiftly reached out to support Feng Qiao, who was teetering on the edge of her seat. Ensuring she would not fall, he quickly retrieved a portable diagnostic device from his storage compartment and initiated a full-body scan. In the quiet dining room, apart from Yi Qin and Feng Qiao, only the faint beeping of the device could be heard. Yi Qin suspected that Feng Qiao might harbor a certain acute illness, one that could only be detected during an episode, hence the need for such a handy diagnostic tool. When he prepared it, he had hoped never to use it. To his surprise, he found himself utilizing it by noon the very next day. Beep. Abnormal fluctuations detected in the patient's mental energy. Beep. The patient's mental energy is stabilizing. In less than half a minute, as the device completed its report, Feng Qiao slowly opened her eyes. As before, her body felt somewhat weakened. She attempted to lift her arm, but it barely rose 10 centimeters before falling back, as if it lacked the strength to comply with her will. It appeared she would need more time to recover. Blinking, Feng Qiao nestled in her seat like a delicate porcelain doll, attempting to recall the sensations that had surged through her mind just moments prior. It seemed as though her abilities were on the verge of an upgrade, yet for some reason, the upgrade had faltered, resulting in a minor explosion of energy within her body, leading to her unstable mental state and subsequent dizziness. However, apart from that, the eruption of energy did not appear to have inflicted any additional harm upon her body. On the contrary, the surplus energy seemed to have infused her body with vitality, absorbed by her cells, rendering her slightly better than before. Nonetheless, the primary concern for Feng Qiao remained. Why had the upgrade of her abilities failed? In her previous life, she had never encountered such an experience, leaving her without a frame of reference. It was perplexing that in her past, she had navigated the journey without any prior experience. Yet in this life, with more knowledge, she faced a bottleneck. Pondering the differences between her two lives, Feng Qiao furrowed her brow. Was the acceleration of her abilities too rapid? In her previous life, due to a lack of opportunities to consume special plants, her body had relied solely on her abilities for gradual recovery. Unlike this life where her condition had improved significantly in a mere month, aided by the energy she had replenished and the feedback from several mutated plants. Yet, if her abilities had indeed escalated too quickly, why had she not experienced such sensations when advancing from level 1 to level 2? Additionally, another difference was that in her previous life, she had never left that planet, while this time she had departed after merely a month. Her abilities had been triggered by consuming special plants in her past life, and they had carried over into her rebirth, still classified as having been activated post-consumption of special plants. But could this be related to her departure from that planet? To prevent such occurrences, she would need to revisit that planet or perhaps reside there for several more years, or even indefinitely. Feng Qiao was uncertain, and with half a month remaining until the next portal opened, it was impractical to experiment with her hypothesis at present. Feng Qiao, can you hear me? The voice calling her snapped her from her thoughts. She looked up to see a face close to her, nearly startling her into slapping it. The arm she had raised trembled as it fell to her side. Yi Qin, unaware of her true intentions, since she had returned to reality and began to relay what he had learned. The instrument detected fluctuations in your mental energy, but it stabilized quickly. Can you describe what just occurred? Yi Qin initially intended to inquire whether Feng Qiao had indeed suffered a mental attack. However, considering the stringent protective measures in their room and having checked that there had been no breaches, he dismissed the notion. If Feng Qiao had fainted due to a sudden mental assault, it was unlikely he would have attacked her in a daze and then forgotten about it in such a short span. As for the possibility of Feng Qiao attacking herself, that was even more implausible. Thus, Yi Qin eliminated that hypothesis entirely. Feng Qiao did not elaborate on the matter of her ability's self-attack, for upon reflection, it did not truly constitute an attack. The specifics eluded her understanding. The fluctuations in her mental power were undoubtedly her own doing. Yet the cause of the sudden explosion of energy remained a mystery. It seemed as though it was my own fault. Yi Qin, taken aback, instinctively recoiled a step. After a brief moment of composure, he gazed at Feng Qiao's somewhat bewildered face, his disbelief evident as he inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. However, it appears to be beyond my control. Had it not been for that sudden outburst of energy, I would not have even been aware of it." After all, she did not constantly monitor every aspect of her body. Feng Qiao had no intention of disclosing the fact that her ability contained energy, thus she merely shared the outcome. Yi Qin, momentarily at a loss for words, stared at her with a look of shock, as if rendered speechless. This is serious. A self-attacking mental power is something he had encountered before, but only in the later stages of mental turmoil in ability users. Yet, Feng Qiao's mental fluctuations had lasted less than 10 seconds, hardly reaching the initial stages of chaos. What could have caused such an anomaly? Do not worry too much. My lady, I will find a solution. Yi Qin resolved to first calm Feng Qiao's emotions before reporting to Bai Siqi. A self-attacking mental power was no trivial matter. He could not resolve it alone, at least not in the short term, and it was imperative that Bai Siqi be informed. Chapter 137. I Only Have You Left. Feng Qiao's predicament quickly garnered attention in District 19. Had Bai Siqi not been preoccupied and Central Star not so perilous at the moment, they would have already sent Feng Qiao to Central Star for a more thorough examination. Thus, several days passed. The medical team accompanying the ship, along with several doctors from District 19, examined Feng Qiao, yet still found no clues. However, Feng Qiao herself, amidst the recurring bouts of dizziness, seemed to gradually perceive more information. It appeared imperative for her to return to that planet. The journey to the vicinity of the meteorite zone would take approximately 5 days, with 10 days remaining until the passage opened. Feng Qiao understood that Bai Siqi must have been preparing for this matter long before, but she had not considered becoming involved again. Hence, she had never inquired with Bai Siqi. Now, however, she had no choice but to discuss it with him. Coincidentally, Bai Siqi returned today, and Feng Qiao had already drafted her proposal. Yet, upon seeing Bai Siqi, she realized that her plans could never keep pace with change. Is it still that no abnormalities have been found after all these days? Bai Siqi's voice was deliberately lowered, and Feng Qiao could only hear it vaguely from within. Her gaze instinctively followed Bai Siqi, sensing that this return carried a different aura. Was it possible that her recent feigning spell had left her disoriented, leading her to perceive illusions? As she pondered, the door to the diagnostic chamber swung open, revealing a large, defined hand reaching towards her. Feng Qiao instinctively used that hand for support to sit up, and, as she was about to look up at Bai Siqi, he placed a hand atop her head, his voice resonating softly. "Tomorrow, I will take Qiao Qiao back to Central Star and consult additional physicians for her." "No." In a moment of panic, Feng Qiao grasped Bai Siqi's arm, fearing that he would truly take her away. She would have nowhere to cry if that happened. Sensing her grip, Bai Siqi assumed she feared her health could not be restored. He enveloped her shoulder with his arm, drawing her into his embrace and gently patting her back. "Do not fear. I will certainly find someone to heal you." Bai Siqi's tone was tender, yet his words were resolute, akin to a promise, as if he feared losing something precious. Listening to the rhythmic thumping of her heart, Feng Qiao's struggles to free herself from Bai Siqi's embrace lessened, and she merely pushed against him gently. "I understand. Can you let me go first? I'm not accustomed to this." Bai Siqi acquiesced, quickly releasing her. However, before Feng Qiao could breathe a sigh of relief, a startling revelation detonated in her mind. "Qiao Qiao, I have regained my memories." "Wow, what?" Feng Qiao was so astonished that she momentarily lost her ability to react. "You regained your memories? So suddenly?" "It is a fragment of memory that has returned. I remember everything," Bai Siqi stated, his gaze lowered, his dark eyes seemingly filled with starlight as they fixed on the stunned Feng Qiao. After a considerable pause, Feng Qiao finally regained her composure under the intensity of his gaze. "That is wonderful," Bai Siqi responded with a subdued acknowledgement. Yet the depths of his dark eyes bore little trace of joy. He opened his arms once more, enveloping her in his embrace, his black pupils unwaveringly fixed on Yi Qin, conveying a clear message. He had deceived Feng Qiao. He had not truly recalled all his memories. And what he did remember were the painful ones, his parents' death and the truth behind it. Bai Siqi had even contemplated avenging his father on Central Star, a thought he nearly acted upon at the age of 20. Yet, he did not follow through then, nor would he do so now. He had planned to digest these feelings alone before returning to Feng Qiao, but the indescribable ache within him proved too overwhelming to resist. "Qiao Qiao, you're all I have left." His voice, low and somewhat strained, echoed above her. Before Feng Qiao could respond, she felt his grip on her tighten slightly. Bai Siqi, indeed, seemed quite out of sorts. Feng Qiao thought to lift her gaze to discern Bai Siqi's expression, but as she moved, her head was gently pressed back into place. Yi Qin had unknowingly departed, leaving only Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi in the room. They stood in silence, embracing each other until Bai Siqi appeared to regain his composure and voluntarily released her. Feng Qiao raised her head, her eyes meeting Bai Siqi's, and although it was the same face, the feeling it evoked was markedly different. The Bai Siqi before her now felt familiar. But unlike the previous occasion when he had feigned emotion, this time he had genuinely regained his memories, returning to the true Bai Siqi. However, Feng Qiao furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Yet, if Bai Siqi had indeed restored all his memories, voicing her doubts would not be prudent. Others might think she did not wish for his recovery. "What are you thinking?" His gentle voice broke through her reverie. As Feng Qiao met his deep, ink-like gaze, she involuntarily felt a surge of anxiety, then exhaled, asking, "Did something happen? Why did you say such things earlier?" "Apologies, I momentarily lost control upon regaining my memory." "Did I frighten you?" Bai Siqi's eyes dimmed briefly, only to be replaced by a profound warmth. Feng Qiao shook her head. While she had indeed been startled, she had not anticipated Bai Siqi's sudden restoration of memory. Yet, his swift recollection was not entirely negative. As Feng Qiao contemplated how to voice her thoughts, Bai Siqi preemptively shifted the topic. "Have you had lunch?" Feng Qiao nodded. For today was not the first instance of her fainting. Although she had been unable to manage the energy within her body, she had gleaned some patterns over the past few days. To prove that her fainting was not due to hunger, and to avoid the unpleasant nutritional supplements required for examinations, she had taken care to eat her lunch in advance. Bai Siqi was certainly aware that Feng Qiao had already dined. However, observing her responses, it seemed as though there was no topic left for discussion, causing a subtle shadow of melancholy to linger in her eyes. Yet, he reminded himself to remain patient. His pretense of regaining his memory was not intended to drive her away. Bai Siqi reassured himself internally, maintaining a warm and gentle demeanor. The first step was to disrupt the previous mode of interaction between him and Feng Qiao. Judging by her reactions, this objective had already been accomplished. The next step was to redefine their relationship. "Apologies," he began. "In my prior state of amnesia, I may have acted in ways that made you uncomfortable, and I sincerely apologize for that. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding our marriage, we are now legally bound as husband and wife. You need not address me with such formality, nor should you feel constrained." Bai Siqi's gaze softened as he regarded Feng Qiao, his obsidian eyes reflecting a tenderness she had never seen before, mingled with an air of helplessness and regret. Feng Qiao found herself momentarily stunned. This version of Bai Siqi was indeed different from the one she had known. It resonated somewhat with the character described by the housekeeper. However, Bai Siqi's outward gentleness had always been merely a facade. Otherwise, he would not have managed to intimidate those coveting the Duke's estate for so many years despite his mental struggles. As she pondered, Bai Siqi slowly extended a hand, executing a nobleman's gesture of apology. Upon completing the courtesy, he turned to Feng Qiao and remarked, "I heard from Yiqin that your spirits have not been high these past few days. Is it the solitude within these walls that weighs upon you?" Feng Qiao felt uncertain about how to respond. Nevertheless, she recalled Bai Siqi's earlier mention of taking her back to Central Star the following day. She could not accompany him back to Central Star. That was out of the question. No, she began hesitantly, suddenly realizing that all her previous excuses held no weight against the fully reclaimed Bai Siqi. What if he outright rejected her? After all, this Bai Siqi could not be compared to the one who had lost his memory at all. "You can speak freely, just as before. Regardless of my state, my feelings towards you have remained unchanged. Or do you find this version of me somewhat unfamiliar, or perhaps even burdensome?" Bai Siqi's gaze was earnest as he studied Feng Qiao, his dark pupils filled entirely with her reflection. Feng Qiao fell silent. She was acutely aware of the underlying reasons, yet she still found it challenging to revert to their previous dynamics. Despite her reservations, she cautiously ventured, "Could we perhaps avoid returning to Central Star?" She refrained from directly stating her desire to visit that particular planet, fearing that if she failed to articulate her reasoning, Bai Siqi might strictly forbid her from going, which would be the worst outcome for her. Why did he have to regain his memory at this moment? A sigh echoed within her, though her expression remained guarded as she regarded Bai Siqi. After all, his intention to return her to Central Star was for her well-being, and expressing her reluctance might seem ungrateful. As she anticipated his response, Bai Siqi's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure creeping into his demeanor. Feng Qiao's heart raced, yet her gaze remained fixed on him. If he were to refuse, she would be powerless against him. However, the situation on Central Star was hardly superior to their current circumstances. Otherwise, he would not have brought her here in the first place. Perhaps she could persuade him from this vantage point. Ultimately, she needed to dissuade Bai Siqi from his intention to return her to Central Star, and she could strategize further from there. Just as she was preparing her rationale, she heard him let out a soft sigh, tinged with resignation. "Very well. However, if you feel unwell, do not hesitate to inform the physician immediately. Additionally, if you find yourself bored and wish to take a stroll, feel free to tell me. If I am unavailable, you can seek out Xia Yin or any other individual who can ensure your safety." Feng Qiao stood frozen, momentarily unable to process his words. The response she had prepared seemed to evaporate. The Bai Siqi before her evoked a strange illusion, as if he would acquiesce to whatever she proposed. Perhaps she could seize this opportunity to express her wish to visit that planet. Yet, how could she risk such an unprepared venture? Regaining her lost composure, she resolved that today's success in dissuading Bai Siqi from returning her to Central Star was sufficient. She would observe for another couple of days and present her desires once she felt more assured. All right, she nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to concoct an excuse to retreat for contemplation, she felt a warm sensation envelop her hand. Bai Siqi's gentle voice followed. Let's go for a walk. Feng Qiao's body stiffened, her hand held firmly in his grip. You have just returned from the battlefield. You should rest first. She protested. In truth, I do not desire to go out. A light laugh escaped him, deepening the mirth in his dark eyes. His handsome features softened with tenderness as he glanced at their clasped hands. Then let us return and watch a film together to relax. As their contrasting figures drifted away, Bai Siqi's suggestion of watching a movie for relaxation was indeed genuine. However, this method of unwinding did not seem to suit Feng Qiao. A herd of antelopes galloped across the grassy expanse, and Feng Qiao stared at their distant silhouettes, evidently distracted. She focused her gaze on the soft grass beneath her feet, its texture comforting. Despite knowing that this was merely a holographic simulation and not the real world, the scent of grass wafted up to her, evoking a strong sense of being amidst a vast prairie. The reason for Feng Qiao's vivid experience stemmed not only from the high quality of the film Bai Siqi had chosen, but also from the advanced equipment they were utilizing, and perhaps it was amplified by her own unique constitution. After years of limited exposure to such technology due to her health, the experience felt exceptionally authentic, allowing her to relax considerably. However, this sense of ease was absent due to the formidable presence of Bai Siqi beside her. She gazed at their intertwined hands, replaying his earlier words in her mind, her thoughts a tangled mess. What troubles you? Do you dislike this film? Noticing Feng Qiao's uncharacteristic demeanor, Bai Siqi lost interest in the movie. He guided her to sit on the grass, seemingly unaffected by the simulated environment around them, perhaps due to his overwhelming mental prowess or the unique sensitivity forged through years of combat. Not at all, Feng Qiao replied, lowering her gaze. After a brief internal struggle, she could not resist asking, "May I pose a question?" "Feel free to inquire. One question is insufficient. Multiple are welcome," Bai Siqi encouraged, his expression devoid of displeasure, almost as if he had been anticipating her inquiry. Evidently, Feng Qiao's question was not trivial. With a soft exhale, she finally ventured, "Why did you marry me?" "For the new suppressor formula of the Feng family," Bai Siqi replied, his eyes cast downward, a hint of guilt and an indescribable complexity flickering within. Although he had not fully regained all his memories, he had indeed recalled many unexpected details. Upon learning the truth behind the former duke's demise, Bai Siqi felt an intense desire for retribution against those responsible for the previous duke's death. He had crafted a new identity for himself, preparing to secretly establish an organization. He has yet to fully conceive the nature of the organization he intends to establish. However, this recollection dates back 5 years. Had he made the decision to form an organization at that time, it would undoubtedly have taken shape by now. Bai Siqi possesses a wealth of personal information regarding that identity. In his quest to ascertain whether the organization was indeed founded, he accessed another personal account based on his memories. There, he stumbled upon a chat log concerning the Feng family's novel inhibitor formula. In addition to this log, Bai Siqi discovered a plethora of information regarding the current scale of the organization he founded. While he was not overly astonished, the data he had sent regarding the Feng family's new inhibitor formula troubled him for an extended period. He was perplexed as to how he had obtained this formula. Despite knowing himself well enough to believe he would not go to such lengths for an inhibitor formula, he found himself as the sole beneficiary of this affair. Bai Siqi wrestled with his thoughts, eager to uncover the truth, yet fearful that reality might align with his suspicions. After several hours of contemplation, he finally dialed Feng Lin's personal communicator. Under the pretense of inquiring about the sedative Feng Qiao had asked him to relay, Bai Siqi subtly probed for answers. Ultimately receiving a response that assuaged his concerns. The new inhibitor formula had been entrusted to him by the Feng family to ensure the safety of their frail daughter. However, marriage was meant to be the best form of protection he could offer her. Even if he were to succumb to his mental issues before her, the title of Duchess, along with the loyalty of those devoted to the Duke's household, would ensure she would not be left unattended. Little did he expect that merely a month after their marriage, Feng Qiao's mental affliction would begin to heal. If only his own mental issues were resolved, it would not significantly impact their union. However, Feng Qiao's health was also gradually improving, indicating that their time together would likely extend far beyond the few years he had initially anticipated. Bai Siqi did not regret his decision from that time. In fact, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, he recognized he could not solely focus on his own emotions. Observing Feng Qiao's astonishment at this revelation, Bai Siqi continued, explaining that during the troubles faced by the Feng family, they were reluctant to let the inhibitor formula fall into the wrong hands, especially given her health condition. Thus, they had used the formula as leverage to place her in his care. At that time, he was concerned that if he were to pass away, the Duke's estate might be seized, preventing her from receiving proper treatment, which prompted him to marry her. The new inhibitor formula for the Dawn organization was provided by him in exchange for assistance in rescuing his parents. He had not anticipated that he would later lose his memory due to his mental issues. He expressed his apologies, admitting that he had failed to manage these matters properly. Though fortunately, everyone was safe. Feng Qiao listened in stunned silence as Bai Siqi articulated his thoughts, taking a considerable time to recover from her shock. It turned out that under those circumstances, Bai Siqi's actions had indeed been justified. Yet, the present situation was different. As Feng Qiao scrutinized Bai Siqi, she found herself uncertain of his true intentions. Tentatively, she inquired about his current feelings. She acknowledged the haste of their marriage, but proposed that since they were wed, they might explore a gradual relationship. She recalled every moment from her period of amnesia and felt she did not harbor any aversion toward him. She was curious about his feelings in return. His gentle voice floated toward her, each word clear, yet collectively challenging her comprehension. After several seconds of gazing at Bai Siqi's face, Feng Qiao opened and closed her mouth several times before exhaling deeply and stating plainly that there was no need for Bai Siqi to feel responsible due to their marriage. Nothing had transpired between them, and she was indifferent to how others perceived their situation. Given her health issues, she had never contemplated her longevity and, as it stood, she was content. Her condition was gradually improving. With more time on that isolated planet, she would surely continue to thrive. Once her health was fully restored, she might even pursue activities she had long desired, liberated from the confines of a world disconnected from society. Bai Siqi's sudden return of memory might not be a misfortune for her. As she contemplated this, Feng Qiao appeared to arrive at a decision within herself. Bai Siqi's gaze flickered momentarily before he fixed his dark eyes upon her, his demeanor now markedly serious. You need not worry about your health. I will find a solution. Perhaps my previous words were somewhat ambiguous, but I do indeed have feelings for you. I believe we can attempt to nurture our relationship. Or do you dislike this aspect of me? His tone remained gentle, yet offered no escape for Feng Qiao. Her eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom that Bai Siqi could harbor affection for her. They had only been together for just over a month. Was it possible that Bai Siqi was merely expressing a sense of responsibility, fearing she might reject him? After all, even before fully regaining his memories, he had alluded to the educational background of the former duke. Reflecting on Bai Siqi, she recalled her brother's words from earlier. In the past few days, Feng Qiao had contemplated her own feelings and recognized that she did indeed have affection for him. Nevertheless, such feelings did not compel her to desire a relationship with Bai Siqi. In fact, she could envision a scenario where she would witness Bai Siqi divorce her and pursue relationships with others without issue. Thus, she felt it necessary to respond to Bai Siqi, indicating her lack of interest. As Feng Qiao opened her mouth, prepared to provide an answer, she heard Bai Siqi let out a soft sigh, conceding that perhaps it was not appropriate to pressure her. However, I have promised to care for you for a lifetime, even if you do not harbor feelings for me. I must at least take responsibility for ensuring your health. Once you are fully recovered, You may decide whether to stay or leave. Is that acceptable? Bai Siqi stepped back, and Feng Qiao exhaled in relief. Very well. Since she needed to focus on her recovery, she would remain on that isolated planet. While Bai Siqi had numerous matters to address and could not accompany her as he had before, this arrangement would provide both of them with a buffer period, allowing them to navigate their respective paths. Chapter 140. The disappearance of Lu Juanhao. After that day, Bai Siqi rested in District 19 for 3 days. Though termed rest, he still had a multitude of matters to attend to each day. Following the distress signal from Lu Juanhao 3 days prior, the Duke's household had dispatched personnel to search discreetly. However, despite 3 days of effort, there was still no sign of him. The only information they had managed to gather was that Lu Juanhao's last known location was at a banquet hosted by the Lu family. Yet, throughout the 3 days of his disappearance, the Lu family displayed no signs of concern, as if Lu Juanhao had not vanished at all. No matter how complacent Lu Juanhao might have been, he was still a member of the Lu family. If anything had happened to him, they would not simply ignore it. Based on the information they had gathered, one of Bai Siqi's subordinates calmly stated the facts. That may be so, but I believe Lu Juanhao would not have sent such a message without reason. One individual tapped their fingers lightly on the table, a contemplative expression crossing their face. This is likely a scheme orchestrated by the Lu family. Perhaps they're waiting for us to investigate the matter, hoping to find a means to undermine the Duke's household. They could not afford to fall for such traps. Over the years, they had faced numerous tactics aimed at the Duke's household, and careless missteps would have cost them their lives by now. The meeting room buzzed with voices. As the group divided into 3 factions, one faction believed this to be a conspiracy by the Lu family and insisted on ignoring the situation. This is also the faction with the greatest number of supporters. One group believes that perhaps Lu Juanhao has indeed encountered some significant issue, one that is likely quite complex. If they could locate Lu Juanhao, they might discover a means to counteract the influence of those nobles. Of course, this faction is the smallest in number. Lastly, there are those who have no desire to analyze the intent behind Lu Juanhao's plea for help. They are on the battlefield. Whatever those individuals wish to do cannot affect them, and they can simply observe the unfolding events. In terms of action, they resemble the first faction in their inaction. Bai Siqi sat at the head of the table, quietly listening to the ongoing discussions from both sides until nearly all thoughts had been expressed. It was only then that he raised his hand to tap the table. Has everyone finished? Let's first view this video. Bai Siqi slightly lifted his chin, signaling for Xia Yin, seated at the end, to connect the conference room's holographic equipment, allowing the others to see the contents of his light brain. Aside from a few individuals who were previously informed aboard the ship, most were now completely in the dark. They exchanged glances, realizing that many were as clueless as themselves, and they earnestly awaited what Bai Siqi intended for them to see. The connection was swiftly established, and Xia Yin raised his hand to click play. In the next moment, a 3-dimensional image materialized in the center of the conference room. Mingxi Ji, please save me. I was infected because I shielded you from the attacks of the Shadow Clan. Go speak to Major General Ming. He must still have some unallocated soothing agents. The soldier in military attire appeared quite youthful, his hazel eyes filled with dread. The soldier, who was being implored, named Mingxi, seemed visibly troubled. However, soothing agents are strictly managed by designated personnel, and the allocation of soldiers must undergo multiple rounds of screening. Before Mingxi could finish his sentence, he was pushed by the soldier beside him. Clearly struggling with his mental state, the soldier found it increasingly difficult to control his emotions. Upon hearing Mingxi's words, he felt as though Mingxi was unwilling to save him. The thought of potentially succumbing to a worsening mental condition stirred a surge of agitation in the soldier's eyes. Is it not true that you simply do not wish to save me? Just a short while ago, your mental state was on the brink of chaos, and it was I who noticed and alerted Major General Ming, taking you for treatment to stabilize your condition. You also mentioned that treatment needs to be continuous to be effective. I was the one who helped you negotiate with Lin Xiao for task time exchange. And in previous instances, when you expressed displeasure towards Lin Xiao, was it not I who intervened on your behalf? Now, All I ask is for you to assist me in obtaining a soothing agent, and you refuse? The soldier's voice rose significantly, drawing the attention of many around them. Mingxi immediately grew anxious, stepping forward to cover the soldier's mouth. I will speak to my uncle, but I cannot guarantee that I will secure the soothing agent. The second video soon followed. I spoke to my uncle, and he said, the soldier's condition had evidently deteriorated since the last time. Hearing Mingxi's hesitance, he had nearly guessed the outcome, but still asked, what did Major General Ming say? Your military achievements have not met the standard, temporarily. Suddenly, whether due to a loss of control or the bitterness of waiting 2 days for such a response. The soldier punched the wall behind Mingxi, creating a significant noise. However, unlike the previous occasion, the surroundings remained eerily silent, as if no one had been drawn to the sound. Yet, after exerting that punch, the soldier's body suddenly stiffened, and the next moment, as if completely losing control, he bellowed, Mingxi, you have a way, don't you? You must have a way. Didn't you reduce the level of your mental chaos after just a few days away? His voice was loud, his hazel eyes glistening with a faint red hue, as if entranced, refusing to heed Mingxi's explanations. The standoff lasted several minutes, with Mingxi frequently glancing into the distance, seemingly concerned that the soldier's behavior might attract attention. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in the conference room remained silent, though some individuals now bore expressions of confusion. What did the Duke mean by this? Could it be that Major General Ming from the 4th Military District had been caught in a compromising situation by the Duke? Yet even so, how did this relate to the topic they had been discussing? Having fought alongside Bai Siqi on the battlefield for many years, they had some understanding of his methods. Bai Siqi would never show them unrelated videos at this juncture. Just as they contemplated this, they watched the unfolding scene on the holographic screen, eyes widening in astonishment. Wait, rewind a bit. What just happened? The sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed in the conference room as some individuals stood up in disregard, instinctively reaching towards the holographic image before them. It was only when they saw their own hands pass through the holographic figure that they regained a semblance of rationality. Chapter 141. A heart-pounding speculation, the holographic projection rewound to the beginning of the third video. The soldier's mental condition appeared dire. He was firmly restrained against the wall, on the verge of a mental breakdown. Angry growls erupted from the soldier, whose body struggled relentlessly. Yet, he could neither break free from his restraints, which seemed to dig deeper into his flesh like blades. It appeared he felt no pain, his state spiraling further out of control, a clear sign of impending mental collapse. Drawing from prior experience, everyone in the conference room knew that a transformation was about to occur at this moment. They all widened their eyes, fixated on the holographic image, fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. The next moment, the soldier, who had seemed on the brink of losing control, began to struggle less intensely, his howls gradually diminishing. The holographic image still displayed only the soldier, and amidst the many gazes fixated on the screen, none noticed anything amiss. As if it were merely a stroke of luck that the soldier regained his composure at the last moment, until the growls completely ceased. The soldier hung limply against the wall, seemingly unconscious, supported only by the metal restraints that held him in place. The conference room remained silent. Everyone stared intently at the somewhat unclear image of the soldier, and after a minute, the soldier's drooping fingers twitched slightly. Then the second and third fingers followed, until 5 minutes later, the soldier regained some control over his body. Has he managed to pull through? Someone in the conference room questioned. But even as the words left his lips, he likely did not believe them himself. No one answered the question, all holding their breath, watching the soldier gradually move his limbs, and then observing as he slowly lifted his head. Crack, crack, this is humanity's. The holographic image abruptly cut off, prompting someone to clench their fist and strike the table before them. The soldier they had just witnessed was clearly not normal. Furthermore, his final tone and expression bore a stark contrast to that of the previous soldier. The implications of his last words felt deeply unsettling. A sense of disquiet unfurled within the minds of the crowd. Yet, in that moment, the conference room was as silent as a grave. with not a soul daring to utter a sound. The content I have just encountered is astonishing and unfathomable, leaving the audience in disbelief and unwilling to confront the bizarre thoughts that arise in their minds after witnessing it. However, Bai Siqi offered little time for these individuals to adjust or acclimatize. As the orchestrator of this meeting, he had already reviewed the video content beforehand. His gaze swept across the room, and Bai Siqi spoke in a composed manner. Does anyone wish to comment on the 3 holographic videos just presented? The atmosphere in the conference room shifted once more. What do they wish to say? Their minds brimmed with countless thoughts. Yet one officer, sitting upright, turned to Bai Siqi, who occupied the foremost seat, and inquired, "May I ask the source of the final video?" Others glanced towards Xia Yan, their eyes filled with curiosity. Rather than merely seeking the origin of the video, they yearned for a definitive answer from Bai Siqi regarding the authenticity of what was depicted. If it were indeed true, the implications would extend beyond just one or a few individuals. Naturally, some still recalled their previous discussion about Lu Juanhao. Bai Gongjue's sudden presentation of the video raised questions about any potential connections between the two matters. Before anyone could ponder further, Bai Siqi subtly lifted his gaze and provided a negative response. "No, I have already verified the authenticity of the videos, including the 3rd segment, and there are no signs of fabrication." Implicitly, he conveyed that they only needed to acknowledge the veracity of the recordings and consider the subsequent implications. Indeed, even if they were aware of the video's origin, it would not fundamentally resolve the issues at hand. Moreover, if the content of the 3rd video were true, then the soldier depicted might no longer be the original individual, or perhaps not human at all. Do you recall the videos that were circulated on the Xinguang not long ago? Some began to grasp Bai Siqi's intention behind showing this particular video, gradually sinking into contemplation. Are you suggesting that there might be individuals within the military controlled by the Yingzhu's pollutants? A chill ran down someone's spine. Not just possibly. The individual shook their head, seemingly reluctant to delve into this topic at the moment, and instead posed another question. Do you recall what the soldier mentioned in the first 2 videos? Although the final video had left an indelible impression, they were not yet able to forget the content of the preceding segments. Are you implying that the soldier's transformation is linked to the individual who appeared in the earlier videos? Yet that person showed no signs of abnormality. Clearly, some had made this connection, but the speculation lacked validity. Furthermore, one cannot simply conclude a connection between the 3 videos based solely on their juxtaposition. After all, the 3rd video featured only the soldier throughout, with the individual named Mingxi absent. Just because there were no signs of abnormality does not equate to a lack of issues. I believe the likelihood that this individual poses a greater risk is substantial. Did you not hear the soldier mention that the one named Mingxi had previously experienced severe mental disturbances, but after some treatment, the severity diminished? By the timeline, the soothing agents from the Dawn organization should not have arrived yet. What kind of treatment could possibly reduce a person's mental turmoil in such a short span? Many fell into deep thought, and someone spoke up again. Could it be that the individual named Mingxi is no longer who they originally were? Perhaps they have merely lived among humans for a time, gaining a deeper understanding, which is why we have not detected any glaring flaws. A hypothesis was put forth. This is a possibility, albeit a slim one. Moreover, I have another question. How did that soldier undergo such a transformation? Was it induced by human intervention? Or was it a natural progression? If it was deliberate, who was responsible? If it occurred naturally, then we must be even more cautious in dealing with soldiers exhibiting mental disturbances. However, they'd spent years on the battlefield. While they could not speak for the circumstances in other military districts, they were confident that such incidents had not occurred in their 19th district. The thought of human intervention sent shivers down many spines. If it was indeed deliberate, could it be merely a facade? Chapter 142. The dangers of hidden threats amidst the uncertainty brewing in their hearts. Someone unearthed the peculiar distress message Lu Juanhao had sent earlier, as disclosed by Bai Siqi. Are you suggesting that Lu Juanhao was aware of potential issues at the banquet beforehand, and that he knew those individuals intended to harm him with pollutants? Hence, he cautioned housekeeper Yu Li that the person returning was likely not him. If that is the case, Why did he not simply avoid attending the banquet? The phrase hidden dangers are difficult to evade echoed in their minds. Who could predict the next stratagem those individuals might employ? Even if the central star harbored a group of individuals with altered identities, would they truly dare to brazenly target the young master of the Liu family during the banquet? After previous events, the majority present believed that Liu Juanhao's disappearance was likely linked to those who had infiltrated human society with altered identities belonging to the Yingzhu. They had long been stationed at the RZ-13 star, engaging with the Yingzhu daily, completely oblivious to the fact that the current empire was no longer the one etched in their memories. Ling Qi and a few others who had awakened with Bai Siqi from the central star remained silent, for the Duke was not yet prepared to divulge that individuals within the empire were exploiting Yingzhu pollutants for their own gains, likely among the aristocracy with significant power. In truth, if those present understood the nature of the empire's nobility, combined with the videos they had previously released anonymously on the Xinguang, grasping this reality would not be overly challenging. However, it was perhaps for the best that they had not come to this realization too quickly. Even if they understood the situation at the central star, their hands would be tied, only intensifying their anguish. Yet, the battlefield was not only their home ground, but also the most crucial line of defense against the Yingzhu. They could not afford any mistakes. As discussions ensued, uncertainty lingered regarding whether to believe Liu Juanhao's distress signal and extend assistance. Nonetheless, when it came to the potential presence of individuals with altered identities on the battlefield, their stance was unequivocally unanimous. Such individuals posed an immense threat within the military. They had to expedite the thorough screening of every member of the armed forces. It was better to invest additional time and effort in the vetting process than to overlook a single individual. However, the logistics of how to conduct this screening posed a significant challenge. In truth, there was no need for excessive concern. Based on the videos previously observed, there were indeed indicators to discern whether someone had undergone identity alteration. Newly altered individuals typically exhibit stiffness in their movements and expressions, requiring time to adjust to their new bodies. One can draw conclusions based on prior observations. Moreover, mental acuity could serve as another starting point. The group engaged in animated discussion, and before long, they compiled a plethora of pragmatic and constructive suggestions. Yet, the thought of the possibility that such individuals might exist within their ranks weighed heavily on their hearts. Perhaps engrossed in their thoughts, one person inadvertently blurted out, "Surely none of us has been replaced, right?" The moment those words left their mouth, they were met with incredulous glares from a dozen others nearby. The individual clearly realized their blunder, attempting to salvage the situation. However, a colleague, still reeling from the barrage of information, could not contain their frustration and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I always knew you weren't the brightest. But today, I realize it's not that you lack intelligence. It's that you don't use your brain at all." The individual, reprimanded, dared not retort. Their acquaintance was not of brief duration. They often shared meals and engaged in training together. Should any of them be replaced, it would be impossible for the others not to notice. Yet what if? Perhaps the recent testing protocols could be employed on them once more. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere that had arisen in the conference room, Bai Siqi lightly rapped the table twice, his gaze sweeping over each individual with an air of authority until their thoughts ceased to wander. Only then did he speak. The circumstances depicted in the earlier video were uncommon within the military, and sharing this knowledge was not an act of mutual suspicion. The screening protocols shall be executed as you proposed. Movements may be somewhat exaggerated, yet they must not interfere with regular training and combat. However, if they comply precisely as suggested, such significant actions would undoubtedly stir thoughts among the soldiers under their command, resulting in inevitable repercussions. Some wished to voice their opinions. Yet Bai Siqi did not afford them the opportunity. Thus, they would have to concoct a plausible excuse that would not arouse suspicion. The attendees exchanged glances, ultimately reaching a consensus. The situation was grave and the task urgent. No one wished to waste time, and soon the conference room lay deserted. Xia Yan remained preoccupied with a prior investigative report. To be honest, when Feng Qiao had instructed him to discreetly monitor Ming Shi, he had not anticipated uncovering such information. However, Upon detecting Ming Xi's anomalies, Xia Yan diligently sought additional information related to Ming Xi. Despite the numerous suspicions surrounding this individual, the data he had gathered indicated that Ming Xi had not undergone significant changes in the past 6 months. Of course, it was also possible that the Shadow Clan, having seized Ming Xi's will, was sufficiently familiar with her to avoid detection. Alternatively, perhaps Ming Xi had ceased to be herself long before. Nevertheless, a question lingered in Xia Yan's mind. Some inquiries should remain unasked. Seemingly sensing Xia Yan's inner turmoil, Bai Siqi cast a casual glance in his direction before his gaze drifted over the remaining attendees in the conference room. Unhurriedly, he continued, "Since you are all here, allow me to announce another matter. The transport vessel and related facilities have been prepared by Bo on a remote planet, and they shall embark in the coming days. The personnel accompanying this journey will include those previously selected, as well as everyone who had followed from the Duke's residence, with the exception of Ling Qi." Upon hearing this, all present in the conference room, save for Ling Qi, were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock at Bai Siqi's pronouncement. When preparations began, the Duke had inquired if they wished to accompany him. These individuals believed their mental fortitude was sound, and they felt this opportunity should be bestowed upon colleagues with more pressing needs for treatment. Thus, after they had clearly expressed their desire to remain by the Duke's side, he had ceased further discussion. Had the Duke not previously solicited their consent, they would have simply obeyed orders. Yet now, with this sudden decision alongside earlier events, a few could not help but ponder the implications. Chapter 143. Seeking Bai Siqi, why had the Duke made such an abrupt decision? Some wished to inquire, but, recalling how Xia Yan had been silenced by a mere glance from the Duke, they swallowed their words. They had not intended to join the journey. Yet with Bai Siqi's decision made, it was time to prepare. The last few individuals in the conference room quickly dispersed, leaving only Bai Siqi behind. Meanwhile, Feng Qiao was deep in contemplation, pondering how to persuade Bai Siqi to allow her to journey to that planet. Suddenly, she heard a reminder from Yi Qingguang, seated across from her. In an instant, Yi Qingguang leapt from his chair, visibly agitated. What news could have stirred such excitement? Feng Qiao cast a disinterested glance at Yi Qingguang. Her curiosity piqued only momentarily. Yi Qingguang turned to Feng Qiao, seemingly contemplative, and openly shared the news. Feng Qiao raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on Yi Qingguang, as if pondering something significant. For some time, Yi Qingguang had been treating her ailments. Although he had yet to discover a solution for her fainting episodes, it seemed unlikely that Bai Siqi would outright forbid him from attending to her. Yet, if Bai Siqi intended for Yi Qingguang to accompany them to that planet, did it imply he wished for her to join as well? Did Bai Siqi suspect her current condition was linked to leaving that planet? A thought flickered in Feng Qiao's mind, though she struggled to accept it. No, it might not be as dire as she imagined. Perhaps Bai Siqi merely found the planet's environment appealing, with energy-rich flora that could aid her health. And this time, they were adequately prepared, ensuring a far less arduous experience than the last. Her thoughts oscillated, leaving her uncertain of which possibility to embrace, and her heart grew increasingly restless. In time, she even questioned whether she was overthinking. After all, Bai Siqi had not explicitly mentioned his desire for her to accompany him to that planet. Furrowing her brow, she observed Yi Qingguang, who appeared quite pleased as he hummed a tune while packing his belongings, and discreetly inquired, "If you depart, who shall tend to my ailments?" "You certainly," Yi Qingguang began, only to suddenly realize something. "Wait, did Qi not mention you would also be going?" His voice trailed off, fading into silence. Feng Qiao pressed her lips together, scrutinizing Yi Qingguang for sincerity. After a prolonged pause, she asked, "When do you leave?" "The day after tomorrow." Feng Qiao nodded, refraining from further questions. Thankfully, there was still a day to prepare. Had she only learned of their departure on the day itself, it would have posed a significant dilemma. As Yi Qingguang continued to organize his belongings, Feng Qiao chose not to linger any longer. Exiting his laboratory, she confirmed Bai Siqi's whereabouts and set off to seek him out. Regardless of her musings, nothing could compare to receiving a definitive answer from Bai Siqi himself. Even if his response were unfavorable, she would still have time to consider alternative options. With this determination, Feng Qiao hurried her steps, soon finding Bai Siqi resting with his eyes closed in the reception room. As the door swung open, Bai Siqi's eyelids gradually lifted. His deep, dark eyes, though gentle and warm, could not mask the fatigue they bore. Bai Siqi was busy. Since his return yesterday, he had scarcely rested, and today he had been absent from view, leaving Feng Qiao searching for an opportunity to broach her intentions. Were it not for this, she would not have made this trip solely to express her desire to visit that planet. Why do you stand at the door, Duke? If you have something to say, please enter, Bai Siqi said, leaning slightly forward to pour tea from the kettle on the table for both of them. Feng Qiao settled across from Bai Siqi. Though she wished not to squander his time, she couldn't directly articulate her purpose, opting instead for a subtle approach. I heard from Dr. Yi that he will also accompany us to that planet the day after tomorrow. Bai Siqi presented the tea he had poured before her. Upon hearing Feng Qiao's indirect inquiry, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. He nodded in affirmation. Indeed, not only Yi Qingguang, but the other 2 pharmacists aboard the ship will also accompany us. The complexity of crafting advanced potions is considerable, requiring numerous rare plants for practice. Rather than await the transport of these special flora, it is more efficient to send them directly. Bai Siqi's tone was gentle, seemingly explaining to Feng Qiao while carrying an undertone of something more. Feng Qiao blinked, her eyes suddenly gleaming. She delicately pinched the teacup that had been pushed towards her, lifting it to take a small sip, striving to project an air of composure rather than eagerness. Indeed, this approach not only prevented the 3 physicians from being overly constrained by the limited quantity of raw materials, but also enabled them to learn the art of potion making in the shortest possible time. However, in order to acquire knowledge regarding more potions, a mentor was essential, even if she meticulously documented the intricate steps for crafting those potions. Without her presence to guide them, someone who could perceive energy, the trio would struggle to master the techniques in a brief span. Feng Qiao's insinuations were not lost on Bai Siqi, whose onyx-like eyes sparkled with amusement. He nodded in agreement, pondering how long it would take the 3 physicians to comprehend the formulas presented by Qiao Qiao. Therefore, she should accompany him. Feng Qiao met Bai Siqi's gaze, almost voicing her thoughts, but ultimately restrained herself, with a finger lightly tapping the table. She seemed to deliberate before responding to Bai Siqi's unvoiced question. Given Master Heyman's learning pace, he will undoubtedly grasp all potion-making methods within a month. Bai Siqi could not suppress a soft chuckle. That is, provided you are there to guide them. If left to their own devices. Feng Qiao's expression shifted, yet a glimmer of hope persisted. Then I shall guide them from the side. It won't require much effort. Bai Siqi appeared to consider her words, musing. It is not entirely out of the question. A renewed sense of hope ignited within Feng Qiao. However, the mystery surrounding that planet loomed large, compounded by the presence of numerous advanced mutated flora and fauna. Given that Qiao Qiao had not been in good health lately, it was prudent to wait a while longer. To alleviate any disappointment Feng Qiao might feel, Bai Siqi added, once the advanced team has assessed the situation on that planet, I shall accompany you. Feng Qiao bit her lip, internally oscillating between striving for opportunities and seeking alternative methods. Ultimately, she resolved to pursue both avenues. Chapter 144. A date for Feng Qiao was determined to seize the opportunity presented by Bai Siqi. Yet she recognized that not all her hopes could hinge solely on his disposition. With a solid plan in mind, she pressed on, urging Bai Siqi further. The mutated flora and fauna on that planet congregated only once a year. For the next 10 months, they were unlikely to encounter similar circumstances. Moreover, the mutated begonia trees had vanished, suggesting a prolonged period devoid of significant danger. Their previous misfortune had merely been a stroke of bad luck. They had already navigated past the greatest peril. This time, they would not be alone, and there was little they could not resolve together. Bai Siqi sighed, gazing at Feng Qiao with a hint of exasperation. I do not dispute the validity of your arguments. But in your current condition, how could I possibly allow you to accompany me? His intentions were clear. He was concerned for her health. If Feng Qiao remained silent, it might be attributed to her past experiences, which rendered her hesitant to trust others deeply, despite Bai Siqi's vague awareness of her struggles. She would not willingly divulge her secrets without tangible proof. Feng Qiao lowered her gaze, obscuring her emotions. But we cannot ascertain anything here. Did not Dr. You mentioned that the unique plants that would be beneficial for my health? Perhaps they could indeed be of help. Her voice, soft and tentative, drifted across the space, though hope had already begun to wane within her. Perhaps it was time to contemplate other means of departure. In that moment, the room felt as though an invisible barrier separated the two, each ensconced in their own realm despite being mere feet apart. Bai Siqi's fingers instinctively tightened. He sensed that Feng Qiao was concealing something from him. Yet, he refrained from pressing her, understanding that their time together had been brief. The information regarding that planet had emerged only due to Feng Qiao as parents being ensnared in dire circumstances, necessitating his aid. Ultimately, they had known each other for merely 2 months. If the roles were reversed, he might not have shared details about that planet with a stranger. Should you wish to go, then go. I shall inquire with Yi Qin about bringing along the necessary equipment and supplies. We must ensure we have everything we need, and not repeat the mistakes of the last time. Although he could not accompany her, he believed that with Yi Qin and the others present, Feng Qiao would be safe. The sudden sound startled Feng Qiao, snapping her back to reality. She momentarily questioned whether her thoughts had led her astray. In her surprise, the respectful formality she had worked hard to maintain slipped out. Did you just say, yes, if Qiao Qiao wishes to go, then she may accompany us. But do take care. The warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Feng Qiao's cheeks to flush, prompting her to instinctively shift to the side. Perhaps it was the thought of not seeing Feng Qiao for over a month that led Bai Siqi to encroach upon her personal space, pulling her gently by the chin to face him. However, if there is anything you wish to do in the future, do not hesitate to tell me, all right? Feng Qiao nodded, appearing obedient, which made Bai Siqi's heart flutter. He absent-mindedly pinched her cheek, relishing the soft texture, though he noted her slight frailty. She needed to nourish herself more. Feng Qiao was taken aback by Bai Siqi's agreement to her accompanying him. It felt like an unexpected delight. The playful pinch on her cheeks hardly mattered. Yet, was he not gazing a bit too long? As his face drew nearer, Feng Qiao instinctively held her breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. Duke! The quiet murmur interrupted the tender atmosphere, causing Bai Siqi to lean back slightly. His phoenix eyes arched in curiosity as he savored the word she had just uttered. Duke? Chi. Feng Qiao forced herself to speak. Though she had called him that for 2 months, the experience felt entirely different when addressing him in this context. Bai Siqi, perceiving her discomfort, chose not to press her further. He understood that while he might not be entirely satisfied with their current dynamic, emotions must evolve gradually. Feng Xiao's perception of him was likely influenced by the memories of the 5-year-old Bai Siqi she had first known. She instinctively regarded him as a child. Even as he gradually regained his memories, the time spent in that youthful state formed the foundation of their bond. However, there was no rush. They had ample time ahead to nurture their relationship. With this thought, Bai Siqi's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if his spirits had lifted. Would you care to join me for a stroll? His strong, warm hand extended towards her, and after a moment's hesitation, Feng Qiao placed her hand in his. It was merely a handhold, and with her absence stretching over a month, she felt capable of it. They had held hands before, even when he had not yet regained his memories. Yet, as Feng Qiao felt his hand envelop hers, warmth radiated from their point of contact, igniting a blush across her face. Before they had even exited the office building, she found herself regretting her decision. Noticing her unease, Bai Siqi inquired, "Is there anywhere you wish to go?" Although she had been in District 19 for several days, aside from a brief outing on the second day, she had scarcely ventured out and was not entirely familiar with the surroundings. Feng Qiao was at a loss for words, and Bai Siqi did not press the matter further. He introduced, to the north, there is a newly constructed underground training facility equipped with the latest facilities. Would you care to take a look? Over the past few days, aside from studying with Yi Qin, Feng Qiao had devoted nearly half of her time to training, clearly demonstrating a fondness for it. Indeed, upon hearing Bai Siqi's suggestion, Feng Qiao nodded in agreement. The training ground is somewhat distant, and traveling back and forth via flying vehicles is rather inconvenient. I shall pilot my mecha to take you there. A smile lingered on Bai Siqi's lips as he raised a hand to touch the spatial button on his chest. Before Feng Qiao could inquire about the inconvenience of flying vehicles, a white mecha adorned with golden patterns materialized before them. This mecha stood at an impressive height of 5 meters, its metallic sheen radiating brilliance, unmistakably a remarkable machine. However, what left Feng Qiao in awe was not the extraordinary nature of the mecha itself, for she had little comprehension of such machines. In her past life, prior to her untimely demise, she had witnessed a mecha break through encirclements and dive downward like a black blade, seemingly intent on shattering all surrounding mecha warships. Although the mecha ultimately had to retreat due to overwhelming enemy forces, the image of that moment lingered in her memory, even now. "I shall assist you aboard." Bai Siqi's voice interrupted Feng Qiao's reverie. She felt a gentle constriction around her waist, and in the next instant, a force propelled her upward, allowing her to smoothly enter the cockpit of the mecha. The cockpit, though small, accommodated a single pilot's seat, and the remaining space was sufficient for Feng Qiao to stand. As the hatch sealed, only she and Bai Siqi remained within the confined cockpit, standing close together. Bai Siqi was able to merge with the mecha through a mental link, directly manipulating it and observing the surroundings with his psychic power. Meanwhile, Feng Qiao could only gaze at the small screen before her, observing everything from a third-person perspective. Despite this limitation, her enthusiasm remained undiminished. This was her first experience inside a mecha. She had previously believed that she would have to wait until her physical abilities reached level B to have such an opportunity. She had not anticipated this chance to experience life within a mecha in such a manner, considering the possibility that Feng Qiao's body might struggle to endure. Bai Siqi flew the mecha at a slow pace. His personal mecha was custom-made, markedly different from standard models, and even after years away from the battlefield, its appearance remained firmly etched in the minds of many, much like Bai Siqi himself, known as the god of war of the empire. As several individuals spotted the familiar mecha from a distance, they could not help but exclaim, "That is the Duke's mecha!" One pointed excitedly at the mecha soaring overhead. "Is the Duke heading to the underground training ground? Should we follow? There might be a chance to witness the Duke in combat." Before the thought was fully articulated, many soldiers nearby had already activated their own mechas. Each soldier swiftly climbed aboard their respective machines, and, as the hatches closed, the uniformed mechas shot forward like arrows, quickly catching up to the prominent mecha ahead. Feng Qiao could only see a limited area through the small screen, unaware of the unfolding events behind her. However, Bai Siqi, as the mecha's pilot, was fully aware. He chose not to elaborate, maintaining a leisurely pace as they advanced. The urgent general models behind them soon caught up, slowing as they approached Bai Siqi's platinum-colored mecha, maintaining a respectful distance rather than closing in immediately. Initially, there were only 2 or 3 mechas, but gradually, more and more joined the pursuit until, as Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao descended toward the underground training ground, a multitude of mechas trailed behind them, numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. Due to limited visibility, those mecha-clad soldiers dared not approach too closely, leaving Feng Qiao oblivious to the throng that had followed. After flying for approximately half an hour, the platinum mecha descended gracefully. Feng Qiao raised her brows slightly, her star-like eyes scanning the screen for any distinguishing features. Yet all she saw was the desolate landscape identical to that encountered earlier. Did Bai Siqi merely wish to take a break? Had they not yet arrived at their destination? Just as she prepared to inquire, she felt the mecha shift slightly. Unable to see clearly, Feng Qiao was unaware of the maneuvers Bai Siqi was executing. Suddenly, the previously flat terrain on the screen began to crack open, the fissure widening until it could accommodate a mecha. Bai Siqi turned to her, urging, "Hold on tight. We're going down." With the cockpit lacking any additional fixtures for her to secure herself, Feng Qiao could only grip the seat behind Bai Siqi tightly. In the next moment, the platinum mecha leapt forward, and with a sensation of weightlessness, her surroundings plunged into darkness. Perhaps due to her recent training, Feng Qiao adapted surprisingly well to the experience, feeling only a slight obstruction in her vision, devoid of any other discomfort. Bai Siqi, evidently taken aback, retracted his hand, which had instinctively reached back to check on her condition upon realizing she was handling the descent well. "We're almost there," he assured her, and indeed, they arrived almost immediately. Even before Bai Siqi finished his sentence, Feng Qiao felt the sensation of falling dissipate. A soft, golden halo of light surrounded them, illuminating the area sufficiently for her to discern her surroundings. They appeared to be in a small plaza, with a silver-gray metallic ceiling overhead and several mechas of varying designs standing nearby. One particular mecha towered above the others, significantly taller than its companions, while the shorter mechas clustered around it, seemingly engaged in some activity. Feng Qiao's curiosity about the others was minimal. Her primary interest lay in observing how Bai Siqi operated the mecha. However, her indifference did not extend to the others, who were quite intrigued by her presence. Wait, don't push me. Am I seeing things? Is that the Duke's mecha?" exclaimed one of the onlookers. The towering mecha waved its arms energetically, as if shooing away the surrounding machines. The nearby mechas remained unfazed, with several turned away from Feng Qiao's direction, persistently tugging at the larger mecha, inching it away. "You promised to be our sparring partner today. You can't back out now." Another voice chimed in, teasingly. "However, if you admit that your mecha skills are inferior to mine and call me brother, or relinquish one of your competition tickets to me, I might just let this slide." From within the tall mecha, Su Yi's brows furrowed in irritation at the taunting. Ready to respond, his ire was swiftly extinguished as he caught sight of a mecha seemingly preparing to depart. Forgetting the previous exchange, he began to maneuver his mecha with urgency, employing both hands and feet to break free from the entanglement. The unexpected escape created an opening, and in a flash, the tall mecha darted away like a fish slipping through a net. As it cleared the surrounding mechas, Su Yi swiftly turned, pursuing the vanishing form with determination. "Wait! Don't go!" The clattering sounds echoed, growing louder, capturing even Feng Qiao's attention as she remained confined within her cockpit, reliant on the solitary screen to perceive the outside world. "It appears that something is rushing towards us." Feng Qiao turned to Bai Siqi for confirmation and received an affirmative response. It was an S-class mech, and the occupant was likely the individual previously mentioned by the Legion commander. He probably recognized my identity, which is why he is pursuing us. As Bai Siqi explained to Feng Qiao, he skillfully maneuvered the mech forward without pausing for a moment. "I will take you to the observation room. Please wait for me for a few minutes." Chapter 146. The sole grand prize at Bai Siqi's prompting. Feng Qiao recalled a distinctive feature of District 19, the arena battles. Any soldier from District 19 could participate in the arena matches without needing to register. If one could achieve 10 consecutive victories amidst numerous challenges, they would earn a chance to draw from the prize pool. No one could definitively say what treasures lay within. From extraordinary fruits beneficial for mental strength to mundane items like illuminating pearls and bottles of water, all had been drawn at some point. However, what excited the soldiers the most was the singular grand prize, the opportunity to receive 3 personal training sessions from Bai Siqi himself. It was said that this prize had been drawn a year ago by a fortunate individual who, at that time, found Bai Siqi unable to leave the Duke's residence due to mental strain. The lucky winner nearly wept with joy at having drawn such a coveted prize. As the private military of the Duke's household, their sentiments toward Bai Siqi were evidently more profound than those of other armies. That fortunate individual even contemplated that, even if they would never draw this reward again, they still hoped for Bai Siqi's mental recovery. Yet they all understood the futility of that hope. Little did they know that this seemingly impossible wish would indeed come to fruition. Upon learning of Bai Siqi's restored mental faculties, the fortunate individual dug out the prize voucher from the depths of their belongings, carrying it close, eagerly anticipating the day they might encounter Bai Siqi at the training grounds or receive a direct invitation to redeem the voucher. To their astonishment, that day had finally arrived. Feng Qiao, hearing the clanging sounds of pursuit behind them, expressed concern, suggesting they inform the occupant of the mech that Bai Siqi was merely escorting her to the observation room. Feng Qiao speculated that the individual likely believed Bai Siqi was unaware of the situation, hence the urgency in their chase. At this pace, it seemed they would be intercepted by the large mech before Bai Siqi could deliver her to her destination. Feng Qiao's intuition proved correct, with Bai Siqi's leisurely pace. It wasn't long before the mech soared in front of them. Accompanying it was a communication request. Feng Qiao gazed at the screen, where a series of unfamiliar codes flickered, resembling the model number of the mech, and recalled the imposing silhouette of the towering mech that had briefly appeared on the screen. Indeed, it was not that the mech surrounding that towering mech were too small. Rather, that mech was truly colossal. Before she could ponder further, the communication request was accepted, revealing a face that seemed somewhat mismatched with the mech, slender and nervous. Duke, greetings. I am Su Yi from the 3rd Regiment. A year ago, I drew your 3 guidance sessions after winning 10 consecutive matches in the arena. Here is my voucher. I wonder if you might have time now? The man, gripping what appeared to be a prize voucher, seemed anxious, his expression taut as he hastily articulated his purpose for approaching Bai Siqi. Only when he finished did he seem to notice Feng Qiao standing beside Bai Siqi. His eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth opened and closed without producing a coherent sentence. Greetings, madam. I didn't realize the Duke was accompanying you. I apologize. I will leave immediately. The occupant of the mech became flustered, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Unseen by Feng Qiao, the towering mech swayed as if it had just learned to walk, almost stumbling and falling flat. The ongoing communication had not been severed, allowing Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi to clearly hear the cacophony of clattering sounds from the other side. Although the mech itself bore no pain, watching the flustered individual, Feng Qiao recalled Bai Siqi's intent to escort her to the observation room and surmised he was about to fulfill his promise to the man. After a moment's thought, she spoke to the individual on the other end. Please wait for the Duke at the arena. He will join you shortly. With that, she disconnected the communication to spare him further discomfort. Inside the mech, Su Yi felt as though he were on a roller coaster, emotions soaring and plummeting. Ultimately, he found himself elated, his mind focused solely on the prospect of engaging in a one-on-one battle with the Duke and receiving his guidance. This overwhelming joy engulfed him, and his current state was little improved from before. The mech, towering above the rest, wobbled as if malfunctioning, prompting nearby mechs to steer clear. Soon, the few mechs that had been pursuing Su Yi caught sight of the enormous mech. They had previously observed the iconic mech belonging to a singular individual, which was why they had refrained from following closely. Yet, now, with only Su Yi's mech present, those eager to understand what had transpired gathered without hesitation, chattering incessantly in the communication channel. Was that truly the Duke in that mech? Did he agree to a guidance battle with you? Su Yi, what happened to your mech? Could it be that your excitement led the Duke to think you were attempting a sneak attack, and he put you out of commission? If that is the case, before the last words had faded, the previously unsteady mech stood upright, and had it not been for the prohibition against combat in the area, its agility could have easily delivered a punch to the mech that had spoken. However, the absence of a fight was inconsequential. The occupant had a better way to provoke them, igniting their tempers. The handsome man within the towering mech wore a triumphant smile, his voice laced with pride as he declared, "The Duke has already agreed to engage in a guidance battle with me. Many will surely come to watch. If you linger here, you may find yourselves relegated to the back row." The occupants of the surrounding mechs cursed inwardly, their desires to physically dominate the mech in front of them thwarted. Yet, they recognized the truth in his words. They could settle their grievances at another time, but the opportunity to observe the Duke's guidance was fleeting. Having missed the chance of the Duke's mentorship, they were determined to secure a prime position to witness the battle. Thus, the gazes directed at the towering mech softened momentarily, though beneath the surface, deeper currents of resentment simmered. Chapter 147. By Chuan, have you located the Duke? The modest square suddenly became crowded with dozens of mechs, which, while not reaching a state of congestion, still left some warriors accustomed to the expansive arena feeling somewhat out of sorts. Before long, these newcomers hastily departed, leaving only the newly arrived mechs and a cluster of mechs gathered not far from them. Instantly, some set their sights on the few mechs that had yet to depart. Before long, Word spread that the Duke had agreed to a guidance battle with Su Yi. Consequently, what had begun as a small gathering rapidly swelled, filling the space around the arena. Although each battle platform typically attracted a modest number of spectators, waiting for the defeated mech to be replaced by a challenger, the maximum number rarely exceeded 10. Combat could last anywhere from a minimum of 10 minutes to several hours, depending on the availability of worthy opponents. Otherwise, no one would choose to remain idly waiting with a crowd. Ultimately, their presence here serves not only to hone their combat skills, but also to address their somewhat disordered mental states, which have become increasingly difficult to control. Though this combat cannot remedy their mental issues, it offers a measure of release from the agitation stemming from these problems. Furthermore, an enhancement in combat proficiency will undoubtedly increase their chances of survival when confronting the Yingzhu. Why are there so many people gathered over there? Positioned at the center, a throng of onlookers awaited by the number 10 combat platform quickly drew the attention of many nearby. One individual glanced at the platform with a hint of curiosity. I wonder who that is. The one on stage seems to be 2nd Lieutenant Su from the 3rd Brigade. There isn't another mech like that in the entire District 19. Is that the lucky star Su Yi? Indeed, several heirs from various brigades are on their rest days. They must have come here specifically for this sparring session. The murmurs of the crowd filled the air, though the sheer number of spectators around the No. 10 platform caused most to hesitate before approaching. After all, if they wished to observe, they could simply call up videos of Su Yi and others battling. They had come to the training ground, and merely watching others without stepping onto the platform themselves seemed rather unjustifiable. With this in mind, the onlookers remained in place, their eyes fixated on the two mechs engaged in combat on the arena, absorbing the experiences of others while pondering when their own turn would come. Suddenly, an exclamation erupted from the crowd nearby. The astonishment rippled through them, growing louder and drawing the attention of those near the challenge platforms. In the next moment, as they gazed upon the imposing mech on the combat platform, alongside a smaller platinum-colored mech, many found themselves momentarily frozen in disbelief. How could that mech seem so familiar? Is that not the Duke's mech, the Bai Chuan? How did the Bai Chuan come to be here, facing off on the challenge platform? Wait, the Duke's mental issue has been resolved, meaning he can once again engage in combat with his mech. The Duke is currently in District 19, so that mech, and the individual within it. The soldiers who realized this felt a surge of warmth in their chests, mouths agape as they yearned to release a triumphant cry. Yet, despite their minds struggling to process the revelation, their bodies instinctively obeyed, rushing toward the spectator area of number 10. With so many already gathered around the No. 10 platform, those arriving late could only position themselves at the outermost fringes. Many others reacted similarly. Within a minute, the area beside the challenge platform was nearly deserted, with even the two mech competitors descending from their machines to join the crowd observing another combat platform. The two fighters on the number 10 platform noticed the surrounding commotion. Bai Siqi had anticipated that their sparring would attract attention and paid it little mind. Su Yi felt a moment of apprehension, but upon seeing the opposing mech remain composed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. As this was a guided battle, with Bai Siqi in the role of instructor, he did not exert his full strength, but certainly did not allow Su Yi an easy time. After only a few exchanges, Su Yi began to perspire slightly. With the platinum mech pressing forward, Bai Siqi's voice resonated through the communication channel, each succinct remark pinpointing Su Yi's weaknesses in combat with remarkable precision. Through their exchanges, he gradually imparted lessons on how Su Yi could improve his technique. This instructional battle proved immensely beneficial for Su Yi, and many spectators below also gleaned valuable insights. On the other side, Feng Qiao observed the combat footage of the two, her mind once again conjuring the image of that black mech. Since that fateful day when it had intruded upon their cultivation area, ultimately retreating due to overwhelming enemy numbers, Jiang Weining had dispatched individuals to search tirelessly for 3 days without success. Initially, Feng Qiao had not paid much attention to the matter, but on the third night following the incident, an unexpected visitor appeared in her room. This individual produced a token entrusted by her brother, claiming to have been sent by him to rescue her. However, upon seeing the person's half-dead state, she pursed her lips slightly. How could he possibly save her? With him in such a frail condition and so many still searching for him, his survival was uncertain at best. From this individual, Feng Qiao learned that her brother was no longer within the empire, having sustained severe injuries during his escape from captivity. Though he was currently receiving treatment and was not in immediate danger, she believed his words, but had no intention of leaving with him. Setting aside whether this person could genuinely take her away, even if they did manage to escape, her survival would be short-lived. She was still alive now, thanks to the abundant energy of this planet that daily restored her severely damaged body. Once she left, her health would deteriorate rapidly, leading to her demise. Feng Qiao found a safe place to conceal the individual and, seizing the opportunity while he was in a weakened state, discreetly hid a miniature explosive device in her hand. She had already paid the price for her previous naivety, but Jiang Weining would not escape unscathed. She would ensure his demise. However, with some time left before the next portal opened, Feng Qiao had no intention of acting just yet. She would wait a while. Perhaps Jiang Weining's death would stir up some commotion. If that individual could survive long enough to seize an opportunity, there might still be a chance for escape. Feng Qiao was uncertain whether that person ultimately managed to flee, but after her rebirth, she specifically inquired about this matter with Feng Lin, who seemed unfamiliar with the individual. If that person had indeed lied, arriving alone with a mech on that perilous planet solely to deceive her, it would seem unnecessary. Thus, it was likely that her brother did not yet recognize this person. After all, the rescue occurred 3 years later. Chapter 148. Mech Instruction. Feng Qiao opened her holographic computer and began sketching. Before long, a pitch-black mech gleaming with metallic luster appeared on the screen. The mech bore a pair of black wings adorned with red cloud patterns that shimmered like flowing light, captivatingly bright. The design bore a striking resemblance to the mech from her memories, though it still felt as if something was amiss. After saving her drawing, she lifted her gaze to check on the progress of the ongoing battle. Upon looking up, she realized that the mech on the combat platform had been replaced. The towering mech remained, but the accompanying platinum mech was no longer there. Just then, a sound at the entrance caught her attention. Bai Siqi had returned. Originally, Bai Siqi intended to take Feng Qiao on a tour and gradually introduce her to the various facilities. If she showed interest, she could even try them out herself. However, the recent instructional battle had delayed their schedule, and he was reluctant to have anyone interrupt their time together, so he opted to skip ahead to the final item. They had recently acquired several virtual chambers specifically designed for simulated combat, which did not impose high physical demands. Would you like to experience what it feels like to engage in battle with a mech? Feng Qiao instantly sprang to her feet, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly conveying her desire. Yes, let's go then, Bai Siqi replied, amusement dancing in his eyes as he extended his hand toward Feng Qiao. Enamored by the allure of the mechs, her reverence for the Empire's war god diminished considerably, and she eagerly placed her hand in his, asking numerous questions about mechs along their way. Bai Siqi patiently addressed each query, providing detailed explanations until they arrived at the entrance of the virtual combat room. He initiated an unrestricted time, free combat mode, selecting a mech and waiting for Feng Qiao to join him in the arena. Feng Qiao gazed at the array of basic model mechas before her, reminiscent of Bai Siqi's previous introductions to the various styles. Ultimately, she opted for an agile model. Having made her selection, she entered the training arena and beheld a mecha towering at least 4.5 meters high, if not 5. Pondering this height, she fell into contemplation. Generally, mecha warriors possess a physique of B grade or higher, particularly those engaged in frontline combat, whose physicality must reach at least A grade. The cockpit of a 5-meter mecha is situated around 4 meters above ground, making it merely a matter of leaping for them. However, Feng Qiao's physique fell short of the required standard, and with limited training, scaling the cockpit, which was over 3 meters high, posed a significant challenge. Why couldn't the system be configured to allow entry into the mecha directly upon selection for the battlefield? After all, it was merely a virtual training exercise. Why did it need to maintain such a high level of realism? As she contemplated how to ascend, she felt a sudden poke at her lower back. Turning, she discovered the black basic model mecha bending down, extending a finger that had just prodded her. Upon noticing her gaze, the black mecha pointed towards another nearby mecha, its single finger becoming 5, beckoning her to climb aboard. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Qiao decisively clambered onto the massive hand, gripping one of the outstretched fingers tightly. The mecha slowly rose, effortlessly transporting her to the cockpit entrance. With a small leap forward, she finally settled securely inside. The mecha offered 2 modes of operation, manual and mental control, which could also be utilized simultaneously. As a novice to mecha piloting, Feng Qiao found mental control to be more manageable. Upon establishing the mental link, the scenery around her transformed. The once towering black mecha now appeared only slightly taller than herself. Testing her movements, she found the gray mecha's arms mimicking her gestures. The essence of controlling the mecha with mental energy lies in perceiving oneself as the mecha rather than merely manipulating it. Once this transformation is achieved, one can adeptly maneuver the mecha using mental energy. Bai Siqi's voice resonated through the connection, urging her not to rush and to take her time. As mastering the techniques required practice, he encouraged her to attempt walking again, assuring her he would be watching closely and that there was no need for fear. Feeling the pressure on her waist gradually ease, Feng Qiao regained her stance, glancing at the black mecha, which appeared even more tense and ready to assist. She took a small step forward and then paused. Success. Next, she initiated movement with her left foot, cautiously raising it just an inch from the ground before swiftly sliding it forward and landing it back down. Excellent. The second step was accomplished. Bai Siqi watched with a hint of exasperation, remarking, "Qiao Qiao, this approach won't yield results. However, if it's merely for amusement, that's acceptable." His tone was one of indulgence, as if he were prepared to engage in serious training if she desired, or simply satisfy her curiosity if that was all she sought. Hearing this, Feng Qiao's expression hardened as she stood still, contemplating for a moment before gradually lifting her right leg, raising it higher, and extending it forward. The gray mecha once again wavered unsteadily, and she strained to maintain her balance, her anxiety causing her hands to clench into fists. The mecha began to tilt dangerously to one side, and in the next moment, Feng Qiao's foot found the ground. The swaying gradually subsided, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Repeating the process with her left foot, she took 1 step, then 2, only to stumble once again into the embrace of the black mecha. Chapter 149. The physical toll. Feng Qiao, flustered, quickly regained her footing. The black mecha stepped back, providing her with space to practice independently. The earlier unease dissipated with the black mecha's withdrawal. She took a deep breath and, under Bai Siqi's guidance, focused intently on her practice. After a half-hour of stumbling and regaining balance, Feng Qiao finally mastered the art of walking without falling after every few steps, moving about the training area like a child who had just learned to walk. However, due to her limited mental energy and the considerable drain of controlling the mecha, fatigue soon set in. Simultaneously, she received a notification suggesting she log off to rest. Though reluctant, she acquiesced, informing Bai Siqi as they exited the virtual chamber together. Her inaugural experience piloting a mecha had filled her with exhilaration, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Were it not for her waning mental stamina, she would have wished to remain longer. Sensing her reluctance, Bai Siqi offered comfort, noting that beginners often struggle to regulate their mental energy output and that repeated practice would yield improvement. Yet, constrained by her physical condition, Feng Qiao could currently only train in the Star Network. If only her physique could be further enhanced to reach B grade. Both held their thoughts, yet neither broached the subject. Perhaps due to Bai Siqi's presence, the underground training ground buzzed with more activity than ever, especially at the number 10 combat platform. After Bai Siqi's departure, soldiers lined up to challenge Su-E, the queue stretching over 10 meters. Those who had accompanied Su-E found themselves unable to join the line, forced to seek other platforms. Despite the unusual circumstances, the soldiers were all elite members of the military. And although the number waiting to challenge them was fewer than those at the number 10 platform, the overall turnout was still greater than usual, ensuring they had ample opponents to contend with until nightfall. Initially, some may have felt disgruntled, as competing against those of significantly lesser ability yielded no sense of accomplishment, resembling little more than exploiting an advantage. Yet, as their victories mounted, one soldier suddenly realized that winning 10 matches would grant them a chance to draw from the prize pool. With so many victories, they could potentially draw multiple times. Considering Bai had fully recovered, surely the prize pool must have been updated as well. Even if luck was not on their side, with so many attempts, surely there was a chance for reward. Unbeknownst to Bai Siqi, these events unfolded in the training ground after his departure, but the following day, he returned with Feng Qiao to the underground training arena once more. Due to a modicum of experience, Feng Qiao found that her mental exertion during the process of learning to control the mecha was noticeably less than before. She persevered for 50 minutes, only to receive a notification that she needed to log off and rest. After 50 minutes of training, Feng Qiao was already able to move about the training area with great ease, even managing to jog occasionally without difficulty. In any case, even if she momentarily lost control of her movements, the black mecha beside her was always ready to catch her, preventing any painful falls. Initially, Feng Qiao felt a bit conflicted, but the thought of leaving with her team the next day and the prospect of not having such opportunities for a considerable time spurred her on. Although she could practice with a real mecha upon her return, she yearned to master as many techniques as possible. If she could engage in combat with a virtual mecha now, it might translate seamlessly to real mecha in the future. Of course, Feng Qiao understood that mastering combat in such a short time was an extraordinary feat, and she did not consider herself to belong to that category. As she sensed her mental energy waning, continuously challenging herself with running movements that were still quite difficult for her, both her body and mind began to feel fatigued. Disconnecting from the mental link, she felt as though she were a fish just pulled from the water, her limbs heavy and unable to move. The virtual chamber had been open for some time since her exit, yet Feng Qiao remained motionless inside. It was not that she did not wish to move. Rather, her body seemed to have lost all strength. It was at this moment that she realized her previous sense of fatigue was perhaps not solely mental. It was physical exhaustion as well. With vacant eyes, she stared blankly at the ceiling, oblivious to Bai Siqi's approach. A soft sigh broke the silence. The physical exertion has been considerable. You should not be too reckless. Bai Siqi spoke, his fist covering his lips, his deep black eyes cast down, seemingly filled with self-recrimination. Upon hearing his voice, Feng Qiao turned her gaze, about to respond, when suddenly the door to their virtual room swung open. A man with a buzz cut strode in, his voice somewhat gruff and irritable. "What's going on today? Why are there so many people in the training area?" It forced me to come here to the virtual room for a bit of relief. He mentioned that a duke had visited the training ground the previous day and had engaged in a demonstration battle. His voice abruptly ceased as a tall, slender man who followed behind stared ahead, a dazed expression on his face. Am I hallucinating from all the chatter outside? The buzz-cut man also appeared taken aback, pinching his thigh to ascertain reality. Upon hearing a pained yell from beside him, he responded, albeit slowly, "Check again if the hallucination is still there." The tall man, his face contorted with rage, raised his hand to grasp the buzz-cut man's throat, but upon turning, his gaze met Bai Siqi's, causing him to halt mid-motion. "Duke?" Bai Siqi nodded slightly, then directed his gaze to the tall man's raised hands, calmly reminding him, "Fighting is prohibited within the virtual room." The tall man instantly retracted his hands, his previously fierce demeanor softening slightly as he stood at attention, suppressing his rising excitement to continue. "Duke, would you like to experience this newly introduced virtual chamber? It is said to be the latest product developed by the Dawn organization. While it allows for consciousness to engage in combat in a virtual world, it also provides equivalent physical training in reality. Moreover, there are many surprising features during battle. Although several soldiers who have used it have given excellent reviews, very few soldiers have come here. After all, no matter how realistic it is, it cannot compare to fighting with a real mecha. They still prefer direct combat. He never anticipated that due to the crowd on the other side, he would consider trying this new gadget and would encounter the Duke here, uncertain if he would have the chance to receive the Duke's guidance. Listening to the tall man's words, Feng Qiao drifted back to thoughts of her fatigue from the previous day, firmly closing her eyes. So that was the case. No wonder she struggled to stand today. During that half hour yesterday, most of her time was spent walking a few steps, falling, being caught by the black mecha, and repeating the cycle. She was primarily focused on how to control the mecha with her mental power, which did not require much physical exertion. Today, however, was a different story. Reflecting on her reckless challenges against her own limits, Feng Qiao felt that lying here, utterly exhausted, was entirely justified. Moreover, she could not blame anyone else for this predicament. It was her own impatience. The tall man had expended a considerable amount of time on preamble, which Feng Qiao perceived as merely an introduction to the virtual chambers product. Finally, he got to the point. If you don't mind, I could engage you in a battle, allowing you to experience it. As footsteps approached, Feng Qiao stared blankly, preparing to face the several soldiers who had just entered the virtual room. Although she had no desire to encounter anyone in her current state of merely lying in the virtual chamber, she resigned herself to the possibility of attracting attention. Bai Siqi chuckled softly, observing as the newcomers drew closer, just a step away from seeing the person lying in the virtual chamber, whose eyes were filled with despair, appearing ready to sacrifice herself at any moment. He swiftly closed the virtual chamber lid, leading the group toward several vacant chambers nearby. The darkness enveloping the virtual chamber provided Feng Qiao a sense of relief. However, fatigue soon washed over her again. With her eyes closed, she attempted to relax her body, hoping to recover her strength quickly. Yet, perhaps due to her excessive relaxation and the surrounding darkness, she gradually succumbed to complete relaxation. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi, considering that Feng Qiao had expended considerable physical and mental energy and might not recover quickly, took the time to offer her additional guidance. However, when he exited the virtual chamber and opened the one where Feng Qiao lay, his cultured face momentarily displayed surprise, followed by a soft chuckle. I'm sorry for exhausting you. Yet, the thought of being apart for an extended period makes me yearn to spend just a little more time with you. His whisper was tinged with both a sigh of longing and a sense of nostalgia, but at that moment, the girl in the virtual chamber could not hear him. Bai Siqi gently lifted the sleeping Feng Qiao, who remained blissfully unaware, showing no signs of waking even as he carried her to the mecha. Once the mecha departed from the training base and reached the ground, Bai Siqi did not return to the dormitory with the still sleeping Feng Qiao, but instead selected a secluded spot to park the mecha. He sat quietly in the pilot's seat, gazing at the sleeping visage of the girl in his arms, as if there were 1,000 words unspoken. Yet his thin lips remained tightly pressed, and not a single word escaped them. Qiao Qiao, you must cooperate with your treatment and recover swiftly. Take good care of yourself, avoid unnecessary risks, and don't let those dangerous individuals get near you. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. If only it were possible, I would love to retreat with you to that distant planet. Just wait for me a little longer until I resolve matters here in the Empire. His cool lips brushed lightly against the girl's flushed cheek, a fleeting touch, as if afraid to disturb her dreams. After the kiss, his gaze lingered on her, wishing time could remain suspended in that perfect moment. Feng Qiao's slumber was not particularly long, lasting merely about an hour. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself confronted by a pair of somewhat shadowy gazes above her. Startled, she instinctively attempted to rise, only to have her flailing limbs restrained by two powerful forces. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. Do not move. Bai Siqi? Still somewhat dazed, Feng Qiao had just experienced a fright, which was why she had called his name so directly. Yet, this reaction also indicated her subconscious acknowledgement of him. Despite his status as a Duke of the Empire and the glory of being the Empire's war god, Feng Qiao felt he was not so unattainable in her heart. This realization somewhat alleviated the sadness Bai Siqi had felt from their separation. In truth, even if Feng Qiao's health were not in question, Bai Siqi would not wish for her to remain in such a perilous location. Nevertheless, given her current state, he could not help but worry. Bai Siqi acknowledged her with a soft sound, maneuvering the mecha to turn, seemingly preparing to return to their quarters, yet he did not set Feng Qiao down. The faint blush that had just begun to fade from her cheeks surged back as she realized her current surroundings, prompting her to remain still. Had I fallen asleep in the virtual chamber? Feng Qiao averted her gaze, reluctant to meet Bai Siqi's eyes. Observing the desolate landscape outside, it was clear they were no longer in the training grounds. So, Bai Siqi had carried her from the virtual chamber to this place? Sensing the stiffness of the person in his arms, Bai Siqi slightly furrowed his brows, but gently shifted to place the nearly blushing Feng Qiao into the adjacent empty space. He then softly responded with a simple mm. Once out of Bai Siqi's embrace, the heat radiating from Feng Qiao's face finally began to subside, although the warmth on her cheeks remained, making it clear that the blush would linger for a while longer. Wanting to say something, she hesitated, sensing that the atmosphere within the mecha was somewhat off. After a moment's contemplation, she refrained from inquiring why Bai Siqi had brought her here instead of taking her back. Glancing at the barren land outside, she tentatively asked, "What is this place?" "Outer area of District 19, Bai Siqi replied vaguely, and Feng Qiao did not press further. Checking the time on her holographic interface, she was relieved to find it was only 4 in the afternoon. Her previous slumber had not consumed much time, though her body still felt somewhat weak. She was largely unscathed. Her mental energy had mostly recovered, and by the time they returned to their quarters, it should be fully restored. This would provide an opportunity to experiment with the energy extraction technique Qin had mentioned the previous day, allowing her to store the extracted energy within her weapon. Chapter 151. The days of departure. Looking up, Feng Qiao was about to ask Bai Siqi when they would return, but suddenly, the mecha emitted a piercing alarm. Alert! A small fissure has appeared near coordinates X19, Y27, Z75, and the concentration of pollutants in the vicinity is rapidly escalating, requiring immediate repair. Both Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi's expressions shifted sharply. The outer layers of protection surrounding RZ13 could block the majority of pollutants, ensuring that the soldiers stationed there could remain relatively untainted even without their mechas. However, due to RZ13's proximity to the planet Huiluo, they occasionally faced disturbances and ambushes from the Shadow Clan that emerged from Huiluo. Although these attacks were typically swiftly dealt with by patrolling soldiers, the accumulated pollutants continuously eroded the protective barriers, leading to situations such as this. Yet, this small fissure was not overly severe. Timely repairs would suffice. Hold on tight. If you're scared, close your eyes, Bai Siqi instructed, glancing back before maneuvering the mecha skyward. The white mecha shot up like a streak of light, ascending to a height of 1,000 meters. Feng Qiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, but given the frequency of such sensations in recent days, her body had acclimated considerably. As the mecha's speed began to decrease, the dizziness quickly faded. Soon, Feng Qiao could clearly see the scene before her. Surrounded by a misty haze, pale gray dust danced in the air currents, as if they were enveloped in a fog. However, with her increased understanding of the Shadow Clan, Feng Qiao recognized that what floated in the wind was not mere dust, but pollutants from the Shadow Clan. Previously, during her encounter on the Central Star, Jiang Weining had presented her with colorless pollutants that could only be perceived when they contaminated one's mental energy. Although these pale, gray pollutants were visible, their impact would be far greater once they mingled with mental energy. The fissure had formed in the outermost layer of the protective shield, and now countless pale gray pollutants were seeping through the crack, visibly darkening the surrounding area. Feng Qiao held her breath, and despite Bai Siqi's assurance of repair, the sight of the encroaching pollutants made her fists clench tightly. The white mecha stood amidst the gray haze, with numerous gray mists seemingly drawn toward it, yet halted by a transparent barrier encasing the mecha. In the next moment, the mecha's fingertips pointed forward, and a silvery light instantly shot forth. The white light swiftly obliterated a clump of filmy pollutants, striking the damaged fissure. In the blink of an eye, the fissure gradually narrowed and ultimately vanished under the radiant beam. Feng Qiao watched intently, her eyes unblinking as the repair unfolded. An idea bubbled up within her. If energy could neutralize pollutants, then storing energy within weapons would facilitate the eradication of a shadow clan. If they could construct a protective barrier using energy, it should completely prevent pollutants from infiltrating RZ-13. Yet, given their inclination to modify weapons, it was likely they had also considered applications in other areas. At present, the greatest challenge remained the extraction of energy. With her head bowed in contemplation, Feng Qiao was unaware that within the planetary monitoring department, several soldiers on duty had sighed in relief upon seeing the outer protective shield marked as repaired. Notify repairman number 05 that the fissure has been sealed. Instruct her to continue patrolling the surrounding protective layers, addressing any weak points immediately. After issuing the order, the officer scrutinized the latest monitoring data of the outer layer, his brows furrowing slightly. Although the fissure had been repaired promptly, the accumulated pollutants in the outer layer had become increasingly troublesome over the years, making each cleanup a significant hassle. If this trend continued, the next cleanup would likely need to occur ahead of schedule. The officer sighed inwardly, maintaining a stern facade. Meanwhile, after dispelling the layer of pollutants clinging to the mecha's exterior, Bai Siqi began to return with Feng Qiao. Throughout the journey, Feng Qiao pondered the possibility of extracting energy from plants, but found herself at a loss. However, she realized that energy need not exclusively come from plants. That planet was teeming with energy. Although the energy in the air was not as potent as that contained within plants, it would certainly be far easier to gather. As Feng Qiao lost herself in thought, a sudden weight on her head drew her attention. She looked up to meet Bai Siqi's slightly worried gaze. "What is it? Are you frightened by the shadow clan outside?" Removing the weight from her head, Bai Siqi instinctively grasped Feng Qiao's hand. His touch so natural that she did not sense anything amiss. Without hesitation, she shared her previous thoughts. Indeed, upon hearing her, Bai Siqi smiled and nodded, affirming, "That is indeed the plan. This time, allowing them to proceed is intended for them to study this aspect and improve a batch of weapons specifically designed against the Shadow Clan. As for collecting energy to create a protective shield capable of safeguarding an entire planet, Bai Siqi currently harbors little hope. However, once they eliminate the Shadow Clan lurking outside, the need for a protective shield will cease to exist. The energy collected can be utilized to cleanse the internal pollutants of the planet, thereby significantly enhancing the living conditions for the soldiers stationed here." Feng Qiao, initially unaware of the situation, had assumed they'd been living this way for many years. After Bai Siqi's explanation, the heaviness in her heart was considerably alleviated. The following day marked the departure. Feng Qiao was uncertain about how Bai Siqi had explained to her parents, yet they seemed to accept it well, believing she was going for treatment and would return once it concluded. After 5 consecutive days of travel, the battleship arrived at the designated location at 10 o'clock on the 5th day. At this moment, there remained 2 hours until the passage would open. On the 2nd day after departure, Feng Qiao's condition extended from a brief bout of dizziness to a minute, then 5 minutes, 10 minutes, each day feeling more prolonged than the last. She harbored a vague premonition that this might serve as a warning. If she failed to return to that planet when the passage opened, the duration of her dizziness could intensify, potentially leading to a state where her daily life would be disrupted. Many aboard the ship were alarmed by Feng Qiao's sudden change, uncertain whether it was prudent to proceed with her in their midst. Despite the medical equipment they had brought, the planet was still desolate, fraught with perilous mutated flora and fauna. The Duke would surely have concerns if Feng Qiao could not receive proper treatment. Xiaoyan glanced at Yiqin, already prepared to leave with Feng Qiao. Once they crossed over, communication with this side would be entirely severed, and they would have to wait a month for the passage to reopen to return. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Yiqin's expression had also lost its cheer. His brows were furrowed, appearing drained. What else was there to say? Let us safely escort her across. Chapter 152. Bai Siqi's communication. I cannot fathom his thoughts. Despite being plagued with worry daily and having previously asked me to secretly video call Feng Qiao, why does he still insist on sending her over now that the situation has become so dire? Strangely, aside from the dizziness, which indicated a slight instability in her mental strength, no physical issues could be detected. In fact, based on the physical values from the past few days of testing, it seemed Feng Qiao's health was improving, subtly trending towards a breakthrough from D level to C level. Yet, despite the seemingly favorable results, if she continued to experience dizziness in this manner, her robust physique would merely serve as a facade. It is hard to discern which situation is preferable compared to the previous one. Yi Qin ran his fingers through his hair, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. He had contemplated various possibilities, having subtly probed Bai Siqi before, but the latter seemed uncertain as well. Uncertainty implies risk. Yi Qin dared not imagine the repercussions of an unfavorable outcome and how Bai Siqi would cope with it. On the observation deck, Feng Qiao sat quietly in her chair, gazing into the pitch-black void outside, occasionally glancing at the light brain on her wrist. Yesterday, during their last communication, Bai Siqi had instructed her to call him again before they entered the planet the following day. However, as it approached 11 o'clock, she had yet to receive Bai Siqi's communication, uncertain whether he had forgotten or was preoccupied with other matters. Feng Qiao withdrew her gaze, preparing to return. For her dizziness had been increasing in duration, and she wished to avoid fainting in public, causing a commotion. Rising, she descended the steps. Shortly after Feng Qiao left the observation deck, a massive transport ship appeared outside the viewport. This vessel was 10 times the size of the ship they were on, seemingly directed towards them, and as it drew near, it initiated a docking request. In the command room of the battleship, the crew had already received notification from Yuli, confirming that this transport ship was indeed the one prepared by the butler. Yet, could such a colossal vessel truly navigate through the spatial vortex? It was said that the vortex was situated within a cosmic storm. If it could not accommodate such a large transport ship, their escape from the vortex would be nearly impossible. The crew was taken aback, and before they could voice their concerns, a prompt sounded, announcing that the JX-3681 transport ship was sending a video request and seeking docking approval. Xia Yin clicked twice, ready to inquire about the size of the transport vessel. But upon seeing the face appear on the communication screen, despite having been informed by the Duke of the changes in their collaboration with the Dawn organization, it was still hard to accept the presence of Dawn organization members on the other side. Even with the Duke's urgency regarding weapon improvements and energy extraction research, there seemed to be no necessity to bring members of the Dawn organization directly onto the planet, should they leak this secret or harbor inappropriate intentions. Their predicament could become dire. "What is the matter, Xia Yan? Are you surprised to see me here?" The striking beauty on the screen flicked her radiant golden hair, her azure eyes winking at Xia Yan, her smile both enchanting and captivating. Xia Yan maintained a neutral expression, quickly regaining his composure, and replied in a businesslike manner, "Not at all. The ship has agreed to dock. I hope this collaboration with the Dawn organization will be fruitful." Bai Sang smiled brightly, responding, "Of course. After 2 months of being missing, the leader has finally returned, providing reassurance to everyone in the Dawn organization. Upon learning of our collaboration with Duke Bai, the leader even personally sought him out for negotiations, ultimately securing a deeper partnership. Whether developing new weapons, tranquilizers, or energy barriers, we have brought the most exceptional personnel from the organization to ensure the leader's expectations are met." The ship successfully docked with the transport vessel, and both parties finally converged within. Feng Qiao remained in her room, lying on her bed, the door securely locked. She wished to avoid causing a frenzy should she faint, and was not prepared to directly divulge her secret to others, opting for a temporary separation. Once she resolved her own issues or felt that these concerns no longer troubled her, perhaps she would be ready to embrace the truth. But not now. As time ticked away, the moment of her previous episode drew nearer. Feng Qiao kept her eyes open, watching the countdown she had set on her light brain. With 42 minutes remaining until midnight. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Every 10 seconds, she could hear the simulated sound of a droplet echoing in the quiet room. Just as she began to close her eyes, the previously slow ticking abruptly changed, transforming into a rapid beeping sound, as if urging her to awaken quickly. She opened her eyes to glance at the light brain, and her previously indifferent expression morphed into one of deep conflict. Biting her lip, she stared at the 3 words flashing on the screen, hesitating over whether to pretend she hadn't seen them. After all, no one else was around to witness her reaction. By the time she returned once more, a month had passed. Just as she was about to delve deeper into her thoughts, 2 messages popped up. Bai Siqi, I want to be able to contact you for the next month. I want to see you. Bai Siqi, are you feeling unwell again? Feng Qiao sighed inwardly, wishing to deny it, but glancing at the time. She surmised it was about that moment. Bai Siqi must have timed this communication perfectly. Feng Qiao thought to herself, yet she clicked to connect. After all, this was the last time. When she emerged a month later, she would undoubtedly be different from her current self. The video connected swiftly, and Feng Qiao, fearing the imminent dizziness, remained reclined on her bed. Upon seeing her lying down, Bai Siqi initially assumed the dizziness had returned prematurely. However, noticing the clarity in her eyes, he released a breath of relief internally. Feng Qiao, preoccupied with her impending dizziness, kept her eyes open and remained silent. In turn, Bai Siqi also observed in silence, as if his sole purpose for this call was to behold Feng Qiao. Time trickled by, and as Feng Qiao gazed at their communication interface, a sudden wave of intense dizziness washed over her. The world around her faded to darkness, and her body felt as though it were plummeting into an endless abyss. Unable to move, as if shackled by an unseen force, the previously serene room seemed to grow even quieter, with only the frantic beating of her heart accompanying the encroaching dizziness, while all other sounds blurred into indistinction. Vaguely, she thought she heard someone calling her name. Remembering that the communication had yet to be severed, Feng Qiao summoned her strength to speak, but her lips merely moved slightly, failing to produce any sound. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet it felt like mere seconds had passed. Waves of energy erupted within her, overwhelming her senses and rendering her even more helpless in the darkness. It was only when the transport ship traversed the spatial vortex and entered the atmosphere of another planet that Feng Qiao finally emerged from this state. Was it over? They must have arrived. As she felt her suppressed abilities finally surge forth after days of confinement, Feng Qiao exhaled slowly. It appeared that her suspicions were indeed correct. Only on this planet could her powers break through successfully. Henceforth, she would need to exercise caution, particularly avoiding departure from this celestial body when her abilities were on the brink of awakening. Sensing that her body was devoid of any discomfort, Feng Qiao swiftly sat up and made her way outside. Inside the ship, numerous witnesses to the entire transit gazed in awe at the scenery that was decidedly not a part of the cosmos, some still in a daze. Had they arrived within a planet? Bai Siqi focused intently on the images displayed on a large screen, her deep blue eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Who could have imagined that the fearsome cosmic storms concealed such wonders? Only a true adventurer, or one with extraordinary luck, could uncover this secret. The others, also visiting for the first time, despite having gathered information prior, were still astounded by the reality before their eyes. Indeed, this planet was teeming with formidable mutated flora and fauna. I shall seek a suitable place to establish a base. Once the ship lands, all personnel must refrain from wandering. The designated landing site was an area previously explored by Feng Qiao and her team, yet it was devoid of the mutated ivy that had once guarded it. It remained uncertain whether other mutated species had claimed this territory in the interim. The massive transport ship descended slowly, yet it still startled many animals into retreat. Xiaoyan glanced at the map in his hand, comparing it with the surrounding environment to confirm their location was correct before leading a team of combatants off the ship. These fighters had mostly accompanied Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao previously, and thus were well informed. Although they were prepared, as the first individual stepped out of the transport ship, their body momentarily froze. This was followed by the second and third. As combatants, despite having been away from the battlefield for some time, the mental scars from their early years remained. Though their mental issues were not life-threatening, they had endured constant torment over the years. Wow, I feel as if my mind has suddenly lightened. Wula gasped in awe, inhaling deeply, as the sensation of clarity reminiscent of a mental cleansing washed over him once more. Although it was not as intense as his first experience, they could ascertain that they had genuinely felt it. On this planet, even the act of breathing had a subtle, yet significant impact on their mental state. Recalling the Duke's mention of this planet, where even inconspicuous weeds could harbor traces of energy, Wu Lu hesitated to tread upon the lush grass before him. These were treasures that could be crafted into soothing agents to alleviate their mental struggles. A sense of excitement surged among the group, with Captain Xia Yan at the forefront equally exhilarated, yet they had more pressing matters at hand. Focus and ensure the surroundings are secure. With a commanding voice, the team members promptly adopted a serious demeanor. This was not the time for trivialities, despite having a month at their disposal. The preparations for their inaugural visit to this planet were extensive. They had only managed to bring a complete pharmaceutical production line with them. Even if they worked tirelessly for a month, producing soothing agents, it would scarcely suffice for the entire battlefield. They had to maximize every moment. Understood. The well-trained squad swiftly fanned out around the large transport ship. After 15 minutes, they confirmed that a small area surrounding them was free of advanced mutated species. The transport ship's hatch opened once more, and one by one, robots began to emerge in an orderly fashion. The robots, approximately 2 meters tall and robustly built, had a cylindrical shape. Upon exiting the transport ship, they seemed to activate, their electronic eyes flashing blue. In the next instant, with a flick of their right arms, they transformed into scythes, efficiently harvesting the grass that towered over a meter in height. In mere minutes, the once verdant grassland had patches of bare earth. In one corner, bundles of freshly harvested grass appeared, as 2 robots diligently transported them back and forth between the transport ship and the open area outside. This is the raw material for the soothing agents? Several physicians from the Dawn organization observed the bundles with astonishment. They had yet to step outside and experience the refreshing air, and the revelation that these wild grasses were the source of the soothing agents came as a shock. Indeed, these are energy-rich plants. The energy contained within them has a calming effect on the mind. After explaining, Yi Qin saw several doctors retrieve instruments designed to detect energy, directing them towards the bundles of grass. Before long, the detection screen displayed a lengthy series of data, and Yi Qin pointed at one value indicative of energy content, his eyes widening in surprise. This value represented the energy concentration in the plant. If these specimens could all reach this level, they would undoubtedly be capable of producing the highest quality, primary soothing agents. Yi Qin never anticipated that the energy content of a bundle of wild grass he casually tested would be remarkably high. He pondered whether he had fortuitously stumbled upon some exceptional cases or if the quality of this wild grass was indeed commendable. He swiftly conducted tests on all the wild grass delivered by the robot. Before long, an uncontainable smile spread across his face. He promptly directed the robot to wash the fresh grass and prepare to create the first batch of soothing agents in front of everyone. The team sent for reconnaissance had yet to return, leaving behind primarily research and technical personnel. Although they possessed some combat capability, no one would recklessly venture out in such circumstances. Upon hearing that the dispatch robots had gathered a batch of raw materials ready for processing, they were all drawn in. Their transport ship was mainly stocked with various supplies, and with just over 60 personnel, the atmosphere around the transparent isolation wall was not overly crowded. Most of these individuals were familiar with the production process of soothing agents. Nevertheless, the onlookers were wide-eyed, fixated on the grass being fed into the entrance, then into the grinder, followed by various stages of refinement, each step met with unwavering attention. Eventually, the vibrant green liquid was bottled, and a group of people continued to watch the soothing agents being conveyed forward, their heads subtly tilting in unison. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. In under 5 minutes, 10 primary soothing agents were completed. Yi Qin, not waiting for the final packaging of the last group of 10, glanced at the eager crowd outside and, holding the 10 soothing agents, instructed the robot to continue replenishing raw materials as he stepped outside. Beyond the transparent isolation wall, over 60 individuals gazed at the verdant soothing agents in Yi Qin's hands. While some had seen soothing agents before, this was their first time witnessing the production process. Although it appeared simpler than the production of inhibitors, this was, after all, a soothing agent. Even if it were merely a primary soothing agent, if consumed in sufficient quantity. It could indeed address more severe issues of mental disturbance. However, the prerequisite was having enough primary soothing agents on hand. Yi understood that most individuals encountering soothing agents for the first time would react with such enthusiasm, especially as they had just witnessed the production firsthand. With a flourish of the soothing agents in his hand, Yi smiled mischievously, suggesting that anyone experiencing mild to moderate disturbances in mental energy might wish to try the effects of the soothing agents he held. As soon as he uttered this, a large group eagerly volunteered. Yi 10 soothing agents quickly dwindled to just one remaining. He waved his hand at them and sauntered over to Bai Siqi, lifting the last soothing agent with an inviting tone, inquiring if she would care to try it. Bai Siqi cast a glance, her expression devoid of pretense, as she reached out to snatch this soothing agent from Yi hand, gulping it down in several swigs. Lacking any neutralizing flavor, the raw taste of the soothing agent was not particularly pleasant. However, after consuming a tube, her mental energy condition indeed felt somewhat improved. Bai Siqi's mental energy level was high. Although she occasionally needed to venture into perilous areas that could provoke her mental state, her issues were not severe, and primary inhibitors sufficed. Yet, taking primary inhibitors felt akin to forcibly suppressing rebellious strands of mental energy within her domain. While this method was effective at the moment, it also brought a degree of discomfort. Nonetheless, compared to the turmoil within her mental realm, the experience of consuming inhibitors was far more tolerable. What she had just ingested, however, offered an entirely different sensation. It felt as though a warm breeze had gently swept through, coaxing the restless strands of her mental energy into compliance. No wonder the physicians within the organization had been so excited. Bai Siqi glanced at the medical staff accompanying her, 2 of whom had previously been infected with contaminants during an autopsy and were later rescued by the soothing agent. The remaining 3 had never consumed soothing agents before. At this moment, regardless of their prior experiences, even the researchers displayed eagerness to sample the soothing agent. Bai Siqi rubbed her temples, casting her gaze toward the ongoing production line of soothing agents, then glanced outside, feeling a twinge of headache. Observing that some could no longer contain their impatience and seemed ready to draw their weapons, Bai Siqi hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Meanwhile, Feng Qiao emerged from the ship only to find no one in sight. Following the corridor leading from her departure chamber, the surrounding pathways branched out in multiple directions. After walking a short distance, she decisively halted. Without a guide, she felt she might have to explore all possible routes to discern the layout of the vessel. Just as she contemplated returning to her original room to wait for someone to find her, she suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Feng Qiao perked up her ears, straining to identify the source of the sound. As she turned several corners, the rhythmic footsteps grew increasingly distinct. At last, the sound drew closer, prompting her to quicken her pace. However, the inquiry that had formed on her lips was abruptly stifled in her throat. The footsteps passed right in front of her, and Feng Qiao stood rooted, watching the figure that produced the sound walk ahead for a short distance before hesitating slightly and deciding to follow. There was no alternative. The ship was simply too vast, and she had yet to encounter another person despite her prolonged wandering. If communication were functioning normally, it would be a different matter. But alas, she hurried to catch up with the robot, which was progressing at a steady pace of 1.5 meters per second, and inquired if it knew the whereabouts of others. However, the only response was that it had encountered an obstacle ahead and needed to change direction. The robot then continued on its path, circumventing Feng Qiao. Feng Qiao blinked, momentarily dazed as she observed the robot pass by without acknowledging her. Within a heartbeat, she regained her senses and promptly resumed her pursuit. The robot emitted another notification, indicating it had encountered an obstacle and needed to change course. What kind of company manufactured such a robot that it could be so inept? Feng Qiao watched the robot continue forward, her eyes scanning the surroundings. But aside from herself and this malfunctioning robot, she saw nothing else capable of movement. After a moment of hesitation, she noticed the robot was about to vanish around a corner and hurriedly jogged to follow it, hoping this incompetent robot would lead her to other individuals aboard the ship. Any person would suffice. Feng Qiao silently prayed as she trailed behind the robot. Soon, her attention was drawn to the grass the robot carried. It appeared freshly cut from outside. It must have been sent by Bai Siqi's team to study the flora of this planet, hence the robot's task of retrieving it. Following this robot, she should be able to encounter others aboard the ship. With this thought in mind, she lagged back a couple of steps, keeping pace with the robot. As the robot approached an elevator, Feng Qiao hastened to keep up. After 15 minutes of following, the robot finally reached its destination. In a spacious room stood a considerable number of people. As the robot entered, carrying 2 bundles of fresh grass, it immediately attracted the curious gazes of many within. Just moments ago, a group of researchers from the Li Ming organization, eager to venture out and harvest some grass for research, were intercepted by Bai Siqi. Despite their initial discouragement, they remained undeterred and retrieved a collection of assorted tools and components from their storage devices. In front of everyone, they hastily assembled a rudimentary machine resembling a robot in just 10 minutes. Due to the hurried assembly, this contraption possessed only basic identification functions and could hardly be classified as a true robot. However, the crucial advantage lay in its simplicity of construction and low cost. It is worth noting that they had arrived here, starting from scratch, bringing only a single production line for the essential medicinal agents. They would have preferred to bring more, but the sheer volume of preparations required left no room for additional equipment. Although the robot-like apparatus created by the researchers had limited functionality and lacked intelligence, an additional robot meant an increase in manpower. Furthermore, such simplistic machines consumed relatively little energy, making them well-suited for the current circumstances. The researchers successfully assembled 3 transport robots, and after acquiring a small pile of grass, they sought a secluded spot to conduct their studies. Unfortunately for Feng Qiao, she encountered one of these transport robots. "Madam, why are you here alone? Where is Yuan Yuan?" Yi Qin first glanced at Feng Qiao and noted that she appeared entirely normal, her demeanor having returned to its usual state. He then began to survey the area behind her. Earlier, upon receiving a message from Bai Siqi, Yi Qin had asked Yuan Yuan to remain outside, but now only Feng Qiao was present. Yuan Yuan, being a highly obedient, fully intelligent medical robot, would not have left Feng Qiao's side if she had exited her room. Feng Qiao, equally puzzled, responded, "Yuan Yuan, I haven't seen her. If she had come out, I wouldn't have had to go around such a long way." Unfortunately, with no internet available, Yi Qin was unable to contact Yuan Yuan directly and had no choice but to send someone to search for her. The two of them guarded the soothing agent production room, and Yi Qin handed Feng Qiao a set of newly produced agents, urging her to take her time drinking them. Although Feng Qiao was mentally sound, the energy from the plants not only soothed her spirit, but also had restorative effects on her damaged body. Even if it did not resolve her issues, it would at least contribute to her overall health. They returned to the warship they had previously occupied and began searching from the lair where Feng Qiao had been earlier. After nearly half an hour, they finally discovered Yuan Yuan curled up in a corner. "It seems to have run out of energy," Yi Qin remarked, producing a fresh energy source from his storage device to replace the depleted one. Once powered, Yuan Yuan quickly rebooted and transformed back into its familiar form. Concerned about potential issues, Yi Qin conducted a thorough check of all systems and ultimately confirmed that the only problem was the depletion of energy, with no other faults present. With this reassurance, Feng Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. During the time, Feng Qiao and Yi Qin were searching for Yuan Yuan, the external robots diligently collected and transported the grass back for processing. The processing facility had already produced over 300 primary soothing agents. However, at this rate, even with the production line operating around the clock, they could only expect to manufacture around 500,000 soothing agents by the time they departed, which would not suffice for the daily consumption of soldiers on the battlefield. It was imperative to find ways to enhance the production of soothing agents. Although they had made plans based on existing conditions before arriving, witnessing the abundant wild grass capable of being processed into primary soothing agents, while being limited to a single production line due to insufficient resources, left them feeling disheartened. Nonetheless, regardless of their urgency, any attempts to change the status quo would require a gradual approach. According to what Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi had learned previously, the mutated flora and fauna on this planet adhered to a survival of the fittest principle. If this area had not yet been claimed by higher-level mutated organisms, it would remain safe for the time being. Should new, advanced mutated creatures appear, they would need to deal with them promptly while also guarding against potential incursions from other high-level mutants. Within a secure environment, they could gradually explore the surroundings, gather more energy-rich plants, and produce higher-grade soothing agents. Subsequently, they could designate a suitable safe zone to establish a soothing agent processing facility. This planet also boasted considerable mineral resources. With the right minerals, they could mine, smelt, and fabricate the necessary equipment for producing medicinal agents. If their efficiency was sufficiently high, they might not even need to wait for the portal to open next month to receive production equipment from outside. They could potentially establish a second production line themselves. Faced with such a pressing plan, the entire crew, including the 18 individuals who had ventured out for reconnaissance, totaling 82 people, were filled with enthusiasm. At 8 o'clock that evening, a preliminary local network covering the entire planet was established, allowing those remaining on the small transport ship to finally contact the exploration team. According to the information gathered so far, no traces of high-level mutated organisms were found within a 5-kilometer radius around the transport ship. A month after the chaotic battle involving mutated flora and fauna, the signs of the conflict had nearly vanished following a month of natural recovery. Some team members even checked the cave where Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi had previously taken refuge, finding no signs of anyone or any mutated creatures. Judging by the remnants of life left in the cave, it appeared that they had been gone for some time. Feng Qiao did not feel particularly disappointed upon hearing this news. If the area left by the mutated Bai Tang tree had not yet been occupied by other high-level mutated organisms, it was likely that the previous inhabitants had not vacated the premises either. Feng Qiao attempted to re-establish a mental link with the mutated Changpi vine, but the distance seemed to be a barrier, yielding no response. It seemed she would have to wait for the vine to come to her. After receiving news from the exploration team, the group, having worked tirelessly throughout the afternoon and curious about the planet they were on, could no longer contain their excitement and descended from the ship in groups. Wary of potential ambushes from mutated creatures, many held weapons and donned various types of armor. As they approached the ship's hatch, those in the front appeared somewhat anxious. However, when the hatch opened, a refreshing breeze greeted them. And despite having learned that the air here could aid in alleviating their mental strain, one individual could not resist taking a deep breath. Chapter 156. Stepping out of the ship since they were not engaged in combat roles. The mental strain among these individuals was not particularly severe. Nevertheless, even minor issues were still present. The evening air carried a slight chill, which helped clear their somewhat muddled minds after a long day of work. A total of 36 individuals emerged, and although most tasks aboard the ship could be handled by machines, some areas still required human presence. The group did not venture far, carefully stepping over the neatly trimmed grass roots that the robots had cut. Some even merely shifted a few steps to the side and stood still. Yet despite this, the slight relaxation in their expressions revealed their enjoyment. It felt akin to indulging in a luxurious mental rejuvenation, with every pore opening in blissful comfort. Had they not been acutely aware of the formidable mutated creatures lurking nearby, many would have been tempted to recline and drift off to sleep. In the distance, the robots diligently harvested the plants. During the half hour that Feng Qiao and the others spent outside, they frequently observed robots carrying freshly harvested plants towards the spaceship. The newcomers were unaware of the extent of the robots' harvest, yet in the illuminated area surrounding them, apart from the neatly left grass roots, no complete plants were visible. How long would it take for these plants to regrow? Was there any wood-type ability accompanying them? A hint of concern flickered in the eyes of some as they gazed at the grass roots. Although they felt immense joy in the afternoon when witnessing the production and packaging of soothing agents, the barren sight around them now led some to worry. What if the plants here had taken many years to reach their current state, and now that they had been completely harvested, what would they do in the future? There was no need for concern, as the plants on this planet grew faster than those on ordinary planets. However, given the high demand for plants. Careful attention would need to be paid in the future. The reason for not allowing the robots to leave some plants during harvesting was that they could not ascertain the safety of the surroundings. Thus, to ensure a sufficient supply of raw materials for the production line, this approach had to be adopted. Upon hearing the explanations from someone more knowledgeable nearby, the curious newcomers, having arrived in this unfamiliar and intriguing place, could no longer restrain their questions that had lingered in their minds all afternoon. Earlier, they had seen the robots return with many wild fruits mixed in with the harvested plants, which they had sorted out. Dr. Yi had mentioned that this planet harbored various plant species, yet apart from the different wild fruits they had encountered that afternoon, they had seen no other plants. Did anyone know what kinds of plants existed on this planet? Whether corn or rice? If they brought seeds from outside and planted them here, would the resulting plants also contain energy? Were all the plants here energy infused? The inquiries came one after another, leaving the man overwhelmed. He turned and headed back into the spaceship. He had only gleaned a little information from others, and he was astonished that these individuals would pose such peculiar questions. Nonetheless, as their break had nearly concluded, he decided to return and continue his research on energy weapons. Without the man's answers, the lively crowd fell silent once more. Observing that their time outside had nearly elapsed, one by one, they began to make their way back into the spaceship. As people returned, Feng Qiao also turned to find something, but before she could board the ship, she was intercepted by Bai Siqi, who had just emerged. "Madam Duchess, what a coincidence. Would you care to join me for some fruit after the meal? I have a highly capable bodyguard with me, so even if we encounter level 9 mutated flora and fauna, we will be safe." Saying this, Bai Siqi lifted the tray in her hand, making sure Feng Qiao could see the fruits within. Although Feng Qiao was uncertain of Bai Siqi's source, the rich energy emanating from the fruits was clearly unique to this planet, and they were of exceptionally high quality. Feng Qiao glanced at Bai Siqi. She wasn't inclined to follow Bai Siqi, just for the sake of this tray of fruits. However, she was aware of the individual standing beside Bai Siqi, rumored to be a formidable scientist from the Empire. Many had thought he was deceased, but he had unexpectedly joined the Dawn organization. In fact, many advanced weapons targeting the Shadow Clan had been developed by this very person. Feng Qiao happened to have some questions she wished to pose to this expert, so she nodded in agreement. Under the illumination cast by the large transport ship, the four of them gathered around a dark blue round table, atop which lay a 30-centimeter diameter porcelain plate filled with fruits of various sizes and colors. Feng Qiao scanned the fruits, which exuded a potent energy. She felt a twinge of regret, for most of the fruits were not yet fully ripe. Although they contained more energy than typical plants, their taste remained uncertain. Had these fruits not been harvested, she could have accelerated their ripening with her abilities. Now, as she contemplated which fruit to select from the plate, having already consumed some processed grass juice, she felt no reason to fear these few fruits. At worst, they might be sour, but anything consumed would merely become her own energy. Encouraging herself, Feng Qiao finally reached for a fruit with a notably high energy content. The moment her fingers brushed the fruit, two distinctly different sounds erupted nearby. Turning her head, she saw Bai Siqi, mouth agape and hands covering her cheeks, staring blankly ahead. Her hands were empty, clearly indicating that she had just stuffed the fruit she had taken from the plate into her mouth. At that moment, her mouth was so sour that it could barely close. Chewing was impossible, nor could she spit it out, and her radiant face contorted slightly. Seated opposite Feng Qiao, the man beside Bai Siqi exhibited an even more exaggerated expression. He held a wild fruit, the size of an egg, with a slightly yellowing green skin, a sign of its impending ripeness. Feng Qiao had previously encountered this type of wild fruit, and had confirmed its edibility with her powers. However, even when fully ripe, this wild fruit retained a peculiar sourness. It was no surprise that the one in the man's hand was not yet fully matured. Of course, everyone desired to taste these energy-infused fruits, yet many could not access them. Moreover, consuming these fruits would address their mental energy issues, rendering taste a trivial concern at that moment. The man likely understood this, as he, despite his cheeks trembling from the sourness, persevered in swallowing each fruit, one by one. Meanwhile, the distinguished scientist, seated to Feng Qiao's right, remained unfazed, expressionless as he consumed the particularly unripe fruit. Watching him, Feng Qiao could not help but wonder if he possessed a peculiar preference. Setting aside the fact that the fruit had a low energy content and was evidently unripe, it was remarkable that he could single out that one among so many. Listening to the crunching sounds of his chewing, Feng Qiao felt as if her own teeth might give way. The man appeared oblivious to his surroundings, finishing one fruit only to reach for another. Crunching as if savoring jelly beans, his expression unwavering. The other two, seemingly accustomed to this, had finally managed to swallow their wild fruits. Bai Siqi, holding her aching teeth, lost interest in continuing to eat. While the value of the fruits was high, not everyone could tolerate them. It was a pity that these fruits, brimming with energy, could not be more palatable. With a quiet complaint, Bai Siqi turned to Feng Qiao and speculated, is it possible that these fruits taste poor because they contain energy? Given her limited exposure to plants, Bai Siqi was unaware of the nuances. However, even without direct acknowledgement, she could surmise the origin of the previous batch of soothing agent materials. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi must have visited this planet before. Just some ordinary questions, which Feng Qiao chose not to address at the moment. Once they confirmed the safety of their surroundings and began their full exploration in a few days, these individuals would undoubtedly learn the truth, and Feng Qiao had no intention of concealing it. The taste was not due to energy. Rather, most of these fruits were simply unripe. In fact, many of the plants here, due to their energy content, could be even more delicious than those tasted in the Empire, especially for those with certain mental issues. As for physical repair and enhancement, Feng Qiao chose to remain silent for the time being. Regardless of whether it is the alleviation of mental strain or the enhancement of physical strength, the perceptibility of issues is heightened in individuals burdened with numerous problems. Those possessing physiques classified as B or A find it exceedingly challenging to detect any changes in their condition in a short span. Upon hearing this, Bai Siqi immediately became intrigued and inquired, what edible plants are present on this planet? Although she cannot venture outside at the moment, she can dispatch robots to assist her in harvesting. As long as Feng Qiao can indicate a general location, she is willing to endure the inconvenience of allowing the robots to search gradually. Feng Qiao, who also yearned for the energy-rich foods of this planet, promptly provided Bai Siqi with a map detailing various edible plants in the vicinity. She then cautioned, however, that the area had recently been ravaged by mutated flora and fauna, and she was uncertain whether some plants still remained. Bai Siqi, having acquired the information she sought, pondered deeply with her deep blue eyes before nodding at Feng Qiao. Understood. I will instruct the robots to search meticulously. If they cannot find anything, I shall not insist. The map Feng Qiao provided marked numerous edible plants, and even if only half remained, it would be hard to believe that such delicious and mentally soothing resources would dwindle to such a degree. Naturally, she desired to procure them all. I shall take my leave now. Once the robots return with the food, we shall gather for a celebratory feast together. Bai Siqi hummed a cheerful tune, her steps light, and soon vanished from sight before the two men. The man seated to Feng Qiao's right continued to eat methodically from his plate of fruits when suddenly he furrowed his brow and halted his hand mid-reach for the fruit platter. Opposite him, a man with fiery red hair stifled a yawn, observing the commotion beside him, and lazily remarked, "What happened? Another explosion?" The man on the right tapped a few times on his holographic interface before responding. Explosion value 96. Based on the pattern of recent explosions, once the value exceeds 90, the likelihood of an explosion becomes significantly heightened. In other words, to maintain stability, the energy content per unit volume should ideally remain below 90. The red-haired man appeared despondent, leaning back in his chair and exhaling deeply, lamenting that energy weapons of this magnitude would not yield much power. It is perplexing. Why does an energy value exceeding 90 trigger explosions? Clearly, high-grade soothing agents contain even higher energy values, yet those energy clusters remain stable. Previously, we extracted energy clusters to infuse into weapons without incident. The red-haired man found himself baffled. Is our compression method flawed? After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, he turned to his partner. The partner nodded, gazing at the two starkly contrasting energy scans on the holographic screen, already forming a direction in his mind. Perhaps we need to first comprehend how high-grade soothing agents are produced. The red-haired man fell silent. Before arriving here, they had already identified this issue. However, at that time, the materials available for their research were scant, and they had not anticipated that compressing energy would lead to explosions based on their previous experiences. Thus, they could only wait longer. They mentioned that they were already in the process of gathering materials necessary for high-grade soothing agents. However, I have heard that crafting high-grade soothing agents is not a simple endeavor. Even pharmacists encounter explosions during the preparation process. Though this is the case, given that they have already lost several collectors to explosions and lack alternative methods, this is evidently the only reference they have at present. Feng Qiao quickly grasped that the two were engaged in a discussion about this topic. She was taken aback by the Dawn organization's swift action in commencing experiments. Although she had not previously contemplated the potential for explosions during energy compression, it was not difficult to grasp. Her method of crafting high-grade agents involves the fusion of energy clusters from various plants, with her mental force playing a pivotal role in the process. For these two to seek higher energy values per unit volume, they too require mental force to harmonize the energies. Yet, ordinary individuals find it challenging to perceive the existence of energy clearly. They only experience a pronounced sensation when energy directly affects them. Hence, merging the collected energy would undoubtedly be more arduous than producing high-grade soothing agents. Even Feng Qiao herself could not guarantee absolute success. Nevertheless, she was eager to attempt it. Chapter 158. The research project takes its first step after expressing her capability to produce high-grade soothing agents and her keen interest in their discussion. Wishing to see if she could assist them in compressing the collected energy akin to crafting high-grade soothing agents, the two quickly acquiesced. Feng Qiao initially believed that energy collection would require some time. However, the red-haired man seated across from her promptly produced two black spheres containing a certain amount of energy from his storage compartment. The energy values sealed within the two spheres were 80 and 85, respectively, and due to the peculiar material of the spheres, mental force could not penetrate them. The two immediately created a minuscule opening in one of the spheres to facilitate the entry of mental force. Subsequently, the two spheres were joined, resembling two skewered candied fruits. What Feng Qiao needed to do now was compress the energy from the two spheres into one. During the compression process, there was a high probability of an explosion, but it was of no consequence if she failed. This protective shield you hold will maximize your safety. The red-haired man, named Lan Yan, mentioned that they had previously attempted to compress energy into a single sphere using this method. However, as soon as their mental force probed into the sphere, it felt as though they had ingested a prohibited substance, rendering their mental force uncontrollable and adrift, akin to walking on cotton. Although they gradually regained control of their mental force after some adjustment, the outcome was in any case far from satisfactory. Following Lan Yan's instructions, Feng Qiao activated the protective shield, ensuring her entire weight rested on the chair before extending a thread of mental force into the sphere. The energy within the sphere was evidently several times more potent than the ambient air, and as soon as the mental thread entered, it exhibited a marked sense of euphoria. Despite having adequately prepared herself psychologically, the mental thread behaved like a wild stallion, thrashing about wildly for a time before gradually calming down, leading to the crucial fusion stage. Under normal circumstances, the energy dispersed within the two spheres would not be overly active. However, once forced into a single sphere, the energy would become excessively dense, or forcibly merging the energies could result in a violent explosion. Feng Qiao was well aware of this. Hence, she initially used a single mental thread to encircle the two drifting minuscule energies. Guided by the mental thread, the two tiny energies gradually drew closer, their serrated energy walls locking tightly together. There was no sign of repulsion between the two minuscule energies. Furthermore, within mere seconds of contact, the thick serrated energy walls at their junction began to merge, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The remaining portions of the energy walls fused at the fracture points, intertwining until they formed a single entity. The once singular unit of minuscule energy expanded outward by two circles, appearing no different from before. Yet in comparison to the surrounding drifting minuscule energies, a stark contrast became evident. With the first attempt successful, Feng Qiao felt a surge of confidence in the viability of this method and remained wholly focused on continuing the energy fusion. In total, there were 165 minuscule energies, and Feng Qiao dedicated nearly 5 minutes to successfully amalgamate all the minuscule energies into a substantial mass. It is done. For a full 5 minutes, without seeing Feng Qiao move, the tension in the hearts of the two researchers from the Dawn organization was scarcely less than her own. Yet at such a moment, they dared not utter a word to disrupt the tranquility. The sound of Feng Qiao's voice was akin to divine music. Had the fusion been successful? The red-haired man's eyes sparkled with astonishment, tinged with disbelief. His companion, codenamed He Jing, had already retrieved the detection apparatus from the storage device, and in the next instant, the energy mass within the spherical device was vividly displayed before the trio. The previously errant microenergies had coalesced into a substantial mass, and after measurement, the energy value registered at 300. Had the energy value increased out of thin air? It could not be said to be an increase from nothing. Although the situation bore some resemblance to the energy fusion Feng Qiao had performed while crafting the advanced soothing agent, he could not articulate his observations. He could only reference the example of the soothing agent. Such occurrences had also arisen during the creation of the advanced soothing agent. The specifics eluded his research, and thus he could not provide a detailed explanation. Fortunately, this was not the focus of their current study. Having witnessed Feng Qiao's successful energy fusion, the duo extended an invitation for him to join their research project. Previously uncertain of Feng Qiao's potential for success, they had only prepared protective measures without further arrangements. Once Feng Qiao consented to join their research endeavor, they eagerly escorted him to their laboratory. They then produced 2 precision instruments, closely monitoring the process of energy fusion. Naturally, considering the destructive power of an energy explosion, their protective measures were even more elaborate than before. Layers upon layers of various forms of protection were applied. Even the instruments within the laboratory were not spared. Although they were already aware of the Dawn organization's substantial resources, Feng Qiao was still somewhat taken aback. All is ready. Feng Qiao, how do you feel? Are we ready to begin? The red-haired Lan, he was far more loquacious than the formidable scientist Feng Qiao had initially noted. Since Feng Qiao agreed to join their research project, she had hardly heard He Jing utter a word. It was predominantly Lan who spoke. The recent fusion was akin to the crafting of an advanced soothing agent, and the mental energy consumption was not excessively taxing, allowing Feng Qiao to manage for the time being. He nodded affirmatively, indicating his readiness. 5 minutes later, another energy mass fusion was completed. This time, the two researchers observed the entire process through the instruments at their side, noting how the minute energies became particularly obedient under Feng Qiao's manipulation of mental threads. Despite Feng Qiao later explaining the precautions necessary for energy fusion, recalling the previous explosions made the duo hesitant to attempt it lightly. Time was of the essence. They had not produced many of the metallic spheres specifically designed for energy collection, and should they all explode, they would need to devise a means of repair. The newly formed energy mass registered an energy value of 315, surpassing the previous one, although this still fell short of their expectations. Taking this initial step rendered the subsequent 99 steps feel less daunting. Meanwhile, the research on energy weapons made significant strides thanks to Feng Qiao's involvement. While on another front, a dozen reconnaissance team members encountered some difficulties. Initially, a member named Lin Qingwu discovered fresh battle traces, likely left in the past couple of days. From her observations, one of the combatants appeared to possess significant strength, as the ground bore several depressions of varying degrees. Furthermore, Lin Qingwu uncovered a throwing knife, indicating that one of the fighters was likely a human. Recalling her captain's earlier admonitions, Lin Qingwu promptly relayed her findings back to the team channel. Chapter 159. Who are they? Soon, two members of the team, who were relatively close to Lin Qingwu, approached her. As the two team members drew nearer, one of them uncovered additional battle traces of varying degrees. Based on the discoveries made by Lin Qingwu and another team member, the exploration team concluded that there were likely multiple mutated flora and fauna in their vicinity. Although the exact levels of the mutated entities remained uncertain, the trio opted not to proceed further for safety's sake, choosing instead to wait for their fellow team members to arrive. Half an hour later, the majority of the team had gathered, and over 10 members followed the trail of battle marks onward. Under the moonlight, they beheld two figures, one thick and one thin, entwined like serpents atop a distant mound, with a dark silhouette beside them wielding a long knife, slashing and thrusting. In a short while, the entangled figures gradually slowed their movements until one party lay utterly still. The onlookers held their breath, for although the dark figure's face remained obscured, the techniques employed in the strikes were eerily familiar to many present. Xia Yin, the only one privy to the full context, gazed into the distance with a complex expression. Confirming that the battle ahead had ceased, he glanced at his nearby teammates and commanded, "Let us proceed." "Captain, who exactly are they?" The question lingered on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately remained unvoiced, as if something within him was on the verge of breaking through the final veil of mystery to bask in the sunlight, yet froze just an arm's length from the outer edge of the fog, suppressing the unsettling feeling within. The group, responding to Xia Yin's orders, reformed their ranks and advanced once more. As they drew nearer, the human and the mutated plant seemed to sense their presence. The figure slowly turned, golden locks shimmering under the moonlight, appearing even more radiant. In a moment of reverie, Xia Yin glimpsed the youth who once stood alongside Bai Siqi on the battlefield. Commanding respect, "Your Highness Isa." Xia Yin regarded the figure obscured by a deep blue metallic mask, slightly adjusting his posture, yet still felt constricted in the throat. 7 years prior, His Highness the Crown Prince of Ancier had suffered severe mental turmoil, necessitating a retreat to the Central Star for recuperation, and they had braced for the worst. However, 2 months later, the news that Ancier had lost his mental faculties reached them. Although the loss of mental power rendered Ancier unable to return to the battlefield alongside them, the revelation that he still lived, and might even thrive as an ordinary person, brought Xia Yin joy. Even after the Crown Prince's personality underwent a drastic shift, distancing himself from the Duke's household, Xia Yin still occasionally reminisced about their shared experiences on the battlefield. Yet who could have anticipated that the prince they once knew had long since transformed beyond recognition? Or perhaps, the one who fought alongside them against the Shadow Clan had never been the Imperial Crown Prince, but rather the hidden Crown Princess Isa of the Empire. "Are you Isa?" Xia Yin inquired, gazing at the figure ahead, as if he could pierce through the mask to behold the familiar visage concealed beneath. 7 years had altered that face considerably, rendering it more mature and composed, yet it remained unmistakable. Moreover, apart from Isa, nearly all the faces besides Xia Yin were familiar. After a moment of silence, Isa finally nodded. The surrounding team members exchanged glances, their minds brimming with questions that threatened to spill forth. "Isa, who is Isa?" The individual before them was undoubtedly someone they had once known, perhaps very well. Yet, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not align the person before them with the memories they held. It was as though that familiarity was merely an illusion of their own making. Strange. Just as many furrowed their brows in deep contemplation, one crew member with a buzz cut muttered to himself, "This person's fighting style resembles that of the Crown Prince." But, as he spoke, he continued to recall and analyze the differences between the two, with a focus primarily on Isa's combat techniques. However, many of the teammates beside him appeared to have an epiphany, finally understanding why they found the individual's previous battle with the mutated python so familiar. It was the characteristic combat style of Ancier, marked by grand gestures and an emphasis on defense as a means of offense. Yet, during that time, it was primarily the Duke who provided support and guidance to ensure the Crown Prince did not overextend himself. Just moments ago, the mutated python had been entangled with that mutated plant, and Isa, concerned about harming the plant, had restrained himself. Hence, they momentarily failed to connect the two. Thus, was this person somehow related to Ancier? Observing the golden hair reminiscent of Ancierus, the group of teammates at this moment had not yet considered other possibilities. However, once they caught sight of Isa's face, it would only be a matter of time before they deduced the truth. Noticing that none of the teammates had speculated in that direction, Qiao refrained from directly revealing Isa's identity. After all, this was no trivial matter. Even he had taken considerable time to fully accept it when he first learned of the situation. Yet, upon acceptance, Qiao found it rather normal. Although the Crown Prince had undergone certain changes due to the loss of his mental strength, it did not imply he had transformed into a completely different person. But if he truly had, everything would make perfect sense. After a brief exchange with Isa, during which he learned of the various events that had transpired over the past month, the exploration team ultimately decided to return to their ship. Without the mutated begonia tree, the area, though no longer subject to the annual global onslaught of mutated flora and fauna, reverted to the planet's original survival patterns. The formidable mutated creatures relentlessly hunted the young to expand their territories and strengthen themselves. The mutated python had arrived here just a week prior. At that time, a mutated rabbit was tending to its newly cultivated garden when the python stealthily approached through the surrounding underbrush and launched a swift attack. Isa and other nearby mutated creatures rushed over upon hearing the commotion, but the defenseless rabbit had already been swallowed whole by the python. They pursued the mutated python in an attempt to rescue the rabbit, and after 7 days of relentless pursuit, they finally succeeded in slaying the python. Meanwhile, 5 mutated creatures surrounded the now lifeless python. Its belly slit open with a gaping wound several meters long, almost splitting it from mouth to tail. Amidst the blurred flesh, countless grayish roots plunged deeply inside, and in the blink of an eye, the python, which seemed little different from its living self, was stripped of its sheen. Chapter 160 Reunion. After a month simultaneously, the connected roots of 2 plants grew at a visibly rapid pace. The begonia tree on the left soared to over 1 meter in height, its fresh green foliage bursting with vitality. The vine on the right stretched from 2 meters to 4, with tendrils thickening to the width of 2 fingers. 2 exhausted mutated squirrels rested nearby, one of which had a dandelion with a blooming yellow flower perched atop its head, perhaps sensing the gaze directed toward them. The flower atop the dandelion swayed slightly in greeting to the group of onlookers. Witnessing the 2 mutated plants grow wildly before their eyes, the teammates, unaware of the specifics, found the scene remarkably enchanting. They absorbed the energy from the body of the mutated python, which facilitated their rapid growth. Along the way, Isa provided a brief explanation of the events in the area. Although they had gathered some understanding of the combative nature of the mutated flora and fauna before arriving, witnessing it firsthand still left them somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, this experience vividly underscored the value of energy. By the time Qiao and the others returned to the ship, it was already late, and Feng Qiao only learned of this news the following day. In just a month, the once meter-long mutated spring vine had grown to 4 meters, with its robust tendrils now resembling those of a young child. The once soft, gentle voice had transformed into a somewhat sweet, childlike tone. "Sister, you've finally returned." Feng Qiao was initially taken aback before realizing that the voice belonged to the mutated spring vine. Thus, it seemed that not only had the vine grown in size, but had also matured from infancy to childhood in the span of a month. Compared to Feng Qiao's astonishment, the mutated spring vine appeared particularly dependent on her. However, it was no longer the slender vine of merely 1 meter. Now, with its considerable length and thickness, even a single leaf was as large as an adult's palm. Though she understood that this was a mutated plant she had tamed, it was impossible not to feel a twinge of apprehension. Feng Qiao still needed to assist Lan Yin and Su Tai in their research on energy weapons and could not take the mutated spring vine along. After exhausting her powers, she decided to leave the vine outside to bask in the sun, promising to play with it later in the afternoon. In the research lab, Lan Yin and Su Tai had already been eagerly awaiting Feng Qiao's arrival. After a night of collection, they had filled all the spherical containers with energy and were now waiting for Feng Qiao to merge the gathered energy, after which they could begin experimenting with energy weapons. They were clearly excited, and upon seeing Feng Qiao, they eagerly presented several spheres. Feng Qiao was well-versed in this task, and, after a morning's work, she successfully merged all the collected subtle energies into two large energy masses, leaving it to Lan Yin and Su Tai to determine how to utilize them. Since Feng Qiao could not assist further in the ensuing research, she chose not to linger, as the mutated spring vine awaited her outside. She was also curious to know how the vine had developed over the past month. Its growth had been remarkably swift. Listening intently, she learned that, overall, the absence of the mutated begonia tree's protection had led to frequent territorial disputes among the mutated flora and fauna. The mutated spring vine had absorbed the energy of those attempting to invade its territory, resulting in its rapid growth. Not only it, but even the small seedling that was once barely the size of her palm had now grown to over a meter in height. Then, the mutated spring vine spoke of the mutated rabbit. We did not expect to encounter a high-level mutated creature, and the rabbit was consumed. Although such occurrences were commonplace on this planet, Feng Qiao, not being native to it, found it difficult to accept the relentless cycle of violence. Moreover, considering that her allure to those mutated creatures might be even stronger, her sense of urgency intensified. First, she needed to enhance her strength. Second, she must avoid high-level mutated creatures until she had sufficient power. Feng Qiao had already devised a plan for enhancing her abilities. And while she might have hesitated if she were outside, being on this planet, she was determined not to squander too much time, especially since energy was available to support her. However, her plan required a substantial amount of energy-rich plants. Initially, she intended to proceed as before, but now the surroundings no longer felt as secure. The highest level of the mutated creatures here was merely 5, which made her somewhat uneasy. Should she consult Yi Qin about this? The thought had scarcely crossed her mind when a flash of green darted before her eyes, and in the next moment, a familiar small cloth bag fell from the over meter-high mutated begonia tree, landing with a thud at her feet. Without needing to bend down, a nearby green vine reached out and lifted the bag, presenting it before Feng Qiao. How could you sneak out to find food without bringing me? This is simply outrageous. The mutated Chuan Tian vines, while lamenting, diligently opened its backpack. The 4-meter-long vines exhibited remarkable agility, with each leaf quivering violently, seemingly expressing its profound dissatisfaction. 2 mutated squirrels leapt down in succession from the Baitang tree, while mutated dandelions stood steadfast atop one squirrel's head. The relationships among several mutated flora and fauna appeared to have improved considerably since her departure. Is it not splendid that you can feast without foraging for food? Besides, did we not invite you? It is you who wandered off without a word. The mutated dandelion was acutely aware of the whereabouts of the mutated Chuan Tian vines. It was simply envious. It too yearned for a grand feast and wished to grow stronger more swiftly. Feng Qiao noticed the small yellow flower atop the mutated dandelion and playfully poked it, exclaiming, "You have blossomed." Feng Qiao reminisced about the dandelion's humble wish to bloom during their previous exchange. To her astonishment, in just a month, the dandelion's desire had already been fulfilled. Yet, the dandelion, having achieved its aspiration, did not exhibit the anticipated joy. The successive deaths of the mutated Baitang tree and mutated rabbits had inflicted considerable psychological distress. It longed to grow powerful, to no longer be easily devoured by other mutated beings, and certainly did not wish to witness familiar mutated creatures perish before its eyes. Thus, upon learning that Feng Qiao had joined this group, it hastily busied itself with the 3 nearby mutated beings. As for the mutated Chuan Tian vines, having recently absorbed a significant amount of energy and given Feng Qiao's unique treatment of it compared to other mutated beings, the dandelion did not include the vines in its endeavors. Straightening its slender stem, the mutated Chuan Tian vines once again approached Feng Qiao for an exchange, but this time, the nature of their interaction was markedly different. Chapter 161. Encountering a bottleneck in research, having just stowed a backpack filled with plant fruits. Feng Qiao was preparing to return and concoct a delightful meal when she saw Yi Sei and Xia Yin emerging with the group. Shortly after, A battleship gracefully exited the transport vessel. Feng Qiao had spent the entire morning in the research lab, unaware that Xia Yin and the others had already confirmed several mining sites on the planet with Issei. Their mission was to acquire mineral resources. The passage to the outside world opened only once a month, making it exceedingly time-consuming to transport the necessary infrastructure from outside to this planet. Prior to their arrival, Bai Siqi and the others had contemplated this issue and ultimately decided to prioritize the shipment of equipment for the production line and mining tools. Although the initial stages might require significant manpower, resources, and time for various preparations, this choice would enable them to procure more tranquilizers in a short period. After a morning of discussions and understanding, the group had pinpointed several mines containing the minerals they required and was ready to embark on their mining expedition. Feng Qiao understood their urgency. After bidding farewell to Xia Yin and reminding them to stay safe, she returned to the ship. By the second day of their arrival, most had lost their curiosity about the planet, replaced instead by a flurry of preparations. Once the basic plants harvested by the robots were sufficient to support the existing production line for tranquilizers, Yiqin ceased the robotic harvesting method, shifting focus to a more precise search for various plant fruits to create advanced tranquilizers. Within the large transport vessel, everyone was bustling about. Feng Qiao dedicated half her day to collaborating with Lan Yang and Su Tai on their research, while also allotting some time to guide the potion-making team. Aside from sleeping and exercising, her days were exceedingly fulfilling. She felt her own transformation each day, over the course of more than half a month. Through the relentless efforts of all members, the mining team finally gathered enough minerals and successfully produced the second and third production lines for potions. The potion makers were increasingly successful in crafting advanced tranquilizers amidst the continuously accumulating materials. If there was one area that had not seen significant progress, it would be the research on energy weapons by Lan Yang and Su Tai. Although the weapon team had successfully developed numerous energy weapons with the help of the large mass of fusion energy provided by Feng Qiao, the reliance on her fusion for energy limited the quantity of weapons they could produce. Furthermore, without a reference target to test their power, they were unable to gauge the true potency of the weapons or adjust their parameters. All they could do was await the results after the current batch of energy weapons was dispatched. Nevertheless, during this period, the two men achieved other breakthroughs. Initially, Lan Yang and Su Tai had sought to learn from Feng Qiao how to fuse energy, but after several unsuccessful attempts, they abandoned that idea. However, perhaps they could not master energy fusion. Yet who said that energy weapons necessarily required completed fusion energy as ammunition? Recalling the explosions caused by their failed energy fusion attempts, they used this as a starting point. After rounds of modifications, they ultimately produced dual sphere bombs, triple sphere bombs, and even more powerful multi-sphere bombs. This type of bomb was simple to create, with the only drawback being the difficulty in sourcing materials to contain the minute energy vessels, thus limiting their production numbers. Currently, they were troubled by this issue. The northern mine has unearthed a new type of mineral today, and it will be transported along with the other minerals by evening. We shall test it then. Lan Yang flicked his red hair, though it was evident that he held little hope. However, the progress made in energy weapons research had exceeded his expectations, which is why he did not appear as anxious as Su Tai. Su Tai merely responded lightly. His pitch-black eyes focused on Feng Qiao, who was intently fusing subtle energies, with something quietly shifting within him. Su Tai had been researching weapons against the Shadow Tribe within the Dawn organization, although energy weapons were not in the same domain as his previous research. They represented a completely new avenue. Yet, it must be said that the effects of these energies on the Shadow Tribe were remarkably favorable. Su Tai's motivation for studying this technology was to eradicate the Shadow Tribe, allowing the populace of the Empire to return to a life free from their threat, as it had been a century prior. The previous weapons, having undergone generations of modifications, had now reached a bottleneck. The emergence of energy weapons offered Su Tai a fresh perspective. Despite the inevitable challenges he would face during this process, he would not easily relinquish his pursuit. In the kitchen of the transport vessel, Several members responsible for lunch observed the fresh ingredients delivered by the harvesting robots and debated what to prepare for the meal. The abundance of vegetables suggested a delightful pot of vegetable soup. I recall many enjoyed the vegetable soup we made last time. One person selected a basket of vegetables from the long table and began washing and preparing to cook the soup. However, with over 80 people, a single pot would surely be insufficient. Before long, another individual noticed that the harvesting robots had also returned with several eggs and proceeded to grab a few ripe tomatoes, ready to make a second pot of tomato and egg soup. With the soup selections finalized, they moved on to stir-frying vegetables. Although the robots had recently captured some ordinary animals, those were reserved for breeding, and meat was not yet on the menu. Nevertheless, the quality of the planet's plants was superb, making the stir-fried dishes exceptionally flavorful. Since consuming the local produce, everyone had become increasingly reluctant to drink the nutritional supplements they had brought. Consequently, they had even allocated personnel specifically to prepare daily meals. Although preparing meals for over 80 individuals requires considerable time, since they began dining at the cafeteria, their spirits have notably improved, and their health has followed suit. Each day, they are infused with remarkable energy. Tasks that previously required an hour can now be completed in a mere 40 minutes. Thus, despite the daily time investment in meal preparations, none express reluctance. To further comprehend the effects of this energy-rich plant on the body, Yiqin organized comprehensive health checkups for everyone every 7 days. As their time on this planet extends and they consume more of these unique plants, the positive changes gradually become evident, with tangible data confirming their health is indeed improving. The group's diligence in their daily work intensifies, resulting in a significant boost in productivity. They eagerly await the resolution of the Shadow Clan issue. Once dealt with, the plants of this planet might be made available to citizens nationwide. Even if their families cannot come here, they could still benefit from these special plants to enhance their health. Naturally, all of this hinges upon resolving the Empire's most pressing crisis. After all, until the Shadow Clan is neutralized, it remains a looming threat over all citizens of the Empire, casting a shadow over their very existence. Chapter 162. A moment of pride. Moreover, during this period, the ship has frequently been attacked by mutated flora and fauna. Although these assaults have been swiftly dealt with by the combat personnel stationed nearby, preventing any casualties, the crew generally refrains from venturing outside unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, in order to transport more supplies to the battlefield in a month's time, everyone is exerting their utmost efforts. Yiqin and others, concerned that continuous work could lead to issues, have established fixed times for everyone to take breaks. During these intervals, patrol robots and combat personnel ensure the safety of all, alleviating worries about surprise attacks from mutated creatures. Life on the new planet is exceedingly fulfilling, and everyone is experiencing improved well-being. Although numerous challenges remain, all developments trend positively. On the 20th day on the planet, Feng Qiao's physical condition transformed from D to C, marking the most significant improvement among the crew. However, this is primarily because Feng Qiao initially possessed the weakest constitution. Others were at least C level, with B level potentially requiring more time. Additionally, Feng Qiao had been consuming various high-energy plant fruits brought over by the mutated organisms daily. After indulging in such nourishing fare, combined with daily training, any lack of progress would indeed be astonishing. What time will the ship return? In the afternoon, Feng Qiao visited the potion group again, documenting the energy fusion process observed in the new dishes over the past 2 days. She conducted several preliminary experiments to confirm that this combination could successfully yield a high-grade, soothing agent before teaching the process to several potion makers. The potion group requires minimal oversight from Feng Qiao. However, the members tend to encounter explosive mishaps while learning the new potions, necessitating her close supervision initially. Once they grasp the technique, practice will lead to proficiency. If all goes as planned, they should arrive around 6 o'clock. As Yiqin's soothing agent was halfway through the production process, an explosion occurred, leaving him momentarily dazed. Upon hearing Feng Qiao's inquiry, he responded absent-mindedly. As Feng Qiao prepared to check on others, she paused, noticing Yiqin's bewildered expression, and said, "Try once more. I will assist you from the side." Given the recent demands on her mental energy, Feng Qiao has scarcely experienced complete replenishment. Nevertheless, she perceives that her psychic strength has been growing at an accelerated pace. During her recent assessments, she was nearing B level, which seems to be advancing even more swiftly than her physical enhancements. Yiqin, initially perplexed, transformed his confusion into elation. Though he soon remembered Feng Qiao had just guided everyone individually, depleting her mental energy. He looked at her with concern. "Has your psychic energy recovered so swiftly?" "Somewhat. I'll just observe. It won't require much mental energy," she replied. In truth, she didn't need to exert mental energy. She could directly sense it. However, she refrained from articulating this peculiarity, wishing not to appear overly distinct. With Feng Qiao's reassurance, Yiqin regained his focus, proceeding with utmost caution. Following her instructions step by step, Yiqin had never successfully created a new soothing agent before. He was now navigating uncharted waters. In contrast, Feng Qiao could clearly perceive the subtle interactions and fusions of energies, making it relatively easy for her to avoid excessively violent collisions and successfully produce a high-grade soothing agent. Release a bit of psychic energy and avoid rapid movements, Feng Qiao advised, observing the nascent energies in the potion reacting to Yiqin's psychic influence. Yiqin's expression tightened. The previous explosions had left him with lingering apprehension. Ironically, the more he sought perfection, the more prone to error he became. Following Feng Qiao's guidance, he carefully retracted some of his psychic energy. Feng Qiao sensed that as Yiqin withdrew excess psychic threads, the previously agitated energies began to stabilize, gently merging into the larger energy mass. At this juncture, a brief respite would be beneficial to prevent mental strain or depletion of psychic energy. Yiqin's current condition clearly aligned with the former scenario. After resting for nearly a minute, feeling less tense, he took a deep breath and resumed the creation of the soothing agent. With the final ingredient fully integrated, the high-grade soothing agent was finally completed. However, Yiqin did not fully relax. Although this time there had been no explosions, it did not guarantee that the soothing agent met the required standards. He had previously produced agents that, despite not exploding, failed to achieve the quality of a true high-grade soothing agent, which he termed pseudo-high-grade. Not wanting to dwell on uncertainties, Yiqin swiftly retrieved the testing instrument. With a beep, the palm-sized screen displayed the vivid number 427. It was indeed a success. Moreover, it was a high-grade soothing agent of commendable efficacy. Looking at the potion in his hand, Yiqin's earlier gloom lifted, and he felt as though he might leap with joy. Since establishing the potion group alongside several physicians from the Dawn organization, he had endured the mental onslaught from Heyman Daly, all while witnessing the rise of a physician named Lin Shuang from the same organization. This time, he was the first in the group to successfully create this soothing agent, finally allowing Yiqin a moment of pride. Chapter 163. The Black Crystal. Perhaps Yiqin's success spurred others, or perhaps they had been harboring their own frustrations. After Yiqin's achievement, 2 more potion makers successfully created new potions under Feng Qiao's guidance. The afternoon slipped away until news of the battleship's return reached them, prompting Feng Qiao to accompany several pharmacists outside. It was reported that this mining team had not only brought back a shipload of, but also a considerable number of high-energy plants discovered around the mines. These materials were ideal for crafting advanced soothing agents, and naturally, the pharmacists were eager to seize the opportunity. The large cargo ship bustled with activity, while a smaller warship rested nearby, with robots busily transporting the ore. Once this batch of ore arrived, they would have sufficient metal to establish a 4th production line, potentially increasing the monthly output of low-level soothing agents by over 100,000 units. The robots worked tirelessly, with the team members vigilantly standing by, their expressions betraying no moment of relaxation. Recently, both the transport ships and the nearby mining operations had faced numerous attacks from mutated flora and fauna, resulting in the loss of several machines and injuries to personnel. With an already insufficient workforce, They could not afford further disruption from these aberrant creatures. The robots continued their relentless labor until nightfall, finally transferring all the minerals to the makeshift smelting facility. Prior to this, the pharmaceutical and weaponry teams had already taken their eagerly anticipated materials back for research. Since the weaponry team required additional time for preparation, they did not need Feng Qiao's assistance for the moment. However, Feng Qiao was intrigued by the plans brought back by the mining team and spent the following days collaborating with the pharmacists to explore how to transform these new plants into soothing agents. Although these individuals could not perceive energy as Feng Qiao did, their extensive years of study in relevant fields, coupled with recent training in soothing agent production, provided them with unique insights. After discussing their thoughts, Feng Qiao synthesized their ideas with his exceptional abilities, ultimately creating 4 types of advanced soothing agents that met the criteria. Throughout this exchange with the pharmacists, Feng Qiao also acquired considerable knowledge in the realm of pharmaceuticals. As the pharmacists achieved increasing success in producing advanced soothing agents, the total quantity surged at an exponential rate. The entire team became fervently immersed in their work. However, their productivity was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected arrival of 2 intruders in the laboratory. Initially absorbed in their tasks, the pharmacists were caught off guard until the 2 individuals brazenly took Feng Qiao without uttering a word, at which point realization dawned on them that this was an abduction. Yet, considering the significance of the energy weapons being developed by the 2 assailants, which are on par with the advanced soothing agents, and the fact that Feng Qiao's collaboration had significantly enhanced their pharmaceutical skills, the pharmacists restrained themselves from pursuing. 1 Eucalyptus and Su Tai were fortunate. Although the mining team had not unearthed the minerals they had originally specified, they discovered several unique and peculiar minerals native to this planet. After countless experiments, they finally identified a substitute mineral that could replace their previously sought material. Additionally, the mining team found a mineral capable of autonomously absorbing and storing energy. This pure black crystal, the more pristine it was, the greater the energy it contained. When they first encountered this black crystal, it attracted an assault from a mutated long-beaked eagle. Fortunately, the mining team consisted of agile individuals, and they managed to evade the creature's ambush and successfully retrieve the crystal. After deliberation, the black crystal was allocated to 1 Eucalyptus and Su Tai for their energy weapon research. Rising to the occasion, they soon extracted a substantial energy mass from the crystal, which was remarkably stable. They divided the energy extracted from a fist-sized black crystal into 2 portions, integrating it into 2 medium-sized weapons. The energy was equivalent to a full day's work for Feng Qiao. Moreover, this black crystal possessed another remarkable characteristic. After all stored energy was extracted, it would continuously absorb energy from the environment. Although the absorption rate was not rapid, discovering more of these black crystals would significantly aid in the development of energy weapons. The mining team took this news to heart, yet after days of excavation, they had only managed to unearth a single crystal. The extraction of this crystal had also drawn the attention of a mutated creature, indicating that while the black crystal was valuable, it was likely rare. With the ongoing threat of the Shadow Clan from Grey Luo Star, the mining team remained vigilant, searching daily for any black crystals among the or they collected. 1 Eucalyptus and Su Tai were eager to summon Feng Qiao because they had developed a new energy storage device using a specific metal source from his planet, requiring further testing. If the final tests proved that this storage device could flawlessly contain the energy they had gathered, they could commence the production of additional energy bombs. As Feng Qiao observed the various spheres of differing sizes arranged before him, he too felt a renewed sense of purpose. Having collaborated with the 2 for a while, he had gleaned some of their concepts for energy weapons. Integrating fully harmonized energy into their previously studied weapons could potentially enhance their lethality and perhaps purify contaminants from the Shadow Clan during their extermination. This was a preliminary idea conceived before they had fully comprehended the myriad properties of energy. However, after arriving on this planet and learning more about energy's diverse characteristics, They suddenly considered that the intense explosions resulting from energy repulsion and collision might also yield formidable weaponry. Given the unique properties of energy against the Shadow Clan, such weapons could prove highly effective. Yet, without the presence of the Shadow Clan for experimentation, they could not ascertain the actual efficacy and thus decided to advance both types of weapons simultaneously, planning to assess their true power on the battlefield before determining their focus. After spending some time in the laboratory, Feng Qiao had begun to lose hope regarding the development of an energy shield. Based on their current research progress, it seemed unlikely that the soldiers outside would have energy weapons ready to breach Grey Luo Star's defenses before the energy shield was completed. Nonetheless, as long as they could prevent the Shadow Clan from exiting Grey Luo Star, the condition of the RZ-13 type would rapidly improve, rendering the energy shield less critical. At that point, detonating a few energy bombs in the air would swiftly diminish airborne pollutants. Hence, it was wiser to prioritize the production of energy bombs. Time passed amidst their bustling activities, and before they knew it, half a month had elapsed. Tomorrow marked the day of the ship's departure. On the small warship, the fruits of their labor over the past month were neatly stacked, with the completion of the second, third, fourth, and fifth production lines. The anticipated production volume of low-level soothing agents had escalated from approximately 500,000 units to over 128,000. Additionally, they had produced 21,000 intermediate soothing agents and 2,798 advanced soothing agents. 1 eucalyptus and Sutai had modified 87 small energy weapons, 36 medium energy weapons, and 1 large energy weapon, alongside 201 energy bombs of varying potency. All of these would be transported aboard the small warship tomorrow. The night before their departure, Yi Qin specifically sought out Feng Qiao. In the current situation, Yi Qin is quite reluctant to leave with the warship. However, he feels uneasy about Feng Qiao departing alone. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise outside, he would not have much confidence in finding another physician. Thus, despite his inner conflict, Yi Qin ultimately resolves to accompany Feng Qiao on this journey. If Feng Qiao's health remains stable over the next month, he will feel more at ease about joining the team next month. Of course, if events unfold according to Yi Qin's plans, he would not need to seek a private conversation with Feng Qiao at this moment. Why? Don't you wish to return? Feng Qiao reassured him. You need not worry about the energy weapons. The resource team has already unearthed 2 pieces of black crystal, and their quantity will undoubtedly increase in the future. Moreover, this matter cannot rely solely on one person. Most importantly, based on his understanding of Bai Siqi, unless other matters hinder him, he will surely join the supply and retrieval team tomorrow. Naturally, Bai Siqi will not follow the supply team directly if Feng Qiao does not leave. The two will be separated for another month. This time, Feng Qiao's presence here is a necessity, and fortunately, since arriving, she has not experienced the previous issues. Not only that, but her health has also improved under the nurturing energy, and during today's examination, she has reached AC level. Of course, there are others aboard the ship who previously tested at a CB level, and some have made significant leaps during the recent health checks. Yet their progress cannot compare to Feng Qiao's. Additionally, throughout the months spent here, Feng Qiao has not exhibited the previous dizzy spells. Were it only a day or two, Yi Qin might have persuaded her to remain for further observation. But after a full month without any issues, it is evident that there are no problems. No, it is for another reason. Feng Qiao lowered her eyelids and exhaled softly, surprised that her abilities were once again showing signs of impending advancement. This indication appeared abruptly, just yesterday evening, when Feng Qiao found it challenging to elevate her powers to level 4 before the portal opened. In the end, she conceded to her abilities, deciding to stay here for another month. Previously, she did not understand that since she was aware of the necessity to remain on this planet for her powers to upgrade, it would be imprudent to choose this moment to return. What reason could it be? Yi Qin appeared dumbfounded, already picturing Bai Siqi's expression when he finds no one to receive him. He brought someone out to treat, but not only has the illness not been cured, he cannot bring the person back. Yi Qin felt a surge of frustration, even somewhat reluctant to return. Remaining here would allow him to create more advanced soothing agents outside. It seemed there was nothing left for him to do. Nevertheless, he still needed to clarify the situation regarding Feng Qiao. Feng Qiao sensed that Yi Qin was not entirely oblivious to the circumstances. After carefully considering her words, she finally spoke. I believe the issues I previously experienced may be related to leaving this planet. Yi Qin was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression turned serious. Are you certain? Feng Qiao scrutinized his demeanor for a while before nodding, though she did not make definitive statements. There's a high probability. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin exhaled slowly, his attitude shifting. Then it would be best if you did not leave with the team this time. We will conduct another health check next month, and if you sense any issues, do not hesitate to inform me. In conclusion, Yi Qin still felt a twinge of unease. I will have Yuan stay by your side. If any problems arise and I cannot reach you in time, it can assist me. Yi Qin's thoughts were in disarray as he contemplated how to relay this information to Bai Siqi while simultaneously worrying whether Feng Qiao would be unable to leave the planet in the future. If it were a transient issue, that would be manageable, but it seemed they could potentially remain here indefinitely. After all, if it were not for the unresolved matters outside, Yi Qin would have preferred to stay here permanently. Let us proceed cautiously for now. Since you are not leaving with us this time, let us record a few videos for your parents and Qi to alleviate their concerns, even with the excuse of treating an illness. If they cannot reach you for 2 consecutive months, your parents will undoubtedly worry. Yi Qin emphasized this not only out of concern for Feng Qiao's family, but also due to apprehensions regarding Bai Siqi. After all, Bai Siqi had not truly regained his memory, and his previous attentiveness towards Feng Qiao made Yi Qin somewhat anxious about what thoughts might occupy Bai Siqi's mind. Feng Qiao quickly acquiesced, and the two found a quiet room aboard the ship to record the videos. Upon learning that Yi Qin would also remain on this planet, she entrusted the recorded videos to Xia Yan. The following midday, as they watched the warship traverse the vortex and depart the planet, Feng Qiao and the others who came to bid farewell did not immediately return to the large transport ship. Everyone stood in place, watching the projection screen as the warship vanished. Moments later, a black and gold ship's bow appeared before them. It's the M.O. Sang. Someone recognized the name of the black and gold vessel, unable to contain their excitement. Even those who did not recognize the ship could not hide their thrill as the elegantly designed warship slowly emerged in the sky. It was the supply ship arriving from outside. They wondered what goods were being delivered aboard the vessel. Soothe agent production lines, various large-scale manufacturing equipment, multifunctional tools, and robots. Each person's eyes brimmed with anticipation as they thought of the items they were in dire need of. Chapter 165. To the battlefield on one side. A multitude eagerly gazed at the descending warship, while on the other, within the transport vessel, someone was intently observing the approaching ship from afar. After a month's absence, Bai Siqi occasionally recalled the last video call where Feng Qiao appeared disoriented and wondered if her condition had improved as he had previously speculated. Your Grace. As the warship departed the chaotic star region and gradually approached the transport vessel awaiting them, Xia Yan finally reported on the progress made during their month on that planet. The unexpected discovery during mineral extraction significantly accelerated the research and development of energy weapons. Although they lacked suitable facilities for testing the weapons after production due to constraints, Bai Siqi's prior test results indicated that the lethality of these energy weapons against the Shadow Clan was beyond imagination. Bai Siqi was evidently pleased with this progress. With these energy weapons, not only could they prevent the Shadow Clan's battlefield from expanding, but they could also contract their front lines, confining all Shadow Clan members to Gue Luo Star. As the number of energy weapons increased, the prolonged conflict lasting nearly a century would soon shift to an overwhelmingly one-sided situation, and inevitably, they would eradicate all members of the Shadow Clan. After listening to Xia Yan's report on the accomplishments of their team over the past month, Bai Siqi nodded, then proceeded to discuss the presence of Isa, who had accompanied them. After a month of reflection, Xia Yan had fully accepted this situation. However, regardless of the royal family's motives for such actions, they could not accept an imperial prince who had long hidden behind others, contributing nothing while enjoying the fruits of their labor, whether those fruits were willingly offered by Isa or extorted under duress. The prince could remain off the battlefield due to health reasons. The imperial populace would not demand someone devoid of mental strength to perish on the battlefield. Yet, such deceitful conduct towards the imperial citizens was tantamount to treating the entire empire's populace as fools, although they were outraged by the imperial family's actions. How to proceed would ultimately await Bai Siqi's final decision. After all, this was a scandal involving the royal family, and a misstep could implicate them as well. On the battlefield, there is no need to worry too much about the recently delivered soothing agents and energy weapons affecting the situation. However, if this matter cannot be resolved swiftly and a satisfactory explanation provided to the citizens of the empire, Cheyenne harbors some concerns. The Duke's decision to bring Issa out at this juncture clearly indicates he has a plan in mind. Cheyenne closed his mouth, silently awaiting the next directive from Bai Siqi. I have a plan regarding this matter, Bai Siqi acknowledged before shifting the conversation to another topic. Recently, certain individuals on the Central Star have been increasingly active, and Bo and his team are struggling to manage the situation. Take some soothing agents back to help Bo alleviate some of the burden. He paused before adding, and bring along a few energy weapons. Although Bai Siqi did not wish to escalate matters, the current situation on the Central Star is indeed precarious, especially since what he is about to undertake may significantly disturb some sensitive individuals. Bai Siqi could not guarantee how these people would react to successive provocations. Thus, it is prudent to be well prepared. Understood, Cheyenne responded solemnly, sensing something deeper in Bai Siqi's words. However, seeing that the unloading was nearly complete, neither of them elaborated further in their communication. The matter concerning Issa had not yet reached the ears of many, and since Bai Siqi did not intend to reveal Issa's identity directly, she remained out of sight. The ship's hold was filled with soothing agents and energy weapons, which were soon being transported away, leaving only a few boxes for Cheyenne and his team to take back to the Central Star as reserves. Meanwhile, Bai Siqi instructed his people to brief Cheyenne and the others on the recent developments outside, while he sought out Issa to understand her thoughts. After enduring years of unfair treatment, it would be impossible for Issa not to have any feelings about it. Nevertheless, she had never contemplated making the situation public, as it involved not only her personal affairs, but also the stability of the entire empire. Issa was already aware of the former Duke's death. Now, the Duke's position was held by Bai Siqi, who had ascended to the rank of marshal during her absence, earning significant respect within the empire. Should Bai Siqi choose to disclose her identity, revealing that she was the one who had fought against the Shadow Clan on the battlefield rather than the Imperial Crown Prince, many would likely believe him. However, the circumstances are not as they were 7 years ago. The battlefield against the Shadow Clan is no longer stable, and even the Central Star has become less secure. Issa does not wish to provoke further chaos at this moment. After all, having spent so many years on the battlefield, Bai Siqi understands Issa's sentiments well. He would rather not be in this position if there were any other choices. Reflecting on the information obtained from Lu Juanhao during his rescue by Yu Li, although he cannot yet ascertain the accuracy of the news, he will soon be able to verify it. Nonetheless, Bai Siqi decided not to share this with Issa for the time being and instead inquired, "So you prefer to keep your identity undisclosed for now?" Issa looked at Bai Siqi and slowly nodded. Now is not the right time. Indeed, Bai Siqi agreed with a nod. While Issa referred to the battlefield against the Shadow Clan, Bai Siqi evidently had other considerations. If the person Lu Juanhao saw was indeed an seer, the day Bai Siqi publicly announces this information might prompt Issa to reconsider her stance. However, given how many years have passed, it is uncertain. Bai Siqi withdrew his gaze, continuing to seek Issa's opinion. "You have been away from the Empire for too long. Perhaps you should take some time to readjust. Do you wish to return to the Central Star or to another planet? Or would you prefer to accompany me to the battlefield?" Issa hesitated. Her memories of the Central Star were predominantly tied to the Imperial Military Academy, where she had devoted herself entirely to her studies, leaving little room for friendships. Even if she had friends, they likely had no idea of her years of absence. The person they knew was not truly her. The only vivid memories she retained were from the battlefield against the Shadow Clan, particularly the scenes of their group charging into the enemy ranks on Huiluo Star. However, She had heard that the Shadow Clan had grown stronger, and the camp they once occupied on Huiluo Star had been overtaken. The entire planet was now unable to accommodate them. Had it not been for Bai Siqi and Feng Qiao's unexpected arrival on that planet, it would not have been long before their forces could no longer contain the Shadow Clan's expansion. I will go to the battlefield. After a moment of contemplation, Issa ultimately provided her answer. Chapter 166. Awaiting his retribution, Bai Siqi was evidently not surprised by her decision. After obtaining Issa's consent, he instructed his team to prepare the most advanced mecha developed by the Dawn organization for her. Once everything was confirmed for Issa, Bai Siqi gathered all personnel to arrange the forthcoming tasks. Xiyin and the others had become acquainted with the recent events that had transpired. Within 2 days of their departure from RZ-13 Star, a large cargo ship from the Central Star delivered the first batch of 20 million new suppression agents to RZ-13. While the efficacy of the new agents could not compare to that of the soothing agents, they were still significantly more effective than standard suppressants. Coupled with the prior shipment of soothing agents that had improved the mental state of many soldiers, the overall situation on the battlefield was not too dire. With the addition of the soothing agents and energy weapons they had brought, the tide of battle would soon begin to shift. Yet, considering the current situation on the Central Star, the expressions on their faces remained somber. Had it not been for Lu Juanhao's prior preparations, possessing the soothing agents obtained from Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi, it was uncertain whether Yu Li would have been able to locate him, or what state he would be in upon finding him. If someone like Lu Juanhao could go missing during the gatherings of two families, it was even more daunting to think about the ordinary citizens. For them, disappearing was tantamount to a death sentence. During this time, the situation on the Central Star had been somewhat mitigated due to Lu Juanhao's insistence on investigating several bizarre death cases. However, on some remote planets, various troubles continued to arise. Yet, with Lu Juanhao having been rescued from the Duke's residence, the apparent tranquility would likely not last long to prevent him from divulging more information. Indeed, just as Xiyin and others were en route back to the Central Star following Bai Siqi's orders, they received troubling news from the butler Yu Li. The quantity of soothing agents they had sent previously was already insufficient, and after 2 months of consumption, none remained. Lu Juanhao's condition appeared to have worsened, seemingly more severe than when he was under the control of Jiang Weining. Seeing that the soothing agents on hand could not resolve Lu Juanhao's issues, Yu Li had no choice but to place him in a state of slumber until the next batch of soothing agents could arrive. However, it seemed that the Duke's residence's actions to locate Lu Juanhao had drawn attention, as many had begun to keep a close watch on the Duke's residence. Today, the Lu family had received word, purportedly from an unknown source, claiming that someone had seen Duke's men take Lu Juanhao away and demanding his return. Even if Lu Juanhao were currently in a lucid state, Yu Li could not simply concede to their demands based on mere words, especially given that Lu Juanhao was currently unconscious. The Lu family could not provide concrete evidence, while the Duke's residence remained steadfast. The Lu family dared not storm into the Duke's residence if they were unable to retrieve Lu Juanhao from the Duke's estate. Even the Emperor could not protect the Lu family. After all, the esteemed Bai Duke had been fortunate enough to reach the peak of his mental capabilities after years of struggle, just in time for the Dawn organization to develop the miraculous soothing agents. It is said that due to the soothing agents provided by the Ming organization, combined with the return of this imperial war god, the morale on the battlefield has surged significantly. Although it cannot be claimed that the Shadow Clan has been driven back as they were years ago, their previously overwhelming momentum has notably diminished since then. In just 2 months, Bai Siqi's reputation in the Empire has once again returned to its former glory. Even in Bai Siqi's absence from the Duke's residence, they must weigh their considerations carefully. After a few days of back and forth with the Lu family, they finally awaited the return of Xia Yin and others. Upon learning of Lu Juanhao's condition, Xia Yin made a special effort to bring additional high-grade soothing agents. Moreover, to prepare for any contingencies, he also brought a substantial supply of mid- and low-grade soothing agents. Previously, Yu Li had administered only mid- and low-grade soothing agents to Lu Juanhao, which, while briefly restoring his consciousness, clearly did not fully address the abnormalities within him. However, After administering 2 high-grade soothing agents, a marked improvement in Lu Juanhao's condition became evident. Still, Lu Juanhao remained with his eyes closed, seemingly not yet awake. The group could only assess his current state of awareness through the mental energy monitoring chart, which indicated that Lu Juanhao was indeed conscious. Yet, was this mental energy engaged in a struggle against the invasive force intruding upon his mental domain? Recalling some of the circumstances surrounding Lu Juanhao, Xia Yin quickly grasped the situation. If it were not for this invasive mental energy, the issues afflicting Lu Juanhao would not be so challenging to resolve. After glancing at the mental energy monitoring chart, Xia Yin promptly administered another high-grade soothing agent to Lu Juanhao. Although high-grade soothing agents were scarce, Lu Juanhao's condition did not permit frugality. According to Lu Juanhao's previous statements, during his time of disappearance, he had likely encountered individuals from the Empire who utilized the Shadow Clan's pollutants to control others. Given Lu Juanhao's unstable mental state prior, the information he provided was limited. Only by fully restoring him to normalcy could they obtain more insights. With the administration of several high-grade soothing agents, the pollutants within Lu Juanhao's mental domain were swiftly eradicated, and the stubborn mental energy thread that had nearly dominated his thoughts and infected his entire mental domain was severely suppressed, appearing on the verge of complete dissolution. In contrast to that mental energy thread, Lu Juanhao's mental domain seemed to undergo a cleansing, radiating vitality, and soon extinguished the disruptive thread within his mental realm. After thoroughly surveying his mental domain to ensure no issues remained, he finally opened his eyes, adjusting to the light within the room and recognizing the individuals present. A mischievous smile gradually spread across Lu Juanhao's face as he recalled the events that had transpired. Since they had failed to control him this time, they should brace themselves for his retribution. Lu Juanhao had never been one to possess a gentle temperament. On the battlefield of the Shadow Clan, 2 months had passed since the last batch of soothing agents, and they finally received the second batch. Although the wait was somewhat prolonged, this batch was significantly larger, numbering in the dozens compared to the previous supply, which alleviated the anxiety of the entire troop. The new soothing agents were quickly distributed, prioritizing those soldiers with particularly severe mental conditions, especially those on the verge of mental turmoil, each receiving a high-grade soothing agent. Should high-grade soothing agents prove insufficient, mid- and low-grade alternatives were also provided, ensuring that every soldier was safeguarded against death due to mental issues. Additionally, the latest weapons developed by the Ming organization specifically targeting the Shadow Clan were introduced. Despite the officers' initial lack of enthusiasm towards these new weapons due to the soothing agents, they listened attentively as the specifications were presented. One officer, captivated by the three-dimensional projection of the weapon, felt a surge of excitement mingled with disbelief. If such a weapon truly existed, it would undoubtedly provide them with a significant advantage. The realization ignited within him the desire to test its efficacy. With urgency, he stood up, seemingly unable to contain his eagerness. Outside RZ-13 Star, numerous Shadow Clan members lurked, although their numbers were insufficient for large-scale destructive weaponry. Was this not a small-scale weapon? Ultimately, however, they did not utilize the small energy weapons. The limited quantity of small energy weapons meant that employing them in such a manner would be wasteful. Thus, the eager group opted for the smallest energy bomb available. With a resounding explosion, 3 Shadow Clan members nearest to the energy bomb emitted intense mental fluctuations, which gradually weakened. The onlookers witnessed the energy bomb being thrown, rendering the 3 Shadow Clan members instantly incapacitated. Although these entities had not been completely obliterated, they had been in a state of refinement. While the ethereal Shadow Clan could not directly inflict harm upon their mechs and warships, their attacks were equally ineffective against the ethereal forms. A persistent challenge they faced in battles against the Shadow Clan. This dilemma had proven more troublesome than the risk of infection from the pollutants of the Shadow Clan. However, the newly developed weapon by the Ming organization could directly harm the ethereal Shadow Clan. It was akin to a thunderbolt striking the surface of water, instantly generating countless splashes. What manner of new weapon could directly confront the ethereal Shadow Clan? A soldier, merely performing his duties on patrol, stood agape, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Meanwhile, aboard the largest warship, data collection machines swiftly began gathering information from the surrounding starfield after witnessing the explosion's impact. Following verification, it was confirmed that the 3 Shadow Clan members had perished completely 1 minute after the attack, and no pollutants remained from their presence. The latest data, transmitted by the robots, revealed a remarkable breakthrough. Should they possess more such weapons, not only could they gain the upper hand in combat against the Shadow Clan, but they would also be free from the concern of increasing pollution in the starfield post-battle. This was an extraordinary piece of news they had scarcely dared to hope for. Instantly, many recalled the more powerful weapons discussed in previous meetings, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Did other weapons exhibit similar effects? The thought that they were currently experimenting with only the least powerful bomb ignited a fire within them. While the ability to disregard the ethereal Shadow Clan and directly attack their corporeal forms was already a cause for jubilation for all. If every new weapon performed similarly to this bomb, capable of exterminating the Shadow Clan while simultaneously eliminating the repugnant pollutants, they could face the Shadow Clan without any reservations. If so, eradicating these Shadow Clan members would merely be a matter of time. The collective excitement surged, each individual yearning to seize the weapons and vanquish the Shadow Clan. However, the newly developed weaponry by the Ming organization was limited, and the specifics of their deployment required further deliberation, ideally ensuring their utilization was maximized. The military had contemplated approaching the Ming organization to discuss the possibility of producing more of these new weapons. Yet, regardless of who initiated the conversation, the response from the head of the Ming organization remained consistent. Should it be feasible, they too wished to mass-produce more new weapons to swiftly eliminate the Shadow Clan. The development of new weapons is no easy feat currently. They have yet to fully overcome certain technical challenges. And the new weapons they have presented are the culmination of the research team's relentless efforts. The Legion commanders are aware of the difficulties inherent in weapon development. Yet they cannot help but be astonished by the new weapons unveiled by the Dawn organization, which far exceed their expectations. It is inevitable that they feel a surge of impatience. However, considering the more than 1 million doses of calming agents recently delivered by the Dawn organization, the commanders managed to suppress their excitement. After enduring for so many years, they now possess not only the calming agents that can address their mental issues, but also new weapons that could arguably be considered the nemesis of the Shadow Clan. What is a little more waiting? They have time to spare. Thus, after concluding that they could not obtain additional new weapons from the Dawn organization, they quickly began strategizing on how to utilize this batch of new weapons and prepare for their first counteroffensive. In the barracks of each legion, most soldiers remain oblivious to the existence of these new weapons. Many stare incredulously at the messages just received on their light brain wristbands. It is only upon receiving the calming agents and gradually consuming them that they begin to feel the once chaotic and turbulent mental energies being soothed by an unknown force, allowing the tension etched on their faces to ease. Lin Qiao is among these individuals. Recalling the month prior when he faced mental instability and was unable to receive the first batch of calming agents, he had feared he might not survive. To his astonishment, he endured with just a few bottles of the new suppressants until the day he left the 4th military district. Furthermore, upon successfully joining his current military district, he received 2 intermediate calming agents allocated to him. Although these 2 agents did not completely resolve Lin Qiao's mental issues, they effectively pulled him back from the brink of death. With the aid of those 2 intermediate calming agents and a daily dose of the new suppressants, Lin Qiao persevered, maintaining his mental condition in a state of severe chaos without any signs of further deterioration. During this time, Lin Qiao also took advantage of his strengths to engage in tasks that did not require mental acuity. Today, when a notification popped up on his light brain screen instructing him to collect his intermediate calming agent, Lin Qiao immediately rose from his chair, momentarily distracted from his work. "What is it? Are you feeling unwell again?" A fellow soldier, noticing Lin Qiao's unusual demeanor, paused his tasks to inquire with concern. Lin Qiao, being amiable, had formed decent relationships with several comrades despite only being here for 2 months. They knew that although Lin Zhao's mental state remained stable under the influence of the medications, the severe chaos of his mental energy must be uncomfortable, prompting them to express additional concern. Hearing his teammates' inquiry, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, tempering his excitement. He glanced at the notification on his light brain again, unable to suppress a faint smile. It's a notice from the military. I must present the received documentation to the designated location before 6 o'clock tonight to collect an intermediate calming agent. Chapter 168. Collecting the calming agent. The news of a new shipment of calming agents from the Dawn organization had already spread, but the quantity remained uncertain. And Lin Xiao did not harbor high hopes. However, as long as the Dawn organization could provide a steady supply of calming agents, even if the quantity was somewhat limited each time, he could accumulate military merit over a year or two, eventually affording him a chance to receive one. His current duties did not place a significant burden on his mental energy, and the military supply of new suppressants was ample. As long as he continued to take the new suppressants, he believed that with sufficient military merit, he would eventually be able to consume 1 or 2 calming agents, gradually healing his mental issues. Lin Xiao thought this would be a matter of years. Yet unexpectedly, today he received the notification to collect the calming agent. The surprise was so sudden that it nearly left him in a state of shock. Only when a teammate reminded him did Lin Xiao return to his duties, continuing until another group of members arrived to relieve them. Then, he eagerly made his way to the location indicated in the notification. The closer he approached the designated area, the more he sensed something was amiss. Why were there so many people? Typically, during breaks, everyone either stayed in their dormitories or trained. They seldom ventured out without reason. As Lin Xiao observed the growing crowd around him, a nagging suspicion arose in his mind, though he dismissed it as improbable. As he neared the location, the throng showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, it swelled further. He hesitated to entertain the thought that perhaps, in addition to distributing calming agents, the military district was also issuing other items. Observing the nearly uncontrollable smiles on the faces of those around him, some openly expressing their joy, he noted that even after they had managed to curb the rapid expansion of a shadow clan, such expressions had not been displayed before. Since Lin Xiao was the only member with severe mental chaos in his group, none of the others had received such a notification. Just as Lin Xiao was grappling with uncertainty, he overheard 2 soldiers who had just arrived to join the queue discussing animatedly behind him. I heard that this time the quantity of calming agents is greater than last time, and any soldier who has served for 2 years without major infractions should be able to receive a basic calming agent. I find that hard to believe. Just look at these lines. There must be at least 400 or 500 people, one soldier remarked, noting that they were part of the last batch, arriving just in time. Reflecting on the news he had heard earlier, the other soldier nodded, still somewhat dazed. I just inquired with another military district, and it seems that many people there are also receiving calming agents today. They exchanged glances, pondering the possibility that other military districts had similar lines for collecting calming agents. Despite his lingering disbelief, the efficacy of the calming agents was evident, and it was unlikely that any military district would receive a disproportionate share. As they locked eyes, one of their light brains began to chime incessantly. Upon opening it, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. His chat history revealed a series of panoramic images sent by the other soldier, all depicting lines akin to their own. Each image was labeled with the names of various military districts, showcasing an unprecedented level of uniformity. Though they had suspected as much, both men gasped in astonishment. This is incredible. Do you think the higher-ups have purchased a large quantity of calming agents from the Dawn organization? Will we be able to receive one every month, even if it's just a basic calming agent? One eagerly speculated. The other, momentarily caught off guard by such thoughts, quickly regained his composure, responding, I don't know. But remember, a few months ago, when the Dawn organization released the new suppressants, each military district was only allocated a limited quantity. As he spoke, the soldier produced a new suppressor from his pocket. Ever since the Dawn organization authorized the formula for the new suppressants, in addition to the original 5 companies, several other manufacturers had signed contracts with the Dawn organization. The new suppressants were now plentiful on the battlefield. There was no alternative. The new suppressants simply outperformed the standard ones. Not to mention that the prices were comparable, even if the new suppressants were slightly higher in cost. They had no desire to choose less effective options. After all, once mental energy issues arise, it becomes a matter of life and death. As more and more companies join the ranks of authorized distributors, the market for previous inhibitors is being increasingly squeezed, potentially leading to a scenario where not a single unit remains unsold. At that point, the market will belong entirely to the new inhibitors. However, that is contingent upon their understanding of the soothing agents. In comparison to the therapeutic effects of soothing agents, the inhibition effects of the new inhibitors are trivial. The individual beside him cast a disdainful glance at the new inhibitor in the hands of the person in front of him, his tone laced with sarcasm. So, you believe that the Dawn organization would still authorize the formula for soothing agents? The person faltered but remained somewhat unconvinced. Why not? The individual beside him merely scoffed and said nothing further. The process of obtaining soothing agents was not complicated. The line advanced swiftly, and soon Lin Qiao found himself at the front. Presenting the disposable receipt he had received, he quickly acquired a mid-level soothing agent. Without hesitation, Lin Qiao turned and consumed the soothing agent in one gulp. The soothing agent took effect rapidly, providing brief relief to the areas that had been aching. Although this state of relaxation did not last long, his mental disturbance was noticeably alleviated compared to before. Lin Qiao's brow eased slightly. If he could endure a bit longer and continue to receive mid-level soothing agents, he believed that one day his mental turmoil would gradually diminish until he was completely healed. With this thought, Lin Qiao felt a renewed sense of hope in life. Even if they had to fight the Shadow Clan for countless years, he felt no apprehension. However, this mindset persisted only until the following afternoon when Lin Qiao received yet another notification on his holographic device, instructing him to collect another mid-level soothing agent. He stared at the device, initially suspecting a malfunction or perhaps that he was seeing things, thinking it was the same notification from the previous day. Yet, after 5 minutes of verifying the receipt, he confirmed that it was indeed not a malfunction and that he had genuinely received another notification for a mid-level soothing agent. While he felt joy, it also sparked a multitude of thoughts. Chapter 169. The chaotic military department. Could it be that the military truly had an abundance of soothing agents this time? After all, how else could he have received a notification to collect another soothing agent just a day after obtaining one? With this in mind, Lin Qiao eagerly made his way to the collection point. Although the queue outside was smaller than the last time, it was still considerable. Within the line, he spotted several familiar faces, all of whom were in the later stages of mental disturbance like himself. However, they appear to be in much better condition than before. If they could consume a few more soothing agents, perhaps their mental states could stabilize entirely. While Lin Qiao pondered this, he heard a commotion ahead. His attention shifted from the familiar faces as he stood on tiptoe, trying to discern what was happening. Yet, apart from the curious heads peering forward like his, he saw nothing. Before long, he learned from the soldiers discussing the matter that a soldier with moderate mental disturbance had consumed a mid-level soothing agent and succumbed to sleep due to overwhelming comfort. Upon examination, it was revealed that the soldier's previously moderate mental disturbance had decreased to mild. If only my mental disturbance could also be reduced to mild after consuming a mid-level soothing agent, one soldier said enviously as he recounted the event. Lin Qiao listened silently, though he harbored the same thoughts in his heart. The issue of mental disturbances among the Empire psychics had long remained unresolved. While it was somewhat manageable outside the battlefield, entering combat with the Shadow Clan meant their lives were swiftly approaching an end. However, with the emergence of soothing agents, a glimmer of hope flickered in their lives. They no longer needed to choose between their own lives and their families, nor did they have to live in constant fear of collapsing and dying outside, unable to be present for their loved ones in their final moments. Certainly, casualties were inevitable on the battlefield, but at this moment, hope was not entirely extinguished. As Lin Qiao contemplated this, he sensed that the pollutants in the air seemed to have diminished, rendering it fresher than before. Unbeknownst to him, after witnessing the powerful, purifying capabilities of the energy bombs following their detonation. A vote among the commanders led to the decision to detonate 30 of the least powerful energy bombs from the remaining 200 sets within the innermost protective shield of RZ-13 Star. Although these 30 energy bombs did not eliminate any Shadow Clan members, the energy released from the explosions purified a vast area of surrounding pollutants. With the reduction of pollutants in the inner circle, the soldiers residing there naturally experienced greater comfort than before. At that moment, within the medical center, the expressions of the physicians grew increasingly somber as they observed the soldiers who had been sent in over the past 2 days, suffering from dizziness or unconsciousness due to the consumption of soothing agents. A month prior, the 19th Military District had conducted a significant operation under the pretext of maintaining military discipline. Other military districts, unaware of the underlying reasons, followed suit. Subsequently, the most esteemed physicians from the medical center were dispatched to various military districts, sometimes not returning for several consecutive days. At that time, most of the medical center staff were oblivious to the cause, though they could sense the physician's mood was off. Now, observing the soldiers confined in isolation rooms, they finally grasped the reason. As psychics faced mental disturbances easily on the battlefield, some soldiers, unwilling to succumb to the fate of mental breakdown and death, resorted to making deals with the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan assured them that they would not perish from mental turmoil in exchange for implanting a fragment of their own consciousness within these soldiers' mental domains. Initially, this fragment would remain dormant, awaiting the moment the host's mental disturbance deepened, at which point it would seek out the Shadow Clan to relay information acquired during their interactions. However, as time passed, the fragment would gain sufficient understanding of its host, making it uncertain who would ultimately control the body. To date, they had identified 67 soldiers among those who had consumed soothing agents, each possessing a second consciousness within their mental domains. The extent of control that second entity had over them remained uncertain. These soldiers hailed from various military districts, with some even holding officer ranks, and such revelations ignited outrage. Were it not for the significant quantity of soothing agents available and the precautionary measures initiated by other districts following the actions of the 19th, these individuals might have continued to hide indefinitely. Although the foreign consciousness within the 67 soldiers had been swiftly eradicated, the limited availability of soothing agents meant not every soldier could receive one, leaving uncertainty about the presence of such entities among those who had not yet received the agents. It was evident that the over 1 million soothing agents were insufficient for those genuinely in need. Yet they were now forced to waste a considerable number due to this predicament. The critical issue was that without allowing every soldier to consume the soothing agents, they could not be entirely at ease. With a resounding thud, a military commander slammed his fist on the conference table, his anger palpable. However, this was not the time for rage. The immediate priority was to address the pressing issue at hand. Bai Siqi refrained from participating in the discussions. With soothing agents and energy weapons at their disposal, even if the military faced turmoil in the short term, they would at least prevent the Shadow Clan from exploiting any vulnerabilities. Only when the military thoroughly resolves this matter can they retaliate against the Shadow Clan without any reservations. The day after capturing these individuals, several Legion commanders, each armed with a medium-sized energy weapon, unleashed a barrage upon the Shadow Clan. Witnessing those utterly defenseless beings vanish in the blaze of artillery fire, the pent-up anger within them finally found an outlet. After this catharsis, the commanders regained a semblance of calm, allowing them to sit down and gradually deliberate on a solution. Noticing that the situation was under control, Bai Siqi offered a few reminders to the administrators of District 19 before visiting Issa and then returning to the Central Star. Issa was likely taken aback by the military's unexpected turmoil. The thought that their previously secure rear was riddled with spies made her spine tingle. Even after years of absence from the battlefield, fortunately, the Shadow Clan had not yet exploited these individuals for their nefarious purposes, and thankfully they now possessed a calming agent and new weaponry to combat the Shadow Clan. While others were oblivious to the origins of the new armaments and the soothing agents, Issa was acutely aware. In a month or two, Once the production of the calming agent ramped up, the soldiers here would no longer need to worry about their mental fortitude, and the energy weapons would proliferate significantly, leading to a swift conclusion of the century-long conflict with the Shadow Clan. Chapter 170. Feng Qiao's return. Isa's assumptions were astute. Had the battlefield not stabilized, the outcome would have been predetermined, and Bai Siqi would not have returned to the Central Star at this juncture. Presently, the threat posed by the Shadow Clan was negligible, and the only remaining issue was the death of his father. A month prior, upon regaining his memories, Bai Siqi had come to understand that his father's demise was intertwined with the royal family. Initially, when he uncovered this information, he speculated that his father's untimely fate was a result of the White family's considerable influence inciting the royal family's jealousy. However, recalling Isa's earlier remarks regarding her own experiences on that distant planet, Bai Siqi realized that his prior thoughts had been overly simplistic. Perhaps the late Duke had witnessed the Crown Prince being engulfed by a cosmic storm, unaware of the hidden truths concealed within, and presumed the Crown Prince had perished. Certain members of the imperial family, unwilling to let news of the Crown Prince's demise circulate, and wary of the White Duke's estate, chose to act decisively. Nevertheless, it was unequivocally evident that his father's death was linked to the royal family. As he sat aboard the vessel en route to the Central Star, Bai Siqi pinched the bridge of his nose, allowing his gaze to drift from the profound darkness of space back to the interior of the room, where he gradually closed his eyes. Once I return to the Central Star and unveil the truth behind my father's death, avenging him, I shall seek you out. This thought circled in Bai Siqi's mind as he swiftly succumbed to slumber. 2 hours later, the man lying in bed abruptly opened his eyes. His pupils, as dark as ink, bore the remnants of confusion from his awakening, but soon the bewilderment faded, replaced by a somewhat detached expression. As if recalling something, Bai Siqi's brow furrowed slightly, his eyelids drooping lazily, exuding an air of lethargy. He seemed almost like a different person, devoid of the usual gentleness he exhibited. However, being alone in the room, no one noticed his peculiar state. Bai Siqi's thoughts were consumed by a surge of memories that had recently emerged in his mind. After regaining memories from his 20s a month ago, Bai Siqi found himself once more revisiting a segment of his past, specifically from the ages of 20 to 25. Yet, this time, it wasn't as the Imperial Duke Bai Siqi. Rather, it was the narrative of how he established the Dawn organization after uncovering the truth behind his father's death and nurtured it to greatness. This memory encompassed their initial collaboration with the 19th Military District as the founder of the Dawn organization. He had even traveled to the 19th Military District to negotiate for that first significant contract. Since this recollection was viewed from the perspective of Qiao, the leader of the Dawn organization, Bai Siqi, upon absorbing this memory, unconsciously adopted Qiao's identity. For a time after regaining this memory, Bai Siqi found himself questioning his very identity as the Imperial Duke. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to untangle the flood of memories that had suddenly appeared. Though this experience was somewhat dissimilar to his previous memory recoveries, which left him with a sense of disarray, he was assuredly still Bai Siqi. Yet at the same time, he also embodied the founder of the Dawn organization, Qiao. However, without the memories associated with his role as an Imperial Duke, he appeared transformed, almost as if he had become a different person entirely. Even if Bai Siqi endeavored to mimic the demeanor of his 25-year-old self, the abrupt influx of memories rendered it a daunting task. Ultimately, Bai Siqi succumbed to his true nature, collapsing onto the bed as if devoid of bones. After a lengthy pause, he let out a resigned sigh. Due to this unforeseen turn of events, Bai Siqi was unable to return to the Central Star and resolve matters he had long desired to address. Thus, he drifted through the cosmos for over 10 days, awaiting the reopening of the passage to another planet. Bai Siqi did not accompany the cargo ship transporting weaponry to that planet. Over the course of those days, the essence that once belonged to Qiao, the leader of the Dawn organization, gradually faded, and he reverted to the demeanor of the gentle yet authoritative Imperial Duke. Yet, only Bai Siqi himself understood that this facade was merely a performance. The disparity between his current self and the persona he projected was vast. Bai Siqi felt a sense of relief that Feng Qiao was not by his side at this moment. Since her arrival on that planet, her health had steadily improved, and the symptoms that once plagued her seemed to have vanished entirely. Once Feng Qiao had recuperated further and he had resolved the issues concerning his father, perhaps his memories would fully restore, allowing him to reunite with Feng Qiao. He pondered how much of her past feelings for him remained after such an extended absence. Bai Siqi silently lamented, regretting that his former self had been overly cautious and failed to seize opportunities. Whether or not he regained his memories, his affection for Feng Qiao was genuine, and she did not truly reject him. They had been wed for nearly half a year, and with the restoration of his memories, he felt as if he had regressed to a childish state, leaving him at a loss for words. As he contemplated these matters, his communication device vibrated twice, signaling an incoming video call from his subordinates. Bai Siqi casually accepted the call through deliberate practice over the past few days. He had become adept at embodying the role of Bai Siqi, even though this persona was inherently his own. The call connected swiftly, and the individual on the other end proceeded to report on the progress made over the past month, detailing the situation on that planet. Bai Siqi listened intently, and once all pertinent information had been conveyed and the individual awaited his next instructions, Bai Siqi inquired, "How is Qiao Qiao faring over there?" The other party hesitated for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Bai Siqi's unexpected question. After a brief pause, they quickly responded, "Madam is doing very well there. Physician Yi has confirmed that her health is no longer in jeopardy. This time, Madam will be returning with the ship alongside Physician Yi." Bai Siqi could hardly process the remainder of the conversation. His mind was consumed with a singular thought. Feng Qiao was returning. Feng Qiao was coming back. He had not anticipated her return at this moment. It seemed she had truly recovered remarkably well. Bai Siqi's expression softened gradually, revealing a sense of relief. Reflecting on today, 2 months ago, he recalled the last video communication with Feng Qiao, where her eyes were unfocused and filled with pain. Bai Siqi, after his subordinates concluded their remarks, eagerly ended the call and promptly initiated a video communication with Feng Qiao. Chapter 171. I too have contemplated much after 2 months of recuperation. Feng Qiao no longer exhibited the frail demeanor she once had. Her condition appeared to surpass that of more than half of the imperial populace. Her fair, oval face had gained a bit of flesh, radiating a healthy glow. Her brown eyes shone brightly, reflecting clarity and serenity, reminiscent of a gentle spring flowing into one's heart. Although Bai Siqi had noticed changes in Feng Qiao when he reviewed the recordings she had made a month prior, the transformation seemed even more pronounced after another month. It was evident that she was thriving. A hint of a smile blossomed in his dark eyes, surprised yet pleased that Feng Qiao had returned at this moment. However, a lingering worry surfaced in his mind. Why had she come back now? Would the symptoms reappear after departing that planet? If Feng Qiao had to endure the torment she experienced 2 months ago, he would prefer to delay their reunion until he resolved matters on his end, planning to join her afterward. Moreover, concerning Feng Qiao's parents, he had been in negotiations with the space pirate group during this time. If they were willing, he could bring them along when the time was right. Feng Qiao still harbored reservations about him, reluctant to share certain matters. Bai Siqi had no intention of forcing her. After all, their lives stretched long ahead, and he was confident that, bit by bit, he would earn her complete trust. Feng Qiao certainly remembered her reasons for traveling to that planet 2 months ago, and remarkably, the very next day after her arrival, she no longer experienced any symptoms of dizziness. Even though Yi Qin and Bai Siqi could not discern the entirety of her situation, they must have suspected something. At that time, Feng Qiao had contemplated disguising her intentions, yet upon proposing the trip to the planet, Bai Siqi had readily acquiesced, leading her to feel that pretense was unnecessary. During her 2 months on that planet, aside from exercising and participating in research and potion-making, Feng Qiao had not neglected to ponder her relationship with Bai Siqi. If she remained there indefinitely while Bai Siqi, for various reasons, could not visit, there was a possibility that his affection for her might wane over time. In that case, it might not be impossible to part ways, as she had initially envisioned, allowing each to live separately. Alternatively, Bai Siqi might remain as steadfast as before, and after spending time together, they could ultimately decide whether to remain together or part ways. However, Feng Qiao did not desire such an outcome. Regardless of what lay ahead for her and Bai Siqi, evasion was the least desirable course of action. Had her situation not arisen so unexpectedly, Feng Qiao would not have wished for their separation of 2 months following her agreement to attempt a relationship with Bai Siqi. Nonetheless, this period apart had granted her clarity regarding certain matters, enabling her to present her true self more openly to Bai Siqi. "Are you not happy to see me return?" Feng Qiao pouted, her brows furrowing slightly, displaying an unmistakable air of displeasure. Bai Siqi, taken aback for a moment, then smiled with warmth in his eyes, replying earnestly, "I am very much looking forward to it. During our time apart, I missed you greatly." Feng Qiao's change in demeanor was akin to an unexpected delight falling upon Bai Siqi, rendering the moment surreal. His words flowed effortlessly, echoing his innermost thoughts. The softening of his gaze made Feng Qiao's face flush with warmth. She curled her fingers at her sides, suppressing the urge to disconnect the communication, and softly responded, "I too have contemplated much." Bai Siqi was acutely aware of the implications. Initially, he had been compelled to let Feng Qiao venture alone to that planet due to her health issues, never anticipating such a delightful surprise would ensue. In the distance, the Mo Sang ship gradually approached, entering the docking bay. This time, the quantity of soothing agents transported was more than 3 times that of the previous month, along with a significantly increased variety of energy weapons. The thought of these supplies playing a crucial role on the battlefield ignited excitement among those waiting outside. Last month, although the military had taken substantial actions to eliminate infiltrators among their ranks, leading to rampant speculation and rumors even reaching the Central Star. The introduction of new weaponry specifically designed to counter the infiltrators had effectively pushed the battlefield back significantly. Even if some voiced dissent, the announcement of the Imperial forces' initial victory against the infiltrators quelled such murmurs. However, due to the limited availability of new weapons and the need to suppress any leaks regarding infiltrators, all had been utilized. For the past 2 weeks, the military had inquired about the new weapons, yet no definitive answers had emerged. Many accompanying Bai Siqi were individuals who had recently returned from that planet, fully aware that the Mo Sang ship carried not only life-saving soothing agents, but also the new weapons the military longed for. Standing outside the docking bay, Bai Siqi radiated joy akin to those around him. Yet, unbeknownst to the others, what stirred his excitement most was not solely the soothing agents and weapons. As the hatch opened, Bai Siqi eagerly joined the throng, entering the Mo Sang ship. The soothing agents and energy weapons were primarily stored in the ship's hold. But Bai Siqi deftly navigated through the crowd towards the resting area. In the resting area, Feng Qiao anticipated that the personnel outside would be preoccupied with inventory and logistics. Considering the over 4 million soothing agents and an array of energy weapons, along with approximately 500 energy bombs, she decided against venturing out at this moment. Most importantly, Bai Siqi had just expressed his intent to visit before ending their communication. With 3 firm knocks, the metallic door creaked open. Feng Qiao stood beside the entrance, seemingly awaiting Bai Siqi's arrival, and their eyes met, both momentarily stunned. "Thank goodness I couldn't resist calling you earlier. Otherwise, I might have hesitated to recognize you." Bai Siqi chuckled as he stepped inside, his gaze swiftly scanning Feng Qiao. His half-joking tone alleviated the subtle tension between them. Feng Qiao was aware of the meticulous care she had received during her 2 months on that planet. Not only had her health metrics improved, but she had also inexplicably grown 5 centimeters in height, leaving her astonished. Even Yi Qin, who saw her almost daily, could not help but express his amazement, making Bai Siqi's comments quite understandable. Chapter 172. The people behind Jiang waning, however. Feng Qiao's physical transformation from D to B grade explained such a significant change. Future advancements would likely not come as swiftly, and thus, subsequent changes would be less pronounced. Yi Qin remarked, "Your efforts in training on that planet have evidently yielded fruitful results." Bai Siqi lowered his gaze, his mind drifting back to the first moment he met Feng Qiao after his amnesia. At that time, he retained only memories from before he was 5 years old and perceived her as a fragile, frail figure whose proximity filled him with trepidation, fearing he might inadvertently harm this delicate porcelain doll. To my surprise, in just a few months, the fragile porcelain doll not only grew taller, but also gained some weight, her body becoming sturdier. Bai Siqi's gaze was gentle and warm, although he maintained his focus on Feng Qiao. After overcoming the initial awkwardness, he seemed more accepting. Reflecting on her purpose for physical training, Feng Qiao responded, "Yes, I aspire to pilot a real mech. However, progressing from D to B grade took her 2 months, and advancing further would likely prove even more challenging." Of course, it was possible that her physical capabilities had reached their limit. Nevertheless, Feng Qiao was not overly concerned, as her current fitness level was sufficient for mech piloting. Speaking of mechs, Feng Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She recalled a previous conversation on that distant planet, where she had casually mentioned her interest in mechs. 2 researchers from the Dawn organization had introduced her to some basic models, and she recounted their discussion. Sutai had mentioned a particular basic mech he had studied, noting its commendable performance across various aspects, suggesting that if she had no specific preferences, it would be a suitable choice to start with. "What do you think?" The 2 settled into their seats as Feng Qiao shared the mech model they had recommended. Seeking Bai Siqi's opinion, should Bai Siqi also find it agreeable, she was prepared to place an order for the mech. Despite her current financial stability, she understood the need for caution when purchasing such an item. Bai Siqi recognized Feng Qiao's keen interest in mechs, although he was unaware of the exact reasons behind it. He decided to continue the conversation. "Indeed, this model has commendable performance, and its compact design offers agility. It stands out among the basic mechs developed by the Dawn organization." Upon hearing Bai Siqi's endorsement, Feng Qiao felt a wave of relief. Just as she was about to proceed to the Dawn organization's official website to place her order, Bai Siqi added, "However, the suitability of a mech can only be confirmed through hands-on experience. Once we return to Central Star, we should visit a mech experience center to test it out before making a purchase." Feng Qiao was taken aback by the realization that acquiring a mech involved so many considerations. Although slightly disappointed that she could not order it immediately, she preferred not to end up piloting a mech that was unsuitable for her. Closing the shopping interface, she began to focus on another layer of meaning behind Bai Siqi's words, inquiring with curiosity, "Are we heading back to Central Star now?" "Yes. Once we finish transporting the soothing agents from the Mozong, we will return to Central Star." After a brief pause, Bai Siqi seemed somewhat hesitant, yet he continued to explain to Feng Qiao, "In fact, I was supposed to return to Central Star half a month ago, so I could have dealt with matters before your arrival." Bai Siqi sighed softly. While he was delighted to see Feng Qiao at this moment, the thought of bringing her back to Central Star to handle those affairs made him somewhat reluctant. Feng Qiao assumed Bai Siqi was referring to Jiang Weining and the individuals behind him, prompting her to ask, "Have you found information about the person behind Jiang Weining?" Despite her reincarnation, those individuals had not yet obtained that planet. Yet, they dared to use the Shadow Clan's pollutants to frame the Feng family. Although previous videos posted on the Star Network and the Dawn organization's authorization to numerous enterprises for the use of new suppressant formulas had led many to realize that the prior events might not have been caused by the Feng family's new suppressants, the Empire had not yet altered its initial judgment. Consequently, the matter remained unresolved. This time, she was determined to uncover the individuals behind Jiang Weining and ensure they receive their due punishment. "I have found them. However, this matter involves many people and issues, and their targets extend beyond the Feng family. I will explain it to you gradually, but you must not act on your own after hearing this. Allow me to handle it, all right?" If Feng Qiao had not returned at this moment, Bai Siqi would not have needed to explain anything to her. He could have simply waited for everything to settle and then shared the final outcome with her. But since Feng Qiao had returned, she certainly had the right to know. Moreover, if it were not for Feng Qiao's unexpected involvement that led Xia Yin to investigate Major General Ming's nephew, as well as the previously provided soothing agents, they would not have been able to enlist Lu Juanhao to their side. In essence, each element was interconnected, without any one of them. They could not have unraveled the truth in such a short time. However, discussing this matter would require considerable time. Fortunately, they had several days before returning to Central Star, during which Bai Siqi could clarify all the connections involved. The person behind Jiang Weining is the Crown Prince. Bai Siqi's revelation was akin to a bombshell, leaving Feng Qiao momentarily stunned. Observing her reaction, Bai Siqi voiced his concerns while gently stroking Feng Qiao's head to help her relax. Whether that person was still the Crown Prince remained uncertain, but it certainly was not good news. Bai Siqi's gaze darkened as he recalled his own disbelief upon first hearing this news. However, after calming down, he reviewed the investigations sent by Yu Li and suddenly felt that everything was not without leads. Feng Qiao quickly regained her composure, asking, "What does this mean?" The invasion of the Shadow Clan's mental entities into the human mental domain could potentially control this person's actions or even entirely replace the original owner of the body. However, the Crown Prince was born without psychic power, merely an ordinary person. Currently, they had not found other examples of ordinary individuals being controlled, making it difficult to say definitively. Nonetheless, on a subjective level, Bai Siqi leaned towards the belief that the living person was indeed the Crown Prince. As for why the Crown Prince would collude with the Shadow Clan, they had yet to uncover that. Moreover, numerous nobles in the Empire were also under control. Had that individual not initially sought to control Lu Juanhao, only to fail due to Lu Juanhao's premature use of the soothing agent. The Duke's residents would not have discovered the unconscious Lu Juanhao so swiftly, allowing them to clarify these matters. Chapter 173. Returning to the Duke's residence to ensure Feng Qiao could return to Central Star with him, Bai Siqi made a concerted effort to explain everything in detail. The fact that the person behind Jiang Weining was the Crown Prince posed a significant challenge, compounded by the reality that many in the Empire were no longer themselves. Some were nobles, some held high positions, and others were strategically placed near powerful figures. Currently, they could not ascertain the exact number of such individuals. Bai Siqi intended to start with the Crown Prince and methodically root them out one by one. Though Bai Siqi spoke lightly of the task, Feng Qiao understood the gravity of the situation. However, she believed she could assist in identifying which individuals were connected to the Shadow Clan, at least within a limited scope. You need not worry. Once the soothing agents and energy weapons reach the battlefield, some individuals will inevitably become restless. Bai Siqi's gaze lowered, concealing the uncertainty in his eyes. This was a plan he had devised long ago. The only unforeseen factor was Feng Qiao's return at such a critical moment, which would undoubtedly draw significant attention. Yet, he could not feel at ease placing Feng Qiao elsewhere. Bai Siqi sighed inwardly. Now that Feng Qiao had emerged, he could not simply send her back. He could only strive to protect her to the best of his ability. After discussing the situation in Central Star with Bai Siqi, Feng Qiao reached out to her parents. After 2 months, her parents had long since left the Black Domain, and communication restrictions no longer applied. As soon as she dialed, the connection was promptly established. Bai Siqi was aware that both sides had much to discuss, so he chose not to intrude, leaving the space entirely for Feng Qiao and his family. This communication lasted for quite some time, allowing both sides to gain insight into each other's lives over the past 2 months. Observing Feng Qiao's current state, the concerns that his parents had harbored due to their inability to contact him dissipated naturally. Feng Qiao refrained from revealing to his parents the matters Bai Siqi was about to undertake. They assumed the two were merely returning to their usual life on Central Star. Days passed, and the ship they traveled on finally arrived at Central Star. Prior to their return, Bai Siqi had taken special measures to disguise Feng Qiao. Although her height and added weight could not be reverted, after some adjustments, she appeared less conspicuous than before. Feng Qiao understood that Bai Siqi was worried about others noticing her abnormalities and fixating on her, so she allowed him to proceed with his plans. Upon returning to the Duke's residence after more than 4 months, everything seemed unchanged on the surface. Yet Feng Qiao was acutely aware that things were not the same as before. "Madam, is your health truly better?" Despite the concealment Feng Qiao had employed upon seeing her, Butler Yu Li was momentarily stunned before confirming her identity. Without waiting for Feng Qiao's response, his slightly clouded eyes glistened with tears. "It is much improved. Uncle Yu, let's speak inside." Feng Qiao cast a curious glance at Bai Siqi, wondering why he had not informed butler Yu Li about her situation. Considering that many eyes were likely on the Duke's residence, she chose not to elaborate further. Yu Li, upon noticing Feng Qiao's transformation, felt a surge of excitement and, upon hearing her words, seemed to realize something, quickly ushering them inside. As they walked, Yu Li could not suppress his joy and spoke more than usual. Feng Qiao listened quietly until she heard the name Lu Juanhao, prompting her to ask, "Has he been visiting often?" Feng Qiao was already aware that Lu Juanhao had narrowly escaped becoming one of those under control, thanks to the soothing agent Bai Siqi had sent back. He managed to endure until the Duke's people found him, having personally experienced the effects of the soothing agent. She recognized it was now the only source of security for Lu Juanhao. However, the Dawn organization did not publicly sell the soothing agent. The Duke's residence was his only access point. No, currently there is no overt connection between the Duke's residence and Lu Juanhao. Just a few days ago, he inquired about the soothing agent, Yu Li explained. Yu Li was fully aware of the current situation on Central Star. He had once thought the original empire was beyond repair, corrupted by various factions. But little did he know that the true state of the empire was even more rotten than they could see. Not wanting Feng Qiao to worry about these matters, Yu Li did not elaborate further. Perhaps to welcome Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi, lunch at the Duke's residence was particularly sumptuous. Although the food lacked energy, the chef's skill was undeniable. Feng Qiao dined with satisfaction and, feeling full, strolled along the small path towards her bedroom to digest. The afternoon sun filtered through the tall trees lining the path, casting dappled shadows, while two figures, one tall and one short, stood closely together beneath the shade. Perhaps due to having eaten too much at lunch, Feng Qiao soon yawned as they walked. Bai Siqi gently draped an arm over her shoulder, drawing her closer. "Shall we take a nap?" Feng Qiao blinked slowly, then nodded. Her biological clock had been disrupted during the days spent on the ship, and having woken up after only a few hours today, she was suddenly overwhelmed by drowsiness right after lunch. Following Bai Siqi's lead, they arrived at their marital chamber, and Feng Qiao sank onto the pillow and fell asleep immediately. Not long after she drifted off, Bai Siqi's wrist communicator buzzed incessantly. He merely adjusted the blanket over Feng Qiao before stepping out to attend to matters. The news Bai Siqi returned with was not deliberately concealed. By the time they leisurely enjoyed lunch in the dining room, many had already learned of it. Common folk merely expressed envy at Bai Siqi's good fortune in encountering the Dawn organization's development of the soothing agent, which completely resolved his mental power issues. However, for some, Bai Siqi's survival during the mental power upheaval not only disrupted their plans, but also posed a significant threat. Previously, when Bai Siqi was on the battlefield, they were powerless to act. Yet now that he had returned to Central Star, which was their territory, the situation had shifted. Beyond Bai Siqi, what truly instilled trepidation in these individuals was the Dawn organization. This organization, rather than pursuing innocuous research, had produced the soothing agent and energy weapons, essentially declaring war upon them. Since Bai Siqi publicly announced the complete resolution of his mental power issues 2 months ago, and the Dawn organization delivered the first batch of soothing agents, the enmity between them had deepened. The recent news that the Dawn organization was sending an even larger supply of soothing agents to the battlefield set them on edge. In a dimly lit room, a group of masked individuals congregated. Due to the closeness of their circles, even with their identities concealed, perceptive individuals could discern some details that hinted at one another's true identities. Yet, even if many were already aware of each other's identities, no one would dare to mention them in public or formal settings. Once donned with masks, each person here severed ties with their original identities. And when the masks were removed, there would be no discussion of anything that transpired here. They existed as double agents, navigating the fine line between light and darkness. Their dual identities completely severed. However, could they truly maintain this segregation as long as they refrained from mentioning one another's alternate identities in these settings? The answer, of course, was no. Recently, The young man from the Liu family has been exceedingly reckless, showing blatant disregard for us. Was-T, it said that a new batch of pollutants was brought in from outside. This batch is being used on that young man. A middle-aged man wearing a gold-trimmed fox mask was evidently furious. His teeth clenched as if he wished to rip apart the person he was speaking of. His words were almost thoughtless. Just as he finished speaking, a nearby individual cast a cool glance at him and calmly remarked, "Liu Juanhao must possess this soothing agent. His previous escape was undoubtedly aided by it. It is regrettable that we did not recognize this sooner. However, it is not too late to mitigate our losses. There are many people in the Empire, and we need not force Liu Juanhao into our ranks. No, under the current circumstances, it is impossible to draw Liu Juanhao into our fold, given his recent erratic behavior, incessantly biting at our heels. It would be unwise to provoke further complications at this time." Upon hearing this, several individuals exhaled in relief, their expressions reflecting regret for their delayed understanding. While the exact quantity of soothing agents Liu Juanhao possessed remained uncertain, we have already squandered too many pollutants on him, including a hard-won Shadow Tribe spirit. Ever since someone posted that video online, inspections from the battlefield as Central Star have become even more stringent than before. Before he could finish, an irate voice interrupted. "So what do you mean? Are we just going to leave Liu Juanhao to his own devices?" During this time, Liu Juanhao's imperial identity has caused him considerable trouble, and he even began to suspect whether Liu Juanhao had already uncovered his true identity within the Empire. After contemplating for a while, the individual could not discern where he had exposed himself. Ultimately, he continued to believe that Liu Juanhao was merely a mad dog indiscriminately attacking others. However, if Liu Juanhao was merely venting his frustrations on random individuals, it would have been acceptable. Yet he consistently managed to strike at the man's vulnerabilities with precision. Witnessing Liu Juanhao's smug expression, the man nearly succumbed to the temptation of retaliating in front of so many witnesses. That Liu Juanhao must have acted with intention. But why would he deliberately target you? A voice murmured from the side. "Do you think he knows your identity?" The man's expression suddenly stiffened, cold sweat cascading down his back, his mouth opening and closing as he found himself at a loss for words. How could Liu Juanhao possibly know his identity? No, he certainly did not. The man's head shook vigorously, akin to a rattle, realizing that his earlier indignation stemmed from the losses incurred due to Liu Juanhao over the past period. Now, in a state of calmness, he considered that if Liu Juanhao truly recognized him that day, then even if he had known his identity, what could it matter? He could present no evidence, nor would he admit to anything. Ultimately, there would be no witnesses to corroborate. However, the man was now aware that Liu Juanhao had access to the calming agent, and although it could not be considered definitive evidence, even a slight possibility had significant implications for him. Naturally, others had their own notions as well. If he could obtain the calming agent, he would no longer need to worry about mental instability and would not be subject to others' control. The critical point was that the Liming organization had made it clear that the calming agents were only provided to the military. However, the fact that Liu Juanhao possessed such agents indicated that there were indeed alternative avenues for acquisition. Initially, he had joined out of desperation to address his mental issues. Now that better methods were available for treatment, he was inclined to choose the superior option. The man behind the silver-gray mask contemplated deeply. Among the 10 or so individuals present, many expressed their opinions, yet some, seeing the lack of consensus, lost the desire to continue discussions. Soon, the masked figures at the conference table began to disperse one by one, leaving only a few remaining, including the young man who had maintained silence in the main seat. The deep, gravelly voice of the older man sounded as if it had been rasped against sandpaper, but before he could continue, he was halted by a gesture from the man in the main seat. Have the effects of those calming agents on the battlefield been confirmed? Yes. It is unknown what has been added to those agents, but they pose significant harm to us. All our operatives embedded within the military have been identified and eliminated. Currently, apart from the battlefield reports from the Yingzhou, we have no means to gather intelligence from within the military's inner workings. Reflecting on the recent news received, the man's hoarse voice seemed tinged with melancholy. It is not that they did not wish to conceal themselves effectively. Rather, it was simply impossible to do so. No, it should be said that they were incapable of hiding. The suffering inflicted by the calming agents was unbearable. Although some spiritual entities had not endured much torment and had simply dissipated completely, just as victory was within their grasp. With the entire nation poised to become their enslaved subjects, providing mental energy for the perpetuation of their race, an unforeseen mishap occurred at the final moment. No one knew the nature of the final discussions held in that conference room. After a brief exchange, the remaining individuals quickly departed. Upon removing their masks, they could still navigate this world openly with their original identities. However, unlike those merely controlled, once their identities were discovered, if they were forced to ingest that calming agent, they might meet the same fate as their kin, vanishing from this world. Thus, they had to take action. Chapter 175. The invitation from the palace. Feng Qiao awoke to find it was already 3 in the afternoon. The room was cloaked in darkness, the opaque curtains blocking out all light, creating a somewhat dim atmosphere. Feng Qiao scanned the room, noting the absence of any other presence, before slipping into a pair of cotton slippers placed beside the bed. With a rustle, the dark green curtains were swiftly drawn aside, allowing the golden warmth of the sun to pour into the room. Feng Qiao instinctively shut her eyes, taking a moment to adjust before slowly opening them again. As the sunlight bathed her in its gentle embrace, she found herself pleasantly squinting. Although it could not compare to the sensation of being enveloped by energy on that distant planet, at least the environment here was far superior to that of RZ-13 or the ship. With her physique having ascended to level B, Feng Qiao was no longer as fragile as before, prone to frequent illnesses. Yet perhaps due to her awakening of wood-type abilities, she still preferred this vibrant environment. After basking in the sun for a while, she seemed to recall something and retrieved a palm-sized metallic sphere from her storage device. Upon pressing a switch on the sphere, a deep yellow-green light emanated from her palm and filled the hollow metallic orb. This sphere resembled those used by Suqie and others for crafting energy bombs, but had subtle differences. Like the previous metallic spheres, this one was also capable of storing energy. Before deciding to leave that planet, Feng Qiao had specifically requested the 2 researchers to create some of these spheres for her. Although the 2 researchers, engrossed in their studies, did not wish for their powerful assistant to depart, they ultimately did not press the matter when they saw her determination. Furthermore, understanding that it was thanks to Feng Qiao's daily assistance in merging energy over the past 2 months that they had been able to develop energy weapons so swiftly, they spent considerable time fulfilling her request for these spheres. This was unexpected for Feng Qiao, yet seeing the number of metallic spheres, which had doubled from her initial request, brought her great joy. Noticing that the sphere in her hand was now fully charged, Feng Qiao promptly ceased channeling her powers, carefully sealed the sphere, and placed it back in her storage device. She then retrieved another new sphere and repeated the process. It was not until her energy was fully expended that she followed the previous steps to seal the partially filled energy sphere and store it away. Bai Siqi, upon seeing the curtains pulled open on the 2nd floor, knew Feng Qiao had awakened. He hastily ascended the stairs, holding a golden red intertwined invitation in his hand. As he opened the door, he found Feng Qiao standing by the window, sunlight streaming through the large glass and casting a soft halo around her. Hearing the door creak, the girl's long eyelashes fluttered slightly before she turned to face the entrance. "Achi, is that an invitation?" Feng Qiao's gaze fell upon the exquisitely crafted golden red invitation in Bai Siqi's fingers, her expression betraying little surprise. They had already discussed the matters they might face upon returning to the Central Star while aboard the ship, so this was within their expectations. However, Bai Siqi would undoubtedly have outright declined a regular invitation, and it seemed this was not the case. The next moment, Bai Siqi's explanation confirmed Feng Qiao's suspicions. "An invitation from the palace. His Majesty is preparing to host a banquet in 2 days to celebrate the restoration of my mental faculties." Bai Siqi casually placed the invitation on a nearby low table, his dark eyes slightly lowered, clearly disinterested. Although 3 months had passed since Bai Siqi's mental recovery, he himself saw no necessity for such a celebration. However, With the invitation now in his possession and unable to take immediate action against the traitors, attending was unavoidable. Feng Qiao recalled Bai Siqi mentioning that the imperial crown prince was likely also under the control of the Yingzhu. The banquet this time was once again held within the imperial palace, inevitably leading to an encounter with the imperial crown prince. She quickly calculated the number of energy spheres she would possess in 2 days, casting a glance at the soothing agents in her storage ring, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing. "I will accompany you," Bai Siqi nodded, his eyes betraying little concern. Although the banquet's intentions were undoubtedly dubious, Bai Siqi remained largely untroubled. Should any disturbances arise during the event, it would save him the need for excessive vigilance. That evening, Bai Siqi discreetly dispatched a small portion of the soothing agents he had brought to Lu Jiu and Hao. Along with them, he also sent 2 energy guns, modified from anesthetic firearms. These compact weapons lacked significant lethality. While they possessed a mild paralyzing effect, they were ineffective against the Shadow Clan and the Empire's citizens, specifically designed to combat those controlled or parasitized by the Shadow Clan. Bai Siqi had already instructed Yu Li on the specifics of the energy guns for Lu Jiu and Hao, confident that he would know how to proceed once in possession of them. Completing the final task of the day, Bai Siqi stretched his limbs and stepped out of the study, despite having arranged most matters during the days of drifting through space. The presence of Feng Qiao beside him compelled Bai Siqi to minimize any risk as much as possible. Upon exiting the study, he encountered Feng Qiao approaching. "Is there something troubling you?" she asked, wearing her sleepwear, her disguise removed, revealing a hint of lingering blush from the steam. Having felt a twinge of thirst, she had gone downstairs for a glass of water. Remembering the study's lights still on as she ascended, she had intended to check, only to run into Bai Siqi as he emerged. Noticing his furrowed brow, seemingly deep in thought, she inquired further. Bai Siqi indeed had a particularly vexing matter at hand, though it was not related to the Shadow Clan of Central Star, as Feng Qiao presumed. "There is something," Bai Siqi hesitated, opening his mouth slightly. Observing his indecision, Feng Qiao felt a sense of unease. "What is it?" Half a month ago, a fragment of memory resurfaced unexpectedly. Although Bai Siqi had sensed it earlier, he had no intention of discussing it with Feng Qiao. Stunned, she tightened her grip on her glass. "Did I hear you correctly?" she pressed, her expression one of shock. "What do you mean you recovered a memory? Didn't you already regain all your memories?" Chapter 176. Bai Siqi's other identity. Feng Qiao narrowed her eyes, contemplating a certain possibility, her gaze shifting to Bai Siqi with a hint of suspicion. Bai Siqi felt a tightening in his chest under her scrutinizing gaze, but steeled himself, quickly revealing the truth of his other identity. While it was not an overly significant matter, given his prior decision to collaborate with the Dawn organization, it was prudent for Feng Qiao to be informed early on. "I have another identity. I am the leader of the Dawn organization." "What?" Feng Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had misheard. How could she have possibly heard Bai Siqi claim to be the leader of the organization? She took several gulps of water from her glass, striving to regain her composure. Glancing at Bai Siqi again, she noted his serious demeanor, confirming he was not jesting. Even if he were joking, it was not something one would trifle with. Yet, considering the evaluation she had heard from the members of the Dawn organization regarding their leader, she found it hard to believe. "You are Shi Ci, the one revered by the masochists of the Dawn organization, akin to a modern-day Scrooge?" Her eyes filled with shock, reflected disbelief, and a whirlwind of complex emotions. Indeed, aside from the inherent bias of the Dawn organization's members towards their leader, Feng Qiao concluded from the stories she had heard that these individuals likely harbored varying degrees of masochistic tendencies. The more severe their tendencies, the higher their reverence for Shi Ci, rendering it unassailable. Bai Siqi was taken aback by Feng Qiao's intense reaction. However, having resolved to reveal the truth, he felt no need for further concealment. He offered a brief explanation. "Some matters occurred previously, and I had intended to assume a different identity. Unbeknownst to me, 5 years passed, and I remained shackled by the title of Duke of the Empire. Yet, I am grateful that this identity persists. Otherwise, I could not be with you." Bai Siqi's gaze softened as he looked at Feng Qiao. Though he had yet to fully recover his memories, he recognized that whether as Qiao or Bai Siqi, he remained fundamentally himself. Moreover, given the circumstances of the time, he believed that the persona he manifested as Qiao was closer to his true self. Hence, the possibility of not regaining another portion of his memory did not trouble him, as he was well aware of what he had accomplished as Bai Siqi over the past 5 years. That night, overwhelmed by the shock, Feng Qiao found herself in a daze before sleep, feeling little discomfort with the presence of another person beside her. Bai Siqi waited until she fell asleep before casting his gaze to the quilt beside her that displeased him. Moments later, a hand gradually stretched out from one side, first tossing the quilt aside, then wrapping the person within it back into his embrace. Feng Qiao seemed to sense something in her dreams, but warmth soon enveloped her again. Her long eyelashes fluttered, yet she did not open her eyes, finding a comfortable position to drift back into slumber. After 4 months of recuperation, Feng Qiao's physique had improved from its initial frailty. Bai Siqi held her waist gently, the warmth of her body palpable even through the fabric, his gaze deepening in the shadows. Unfortunately, the moment was not yet right. Closing his eyes, he listened to the soft, rhythmic breaths beside him, quickly succumbing to sleep. Perhaps due to the comfort of the previous night, Bai Siqi awoke slightly later than usual the following day. However, as the person in his arms remained asleep, he chose to linger in bed. He gazed down at the slumbering figure nestled against him, warmth and tenderness evident in his expression. Feng Qiao had taken a nap the previous afternoon. Although she had gone to bed late, due to the unexpected events, she still woke early. As her eyes fluttered open, the memory of Bai Siqi's revelation came rushing back to her. 11. Bai Siqi was Qiao, the leader of the Dawn organization. A jolt of realization surged through her, prompting her to sit up abruptly, her earlier drowsiness vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, a muffled sound echoed above her, and she winced in pain. Her head had inadvertently collided with something solid, fogging her vision momentarily. Instinctively, she lowered her head, only to find her face pressed against warm skin. The skin felt somewhat firm, causing her nose to tingle slightly, and soon, tears welled in her eyes. Bai Siqi raised his hand, intending to stroke Feng Qiao's head, concerned by the force of her earlier impact, wondering if her head had sustained any injury. Yet, just as he lifted his hand, he felt 2 warm droplets fall onto his chest. Upon noticing what it was, Bai Siqi was taken aback and hurriedly lifted the face that was still buried in his chest. In the next moment, a tear-streaked face with a reddened nose appeared before him. Bai Siqi's heart involuntarily tightened for a brief moment as he gently wiped away the tears from Feng Qiao's cheeks. Seeing that she had ceased her weeping, he began to comfort her by softly patting her back. "Do not cry. It is my fault. Had I known, I would not have brought you over last night, or at least I would have returned you to your own bed before you woke up." Although this incident was entirely accidental, Bai Siqi felt a tinge of regret. Feng Qiao's tears had been a reflexive response to the 2 consecutive shocks, which she could not control. Now that she had regained her composure, there was no reason for her to continue crying over such a trivial matter. However, the most pressing question was why she was so close to Bai Siqi. Realizing this, Feng Qiao instinctively drew back, creating some distance between them, only to feel a chill on her back. She turned to glance behind her and discovered that her entire back was exposed to the outside of the blanket. No, the crucial question should be why she found herself on Bai Siqi's side. As she turned, she noticed that the half of the bed she should have occupied was now empty, with the blanket that resembled the one she was currently under hanging limply at the foot of the bed, half of it evidently having fallen to the ground. So, she had kicked off the blanket in the middle of the night and ended up on Bai Siqi's side? This was simply inconceivable. Feng Qiao was utterly astonished, unable to believe it. Maintaining that position for several seconds, Bai Siqi, unable to bear the awkwardness any longer, pulled the blanket around Feng Qiao more snugly and whispered, "This blanket is too slippery. I will have it replaced with a new one tonight." The morning's little episode quickly faded away, and in the following 2 days, both were preoccupied with preparations for the banquet scheduled for the day after tomorrow. During this time, There were indeed some visitors who had heard the news and come to pay their respects, but Bai Siqi rejected them outright. The Dawn organization's soothing agents were intended solely for the battlefield. Those who came were likely seeking to obtain the soothing agents or were affiliated with the Shadow Clan, hoping to engage in some clandestine activities. Bai Siqi was not inclined to expend his time and energy on such individuals. He merely wished to enjoy a few more tranquil days with Feng Qiao. All visitors were barred from entering the Duke's residence, and even the gifts they brought could not cross the threshold. Initially, some persisted in their attempts, but ever since Bai Siqi's mental fortitude had been completely restored and the soothing agents were unveiled to the Empire, numerous individuals endeavored to acquire a soothing agent to witness its effects firsthand. However, the Dawn organization did not sell soothing agents to the public, and the allocation of soothing agents on the battlefield was exceedingly stringent. Each issuance was governed by strict regulations, followed by doctors who monitored the changes in mental conditions after consuming the agents. Therefore, they could not obtain any. Of course, under the overwhelming allure of soothing agents, there were those who attempted to encroach upon the Dawn organization in the preceding months. Nevertheless, the main base of the Dawn organization remained shrouded in mystery, and even if some managed to locate it, the advanced weaponry developed by the organization over the years was formidable. Additionally, those who dared to intercept the Dawn organization's cargo ships in recent months found themselves on the organization's wanted list. Any organized faction capable of eliminating these pirates could sign a contract for a minimum of 5,000 low-grade soothing agents, with the quantity increasing depending on the scale of the pirate faction's defeat. Naturally, if the Dawn organization discovered any fraudulent activities by an organized faction, that faction would be blacklisted and all products from the Dawn organization would cease to be sold to them. Furthermore, the Dawn organization issued a statement declaring that due to the current critical period, it would allocate all produced soothing agents to the battlefield. Once the situation stabilized, the production capacity of soothing agents would also become more stable, at which point they would be made available to the entire empire. They hoped for understanding from the populace. While not everyone could grasp this rationale, under such a declaration from the Dawn organization, any dissenting voices would swiftly be drowned out by the surrounding clamor. Those who dared not approach the Dawn organization sought to glean information from Bai Siqi, but alas, they miscalculated. Long before collaborating with the Dawn organization, they had considered this matter. The reasons for choosing the Dawn organization were twofold: its reputable standing and its array of high-tech weaponry, which could deter those coveting the soothing agents. What they had not anticipated was this alternative resolution. Nevertheless, this was an advantageous outcome. Firstly, it spared the Dawn organization from taking direct action, conserving their time and effort. Secondly, these orders provided alternative avenues for factions not intending to oppose the Dawn organization to acquire soothing agents, although they currently held only purchase contracts. Given the credibility the Dawn organization had amassed in the empire over the years, they were not concerned about the organization reneging on the deal. Moreover, with the emergence of numerous factions recklessly attacking the Dawn organization, the number of factions obtaining purchase contracts would only increase, further alleviating fears of breach. If the Dawn organization were to default, it would offend all involved. While the organization may be sufficiently powerful, it could not withstand the combined onslaught of so many factions. Naturally, if peaceful coexistence were possible, they would prefer not to escalate matters with the Dawn organization. Ironically, it was those factions holding contracts with the Dawn organization that now wished for its continued development. Thus, the focus of all was firmly on the soothing agents. Before Feng Qiao's departure, the monthly production of low-grade soothing agents had already exceeded 4 million, although the mined resources were sufficient to establish more production lines. Their current dilemma could not be resolved merely by expanding production capacity. After 2 consecutive months of consumption, the vegetation within a substantial radius surrounding the large transport ship had noticeably diminished compared to other areas. Prior to their arrival, several leaders had already been deliberating on relocation. Given that they frequently faced attacks from mutated flora and fauna, most of their operations were still conducted aboard the transport ship, making relocation relatively uncomplicated. The specifics of the new location, however, required thorough research. even if the large transport ship were to move elsewhere. It did not imply abandonment of the site where they had resided for 2 months, as it housed their established smelting factory. Moreover, based on their observations over the past 2 months, they discovered that the planet's environment was indeed particularly conducive to plant growth, and it was likely that within a few months, the vegetation would flourish once more. Once the plants returned to their previous state, they could revisit the site. Thus, they needed to identify several locations that were both lush and relatively safe, ensuring ease of harvesting for the production of soothing agents while also providing substantial security. Currently, their objective was to maximize the production of soothing agents. Once the Shadow Clan on Hui Luo Star was sufficiently diminished, they could afford to relax their efforts. Just as Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi concluded their discussion regarding the soothing agents, Bai Siqi's holographic device vibrated. Upon glancing at its contents, a smile blossomed on Bai Siqi's face. Good news. The soothing agents and energy weapons have just been delivered, and several commanders have selected their elite troops to commence an encirclement of the Shadow Clan lingering around the outskirts of Hui Luo Star. Now, only a small area surrounding Hui Luo Star remains populated by clusters of Shadow Clan. Although Bai Siqi was aware that the number of the Shadow Clan within the interior of Huiluoxing had reached a terrifying level, it was still a small victory for them to further diminish the operational range of the Shadow Clan. Now, they merely needed to remain vigilant against any potential counterattacks from the Shadow Clan, ensuring that they remained confined to this small area. Subsequently, they would utilize energy purification to cleanse the pollutants from RZ-13, thereby improving the living conditions for all soldiers while also slowing the deterioration of their mental faculties. If this trend continued, the complete annihilation of the Shadow Clan was merely a matter of time. However, this was an ideal scenario, given that the Shadow Clan had previously infiltrated the Central Star and caused significant harm without being detected. Bai Siqi was not naive enough to think that they would passively observe a reversal of fortunes on the battlefield without taking action. Hence, it was imperative to exercise increased caution during this period. Chapter 178. Battle report news of yet another minor victory on the battlefield of Huiluoxing swiftly reached the Central Star. Not only the Central Star, but every planet across the Empire with star network coverage echoed the news, spreading from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100. Within a mere half hour, no one remained unaware of the announcement released by the Imperial military. Is this true? Have a Shadow Clan truly been forced to retreat to Huiluoxing? A young man, sporting a wild hairstyle and clad in tattered clothing, had just exited an internet cafe, feeling as if the world were spinning around him. He was about to return home for a much-needed rest when he overheard snippets of conversation in the alleyways, a discussion he was initially indifferent to as he ambled home with drooping eyelids. However, as he drew nearer to his home, passing through a narrow alley where elderly folks often gathered to chat while doing odd jobs, the increasingly animated chatter piqued his curiosity and jolted him awake. He paused, listening to the surrounding discussions before belatedly opening the official account of the military. Typically, this account would issue annual recruitment notices, with the number of recruits increasing year by year. Initially, only capable individuals with extraordinary abilities or good health were enlisted. But over time, the criteria had been lowered repeatedly. The only news they heard was of more individuals succumbing to madness due to mental strain, with any reduction in the death toll compared to the previous year being considered a positive outcome. Consequently, many had grown indifferent to the updates from this account, and the young man was no exception. As he revisited the account, skepticism washed over him regarding the discussions among the elderly. However, in the next moment, he found himself wide-eyed at the latest post on the military's official account. Could this truly be real? He pinched his thigh hard enough to elicit a gasp, confirming that he was indeed awake. His focus returned to the screen, where he meticulously read the contents. In addition to the text, the military had included a brief 10-second video. Upon clicking the video, he was confronted with a mass of gray shadows. They clustered together, resembling a swarm of gray eggs, sending shivers down his spine. His fists clenched, his expression tensed, and his breath quickened as fear crept into his reddened eyes from sleeplessness, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. Trembling fingers hovered over the button to close the video, but panic rendered his movements sluggish. Before he could shut it down, a burst of light erupted amidst the gray shadows. He barely registered what transpired, but as the light faded, only a small ring of gray shadows remained, the others seemingly vanishing in an instant. What just occurred? He stared blankly as the video concluded, leaving him with the last image of a solitary ring of gray shadows. Was that the weapon specifically designed to combat the Shadow Clan mentioned in the text? Blinking in disbelief, he stumbled toward his front door, only to overhear his parents discussing sending him to enlist that day. He jolted at the thought, nearly believing his parents were preparing to discard him for a new life. Yet, he quickly recalled that the military had mentioned rewards of soothing agents for any soldiers contributing to the elimination of the Shadow Clan. Since the news of Bai Siqi's mental health restoration had spread throughout the Empire 3 months prior, nearly everyone was aware of the soothing agents. However, they were not readily available to all. He had previously inquired about the situation with a neighbor's brother who had gone to the battlefield, but the brother had not qualified and could only relay hearsay. After 2 months of silence, he resolved to contact this brother again, considering his parents' apparent decision to send him away. If obtaining a soothing agent was not overly difficult, he would comply with his parents' wishes. Conversely, if it was merely a ruse by the military, he would rather savor a year of freedom before facing the battlefield, ensuring he had fulfilled his desires before meeting his fate, even if it meant dying on the battlefield. At the Bai Duke's residence, Feng Qiao perused the reports from the battlefield with a mix of joy and mounting concern. Anticipating the upcoming royal banquet, she was determined not to waste a single moment. Before retiring for the night, she even set an alarm, calculating the time needed for her abilities to recover so she could produce more energy orbs. "Did I wake you?" Feng Qiao, her eyes still heavy with sleep, fumbled for a metallic sphere from her storage pouch, closing her eyes as she began channeling her abilities into it. Noticing the commotion beside her, she cracked one eye open, revealing that she was still far from fully awake, perhaps even unaware of her own words. "Not at all," Bai Siqi replied, his voice somewhat muffled, his dark eyes betraying a hint of sleepiness, though he was considerably more alert than Feng Qiao. Unable to persuade her before bed, he now patiently awaited her to exhaust her energy and secure the metallic sphere, allowing her to drift back into slumber before he gently pulled her into his embrace. In light of recent events, the 2 single blankets on the large bed had been replaced with a double blanket, although they initially maintained a respectful distance. It did not hinder Bai Siqi from slipping over to her side once she had succumbed to sleep. Sensing some discomfort in her dreams, Feng Qiao shifted slightly, prompting Bai Siqi to loosen his grip at her waist. After ensuring she had found a comfortable position, he too surrendered to sleep. The following day, Feng Qiao awoke without a headache, but the unmistakable weight at her waist was impossible to ignore. A slight movement caused the arm around her waist to tighten, pressing her back against a warm chest. Chapter 179. Truly unable to control feeling the current state, Feng Qiao's face suddenly flushed, prompting her to tentatively call out, "Achi?" A vague response followed, sounding as if he had not yet fully awakened. In the next moment, she felt a gentle pressure resting atop her head, which softly brushed against her for a couple of moments. Feng Qiao bit her lip, her fingers beneath the blanket tightening slightly, and the heat on her face escalated. Perhaps due to the warmth of the body closely pressed against her back, she gradually felt a rising heat within her own body. Her palms began to sweat lightly. Yet aside from the soft murmur that seemed to escape from Bai Siqi in his slumber, she received no further release from the arm encircling her waist. Nor did she hear any more words from him. It felt as though that previous response was merely an instinctive sound emitted in his dreams. Could it be that Bai Siqi was still not awake? Although this possibility seemed slim, he might have been excessively fatigued over the past couple of days, resulting in a longer sleep duration than usual. With this thought, Feng Qiao refrained from speaking again, seemingly cautious not to disturb Bai Siqi's slumber. She delicately reached for the storage clasp she had placed beside the pillow the previous night, extracting a metallic orb to continue her work from the past few days. Behind her, a pair of deep black eyes slowly opened, fixating upon the yellow-green light orb before them. It possessed an extraordinary allure, compelling him to reach out and touch it. This sensation was not unfamiliar, It had occurred each time Feng Qiao utilized her powers in front of him. Bai Siqi's fingers, which held Feng Qiao, twitched slightly, as if instinctively wanting to reach for the orb. However, he ultimately chose to hold her tighter until she ceased her actions and stored the metallic orb away, at which point he could not resist planting a gentle kiss atop her head. Feng Qiao paused momentarily, then naturally placed the storage clasp back beside the pillow. The tension she had felt upon waking had long since dissipated. Sensing the hold around her waist gradually loosening, she attempted to shift her body and turned to find herself gazing into the warm, gentle smile reflected in his deep black eyes. "Good morning, Qiao Qiao." His pleasantly soft voice wafted over like a gentle breeze, causing her heart to race once more. Good morning." It felt too close. The man before her wore a gaze that was tender, yet imbued with an intensity of emotion that was almost overwhelming. Under such scrutiny, Feng Qiao sensed her own composure slipping away. One hand instinctively covered her racing heart while the other slowly emerged from the blanket, inching upwards until it shielded the very eyes that set her heart aflutter. Bai Siqi initially froze, then seemed to understand. His earlier joy had caused him to momentarily lose control of his emotions, perhaps startling his Qiao Qiao once more. He recalled how, when he first regained his memories of being 15, even the slightest display of different emotions had prompted her to push him away. Now that his Qiao Qiao had finally emerged from her shell, he resolved to be more patient. Yet, waking up with the person he cherished in his arms made it truly difficult to maintain control. With her palm covering his eyes, Bai Siqi remained still, even voluntarily closing his eyes. Feng Qiao quietly observed the compliant man before her heart still racing uncontrollably, even with his eyes concealed. The emotions she had glimpsed in them were not easily erased from her mind. Did he truly care for her that much? Her fingertips trembling with uncertainty. She glanced at the lower half of his face that remained uncovered, seemingly making a decision. She bit her lip and leaned slightly forward. A soft kiss landed on the smooth curve of his chin. It was fleeting, as light as a whisper, and upon parting, Feng Qiao withdrew her hand from his eyes. Though her heart continued to pound with anxious fervor, the inexplicable feelings within her seemed to have found a means of release. In the unseen realm, the gap of an invisible door widened further. In the darkness, Bai Siqi's senses sharpened beyond the ordinary. He was already aware as Feng Qiao drew closer. Though uncertain of her intentions, he welcomed her proximity and refrained from interrupting her movements. The moment he felt the soft, warm touch on his chin, realization struck Bai Siqi, and his pupils dilated sharply. In an instant, he grasped the hand that Feng Qiao had not retracted, his obsidian eyes gleaming with uncontainable joy. Qiao Qiao took the initiative to kiss him. "Quickly get up," she said, her face still slightly flushed as she feigned calmness while pushing Bai Siqi. He chuckled lightly and soon released her hand. After washing up and changing into fresh clothes, they descended the stairs, appearing no different from the previous day. Yet an undeniable shift lingered in the air. Finally, the evening of the royal banquet arrived. Prior to leaving, Feng Qiao retrieved all the energy orbs she had crafted during this time from the storage clasp, counting a total of 11, one of which was still not fully charged. The purpose of these energy orbs was to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. Both of them carried ample soothing agents, ensuring that even if others dared to act during the banquet, nothing akin to the prior incident with Lu Juanhao would occur. Feng Qiao kept 2 energy orbs on her person and handed the remainder to Bai Siqi. While presenting the energy orbs, she also explained their usage. Bai Siqi was already well aware of how these energy orbs were created. Now, with Feng Qiao revealing that the contents could counter the Shadow Clan, it was akin to openly stating that her powers could purify pollutants and affect the Shadow Clan, although Bai Siqi had previously harbored such suspicions. The difference between his conjecture and Feng Qiao's voluntary disclosure was significant. "I will make good use of them," Bai Siqi said as he accepted the energy orbs, leaning down to plant a light kiss on Feng Qiao's forehead. Regarding the upcoming banquet, Bai Siqi had arranged everything meticulously, merely awaiting the imperial nobles entangled with the Shadow Clan to step forward. However, He could not ascertain whether they would indeed act during this banquet. Should they refrain from doing so, the ensuing events might become slightly more complicated. Yet, with these energy orbs at their disposal, the subsequent developments would no longer be in their hands. Chapter 180. The royal banquet. The royal celebration banquet attracted a multitude of guests, far more lively than Feng Qiao had anticipated. As soon as she and Bai Siqi made their entrance, they captivated the attention of all present. Feng Qiao understood precisely what drew their interest and chose to remain unfazed by their gazes. However, as she ventured further into the banquet hall, she immediately sensed an uncomfortable presence, causing her steps to falter slightly. Noticing Feng Qiao's unease, Bai Siqi halted as well. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again?" he inquired, glancing down at her, beginning to grasp the situation. "I'm fine, just a bit tired," she replied, deliberately avoiding the gaze of the noble who had instilled this disquieting feeling within her. Instead, her eyes swept past the crowd surrounding them, landing on a corner where a resting area was situated. "I'll just rest over there for a while." Following her gaze, Bai Siqi also noticed the tables and chairs tucked away in the corner. Due to its somewhat remote location, the few tables and chairs were devoid of any human presence, presenting a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere nearby. Bai Siqi nodded slightly, shifting his hand from a casual posture to a supportive one. "I will accompany you." A few nobles, who had intended to approach Bai Siqi, retreated a couple of steps, creating space for the duo. The surrounding murmurs grew increasingly boisterous, with discussions evolving beyond the initial topic of the calming agent to encompass other matters. Among them was the small noble, who had only an F ranking, previously fervently debated on Xing Wang, now observing Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi walking together, gradually regaining his composure. The noble beside him, equally taken aback, blinked twice before uncertainly commenting, "It should be, right?" In such a setting, Duke Bai would likely not bring anyone else. Moreover, the Duchess had just entered the banquet hall, looking rather unwell, clearly indicating some underlying health issues, precisely as he had read in previous reports on Xing Wang. Aside from those who attended Bai Siqi's wedding and a few who had encountered Feng Qiao in other contexts, the vast majority were only aware of Feng Qiao's F constitution, never having seen what he was like prior, thus lacking any basis for comparison. Witnessing Feng Qiao in this state, while differing somewhat from their expectations, did not provoke further speculation. However, for those who had previously seen Feng Qiao's condition, the transformation was indeed remarkable. Viscount Ramen, standing amidst the crowd, still bore traces of astonishment in his pale blue eyes. Listening to the discussions around him, his gaze gradually shifted toward the ostensibly desolate rest area. Although the rest area had merely gained 2 additional occupants since earlier, it had unexpectedly become the focal point of the entire banquet. Reflecting on their meeting 4 months prior, Viscount Clark had pondered whether Bai Siqi had reached his limits, barely maintaining his condition through the use of special drugs. Yet, who could have anticipated that over a month later, rather than news of Bai Siqi's mental turmoil, he would receive a wave of negative emotions from Viscount Ramen, including envy, resentment, and unwillingness to accept the situation. Both being gradually declining nobles, Bai Siqi faced the unresolved mental issues that had plagued the empire for centuries, while ironically, he seemed to have weathered the storm. In contrast, their Clark family, since the Dawn organization began authorizing the use of new types of suppressants, saw an influx of enterprises joining the fray, rendering their own pharmaceutical company's suppressants nearly unsellable, even at discounted prices. Initially, they had considered applying for the authorization to use the new suppressants. However, the Dawn organization had not responded at all. As the number of new suppressant production factories in Central Star and other planets continued to rise, they were compelled to shut down their own factory a month ago to conserve family resources. It was evident that had they been granted authorization like other pharmaceutical companies, their factory could have survived, potentially even expanding the market for new suppressants. Yet, those obscure small pharmaceutical companies had managed to secure authorization while they had not. Viscount Ramen clenched his fists, his gaze burning with frustration as he fixated on the rest area. At that moment, he had forgotten that it was not just the Clark family that faced rejection. Many nobles sought a share of the pie. some even having discovered the formula for the new suppressants through various channels. However, without the authorization from the Dawn organization, these nobles could not shamelessly instruct their family-owned factories to produce the suppressants. Nonetheless, there were alternative methods, as long as the pharmaceutical company did not bear their family name. No one would realize it was theirs. Consequently, several unauthorized pharmaceutical companies had sprung up. Although the sales figures for these companies were not particularly impressive due to actions taken by the Dawn organization, they fared better than their previous losses. Viscount Ramen was not oblivious to this, yet he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation towards the Dawn organization. Furthermore, the family's stance on the matter had never reached a consensus, resulting in prolonged inaction. As unauthorized companies proliferated, despite the Dawn organization's suppressive measures, selling the products with minor discounts made sales achievable. The thought that each day of delay could result in a significant loss of star coins gnawed at him. With the increasing number of authorized companies producing new suppressants, they might soon find themselves unable to even sip broth. Viscount Ramen grew increasingly agitated with the dissenting voices within his family, particularly upon witnessing the remarkable improvement in Feng Qiao's condition compared to several months prior. Bai Siqi's mental restoration was one thing, but Feng Qiao, born with an F constitution, had evidently undergone substantial development, raising questions about the resources expended on him. How had both of them managed to survive? Viscount Ramen gritted his teeth, his frustration intensifying, especially when considering that the formula for Feng's new suppressants was nearly common knowledge throughout the empire, yet they remained unable to utilize it for production. Why was that? Anger clouded Viscount Ramen's judgment as he disregarded the constraints of propriety and promptly contacted the individual known as Shadow, who was selling the formula. To his surprise, he received a swift response, with the meeting location set in the royal garden. Could it be that the other party, like him, was also on the guest list for this occasion? As Viscount Ramen pondered the address displayed on the screen, he hesitated briefly before quietly exiting the banquet hall. Chapter 181. The Imperial Crown Prince, though Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi were unaware of Viscount Ramen's internal turmoil, Feng Qiao nudged Bai Siqi's arm, urging, "You go ahead. I will rest here for a bit. There's no need to worry." She was not genuinely unwell. Concealing her physical condition was currently more advantageous for them, which was why they had maintained this facade. Bai Siqi, recognizing her intent, recalled that during their close proximity, Feng Qiao had shared her earlier perception of an unusual sensation emanating from someone in the crowd. He remembered that she had last mentioned such a feeling when encountering the soldier associated with the Shadow clan. Given the information provided by Lu Jiu and Hao, there was no need for Feng Qiao to elaborate on the identity of the noble in question. While Bai Siqi could discreetly monitor the traitorous noble, he remained uneasy about Feng Qiao being alone in this environment, considering the presence of multiple traitors. "I will have Yi Qin come over. Message me immediately if anything happens," he instructed, not leaving until Yi Qin arrived, and he reiterated his concern for Feng Qiao's well-being before finally departing. As Bai Siqi exited the rest area, Feng Qiao noticed a significant reduction in the attention directed toward them, though several individuals continued to observe discreetly. As long as they did not approach her for conversation, Feng Qiao remained unperturbed. To appear more fragile, she leaned heavily against the back of her chair. Yi Qin, upon his arrival, began to extract various instruments for detection and treatment from his storage device. Before long, the table and floor were scattered with an array of medical equipment. When the small robot, Yuan, emerged, it kindly drew a curtain around the area where the two were situated. Without the use of mental energy, one could only see the flickering lights of various indicators, obscuring the specifics of the situation within. This action, along with that of Yi Qin, drew the attention of several individuals who had previously overlooked the scene. Fortunately, the examination lasted no longer than 5 minutes, after which Yi Qin promptly instructed the small robot to retract the curtain. "Madam, you appear to be slightly unwell, but there is no serious concern. A brief rest should suffice. However, for your well-being, it would be best not to remain in such a crowded and noisy environment." The young doctor exhaled deeply, his dark, round eyes regaining their vitality. Yet, The thought of Bai Siqi wanting him to seize this opportunity to escort Feng Qiao away from the banquet hall left him feeling somewhat anxious. As expected, upon uttering these words, he sensed a gaze from the side that seemed to have discerned something unusual. Yi Qin's expression stiffened, and he hesitated to meet Feng Qiao's eyes. This was all orchestrated by Bai Siqi. It truly had nothing to do with him stealing himself. The young doctor averted his gaze and forced a smile. I shall escort you back to the hover car to wait, or I can take you back to the Duke's residence if you prefer. However, he was certain that Feng Qiao would not agree. Thus, Yi Qin prepared himself to return Feng Qiao to the hover car. Feng Qiao pressed her lips together in silence, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing, revealing her displeasure at the moment. Setting aside her recent arrival at the banquet hall, she would not easily depart, especially sensing the abnormal aura she had previously detected. After a brief silence, as the probing gazes around them intensified, she surmised they had overheard Yi Qin's earlier remarks. Just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly shifted, and before she could articulate her thoughts, a warm and caring voice from behind inquired, "Is the Duchess feeling unwell? The palace has prepared a dedicated resting room where you may recuperate. It is much quieter there. Additionally, the palace is home to many skilled physicians and advanced equipment. Should you not mind, you may receive a thorough examination there." A tall figure approached them step by step, clad in a banquet outfit adorned with a white base and golden patterns. The intricate gold thread in the upper left corner formed a badge symbolizing a particular esteemed identity. His chestnut hair gleamed under the chandelier's illumination, and his deep brown eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, exuding an aura of approachability. Indeed, the imperial crown prince had garnered considerable support from both commoners and nobility alike due to his past valor on the battlefield and his current amiable demeanor. Although Feng Qiao had not paid much attention to such matters before, she was not entirely unfamiliar with the crown prince, as he frequently appeared in various media reports. Furthermore, the striking resemblance between him and Issei made it difficult for her to mistake him for anyone else. "Your Highness," Yi Qin stood up first, bowing to Ensier. He then positioned himself between Feng Qiao and Ensier, effectively isolating the two, showing no intention of stepping aside. Regardless of whether Ensier was under some influence or for other reasons, he represented a walking hazard. Yi Qin could not possibly comply with his arrangements. Just as he opened his mouth to decline, Feng Qiao coughed lightly, preempting him with, "Then I would trouble your highness to arrange a quiet room." "It is no trouble at all." Ensier brushed aside Yi Qin's actions, summoning a servant with a wave of his hand before turning back to the two. "Shall we proceed now?" Yi Qin's hands clenched into fists at his sides, anxiety rising within him. Feng Qiao was well aware of Ensier's connection to the Shadow Clan. What could he possibly intend by approaching her? Why would she agree to go to a room he prepared? Should Ensier have devised something to deal with them? It would be too late for him to inform Bai Siqi. Yi Qin felt a layer of sweat form in his palms, and with Ensier present, he found it challenging to speak, resorting to gesturing with his eyes. Feng Qiao indicated for Yuan to transform into a wheelchair, regardless of the circumstances. She could not simply leave everything to Bai Siqi's arrangements. This imperial crown prince was clearly here with her in mind, but whether he intended to use her to threaten Bai Siqi or had other motives remained uncertain. Yet, as Ensier drew closer, Feng Qiao sensed an unsettling aura emanating from him, even more disconcerting than that of those she had previously encountered linked to the Shadow Clan. Reflecting on Bai Siqi's earlier conjectures, she felt that regardless of whether this individual was the true crown prince, the situation might not bode well for them. Fortunately, her abilities countered the Shadow Clan, and even if they attempted to invade her mental domain using tactics against Lu Juanhao, it would not be an easy feat. Unbeknownst to her, just as she followed the crown prince away, pollutants began to disperse within the banquet hall. Chapter 182. The banquet turmoil, unlike typical pollutants that would provoke uncontrollable psychic reactions, the nobles within the banquet hall appeared oblivious to any changes. Upon closer examination, however, one could discern that their expressions had become notably more rigid compared to earlier. Particularly near the areas where the pollutants spread, several nobles resembled puppets. Gradually losing their sanity, as if manipulated by invisible strings. As Feng Qiao walked further away with Yi Qin anxiously followed, his worry mounting. While he hastily informed Bai Siqi of the situation. Outside the banquet hall, Bai Siqi had just instructed the butler to bring the hover car closer when he received Yi Qin's message, causing his expression to darken abruptly. After hastily responding to Yi Qin, Bai Siqi turned and headed towards the banquet hall. Just as he was about to enter, a melodious and clear female voice called out from behind, "Qi, I was unable to attend your wedding, and later, I could not see you at the Central Starport. Even when I delivered the suppressants to RZ-13, I still missed you. It's hard to believe it has been nearly 5 months since your wedding, and I have yet to wish you a happy marriage in person." The woman speaking had flowing golden hair and vibrant green eyes, a clear emblem of the Russell family. Unlike the dark, oppressive green eyes of the over 60 Russell patriarch, Afullah Russell's eyes sparkled like pure green glass, radiating an energetic spirit. "This is a wedding gift for you. Though slightly late, I still wish for your life to be filled with happiness." As she spoke, Afullah retrieved a gift box from her storage device. It was unclear whether she had carried this box with her all along or had brought it specifically for Bai Siqi's return. Bai Siqi's expression remained largely unchanged as he accepted the gift box, responding in a rather neutral tone, "Thank you." Afullah appeared unfazed, glancing past Bai Siqi. "Where is the Duchess? Did she not accompany you? Qiao Qiao is unwell and resting inside. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Although Bai Siqi's words were directed at Afullah, they were clearly meant for the Duke of Russell, standing behind her. After speaking, he disregarded the two and entered the banquet hall. Although Bai Siqi understood that the pollutants from the Yingzhou would have limited effects on Feng Qiao, he could not quell his concerns. After all, Feng Qiao's abilities were only at the 4th level, and it was uncertain how many pollutants those individuals possessed or what actions those under the control of the Yingzhou might undertake. Bai Siqi hurriedly entered the banquet hall. Yet scarcely had he settled in when his wrist's holographic device began to flicker incessantly. Initially, he believed it to be a message from Yi Qin and promptly clicked to view it. However, upon discerning the content, his expression darkened and his steps halted. He scanned the banquet hall, but did not spot Feng Qiao in the lounge area. More troubling than Feng Qiao's departure with Ansi Ayer was the assembly of officials and nobles within the room. Bai Siqi pressed his lips together, his dark eyes sweeping across the crowd. Were it not for the prior intelligence he had received from his subordinates, he might have overlooked the peculiarities exhibited by these individuals. Yet, once a suspicion took root in his mind, even the slightest deviation became magnified. The demeanor and responses of these individuals were evidently more sluggish than usual, resembling those who had indulged excessively in alcohol and experienced temporary numbness of their senses. Are we certain their condition is due to the pollutants? Bai Siqi inquired of his subordinates as he moved deeper into the hall, not for a moment doubting their competence, but rather because this was the first such incident he had encountered. If their consciousness had been stripped away, they should not be in this state. Indeed, the pollutants infiltrated through the ventilation ducts. "We have sealed all openings, yet some individuals appear to have worsened," came the swift reply from the holographic device, delivering grim news. Observations confirmed that these changes were indeed related to the pollutants, and a considerable amount still lingered in the banquet hall, unabsorbed. On a positive note, one individual affected by the pollutants reported feeling significantly clearer-headed after consuming a calming agent. Following several doses that completely alleviated the disorienting state akin to that of a wandering soul, the individual described that upon inhalation, the pollutants elicited no immediate sensation. Even if those nearby could sense something amiss, given their proximity, they too were likely in a similar predicament, making it easy to succumb unless adequately prepared. Much like the individuals present in the banquet hall, Bai Siqi remained silent as he absorbed the incoming messages. Just as he was preparing to inquire about the escalating severity of the situation when the crowd erupted with a series of thuds as individuals collapsed to the floor. In mere moments, a third of the attendees lay sprawled on the ground. The remaining standing guests seemed oblivious, mechanically clutching their glasses and moving their lips. But if not for Bai Siqi's presence, one might genuinely believe this gathering was no different from any other banquet. What is happening to them? A slightly aged voice broke through the commotion, and Bai Siqi recognized it belonged to Duke Qiao Qiao, who had just entered. However, it remained uncertain whether Duke Qiao Qiao was involved in the events surrounding the central star, and Bai Siqi offered no further explanation, merely stating his observations of the individual's peculiar behavior. As he spoke, he began to retreat, acutely aware of the effects the pollutants had begun to impose upon him. These effects remained within the realm of his control. Having experienced it firsthand, Bai Siqi gained a deeper understanding of the impact of the pollutants on his subordinates. Although the pollutants did not incite madness, they seemingly fostered a sense of tranquility, yet Bai Siqi did not dare underestimate their potential. Duke Qiao Qiao's dark green eyes scanned those present in the banquet hall and then settled upon Bai Siqi, clearly skeptical of his claims. As Bai Siqi cautiously stepped back, drawing closer to them, Qiao Qiao seemed to sense something amiss, his expression darkening as he grasped his granddaughter's arm and directed her to move swiftly. The three exited the banquet hall, their eyes fixated on the venue that, outwardly, appeared unchanged from previous gatherings, albeit their expressions varied. The change in Duke Qiao Qiao's demeanor stemmed from his already fragile mental state. He had long sought methods to remedy his mental afflictions. Not long after entering the banquet hall, Duke Lucy had unexpectedly felt a calming of the persistent agitation that typically plagued him, alleviating the relentless headaches. For a fleeting moment, he was engulfed by a rare sense of relaxation, almost losing himself in the indulgence. Had he not noticed Bai Siqi's vigilant actions, he might have succumbed to the urge to remain and savor the newfound tranquility. However, Bai Siqi's unusual vigilance alerted him to the complexity of the situation, prompting Duke Qiao Qiao to resist the instinctual urge to linger and instead insist upon leaving the banquet hall with his granddaughter. Yet, even after departing, Duke Lucy realized that the piercing pain in his head was not as overwhelming as it usually was. Thus, could this substance have a permanent effect on mental faculties? What precisely was it? Something akin to a calming agent? Duke Qiao Qiao glanced back at Bai Siqi. Since the emergence of the calming agents, he had contemplated acquiring some for himself. However, the Dawn organization maintained strict control over their distribution, and after considerable effort, he had only received a promise of 5,000 low-grade calming agents. Had he not been aware of the substantial quantity of calming agents dispatched to the battlefield the previous month, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, he might not have been able to restrain himself. For the sake of the Empire and his noble title, the Dawn organization could not afford any missteps at this juncture. Of course, it was not easy for someone with mental instability, who might not have many years left, to resist such temptations. The peculiar behaviors exhibited by those present were glaringly abnormal, yet the undeniable sense of ease he felt within his mental realm remained a stark reality. If his condition was unrelated to the happenings inside, it was conceivable that Bai Siqi had orchestrated something. Duke Qiao es kati nitzet Bai Siqi, seemingly searching for any indications of his thoughts. Shortly after entering the banquet hall, he had sensed that the once tumultuous mental energies within him had calmed considerably. Bai Siqi feigned an appropriately surprised expression. Is that so? One must admit that due to limited information, Duke Qiao Qiao's reasoning had veered far from the truth. However, since neither Bai Siqi nor his subordinates exhibited mental issues, they were unaware of the pollutants' unexpected effects. Moments of contemplation led Bai Siqi, seemingly perceiving Duke Qiao Qiao's line of thought, to speak. My experience contrasts sharply with that of the Duke. Shortly after entering the banquet hall, I sensed my mental faculties were somehow suppressed, lacking their usual acuity, and controlling my mental energies became increasingly laborious. My reflexes have also diminished, resulting in a most unpleasant sensation. While Bai Siqi's sentiments appeared to diverge sharply from those of Duke Qiao Qiao, a moment's reflection would reveal that both experiences were fundamentally aligned. Although Duke Qiao Qiao's cognition was somewhat dulled, the gravity of Bai Siqi's words compelled him to acknowledge the situation's complexity, as he could not afford to remain oblivious after so many years of existence. As Jian Caxier came to an understanding, Bai Siqi chose not to squander any more time in this place. It was unexpected that those individuals would act recklessly before the banquet commenced. One could only wonder whether their actions had been premeditated or if they had been cornered and could no longer afford to hesitate. Most critically, with the banquet hall now tainted by the influence of a shadow clan, it became increasingly difficult to discern which individuals had prior dealings with them. Unless it was Duke Qiao, I've already reported the situation here to His Majesty. Before His Majesty sends someone to handle the matter, I must ask that no one else be allowed to enter or exit the banquet hall freely. My lady has been taken to the lounge by His Highness the Crown Prince due to feeling unwell, and her current condition remains uncertain. I leave the matter here in your capable hands. Bai Siqi's expression was less than favorable. Having said this, he turned and departed. Duke Qiao found it inappropriate to stop him, yet he harbored doubts about the veracity of Bai Siqi's words. After Bai Siqi's departure, he sent in another individual with mild mental disturbances to conduct a test, and upon receiving the same results as reported by Bai Siqi, he finally resigned himself to the truth. Meanwhile, Feng Qiao and Yi Qin followed the crown prince out of the banquet hall, traversing several corridors. As the surrounding figures began to dwindle, Yi Qin's heart grew increasingly anxious. The crown prince seemed oblivious to Yi Qin's unease, occasionally offering commentary about the architecture around them. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally paused before a door. I specifically arranged for the servants to select a quieter room, as the Duchess may struggle to adapt to a noisy environment. This room is near a small garden and has a pleasant ambience. Should the Duchess find the room too confining, she is welcome to take a stroll in the garden. Observing Feng Qiao nearly collapsing in her wheelchair, the crown prince appeared slightly disconcerted and inquired, "Are you certain you do not require a royal physician to examine you? Thank you for your kindness. However, since arriving here, I have felt considerably more at ease. I believe I can manage as is. Perhaps my body simply struggles to acclimate to such occasions." Feng Qiao leaned languidly against the wheelchair, her voice laced with frailty. "With Dr. Yi present, my health will stabilize swiftly, so there is no need for you to worry. Your Highness, the banquet should commence shortly, and it would be prudent for you to return. If Dr. Yi requires anything, please have someone prepare it. I shall take my leave now." Persuaded by Feng Qiao, the crown prince departed without delay. Yi Qin, witnessing the crown prince's abrupt exit, was taken aback. Did not the crown prince bring them here with intentions of some sort? Why then did he leave so swiftly? Despite his curiosity, after learning of the crown prince's significant entanglements with the Shadow Clan, Yi Qin could not afford to trust the crown prince's arrangements blindly. He typed a message on his light brain, indicating that he would create an excuse to dismiss the individuals outside, after which he would escort Feng Qiao away. Both the banquet hall and this lounge posed risks for Yi Qin. It was imperative to lead Feng Qiao out of the palace. Chapter 184. Do not let it escape. There is no need to be so anxious. I am merely feeling a bit fatigued. Feng Qiao smiled wryly at Yi Qin, sensing the increasingly ominous sensation drawing near. Even with the crown prince's departure, she knew that others had been stationed outside, although uncertain of their intentions. This emerging sensation was palpably less intense than the one previously emanating from the crown prince. Perhaps they could first apprehend someone for interrogation. Yi Qin stared at the glowing screen, then turned to the tightly shut door. After a moment, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. The two quickly devised a plan. To avoid arousing suspicion from those outside, Yi Qin promptly arranged the items he had previously concealed in the banquet hall. Additionally, he retrieved other instruments. Once this was accomplished, Yi Qin glanced at Feng Qiao, reminding the small robot to ensure her safety before opening the door. As he swung the door open, a nearby attendant inquired if Yi Qin required assistance. He dismissed the attendant with a few words, and as the attendant's figure vanished from sight, he swiftly called for the small robot, now in wheelchair form, to assist Feng Qiao in exiting. The small robot complied, moving Feng Qiao forward. As they approached the door, Feng Qiao could sense the approaching ominous presence growing stronger. She looked up at Yi Qin, unable to detect any signs of concern on his face. Yet the feeling undeniably intensified. Was the individual hiding in a nearby room? Otherwise, why would Yi Qin remain so unperturbed? Contemplating this, Feng Qiao continued to advance in her wheelchair, acutely aware of the increasingly distinct ominous sensation. She almost leaped from the wheelchair, but managed to restrain herself. Yevin, aware of Feng Qiao's distress, stood at the door, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Feng Qiao was uncertain if the individual had already made a move against Yiqin, but her hand instinctively reached for her storage clasp. In the next moment, she grasped a metallic sphere and an energy weapon. Upon hearing Feng Qiao's voice, Yiqin refocused his attention from scanning the corridor. Feng Qiao had just informed him that aside from the attendant, the crown prince had left others behind, individuals among those colluding with the Shadow Clan. Yet, it remained unclear whether this individual retained their own will or had succumbed entirely to the control of the Shadow Clan. Feng Qiao intended to draw them out and capture them, and though Yiqin was hesitant, he realized that if such a person were indeed lurking nearby, they would not allow the two to escape easily. Eventually, he acquiesced. However, it seemed that Feng Qiao had overestimated the situation. What is it? The corridor is devoid of others. Before Yiqin could finish his thought, he sensed something was amiss and instinctively took a step back. You should go inside. Yiqin positioned himself protectively in front of Feng Qiao, his gaze fixed intently on the empty corridor. Despite its emptiness, a chill ran down his spine, as though something ominous was drawing near. He slowly reached for the storage clasp embedded in his light brain, but before his fingers could make contact, he sensed something approaching. Yiqin's mental acuity heightened. Though he recalled Feng Qiao's previous admonition, his mental energy surged uncontrollably. A powerful mental shield enveloped them, securing their protection. Although no sounds reached his ears, Yiqin distinctly felt something collide with his mental defense. The impact reverberated through his mental energy. But even more distressing was the entity that clung to his mental fibers, nearly provoking an expletive from him. My lady, remain within the protection of my mental shield, and do not exert your mental energy. Yiqin returned Feng Qiao's earlier warning, swiftly retrieving a mid-level calming agent from his storage clasp, gulping it down. The energy within the calming agent rapidly dispelled the pollutants that had latched onto Yiqin's mental energy, alleviating the tension that had furrowed his brow. Realizing that the soothing agent eradicated pollutants at a far swifter pace than it calmed the mind, Yiqin found his apprehension towards the suddenly appearing Yingzhu diminished significantly. Clutching the half-finished soothing agent, he safeguarded both himself and Feng Qiao with his mental prowess, while simultaneously directing a portion of his energy to assault the Yingzhu. Under the influence of his mental perception, the previously invisible pollutants became immediately apparent. However, as Yiqin's mental attack struck the Yingzhu, some of the pollutants inevitably clung to his mental threads, compelling him to take sips from the soothing agent intermittently. Yet compared to earlier encounters with the Yingzhu, where even with enchanted protection they refrained from fully engaging in a mental contest, the current situation had improved significantly. As Yiqin consumed the soothing agent, he relentlessly pursued the Yingzhu, eager to release the pent-up frustrations of years. The Yingzhu, formidable in strength, quickly shed the negative state induced by the pollutants upon witnessing Yiqin consume the verdant liquid, yet showed no intention of retreating, which was precisely to Yiqin's advantage. Feng Qiao, shielded behind Yiqin, observed as he and the Yingzhu engaged in a fierce exchange, unwittingly downing 3 tubes of intermediate soothing agents. She sensed that the discomfort emanating from the Yingzhu diminished gradually amidst their confrontation, albeit subtly, yet she still perceived a difference. Was it because the pollutants were being absorbed by Yiqin's mental energy and subsequently purified by the soothing agent he consumed? Feng Qiao was uncertain, but perhaps after capturing the Yingzhu, she could investigate further. Contemplating this, she stealthily extended several threads of mental energy, swiftly targeting the Yingzhu, who was wholly engrossed in battling Yiqin. The Yingzhu, acutely sensitive to mental energy, immediately evaded upon sensing Feng Qiao's attack. This did not come as a surprise to Feng Qiao. While she blocked the Yingzhu's escape routes with her mental energy, she urged Yiqin, do not let it escape. Chapter 185. Coordinated assault. The Yingzhu dodged Feng Qiao's mental attacks, but met Yiqin's head-on without hesitation. Upon sensing Feng Qiao's mental energy, Yiqin's expression shifted, yet within moments, he noted the Yingzhu's distinct reactions to their respective assaults. However, preoccupied with concern for Feng Qiao. He did not dwell on the Yingzu's peculiar behavior, instead feeling a slight relief as it evaded Feng Qiao's onslaught. This Yingzu possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Quickly retract your mental energy, Yi Qin urged, taking 2 more sips of the soothing agent during his speech. Although Feng Qiao's mental prowess had surged to grade A through recent training, she had scarcely utilized it in combat, if at all. They were now contending with the Yingzu, inherently capable of severely contaminating mental energy, even with the soothing agents mitigating their fear of pollution. The sensation of being tainted by the Yingzu was far from pleasant. Feng Qiao recognized the Yingzu's tenacity, yet this did not deter her resolve to capture it alive. She reached for her storage pouch, and in the next instant, 2 metallic orbs appeared in her hands. Do not worry, I brought specialized weapons to deal with the Yingzu. Moreover, does it not seem to be consciously avoiding my mental attacks? Though Yi Qin did not turn his head, his mental energy distinctly sensed the metallic orbs in Feng Qiao's grasp, alleviating much of his anxiety. Under Feng Qiao's deliberate guidance, Yi Qin revisited his earlier dismissals of her luck or the Yingzu's intent to eliminate him first, which had caused it to disregard her initial assaults. As he observed, he quickly discerned the oddity. There were several instances when the Yingzu could have directly absorbed their mental assaults while simultaneously transmitting the pollutants to their energies. Yet it opted to evade instead. Yi Qin had encountered few Yingzu, but he had never heard of any that would shun human mental energy. Even against a powerful mental attack like Bai Siqi's, the outcome invariably attracted a swarm of Yingzu, while some might perish under such overwhelming mental forces. The pollutants from the fallen Yingzu would remain affixed to the attacker's energies, potentially inciting mental upheaval. Thus, they had always feared the Yingzu's pollutants, striving to protect their mental energies from contamination. Even with soothing agents in hand, this reality did not alter the advantage the Yingzu held in mental skirmishes. Consequently, the Yingzu's evasive actions became all the more perplexing. Nevertheless, regardless of the Yingzu's peculiarities, this was fortuitous news for them. Be cautious if you come under attack. Drink the soothing agent immediately, Yi Qin advised, glancing at the metallic orbs in Feng Qiao's possession. Feng Qiao handed the 2 metallic spheres to Yi Qin, encouraging him to seize the opportunity to use them against the Yingzu, while she concentrated on employing her mental energy against their adversary. Despite her enhanced mental capabilities, Feng Qiao lacked extensive combat experience. Given the formidable nature of the Yingzu before them, she remained vigilant. In the midst of their relentless pursuit, as 2 streams of mental energy collided fiercely, Yi Qin, in a continuous cycle of consuming soothing agents, finally struck with a mental thread like lightning, piercing the Yingzu's spiritual form. In the blink of an eye, the already agile Yingzu accelerated, darting away like a flickering shadow. Feng Qiao could not ascertain the extent of pain her strike inflicted upon the Yingzu, but its reaction indicated that it was likely no less distressing than the contamination suffered by humans' mental energy. Nearby, as Yi Qin took another sip of the soothing agent and prepared to launch another attack, he suddenly sensed the Yingzu's abrupt surge in speed, prompting a grave expression. What is happening? Was this Yingzu not utilizing its full power just moments ago? How am I to contend with such velocity? My expertise lies in healing, not combat. Casting a glance at the metallic spheres in his hand, Yi Qin contemplated the feasibility of using them to delay the Yingzu while facilitating an escape with Feng Qiao. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. I struck it. It is attempting to flee. Quickly, intercept it. Yi Qin's demeanor sharpened, and without a moment to spare, he hurled the 2 metallic spheres forward, trapping the Yingzu between them. Instantly, he sensed the Yingzu's frantic movements intensifying. Particularly as it approached the vicinity of the metallic spheres, it seemed to encounter something terrifying, causing its entire spiritual form to quiver violently, then dart away, only to collide once more with that dreadful force, trembling again while emitting mental vibrations only perceptible to those with mental acuity. This cycle repeated itself, and within half a minute, the Yingzu's form appeared utterly disheveled. Regrettably, The energy released from the spheres rapidly depleted within that brief span. Despite the Yingzu's disarray, capturing it alive remained a daunting task. Regardless of the soothing agents at their disposal, they would have to proceed with caution. The recent fluctuations in mental energy seemed unusual. Was the Yingzu attempting to relay a message? As a spiritual entity, the Yingzu communicated differently. If its mental energy was sufficiently potent, it could even transmit messages across planets. Although this particular Yingzu likely lacked the strength for such feats. Even summoning a few more Yingzu could pose a considerable challenge for the two of them. At this moment, Yi Qin felt considerably more relaxed than before. However, he remained cautious in the presence of the Yingzu. No worries, a Qi should be on his way here now. In the center of the royal garden, behind a towering phoenix tree, two indistinct figures were closely huddled together. The nature of their conversation remained a mystery until one of the slightly shorter figures suddenly swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. It was only when a hand grasped the sturdy trunk of the phoenix tree that they avoided falling to the ground. Yet, the individual's condition did not improve markedly. The tremors in their legs intensified, seemingly having reached their limit. With a dull thud, the dark figure ultimately succumbed to the ground. Even in this fallen state, their limbs, not particularly robust, continued to quiver incessantly, as if afflicted by some peculiar ailment. Their eyes remained wide open in terror, as though witnessing something profoundly frightening. However, this unsettling scenario lasted less than a minute before the figure on the ground grew still, appearing as if they had succumbed to slumber. Throughout this ordeal, the other figure merely stood by as an observer, showing no inclination to offer assistance. After a couple of minutes, the fallen figure gradually rose, though their movements seemed somewhat disjointed from the recent fall. Emitting a disgruntled murmur, they stretched their limbs slightly in place until their gait became less rigid, prompting the other figure to hasten their departure. Chapter 186. Absolutely must not be left behind. The other individual remained unperturbed, about to speak when both figures suddenly sensed something, turning their heads simultaneously in a certain direction. Is it Xiaolu? The taller figure inquired, glancing at the person beside him. Although the appearance remained unchanged, he was aware that a different consciousness occupied this body. Due to their prolonged interaction, the taller figure could discern the unique fluctuations belonging to another member of the Yingzu. However, not being a part of the Yingzu himself, he was unable to comprehend the essence of the mental energy transmission. The shorter figure stepped out from the shadow of the phoenix tree, his pale blue eyes fixated on a distant point, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze exuding a chilling aura. A human capable of purifying the taint of the Yingzu, inherently their natural nemesis. This individual could not be allowed to remain. The shorter figure bore a visage akin to that of Viscount Clark. Yet anyone even slightly acquainted with Viscount Clark would immediately recognize that the one before them could not possibly be him. Xiaolu is in trouble. And I require your assistance. Clark turned to the person beside him, his pale blue eyes filled with entreaty. Having shared a body for over 20 years, no one understood this person better than him. In pursuit of power, this individual had once been willing to offer even his own subjects to the Yingzu without a second thought, although circumstances forced him to seek another vessel temporarily. As long as he did not wish to live as he had in those past years, he would not allow them to come to harm. What has happened to Xiaolu? The taller man furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Xiaolu's attempt to seize control of the body has failed. Those two carried a considerable amount of what appeared to be calming agents from the battlefield, which significantly affects us. Clark refrained from divulging Feng Qiao as anomalies to the man beside him. If he had previously regarded Feng Qiao merely as an ordinary vessel to be replaced at will, this current body stood out more brilliantly than any other in his eyes. Such radiant brilliance would be unwelcome to any member of the Yingzu. It must be extinguished. She could not be allowed to flourish. Although the small garden was not far from the location of that human, the thought of the human's uniqueness instilled a deep-seated trepidation in Clark, prompting him to quicken his pace. Just as they were about to enter the building where Feng Qiao was located, a figure suddenly flickered before them. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Viscount Clark? Bai Siqi. Having arrived following the location sent by Yi Qin, sensed an unusual surge of mental energy emanating from the direction of his target even before reaching the site. Bai Siqi immediately contacted Yi Qin and Feng Qiao, but both communications went unanswered, leading him to realize that this unusual mental energy fluctuation was likely connected to them. Fearing for their safety, Bai Siqi pushed himself to his utmost speed, only to unexpectedly encounter two familiar figures. The appearance of the Crown Prince was not surprising to Bai Siqi, but encountering Viscount Clark was. His scrutinizing gaze swept over Clark, causing him to tense up instinctively. "Duke Bai, are you here in search of His Highness?" Although Bai Siqi found the simultaneous presence of the two somewhat peculiar, he only knew some basic information about Viscount Clark and was not particularly familiar with him. Moreover, as Clark was currently exhibiting commendable acting skills, there was little deviation from Bai Siqi's impression of the Viscount from 4 months prior, and thus he remained oblivious to any irregularities. Bai Siqi quickly averted his gaze, initially discussing the situation in the banquet hall, but before he could finish, he heard an astonished exclamation from Viscount Clark. "Duke, are you jesting?" Clark glanced at Bai Siqi, then at Anser, who stood beside him with an equally dark expression. From Anser's reaction, it appeared he was unaware of the matter. However, recalling the actions of Anser while he resided in his body, Clark felt a surge of uncertainty. At this moment, Clark even began to suspect that Anser's intention to find him a new body might harbor ulterior motives. Just as Clark understood Anser, Anser too was acutely aware of Clark's current thoughts. Yet, with Bai Siqi present, he naturally could not reveal anything that might raise suspicion. The Duchess is in the third lounge on the left side of the first floor. She has shown no signs of abnormality during our journey here. I will first check on the situation in the banquet hall. With that, Anser turned to leave, his anxious demeanor suggesting he was particularly concerned about those in the banquet hall. Bai Siqi did not reveal much on his face. Casting a glance at Clark still standing nearby, and without turning back, he proceeded in the direction Anser had indicated. Left alone, Clark glanced left and right, contemplating before ultimately following in the direction Anser had departed. Upon Bai Siqi's arrival, the Yingzhu had found itself ensnared, unable to escape the combined onslaught of Feng Qiao and Yi Qin. However, to successfully capture the Yingzhu, both had expended considerable mental energy, particularly for Yi Qin. During the course of battling the Yingzhu, he had consumed countless calming agents, feeling as though he could drink no more. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The Yingzhu appeared to have been entirely rid of its pollutants. After a tumultuous struggle, Feng Qiao confirmed that the Yingzhu was completely purified, thus delegating the task of guarding it to Yi Qin. Yi Qin belched, staring at the intermediate calming agent in his hand as though it were his sworn enemy, nearly popping his eyes out in disbelief. Upon hearing Feng Qiao's words, Yi Qin's spirits lifted, and he hastily stowed the unopened calming agent into his pocket, directing his mental energy towards the trembling Yingzhu on the ground. After thoroughly probing the Yingzhu with his mental energy and confirming that no pollutants were present, Yi Qin finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The mental energy strands, akin to tying dumplings, firmly restrained the Yingzhu, which had little strength left to struggle. Turning his head, he caught sight of Bai Siqi hastily approaching. Just as Yi Qin intended to boast about the spoils of capturing the Yingzhu to Bai Siqi and the others, he suddenly recalled something, halting his steps in place, hesitant to advance further. The Yingzhu, ensnared by his mental threads, was gradually drawn forward until it was presented before Bai Siqi. In Chapter 187, Feng Qiao was adept at discerning details. The Yingzhu floated like a wandering spirit, its condition evidently less than favorable. Bai Siqi cast a glance at the mental thread binding the Yingzhu controlled by Yi Qin, effortlessly assumed command over it, and briefly recounted the events occurring in the banquet hall. Although the issues afflicting those individuals could be alleviated by a soothing agent, this would render it impossible to identify who had previously colluded with the Yingzhu. Even without the soothing agent, the distinctions among the nobles present in the banquet hall had become rather vague. The only one still presenting a problem was the Crown Prince. However, Bai Siqi suspected that the crown prince would not be entirely unprepared, given that they had previously considered the possibility of these individuals taking action during the banquet. They indeed acted, but the manner of their actions was not beyond recognition. Feng Qiao hesitated to speak. She had always been able to distinguish clearly between these two types of individuals. However, it seemed that only she could accomplish this task. Even if she were unafraid of exposing her secrets, others might not necessarily believe her words. Yet, she felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of allowing those individuals to evade justice. The Feng family had been wronged, and these individuals were undoubtedly involved in the schemes against them. Their collusion with the Yingzhu was an undeniable fact, and now that they sensed the situation turning against them, they sought to extricate themselves through such tactics, which was rather naive. How could she discern? Were they not all identical now? Yi Qin, filled with indignation, felt a pang of frustration at the thought of not being able to root out these pests directly. Perhaps it would be better to disregard the fates of these nobles and let them fend for themselves. Not entirely so. An individual contaminated by pollutants does not retain that peculiar sensation. However, Feng Qiao was still uncertain whether that distinctive sensation lingered in the mental domain after contact with the Yingzhu, or was a deliberate remnant left by the Yingzhu. If it were the former, she could utilize it as a basis to identify the abnormal individuals. If it were the latter, it would pose a significant challenge. What was different? Yi Qin gazed at Feng Qiao in shock, considering their recent joint efforts against the Yingzhu and the potency of Feng Qiao's mental attacks upon them. Yi Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Feng Qiao could even discern this? If true, identifying those who had colluded with the Yingzhu would be a matter of mere moments. It was audacious for these individuals to risk death amid this infection, employing such a strategy. Regardless, even if they staged this performance, certain deeds could not simply be concealed. Yi Qin looked at Feng Qiao, eager for an answer. But before he could elicit a response, Bai Siqi directed him to attend to other matters. Bai Siqi glanced at the Yingzhu beside him, which appeared strikingly unlike an Yingzhu, before stepping forward to take Feng Qiao's hand, urging her to follow him to the banquet hall. At that moment, within the banquet hall, news had swiftly reached the emperor and empress, prompting their immediate arrival. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene in the banquet hall, the ailing empress fainted at once. The emperor, concerned for her well-being, promptly retreated to the palace, entrusting the situation to his son and Duke Kazal. With a continuous source of pollution eliminated and following the passage of time, the contamination level in the banquet hall had diminished significantly. Nonetheless, given the substantial impact of pollutants on mental energy, both the emperor and the guards were thoroughly prepared before entering the hall. Those present had inhaled excessive pollutants, making it highly probable that some would experience uncontrollable mental energy. Caution was imperative for both the standing and the sprawled individuals. The guards, fully prepared, nodded and proceeded one by one into the banquet hall. Although their protective suits ensured they would not be contaminated by residual pollutants in the air, the suits also slightly hindered their movements, and any breach would expose them directly to the contaminants. Despite previous assessments indicating that the pollution levels had decreased to a minimal threshold within the banquet hall, this did not imply a lack of danger. The guards were, of course, especially vigilant. They first bound those on the ground, followed by those who appeared relatively untroubled but were, in reality, in a stupor, unaware of their actions. Despite the ample number of guards, completing this task would require considerable time. Two guards approached a noble who seemed somewhat intoxicated. As the noble swayed, he lost his balance and collapsed before they could reach him. The guards, who had been on high alert, instinctively prepared for defensive action upon witnessing the noble's movement. Of course, the priority was to protect their protective suits. Unexpectedly, before they could react, the noble fell to the ground. They had discovered that individuals already collapsed were safer than those still upright after encountering several nobles since their entry. Observing that the noble lay on the ground without rising for some time, the guards felt a slight sense of relief. However, just as they bent down to approach the noble, a flash of cold light suddenly sliced through the air before them. The guards were startled, quickly leaning back. Although they avoided a fatal injury, the protective suit was torn open with a loud rip. Gazing at the gaping hole in his chest, the guard's face turned pale. and nearby guards, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. "Your protective suit is damaged. Quickly go change it," a muffled voice called from within one of the suits. As one of his companions distracted the noble, the guard with the torn suit scrambled to his feet and stumbled toward the exit. Inside the banquet hall, several guards swiftly subdued the disoriented noble, binding him securely before escorting him out. What transpired? Was there a mental energy riot? The guard, stumbling out, immediately garnered the attention of several waiting outside. Recalling the earlier events, he hesitated to deny it. Yet if it were not a riot of mental energy, why would the noble have attacked him? Conversely, if it were a riot, something felt amiss. The guard opened his mouth, uncertain how to respond. Perhaps having waited too long for an answer from the guard, the crown prince displayed evident impatience, discarding the guard as he prepared to enter and assess the situation himself. "Crown Prince," Duke Qiao interposed before answer, his dark green eyes calm, seemingly unfazed by the fate of the nobles inside. "I understand your concern for their safety, but it is best to leave the matters within to the guards. If the Crown Prince truly wishes to take action, perhaps consider contacting the Dawn organization to procure some soothing agents. After all, many nobles inside are not in optimal mental condition, and the previously detected pollution levels within the banquet hall were not insignificant." "I am genuinely apprehensive," as Duke Qiao spoke. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Shortly after he sighed, another guard rushed out from the banquet hall. "Duke, His Highness the Crown Prince, the situation concerning this gentleman appears rather unsettling. Previously, he even attacked one of the guards." A few words encapsulated the events that transpired, and the onlookers regarded the nobleman on the ground, who was still struggling, their thoughts converging on similar concerns. Unbeknownst to them, Viscount Clark, standing slightly apart, narrowed his eyes, seemingly taken aback as he scrutinized the nobleman on the floor before adopting an expression akin to that of the others around him. By the time Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi arrived, the situation in the banquet hall had largely stabilized. The guards were methodically removing the nobles one by one. Those nobles who had exhibited aggressive behavior were placed under strict surveillance, while the unconscious ones were taken to another location. Feng Qiao briefly noted the nobles being carried away before her focus shifted to Viscount Clark beside her. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the Crown Prince she had encountered earlier, yet the peculiar aura surrounding the Crown Prince had diminished significantly, even more so than when she had met Ming Shi on planet RZ-13. Why was this so? Had Ancir done something? As she pondered, Feng Qiao suddenly sensed a gaze directed at her. Turning her head, she met Clark's eyes. She held his gaze steadily, unwavering. The expression of the Duchess appeared somewhat distressed. Viscount Clark spoke, his voice cutting through the distractions as most of the attention was on the nobles being carried out. Feng Qiao managed a faint smile, truly feeling somewhat weak. Her recent efforts to capture the Shadow Tribe had drained her mental energy, which was now slowly recuperating. However, the outcome was gratifying. Prior to their arrival, Bai Siqi had successfully secured the shadow creature, which was why they had drawn minimal attention upon entering. Feng Qiao recalled that during the capture of the shadow creature, it seemed to have relayed some message. If the individual before her was not truly Clark, could he be another shadow tribe member transmitting that message? She could surmise the nature of the message conveyed by the shadow creature. Given his intense scrutiny of her, it was likely that he regarded her with considerable trepidation. Yet, the Crown Prince appeared to remain largely unaffected by her presence. Was he unaware of the situation? Had the shadow creature failed to inform him? Looking at the shadow creature before her, now donned with a different facade, she spoke softly, acknowledging, "It is indeed rather troubling." Dr. Yu was just about to administer treatment when an unexpected shadow creature burst in. "Shadow creature? You encountered a shadow creature?" Afra exclaimed, unable to suppress her astonishment. Realizing her voice had risen too high, she tempered her tone, yet her urgency remained palpable. "Did you just say you encountered a shadow creature?" The others present, possessing keen hearing, caught her words, and attention swiftly converged on Feng Qiao. The emergence of pollutants in the banquet hall was already a grave issue, and now the Duchess of the Empire had faced a shadow creature within the Imperial Palace. Should this information circulate, the hard-won calm in the Empire would be shattered, plunging its citizens into panic. There was indeed a shadow creature attempting to attack us. Thankfully, Aki arrived just in time to capture it. Captured, they caught Xiao Lu. Clark's gaze turned icy in an instant, and the others were equally taken aback, exchanging glances between Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi. Upon receiving a nod from Bai Siqi, they pressed further. Where is that shadow creature now? Could this incident be the work of that very shadow creature? What a coincidence that such an event occurred in the palace, just as Feng Qiao and the others encountered a shadow creature. Clark directed his gaze towards Bai Siqi. It has been contained. Bai Siqi replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the diligent guards. Let's first address the matters at hand here. Ah, indeed. However, many nobles in the banquet hall have inhaled excessive pollutants, resulting in uncontrolled mental energy. The palace physicians can only assure that these individuals will not succumb to mental issues in the short term. To truly save them, only the calming agents from the Dawn organization could suffice. Yet, those calming agents were not available for public sale. During this period, they had aided the Dawn organization in repelling numerous forces coveting their power, managing to secure several signed contracts. But the remaining words need not be spoken by Ancier. All present understood the implications. Who could predict when the Dawn organization would fulfill these contracts? By the time that happened, it would likely be too late. As for the calming agents dispatched to the battlefield each month, those nobles seeking survival would require at least one high-grade calming agent each. With a dozen individuals, that amounted to a significant quantity of high-grade calming agents, and even if they could ultimately procure them, it would likely come at a substantial cost. Moreover, the journey from the battlefield to the Central Star would take at least 10 days. However, receiving them from the Dawn organization would change the situation entirely. Most critically, there was a lack of faith that the calming agents produced by the Dawn organization were genuinely sent to the battlefield. Nonetheless, to save lives, they wished to re-establish contact with the Dawn organization. Both the Crown Prince and Duke Kahir turned their attention to Bai Siqi, evidently having reached a mutual understanding. Some guards, who had just transported the nobles and overheard the conversation, could not help but glance in their direction. Calming agents. Those were indeed calming agents. They were uncertain whether the tale of the major at the battlefield, who had been rescued by a calming agent amidst a mental crisis, was true. However, the very figure before them, Bai Siqi, stood as a living testament. Had he not been compelled to return to the Duke's residence for recuperation due to severe mental energy issues, he would still be fighting on the battlefield. Yet now, he exhibited no signs of any mental distress. Calming agents were a topic of universal concern across the empire, with everyone desiring them. However, they were acutely aware of the limited supply, and the battlefield represented the last bastion for safeguarding their lives. Should the shadow creatures breach that defense and infiltrate the empire, no amount of calming agents could secure their safety. Thus, the overwhelming majority within the empire expressed little opposition to the notion that the Dawn organization's calming agents were exclusively allocated to the battlefield. Yet, they also harbored hopes that one day, the calming agents would no longer be restricted solely to the battlefield. Chapter 189. The Lockdown of the Imperial Palace. Bai Siqi nodded in agreement, noting that a considerable amount of time had elapsed since the Dawn organization last dispatched calming agents to the battlefield. During this interval, the organization should have produced a new batch of remedies. The Crown Prince could initially discuss with military personnel about reallocating a portion of next month's calming agents. Given the exceptional circumstances, it was believed that the military could comprehend the necessity. Ancier's expression turned pale upon hearing such seemingly casual words, and even the faces of the guards transporting the nobles shifted in response. They desired calming agents, but certainly not those allocated to the military by the Dawn organization. Furthermore, even if the military were to agree, should this information leak and reach the soldiers on the battlefield or the public at large, not only would the nobles saved by the calming agents face wrath, but they too would likely be vilified. Had it not been for their own interests, Ancier might have wished for these individuals to face their fate unceremoniously. After all, if the shadow creatures had not prolonged their lives, they might have succumbed to mental issues long ago. Moreover, whether by coincidence or some other means, those entangled with the shadow creatures all exhibited mental complications. Should these individuals perish, no one would be privy to his secrets. As this thought emerged, Ancier found himself believing that the demise of those afflicted by the mental crisis would be the most favorable outcome. Nevertheless, he promptly declared, "I shall contact the military to inform them of the situation here. Regardless, appearances must be maintained." The Duke of Qiao felt a sense of disappointment. And Bai Siqi did not interfere with how Qiao negotiated with the military, a result that both had anticipated. However, even if the other side was reluctant to refuse outright, they would not easily relinquish such a large share of the soothing agents, particularly during the discussions. Upon discovering the presence of the Shadow Clan within the palace, the military's attitude underwent a drastic transformation. Citing the possibility of individuals being under the control of the Shadow Clan, they demanded that His Highness Crown Prince and Qiao immediately assist in sealing off the palace, prohibiting any personnel from entering or leaving freely, especially those nobles in the banquet hall. Each one needed to be individually controlled in isolation rooms, monitored 24 hours a day for any unusual behavior. Beyond this, there were numerous other experiences gathered by the RZ-13-star garrison during their time apprehending spies. And Qiao was visibly distressed upon hearing this. Yet after contacting the military to report the incident in the palace, he found himself devoid of any options. Following his communication with the military, several commanders swiftly dispatched troops from the Central Star, encircling the palace in layers. Fortunately, the matter of the soothing agents was finally resolved, and due to the urgency of the situation, the Li Ming organization expedited the delivery of this batch of soothing agents. While this was not particularly good news for Qiao, the king and queen became increasingly anxious after learning of these developments, spending the entire day confined within the royal chambers, hoping to eradicate the lurking Shadow Clan within the palace as soon as possible. As a result, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi could only temporarily reside within the palace. On the very day they settled in, Bai Siqi learned from Feng Qiao about the changes in both the Crown Prince and Viscount Qiao Qiao. Much like Feng Qiao, Bai Siqi believed that the transformation of Viscount Qiao Qiao was significantly related to the Crown Prince. Consequently, the two engaged in extensive speculation. They hypothesized that the Shadow Clan might coexist with the original host's consciousness. The Shadow Clan might have merely taken residence within Qiao's spiritual domain without killing him, as the original host, and Qiao was likely aware of this. Furthermore, judging from Qiao's behavior during the day, it seemed that the Shadow Clan was not entirely oblivious to the external world during its time residing within Qiao's spiritual domain. Alternatively, the Shadow Clan might have merely inhabited Qiao's spiritual domain without exerting control over him. Thus, after the Shadow Clan departed, and Qiao's subsequent actions would not reveal any inconsistencies. If the latter were true, it would be even more infuriating than their previous assumption that Qiao had already been under the Shadow Clan's control. After all, if it were not for Qiao, the Empire would not have been infiltrated so deeply by the Shadow Clan. Perhaps their journey in combating the Shadow Clan would still be fraught with challenges. Yet it would not have escalated into a situation reminiscent of 6 months prior, when the defenses were on the verge of collapse. The reason for Viscount Qiao Qiao's transformation was that the Shadow Clan that once resided in Qiao's spiritual domain had now transferred to him. As for whether Viscount Qiao Qiao was alive or dead, that remained uncertain. However, this was merely a hypothesis. They were not Shadow Clan, and no one could ascertain whether the Shadow Clan could coexist with the original host's body. If they failed to capture Xiao Lu, this could indeed be just one of many possibilities, and proving this was not particularly simple. Nevertheless, observing the nearly lifeless Shadow Clan before him, Bai Siqi decided to attempt to integrate it into his own spiritual domain. The pollutants on the Shadow Clan were nearly non-existent, and the newly formed pollutants were dwindling. With or without the soothing agents, such a Shadow Clan could not harm Bai Siqi's spiritual strength. Despite this, Feng Qiao still produced 2 high-grade soothing agents just in case. The barely breathing Shadow Clan offered no resistance as it entered Bai Siqi's spiritual domain. Although it desired to invade Feng Qiao's spiritual domain to control her, the Shadow Clan that had entered Bai Siqi's spiritual domain was evidently devoid of any joy. Faced with the immense spiritual power within Bai Siqi's domain, the Shadow Clan felt as if it were a small, tattered sailboat in the ocean, perpetually at risk of being engulfed. Having always fed on the spiritual strength of other beings to enhance its own, it was utterly unprepared to experience being the sustenance for another. The Shadow Clan, now cast into Bai Siqi's spiritual domain, was filled with panic, trembling in fear amidst the terrifying spiritual forces surrounding it, too frightened to move lest it be devoured by the colossal entities nearby. How could this be? Although Bai Siqi was not concerned that the Shadow Clan could control him, placing one within his spiritual domain was unsettling. The Shadow Clan could indeed survive within their spiritual domain. Bai Siqi looked at Feng Qiao, his expression momentarily stunned, rather than feeling validated by his previous conjectures. It was the bizarre thought that had just emerged in his mind that surprised him even more. Nevertheless, considering that the experiment had yet to be fully validated, Bai Siqi restrained himself and inquired of Feng Qiao, "Can you sense the Shadow Clan in my spiritual domain?" Feng Qiao nodded, affirming that he could. However, it seemed that the pollutants on the Shadow Clan had been almost entirely purified, requiring proximity for him to feel anything at all. As he spoke, Feng Qiao leaned in a little closer. The warmth of his breath tickled Bai Siqi's ear, causing it to itch slightly. He placed a hand on Feng Qiao's shoulder, retreating slightly, and exhaled. "Besides that, I feel as though I might be able to devour the Shadow Clan, transforming it into a part of my spiritual strength." Upon hearing this, the Shadow Clan within Bai Siqi's spiritual domain trembled even more violently. Feng Qiao stared at Bai Siqi in shock. "Taking some time to process. Devour? Indeed, but I cannot yet determine whether this is a personal issue or if others can do the same. I shall first consult Yi Qin for confirmation. Wait here, I will return shortly." Feng Qiao was still reeling from the impact. Yet as he saw Bai Siqi prepare to leave, he grasped Bai Siqi's arm firmly. "I want to go with you." Feng Qiao initially intended to mention that she would conduct the test herself, but recalling her unique circumstances, she decided that only Yi Qin could handle this matter. Their rooms were adjacent, and the two quickly arrived at Yi Qin's chamber. Although the Shadow Clan in Yi Qin's spiritual domain was similarly unaffected, initially, Yi Qin did not share Bai Siqi's inclination to absorb the Shadow Clan to enhance his own spiritual power. However, upon hearing Bai Siqi describe the situation, Yi Qin immediately exclaimed, "Oh, I think I can too. This Shadow Clan actually dares to resist. Does it presume that my spiritual power is inferior to yours?" Yi Qin was engaged in a battle of wills with the Shadow Clan within his spiritual domain, knowing that Yi Qin would not genuinely absorb the Shadow Clan. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi were unperturbed. Nevertheless, from the current experiment, it seemed that the absorption of Shadow Clans was not an isolated incident. Yet, given the pollutants clinging to the Shadow Clan, they were barely able to avoid them. How could anyone consider placing one into their spiritual domain? Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi exchanged glances, and neither spoke. Meanwhile, after several rounds of combat with the Shadow Clan in his spiritual domain, Yi Qin ultimately triumphed through sheer dominance. Although he expressed a desire to absorb the Shadow Clan, it continued its feeble attempts to resist. Unlike the trembling fear described by Bai Siqi, Yi Qin simply snorted and unceremoniously expelled the defeated Shadow Clan from his spiritual domain. He would be foolish to absorb such a creature. Did it think itself a delicacy? What if absorbing the Shadow Clan caused his domain to produce those pollutants continuously? Who would he turn to for explanations then? The Shadow Clan, having been cast down, had just narrowly escaped the clutches of death, and at this moment, they breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qin paid no heed to the fallen member of the Shadow Clan, his mind racing with the information he had previously extracted from its lips, igniting a sense of urgency and agitation within him. Although the Shadow Clan member looked down upon him, Yi Qin seized the opportunity during its moment of weakness to exact his revenge and, moreover, gleaned a staggering piece of intelligence. "Ah Qi," he exclaimed, "I just uncovered something significant from this Shadow Clan member. Their treachery knows no bounds." He animatedly recounted how the Shadow Clan, while aiding certain individuals in controlling their chaotic mental powers, had secretly siphoned off a strand of their own mental energy to implant within those individuals. To Yi Qin, this seemed like a mere thread of mental energy. However, as the Shadow Clan was inherently a manifestation of mental energy, their reproductive process involved the separation of a small portion of their essence, which would grow into a new entity over time. Thus, if the remnants of the Shadow Clan's essence were not eradicated from the mental domains of those individuals, they would gradually expand by consuming mental energy. Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi's expressions changed at this revelation, yet they felt a significant portion of their concerns alleviated upon recalling that the calming agent could purify the Shadow Clan's pollutants. Regardless of the multitude of tactics the Shadow Clan might employ, the calming agent remained the most direct and effective countermeasure against them. After deliberating, the trio decided to relay this information to the battlefield, for that was the front line against the Shadow Clan. Though they had already dispatched 3 batches of calming agents to the battlefield, with each successive delivery increasing in quantity, the sheer number of soldiers across numerous legions made it clear that universal distribution of the calming agents would take another month or 2. Nevertheless, they merely intended to provide a cautionary note, knowing that the situation on planet RZ-13 had likely improved after careful scrutiny over the past few months. 3 days later, the vessels of the Dawn organization finally arrived at the Central Star. Those nobles in dire straits regained their autonomy after receiving a dose of a high-grade calming agent, while those less severely affected were monitored for an additional 3 days before being administered a mid-grade calming agent and subsequently transported to planet RZ-13 aboard the ships of the Dawn organization. Initially, these nobles were reluctant to venture into such perilous territory, but upon witnessing the fervent discussions erupting across the Star Network regarding the events in the Imperial Palace, many of them turned pale. The magnitude of the incident within the palace was undeniable, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. However, given the current circumstances, it was not opportune to disclose all information. Nobles identified as harboring anomalous mental essences were charged with treason and stripped of their titles. The remaining nobles were dispatched to the battlefield to contribute their efforts, with the promise that they could return to the Imperial Star upon accumulating sufficient military merits. Although they had not participated in this affair, as cogs in the machinery that had propelled the Empire toward greater decay, they too were obliged to pay a price for their past actions. In addition, the tale of Viscount Clark and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince unfolded. The day after witnessing the tragic state of Xiao Lu as revealed by Bai Siqi, Viscount Clark, though considerably shaken, found his animosity toward Feng Qiao and the Dawn organization intensifying. Yet, unable to reach anyone from the Dawn organization, he fixated his attention on Feng Qiao. Consequently, the Shadow Clan relinquished its hold on Viscount Clark's body to re-enter the Crown Prince's form, having endured a long struggle to rid himself of this Shadow Clan member. The Crown Prince was adamant about severing any ties with it, especially as he had meticulously orchestrated all matters. He could not fathom the madness that had overtaken the Shadow Clan, as the Crown Prince was merely an ordinary individual without a mental domain. The Shadow Clan could not assimilate him as it did with other ability users by devouring their mental energy prior to taking control of their bodies. The previous Shadow Clan member had been exceedingly cautious while inhabiting this body. However, this current Shadow Clan member was singularly fixated on eliminating Feng Qiao, a potential threat to their race, paying no heed to the Crown Prince. Thus, with a mere exertion of force, the Imperial Crown Prince met his demise at the hands of the Shadow Clan. Chapter 191. Public disclosure with the Crown Prince's death, the Shadow Clan was swiftly apprehended. However, due to the uncertainty surrounding the presence of other Shadow Clan members within the palace, all involved remained vigilant. Upon receiving the news of her son's demise, the Empress fainted. The atmosphere within the palace was one of trepidation, with everyone fearing that other Shadow Clan members might be lurking nearby, poised to claim their lives next. Fortunately, the arrival of the calming agents from the Dawn organization's vessels brought an end to such occurrences. As the situation stabilized, Feng Qiao and Bai Siqi chose not to linger in the Central Star. However, before departing, Bai Siqi insisted on visiting Jiang Weining in prison. Previously, Jiang Weining had been subjected to a starvation tactic employed by a mental essence infiltrating his domain. Although they had managed to preserve Jiang Weining's life through nutritional injections, the mental essence, realizing its inability to induce self-destruction, launched an assault on Jiang Weining's mental domain. By the time they intervened, Jiang Weining had already succumbed to a state of delirium and madness. Unable to extract further information from Jiang Weining, they resorted to meticulously sifting through the contact list for a lead on an individual named Yingzi. Initially, they had refrained from submitting evidence against Jiang Weining for fear of alarming their adversaries. However, with the Crown Prince's untimely demise, Bai Siqi felt compelled to present the evidence amassed by his subordinates during this period. Even though the Crown Prince was deceased, it was imperative to untangle the events of his life. After an extensive 6-month investigation, Bai Siqi's submission was remarkably thorough, detailing how the Feng family had been ensnared and presenting evidence of the Crown Prince's collusion with the Shadow Clan. Upon verification, this evidence was made public by the relevant authorities, causing the Crown Prince's reputation to plummet to an abysmal low. Had it not been for the inability to infiltrate his burial site, many would have eagerly sought to desecrate his remains. Former supporters of the Crown Prince were left incredulous at the revelations. The Crown Prince, once heralded as a hero of the Empire, had, due to severe mental trauma sustained in battle, consequently diminished his own mental domain, rendering him an ordinary man. Such an individual should have been acutely aware of the Shadow Clan's malevolence and despised them. Why then did he conspire with them to harm his own kin? Furthermore, the newly developed suppressants from the Feng family were unparalleled in efficacy compared to any available on the market. Regrettably, the rights to this innovative suppressant no longer resided with the Feng family. Naturally, this is not to imply that the Dawn organization is lacking. Our household has consistently utilized their products, which are both economical and durable. Nonetheless, I find myself lamenting for the Feng family and can only hope that the Dawn organization will soon make the calming agents available to the public. As Ansier's actions and the subsequent trial unfolded, a relentless tide of condemnation swept through the Star Network, with former admirers now expressing vehement disdain. The royal family's reputation continued to plummet within the empire, and some even speculated that a lack of heirs might ultimately prove beneficial, given the nature of Ansier's deeds. It would be preferable to appoint a successor from the younger generation of the empire. However, such sentiments were swiftly overshadowed by the news of a resounding victory on the battlefield. On October 15th, 745 of the imperial calendar, through the collective efforts of all the soldiers, the Yingzhou battle line has now returned to the confines of Hui Luoxing. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire nation erupted in jubilation. Who could have foreseen that just 4 months prior, there were rumors circulating about the imminent collapse of the Hui Luoxing front? At that time, although many were skeptical, the unrest caused sleepless nights for numerous individuals. Now, they find solace in the fact that not only has their front endured, but they have also managed to push the Yingzhou back into Hui Luoxing. It is believed that it will not be long before the empire achieves even greater victories, liberating its citizens from the shadows cast by the Yingzhou. Accompanying this announcement was a video released by the official military account, showcasing the soldiers' valiant efforts against the Yingzhou. In the footage, a laser cannon obliterates a cluster of Yingzhou, leaving no trace of contamination. Following this display, a silver mech boldly charges forth, swiftly navigating towards the scattering Yingzhou. Equipped with 2 specially designed energy blades, the silver mech exhibits remarkable agility, dispatching Yingzhou with precision. Countless conventional mechs follow suit, each armed with specialized weaponry, effortlessly dismantling the Yingzhou as though slicing through vegetables. Observers could not help but cheer and applaud as they witnessed the mech's efficient slaughter of the Yingzhou. Some individuals, previously unable to join the battlefield for various reasons, felt an overwhelming desire to immerse themselves in the role of those mech pilots, envisioning themselves as the ones vanquishing the Yingzhou. Especially captivating was the silver mech at the forefront, its relentless pursuit leaving no Yingzhou unscathed, igniting a fervent passion in the hearts of onlookers. Regrettably, although the military seemed to heed the public's clamor, resulting in a video lasting a full minute and a half. Many viewers still felt it was insufficient. Consequently, they replayed the video repeatedly, as they enjoyed the exhilarating scenes, saving the video for future viewing. They prepare to share their joyous sentiments in the comments section when they suddenly notice something amiss. Oh no, my eyes can't take it. I must go to the hospital. Why does that silver mech charging into the Yingzhou remind me so much of someone? In such a joyous moment, the recollection of a former figure on the battlefield was disheartening. This is truly frustrating. I don't wish to dwell on it. What person are you referring to? I don't understand. Neither do I. Have I grown old, unable to keep pace with the youth? I can empathize with the original poster's feelings, as I share them. Initially, during my first viewing, I was too excited to think deeply. Alas, I regret rewatching it multiple times. I could almost sever this disobedient hand. In truth, is it not merely a resemblance to the combat style of the former Imperial Crown Prince on the battlefield? If you ask me, the pilot of the silver mech exhibits a far more refined approach to fighting the Yingzhou than the late Crown Prince ever did. Indeed, moreover, such an audacious combat style is not exclusive to any individual. Must certain individuals monopolize it? Please, can we refrain from such discussions? I simply want to enjoy the video in peace. The official release aims to reassure us. Why must we delve into disheartening topics in the comments? Chapter 192. The Black Mech, is that ISC? On a warship in the cosmos. Feng Qiao also watched the military's released video of the soldiers piloting mechs to annihilate the Yingzhou, turning to Bai Siqi for confirmation after viewing it. Bai Siqi glanced at the final still frame on Feng Qiao's holographic device and nodded. Yes, ISE had attracted considerable attention shortly after arriving on the battlefield. Initially, it was merely the members of ISE's team who recognized their prowess, but soon, more individuals began to take notice. Naturally, ISE's identity could not be concealed. It remained uncertain whether the military had released this video with ISE's consent or if it was a reaction from some military personnel. Incensed by ISE's circumstances and the recent collaboration between the Crown Prince and the Yingzhou. With this in mind, Bai Siqi decided to reach out to ISE via holographic communication. ISE was currently resting, and shortly after, Bai Siqi received a response. The military intended to disclose ISE's identity, clarifying that the one who had fought valiantly on the battlefield was IC, not the deceased Crown Prince. Bai Siqi shared the contents of his conversation with ISE with Feng Qiao. For those who had fought alongside ISE, vindicating ISE was one aspect. Additionally, Bai Siqi did not wish for others to perceive the warrior on the battlefield as Ansai Heir. Although Ansai Heir was already deceased, Feng Qiao could envision the uproar this revelation would incite within the empire. However, such matters were of little concern to them. Their primary worry lay with the two individuals in the palace. Additionally, with the exposure of the previous deeds of Jiang Weining and Ansai Heir, the grievances of the Feng family were rectified, and Feng Qiao's parents regained their citizenship. Furthermore, a small parcel of land from Ansai Heir's territory was allocated as compensation for Feng Qiao's parents, allowing them to live openly without fear of persecution. It became significantly easier for Feng Qiao to visit them. Closing the holographic device, Feng Qiao shifted focus back to discussing matters concerning the Dawn organization with Bai Siqi. Their destination was the Dawn organization's headquarters. Although publicly stated as a trip for Feng Qiao's health, the underlying reason was that, well, Bai Siqi, the leader of the Dawn organization, had been absent for far too long. They needed to spend some time on that planet, and it was imperative for Bai Siqi to make an appearance to reassure his subordinates. The initial leg of their journey proceeded smoothly. Yet, as the ship drew closer to the Dawn organization's headquarters, even within the confines of the ship, Feng Qiao could sense the palpable tension between the vessels. Whether through his identity as a duke or as the leader of the Dawn organization, Bai Siqi was evidently not one to permit those lurking with ulterior motives around the vicinity of the Dawn organization. Thus, from the moment they approached the headquarters, Bai Siqi piloted his SSS-class mech to lead the way. Despite having recuperated in the Duke's residence for 3 years, and his mech being absent from public view for just as long, the reputation of its former pilot still lingered in the memories of many. while Bai Siqi was determined not to let those eyeing the entrance to the Dawn organization's planetary routes escape unscathed. He did not intend to confront them in his current guise. After all, his primary objective was to inform everyone in the Dawn organization of his return. Naturally, given that some factions had seemingly forgotten, he would not hesitate to remind them of the past. With Bai Siqi's mech paving the way, the warship's progress accelerated significantly. All the while, Feng Qiao gazed at the formidable SSS-class mech, her desire to possess a mech intensifying. Although her current physique permitted her to pilot only the most basic of mechs, just 6 months prior, even running and jumping like a typical person had been a luxury. She never dared to dream of a day when she could pilot a mech herself. For Feng Qiao, each passing day now surpassed the last, and that alone was sufficient. Perhaps due to the formidable presence of the SSS-class mech, or perhaps because those aboard the vessels knew they held nothing of value to their adversaries. Feng Qiao encountered a remarkably smooth journey to the Dawn organization's headquarters. Upon reaching the designated location, the immediate task was, of course, to select a mecha. Earlier, at the Central Star, I had been preoccupied with preparing for the infiltration of the Shadow Clan, followed by a series of events at the banquet. Although all issues have been resolved, it has regrettably prevented Feng Qiao from experiencing the mecha simulator until now. However, there is no longer a need for the simulator. All ordinary models produced by the Li Ming organization are available for her to operate immediately. The thought of these mechas made Feng Qiao almost giddy with anticipation. The Li Ming organization has produced a total of 11 ordinary models of mechas. Even if she were to pilot each for half an hour, it would take an entire day to try them all. Moreover, as a novice, Feng Qiao would require more than just 30 minutes to grasp the fundamental operations of a single mecha. Fortunately, with nearly half a month remaining until the next portal opens, there is ample time for her to linger here a few extra days. As Feng Qiao eagerly tested one mecha after another, a black mecha suddenly soared into the sky from a distance, vanishing from her sight as it left the planet. "Ah!" Feng Qiao exclaimed, taken aback by the sight. The shock left her momentarily speechless. That mecha, despite merely catching a fleeting glimpse, she was certain that it was the very mecha piloted by the golden-haired man from her past life. As that mecha disappeared from view, Feng Qiao hurriedly reached out to tap her mecha instructor beside her. Being ensconced within a mecha, the instructor was oblivious to the astonished and excited expression on the face of the pilot in the other mecha. "Ah, it's the leader's mecha. The leader has returned. When had he come back? Why until she heard any news?" The occupant of the mecha was oblivious to Feng Qiao's words, as only one thought echoed in his mind: the leader has returned. The chat group buzzed incessantly, clearly indicating that Feng Qiao was not the only one to have witnessed that mecha. Although they had been receiving various tasks issued by the leader of Li Ming, they had not seen him in person for quite some time. The leader had not frequently appeared in the past, but had never been this long, 6 months without a visit to the base. The sight of the familiar black mecha sent many into a fervor of excitement. Chapter 193. That person is Bai Siqi. What? What did you say? I was a bit too excited to pay attention. The voice of the man within the mecha was still laced with excitement. Feng Qiao did not ponder why he had suddenly become so animated. Her own emotions were hardly more stable. That mecha. Huh, you're talking about that mecha? You can forget it. That is our leader's exclusive mecha, and there is not a second one in the entire Li Ming organization. The buzzing voice transmitted clearly through the dialogue channel connecting the two mechas. But Feng Qiao could no longer hear the rest of the conversation. At that moment, the only thing echoing in her mind was the realization that it was the exclusive mecha of the leader of the Li Ming organization. The leader of the Li Ming organization, was that not Bai Siqi? So, the person from her past life was Bai Siqi? Stunned by this revelation, Feng Qiao stood frozen for an extended moment, until the excitement from the other mecha subsided, prompting the instructor to resume teaching her how to operate the new mecha. Only then did Feng Qiao, albeit absent-mindedly, continue her learning. The brand new mecha moved awkwardly across the vast outdoor training platform, resembling an elderly individual taking its first steps. Feng Qiao's mind was preoccupied with the mecha she had just seen. as well as the words exchanged with the pilot in the other mecha and Bai Siqi's confession to her. This distraction resulted in numerous blunders, causing her to remain stagnant for over half an hour. The slow progress made the instructor in the opposing mecha's temples throb with frustration. The thought of the 10 more mechas he needed to teach filled him with a desire to weep. He doubted whether Feng Qiao could select a preferred mecha and operate it within 10 days, let alone anticipate any vacation after teaching her the basic operations. Regretting his choices, he watched the group chat where the leader organized combat members to confront the lurking enemy forces, wishing desperately to join them in delivering a painful lesson to their adversaries. Alongside the new weaponry designed specifically for the Shadow Clan, they had also developed several more powerful weapons during this time and were eager to test their effectiveness against these emergent factions. The occupant of the mecha felt an overwhelming sense of regret. However, at that moment, his only course of action was to devote himself to teaching Feng Qiao with utmost dedication. Fortunately, amidst the initial shock of the revelation, Feng Qiao gradually regained her composure. As she settled down and began to absorb the knowledge of mechas, her progress was nothing short of remarkable, although she only learned slightly faster than an average person. The contrast with her previous mistakes was almost enough to bring tears of joy to the instructor's eyes. The suddenness of her improvement was exhilarating. He became so engrossed in observing her mecha's movements and guiding her patiently that he scarcely noticed the activities unfolding in the group chat. With one teaching patiently and the other earnestly learning, time slipped away unnoticed until dusk. By this point, the apprentice mecha had begun to master some basic offensive and defensive maneuvers. Most importantly, Feng Qiao was gradually gaining a tangible understanding of the mecha's performance through repeated attacks, evasions, and defenses. Although these sensations were less precise than data representation, without physically experiencing these actions, the data would hold little meaning for her and serve as no reference whatsoever. As she progressed, the previously clumsy student seemed to have unlocked a new level of understanding, with each lesson flowing more smoothly than the last. The instructor in the opposing mecha could no longer restrain himself and indulged in a bit more training with Feng Qiao. Finally, when the night had fully settled in, Feng Qiao's attacks and defenses no longer appeared as disjointed as they had at the beginning. She now resembled a true novice. The instructor, feeling a sense of satisfaction, decided to conclude the day's lessons. We shall leave it here for today. You may review the remaining 10 mechas tonight and decide which one you wish to experience tomorrow. Alternatively, if you prefer this current model and wish to continue using it, that is also an option. Although there would be slight variations in operation between different mechas, Feng Qiao would have to begin training anew when maneuvering other models. Nevertheless, his primary goal was to assist Feng Qiao in selecting the mecha that would suit her best, as she was just beginning her learning journey. Starting with the most compatible mecha would undoubtedly save her from many detours. The afternoon's mecha training had taken quite a toll on Feng Qiao's energy. After catching her breath and stabilizing her breathing, she nodded in agreement. All right. While she was unaware of the instructor's skill level, there was no doubt about his exceptional teaching abilities, and Feng Qiao felt she had learned a great deal that afternoon. Upon returning to her room, she did not find Bai Siqi inside, prompting her to contemplate before deciding to contact him. Beyond the planet, several ships that had boisterously demanded the Dawn organization to surrender the soothing agents mere hours ago now lay in tatters, riddled with holes. Upon receiving the surrender of the crew, the members of the Dawn organization first bound those aboard, then thoroughly searched the vessel inside and out. Once they confirmed that no spoils remained, they dragged the battered ships to the thoroughfare necessary for any incoming vessels to the Dawn organization's home planet, ensuring that future ships would be able to witness the aftermath. Having completed these tasks, a group of exuberant individuals, their eyes gleaming with exhilaration, swept their gazes over the nearby vessels. Although these ships were distant and had not yet shown any intent to assault their stronghold, their presence here at this moment suggested ulterior motives that none could deny. As the flagship slowly turned, its ominous cannons immediately aimed at the closest small vessel. The remnants of the recent overwhelming battle were still vivid in the minds of those aboard the small craft. Upon seeing the cannons trained upon them, The crew inside reacted with alarm, hastily signaling that they harbored no intentions of attacking the Dawn organization and merely wished to remain in the vicinity to offer assistance, if needed. However, the fierce bombardment from the Dawn organization left them no opportunity to intervene. Particularly, the black mech was akin to a harbinger of death on the battlefield, effortlessly reaping the small combat ships as if they were mere vegetables. Had it not been for this formidable black mech, the battle could not have concluded so swiftly. When had the Dawn organization acquired such a figure? The formidable combat prowess of the Dawn organization relied almost entirely on their weaponry, a notion typical of newly established factions in the past 2 years. It is essential to remember that at the inception of the Dawn organization, they possessed none of the advanced weaponry or ships of today, having fought their way to prominence solely through the prowess of a single valiant mech warrior. That warrior did not wield the current black mech, yet the impact it created was comparable to that of today. Chapter 194, the final chapter. That was the death's wing of the Dawn organization. It was astonishing to learn that he was still alive. Following the release of the battle footage that afternoon, numerous established factions recognized the combat style of the mech displayed in the video, causing them to recall the terror they had once experienced under that individual's command, involuntarily twitching at the corners of their eyes. For over 2 years, since the Dawn organization ascended with an unstoppable momentum, rapidly arming themselves with advanced weaponry, they had not laid eyes on the black mech. Out of fear, they instinctively wished to forget this matter, allowing that memory to lie buried for 2 years, only to be unearthed in such a manner now. Previously, there had been speculation that the Death's Wing of the Dawn organization had long since vanished from public view, perhaps having perished in some obscure corner. Yet, regardless of whether the Death's Wing had chosen to remain hidden or had indeed perished, few factions would dare to provoke the Dawn organization, given its strength at the time. It was unexpected that the Death's Wing was still alive and had chosen to reveal himself at this juncture. Clearly, the recent actions of some individuals had finally exasperated the Dawn organization, prompting this figure to emerge. Feng Qiao was unaware that the emergence of the black mech had unearthed such unwelcome memories for many. She waited until 8 o'clock, finally anticipating Bai Siqi's return. "How was your day of learning?" Bai Siqi, with his dark eyes glimmering with mirth, was about to discuss the afternoon's mech training with Feng Qiao, inquiring if she had encountered any issues. In a blink, Feng Qiao, who had been seated on the sofa, swiftly rose and took several steps to stand before him. The two were now in close proximity, with Feng Qiao gazing intently at Bai Siqi's face, her eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness and curiosity. Bai Siqi's arm draped casually over her shoulder, drawing her near. Although he found Feng Qiao's demeanor puzzling, he led her to the adjacent sofa, allowing her to continue her scrutiny. "Qiao Qiao, do you possess another mech?" At first glance, Bai Siqi bore no resemblance to the man she had encountered in her previous life. However, with interstellar technology being so advanced and the Dawn organization leading in several areas, a change of appearance was certainly feasible. Yet, what mattered most was that Bai Siqi was present, leaving Feng Qiao with no need for conjecture. She could directly inquire. "Indeed, there is another mech. It is named Mo Ran, an SS class. Would you like to see it?" As he spoke, Bai Siqi retrieved a black mech button from his pocket. Feng Qiao glanced at the item in his hand, considering the height of the mech, realizing it was impractical to view it within the confines of the room. Nevertheless, she was not inclined to waste time going out to inspect the mech. She activated her holographic interface and pulled up the mech design she had previously drafted. "Is this it?" Bai Siqi, observing the image on the screen that bore an uncanny resemblance to her own mech, began to sense something amiss. "Did you also use this face while leading the Dawn organization? Or have you contemplated how you might disguise yourself?" Feng Qiao was eager for answers, yet she had only encountered that individual years later, and now, with her rebirth altering the course of events, she was uncertain if the Bai Siqi before her had ever utilized that visage. Additionally, the personality exhibited by the previous blonde man bore no resemblance to Bai Siqi, leaving Feng Qiao unsure of the identity of the person in question without concrete evidence. "Qiao Qiao, are you curious about what I look like in my other identity?" Although Bai Siqi noticed Feng Qiao's unusual behavior, he refrained from confronting it. After Feng Qiao nodded, Bai Siqi immediately stood, saying, "Please sit here for a moment. I'll prepare something. It will only take 3 minutes." Changing his appearance did not require much time, especially since he did not need to be overly meticulous at present. Feng Qiao sat quietly on the sofa, feeling that those 3 minutes stretched indefinitely. Finally, she heard the sound of the door opening behind her, and she sprang to her feet. The next moment, upon seeing the familiar figure emerge from the room, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she could no longer restrain herself. Rushing forward to embrace the person standing at the door. Achi. Feng Qiao could not inquire why Bai Siqi had saved her in her previous life, for they had shared little more than a marital bond devoid of genuine affection. In truth, until her demise, she had exchanged but a few words with this man. Their most significant interactions had transpired when Bai Siqi, in this very guise, charged into that planet in his mech. She vividly recalled him stating that he had come to rescue her on her brother's behalf. Whether this was indeed the case had become impossible to verify, yet no longer mattered. She simply wished for her relationship with Bai Siqi to flourish in this lifetime. Noticing the emotional turbulence within Feng Qiao, Bai Siqi gently patted her back until her feelings gradually stabilized. He then leaned in to softly inquire in her ear, "What has piqued your curiosity about my other identity?" Those days on the Central Star were one matter, but during their prolonged time aboard the ship, she had never considered asking him this question. Why, upon arriving here, had she suddenly become so inquisitive about his identity? "I'm just a bit curious." Feng Qiao lifted her head from his embrace, her voice still somewhat muffled. The events of her past life had become history, and she had no intention of revisiting them. Now that even the last vestiges of regret had dissipated, there was no reason to dwell in the past. Feng Qiao simply wished to seize the present, without granting Bai Siqi time to pursue his inquiries further. She reached up to wrap her arms around his neck, applying a gentle pressure. Bai Siqi inclined his body in a most cooperative manner, drawing ever closer to the other until their lips met. The gentle kiss, initially just a fleeting brush, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, transformed in the very next moment as Feng Qiao prepared to withdraw. Sensing the grip around his neck gradually loosen, Bai Siqi seized the opportunity to pull the other into his embrace with a sudden firmness, subsequently leaning in to deepen the kiss, savoring each increment of intimacy.